Family, it's explosive. The 79th level Soul Sage's martial soul, the Black Gold Spear, was actually bitten off a piece on the spot. This story starts from the clan's grand competition. The 6-year-old genius Yang Wu challenged me, who has a useless martial soul. I bound the system to devour his martial soul, which angered the Grand Elder, and as a result, the system devoured the Grand Elder's martial soul, causing him to drop a level. Goodness, I was dumbfounded at that moment. A 79th level Soul Sage, just one level away from being a top-tier powerhouse, had his martial soul, a Black Gold Spear, bitten off right in front of everyone. Can you believe it? There was a glaring gap at the tip of the spear, looking as if it had been chewed by a dog. That powerhouse, our clan's Grand Elder, was instantly petrified, holding his martial soul with trembling hands. His expression was like he had seen a ghost. This story is long, and it needs to start from the annual grand competition of our clan on that day. Let me tell you, that day our entire clan gathered at the Martial Soul Hall. It was a sea of people. What were we doing? Waiting to see the Martial Soul awakening ceremony of the 6-year-old kids. It was almost over when suddenly a loud shout came. Report. Head of the family. Yang Wu has awakened the 8th grade Breaking Soul Spear. Innate Soul Power Level 9. I was stunned. The entire hall exploded. My grandfather, the clan leader Yang Wudi, an 82nd level Battle Soul Daw, instantly stood up from his seat, his beard trembling. Really? 8th grade? 2 grades higher than his brother Yang Kai? An innate level 9 soul power? His face was all smiles. No wonder he was so excited. Now the Martial Soul Hall is causing trouble everywhere, and the Haotian sect has become a turtle hiding its head. Our lives as affiliated sects are not easy. In our Yang family, my grandfather is the only Douluo holding us up, and there isn't a single capable descendant. Now, suddenly, a super genius with an 8th grade martial soul has appeared. It's like a mighty man has descended from the sky, a hope for the future. But my grandfather didn't stay happy for 2 seconds before he turned around to look at me, and his eyes instantly dimmed, letting out a sigh. Family, who understands? I, Yang Chun, his only biological grandson, the future young clan leader. What was my martial soul awakened 6 years ago? Just an ordinary dogtail grass. A mutated, useless martial soul. Innate soul power? 0. In this world, with this configuration, I'm basically useless, and I can forget about becoming a soul master for the rest of my life. My grandfather has been strong all his life, yet his grandson is a waste. This blow, you understand. For the past 6 years, he has been trying various elixirs and medicines to change my fate, but what's the result? Useless. Soon, the awakening ceremony ended, and it was time for the clan competition. The first group up was the children under 12. I, at 12 years old, was also in this group. That newly awakened 6-year-old genius Yang Wu hopped onto the stage. He is now the darling of the whole clan. Who would dare to fight him? As a result, the little brat stood on the stage for a while, gave a wink to his brother Yang Kai in the audience, and then shouted. I challenged the young clan leader Yang Chun. Buzz, all eyes in the audience turned to me. Their gazes were filled with sympathy and pity, and they felt sorry for my grandfather as well. Family, think about it. A 6-year-old child specifically calling me out, a 12-year-old. Isn't this just public execution? Regardless of winning or losing, I would be embarrassed in front of my grandmother's house. Moreover, with my small stature and useless martial soul, how could I possibly compete with a genius with an 8th grade martial soul? There's a suppression between martial souls. Actually, this wasn't the first time. Over the past 5 years, I've been challenged every year, and each time I was beaten black and blue. Who was behind this? It was his brother Yang Kai, the Grand Elder's grandson. The Grand Elder has always wanted his grandson to replace me as the young clan leader. Everyone in the clan knows this. But before, at least it was peers fighting against me. This time, it's a 6-year-old. My grandfather's face turned green, probably wanted to find a hole to hide in. But this is clan rule. If you're called out, you must fight, and he couldn't stop it. Everyone was looking at me, waiting for me to embarrass myself. I raised my head, looking at the arrogant little brat on stage, sneering in my heart. Little brat, there's a path to heaven, but you don't take it. There's no door to hell, yet you come crashing in. If you want to blame someone, blame your good brother. Then no, 3 days ago, I was no longer the original me. The original owner was killed by his good brother Yang Kai while hunting soul beasts. Now in this body is me, a top student from Hucking University who crossed over from Blue Water Star. Playing the Douluo game until midnight, I closed my eyes, and when I opened them, I was here. Moreover, I also bound a heavenly system. I glanced sideways at Yang Kai, thinking, kid, I've noted this down. Today, let's first collect some interest from your brother. I slowly walked up to the stage, wearing a calm smile. The people below started whispering. The young clan leader can't be dumbfounded, right? He's used to it. It's the clan leader who's pitiful. I stood in front of Yang Wu, smiling, and said, Martial brother, Are you sure you want to challenge me? The little brat held his head high and said in a childish voice, with your kind of waist, I can knock you down with one shot. What's there to regret? Goodness, what bold words. I originally wanted to show mercy, but now it seems completely unnecessary. This brat has been raised by his brother and grandfather since childhood. Not a good bird. I silently chanted in my heart. System, activate. A panel appeared in my mind that only I could see. Host, Yang Chen Martial Soul, Dogtail, Grass Martial Soul devoured. 0, I couldn't be bothered to look at anything else, just focused on that martial soul devoured function. Literally, today, it'll take this 8th grade breaking soul spear as my offering to the system. I continued to wear a timid smile. Martial brother, my body isn't great, so you must let me off a bit. Don't make me lose too disgracefully. Another sigh from the audience. My grandfather's face turned even darker. Yang Wu looked at me with disdain. Don't worry, I won't make you lose too disgracefully. I guarantee you can crawl off the stage by yourself. Then let's begin. I said cheerfully. Waste, look at my 8th grade breaking soul spear. Yang Wu shouted, activating his martial soul. In an instant, a gold spear over 5 feet long appeared out of thin air, emanating a faint glow. The audience gasped in amazement, all praising him as a genius. Yang Wu was so proud, reaching out to grab the spear. Yang Chun die. At that moment, I silently chanted, devour. Guess what? Yang Wu reached out and grabbed nothing. That impressive golden spear's glow instantly dimmed, and in the blink of an eye, it shrank from 5 feet long to a small needle less than 3 inches. Ah! Yang Wu screamed, clutching his head and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. I quickly rushed up, panicking and shouting, oh no! Martial brother, what happened to you? Your martial soul just activated, you must be careful. Don't hurt yourself. Family, just ask if my acting deserves an Oscar? Just as I was getting into character, a mischievous voice of a 5 or 6-year-old child suddenly popped into my head. Wow, haha, this feels great. You did well, little brat. Keep it up next time. This lord is watching you. I was stunned. Who's talking? Looking at the system panel, a line of pink text floated by. What are you looking at? It's me, your little Tiandarin. What the? My golden finger can actually talk. It can also type. Looking at the data, the martial soul devoured section changed to 0. 5. It's indeed useful. This 8th grade martial soul was devoured halfway, giving me 0. 5 points, that's too stingy. Just as I was complaining, a stern voice came from beside me. You little beast, what did you do to Wu? A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire arena. The Grand Elder Yang Wushuang flashed onto the stage. Behind him floated a black gold spear nearly a zhang long, adorned with 7 soul rings. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black. A level 79 soul saint. He glared at me with fiery eyes. That pressure, let me tell you, almost knocked me down on the spot. I cursed in my heart. You old thing, do you think you'll kneel? I am a proud graduate of Hucking, the future ruler of the Douluo continent, and I won't let a mere soul saint bully me. He'll eat you. With a movement of my divine soul power, I shouted frantically at the system. Swallow him. The system seemed to open its invisible mouth and bit down on that black gold spear. There was a light crack sound, and then I heard a scream in my head. Ouch, my teeth. You little brat, are you trying to kill me? You can swallow something of this level? Then there was silence. My head buzzed, and I almost fainted. It's over, I won't blow the system up, will I? I quickly called out in my mind. System? Baby? Dear? Say something. Just when I was about to cry, a line of blood-red words floated out. It hurts so much. And dear? I'm a guy. Enough of nonsense. I need to rest for a while. Phew, as long as it's not dead, as long as it's not dead. At that moment, my grandfather Yang Wudi also came onto the stage, shouting loudly, Grand Elder, what do you want to do? Then, everyone in the arena witnessed a bizarre scene. The imposing Grand Elder, at this moment, was holding his broken soul spear with both hands, staring in terror at the spear tip, motionless. Everyone followed his gaze and instantly gasped in shock. What appeared was the scene from the beginning. The Grand Elder's level 79 soul, St. Martial soul, the black gold broken soul spear, actually had a piece missing from the tip. The Grand Elder was so scared he almost wet himself. He had just intended to use his pressure to make me kneel and embarrass my grandfather. However, as soon as he released the pressure, his soul felt like it had been bitten hard by something, and his soul power instantly dropped a level from 79 to 78. Once my grandfather arrived, I felt reassured. I hid behind him, my heart bursting with joy. I didn't expect my precious system. Oh no, Lord Xiaodian, how formidable, even daring to bite the wuhuan of a soul saint. This is truly an unparalleled lead. The Grand Elder, regaining his composure, realized he could not act against me in front of my grandfather. He could only force an explanation, claiming he had come to check on his grandson. He hastily picked up Yang Wu from the ground and probed with his soul power. Yang Wu awakened, crying out in pain. The Grand Elder's face turned ashen with rage as he rushed towards the Wuhuan temple to conduct a test. His brother, Yang Kai, scampered along behind him. The outcome was predictable. That lad's 8th grade Wuhuan plummeted to a 1st grade, and his innate 9th level soul power was reduced to a mere 1st level. A genius, thus rendered utterly useless by my hand. This enmity has now escalated significantly. Before long, a thunderous roar echoed from the Wuhuan temple. Yang Chun, you little wretch, I will kill you. The Grand Elder, mad with fury, dashed back, a phantom hand of soul power reaching out towards me. I cried out for my grandfather and ran behind him. Fortunately, my grandfather, a soul Dalu, dispersed the hand with a single slap, sending the Grand Elder reeling and spitting blood. The Grand Elder pointed an accusatory finger at my grandfather, cursing that he had secretly incapacitated his grandson to protect my position. I was invigorated by this and boldly responded, Grand Elder, you, a soul saint of 79 levels, claim I, a mere wretch without soul power, not only incapacitated your grandson, but also took a bite out of your Wuhuan? Do you truly believe your own words? Are you insulting the intelligence of our entire clan? Could it be that you and your grandson are merely putting on a show to frame our young clan leader? My argument was sound and rational, causing the clan members to cast wary glances at the Grand Elder. And guess what? They concocted a narrative, shifting the blame onto the Wuhuan temple. They asserted that it must have been the Wuhuan temple that sent someone to sabotage our family's genius. I nearly laughed myself silly at this turn of events. The Wuhuan temple had inadvertently borne the brunt of the blame for me. Finally, I managed to escape the predicament. Upon returning to my room, I called upon the system, but there was no response, and the interface was unresponsive. It seemed that the Wuhuan of the Soul Saint had sustained damage and was in the process of self-repair. Without the system, I felt an emptiness within me. I could not remain in this wretched place. I needed to flee and seek out my 3rd brother. Calculating the time, Tang, since should be 12 years old now, on his way to Shrek Academy. The thought of reuniting with the Shrek 7 monsters filled me with excitement. Tang-san, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mubai, my comrades, are coming. Wait, from this day forth, it shall be the Shrek 8 monsters, and I, Yang Chun, must be the leader. Little San, I have missed you for over a decade. Wait for me. Just as I was fervently yearning for my 3rd brother. Guess what happened? Far away in Suatawa City, Tang, since suddenly sneezed several times. Xiao Wu beside him laughed at him. Hey, little San, did you sense it? Your future big brother is on his way. As the two entered the city, they stumbled upon a Rose Hotel, only to find that there was just one room left. Xiao Wu, carefree as ever, said one room would suffice since they had previously shared accommodations. At that moment, a cold voice interrupted. That room is mine. In walked a golden-haired handsome man accompanied by 2 identical beauties. The man's eyes, possessing a sinister duality, hinted at trouble. This person was Dai Mubai. Xiao Wu's fiery temper erupted, and she pointed at him, demanding he leave. A fierce confrontation seemed imminent. Meanwhile, I tossed and turned in bed, finally dozing off. In my dreams, I led the Shrek 7 monsters in glorious battles, and they sweetly called me Big Brother. Just then, the childish voice in my head chimed in. Little rascal, what beautiful dreams are you having? Have you encountered a lovely maiden? I jolted awake, realizing dawn had broken. My precious system had finally come online. I hurriedly communicated within my mind. Dear, no, darling, you're awake? The childish voice immediately screeched. Little rascal, that's nauseating. I am Lord Xiaotian, not your darling. I chuckled awkwardly. Little Tian, you sound merely 5 or 6 years old. Calling you Lord feels rather aging, doesn't it? Perhaps little Tian sounds better. The voice pondered for a moment and seemed quite earnest. You have a point, but in my memories, everyone used to call me Lord Xiaotian, showing me great respect. You, a useless brat, calling me little Tian feels rather odd. I realized the system was quite proud, negotiating terms with me, claiming it could not accept such a title. I couldn't help but laugh. How amusing that a system would attempt to assert its authority over me. Fine, you wish to be proud. Let me see how I can coax you. I began painting a grand vision for him. Little Tian, I have long perceived you are no ordinary being. You are undoubtedly the most formidable being across the myriad realms. Currently, you may be in a temporary plight. However, consider why you have chosen to attach yourself to me. This signifies that I, too, am a chosen child of destiny. Perhaps I am the reincarnation of your previous master, the most illustrious supreme deity. Henceforth, let us dispense with the formalities of titles. We shall simply address each other by name. In this Douluo continent, we shall be like brothers born of different parents, supporting each other to reclaim our former glory. What do you say? My heartfelt speech rendered Xiaodian speechless. After a long pause, he finally said, "My head aches. I cannot recall anything." "Perhaps you are correct. Fine, I concede. You may call me Little Tian, while I shall refer to you as Little Rascal. As for me calling you Master, that will never happen." I slapped my thigh, realizing that while the title of Lord had been dropped, the label of Little Rascal had been firmly affixed to me. I sought to negotiate further. "Little Tian, Little Rascal sounds rather harsh. Call me Brother Chun. It has a nice ring to it." He retorted sharply, "Little Rascal, you dream too beautifully. Speak to me when you are strong enough." I was met with silence as he abruptly ceased our conversation. I quickly called out, Hey, don't go. How do I utilize your omnipotent transformation ability?" The system interface displayed a message, "Divine soul power required. But omnipotent transformation not activated. Your points are too low. Farewell." To my astonishment, he even bid me farewell in English. I glanced at the interface. My Wuhuan remained that pathetic blade of grass, level 0, but my Wuhuan devouring points had risen to 12. This was undoubtedly the result of my earlier exploits with Yang Wuxuan. Without hesitation, I directed my thoughts, allocating 0.5 points to my level. The interface flashed, level 0.5. There's potential. I steeled myself and invested another 0.5 points. Ding. Level 1. I cannot express the exhilaration I felt at that moment. I was no longer a complete waste. I had achieved the rank of a level 1 soul master, though merely a level 1. It was a breakthrough from 0 to 1. Just as I was reveling in my achievement, someone outside called for me, stating that someone was looking for me at the bridgehead 3 miles away, specifically instructing that I should go alone. Anyone familiar with the script would recognize this cliché. It was evident that Yang Kai was behind this. I chuckled coldly. Just as well, I had just leveled up, and now he had delivered himself to me. Without a second thought, I set off to meet him. Upon reaching the bridgehead, it was indeed Yang Kai waiting for me. He feigned a smile, congratulating me on my first-place victory, claiming he had prepared a gift for me in the nearby grove. I nearly burst out laughing at his theatrics. Fine, I would play along. I smiled brightly. "Thank you, Brother Wu. Please lead the way." Seeing my gullibility, his eyes sparkled with delight as he led me deep into the grove. Just as we entered the forest, he suddenly pointed behind me and shouted, "Brother Chun, what is that?" Simultaneously, his Wuhuan materialized. A pitch-black spear aimed directly at my back. This rascal had dropped all pretense and was attacking me with lethal intent. But I had long anticipated his treachery. I sidestepped swiftly, grinning. What could it be? Merely the harbinger of your demise. As soon as the words left my mouth, I focused my thoughts, system absorb. In the next instant, I assure you, the scene was nothing short of extraordinary. The wretched spear in Yang Kai's hand vanished in a thin air, leaving nothing behind. He stood there, utterly dazed, staring blankly at his empty hands. His expression akin to that of someone who had encountered a ghost. Observing his dismal state sent a jolt through my mind. A surge of resentment that did not belong to me, causing me to shudder. I realized this was the original owner's unwillingness to accept defeat. "All right, my friend. I shall avenge you." With that thought, I seized a large stone nearby and hurled it at the still-dazed Yang Kai. As I turned to flee, I began to yell at the top of my lungs, "Help! The people from Wuhuan Temple are killing folks. The people from Wuhuan Temple have arrived." My performance would have earned me a cigarette from any future movie star. Just as I had not run far, an immense force yanked me back. I turned around to see the elder, Yang Wuxuan, appearing as if from nowhere, his eyes bloodshot and resembling a beast ready to devour. He pulled me toward him and growled, his voice akin to that of a creature emerging from hell. "You little beast, why are you running? Was it you?" My spirit nearly fled in terror. I inwardly screamed, "Grandfather, save me. The fake grandson is about to perish." However, I could not show weakness. My mind raced faster than a CPU, and in a moment of desperation, I shouted, "Elder." It was the Wuhuan Temple. There is an unparalleled master in the woods. You must inform my grandfather. You're no match for him. Yang Wuxuan paused, clearly taken aback, and grasped me, demanding, "Is this true? What does that person look like?" The opportunity had arrived. I quickly recalled the figures from Wuhuan Temple. Qianren Xue? No, that wouldn't do. Ghost Douluo? Ju Douluo? Still incorrect. Yao Hu Laina. She was the one. I immediately began to embellish my tale, saying, "Brother Kai took me into the woods, when suddenly a particularly enchanting woman appeared, beckoning him with her finger. He walked over as if in a trance, and then I blacked out. When I awoke, I saw her spirit, which seemed to have fox ears and a fluffy tail. Yang Wushuang listened intently, clearly recognizing someone. Yet, his expression hardened, perhaps sensing the uncanny coincidence that both of his grandsons were linked to me. He decided it was better to err on the side of caution. Raising his hand to strike me down, I thought to myself, this old man is not following the script. With my life at stake, I activated the system's devour function to its maximum capacity. In the instant his palm was about to descend upon me, the old man trembled violently, his face contorted with the same horror he had exhibited the previous day. He abruptly withdrew his hand and shouted suspiciously into the surroundings. "Who is it? Show yourself." At that moment, a voice rang out, "Elder, what has happened?" My grandfather, Yang Wudi, had arrived. I nearly burst into tears, my heart racing as I had finally evaded a perilous fate. I rushed to him, exclaiming, "Grandfather, an expert from Wuhuan Temple has killed Brother Kai. Had it not been for the elder, I too would have perished." In the end, there was a long exchange, and although Yang Wushuang suspected me, he had no evidence. Coupled with the death of his grandson, who had become a shell of his former self, he left, carrying the body away, aged by decades in an instant. After this incident, I took the opportunity to persuade my grandfather to allow me to venture out and broaden my horizons. He initially intended to assign me bodyguards, but I could not agree to that. That very night, I left a note and fled under the cover of darkness. As fate would have it, I found myself wandering aimlessly in a vast forest, eventually losing my way. Exhausted and weary, I leaned against a large tree and fell asleep. Just as I was drifting into a deep slumber, a loud crash startled me awake, as if justice had fallen from the heavens, causing pain to throb in my chest. I quickly opened my eyes to see an exquisitely delicate little face resting on mine, her eyes tightly shut, long lashes resembling tiny fans, with drool at the corner of her mouth, poised to drip onto my chin. I was momentarily bewildered. Where was I? An ancient forest? How had a little girl fallen from the sky and used me as a mattress? I gently pinched her chubby cheek and called out, "Little sister, wake up." To my surprise, she did not open her eyes, but waved my hand away, mumbling, "Go away, don't disturb the baby's sleep." Then she rolled over, wrapping her arms around my neck, and that drool splattered accurately onto my chin. I had completely lost my temper. Looking at her adorable sleeping face, I thought, well, I'm not fully awake either. Snuggling with such a little darling for a bit longer wouldn't be a loss. So I held her tighter, and we both dozed off beneath the great tree. I'm uncertain how long it had been when I was jolted awake by a tickle in my nose, sneezing loudly. Upon opening my eyes, I found a little girl already awake, playfully poking my nostrils with a blade of grass. When she saw that I was awake, she burst into laughter, her giggles ringing like silver bells, delightful to hear. I pinched her nose and teased, "You little rascal, whose child are you?" She clung to my neck, unwilling to let go. With no alternative, I braced myself and sat up, and she clambered onto me like a koala. I feigned a stern expression and said, "Go home and find your mother, don't cling to me." No sooner had the words left my mouth than her little mouth quivered, and she burst into tears. "My mother is gone. I can't find her. Big brother, don't chase me away." Her tears, large as beans, cascaded down, soaking me completely. I was at a loss for what to do when the little girl cast a sly glance at me, and seeing my lack of reaction, began to cry even louder, kicking her legs in distress. My mother doesn't want me anymore, and now Big Brother doesn't want me either. I'm so pitiful. The wails were thunderous, and to my astonishment, all the birds and beasts nearby gathered, their eyes glistening with tears, joining her in weeping. It was as if she had become the queen of tears among the animal kingdom. How could I withstand such a scene? I quickly surrendered. All right. Don't cry anymore. Big Brother won't chase you away." Immediately, she stopped crying, her eyes sparkling as she asked, "Really?" and extended her pinky for a pinky swear. Reluctantly, I hooked my pinky with hers. She instantly broke into a broad smile and shouted to the surrounding animals, "I won. You can all go now." The birds and bees scattered in an instant, leaving the area clean. In that moment, I felt completely ensnared by this little girl, as if I had become hers. I stared at her and asked, "Was that intentional? Why are you following me?" She giggled, "Big Brother, you're so cute. I don't know why, but the moment I saw you 2 days ago, I knew I had to follow you." Looking at her innocent smile, a tender part of my heart felt as if it had been poked, and with a sigh, I pulled her into an embrace. We wandered together, chatting as we roamed through the vast forest. After 2 hours, I suddenly heard voices ahead. Xiao Ao, let's see your third spirit ring skill. Enough, enough. What is there to fear? The soul skills can't possibly be more ridiculous than the first two, right? Well, I have a mushroom sausage. Hearing those words sent a thrill through me. Oscar? Mushroom sausage? Wasn't he that from the Shrek 7 monsters? I had inadvertently stumbled into the Stardow forest and encountered Tang San and his companions. Truly, fortune favored me. I had traveled a great distance, and my purpose was to seek them out. Suppressing my excitement, I listened to their conversation until Tang San awakened from his cultivation and said, Teacher Zhao, I fear we cannot leave yet. I knew the moment had arrived. I adjusted my attire and strode out of the forest, projecting my voice with all its might. Greetings, Teacher Zhao, Brother Mubai, Brother Tang San, and greetings to the lovely sisters Xiao Wu, Rong Rong, and Zhu Qing. I am Yanshen, the leader of the Shrek 8 monsters. I apologize for keeping you waiting. My voice echoed, startling all 8 of them. They turned simultaneously, gazing at me and the little girl perched on my chest, as if I were an extraterrestrial. To their astonishment, I had called each of their names. Regardless of the circumstances, I disregarded all else and gently pulled the little girl away from me. With open arms, I rushed towards Tang San, enveloping him in a warm embrace while exclaiming with passionate fervor, Brother Tang San, after all these years, I have missed you dearly. Tang San appeared utterly bewildered by my affectionate gesture, his dark, gleaming eyes regarding me as if I were a fool. Sensing the peculiar atmosphere, I turned around to find everyone else wearing expressions of disbelief. The little girl in my arms had covered her face and crouched down, muttering softly, How mortifying! I do not know you. With a hint of uncertainty, Tang San asked, Do we know each other? This prompted an eruption of laughter among the crowd. Yet, I fixed my gaze upon his eyes and confidently asserted, Of course we know each other. We are comrades who can entrust our backs to one another. Osika laughed the loudest. Haha, brother, are you saying you are a leader? Does that mean you have the strongest fists? Everyone noticed my mere first-level soul power, and they awaited the spectacle of my embarrassment. I inwardly scoffed at the thought of engaging in a brawl with them. That would be beneath me. Instead, I activated my mystical persona and smiled slightly. Indeed, power is paramount, but strength encompasses more than mere martial prowess. I first addressed Dai Mubai, Brother Mubai, regarding those twin sisters from Suatua City. Shall I discuss the matter in detail with Sister Zhu Qing? Dai Mubai's complexion instantly paled, frozen in place. As Ma Hongjuan attempted to approach, I grinned mischievously. Juandi, have you not visited that nest of chickens lately? Would you like me to introduce you to someone experienced? Ma Hongjuan's face turned crimson to the roots of his neck. Unable to contain himself, Osika was about to speak when I interjected, Little O, how did it feel when you called Rong Rong in your dreams? Osika was so startled that he stumbled back, his gaze towards Rong Rong shifting dramatically. In an instant, the 4 men, save for Tang San, were entirely under my control. I looked at them with pride, proclaiming, My greatest ability lies in my foresight, the capacity to predict the future. This is the truest form of power. Tang San's eyes flickered with uncertainty, his feet shifting as he hesitated, clearly afraid that I might unveil the secret of his transmigration. Finally, the formidable boss, the unmoved King Zhao Wuji, made his entrance. With a stern expression, he approached me, Boy, speak of my embarrassing moments. If you get it right, I will let you go. Could I indulge him? I bowed slightly and smiled. Teacher Zhao, on the night 13 days ago, I hadn't finished my sentence. Zhao Wuji's face turned a sickly shade of green, as if he had swallowed a fly, and he bellowed at me, Silence. Leave his place at once. That night, he had been beaten to a pulp by Tong Hao, a memory he would never forget. I was taken aback. I had come seeking refuge with them. How could I leave? I quickly called out, Teacher Zhao, does your academy not recruit extraordinary talents? Please allow me to join. I assumed my eloquent speech would elicit their enthusiastic acceptance. But to my astonishment, Zhao Wuji, Tang San, and Dai Mubai, along with 6 others, shouted in unison. So perfectly synchronized, it was akin to a military parade. No, absolutely not. I was left dumbfounded. This was not the script I anticipated. Why were they reacting this way? Did they find me too capable? Their gazes were akin to those directed at an alien creature, as if my extensive knowledge rendered me a living surveillance entity. Fearing that a mere slip of the tongue would result in a live broadcast, my composure nearly faltered, and I forced a smile toward Zhao Wuji, Teacher Zhao. Could you please make an exception? I swear I will keep my mouth shut. Yet, to my dismay, the old stubborn man paid no heed. waving his hand dismissively as if shooing away flies out. No more chatter, leave immediately. Alas, it seemed I had been treated as a pariah, each one wishing for my immediate disappearance. Fine, if I was unwelcome here, there would be another place for me. Gritting my teeth, I declared, since you do not believe in me, I shall take my leave. But heed my warning, depart quickly, for calamity is imminent. With that, I swiftly pulled Tong San into a small grove, ready to share some clandestine words between brothers. Leaning close to his ear, I whispered, third brother, I find myself in need of a protective item. What was it called? The Zhuge Lian. You know what I mean. May I borrow it for a while? To my astonishment, Tong San turned pale at my request, his expression akin to one who had encountered a ghost in broad daylight, his body stiffening as he stumbled backward. W, what did you say? I don't understand. I swiftly wrapped my arm around his shoulder and reassured him. Fear not, my friend. Your secret is safer with me than locked in a vault. I am someone you can wholly trust. I was unsure which words resonated with him. But after a deep breath and a prolonged moment of contemplation, he unexpectedly nodded emphatically. With a swift motion, he produced a dark box and handed it to me. To my delight, it was indeed the Zhuge Lian. This weapon was a lethal tool of the Tang sect, capable of piercing through gold and shattering stone within a 50-meter range. Truly formidable. My heart swelled with joy, overwhelmed that he had placed such trust in me. I immediately embraced him, exclaiming, third brother, I acknowledge you as my brother. I shall support you in ascending to the pinnacle of the continent and achieving divinity. Tong San was momentarily taken aback by my exuberance, but he reciprocated the embrace with sincerity, stating, Brother Yang, I believe in you. We are brothers. I patted his back, urging him to return quickly. Hurry back, for the main event is about to unfold, and your presence is essential. Remember to speak highly of me in front of them. Once Tong San departed, I felt elated. Having secured the main character, was not the world of Dalu now mine to traverse? I held the Zhuge Shennu, examining it with adoration, unable to part from this life-saving artifact. At that moment, the little sprite, Mayer, bounded over, pointing at the crossbow. Big brother, what is this? It looks so ugly. Throw it away. I nearly choked on my own breath. How could she suggest discarding such a unique treasure from Dalu? As I contemplated how to conceal this invaluable item, a sudden chill ran through me. I recalled vividly that the Forest King, the Titan Great Ape, would soon come seeking Xiaowu. I could not afford to be a mere pawn in this divine confrontation. I needed to flee swiftly. Clutching Mayer, I dashed away, but barely half an hour had passed when I felt the earth tremble violently beneath me. When I looked up, I was completely frozen in place. There stood a 15-meter-tall gorilla, as massive as a small mountain, directly in front of me. This was the very creature I had sought to evade, and instead, I had encountered it head-on. The Titan Great Ape, a sole beast of millennia, a tidal, dull-level existence, could blow me away with a mere breath. Just as I contemplated employing my Earth Escape technique, the little ancestor Mayer called out, Big brother, look, what a big, ugly gorilla. My heart sank, it was over. This creature could understand human speech. I hurriedly summoned my external aid, but it responded, Bro, I genuinely can assist you this time. Handle it yourself. If you can run, then run. Oh, dear heavens. I could only muster my courage and bow respectfully to the Titan. Great Titan, the child is but a little one and does not know better. Please do not hold it against her. Before I could finish my sentence, Mayer began to provoke the situation further. Big brother, take me to climb on its head. It must be so much fun. At that moment, I felt as if I were facing imminent doom. Little ancestor, could you please remain silent? Yet, what followed shattered my perception of reality. After Mayer's words, the Titan Great Ape suddenly shuddered and, to my astonishment, knelt down before me. Its massive head lowered until it touched the ground. I stood there in complete disbelief. The king of the forest had knelt before me? Mira, unconcerned by the gravity of the situation, gleefully squealed and began to climb onto the giant's ear. The Titan, showing remarkable awareness, extended its enormous hand to securely lift both of us onto its head. In the next moment, I felt the wind rushing past my ears, and the trees on either side were flying backward. The little girl Mayer has whimsically treated the king of the forest as if it were a shared bicycle. My mind was instantly overwhelmed. A surge of bloodline pressure. This tiny creature is certainly not human. She is a divine beast, one that can compel the Titan Great Ape to kneel. Suddenly, a terrifying thought struck me. Could she be the Tianshan Tonglao, who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years? A grandmother disguised as a lowly, clinging to me and showering me with affection? I felt an instant sensation akin to ants crawling on my skin, and goosebumps erupted all over. After playing for a while, Mayer grew bored and patted the giant ape on the head, prompting it to lower us to the ground. The giant ape complied, as if it had received a royal decree, and even made a few affectionate sounds towards Mayer before departing. Once the giant ape left, I looked at the grinning Mayer hanging around my neck, and my face turned pale. Noticing my expression, she leaned in and gave me a kiss on the forehead. In that moment, I imagined a wrinkled, old face approaching me and nearly fainted. I could no longer contain my curiosity and, trembling, asked her, "May I inquire about your age?" To my surprise, her brows furrowed, and she began to cry, stating she had no memory of her past and had only been in this forest for half a year, with her mother missing. I sighed in relief. Thank goodness she wasn't an ancient crone. The alarm was lifted. As long as she wasn't a centuries-old monster, I could accept her as a divine beast. Just as I felt a weight lift from my heart, another alarming thought struck me. I recalled that in the original tale, Tang San faced the man-faced demon spider alone, surviving against all odds and ultimately succeeding with the help of the Zhuge crossbow. And now the crossbow was with me. Was I about to inadvertently eliminate the protagonist? Oh no, could I become a time criminal, altering history? I needed to find him quickly. In my haste to locate Tang San, I suddenly heard sounds of combat ahead, accompanied by an old woman shouting, "Be careful, that's a 4,000-year-old man-faced demon spider." My heart sank. That spider was only supposed to be 2,000 years old in the story. How had it leveled up? A 4,000-year-old spider would be beyond Tang San's capabilities. Even with the crossbow, the butterfly effect was too severe. As I contemplated following the commotion, a mocking voice interrupted. "Oh, there are two little ones here? I like that." My heart raced. It was a bandit ambush. Just as I considered fleeing, four figures surrounded me. Upon checking my system, I was shocked to find one at level 10, another at level 13, one at level 19, and the leader was a level 25 Great Soul Master. Their gazes resembled those of hungry diners eyeing a buffet, and they even mentioned feeling a bit famished, which made me want to vomit. However, my system companion, Xiao Tian, was even more excited. "Fantastic. Experience packages have arrived. Take them down. Absorb them for soul power." With the backing of my system, I felt emboldened. I grinned at them and began to play my part. "Gentlemen, I see darkness clouding your fates. Today, you are destined for disaster." Unfazed, the level 13 Soul Master revealed his martial spirit, a black iron claw, and lunged at me. I feigned terror and shouted for mercy, mentally urging Xiao Tian, "Absorb." The invisible power of absorption activated instantly, and with a shriek, the attacker clutched his head and collapsed, convulsing, his martial spirit disappearing. Checking my system panel, I saw my martial spirit absorption points had increased by 0. 2. The other two, sensing danger, rushed at me with a spear and a knife. I shouted, "Bring it on," and turned my body for a double absorption. In an instant, two more figures lay on the ground, writhing and screaming. Now, only the level 25 Great Soul Master remained. Completely petrified, he assumed a position of supplication, bowing frantically and pleading for mercy. "Senior, spare me. I was blind to your greatness." I had a sudden inspiration. Clearing my throat, I mimicked an expert's tone. "Young one, my master is too lazy to meet you. However, he has a peculiar interest in various martial spirits. Show him your martial spirit, and I shall let you go." The frightened man, without a hint of doubt, bowed repeatedly and promptly displayed his martial spirit. A hoe. Looking at the spinning hoe in the air, I chuckled. "Very well. I shall graciously accept this." After absorbing all four of them, I checked my system panel again. My absorption points had risen to 1. 3. I felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and questioned Xiao Tian. I absorbed a total of 67 levels of soul power from them, yet my points only increased by 1. 1? I need 1 point to level up. Are you shortchanging me? Xiao Tian exploded, launching into an explanation, stating that their soul power was inferior, filled with impurities, akin to gutter oil. The system purified and compressed it into the highest quality extra virgin olive oil. Although the quantity was small, the quality was top-notch, ensuring no bottlenecks in future upgrades, making ascension to divinity effortless. Upon hearing this, I had an epiphany. Of course, this was purification. Henceforth, I would specifically target those with formidable martial spirits. For instance, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon or the Haotian Hammer. Tang Hao and Yu Xiaozhang's martial spirits seemed particularly intriguing. Just as I reveled in my future plans, a golden light flashed above my head, My martial spirit had finally awakened. I was ecstatic, thinking it might be something earth-shattering. However, upon closer inspection, I was met with the sight of a fluffy dogtail grass swaying atop my head. I was stunned. Really, I was at a loss for words. My mind even conjured up content from a middle school biology textbook. Dogtail grass, effects, dispels wind and brightens the eyes, clears heat and promotes urination. Wait, who understands this? I'm fighting for my life here, and my martial spirit is meant to address potential urinary issues in the future. I'm only 6 years old. I'm not even at the age where such concerns arise. The little one Mayor was delighted, reaching out to grab the grass on my head, exclaiming, "Big brother, this is so much fun." I quickly focused my thoughts and elevated the dogtail grass martial spirit. After all, it was my only martial spirit. Though it was a bit useless, I couldn't let her treat it as a toy and pull it out. As I wallowed in my frustration, I noticed a small bird flying overhead. I thought, no matter how useless, it's still a second-level martial spirit, so why not give it a try? I concentrated, and the dogtail grass whipped like a whip, striking the bird with a crack. In the next moment, I was nearly wide-eyed with shock. The bird let out a horrific scream and exploded into a cloud of blood mist in midair. I was dumbfounded, utterly bewildered. How could this be? Wasn't this meant for dispelling heat and promoting urination? Why did it also possess physical prowess? I refused to believe it and struck a nearby sapling, which shattered into a flurry of wood shavings with a single blow. Holding the light dogtail grass, I felt as if it weighed hundreds of pounds. Mayor clapped in excitement. "Big brother is amazing. Use this to beat the bad guys. Make them cry for their mothers." It suddenly dawned on me. This wasn't the martial spirit's strength, but rather the soul power I had absorbed after Xiao Tian's purification. This was premium soul power. Xiao Tian's voice echoed in my mind. "Humph, country bumpkin. Now you realize my greatness, don't you?" I immediately turned into a sycophant. "Incredible, incredible. Xiao Tian, you're amazing. By the way, the name Dogtail Grass is too rustic for your identity. Let us give it a more imposing name." Xiao Tian feigned contemplation and replied, "The martial spirit is merely a vessel. The soul power is the essence. Henceforth, it shall be known as the God-whipping whip." The God-whipping whip. Upon hearing this, I was instantly ignited with enthusiasm. Wasn't that the divine weapon wielded by Jiangxia in the Fengshen Bang meant to rectify all grievances? Very well, henceforth, it shall be known as the God-whipping whip. With my divine whip in hand, I envisioned conquering the vast Dalu, toppling every title Dalu and deity with but a single strike. Immersed in my grandiose fantasies, I suddenly realized, alas, in my whimsical reverie, I had neglected the peril of Tang San and his formidable human-faced demon spider. If I tarried any longer, the opportunity would slip away. I dashed off, but the Stardow forest was akin to a labyrinth. After running for what felt like an eternity, I found myself back at the starting point, even spotting the remnants of the Wu brothers' feast. This was it. I was utterly lost. In my state of panic, Mayor suddenly spoke up. "Silly brother, why didn't you say so earlier? I thought you were just wandering about to lose weight. I know where that big spider went. I can smell it." I was nearly brought to my knees. Could it be that her sense of smell rivaled military-grade GPS? Elated, I urged, "Quick, Mayor, lead me to it." Swiftly, under Mayor's guidance, I sprinted for nearly an hour before she quietly announced, "Big brother, it's just ahead." I immediately slowed my pace. Crouching as I approached, beneath the moonlight, there crawled a massive spider, over 1.5 meters in diameter, with 8 legs resembling spears. Scanning the area, I found no corpses and breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Tang San had not yet arrived. As I took a moment to catch my breath, I heard footsteps and heavy breathing nearby. Looking up, I was met with the sight of Tang San, leaning against a tree, fervently gulping from his water pouch. I thought to return the Zhuge crossbow to him, for in his hands, it was a weapon of great destruction. Yet before I could act, the human-faced demon spider lunged forward. Its 8 legs moved like shadows, swiftly darting towards Tang San, aiming to strike. Tang San was quick to react, rolling away just in time. His purple extreme magic eyes instantly recognized the creature. This was the human-faced demon spider, the best third spirit ring his teacher Yu Xiaojiang had mentioned. He noticed it was severely injured, having exhausted its webbing. What a prime opportunity. Tang San resolved to capture it that day. He summoned his blue silvergrass, intending to ensnare the spider, but then froze, his face draining of color. He remembered that his ultimate weapon, the Zhuge crossbow, was now in my possession. I understood his panic. Without it, he stood no chance against this ancient demon spider. Just then, the spider, enraged, unleashed a flash of purple light, instantly corroding the blue-silver grass. It broke free, raising its legs high, preparing to strike with lethal intent. With no other choice, Tang San hurled dozens of steel needles. But they were easily deflected, infuriating the spider even more. Desperate, he summoned a small black hammer, the Haotian hammer, and swung it at the spider's chest. The hammer grew immensely in the air, wielding tremendous force, weighing at least 500 pounds. What happened next was beyond belief. With a thunderous crash, the Haotian hammer struck the human-faced demon spider with all its might. Yet, to my astonishment, the spider merely screeched and did not budge an inch. In contrast, Tang San, having expended all his energy, was left utterly defenseless. He closed his eyes in despair, likely cursing my meddling. At the very moment when the spider's leg was poised to pierce through his body, I sprang into action. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, I leaped forward, wrapping my arms around him and rolling to the side. The force of my charge caused my lips to accidentally brush against his face. With a resounding crack, the spider's leg plunged deep into the ground where we had just been. Tang San opened his eyes to find my face mere inches from his. His expression one of utter bewilderment. Having narrowly escaped death, this hardened warrior's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I pushed him away, shouting, "Brother San, get back." Simultaneously, I fumbled to retrieve the black box, urgently exclaiming, "Brother San, how do I use this?" Before I could finish, the spider lunged at us once more. There was no time to evade. In a moment of reckless impulse, I brandished my dogtail grass, my divine whip, against the human-faced demon spider. Tang San, upon seeing me wield the grass, wore a look of bitter resignation, likely thinking, "It's over, I'm just a burden now." He had resigned himself to his fate. However, just as he anticipated our imminent demise, a thunderous boom erupted. The several hundred-pound spider was sent soaring 2 meters into the air by my seemingly insubstantial dogtail grass. I was momentarily stunned, but survival instincts kicked in. I recalled how Tang San had used the Juga crossbow, and I frantically pulled the trigger. A barrage of 48 poison bolts, akin to a Gatling gun, struck its most vulnerable abdomen and 8 eyes. The spider let out a wail before crashing down and thrashing violently. I gazed at my hands, then at the spider on the ground, murmuring to myself, "So that works too?" By this point, Tang San was still trying to grasp the situation. He climbed to his feet and pulled me away to safety. We exchanged glances, both bearing expressions of relief, and then simultaneously burst into laughter. In that moment, a profound bond of camaraderie was forged, as we shared a mutual smile. The atmosphere shifted slightly when Mayer came bounding over, curiosity etched on her face. "Big brother, you two were just hugging, and now you're holding hands, gazing at each other so affectionately. I can't help but feel like this is quite the predicament. What about my mother?" Tang San and I felt our faces flush as we hastily released our grip. I chuckled, lifting Mayer and playfully tapping her head. "What on earth is going on in that little head of yours? My orientation is perfectly normal." Yet, what Mayer said next made my heart sink. With wide eyes, she remarked, "But big brother, you almost died under that little spider's leg. Such a weak creature could hurt you?" In an instant, I understood. I had risked everything to save Tang San, and for her, it might have seemed like a trivial matter. I quickly laughed it off, knowing her true identity must remain concealed from him. Amidst the commotion, a dreadful realization struck me. The Soul Master must personally slay a spirit beast to absorb its spirit ring. Technically, I had killed that spider. Panic surged within me as I grabbed Tang San and urged him toward the spider. "Brother San, hurry. While it's still alive, you must finish it off. Otherwise, you won't be able to absorb the spirit ring." Tang San shook his head. "Chengge, you saved my life. I cannot take this spirit ring." I was nearly beside myself with frustration. This spirit ring was not merely a ring to Tang San. It would transform into the external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, one of his most crucial trump cards. If he did not absorb it, the entire narrative of Douluo Dalu would spiral into chaos. What would become of me? The time traveler then? Desperation took hold as I shouted, "You must take it. This is your fate. Your 3rd spirit ring is tied to it. By absorbing it, you will gain an external spirit bone. That is 1 in a billion. If you refuse, you will face dire consequences. I implore you kill it. By doing so, you save my life. The reasons behind this are a great secret, but you will understand in time." I was on the verge of tears. My performance, so convincing that I almost believed it myself. Tang San was bewildered by my frantic demeanor, his gaze filled with confusion, likely wondering what had come over me. Yet, he nodded, retrieving a handful of poison needles from his waist and aimed them at the barely breathing demon spiderous eyes. I cheered him on, excitement bubbling within me as if I were a devoted fan. Yes. Well done. Give him more. Use the deadliest poison. Finally, when a human-faced demon spider lay utterly defeated, a purple-black spirit ring emerged, and I exhaled in relief. It was done. The gears of fate had been forcibly set back on track by me. I cautioned Tang San that this item is over 4,000 years old, and absorbing it poses significant dangers. I advised him to wait for the teacher before proceeding. He expressed concern that the soul ring might vanish, and I immediately fell into my role as a fortune teller, confidently assuring him, "Rest assured, I have foreseen it. Your teacher will arrive shortly." However, before their arrival, 3 unexpected guests were on their way. He indeed believed me, and finally he asked the long-held question, "Chun-ge, can you tell me how Xiao Wu is doing now?" I chuckled inwardly, thinking, here it comes. I feigned reluctance, stating, "I can indeed tell, but my mood is off, so my predictions may not be accurate." He looked bewildered. "Huh? Chun-ge, your mood is bad? What can I do to cheer you up?" I gazed at him solemnly. "Listen to yourself, calling me Brother Yang. How distant. Given our relationship, you should call me Chun-ge." Realization dawned on Tang San. He smacked his forehead. "It's my fault. Chun-ge, Chun-ge, is your mood better now?" Satisfied, I laughed heartily, draped my arm over his shoulder, and pretended to calculate, mumbling incantations, which made Tang San anxious and fidgety. After a while, I finally opened my eyes. "Fear not, third brother, Xiao Wu is safe. She hasn't lost a single hair and has even acquired a new soul ring. She will return soon." Tang San was so excited he nearly leaped up. But just then, a voice echoed in my mind. "You rascal, do you want your brother to die?" With his physique, absorbing this 4,500-year-old soul ring would mean certain death. My heart sank. Was it that serious? What to do? He absolutely needed this soul ring. The voice chuckled. "There is a way, and it comes at your expense. Your devouring system can not only consume martial spirits and the soul power of soul beasts, but also soul rings. Just go over and absorb the excess soul power from this ring." I was taken aback. Could it be done this way? I quickly inquired, "How much?" "He can only handle about 1,900 years. Just absorb the extra 2,600 years." Joy filled me, and I rushed to the soul ring, feigning examination while silently chanting, "Devour." In an instant, a powerful and violent energy surged into my body, threatening to tear me apart, but the next moment, my system instantly purified and absorbed the energy, leaving no consequence. I was reveling in the experience when Tang San suddenly exclaimed, his face filled with disbelief, "Wait, Chun-ge, why has the soul ring of the man-faced demon spider suddenly weakened? Its radiance has dimmed significantly." I was startled. How could he discern that from such a distance? Especially at night? Tang San's purple extreme magic eyes were like a human soul power detector. As soon as he spoke, I felt an aura of divination envelop me, and I began my performance. I dramatically pointed my fingers, closed my eyes, and pretended to decipher. "Third brother, do not panic. I just divined. This is nothing." "You thought this was a Millennium Soul Ring?" "Incorrect. This was originally 4,500 years old. Deadly indeed, something you cannot withstand. Now that it has weakened on its own, is this not tailor-made for you? Who among us understands? This is immense fortune, falling directly into your lap. This is destiny. Do you grasp it? The heavens are feeding you." Tang San, a miracle in his own right for having traversed worlds, believed my mystical rhetoric without doubt, and beamed at me in admiration. "Chun-ge, it's wonderful to have you. I don't even need to think." Upon hearing this, I felt a jolt in my heart. This wouldn't do. Tang San was destined to become a deity, relying on intellect and willpower. He must not develop a dependency on me, turning into a naive soul who only calls for help. I needed to retreat, allowing him to cultivate independently. Moreover, Yu Xiaojing's so-called master theories, while impressive sounding, were intended for ordinary talents. As someone with an extraordinary advantage, my growth should be wild and unrestrained. Mingling with him would squander my potential. With my second-level soul power and the ability to devour all things, the Stardew Forest would serve as my buffet. I must remain and diligently level up, at least obtaining 2 soul rings, evolving into a great soul master before seeking them. With Tang San as my insider, entering Shrek Academy would be a breeze. With these thoughts in mind, I I promptly decided to slip away, telling Tang-san, "Third brother, I have some personal matters to attend to, so I won't be returning with you. Rest assured, once I finish, I will come to Shrek Academy to find you very soon." With that, I waved my hand and began to leave with Mayer. The little girl, unable to restrain herself, giggled and called to Tang-san, "Big brother, won't you give your third brother one last hug before you go?" I plunged into the forest without looking back, but my heart was clear. The script was already written. As soon as I left, the Dragon King and the Snake Lady's clan would undoubtedly come charging in. Sure enough, as Tang-san prepared to absorb the soul ring, 3 figures sprang from the forest. 2 he recognized, the Snake Lady, who had previously attempted to steal the snake, and her granddaughter, Meng Iran, who always sought to compare herself to Tang-san. The third was an old man wielding a dragon-headed cane, his face lined with wrinkles, exuding an aura of 2 meters 8, adorned with 8 soul rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple, 3 black, a soul. Duh. Who else could this be but Long Gong Meng Shu? Tang-san's heart sank. Indeed, enemies crossed paths. Upon seeing the corpse of the man-faced demon spider, Meng Iran exploded, pointing at Tang-san and scolding, "Why are you here again? You are ruining my plans." Tang-san was baffled and asked, "What do you mean?" The Snake Lady sneered from the side, "We have been pursuing this man-faced demon spider." Only then did Tang-san comprehend. They must have severely injured it, which is why he had found it. His mind raced, and he boldly asserted, "Indeed, it was I alone who killed it with a hidden weapon." At that moment, Long Gong stepped forward, his gaze piercing like X-rays, scanning Tang-san from head to toe, coldly stating, "Kid, even if this demon spider was severely injured by me, it is not within your limited soul power to slay it. Moreover, it was originally a 4,000-year-old being. Why is the energy of this soul ring now less than 2,000 years? Explain yourself." Good heavens, the old fox was indeed cunning. Tang-san was momentarily at a loss for words. He couldn't possibly say that I, Chenggu, had intervened to weaken the soul ring. Just as he was in a tight spot, he suddenly recalled my words. Zhao Wujia, the teacher, would arrive any moment. Instantly, he felt reassured and managed a wry smile. "You must be Long Gong, right? I have no idea what happened, but it just weakened on its own." Long Gong, observing the flicker in his eyes, became enraged. "Kid, dare you play tricks before me? Seeking death." With that, he raised his hand as if to strike him down. The pressure of a soul bore down on Tang-san, who felt as though he were being encased in cement, unable to move. He desperately cried out, "Chenggu, did you miscalculate? Is teacher Zhao not coming?" Just then, a powerful voice echoed from the distance. "Long Gong, have mercy." It was Zhao Wujia. Tang-san's anxious heart instantly calmed. In that moment, my image in his mind transformed from that of a mere charlatan to that of a deity whose predictions were infallible. Meanwhile, I, accompanied by Mayer, delved deeper into the forest. As I walked, I opened my system panel. Goodness, my devouring point skyrocketed from 03 to 131. This meant I had essentially harvested 2,600 years of soul power from the man-faced demon spider, and after purification by Xiao Tian, I had gained a staggering 101 points. I felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. From now on, leveling up would rely on hunting soul beasts rather than absorbing from soul masters. Otherwise, if I had to absorb others' martial spirits to level up, what would be the difference from being a rogue? Now that I could rely on defeating monsters to gain levels, my moral burden vanished in an instant. With a thought, I directly exchanged the points for soul power. The number in the level column changed from 2 to 3. I was now a 3rd level soul master. Although it was merely a single level increase, the sensation was exhilarating. With pride, I unleashed my Dogtail, grass martial spirit, swaying it above my head. To my surprise, having leveled up, my divine whip had indeed grown slightly in stature. Previously, I had held it in disdain, but now as I grasped it and examined it repeatedly, I found myself enamored. Just as I was basking in my own triumph, 2 faint green lights flickered ominously from the nearby thicket, reminiscent of will-o'-the-wisps. Startled, I wondered what they could be. Strangely, though I could not see clearly, an image of a wolf emerged unbidden in my mind. In the blink of an eye, that wolf lunged at me with ferocity. It was a terror wolf, nearly a century old, and seeing my mere 3rd level spirit power, it likely perceived me as an easy midnight snack. Eager to test the might of my 3rd level divine whip, I swung it at its forehead without a moment's hesitation. The wolf, seemingly undeterred by my grass weapon, howled defiantly and charged at me, perhaps thinking, "Is this human quite mad?" The result was a sharp crack. The terror wolf let out a wail, plummeting from the air and convulsing twice before lying still. Approaching, I was astounded to find that I had shattered its skull, its brain matter oozing out. I stood dumbfounded. Was I truly this formidable? Quickly, I chanted Devour in my mind, absorbing the spirit power that emanated from the wolf's body. Checking my status panel, I saw my points had increased by 0.03. Though modest, even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. My spirit ignited with fervor. If 1 was insufficient, I would slay 10. If 10 fell short, I would take down 100. Just as I finished this thought, a sense of foreboding washed over me. I suddenly realized that I could perceive the darkness around me, not with my eyes, but with my mind. My spirit power had transformed into a radar. Upon closing my eyes and concentrating, the scene within a 10-meter radius materialized hazily in my mind. Astonished, I thought, is this not a simplified version of divine perception? Just as I was reveling in this newfound ability, a chill coursed through me, sensing imminent danger. With a sweep of my spirit power, I broke out in a cold sweat. All around me, emerald eyes glowed menacingly. I had been surrounded by a pack of terror wolves. Cursing my own misfortune, I dared not linger. Gripping my dogtail grass, I charged forward. With 2 swift strikes, I felt 2 more. However, the wolves were relentless, closing in with gaping maws aimed at my arms and legs. Fear surged within me, and I shouted, leaping into the air, grabbing a branch to swing above their heads. Unfortunately, I felt a sharp pain in my foot. One of the wolves had bitten me. Snatching away my shoe, a throng of wolves stood below, gazing up with howls that sent my heart racing. I quickly called out to my system, Xiaotian, please save me. To my dismay, it coldly retorted, figure it out yourself. If you cannot handle a few pests, what use are you? Grateful for the support, I clung to the tree while evading the wolves, striking down a few more with my whip. Suddenly, the branch creaked ominously. To make matters worse, the remaining wolves began howling, and from afar, I heard more wolf cries approaching. At least 100 were on their way. I felt despair creeping in. Was I a future deity destined to perish here, reduced to mere wolf dung? With a crack, the branch snapped, and I plummeted to the ground. I screamed, my life is over. Shielding my head with my arms, ready to meet my demise. To my astonishment, a soft, sleepy voice emerged from beneath me. Big brother, what are you doing? You landed right on my bottom. I realized that Mayer, who had been sleeping in my arms, had been jolted awake. As I opened my eyes, a miracle unfolded. All the wolves had retreated, lying on the ground, gazing at us with awe in their eyes. It dawned on me that Mayer possessed a bloodline suppression. She had saved my life. Rubbing her eyes, she looked at the wolf pack and giggled. Did a bunch of little wolf cubs scare my big brother? Come on, apologize to him. As soon as she finished speaking, the entire pack bowed their heads to the ground in unison. I hastily urged Mayer to send them away, feeling exasperated. With the crisis averted, I breathed a sigh of relief and looked down to tend to the wound on my foot. Mayer leaned in curiously and exclaimed, Big brother, your blood smells so delicious. My scalp tingled with alarm as I eyed her warily. Have you ever tasted human blood? She replied with disdain. The flesh of those humans is sour and foul, and their blood is rancid. I would never eat that. Unlike Big Brother's blood, which is fragrant. I shivered. You don't mean to drink my blood, do you? She laughed. Big Brother is going to be my future daddy. Why would I drink your blood? Mayer is a good girl. I was left utterly stunned. Who is your father? I absorbed the spirit power from the wolves I had slain, gaining a few more points. This Douluo forest was indeed fraught with peril at every turn. The following day, I ventured deeper into the forest. As evening fell, I suddenly heard the ground rumbling ominously. Bolstered by Mayer as my talisman, I cautiously approached and was astounded to witness a colossal snake, as thick as a barrel, locked in combat with a majestic bird that blotted out the sun. The bird, akin to a fighter jet, swooped down, its 2-meter-long beak piercing the snake's body, creating a bloody hole. The giant snake retaliated fiercely, spewing toxic mist, while its massive tail whipped like a long whip, shaking the earth. I was engrossed in the spectacle when another, even louder bird call echoed from afar, heralding the arrival of an even larger bird. The two birds were evidently a mated pair. Upon seeing the female injured, the male bird erupted in fury, launching a sonic assault at the snake. The giant snake was forced out, and the 3 ancient soul beasts engaged in a brutal battle, blood and flesh flying. In the midst of the chaos, the female bird was accidentally struck by the snake's tail, crashing to the ground lifeless. The male, witnessing this, went into a frenzy, ignoring the poison as he drove his beak into the giant snake's skull, ensuring their mutual demise. With both the snake and the male bird perishing, it landed beside its fallen mate, mourning with a sorrowful cry that brought tears to my eyes as a grown man. Finally, it kissed its beloved with its beak and soared into the sky, diving headfirst to crash into the ground, a tragic end to their love. I stood there dumbfounded. Truly, in the year 2025, I was moved to my core by the love of two soul beasts. What is love? That it compels one to embrace death. Compared to them, the fleeting romances of some humans seem utterly base. As I pondered this, the cold voice of my system, Shao Tian, suddenly echoed in my mind. You little rascal. Do not rush to absorb the snake's spirit power. First, take the essence from those two birds, with nearly 20,000 years of spirit power between them. It should elevate your own spirit power to level 10. I was taken aback. I had just been touched by their genuine affection, and now I was to absorb their essence. Hesitation gripped me. Shao Tian let out a disdainful snort, infused with both contempt and a strange allure. What? Are you moved by the feelings of these lowly creatures? Those who achieve great things do not sweat the small stuff. Where's the room for emotion? The word struck me like a thunderbolt, sending a chill through my body and shattering my momentary sentimentality, a cold impulse surging within me. I obeyed, moving beside the fallen birds, their deep blue spirit rings shimmering around them. Bowing deeply, I softly spoke. Esteemed avian predecessors, I admire your love. Yet I have my own burdens and can only borrow your spirit power. In truth, I felt quite ceremonial, muttering platitudes about wishing them peace in the afterlife and eternal togetherness. To my dismay, Shao Tian interrupted. Stop your drivel. Are you delivering a eulogy? Hurry up and absorb. It suddenly struck me. These two birds were nearly 20,000 years old. My frail body, not even able to withstand 2,000 years of energy, would likely be obliterated. I hastily inquired, Brother, is this safe? With this level of energy, a 1T just dropped dead, will I? Shao Tian scoffed, grinning like a villain. Merely ancient soul beasts, what is there to fear? At most, this will only cause you some suffering and prepare you mentally, so don't tremble. I assure you, you will experience unparalleled exhilaration. Well, since he has said so, what else can I do? I proceeded to act. I directed my attention towards the corpse of one of the large birds and activated the devouring function. Let me tell you, in that instant, I felt an overwhelming wave crash directly into my body. Instantly, a ferocious aura surged, filling every single cell within me. I could scarcely catch my breath, and my very soul trembled. That power felt almost alive, intent on tearing me apart and consuming me, my consciousness nearly succumbing to its control. I let out a roar, attempting to resist, but it was utterly futile. The force was too immense. In an instant, I was engulfed, feeling as if I might explode, and then my mind buzzed, leaving me in a state of oblivion. When I finally regained consciousness, who knows how long had passed, that life-threatening ferocity had finally dissipated. Yet my head throbbed, as if it might split open. I hastily rose to inspect the large bird, and lo and behold, its blue soul ring had vanished. I promptly opened my system panel, eager to ascertain the value of my ordeal. Upon inspection, I found that my points in the Wuhan Tunshur section had skyrocketed from 063 to 373. I had netted a gain of 31 points. This indicated that this single bird had bestowed upon me enough soul power to elevate me by 31 levels. My goodness, what a lucrative deal. I was positively elated, especially considering there was another identical bird nearby. Not only did this mean an upgrade, but the prospect of advancing to a soul master was now within reach. Any feelings of sympathy or admiration vanished in an instant. Who among my family could understand? In the face of absolute benefit, that tinge of sentimentality was utterly worthless. However, I was also quite astonished. A soul beast nearly 20,000 years old? Even a soul-sack soul king would think twice before facing it. Yet, my miraculous system had compressed it down to a mere 31 levels of soul power. I came to understand that the soul power extracted by this system was undoubtedly an exquisitely concentrated essence. Just as I was reveling in this realization, I sensed something amiss. My Shun Hunli had dropped from 1,000 to 990. What was happening? Shao Tian appeared again to assert his presence. Stop guessing. You fought against the residual soul of that bird, and it consumed some of your power. Frankly, you are rather weak. Fainting from devouring a 10,000-year soul beast? How can you achieve great things in the future? Quickly convert your points into soul power. That other one is waiting. Don't waste time. I nodded, now understanding the situation. However, this little brat was too boastful. In his eyes, a 20,000-year-old beast was akin to a mere chick. I couldn't be bothered to argue with him. With a mere thought, I exchanged 3 points for soul power. Instantly, the level on my panel shifted from 3 to 6. I was now a level 6 soul master. Moreover, my head no longer ached, and I felt utterly at ease. I gazed at the resplendent number 6. My heart swelled with excitement. I quickly summoned my Dogtail grass martial spirit to show off, and lo and behold, it had grown significantly longer, now nearly 20 centimeters. Its fluffy tail had also expanded, making it even cuter. Just as I was about to find something to test its power, Xiao Tian urged me again. Stop preening. Quickly devour the next one. Fine, fine. You are the boss. Your word is law. I approached the corpse of the other tragic bird, gazing at its self-inflicted broken neck, and couldn't help but shake my head. Sigh, were you foolish enough to do this? Just half an hour ago, I was moved to tears by your love story, yet now I find it utterly worthless. I was unaware of how my mindset had shifted. With a sigh, I activated the devouring function. This bird's soul power felt even more potent than the last. Yet now that I was a level 6 soul master, my resistance had significantly improved, and thankfully I did not faint this time. Soon, the devouring was complete. Looking at my panel, the points in Wuhan Tun Shi had risen to 413, an increase of 34. My Shen Hun Li had decreased by 7 points, now standing at 983. This indicated that this bird was indeed stronger. Most importantly, with the remaining points from before, I now had enough to ascend to level 4. 6 plus 4 equals 10, doesn't it? My heavens, I could finally reach level 10. At last, I could become a true soul master. This time, I didn't wait for Xiao Tian to prompt me. I converted all my points immediately. The number in the level section steadily transformed into 10. At last, I comprehended Xiao Tian's plan. First, absorb the soul power from these 2 birds to elevate me to level 10, and then absorb the soul ring from that giant serpent, achieving a direct promotion to soul master. What a brilliant strategy. However, a dilemma arose. According to the rules of Dalu, a soul master's first soul ring is limited to a maximum of 400 years, typically yellow. But this serpent was 20,000 years old. Wouldn't its soul ring be black? I felt utterly dazed. To start with a black 10,000-year soul ring? If this were to get out, the entire Xingdou forest would erupt in chaos. I was no genius. I was merely walking meat for the Tang Sung. At that point, all sorts of powerful figures would come to capture me for research. Such notoriety could only spell trouble. I quickly discussed with Xiao Tian. Brother Xiao Tian, let's negotiate. The soul ring of that serpent is too outrageous. If I absorb it, I will be viewed as a monster whenever I step outside. How about we just absorb its soul power and forego the soul ring? We can find a 1,000-year soul beast to settle for instead. To my surprise, Xiao Tian rolled his eyes at me, his tone dripping with disdain. What limitations are you talking about? In my presence, such constraints do not exist. A true man does not shrink back. What kind of accomplishments can be achieved with that mindset? And let me remind you, if you do not become a soul Douluo within 6 years, or achieve what this world deems a god within 10 years, you will dissipate into nothingness, vanishing from this world. I was utterly bewildered. What are you talking about? 6 years to become a soul Douluo, 10 years to become a god? Are you imposing KPIs on me? Xiao Tian chuckled. Perhaps this is fate. I cannot explain why, but this phrase suddenly came to mind. I sighed in relief, thinking it was merely a forced task. Yet this little brat coldly added, although I just made that up, what if it were true? You should take it seriously. Otherwise, you might regret it later. Listening to his childlike, icy voice sent chills down my spine. Goodness, could this miraculous system come with fatal side effects? There is no such thing as a free lunch. Why would they grant me such a powerful system without a cost? The more I pondered, the more uneasy I felt. There was no turning back. I steel myself. All right, I will follow your lead. I will absorb it. However, when I use this soul skill in the future, could you assist me in disguising its color to appear yellow or purple? Xiao Tian considered for a moment. I don't know, just absorb it first, and we will figure out a way. Very well, I would have to take it one step at a time. I sat cross-legged before the massive serpent's head, preparing to absorb according to Xiao Tian's guidance, when suddenly, a cacophony of voices echoed from a distance. Wow, how come there are 2 large birds and a gigantic snake's corpse here? They must all be at least 10,000 years old. We've struck gold, Master Chun. There are 3 of us, perfectly matching the 3 10,000-year-old beasts, 1 for each of us. Wait, look at that serpent's head. It still has blue light. The soul ring is still there. It must have just died, and there's a kid sitting in front of it. What is he doing? Who cares what he is doing? He is just a level 10 brat. Now that we from the Wuhan Temple have discovered him, he is ours. To avoid leaking information, let us eliminate that kid and silence him forever. Hearing this conversation, my heart sank. Good heavens, the people from the Wuhan Temple were all soul masters, and they were already planning murder to keep their secrets. There was no escape. Without obtaining the serpent soul ring, I could not flee. Thus, I prepared for battle. It was the perfect opportunity to test the might of my Dogtail grass after soaring 7 levels. I remained motionless, waiting for them to approach. The 3 of them were quite cautious, advancing step by step. The leader, with a friendly demeanor, approached with a smile and inquired, "Little brother, why are you all alone here? What is the story behind these 3 soul beasts?" I raised my gaze and beheld that scoundrel, the very voice that had threatened my life mere moments ago. I chuckled lightly and said, "Uncle, I was merely passing by." The man exhaled in relief, but his expression swiftly contorted into a sinister grin. "So that's how it is. You could go to your death." With that, he lunged at me with an open palm, clearly underestimating me, as he had not even summoned his martial spirit. I deftly evaded his attack, simultaneously unleashing my martial spirit. The sight of the Dogtail grass floating above my head prompted laughter from the 3 men. Huh, what a waste of a martial spirit. And he managed to reach level 10. The assailant grew even more brazen, retracting his hand and puffing out his chest, declaring, "I'll stand right here and let you hit me." Amusement bubbled within me. You tread the path to heaven, but refuse to walk it. Yet you barge into hell without invitation. With a flicker of my soul power, the Dogtail grass struck him sharply on the head. A crisp sound echoed as his skull burst like a ripe watermelon, and before he could utter a single cry, his headless body collapsed to the ground. The remaining 2 men turned pale, simultaneously shouting, "You little brat, you're just pretending." They advanced from both sides, one wielding a massive iron hammer, the other transforming into a brown bear. As I observed the hammer descending with the wind's force, I made no attempt to dodge. Instead, I met it head-on with my Dogtail grass. The thunderous clash resounded as the hammer was sent soaring into the sky, disintegrating into countless specks of light. I was taken aback. Could my level 10 soul power be this formidable? Meanwhile, the bearman's massive paws were about to strike my back. With a flick of my mind, I commanded Devour. The man howled in agony as his martial spirit vanished, reverting him to his original form, clutching his head and rolling on the ground, weeping pitifully. The hammer-wielding man, now paralyzed with fear, turned to flee. Would I allow him to escape? With a light flick of the Dogtail grass, another crisp sound echoed, and the second adversary was dispatched. In mere moments, 2 of the 3 level 30 soul masters lay dead, and 1 was incapacitated. I gazed at the fallen foes, their soul power still intact, and immediately initiated the devouring process, savoring the absorption. I then approached the man, still writhing on the ground, and without hesitation delivered a final strike to send him on his way. A glance at my interface revealed a significant increase in points from the martial spirit Devour, a gain of 193. These 3 soul masters had nearly contributed 2 levels of soul power. Once I absorbed the snake soul ring, I would ascend directly to level 11. Having dealt with these nuisances, I hastily returned to the serpent's head. This cursed place was far too perilous. I needed swift resolution. I understood that ordinarily, one must personally slay the soul beast to absorb its soul ring, but with Xiao Tian, my extraordinary companion, I could forcibly assimilate it regardless of recognition. I calmed my mind and, following Xiao Tian's guidance, summoned the deep blue soul ring with my soul power. Yet it remained unmoving, emanating an air of disdain as if mocking my novice status. I resorted to emotional appeals. "Brother Serpent, your soul ring is on the verge of dissipating, and you will truly cease to exist. Why not follow me? I shall lead you to the pinnacle of serpentine existence." Still, there was no response. Xiao Tian, now impatient, exclaimed, "You little rascal, stop wasting time. No more pleasantries. Use your soul power to compel it. Hurry." With a wry smile, I realized that force was my only recourse. I unleashed my full soul power, enveloping that sphere of blue light. Indeed, a wave of mental resistance surged forth, yet it was feeble, trembling before me like a newborn. I scoffed. "So you think highly of yourself? Come to me." Under the weight of my mental pressure, the remnants of the serpent's soul immediately cowered, emitting pitiful whimpers of surrender. I commanded, "What are you waiting for? transform into my soul ring. In an instant, the deep blue light seemed to find an outlet, rushing toward me in a frenzy and enveloping me entirely. I was immediately struck by an indescribable surge of immense soul power, 20,000 years worth, akin to an ocean. A scorching flame began to sear my body, and I felt as though every vein might burst under the strain. Overwhelmed by agony, I coughed up a mouthful of blood. A singular thought consumed me. I was doomed. This was the end. Yet Xiao Tian's cold voice echoed once more. Your body is too weak. This power will serve to transform you. Enduring hardship is the path to greatness. If you cannot withstand this pain, how can you hope to achieve anything? Young one, embrace it fully. Listening to his laughter, I felt utterly despondent, but had no choice but to endure. My bones crackled painfully, and blood mixed with dark impurities seeped from my skin, coalescing into a mist of crimson. The torment was akin to being executed by 1,000 blades. The agony intensified until I let out a final scream and lost consciousness. When I awoke again, I sensed an explosive power coursing through me. The serpent's soul ring had vanished, and the excruciating pain had dissipated. Had I succeeded? Had I become a soul master? I focused my intention, and the Dogtail grass martial spirit emerged, noticeably larger than before, stretching a full 30 centimeters. In that moment, a soul ring encircled it, a deep, commanding black ring radiating a fierce aura. Simultaneously, for words surfaced in my mind. Jiao Longbai Wei. This was my first soul skill. Ecstatic, I wielded the soul ring-imbued Dogtail grass and swung it at a nearby tree, large enough for 2 people to embrace. With a resounding crack, the massive tree split and crashed to the ground. I stood in awe, realizing that even a formidable soul master would likely perish from such a blow. In my excitement, Xiao Tian interjected, "How does it feel, you little rascal?" I laughed heartily. Xiao Tian, I, Yang Chun, have never bowed to anyone in my life, but today, I am in total awe of you. This soul skill is tailor-made for my god-slaying whip. However, Xiao Tian began to feign modesty. It's decent, but the power is still lacking. As you advance in levels, its strength will increase. I dismissed his comments, suddenly assaulted by a foul odor that nearly overwhelmed me. I glanced down to find myself encased in a thick, grayish-black cocoon, sticky and repugnant. Xiao Tian remarked, "Where else could it come from? It's merely the refuse expelled from your own wretched body." Realizing that this was the result of Xiao Tian's immense soul power during my soul ring absorption, which had undergone a complete metamorphosis, I rushed to the nearby stream and dove in, scrubbing away the nauseating layer. Once cleansed, I marveled at my reflection in the water. My skin appeared as flawless and radiant as jade. Using my soul power, I scanned my body and found my bones gleaming white as jade, my meridians unblocked, and significantly whiter and more resilient than before. I had undergone a total transformation. I must say, upon introspection, I was astounded. Previously, my meager soul power resembled a small puddle, and I had always worried it might overflow. Now, however, I had been upgraded to a grand reservoir. The vastness was boundless. While the reservoir was nearly empty now, it signified that I could amass limitless soul power in the future. What barriers of rank? Non-existent. This leap placed me far ahead. I need not ponder. This was undoubtedly Xiao Tian's handiwork, granting me a rebirth, transforming me from an ordinary being into a fully equipped powerhouse. Fortune had finally smiled upon me. Just as I reveled in my newfound glory, I suddenly smacked my thigh in realization. May air. I had completely forgotten about that little girl. After absorbing the soul ring, I had left her atop a tree for nearly 1 or 2 hours. The Qingdao Great Forest was no Disneyland. My clothes still damp. I had no time to spare and bolted back at full speed. I must tell you, my heart was in my throat at that moment. The girl had fallen asleep, and the bloodline suppression had dissipated. What if some careless soul beast decided to snack on her? I would regret it deeply. Rushing to the base of the tree, I was met with darkness. There was no one in sight. The tree was utterly empty. I was thrown into a panic, calling out, "Mayor! Mayor, where are you?" My voice quivered with emotion. Although we had known each other for a short time, she felt akin to a younger sister. Imagine my surprise when I stumbled and nearly fell. Looking down, I was shocked to find this little ancestor sleeping peacefully on the ground. I plopped down on the ground, my legs trembling from fright. Looking at her cherubic face, I pondered how this child could fall asleep anywhere at any time. I wondered if she had some strange illness. I attempted to probe her with my spiritual power, but as I approached, it felt as if my brain was pierced by a drill, sending waves of excruciating pain through me. My spiritual force was repelled, and I even lost some of it. I was left dumbfounded. How could my enhanced spiritual power, bolstered by Xiao Tian, be repelled by a mere child? Who was this girl? I suspected she was no ordinary person. Perhaps she belonged to a prominent family that had encountered some calamity, and a powerful figure had sealed her memories to protect her, abandoning her in this Douluo forest. With her bloodline suppression, soul beasts would not dare to harm her, making this place paradoxically safe. I held this sleeping deity and kissed her cheek, only for her to mumble for her mother and an older brother before drifting back to sleep. It was simply astonishing. Observing the area, I noted the stench of 3 dead 10,000-year-old beasts. The bloodshed would surely attract other creatures, so I had to make my escape. Cradling her, I departed swiftly. Just as I left, 2 figures appeared behind me, an old man and a girl. The girl, I must say, was as beautiful as an angel, yet emanated a chilling aura, both alluring and commanding. The old man asked her, "Schwer, what do you think?" Finding a safe spot, I pulled up the system panel and was amazed to see it had been updated. Martial Soul, Dogtail Grass. Soul Ring, Titan Python. So that massive serpent was named Titan Python, related to the Titan Great Ape. No wonder it was so fierce. Additionally, I discovered a new soul skill called Dragon Tail Sweep. To my delight, my absorption points had soared to 333. I could level up again. I was elated and immediately called out to the system to exchange. Yet, there was no response. I tried again, but still nothing. Panic set in. Xiao Tian, what's wrong? Is the system malfunctioning? Xiao Tian retorted sharply. You're the one who is sick. Your whole family is sick. Hearing his booming voice, I felt reassured. I inquired about the inability to exchange, and he burst into laughter. You fool. You think you can level up 3 times with those points? What a pipe dream. You wouldn't be able to exchange, even if you worked yourself to death. Realizing there was a deeper issue, I pressed him for answers. He explained that the exchange rate had changed. To level up as a soul master, 5 points were now required for each level. Moreover, the exchange ratio would double with each major tier increase. I calculated, to reach the title Douluo rank, I would need 50 points for just 1 level. How many soul beasts must I slay to accumulate that? It felt like economic inflation. My heart sank. I then asked him why my spiritual power was diminishing so rapidly. Xiao Tian responded, "This resource is far more precious. You want to exchange it? It takes 50 points for just 1 point of spiritual power." I was left speechless. 50 points. That could level me up 10 levels. I recalled that brief moment of looking at Mayor. It cost me 10 points, translating to 500 points lost. Family, I had just lost 500 points for a mere glance. My heart bled. I hurriedly asked if there were alternative methods, such as martial arts or rare treasures. Xiao Tian mentioned there were options, but they were unlikely to be found in this low-level realm, and he couldn't recall any specific martial arts. Just my luck, falling short at a crucial moment. Relying on others is never as dependable as relying on oneself. I had to explore on my own. I soon discovered that as long as I retrieved my released spiritual power completely, there would be no loss. Thus, I practiced throughout the night, and to my surprise, my perceptual range expanded from 10 to 11 zhang. Moreover, it became increasingly fluid. Suddenly, inspiration struck me. If this power could sense, could I not use it to attack? Directly assaulting another's mind, their spiritual sea? Was this not akin to a mental attack? Without hesitation, I began to visualize my spiritual energy coalescing into a spear. But that proved too taxing. Shifting my approach, I formed it into a needle, an arrow. To my delight, this required far less effort, and it became even more solid. Just as I was reveling in my success, a bird flew by. An opportunity presented itself. I locked onto it, and with a swift release, my spiritual arrow shot forth. The bird screeched and plummeted from the sky. Although it struggled to fly away, it was evidently gravely injured. Success. I must tell you, my invincible mental attack had been realized. This was yet another ace up my sleeve. In the following days, I roamed the Douluo forest with Mayor, this little sleeping goddess, relentlessly hunting monsters. Centenarian soul beasts were now a mere nuisance. For those soaring in the sky, I would first stun them with my spiritual arrow, then swiftly claim them. My points accumulated swiftly, and I reached level 11. More crucially, my spiritual arrows became increasingly proficient, with a range extending to 15 zhang. One day, I ventured into a particularly eerie part of the forest, eerily silent. Not even a bird chirped. Just as I pondered this, an unsettling chill ran down my spine. A deafening roar echoed, causing my ears to ring. In the next instant, a golden lion charged toward me. I must tell you, this lion gleamed as if cast in pure gold. And the most astonishing part, it had 9 heads. A 9-headed golden lion. The pressure was overwhelming. Terrified, I recoiled, unleashing my Dogtail, grass, martial soul. And then, what do you think happened? The lion swiped at me with a paw, sending me flying far away. The lion grew even more formidable, expanding to a height of 10 zhang, its golden brilliance blinding. The power surged exponentially. I realized I had to act decisively. I activated my soul ring. My Dogtail grass also elongated to over 10 zhang, resembling a mighty dragon as it lashed out. With a thunderous crash, the ground caved in. I was thrown back, spitting blood, landing several meters away. Seeing I was still alive, the 9-headed lion opened its mouths simultaneously, unleashing a devastating sound wave attack. It was a full-screen, indiscriminate assault. There was no way to evade. I steeled myself, determined to fight back. 9 spiritual arrows flew toward its 9 heads. While I braced myself with my whip, the sound wave struck so fiercely that it reverted my whip to its original form, and I was knocked to the ground. I thought I was done for and realized I needed to awaken Mayer, my ace in the hole. Just then, the 9-headed lion let out a horrendous scream, crashing to the ground and rolling in agony, banging its heads against the earth, clearly in distress. It worked. No matter how strong your physical attacks are, your magic resistance is 0, my friend. My spiritual assault is the remedy for all defiance. After thrashing about for some time, the lion lay still, its 18 eyes filled with fear and pleading. I approached with a smile, placing my foot on one of its heads. Little golden mane, are you still so fierce? Now, hand over your soul power. I raised my whip, ready to strike. At that moment, a sweet voice interrupted, Big brother, why is there such a cute little lion here with 9 heads? I turned to find Mayer awake. She leaped from my side and climbed onto the lion's back, tugging at its ears playfully, exclaiming, wow, this little lion is so adorable. I want to make it my mount. The moment the 9-headed lion felt Mayer's bloodline pressure, it instantly cowered, behaving like a docile kitten. I found myself hesitating. This lion could easily provide me with 2 or 3 points. A duck almost in my grasp. Yet, gazing into Mayer's sparkling eyes softened my heart. Fine, I shall spare it, but must serve as our mount during this time, catering to our needs. Just imagine having such a striking 9-headed lion as my steed, gallivanting through the Douluo forest. It would be splendidly majestic and save me from the burden of walking. Upon hearing that its life was spared, the lion immediately rose, nodding simultaneously with its 9 massive heads, its 18 eyes gleaming with joy and eagerness to please. I let out a deep hum, enveloping my voice with my spiritual force, and said, I am uncertain whether you comprehend my words. But the reason I spare your life this time is due to Mayer's plea. During this period, you shall serve us well, and I shall not harm you. The 9-headed lion, shaken by my spiritual force, cowered back down. I realized that its spirit was injured by my power and would take time to heal. Observing its pained expression, a thought struck me. If my spiritual force could injure the spirit, could it perhaps also heal it? Thus, I gently extended a thread of spiritual energy into the lion's consciousness. Fear not, little lion, I said with a smile. I am merely assessing your injuries to see if I can offer you some healing. I was unsure if the 9-headed lion could truly understand human speech, yet it lay still on the ground, softly closing its 18 large eyes. To my astonishment, as I delved deeper with my spiritual force, I discovered that each of its 9 heads housed a miniature version of itself, resembling tiny kittens, each trembling with gaping wounds in their chests. Only those who have experienced such a sight would understand the overwhelming cuteness of the scene. My heart melted, and I quickly directed my spiritual energy towards it. To my surprise, the wounds visibly began to heal. I was astounded by the seamlessness of this operation. I continued this process, treating each of the 9 heads in turn, and before long, the creature was fully revitalized. It leaped into the air, letting out a triumphant roar, then landed gracefully, resembling a golden retriever, and began to lick my pant leg, even lowering itself to invite me to ride. Without hesitation, I mounted, still carrying the sleeping Mayer. The sensation was exhilarating. The wind rushed past my ears, and the scenery blurred into lines, more thrilling than the fastest sports cars of my previous life. This steed was undeniably magnificent. Mayer, nestled in my arms, was overjoyed, flailing her limbs and squealing with delight. The lion, keen to please, galloped towards areas abundant with soul beasts, causing chaos wherever it went. The soul beasts fled from it as if they had encountered a plague. After half an hour, when Mayor's excitement waned, she fell asleep against my neck. I gazed at her adorable face, pondering how this little one seemed excessively sleepy. However, a more pressing concern arose. While this steed was indeed impressive, it had frightened away my experience points. How could I possibly level up now? I patted its head and said, "Little brother, when we reach an area with soul beasts, let me down and keep your distance. I must attend to important matters." The lion, understanding, nodded and brought me to a dense thicket before lying down obediently, appearing as if to say, "I shall wait for your return." I dismounted and barely took 2 steps when I encountered a spotted leopard and a nearly 1,000-year-old black bear. With a swift flick of my divine whip, I dispatched them effortlessly, gaining easy points. Just as I intended to delve deeper, I heard an explosion of commotion erupting from the entire forest, akin to a beast tide. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I swiftly retreated. What did I see upon my return? The 9-headed lion was there, peering around with a look of amusement. As I jumped back onto its back, before I could even scold it, a deafening roar reverberated through the air as a massive white tiger, larger than the lion, descended from above, blocking our path. Behind it followed a throng of hundreds of ancient soul beasts, encircling us completely. It dawned on me that I had been sold out by this lion. It was attempting to leverage me as a pawn in a conflict. Clearly, it had been unable to reclaim its territory from the white tiger and, unable to fight, sought to use me as an ally. If I defeated its subordinates, could the white tiger possibly let me off the hook? This lion was cunning indeed. Upon seeing the lion, the white tiger roared twice, conveying its disdain, as if to say, "You, the vanquished, dare to summon aid?" The surrounding soul beasts joined in the uproar, their collective noise nearly tearing the sky apart. I leaped off the lion's back, cursing it 100 times in my mind. The lion, playing its part, gazed at me with its 18 eyes, looking pitiful, glancing at the sleeping mayor in my arms. I understood its intentions. It wished for me to awaken the powerful mayor to quell the chaos with her bloodline. I refused. "You little creature dare to scheme against me? Today, I shall teach you a lesson." At the white tiger's command, several soul beasts charged toward us. Interestingly, most of them directed their attacks at the 9-headed lion, while only 2 foolishly approached me, perhaps viewing me as an easy target due to my human form. I welcomed the opportunity to strike. With a flick of my divine whip, they underestimated my seemingly weak martial spirit and charged forth. What was the result? A couple of sharp cracks rang out as I dispatched them instantly. The soul power flowed into me, and I felt elated. The remaining soul beasts were rendered speechless. On the lion's side, they were engaged in a 3-on-1 struggle, evenly matched at the moment. I lacked the patience to wait. So, I swiftly dashed over and struck one of them with my whip, successfully launching a surprise attack. With the pressure lifted, the 9-headed lion also erupted in action, unleashing a golden light that obliterated one of its attackers. The last remaining beast barely had time to cry for help before I sent it to its demise. In a flash, I achieved a triple kill. The surrounding soul beasts were furious, howling in protest, as if to accuse me of lacking martial ethics for my underhanded tactics. I thought to myself, what rules govern combat? The white tiger, infuriated, dispatched 10 even fiercer beasts, specifically instructing them to eliminate me, the rule-breaking human, and simultaneously eradicate the 9-headed lion, which it viewed as a traitor. The 9-headed lion, terrified, pressed against me, urging me to call for aid. I ignored it, reveling in my recent gains. The earlier soul beast had granted me nearly 5 points of experience, and I was in high spirits. As the 10 new foes approached, I adhered to the principle of striking first, launching my attack without warning. This time, they had learned their lesson and skillfully dodged. I let out a cold laugh and executed a sweeping tail strike. My divine whip transformed into an enormous serpent's tail, crashing down with a resounding thud. Sending one unfortunate beast flying, its bones shattered. The remaining beasts, now terrified, began to retreat. Meanwhile, the 9-headed lion seized the opportunity to eliminate 2 more, swallowing one whole. I was enraged. How could it consume prey without my devouring system? Such waste. I glared at it, and it trembled in fear. Just then the white tiger, unable to tolerate the incompetence of its subordinates, finally took the lead, charging forward with hundreds of soul beasts in tow. The sight of this made the 9-headed lion flee in a panic. I was left dumbfounded. What an unreliable ally, as hundreds of soul beasts bore down on me. I could not deny the rising panic within. Yet, a thought struck me. Was this not an opportunity for immense wealth? Great fortune lies in peril. With another sweeping tail strike, I felled 2 more soul beasts. Glancing at my system panel, I found my points sufficient. With a mental command to level up, my soul power surged to level 12. With my newfound strength, I felt invincible. My divine whip sliced through the air with vigor, dispatching several more soul beasts. The remaining creatures were thoroughly intimidated, retreating in fear as if they were facing a demon. I panicked, calling out, "Don't flee, my dear friends. Let us continue our sparring." I sighed, realizing I had no choice but to seek out my unreliable steed. Before long, I spotted the Jiu-2 Z, drenched in blood, racing frantically ahead, pursued relentlessly by the Baihu and its entourage of dozens. Upon seeing me, the lion let out a terrified yelp, likely mistaking me for a vengeful spirit, its whimpers resembling a plea, as if to say, "Brother, it was not I who wronged you." I immediately extended my arms to block its path, causing its legs to quiver in fear. Grasping its mane, I unleashed a powerful strike towards the approaching Baihu, empowered by my 13th level of soul energy. The force was formidable, prompting the white tiger to come to a screeching halt, narrowly avoiding disaster. It was then that the Jiu-2 Z realized I was there to save it, and tears began streaming from its 18 eyes, overwhelmed with gratitude, likely vowing to serve me loyally henceforth. Now, it was the Baihu's turn to be bewildered, glancing back and forth between me and the lion with a look of utter confusion. Intelligent as it was, it let out a long howl, summoning a few of the minions that had fled earlier to inquire about the situation. Upon hearing of my exploits, they retreated in fear. I was quite frustrated that my experience points seemed to have vanished. In that moment, the Jiu-2 Z regarded me with a fervent gaze, akin to that of a lover, even extending its tongue to lick me. I shuddered, thinking, "Goodness, you aren't female, are you? That's a path best avoided." I quickly reassured it, "Do not entertain such thoughts. Follow me, and you shall have your fill of beautiful companions." Now it was time for business. We would raid the Baihu's lair. The lion, now obedient, charged forward with me atop its back. We targeted the slower beasts, and, as I sat riding, I struck down one after another, akin to a game of whack-a-mole. After dispatching 8 of them, my points had accumulated sufficiently for me to rise to the 14th level. My body surged with power, making me feel invincible. After this display of prowess, I surmised that I had become infamous in this forest, a notorious hunter on the soul beast blacklist. Yet, I remained indifferent. The thrill of leveling up was exhilarating. I resolved that I would not leave these mountains until I reached level 20. Strength is the ultimate truth. I patted the Jiu-2 Z's head and declared, "Let us go, little brother. I shall lead you in avenging your kin and overthrowing the Baihu's den." Though the lion felt trepidation, it obediently carried me into the fray. The territory of the Baihu was indeed rich, teeming with soul beasts. As we traversed its domain, chaos ensued, and I effortlessly harvested nearly 20 soul beasts over a century old, further boosting my points. Regrettably, I did not encounter any of the ancient beasts. It appeared that only the Baihu could rally such creatures, as meeting one was a rarity. After half an hour, it became evident throughout the forest that the beast-slaying demon, had entered atop the Jiu-2 Z with a particular taste for those over a century old. The Baihu and its elite subordinates had surely heard the news and fled far away. At this moment, I imagined the Baihu regretting its decisions. Once a proud king of tigers, now reduced to hiding like a rat, having lost its entire cadre of over 500,000-year-old minions. I pursued for a while, only to find that beasts over a century old were becoming increasingly scarce, and soon enough, not a single shadow was left, let alone the 1,000-year-old ones. I felt a wave of despondency wash over me and patted the Jiu-2 Z's head, saying, "Little lion, why are you aimlessly running about? Hurry, take me to find that little white insect, so I can help you take revenge." The Jiu-2 Z, though shrinking back in fear, still dutifully led me toward the Baihu's lair. To my surprise, this so-called palace was merely a hill with a slightly elevated terrain. Upon ascending, I found it utterly deserted, not a single hair in sight. It seemed the little white insect had received word in advance and made its escape. The Jiu-2 Z, however, was elated, having long coveted this prime piece of land, now finally seizing the opportunity to claim it as its own. Howling in triumph and releasing 200 years of pent-up frustration. Even after dismantling the lair, I realized that there were still no high-level soul beasts around. It dawned on me that these ancient creatures were fully aware of my intent to hunt them down and had fled to the farthest corners. The Baihu kingdom had been thoroughly dismantled by my hand. As night fell, I settled down in the Baihu's palace with the Jiu Tu Shi, having nowhere else to go. Although the higher-level beasts had all fled, the forest was still filled with hundreds of lesser soul beasts. I thought to myself, even the smallest mosquito is still meat, and had no choice but to feast on these smaller creatures to satiate my hunger. After several days of this, guess what? I had amassed enough points for another 5, allowing me to directly exchange them and elevate my soul power to level 15. The threshold of the Grand Soul Master Realm was now within reach, and I felt a rush of exhilaration. The only downside was that since settling here, the forest had grown increasingly desolate. The lesser beasts that once dared to linger had fled upon witnessing my relentless hunting. What was once a flourishing and prosperous land had now been reduced to a wasteland. One day, as I rode the Jiu Tu Shi aimlessly through the forest, hoping to stumble upon a stray beast, I suddenly felt a stirring in my heart. Expanding my spiritual awareness, I was astonished to spot a familiar figure 20 paces away. Upon closer inspection, it was the great Baihu, having stealthily returned at some point, likely to scout the area and ascertain whether I, the harbinger of doom, had departed. It had even taken great care to conceal its presence, believing it could elude my detection. Little did it know, my spiritual awareness was unparalleled, allowing me to perceive its every move without needing to rely on sight. My heart swelled with joy. Truly, a stroke of fortune had brought this creature back into my grasp. I had been concerned about my dwindling points. I subtly gestured to the Jiu Tu Shi, and we stealthily approached the Baihu's hiding spot. My spiritual energy had already discerned that a rabbit, a soul beast of several hundred years, was also concealed nearby, deeply hidden from my previous observations. I licked my lips, thinking, cunning rabbit indeed. I shall take both of you. Knowing the Baihu's speed, I anticipated that once it sensed danger, it would surely flee. As I neared within 10 paces, without hesitation, I unleashed a spiritual arrow, targeting its head. This attack was formless and intangible, and by the time it sensed the threat, it was already too late. The Baihu let out a heart-wrenching cry, its spirit severely wounded, rolling around in agony, repeatedly banging its head against the ground. During this time, I had not been idle. My spiritual arrow's potency had grown significantly. Even a 10,000-year-old soul beast could not withstand my strike. Sensing my success, I joyfully charged forward with the Jiu Tu Shi, deftly dispatching the rabbit with a swift blow, clean and decisive. I had not realized that during this period of hunting, my aura had grown increasingly menacing. Slaying these soul beasts had become a cold and detached affair, devoid of any emotional turmoil. The Baihu, recognizing its impending demise, let out a final howl, employing some secret technique to transmit a message. This Baihu was not a solitary creature. It belonged to a vast family renowned throughout the Qingdao Great Forest. In its final moments, it summoned its kin, sending my likeness to their family group, imploring them to seek vengeance on my behalf. Just as the message was sent, it succumbed beneath my strike. To be honest, I had not anticipated vanquishing this 10,000-year-old Baihu so effortlessly, and my confidence in my spiritual arrow soared. Had it been a direct confrontation based solely on strength, two of me combined might have struggled against it. Once the devouring system activated, my points surged by over 3 more. I was taken aback, realizing this Baihu was exceedingly valuable. It seemed it was far from a common breed. Little did I know, at that moment, the entire Baihu clan across the Qingdao Great Forest was thrown into chaos. The clan leader and the elders gathered, their gazes fixed upon my handsome visage as they scrutinized it. I had unwittingly become the prime target of the Baihu clan. It turns out that this Baihu was a direct descendant of their lineage, a future candidate for clan leader and the beloved grandson of the Grand Elder. Yet, I, a mere child of 12 or 13, had vanquished him. The Grand Elder, having lived for 500,000 years, was furious to the point of madness. Had the clan leader not intervened, he would have surely attempted to obliterate me on the spot. Meanwhile, I reveled in the sight of my system panel. With the addition of my previous gains, I had amassed over 5 points. Without hesitation, I exchanged them. Soul power, level 16. Reflecting on my rapid advancement, I realized I had skyrocketed since entering the Qingdao Great Forest, leveling up 14 times. And the soul beasts that had perished in my hands numbered no less than 800. My devouring system thrived purely on the abundance of resources I consumed. If this were to spread, I would undoubtedly become a pariah in the realm of soul masters. Gazing at the lifeless form of the Baihu, I shook my head. Having eliminated the dominant force in this area, the prospect of farming high-level foes here was dashed. I would need to seek a new location. I had become addicted to leveling up. A day without slaying a few soul beasts or absorbing some soul power rendered me restless. I inquired of the Jiu-Tu Shirzi about places where high-level soul beasts still roamed. Its gaze shifted from the Baihu's corpse to me, its 18 eyes reflecting sheer terror. My mount regarded me as if I were an impending catastrophe, trembling all over. It likely feared that this harbinger of doom intended to exterminate all the soul beasts in the forest. Now that its nemesis was gone, it had become the sovereign of this territory, and it wished to avoid further peril, fearing that the Baihu clan would seek vengeance on it as well. Unaware of its inner turmoil, I found its reluctance somewhat regrettable. As night deepened, I practiced the divine soul arrow, increasingly impressed by its potency. The wind howled atop the mountain, while May Air slept soundly in my arms, and the Jiu-Tu Shirzi snored beside me. With no inclination to sleep and boredom settling in, I quietly descended the mountain. I recalled a large pond in the valley, its waters exceptionally clear. It had been ages since my last bath, and it was the perfect opportunity to indulge. Upon reaching the pond's edge, the moonlight danced upon the surface, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Just as I prepared to set Mayer down and immerse myself, a sudden splash erupted from the center of the pond, and a white water creature sprang forth. I squinted, only to exclaim in astonishment. This was no mere water creature. It was a stunning beauty. With cascading golden hair and lacking any garments, her skin glimmered like jade under the moonlight, radiantly pure. Her figure was so exquisite that even AI could not conjure such perfection. I stood there, momentarily dazed, doubting my own senses. Closing my eyes, I reached out with my soul power for clarity, and the vision sharpened, more vivid than 4K resolution, igniting a rush of blood through my veins. As the flawless silhouette twirled on the water surface, my mind buzzed, and a warm rush surged from my nose. Good heavens! I was so entranced by this beauty that I had drawn blood. At that moment, a cute voice called out, "Big brother, why is your body so hot?" "Oh no, you're bleeding." My heart sank. It was terrible timing for May Air to awaken. Oh goddess! I had not yet feasted my eyes on enough. I needed to flee. I turned to escape up the mountain, but after only a couple of steps, I collided with a fragrant and soft figure. Instinctively, I reached out to embrace her, stumbling, and we both fell, with May Air caught in the middle, squealing in protest. Opening my eyes, I found a pair of golden orbs gazing at me, a hint of panic in their depths, radiating purity and nobility. Moreover, there was a faint imprint of a six-winged angel between her brows. A six-winged angel? Who possesses such a thing in Douluo Dalu? My heart raced uncontrollably. Could it be Qianren Xue? Was she not supposed to be in the Tiando Imperial Palace as the prince? How had she come here to bathe? Glancing again, I noticed she had donned a golden palace gown at some point. My mouth slipped. "Why are you here, Qianren Xue?" She jolted, leaping up and exclaiming, "Who are you?" Simultaneously, a black 10,000-year soul ring illuminated around her, and a golden aura coalesced around her fist, emanating a sacred essence as she prepared to strike. I recognized the move and shouted, "Angel assault? Qianren Xue, wait. Stop. It's all a misunderstanding." Qianren Xue froze. Who was this person? How did he know so much about me? Not only did he know my name, but he was also aware of my soul skills. Her fist hovered, and she stared at me in bewilderment. I clumsily got to my feet, and she was taken aback, realizing I was merely a 12 or 13-year-old boy with a 3 or 4-year-old child in my arms. As she lowered her fist, May Air began to stir restlessly, muttering, "Big brother, how embarrassing. Just a big sister, far inferior to my mother, and you're already bleeding. I look down on you." Qianren Xue and I exchanged glances, her perfect face suddenly clouding over, coldly questioning, "Where is your mother? I wish to meet her." May Air's face fell instantly. "My mother is missing. I can't find her." Qianren Xue softened at the sight of May Air's sorrowful expression. Yet this cunning child tugged at my sleeve. "It's all my big brother's fault for disturbing you while you admired the big sister bathing. If not, when I grow up, I'll bathe for you every day." Qianren Xue's gaze turned frigid again as she fixed her eyes on me. "What do you have to say about this? How will you explain yourself?" With that, she waved her hand, and May Air fell back asleep. I knew I was in the wrong for peeping while she bathed. This situation was not easily resolved. Steeling myself, I stammered, Shui. Qianren Xue, like a cat with its tail stepped on, screeched, "What did you just call me?" I hastily smiled, Lady Qianrenxue. Miss Qianrenxue. It just slipped out. Having grown up, I imagined no one had ever spoken to her in such a manner, and her anger seemed to dissipate slightly as a smile graced her lips. Suit yourself. When she smiled, it was as if flowers bloomed. I was momentarily entranced. Noticing my slack-jawed admiration, her brows furrowed, and her ire resurfaced. I quickly regained my composure and earnestly said, Schwer, you should smile more. Your smile is simply enchanting. Inspiration strikes. I shall compose a poem for you. Listen closely. In the stars, there's a fair maiden, unrivaled and solitary, a smile that captivates the city, another that conquers the nation. As I recited, I struck a pose full of passion. Qianrenxue was utterly taken aback. Having borne tremendous pressure throughout her life while disguising herself as a boy, no one had ever complimented her beauty. She softly repeated my poem, captivated by my words. Sensing an opening, I discreetly sent a thread of soul power into her mind to soothe her lonely spirit. In the next moment, she completely broke down, leaning against my shoulder, releasing the grievances and pain she had harbored over the years. I embraced her gently, soothing her back, whispering, Schwer, rest assured. Everything will change when you meet me. With my presence, your divine status will be unassailable. I will ensure you become the true angel god. Nestled against me, she asked dreamily, Really? Seizing the opportunity, I wrapped my arms around her waist, affirming, Trust me, this is my promise to you. Upon hearing this, she melted into my embrace, clinging tightly, her body pressing against mine. As a fervent young man, I was overwhelmed by the closeness, my gaze drawn to her luscious red lips, and I leaned in, intending to kiss her. However, just as our lips were about to meet, she giggled, pushed me away, and teased, Little brother, little con artist, I believe you. I'll be waiting for you to come and fetch me. With that, she floated away, disappearing in an instant. I stood frozen, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over me. After a moment, I let out a wail, I am not 12 years old. Curse this damned body. I lingered in place for half an hour, only to remember to embrace Mayer. Just as I bent down, suddenly, a colossal black hand descended from the heavens, aiming to seize me. The overwhelming pressure rendered me instantly immobile. My heart sank. It must be Dalu, the grandfather of Qianrenxue, a peerless Dalu of the 99th level. In my eagerness to charm his granddaughter, I completely forgot about this formidable being. As the black hand threatened to crush me, an enormous explosion resonated, shaking the entire Xingdou Great Forest, and that hand shattered into pieces. The pressure weighing down on me dissipated. Gradually, a woman's face materialized in the sky, an indescribably beautiful visage, captivating beyond compare. She cast a glance at me and then at the ground where Mayer lay, her eyes filled with love and sorrow. In an instant, I realized this was Mayer's mother. At that moment, a delicate voice echoed within my mind. Young man, thank you for taking care of Mayer. She is entrusted to you. I am the queen of the Tianhu clan, and due to calamity within my tribe, I had no choice but to cast Mayer into this realm. To prevent our enemies from discovering her, I concealed one of her souls and her essence, to be used when needed. She continued to explain that when Mayer comes of age, I would be responsible for helping her recover that soul and essence, so her chronic fatigue could be cured. Furthermore, this was merely the beginning. Once Mayer was restored, I was to lead her back to the ancestral land of Qingxiu in Julie Heaven, where it was said there existed the foundation of their Tianhu clan, with Mayer's blood being the key to unlock it. At that moment, I was utterly stunned, and it didn't end there. She warned me that the enemies of the Tianhu clan are immensely powerful, beyond comprehension. And before I reach the realm of the Divine King, I must never reveal Mayer's identity, or we would both meet our doom. Good heavens! This was not merely a guardianship. It was akin to being handed a hellishly difficult S-rank mission. In the end, that astonishingly beautiful face praised my fortune and gradually faded away. As she departed, the oppressive aura that could have collapsed the heavens vanished. I tell you, the entirety of Douluo continent was left in fear. The sole beasts in the Xingdou Great Forest, whether 10,000 years old or 1,000,000 years, all lay trembling on the ground, not daring to breathe. Not to mention the old man Dalu, who coughed up a mouthful of old blood in a small grove. Utterly dazed, sitting on the ground questioning life, muttering about how there were divine beings in this world he was unaware of. Meanwhile, Qianrenxue stood atop a mountain, still reminiscing, thinking, that little brat was right. There truly exists such a perfect woman. But why did I just so willingly approach her? Who among my family understands that moment of heart fluttering? It's simply extraordinary. Yet, that little brat is just too young. OS embraced my mind was a whirlpool of emotions. I initially thought I had latched onto a superpower, only to discover that she was a fallen princess from a destroyed kingdom. How familiar this script was. However, upon recalling what her mother mentioned about the ancestral land of Qingqiu, filled with treasures and secrets, my heart began to stir with excitement. I tell you, my system craves resources the most. If I could wander through that place, wouldn't I soar to new heights instantly? I quickly chastised myself. Yang Chun, how could you covet the possessions of a young girl? That is utterly inhumane. Yet, to be honest, this situation has put tremendous pressure on me. In this world, the highest level to achieve divinity is a mere 100. Mayor's mother possesses a divine thought that can cross realms and obliterate Qian Dalu in an instant. What level must she be? 200? 300? How terrifying must their enemies be? I previously thought I was advancing like a rocket, feeling a bit lofty, but now I've been doused with cold water, realizing I am merely a weakling. However, as I pondered, a sudden clarity washed over me. My horizons expanded. What was there to fear? Mayor's mother declared me a person of great fortune, and I have a system. What is Douluo continent? It is far too small. My aspirations are to reach the stars and the sea. I must become stronger, strong enough to tear through space. Not only must I visit Qingqiu and Julie Heaven, but I also need to return to my home on Lanshuixing. The moment this thought emerged, I felt a profound sense of clarity and an unprecedented determination. I hastily glanced at my system panel, and to my astonishment, the 27 points of soul power I had lost due to my forced bravado had returned. I was elated, shouting in my mind, Xiao Tian, Xiao Tian, my soul power has returned. Yet, Xiao Tian coldly responded, I know. What is there to be so jubilant about? You have merely taken another step toward death. I was taken aback. What do you mean, brother? Nothing much. I do not wish to speak now. Do not provoke me. Xiao Tian brusquely retorted. What a rebellious spirit. I scratched my head, too lazy to argue, and carried Mayor back to our original mountain. Upon returning, my mount, the nine-headed lion, remained trembling on the ground. Upon seeing Mayor in my arms, its 18 eyes were filled with awe and fear, not daring to lift its head. It seemed to have guessed Mayor's origins. My mind was preoccupied with various thoughts, and I paid no heed to it, dozing off for a while. I was unaware of how long I slept until I was abruptly awakened by my mount's thunderous roar. As I opened my eyes, I was instantly struck with horror, sensing countless powerful auras converging toward us from all directions. Soon after, the forest echoed with the roars of tigers, resembling a surround sound system. I couldn't ascertain how many had come. The nine-headed lion leapt in front of me, crouching down and whining, urging me to quickly mount its back and flee. Yet, I was invigorated. I was just lamenting the lack of high-level soul beasts, and now they were delivered to my doorstep. One opportunity for experience. How could I run away? The lion was in a frenzy, urging me relentlessly. Seeing its unprecedented panic, I understood the gravity of the situation and leapt onto its back. Just as I settled, it bolted away, swift as lightning. However, after a few strides, a roar pierced the air, and a tiger, significantly larger than the previous Tiger King, blocked our path, pouncing at us without hesitation, its paw transforming into a millstone in the air, aiming to smash us into a pulp. Ibelud, come fort. The divine whip was instantly unleashed, and with the aura of a 20,000-year Titan Python soul ring, the whip expanded to 15 zhong, striking towards that tiger's paw. With a resounding crash, the massive tiger let out a howl, flipping through the air as it was sent flying. The nine-headed lion beneath me staggered back several steps, landing on its rear. I tell you, with my soul power at 16, coupled with the soul ring's enhancement, that single lash matched the strength of the 13,000-year-old tiger. The nine-headed lion was left dumbfounded, likely thinking, how has my master become so formidable in just a few days? The tiger was equally astonished. It could sense my mere 16 levels, yet found itself sent flying. How could this be explained? It promptly turned, and its enormous tail swept toward me like a steel whip. I scanned the surroundings with my divine sense and discovered several thousand-year-old tigers rushing towards us. My eyes sparkled with excitement. Goodness, I'm about to strike it rich. Just as the tiger's tail was about to reach me, I did not evade. Instead, I swiftly unleashed a soul arrow, precisely piercing the tiger's brain. Before the tail could reach me, the The tiger let out a wretched cry and instantly wilted. I waved my hand, and the divine whip followed suit, striking directly at its forehead. A 13,000-year-old soul beast? Eliminated in an instant. I tell you, my combination of the soul arrow and divine whip is now an art form, executed with mastery. I took a flying step forward, placing my hand on a corpse, silently invoking the Devour technique, and the soul power from the 13,000-year-old beast was instantly absorbed. Just as I was momentarily delayed, the remaining tigers had already rushed to the forefront. They gazed at the ground, with the brains of their fallen companions splattered, then turned to me, all struck dumb. I could only imagine their thoughts. Did a Chong truly fall to a mere 16-level human? Seizing the moment while they were in a daze, I unleashed another soul arrow, swiftly followed by the divine whip, and with a crack, yet another ancient tiger collapsed, its soul energy now mine. Nearby, the nine-headed lion trembled in fear, its legs turning to jelly, internally screaming, "My little ancestor, no matter how cunning you are, you cannot defeat so many. Run." Having just claimed 2 souls, I was reveling in my triumph when the remaining tigers finally snapped back to reality, howling in unison as they charged at me. I had just lodged a soul arrow into one of their heads when I was met with a flurry of tiger paws striking my face. Panic surged within me as I shouted in alarm. The enemy's firepower was overwhelming. At this moment, I found myself surrounded by tigers. Escape seemed impossible. Regret washed over me, realizing how addictive this power was and how I had lost control. Just as I braced myself for an imminent doom, ready to awaken Mayor to unleash her ultimate ability, a golden figure burst through the fray, creating an opening. My cowardly steed, the nine-headed lion. I was taken aback by its willingness to risk everything for my rescue. A wave of joy surged within me. Ignoring the tiger paws, I swung the divine whip overhead and leaped onto the lion's back. With a mighty roar, the nine-headed lion carved a bloody path, breaking free from the encirclement. The sound of thudding paws echoed as several tiger strikes landed on my divine whip, the force causing me to spit blood, nearly knocking me unconscious. The lion, too, staggered under the impact, but with a determined grit, it unleashed its vital blood, surging with newfound strength, soaring into the air as it sprinted for freedom. The hundreds of tigers in the forest, witnessing our escape, went wild in pursuit. My lion, fueled by desperation and burning its essence, sped up, finally shaking them off for the moment. However, these tigers were relentless in their quest for revenge against the grandson of their elder, Xiaohua. They would not rest until I was captured. It was as if they were equipped with GPS, tracking my scent with fervor, driven by a thin veneer of vengeance. The lion was nearly brought to tears, internally cursing. Was it worth it for the death of a mere small tiger? Do they not realize I ride with a deity? One whose wrath could spell doom for their entire white tiger clan? Yet, no matter its thoughts, the pursuing tigers refused to relent. After running for another hour or two, the lion was on the verge of exhaustion. Yet the tiger pack remained relentless. Just as despair loomed, I broke the silence. "Little lion, you performed admirably this time. I'm quite pleased. Fear not. As long as you remain loyal, I shall not treat you poorly." The lion nearly cried with joy, feeling that its sacrifice had finally paid off. However, it was even more astonished that I had recovered from such severe injuries in merely a couple of hours. Little did it know, my bizarre system had absorbed most of the impact when I was thrown, saving my life. During these 2 hours, my soul energy had automatically circulated, healing my wounds. I glanced at my status panel, seeing my points had increased by 593, allowing me to level up once more. These 2 white tigers were truly fortune bearers. My insatiable hunger for absorption stirred within me. Who understands this desire? If I could vanquish another 10 or 8, I would ascend directly to a 20th level Grand Soul Master. The more I contemplated, the more exhilarated I became. Once my injuries healed, I felt an itch to strike again. I patted the lion's head, smiling. "Little lion, you have achieved great merit. However, these little white pests have been too brazen. Let us return and execute a grand plan, eliminating all those who dare to follow us." Upon hearing the first half of my statement, the lion was filled with pride, but upon hearing the latter half, its legs quivered, nearly causing it to kneel before me. Its eyes screamed, "Brother, please do not push it. Our lives are at stake." It whimpered, shaking its 9 heads vigorously, desperately sprinting forward, hoping to distance itself from the tigers. I found amusement in its fear, yet without its cooperation, I was left at a loss. After an indeterminate time of running, the lion's secret technique finally waned, and its speed diminished. Thankfully, the pursuing white tigers had also diminished, leaving only the elite with over 12,000 years of experience. Now, at level 17, I felt invigorated, unable to contain my urge for release. I chuckled at the lion. Are you tired? Let's take a break. They must be more exhausted than you. This is the perfect time for me to make a couple more moves. I promise, just two, easy and effortless. Are you not confident in me? It glanced at me weakly, finally nodding in reluctant agreement, finding a spot to hide, its expression as if to say, if you mess this up, I cannot run anymore. I concealed myself behind a large tree, and before long, a white tiger, larger than the previous ones and seemingly close to 20,000 years old, approached. My heart leaped with joy. This was a feast. The thought of devouring its soul energy made my mouth water. However, this creature was quite clever. It halted several yards away, sniffing the air as if searching for my scent. Then it threw back its head and howled, calling for reinforcements. Alarm surged through me. I could not allow them to regroup. I leaped from behind the tree, shouting as I swung the divine whip, enveloped in a black soul ring. The white tiger, upon seeing me, chose not to engage but leaped backward, attempting to evade. It underestimated my awareness of its ploy. The moment it jumped, an invisible soul arrow pierced its mind. With a dreadful cry, the white tiger froze, and the divine whip followed swiftly, cleaving its head open. I was overjoyed, another soul captured. I hurried over to absorb its soul energy, which granted me nearly 3 points. Pure bliss. The nine-headed lion watched from a distance, horrified. As I stood beside the slain beast, licking my lips, its eyes wide with fear, likely cursing my twisted mind. Just as I finished absorbing, 2 more fierce tigers arrived. As they climbed the hill, they were met with my stance, hands on my hips, while their elder lay lifeless. The sight stunned the 2 tigers, causing them a halt and slowly retreat. I thought, how could I let this opportunity for experience slip away? I waved them over, grinning as I approached. Greetings, tiger brothers. You must be exhausted from running. Why not sit down and discuss the life of a tiger? These 2, already subordinates, were unnerved by my devilish smile and glowing eyes. They exchanged glances and, with a mighty roar, turned tail and fled, their speed surpassing that of their rival. I stood there, dumbfounded mouth agape, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Wasn't I exuding a friendly demeanor? Was I really that terrifying? With no other recourse, I kicked the lifeless tiger on the ground, muttering cowards under my breath, before retreating behind the tree to see if any other unwitting souls would present themselves. After a long wait, not a single tiger appeared. All had fled in terror. At this moment, the nine-headed lion trotted over, using its extraordinary sense of smell to confirm that the pursuers had retreated. The look in its eyes transformed from fear to unparalleled admiration, as if to say, truly, my master is a divine being, capable of scaring away legions. I understood well that I'd stirred a hornet's nest. This feud had escalated significantly. The White Tiger clan would not let this matter rest easily. After conferring with the lion, we resolved to change our location, distancing ourselves from this treacherous area. Remaining here could attract not just ancient soul beasts, but perhaps even those of 100,000 years. I decided to heed their advice and refrain from reckless actions for the time being. Over the next 2 days, we raced ahead, significantly more low-key, refraining from initiating any confrontations. During this time, I encountered a 300-year-old wild wolf, which foolishly attempted to make me its lunch, only to meet its demise at my hand. I must tell you, at that moment, the Jiu-Tu Shi gazed at the wolf with an expression akin to that of a fool, filled with pity and sympathy. However, after a couple of peaceful days, I must confess that my hands began to itch once more. Cradled in my arms was a little one named Mayer, deep in a fragrant slumber, utterly undisturbed. I glanced at her delicate visage, pondering that as she grows, I hope she does not inherit her enchanting mother's traits and sprout 9 tails to wreak havoc upon the world. Alas, it is truly tragic. At such a tender age, she has already lost a soul and a spirit, spending her days in slumber, which tugs at my heartstrings. To prevent her from falling, I had even fashioned a vine to bind her to my chest, resembling a parental pouch. After traversing for the better part of the day, we entered a new forest. My goodness, this place was nothing short of a buffet for soul beasts. Centenarian soul beasts wandered about as if they were free for the taking. I must tell you, my cravings for upgrades and devouring surged instantly. My eyes glistened green, perceiving every creature as a moving experience package, and I nearly drooled. If it weren't for the Jiu-Tu Shi beside me, casting urgent glances and murmuring for me to remain calm, I would have dashed forward to indulge. I bore the torment akin to withdrawal symptoms, and just as I felt close to internal injury, guess what happened? An 800-year-old hawk came hurtling down from the trees like a headless fly. Its sharp beak loomed larger in my view, as if it intended to swallow me whole. I assure you, this bird simply lacked proper vision. It saw the Jiu-Tu Shi, robust and fierce, and presumed that I, a mere 17-level soul master, would be an easy target, seeking to ambush while the lion was at a distance. It thought that since it could fly, even if the ambush failed, the lion would be powerless against it. I found this amusing and shouted with enthusiasm. Come on then, just when I was lamenting the lack of meat. You present yourself. The Shinding Bien appeared in my hand, and I struck at the foolish bird. The Jiu-Tu Shi beside me seemed nearly in tears, likely lamenting that yet another was seeking its demise. It was clear that my slaughter switch was about to be flipped, and this forest would meet its end. The hawk, upon seeing my unremarkable martial spirit, a mere blade of grass, cawed mockingly, its derision unmistakable. It made no attempt to evade and continued its charge toward me. Suddenly, with a resounding crack, that very blade of grass it scorned shattered it into a mist of blood, leaving no trace of flesh behind. I roared devour, and the 800-year soul power surged into my being. I tell you, that long-lost sensation of exhilaration coursed from the top of my head to the tips of my toes. I could not help but release a howl towards the heavens, feeling every pore in my body unfurl. The Jiu-Tu Shi, witnessing my frenzied demeanor, realized that matters were awry. Indeed, I leapt onto its back and gestured grandly. Little lion, charge for me. Today, we shall clear the inventory and have a delightful conversation with a few good friends. The Jiu-Tu Shi wanted to dissuade me, but with a raised brow and a lick of my lips, I asked him, Little yellow fur, do you have an objection? It shuddered, its fur bristling, and promptly bowed down, carrying me forward at a wild gallop. Standing upon the lion's back, armed with the Shinding Bien, I bellowed, Friends ahead, do not flee. I, Yang Chun, have just arrived and wish to make acquaintances. Let us share our lives and aspirations. The entire forest erupted into chaos. Quietude? Non-existent. I tell you, the exhilaration was intoxicating. With every soul beast I devoured, I glanced at my score, watching the numbers rise little by little, and I felt as if I were invigorated by a potent elixir. In less than half an hour, this vast forest, spanning hundreds of miles, had been transformed into a desolate city, with soul beasts fleeing faster than rabbits. I found myself puzzled. Why were they fleeing so hastily? I was quite amiable. Furthermore, in such a fertile land, how could there not be even a millennium-level powerhouse to maintain order? Little did I know, my reputation in the Qingdao de Sunlin had become infamous. I was that legend known as the Beast Slayer, a walking disaster. The leader of this forest, a millennium-old cheetah, recognized me the moment we entered, and without a word, it packed its belongings and fled to relatives, abandoning its homeland. Thus, I encountered not even a 1,000-year beast. The subsequent forest regions were eerily similar, utterly vacant, as if ravaged by an invading army. I was utterly disheartened, inwardly cursing these soul beasts for their lack of courtesy, fleeing without so much as a farewell. Meanwhile, deep within the Qingdao de Sunlin, in the lair of the Baihu clan, the atmosphere was thick with tension. In the center of the grand hall lay 3 enormous Baihu corpses, and huddled nearby was one, the unfortunate one who had barely escaped my soul attack last time, still cradling its head in anguish. Seated within the hall were 5 elders, all prominent figures of the Baihu clan. One elder, known for his explosive temper, the grandfather of the Bai who named Xiao Hua, whom I had dispatched, slammed the table, spitting as he exclaimed, Are we to let this go just like that? Where shall we save face for the Baihu clan? How shall we continue our existence in the Qingdao de Sunlin? A younger-looking leader, though possessing a history of 600,000 years, spoke slowly. Elder, do not be hasty. We shall certainly take revenge, but we must not act recklessly. There are unspoken rules among the powerful. We cannot bully the younger generation of the opposing side, lest the supreme experts from the human realm come crashing down upon us and doom our entire clan. The elder wished to argue, but the leader shot him a glance, alluding to the enormous human visage that had appeared in the sky the previous night. The elder immediately wilted. Though he was a 500,000-year-old soul beast, he felt no different than an ant before that face, knowing it could eliminate him in an instant with a mere glance. The second elder then stepped forward to mediate, stating, Leader, we have investigated. This boy's true strength is rather mediocre. What poses a threat is his soul attack. as long as we can defend against his mental assault. The younger generation below 30,000 years can easily eliminate him. The leader nodded, a cunning smile creeping across his face. Indeed, let it be so. Although it is somewhat risky, equipping the younger generation with special gear should suffice, as we are not directly intervening, thus not violating the rules. My goodness, these old foxes. They immediately summoned 5 by who, each around 20,000 years old, led by one named Bai Chung, a once-in-a-millennium genius with a particularly steady demeanor. The leader spun a grand tale, speaking of clan honor and how they were the hope of the future, ultimately sending them forth to intercept me. Before their departure, the leader and several elders summoned the 5 to a secretive discussion. Meanwhile, I had been traveling for several more days, arriving at desolate places devoid of life. I had begun to realize that my news had surely leaked. While I wondered why the Baihu clan had remained silent, an ominous shiver coursed through me, a foreboding sense rising within. 2 days later, we entered a valley. Just as I was about to rest, I heard a distant thumping sound, each step shaking the ground. Upon hearing this noise, I knew a great beast was approaching, and my excitement was palpable. My mouth was nearly watering. Finally, a meal was being delivered to my doorstep. However, it was not just one. With a piercing cry from above, a colossal bird blotted out the sun. From the ground came a massive python, as thick as a barrel. I was momentarily stunned, realizing I had stirred a hornet's nest. How had I attracted not just one, but 3? Alongside a massive bear over 20,000 years old, and a similarly aged python, plus that fierce bird from above, it was clearly a well-organized ambush. The Jiu-Tu Shurzi was so frightened that all 9 heads nearly huddled together, although I felt a twinge of anxiety within. The tantalizing aura of soul power emanating from the 3 soul beasts was undeniably irresistible. I licked my lips, gritted my teeth, and resolved to take action. Today, I would aim for a significant score. Even if I could only defeat one, it would be sufficient to elevate me to level 18. The 3 soul beasts were none other than the infamous eagle-bear-python triangle from the Qingdao Great Forest, renowned for their seamless cooperation. They swiftly sealed off all our escape routes across the upper, middle, and lower paths. Realizing the dire situation, I knew fleeing was futile. Without a moment's hesitation, I unleashed 3 arrows of soul energy aimed at them while swiftly darting to the side. To those who understand, this trio was momentarily stunned by my soul attack. Their reactions delayed. The unfortunate bird, particularly, was struck the hardest, plummeting from the sky, its vision obscured. As luck would have it, the giant python's tail swept through the air, striking the descending bird and sending it hurtling toward me like a baseball. I couldn't help but laugh. This was indeed divine assistance. With a flick of my whip, I activated the soul ring of the Titan Python, and with one strike, I claimed that unfortunate bird. The system's Devour ability activated instantly, granting me over 20,000 years' worth of soul power. Having secured my first victory, I bellowed at the Jiu-Tu Shurzi. Run. The giant bear and python were momentarily dumbfounded. How could their thousands of years of partnership be disrupted by a blundering ally? The python, regaining its senses, became furious and began to chase us with a roar. I, mounted upon the back of the Jiu-Tu Shurzi, watched as my points surged on the system panel, expending 5 points to instantly elevate my soul power to level 18. An explosive energy surged through my being. I felt as though I could take on 10 opponents at once. I casually struck a nearby boulder with my whip, shattering it into dust with a resounding crash. With exuberance, I urged the Jiu-Tu Shurzi, little lion, slow down. Let that long worm catch up before we strike again. The Jiu-Tu Shurzi trembled, but was stirred by my fervor, slowing its pace. The giant python, realizing we had halted to wait for it, momentarily paused in confusion, then quickly deduced its perilous situation. This was a ploy to ambush it. Frightened, it turned to flee back to the giant bear. What a sight! It thought to evade me? I shouted, "Little lion, charge!" as I fired a soul arrow at it. The python, having suffered once, ran frantically forward, despite its throbbing headache. Seeing my initial attack had little effect, I quickly unleashed 2 more soul arrows while commanding the Jiu-Tu Shurzi to unleash its lion's roar and golden light wave. After several rounds of assault, the python was left dazed, its tough scales sizzling under the corrosive effects of the Jiu-Tu Shurzi's golden light. It continued to flee, not daring to retaliate. I summoned my whip, empowered by the 2,000-year soul ring, and struck its head with a heavy blow. With a resounding thud, I believed victory was assured. However, the python's head was as hard as stone. and it merely let out a couple of pain cries before crawling onward. I gasped in astonishment. Indeed, a soul beast over 20,000 years old was remarkably resilient. My irritation flared as I tightened my grip on the whip, unleashing a barrage of strikes upon its head, shouting, "You little crawling creature, I refuse to yield. I shall strike. I shall strike. I shall strike repeatedly." One must acknowledge the unfortunate fate of this giant python. After training for over 23,000 years, it fell victim to Yang Chen's Dogtail, grass martial spirit, its soul power completely drained. To add insult to injury, its tail twitched in agony. Meanwhile, Yang Chen relished the moment, boasting of his prowess in defeating such a formidable opponent. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from a distance, shaking the very trees. I recognized it as the giant bear approaching. Yang Chen, unfazed, felt elated, believing this giant bear would yield even greater points than the python. To those who comprehend, Yang Chen and the Jiu-Tu Shizi were both wide-eyed with excitement. Though battling the python had been taxing, the sense of accomplishment was overwhelming, especially for the Jiu-Tu Shizi, which had once faced a 1,000-year-old white tiger in vain. Participating in the defeat of a soul beast over 20,000 years old felt like a monumental achievement. The Jiu-Tu Shizi began to swell with pride, convinced that without its assistance, Yang Chen would have perished long ago. It claimed that at least half the credit belonged to it. Yang Chen, however, was too engrossed to acknowledge the Jiu-Tu Shizi, his eyes gleaming as he awaited the arrival of the bear to bestow points upon them. To his astonishment, after a prolonged wait, the bear suddenly turned tail and fled, moving faster than when it had approached. Yang Chen was left bewildered. How could the bear abandon them in such a moment? Shouldn't it seek vengeance for its fallen comrade instead of fleeing? Little lion, pursue. We cannot let it escape. Yang Chen showed that the Jiu-Tu Shizi, still lost in its own fantasies of single-handedly defeating the python, was momentarily annoyed by Yang Chen's call of little lion. Rolling its eyes at him, a mere sidekick. Noticing it was unresponsive, Yang Chen smacked its head. "Little lion, what are you daydreaming about? The bear is escaping." Only then did the Jiu-Tu Shizi snap back to reality. Seeing the bear truly fleeing, it let out a roar and charged after it. Envisioning the complete annihilation of the Qingdao Great Forest's iron triangle at its hands. Wouldn't the name of the nine-headed golden lion echo through the forest? Mining, conducting business, and claiming dominion over the mountains. Wouldn't that mean having everything one desires? Yang Chen, riding atop the lion, felt its speed was exhilarating, even more vigorous than before. What could have caused such a transformation? Meanwhile, the bear was engulfed in regret. Had it known better than to meddle in such affairs? Now, with the great bird gone and the python defeated, would it be next? It regretted listening to the bird's counsel to ambush Yang Chen. So now, after years of infamy, it found itself paying the price. Realizing escape was futile, the giant bear turned to face them, attempting to intimidate them with a loud growl. Yang Chen, consumed by thoughts of points and soul power, paid no heed to its threats, raising his whip to strike. Suddenly, the Jiu-Tu Shizi let out a fierce cry and lunged forward, its mouth agape, unleashing a beam of golden light. Yang Chen was momentarily stunned. Had the timid little lion suddenly found its courage? Before he could process this, the bear swatted the Jiu-Tu Shizi aside as though it were a mere projectile, sending it crashing into the ground, creating a large crater and leaving it incapacitated. Yang Chen was left in shock, exclaiming, "Little lion, are you all right?" This companion had endured hardships alongside him. He could not bear to lose it so soon. In haste, he unleashed 3 arrows of soul energy aimed at the giant bear's head. The bear, witnessing the python's demise, had grown confident in its strength, believing the human before was no threat, especially when the little lion had been so easily dispatched. As the whip approached, the bear, recalling its past reign in the Qingdao Great Forest, scoffed at the 2,000-year soul ring. However, as it swiped at the whip, a sudden jolt of pain struck its head, causing it to falter momentarily. The whip struck its head, though not a fatal blow. It left the bear dazed and reeling. With a furious roar, the bear's rage ignited, for it was a soul beast nearing 30,000 years of age, and it was not to be trifled with. Yang Chen had never confronted such a formidable soul beast before. Previously, he had only ambushed white tigers that were approximately 10,000 years old. Now, engaging head-on, he was struck by the bear's murderous aura, feeling as though he had plunged into a sea of blood, surrounded by countless soul beasts writhing in agony. Nearly so frightened that he lost control of himself. A tremendous pressure bore down upon him, as if a mountain were collapsing. Startled, Yang Chen quickly retreated. With a thunderous crash, a massive pit appeared before him as the bear seized the opportunity to strike him down with a powerful paw. Endowed with innate strength and formidable soul power, if that paw had landed squarely, Yang Chen would have been finished. It dawned on him that he was not as invincible as he had imagined. Engaging in direct combat was a certain path to demise. His reliance had always been on the divine soul arrow, which had consistently secured him victories through unexpected means. However, this bear was not a mere underling. Its soul was immensely powerful, rendering the divine soul arrow significantly less effective. As the bear lunged for another strike, Yang Chen could only dodge. The bear continued to unleash a barrage of strikes, sending trees and rocks flying, creating numerous craters in the ground. Yang Chen fled in a panicked state, with danger lurking at every turn. The bear's paw strikes were overwhelmingly powerful, leaving him no choice but to evade. Just as another strike was imminent, something collided with him, propelling him away from the lethal blow. Dazed and spitting blood, he turned to see the Jiu Tu Shizi, having emerged from the pit, saving his life. The Jiu Tu Shizi had just climbed out and, upon witnessing Yang Chen's peril, swung its tail to break a tree branch, knocking Yang Chen to safety. It understood that the branch would not withstand the bear's assault and could only help Yang Chen evade. The Jiu Tu Shizi emitted a soft whimper, seemingly apologetic. The massive bear, emboldened by its earlier success, had forgotten its earlier trepidation and kicked towards the Jiu Tu Shizi, sending it flying like a ball for several hundred meters before it landed in the woods. Yang Chen felt an urgent pang in his heart. Did he truly have to awaken Mei Er? Yet, in the midst of this fierce battle, numerous soul beasts were surely watching, and should Mei Er awaken, she would undoubtedly be discovered. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to take the risk. He refused to believe that the divine soul arrow could not fell this foolish bear. As the bear charged once more, Yang Chen unleashed his full strength, launching arrow after arrow towards the bear's head. Although the bear possessed significant soul power, the divine soul arrows were sharp and piercing, causing it immense pain and prompting it to consider fleeing. Yang Chen's spirits lifted. It wanted to run? Not a chance. You are my prey, my points, my entire level 20 soul power relies on you. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, he scrambled to pursue the bear. Black Dog Bear, don't run. We won't know each other unless we fight. How about becoming friends? He shouted while shooting arrows. The bear felt its mind nearing explosion. The pain of its soul surpassed that of its flesh, leaving its footing unsteady. Sensing its impending collapse, Yang Chen drew the divine whip, aiming for the bear's head. Bolstered by the spirit ring, the whip carried at least 20 to 30,000 pounds of force. The bear's head throbbed painfully, rendering it unable to concentrate on resisting. With a resounding thud, the divine whip struck true, causing the bear to sway dangerously, almost toppling over. The scene momentarily froze. The leader of the White Tiger clan, Bai Cheng, turned pale. He felt a tumult of emotions. Engaging in a group fight would lead to accusations of bullying the weak, while a one-on-one duel would expose his comrade Yang Chen's ruthlessness. One strike, no second chances. As the little White Tiger wrestled with its dilemma, Yang Chen seized the moment to unleash his taunting skill to the fullest. He laughed maniacally, the sound echoing like surround sound. I say, brothers of the White Tiger clan and friends, stop dawdling. If you're afraid to duel, just say so. I won't mind if 2 or 3 of you come at me. If it comes to it, I could take all of you on. Upon hearing this, Bai Cheng found himself in a predicament. With such a challenge laid bare, how could he respond by attacking? What would remain of his reputation in the Stardow Forest? As a future clan leader, his authority was at stake. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a clear, melodious bird call pierced the air. Turning, Yang Chen saw a large, snow-white bird darting out from the beast horde, heading straight for him. Bai Cheng nearly burst into laughter, praising the bird for its keen insight, effectively alleviating his predicament. Moreover, the bird could fly, possessing an inherent advantage in aerial combat. If it could not win, it could simply escape, an ideal decoy. As the bird approached, Yang Chen's eyes brightened. It was a soul beast nearly 20,000 years old. To him, that bird was not merely a creature, but a veritable treasure trove of soul power, a colossal source of nourishment. His imagination took flight, nearly drooling at the prospect. The surrounding soul beast shuddered at the glint in his eyes, while the Jiu-Tu Shi silently mourned, thinking, "You foolish bird, this is between the white tigers. Why insert yourself into this conflict? Do you not understand the fate of the bird that sticks its neck out?" However, the large bird was no fool. It soared above Yang Chun while maintaining a safe distance, belching fireballs from its beak. The surrounding soul beasts erupted in cheers, as if at a concert. Yang Chun noticed the flames were quite potent and swiftly dodged. The bird continued to spit fire from above, but it was too far away, allowing Yang Chun to evade each attack effortlessly. He attempted to counter, but his reach was insufficient. Neither the divine soul arrow nor the divine whip could reach it. Gazing at the delectable soul power floating above, the light in Yang Chun's eyes intensified. He extended his finger playfully and called out, "Dear bird's sister, don't be shy. Come down. Let us get to know each other better." To his astonishment, that single phrase seemed to overload the bird's CPU. It squawked angrily, as though it had been provoked, and charged downwards in a fit of rage. The surrounding soul beasts gasped in alarm, warning it that it had left its safety zone. Yang Chun had been waiting for this precise moment. His heart soared with joy. Without waiting for the bird to reach him, he swung the divine whip with a flourish, simultaneously launching a divine soul arrow that struck the bird squarely in the head. Though the bird's mental fortitude was strong, it was momentarily dazed by the attack, causing its body to go haywire. What was originally a maneuver to evade the divine whip turned into a split-second miscalculation. With a resounding crack, the immense force struck the bird solidly, yanking it from the sky. Yang Chun soared upward, delivering a powerful blow to its head, unleashing his soul power, resulting in its instantaneous demise. The devouring function activated promptly, and the bird's soul power was drained in the blink of an eye. This sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, executed with utmost precision. He had leapt to deliver the final blow to avoid the risk of other soul beasts discovering his secret while he approached to absorb the soul power. Upon checking his status, he saw his points skyrocket from 302 to 598. A soul beast nearing 20,000 years indeed provided a substantial boost. Yet he lamented the fact that, as a great soul master, the experience ratio had shifted to 10 to 1, making level advancement increasingly challenging. After this triumph, Yang Chun feigned ignorance and bowed to the beast horde, humbly stating, "Dear friends, I truly apologize for inadvertently injuring this esteemed bird." The surrounding soul beasts were incensed, thinking, "Is this what you call an accident?" Every encounter over the past few days has resulted in instant kills, leaving no survivors. Why act as if you're the big boss here? Bai Chung, the leader of the White Tiger clan, was infuriated and prepared to send his kin into battle. Prior to their arrival, the clan leader had bestowed buffs upon them, enhancing their defenses against soul attacks. However, he remained somewhat hesitant. After all, Yang Chun was quite fearsome, and should anything go awry, he would have no explanation to offer. At that moment, a loud shout rang out, "Lord Bai Chung, my brothers are willing to give it a try." Bai Chung turned around and was taken aback to see 5 colossal centipedes, each as long as a train. These were the infamous Wu Lao of this forest, each boasting an impressive cultivation of 21,000 years, adept in the art of poison, and always attacking as a united front of 5, embodying the spirit of brotherhood. Bai Chung was overjoyed, for they were the perfect candidates, and he immediately promised them a great reward. Yang Chun, unable to comprehend the beast language, quickly grasped the situation from their demeanor. These 5 centipedes intended to attack together. His expression darkened. He had merely intended for them to engage in a 2-on-1 or 3-on-1 scenario, yet they had brought 5 to the fight. This was a significant miscalculation. Little did he know, the rule among these 5 brothers was always 5vn, regardless of whether their opponent was a solitary individual or an entire army. They would always present 5. The 5 elder centipedes leapt into action, surrounding Yang Chun. Upon seeing their crimson bodies, he recognized their tremendous toxicity, causing his heart to skip a beat. His soul attacks were ineffective against poison. Taking the initiative, Yang Chun unleashed 5 soul arrows in a flash, aiming to eliminate them before they could unleash their venom. Initially, the centipedes hesitated, feeling somewhat guilty about ganging up on a child. But they were unprepared for Yang Chun's sudden ambush. They had studied his tactics and were ready to retreat to dodge the divine whip, but suddenly, their heads throbbed in unison, and there was more. Just as they prepared to leap, another painful blow struck their minds. Yang Chun's current offensive power far surpassed what it had been before. This blow caused their soul force to stutter, slowing their retreat significantly. A scream pierced the air as the fourth elder among them was struck solidly on the head by Yang Chen's divine whip, his skull fracturing instantly. The remaining four centipedes were left dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, their brother was grievously injured. By the time they processed this, Yang Chun delivered another whip strike, and the venerable centipede, who had roamed the earth for millennia, met his demise. The devouring ability activated, instantly siphoning their soul force, increasing Yang Chen's speed even further. Before he could even assess his new score, he sensed four terrifying attacks approaching. The remaining four centipedes, now entirely frantic, braced themselves and unleashed four streams of poisonous mist. Red, orange, yellow, and green. These vibrant clouds looked appealing in the sunlight, resembling a rainbow, but everyone knew that contact with them meant certain death or severe injury. Realizing the gravity of the situation, especially with the small one in his possession, Yang Chen quickly devised a plan. He whipped the divine whip with great force, propelling himself into the air. At the apex of his ascent, he deftly balanced on the upright whip, elevating himself further, narrowly evading the poisonous mist. This maneuver left the soul beasts in awe, and even the nine-headed lion gaped in astonishment, marveling at the prowess of its master. However, being airborne presented its own challenges, and he would inevitably descend. Spotting a large tree in the distance, Yang Chan sent the divine whip shooting forth, ensnaring the trunk. With a vigorous pull, he swung through the air like a pendulum, soaring past the heads of the centipedes. Before departing, he fired two soul arrows that plunged into the mind of one centipede. He was well aware he needed to focus fire and eliminate one to weaken their encirclement. Gripping a branch to steady himself, he aimed the divine whip at the third elder centipede he had targeted. The other three centipedes, realizing the imminent threat, rushed to batter the whip away to rescue their comrade. Yang Chun had anticipated this. The moment they moved, he unleashed three more soul arrows into their minds. The three centipedes felt a sharp pain, and their movements faltered. In that crucial moment, the divine whip struck the third elder's head with a resounding crack, leaving him disoriented but not yet dead. The remaining three centipedes were thoroughly intimidated, regretting their decision to display such bravado. They instinctively shielded the third elder with their bodies. With their defensive posture, Yang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Had they recklessly charged at him, he would have faced genuine peril. He took a deep breath and glanced at the system panel, astonished to see his score was 888. What a fortuitous number. He felt a wave of elation. Just 112 more points, and he could ascend to level 21. Strength was the ultimate truth. He resolved that he must capture all these centipedes today. Without hesitation, he swung the divine whip, ensnaring the nearby tree once more, and executed another graceful swing, flying over the centipedes' heads. In midair, he released three soul arrows that accurately struck their targets, inflicting agonizing pain upon the three centipedes. The divine whip once again struck the nearly defeated third elder with an audible crunch, sealing his fate. Yang Chun landed on a distant tree, too far from the corpse to absorb its soul force. A clever idea struck him, and he called out to the remaining three centipedes with a mocking grin. "My dear friends, my apologies, but my aim has faltered again. A debt must be settled, and I await your brothers to take their revenge. I assure you, I shall not flee." The three centipedes exchanged glances, their resolve crumbling. What was there left to fight for? Their adversaries soared high, wielding unassailable mental attacks, while they were mere targets. They only wished to escape with their brother's remains. Yang Chun, noticing their intent to flee with the corpse, felt a surge of anger. After all the effort he had exerted to defeat the creatures, they dared to take his experience points? Not a chance. With another swing of his divine whip, he soared above them, shouting, "This tree is of my planting. This path is of my making. Should you wish to pass, leave behind a toll. I desire no riches, merely the remains." Three more soul arrows flew forth. The three elder centipedes, already terrified, were further dismayed by his antics. The smallest among them let out a wail and fled, abandoning even his brother's body. The eldest and second eldest quickly followed suit, disappearing in an instant. Yang Chun lamented the missed opportunity, but felt no loss. He promptly leapt down, standing over the third elder's corpse and activating his devouring ability. Upon checking his score, he found it had risen by 305, bringing his total to 1193. With a mere thought, he deducted 10 points, and his soul force displayed. Level 21. In an instant, a torrent of soul force surged through his body. a sensation so exhilarating it was almost euphoric. He could not help but close his eyes, a look of bliss adorning his face. To the hundreds of soul beasts watching, he appeared a terrifying figure, leaving them unnerved. What peculiarities did this slayer possess? Why did he always stand over the corpses of his prey, seemingly reveling in the aftermath? Was the thrill of slaughter truly so intoxicating? Coming back to his senses, Yang Chun addressed the now silent assembly of beasts with courtesy. Esteemed friends, my apologies for my lapse. Might any of you wish to engage in a duel? The remaining soul beasts exchanged glances, their hearts filled with resentment. Engage him? They would rather devour him whole. The remaining soul beasts looked at one another, each reluctant to take the initiative. This was a matter concerning the Baihu clan, and there was no need for them to sacrifice themselves. Bai Chung, observing the disarray among his ranks, realized he must take action himself. Just as he prepared to step forward, a powerful roar echoed behind him. Brother Chung, you manage the overall strategy. I shall confront this demon. Turning to see, it was Bai Ming, with a cultivation of 23,000 years, only slightly inferior to his own. Bai Chung nodded, albeit still concerned. Be cautious. His soul attacks cannot harm you, but he is cunning. Retreat if necessary. We can face him together. Bai Ming smiled confidently. Rest assured, Brother Chung, watch me. Before he could finish his sentence, he charged towards Yang Chun. Yang Chun, recognizing Bai Cheng's support in the rear, let out a hearty laugh and taunted. So, the two tiger brothers wish to confront me together? I have no objections. Just like those 5 centipedes, all 5 of you can join forces if you wish. Bai Cheng's expression shifted, and he instinctively retreated a few steps. Yang Chun felt a surge of triumph, focusing intently on Bai Ming. This would be an even grander experience bounty. He bellowed loudly, but before he could finish his sentence, the Da Shun Bian was already wielded with the Shun Hun Ji Jian, executing a familiar sequence of attacks. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. The Baihu Bai Ming roared, its body swelling against the wind, and with no regard for the divine soul attack, it swiped a paw at the Da Shun Bian, sending it flying with a thunderous crash. Yang Chun was left in a daze. Who could understand this? My unique external aid was unexpectedly countered by an anti-external aid. The divine soul energy he had launched vanished, as if cast into the sea, irretrievable. In shock, he retreated hastily, calling back the Deshanbian. Observing that the secret technique was effective, Bai Ming's courage surged as it charged with an overwhelming force. Yang Chun resorted to his old tactics, swinging the Deshanbian against a tree, barely managing to evade. Bai Ming, emboldened by its advantage, pursued him relentlessly, launching a barrage of attacks, while the surrounding soul beasts began to roar in support, encircling him to prevent his escape. The 9-headed lion watched in despair, wishing for his master to cease the struggle and awaken the little ancestor. Yang Chun found himself cornered, with nowhere to turn. Facing imminent death at the jaws of the tiger, he glanced at Mei Air in his arms, gritted his teeth, and made a desperate decision. He concentrated his divine soul energy into a single line, targeting the same point in Bai Ming's mind, unleashing 3 divine soul arrows in quick succession. His gamble was to pierce through the defenses, hoping to create a breach. As Bai Ming was in the midst of a fierce attack, preparing to strike down this human, it suddenly felt a faint crack in its consciousness, as if something had torn open a seam. Suddenly, excruciating pain surged through, causing its movement to falter. Yang Chen rejoiced. This tactic indeed proved effective. He immediately locked onto that fissure and shot 2 more arrows in rapid succession. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from Bai Ming as it clutched its head and plummeted from the sky. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Chun pressed his advantage, relentlessly striking the Da Shun Bian against its massive head. The once roaring beast horde fell into an eerie silence. The famed Ming Xiao, who had been invincible, was unexpectedly countered and killed by this human in an even more outrageous manner. Just as Bai Ming was slain, a furious scream echoed from the depths of the distant forest. Oh no, Minger is in trouble. Yang Chun, undeterred by the chaos, immediately absorbed the soul power and swiftly distanced himself. The head of the Baihu, Bai Chung, was left in a state of shock, frantically shaking Bai Ming's head, mourning the loss of the most cherished grandson of the 3rd elder, who possessed the formidable defense of 40,000 years of divine soul energy. Panic enveloped him completely. The remaining 3 Baihu joined in, their grief and fury palpable. Yang Chun recognized that he had stirred a monumental crisis. The atmosphere in the valley had become stifling, Suddenly, Bai Cheng lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes fixating on Yang Chun, unleashing a roar that sent a chilling wave of murderous intent across the arena. Yang Chen's heart sank. He understood that this was the strongest opponent he had encountered since entering the Xing Do de Sun Lin. A wild thought crossed his mind. If he could slay this creature, it could become his second soul ring. At that moment, in another part of the forest, a golden-haired girl abruptly halted, an inexplicable sense of dread and palpitations washing over her. Beside her stood a gray-clothed elder, the unparalleled title Duo, Qian Dalu. The girl was indeed Qianren Shui, her heart racing, certain that something had gone awry with that little divine trickster. She turned to Qian Dalu and said, "Grandpa, wait for me. I'll be right back," as her 6 wings unfurled, vanishing into the sky. Back in the valley, Bai Cheng let out a thunderous roar, transforming into a colossal mountain that bore down on Yang Chun. Simultaneously, the remaining 3 Bai Hu and hundreds of soul beasts charged from all directions with a deafening roar. Let me tell you, in that moment I was utterly stunned. These rascals had no sense of martial ethics. What was promised as a one-on-one duel turned into a full-on family feast with hundreds of soul beasts bearing down on me. Good heavens! I had stirred the nest of soul beasts. My mind buzzed, thinking I had really messed up. Taking a deep breath, I quickly circulated my soul power, alleviating some of the immense pressure. I slipped, executing a sudden maneuver to evade. Then came a thunderous crash. The Baihu Patriarch's paw slammed down where I had just stood, creating a massive 5-zhang-wide pit. I felt my eyelids twitching. I couldn't take it any longer. This little white monster was too ferocious. A direct confrontation would yield no good outcome. The 36 stratagems dictated that retreat was the best option. I needed to escape. I turned to flee, only to find the 3 Bai who had seemingly teleported to block my path. With no other option, I leaped into the sky with the Shan Bian, firing 4 divine soul arrows at the 4 tigers. And guess what? They vanished without a trace, as if cast into a bottomless pit. In an instant, I understood. These tigers surely bore the same soul defense shield as the one I had previously defeated. Seeing my powerful technique ineffective, the 4 tigers gained confidence and charged at me with ferocious roars. The airborne Baihu Patriarch was even more outrageous, springing into the air and transforming its thick, long tail into a massive whip over 20 zhang long, aimed directly at me, aptly named the unrivaled Overlord Whip. I was suspended in mid-air with no leverage to counter, so I had no choice but to raise my Shun Bian in defense. The 2 whips collided silently in the air, and the next moment I was sent flying like a kite with a severed string, crashing to the ground and rolling several times. The Da Shun Bian reverted to its original form, becoming a half-meter-long dogtail grass. Who could understand my plight? I spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood, my face as pale as paper. I landed right beneath a 10,000-year-old black gorilla. Upon seeing my pitiful state, the great ape was delighted, raising its foot to deliver a fatal blow. Furious, I thought, "You little ape, even in my weakened state, you dare to tread upon me? Dream on." I retaliated with a divine soul arrow that struck its brain, causing it to crash to the ground. I seized the opportunity to absorb its soul power. Just as I was momentarily delayed, the 3 Baihu pounced again, their 6 massive paws descending upon me with the sound of rushing wind. Already injured, my speed was compromised, and I let out a muffled groan as one paw struck my back, sending me flying once more. The combination of the blow and the fall left my head spinning, my thoughts muddled. I thought to myself, "It's over. My lady, forgive me. It seems I must awaken the hidden May air." Just then, a crisp and icy female voice pierced the air. The Baihu clan has become increasingly shameless, attacking a mere soul master with so many soul beasts. As the words fell, a stunning girl with waist-length golden hair appeared before me, shielding me behind her. I focused, recognizing her instantly, Qian Reinsu. Seeing her, my heart filled with joy. Salvation had arrived. I immediately sat up cross-legged from the ground, offering her a weak yet charming smile. "Shui Er, forgive my disgrace." Who would have thought that a dignified god king like me would be bullied by these small cats and dogs? A rare smile graced Qian Ren Shui's icy visage. "You little trickster, even at this point, you still have the audacity to sweet-talk. Are you still capable now?" I straightened my back, declaring, "Shui Er, what man is incapable? You arrived just in time. Let me recover for a moment, and together we shall vanquish these little dogs and cats." She furrowed her brow, questioning, "What kind of heinous act have you committed to provoke such a relentless pursuit by these soul beasts?" She understood, well, that had it not been for my excessive actions, the Baihu clan would not have resorted to such shameless tactics. I chuckled lightly, speaking nonchalantly. Shuer, I am but a benevolent figure. What misdeeds could I possibly commit? It was merely a friendly spar with a few good friends, exchanging insights on soul techniques, and one miscalculation led to this unfortunate outcome. Their persistence is truly excessive. She gazed at me coldly, asking, just a slip? How many did you kill? Are there still members of the Baihu clan? I counted on my fingers. Not many, perhaps just a couple of thousand, along with 5 little white insects that are a mere 10,000 years old. They can't bear to lose like this. Engaging in group battles is truly disgraceful. I must say, upon hearing this, she became utterly frozen, her mouth agape, likely wide enough to fit an egg. The look in her eyes was no longer that of a human, but rather of someone observing something entirely novel. She must have been thinking, this fellow is ruthless. He has slaughtered over 1,000 soul beasts, and even taken down 5 Baihu. No wonder they want to fight him. Simultaneously, she was astonished, wondering how I had surged from level 11 or 12 directly to 21 in just a few days. A soul master at level 21, with such outrageous combat prowess? I paid no heed to her thoughts, quickly closed my eyes, and allowed the internal system known as Shao Tian to assist me in healing my wounds. Qian Rinxu, witnessing my dignified demeanor, was momentarily entranced, likely captivated by my unfathomable imperial aura. At this moment, the Baihu leader, Bai Cheng, along with a group of soul beasts, surrounded us once more. Qian Rinxue, being a level 68 soul emperor, released her soul power, instantly enveloping the area in a terrifying pressure. The soul beasts trembled in fear, wondering where this young and formidable fairy had come from. Yet Bai Cheng, now enraged, growled at Qian Rinxue to refrain from meddling. Qian Rinxue's aura grew icier. Are you attempting to overpower us with sheer numbers? The pressure intensified, forcing Bai Cheng and his companions to retreat repeatedly, yet they remained steadfast, fixated on me. Qian Rinxue felt troubled. Her unique status prevented her from escalating the situation. Just as she hesitated, my internal injuries had healed. I laughed heartily and stood up. Let me take charge. You just need to stand guard. As long as these cowards dare not attack in unison, I will make them weep. I glanced at the system panel, noting I had 615 Devour points. If I defeated 2 more beasts, I could level up again. With a powerful figure like Qian Rinxue acting as my bodyguard, this was an unprecedented opportunity to gain experience. There was no way I could walk away. Qian Rinxue attempted to persuade me to retreat, but I boldly stepped forward, pointing at Bai Cheng. A true man takes responsibility for his actions. This lady has nothing to do with it. Let us continue. If you're not ashamed, feel free to join forces. Let me show you how I alone can topple your entire Baihu clan from the Stardow Forest. Bai Cheng and the others were taken aback, watching in disbelief as I had endured 2 heavy blows, yet appeared revitalized in an instant. They must have been thinking, is this human lad an indestructible cockroach? Bai Cheng, glancing at Qian Rinxue, understood that a group assault was futile. He quietly instructed 2 Baihu by Fa and by Lai, you 2, step up. Watch each other's backs. Do not give him a chance to use soul attacks. How shameless. Qian Rinxue's expression darkened, about to explode, but I waved my hand to stop her. Fine. 2 against 1 it is. As long as it's not a full-on brawl, I can manage. Suddenly, an idea struck me, and I shouted to the 2 Baihu, hold on a moment, brothers. Before we begin, I have a personal vendetta to settle. Just 5 minutes, a mere 5 minutes. With that, I swiftly turned, pointing at 2 10,000-year-old leopards in the beast horde, furiously declaring, you 2, did you eat my cousin who was just over 10 years old a while back? I promised her I would avenge her. Her restless spirit has been haunting me, making it impossible for me to eat or sleep. Everyone, beasts included, was bewildered. Your cousin was eaten? How does that compel you to seek revenge? And a restless spirit follows you? This script is utterly absurd. The 2 leopards were equally confused, wondering when they had ever eaten my cousin. While they hesitated, I darted forward like lightning. The other soul beasts quickly retreated, distancing themselves from the 2 leopards. The leopards were terrified, shouting by Cheng, save us. Too late. I unleashed 2 soul arrows straight into their minds, followed by 2 strikes from my divine whip, instantly slaying them. The Devour system activated, and as I checked my panel, I found my points had reached exactly 102. My heart soared with joy, and with a mere thought, I exchanged 10 points instantly. Boom! My level 21 soul power shattered barriers, soaring to 22. I felt an immense surge of strength within, nearly overwhelmed with exhilaration, ready to ascend right there. I suppressed my excitement, turning to approach the two by who with a smile. The entire process took mere seconds. By the time anyone reacted, the two powerful leopards were already lifeless. All soul beasts trembled in fear. Even Qianrenxue was astonished, her mouth slightly agape, undoubtedly thinking, what kind of creature is this little sorcerer? Killing two 10,000-year-soul beasts is as easy as squashing ants? How old is he? Could he truly be a reincarnated deity? By Fa and by Lai, witnessing my approach with a smile, looked at me as if they had seen a lavish feast after starving for half a month. Their legs trembling uncontrollably, involuntarily taking a step back. I beckoned them with my fingers. Fear not, brothers, the great revenge has been avenged. It feels exhilarating. With that, I swung my divine whip toward Bai Lai's head. Only then did Qianrenxue notice my martial spirit, a simple grass blade, adorned with a black 1,000-year soul ring. Her heart must have nearly leapt from her chest, a waste martial spirit, yet the first ring was 2,000 years old. This was utterly extraordinary. As Bai Lai saw me attacking, realizing my soul attack was imminent, he quickly activated his soul skill, becoming ethereal. Meanwhile, Bai Fa let out a fierce roar and lunged at me. However, my soul arrows were equipped with GPS, regardless of his ethereal state. I fired 3 arrows in quick succession, directly hitting him. With a pained cry, Bai Lai paused as my grass blade struck him solidly on the head. Now, at level 22, my strength had surged by 30%. That strike shattered his skull, and he fell without a sound. Simultaneously, Bai Fa's claw struck me. I used the momentum to float forward, absorbing much of the force, yet still suffered a wound that caused blood to trickle from my mouth. But I was unconcerned. My eyes were solely focused on the experience points. I lunged at Bai Lai, ravenously consuming his soul power. As soon as I finished, Xiao Tian remarked, "This fellow possesses decent soul defense. You might as well absorb that too." Following his advice, I indeed drew out a surge of soul power. At that moment, I seemed to faintly hear a piercing scream emanating from deep within the ancestral land of the Baihu clan. My soul power. Who has taken my soul power? Upon seeing his companion fall, Bai Fa's eyes turned crimson, and in a frenzy, he launched another attack. Bai Cheng, witnessing the chaos, attempted to rush in, but Qianrenxue's cold snort and psychic impact froze him in place, rendering him motionless. Delighted, I rolled on the ground to evade Bai Fa's strike, then retaliated with 3 soul arrows that struck his mind, followed by another whip that sent him to join his fallen comrade. Following the same method, I devoured his soul power and soul energy. From the ancestral land came yet another furious roar. Bai Cheng watched helplessly as 3 of his 4 elite subordinates had perished in an instant, and he spat out a mouthful of blood in utter despair. He completely lost his mind, shouting at all the soul beasts, "All brothers and sisters, attack together. Whoever kills him will become an inner disciple of my Baihu clan and enjoy the privileges of the direct lineage." This promise was monumental. The soul beasts had originally come to cling to power, and upon hearing this, they all went wild, roaring as they charged at me. Bai Cheng and the remaining Baihu, Bai Li, also charged forward, their eyes bloodshot, disregarding Qianrenxue entirely. Hundreds of soul beasts surged forward, an overwhelming tide. I had no intention of facing them head-on. My figure flickered as I dove into the horde, targeting those weaklings from a few thousand years ago. Wherever I passed, whips lashed out, and cries of agony filled the air as soul beasts fell like dumplings, their soul power entirely absorbed. In just a few breaths, I had slaughtered over a dozen. The weaker soul beasts, witnessing the spectacle, turned tail and fled. Qianrenxue stood by utterly astonished, likely pondering how this little sorcerer could be so ruthless. This was no mere 22nd level soul master. Rather, it resembled a war god unleashed. That tuft of dogtail grass shattered soul beasts below 10,000 years of age as easily as one would crack a watermelon. Was such might reasonable? Bai Cheng realized the situation was untenable, bellowing, "Those below 10,000 years, retreat. Gather the ones above 10,000 and trap him." The remaining soul beasts quickly formed a circle, compressing toward the center. My space for maneuvering dwindled, surrounded by attacks, and I felt as though I were about to be encased like a dumpling. Bai Cheng and Bai Li pursued closely behind, their powerful tiger paws striking with fierce winds. There was no escaping this. In desperation, I shouted, "Schwerer, help me." Qianrenxue had been watching coldly, eager to discover the limits of my abilities, but she finally intervened. A flash of holy light emanated from her, and with her first soul skill, Angel's Assault, two beams of golden light shot toward Bai Cheng and Bai Li, instantly neutralizing their attacks. Simultaneously, her second soul skill, Void Wings, activated, and she appeared beside me, as if by teleportation. With the pressure lifted, I rejoiced, seizing the moment to strike down 2,000-year-soul beasts with 2 lashes, earning more points. I was on the verge of accumulating enough for another level up, my blood surging with excitement, and I charged back into the fray. Qian Rengshu must have been speechless, as her intention was to rescue me. Yet I utilized her as a stationary artillery, brazenly hunting for more beasts. The soul beasts, now frenzied with bloodlust, roared and engaged in fierce combat with me. Though I dodged and weaved, my strength faltered against their overwhelming numbers, and I felt myself on the brink of being overwhelmed. At that moment, Xiao Tian directly converted the 10 points I had just amassed. Boom! My momentum surged, soul power skyrocketing to 23. My strength surged by 30%. With a swift lash, I shattered the skull of a 22,000-year soul beast. The arena fell silent. This was a mainstay of their ranks, dispatched by my hand in an instant. All the soul beasts were rendered speechless. Taking advantage of their shock, I escaped the encirclement, laughing heartily. What a thrill! What ecstasy! I followed up with another soul arrow and a lash, swiftly taking down another 20,000-year beast. Now, their psychological defenses crumbled entirely. Just a moment ago, they believed their numbers provided strength. Now, witnessing me dispatching 20,000-year beasts as if child's play, they were filled with terror. Convinced I was no mere human, but a demon risen from the depths of hell. Once fear took hold, it spread uncontrollably. It was unclear who initiated the retreat, but suddenly one soul beast turned to flee, prompting all the others to scatter in a panic. Engaged in the thrill of battle, I noticed my experience points fleeing, causing me to shout in urgency, "Dear friends, please don't leave. Let us continue our game for just a while longer." While pursuing, I wildly shot soul arrows, immobilizing those lagging behind. Hearing my voice, the soul beasts fled even faster. I pleaded, "Don't run. I won't harm you. Let us just have a heart-to-heart and become good friends." Alas, within moments, they had all vanished from sight. Deflated, I returned, taking the opportunity to finish off those immobilized and weeping soul beasts, draining their soul power. By the end of my efforts, I had earned over 10 more points, bringing my total to over 18. I initially aimed for another level up, but upon reflection, I realized Qian Rengshu was still observing. Leveling up too quickly might frighten her. It was better to remain low-key. Upon returning, Bai Cheng and Bai Li were visibly terrified by my ferocity, their souls nearly escaping them. They exchanged glances, then looked at the corpses of their companions, and without a word, turned to flee. I then turned my gaze to Qian Rengshu, who stood there, staring blankly at me, her expression revealing that my once frail form had transformed into a blood-soaked, fanged monstrosity. As she witnessed my continuous growth in strength, I surmised she had begun to piece together my secret to leveling up, her face etched with shock, as if contemplating, what on earth is this little sorcerer? I could sense her gaze was akin to that of someone observing a prehistoric creature, or rather, a reincarnation of a hellish deity. I imagined her thoughts racing. What species is this little sorcerer? Just as we were locked in this exchange of astonishment, the surviving tigers, Bai Cheng and Bai Li, sensed the gravity of the situation and attempted to make their escape. "Hey, trying to flee?" I exclaimed. "In my eyes, you are not merely 2 tigers. You are 2 steaming, walking chocolate-filled soul power pastries. If I devour you, I could instantly ascend to 25. Such a bounteous opportunity lay before me. I would not let them escape. I called out, "Hey, brothers, don't run away. Is this how you show your courage? You won't avenge your fallen kin? After all this, are you of the White Tiger clan merely a bunch of timid shrimp? I scoff at you." To those who understand, this tactic may be cliched, yet it proved effective. Sure enough, Bai Cheng's pride shattered upon my words, and he halted abruptly, his tiger eyes fixated on me, filled with fury, as if his lungs might burst. I reveled in my triumph, but Qian Rengshu, unable to bear it any longer, dashed in front of me, exclaiming, "Little sorcerer, have you lost your mind? Don't provoke the White Tiger clan. Their strength surpasses even that of our Wuhuan palace. The Bai Cheng you just killed is their designated future clan leader, the prince. Do you realize you're stirring a hornet's nest?" Upon hearing this, my heart skipped a beat. Goodness, stronger than the Wuhuan palace? That was indeed daunting. Just as I hesitated for a brief moment, the system, or rather Xiao Tian, heatedly scolded me in my mind. What are you afraid of? Ignore that big white girl-esque nonsense. This white tiger possesses divine beast blood, making it the ultimate choice for your second soul ring. I've told you countless times, if you wish to tread the path of invincibility, you must have an invincible heart. When it's time to act, act decisively. Stop being wishy-washy like a coward. Let me tell you, those few words ignited my spirit. What nonsense about the White Tiger clan, about princes, let us just do it. My perspective expanded instantly. In that moment, a fierce killing intent erupted from me, so intense that even I was unaware of it. Yet Qian Rengshu was immediately shaken, retreating several paces, her face paling. She must have been thinking, how could someone so young exude such a terrifying aura of death? The two tigers were equally paralyzed with fear, the one named by Li collapsing to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. However, my killing intent was fleeting. Noticing the atmosphere grow tense, I, the atmosphere coordinator, quickly donned a playful grin and approached Qian Rengshu, hoping to seize an opportunity. Swear, what's wrong? You look pale. Do you have a fever? Come, let me check. To my surprise, she dodged aside and playfully retorted, Little brother, are you trying to take advantage of your sister again? At your height. Perhaps it's better for your sister to carry you. To those who understand, can I endure this? Although I do have a slight height disadvantage, I seized the chance. I pounced on her, wrapping my arms around her waist and burying my head in her embrace, inhaling the delightful scent. Alas, I failed to gain any advantage, as she unleashed her soul power, sending me flying with a cry, landing unceremoniously. We engaged in a playful chase, bantering back and forth, leaving the two tigers dumbfounded. Likely thinking, one absurd pair. Humans are truly shameless. Sensing an opportunity, they attempted to slip away unnoticed. Just then, Xiao Tian roared in my mind, You little rascal. What are you doing? Save the flirting for later. Your experience points are fleeing. I glanced back, and to my dismay, the two tigers were nearly gone. I hastily sprang to my feet and shouted, Who permitted your departure? Without hesitation, I pursued them. I called out to Qianren Shui, Swear, I appreciate your goodwill, but I must retain these two individuals today, especially the leader. He is of great use to me. It seemed that Qianren Shui was somewhat bewildered by my eccentric demeanor, as she did not attempt to stop me, but merely follow behind, observing. The white tiger, Bai Cheng, realizing he could not escape, decided to confront me rather than flee. I approached them and pretentiously clasped my hands, saying, Greetings, esteemed tiger brothers. I have always cherished the opportunity to refine my martial skills, and today I dare to seek your guidance. Qianren Shui, watching from behind, could hardly contain her laughter, likely thinking my audacity rivaled that of a city wall. The two tigers, however, were not fooled. They recognized my intentions and immediately roared, flanking me to ensnare me. How rude, I exclaimed, and without delay, I struck, targeting the weaker Bai Li with my divine whip, infused with the power of the Titan Python's soul ring. I struck with precision while simultaneously launching 3 divine soul arrows towards its head. Bai Cheng, witnessing the assault, roared and swiped at my whip with a massive paw. Yet, this was merely a feint. My true strike lay in the soul arrows. A pain scream escaped Bai Li as my arrows pierced through its soul defenses, inflicting grievous harm. However, Bai Cheng's strength was formidable, and with a single powerful blow, he sent both me and my whip flying, causing me to cough up blood. The disparity in our raw power was still too great. Bai Cheng, noticing my injury, was elated and leapt into the air, preparing to deliver an even more devastating blow, akin to a mountain crashing down upon me. Qianren Shui, witnessing this, felt her heart leap to her throat, ready to intervene. Yet, here came the most audacious maneuver. My unique constitution made me stronger the more I was injured. My battle prowess surged by 30%. I bellowed, Come at me, and retaliated with another lash of my whip. In that fleeting moment when my whip clashed with a massive paw, I utilized the recoil to glide like a feather towards the already wounded Bai Li. Bai Cheng, frantic to protect his younger brother, swung his tail towards me like a steel whip. I silently praised his quick reflexes and thought, This soul ring shall be mine. Just as I reached Bai Li, the tiger's tail was about to strike me, and in a split second, I rolled on the ground, seized Bai Li's body, and used it as a shield against Bai Cheng's tail. Bai Cheng was momentarily stunned. To avoid harming his brother, he had to retract his full force, causing him to injure himself instead, spitting out blood. Opportunity. I seized the moment to strike. Ignoring Bai Li, I unleashed my divine whip and launched 5 soul arrows in rapid succession, all aimed at Bai Cheng's forehead. With a resounding crack, his already weakened defenses shattered, and I entered a phase of unopposed domination. I relentlessly lashed out, delivering blow after blow, while 2 soul arrows finished the job, leaving the once promising heir of the Bai Hu clan sprawled on the ground, lifeless and silent. Meanwhile, Bai Li, paralyzed with fear, attempted to flee but stumbled and knelt before me, begging for mercy. I scoffed. You think you can escape my grasp? I swiftly dispatched him with a single strike of my whip, sending him to reunite with his brother. Qianren Shui observed the entire spectacle, utterly astonished. She began to calculate my capabilities, estimating my ability to defeat a soul king as a great soul master, and wondered if, upon becoming a title de law, I could challenge the divine. By the end of her musings, her gaze towards me had transformed, filled with an affectionate intensity, as though I were to be her most treasured possession. I felt a shiver run through me. After absorbing the soul power, I approached her perplexed and timidly inquired, Shui, what is the matter? Are you lost in thought? She blushed deeply, startled from her musings, and exclaimed, Little diviner, I await your arrival on your majestic 9-dragon chariot. With that, she spread her wings and took flight, vanishing faster than a rabbit. I chuckled, recognizing her embarrassment. When she departed, I was left feeling sore all over. As I sat down, Xiao Tian's voice echoed in my mind with urgency. You fool, do not rest. Quickly absorbed by Cheng's soul ring, I sensed an overwhelming danger approaching. His tone left no room for delay, and I hurriedly devoured the soul power and divine essence of the 2 tigers. Upon checking my status, I was astonished to find my absorption points had soared to 1167, and my divine power had breached the 1,000 mark. This was incredible gain. I quickly spent 10 points, and with a chime, my soul power reached level 25. Then I approached Bai Cheng's lifeless body, noticing a soul ring drifting above it. Remarkably, it was white. Xiao Tian, filled with excitement, exclaimed, You have struck gold, my friend. This white tiger possesses the bloodline of a divine beast. I did not anticipate such a treasure in this forsaken place. I jested, suggesting it would be a shame to kill such a creature, that it would be better to keep it as a pet. However, he scoffed, claiming that even divine beasts must meet certain qualifications to be his pet. Fine. You are impressive, I retorted, settling down cross-legged to absorb my newly acquired, magnificent second soul ring. While I reveled in my upgrade, unbeknownst to me, chaos had erupted in the depths of the Douluo forest, the ancestral home of the Bai Hu clan. An elderly man with wild hair, resembling a crazed tiger, was roaring in the main hall. Clan leader, I shall personally go out and slay that human scum. Bai Cheng is dead. The mark I left in his soul has been completely erased. This elder was Bai Qi, the grand elder of the Bai Hu clan, known for his explosive temper. Upon hearing his words, the clan leader felt a wave of anxiety wash over him and quickly attempted to calm him. Grand elder, please remain composed. As the leader of our clan, I cannot act on impulse. There are ancient rules established between soul beasts and humans, though they may sound mystical. What if they hold truth? I cannot risk the lives of our entire clan. What happened next was unexpected. The Grand Elder, furious, bellowed, Fine. If you won't let me go, then expel me from the clan. I will take it upon myself to kill that boy, and it will have nothing to do with the Bai Hu clan. Announce to the entire Douluo forest that I, Bai Qi, am now a rogue soul beast. As long as you agree, dying will be worth it. What audacity! He was willing to forsake his clan for revenge. The clan leader hesitated, feeling the weight of loss for Bai Cheng, the heir he had nurtured for 20,000 years. Sighing, he turned to consult the other 3 elders. What are your thoughts? Upon hearing this, Bai Qi's eyes gleamed like searchlights, glaring fiercely at the 3 elders, clearly signaling, Dare you oppose me? The pressure in the room was palpable. These 3 elders, raised under Bai Qi's wing, feared him greatly. Now, with the Grand Elder furious, they dared not speak, nodding vigorously in agreement. Yes, we will follow the Grand Elder. Seeing this, the clan leader realized he could not stop them. He reluctantly acquiesced. Very well. I shall summon the ancestor to assist you in concealing your actions. Be cautious, and return swiftly after slaying that boy. He pondered, recognizing that Bai Qi, a soul beast of 500,000 years, was the backbone of their clan, and he could not afford to lose him. Upon hearing the news of his impending departure, the Grand Elder was overcome with uncontainable joy, bursting into laughter. Why concern ourselves with the ancestors? Chief, you are far too cautious. Open the door at once. The chief, feeling helpless, waved his hand, and a portal abruptly tore open in the sky above their homeland. The Grand Elder swiftly darted through, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, I was reveling in my recent accomplishments, blissfully admiring my new spirit ring. With a mere thought, an inky black 10,000-year spirit ring manifested upon my divine whip. I could feel the whip gain several-fold in weight, the power surging within me. With a casual swing aimed at a nearby boulder, I heard a resounding crash as it was obliterated into rubble. My goodness, what incredible might! Eagerly, I opened my system panel to check my progress. Astonishingly, my level had risen to 25, and I had acquired my second spirit ring, the Baihu, along with a new skill dubbed Baihu Ba Wang Bian. My elation was boundless. At this rate, achieving victory in the spirit battles will be merely a matter of moments. In a moment of exuberance, I could not restrain myself and shouted, Baihu Ba Wang Bian, my spirit, the Dogtail grass, instantly transformed into a whip over 20 meters long, adorned with spiraling black and white patterns, and I struck the air with it. In that instant, it felt as though I could shatter space itself. As I reveled in my newfound prowess, a voice from within my mind, the system Xiao Tian, suddenly cried out, Danger! A top-tier expert approaches. Startled, I soon heard a terrifying tiger roar. The sound, I assure you, was akin to a tsunami, overwhelming the entire Xing Do de Sunlin. Waves of sonic force surged towards me, disorienting me to the point of collapse. Just as I was about to meet the ground face first, a colossal tiger paw materialized from the heavens, reaching towards me with a menacing grip. My body felt entirely out of control, akin to a nail drawn to a magnet. I was swept towards that paw. An enraged voice thundered in my ear. You wretched human! I shall rend you limb from limb and strip your soul from your flesh. A chill ran down my spine. This was undoubtedly the vengeful spirit of the Baihu clan. The pressure was such that I felt unworthy even to carry their shoes. In that moment, a singular thought consumed me. I am doomed. Little one, save me. I reached out, intending to pinch the nose of the small fox Mayer in my arms, hoping to rouse her. Before my hand could touch her, an ethereal and melodious voice of a little girl echoed. Grandpa, what kind of mighty tiger is this? So large, yet it seeks to bully this young man. Please save him. As her words fell, an explosive sound reverberated. The enormous tiger paw, capable of crushing mountains, vanished into thin air. The oppressive force that threatened to flatten me dissipated, and I plummeted to the ground, landing painfully. Then, an elderly voice respectfully inquired, Miss, how shall we handle this little tiger? The girl's voice chimed again. This tiger is fierce. It should stay home and not harm others. Grandpa, please transform it into a harmless little tiger, but do not take its life. You possess a kind heart, Miss, the elderly voice remarked. Immediately thereafter, I witnessed the colossal white tiger's phantom in the sky, enveloped in golden light, shrinking rapidly until it transformed into a small creature no larger than a kitten. The formidable boss of 500,000 years was reduced to an unweaned cub, a staggering display of power. The diminutive tiger plopped to the ground, unable to even utter a cry. As I lay there gazing upward, the sky appeared empty, as if in a dream. Just as I was bewildered, another authoritative voice resonated from a void, trembling slightly. I beg for mercy, esteemed elder. I shall ensure this unfilial descendant is returned to the clan and rigorously disciplined. Forever barred from the outside world, I heard the voice of Grandpa snort coldly. It is not my mercy, but the compassionate heart of my young lady at play. However, his 500,000 years of prowess has been stripped away as punishment. With that, the little tiger vanished in an instant. I was left in utter disbelief. Who had come to my rescue in this critical moment? Moreover, that little girl's voice seemed so familiar. As I pondered, the voice returned to my ear. Young man, why do you remain on the ground? That fierce tiger has been driven away by Grandpa. Rise now. I scrambled to my feet, and before me stood two figures. One was an elderly man in his 60s or 70s, clad in a golden robe, with red hair and eyes that flickered with electric brilliance. Merely a glance sent my heart racing, leaving me unable to look any longer. Beside him stood an 11 or 12-year-old girl, dressed in a white gown. Her aura and beauty were simply otherworldly. Her skin resembled milk, her waist as slender as a willow branch, radiating the grace of a celestial being. As I gazed upon her face, I was struck dumb It was exquisite, flawless, a visage from which no imperfection could be found. Save for the absence of the charm that May Ayre's mother possessed, she appeared as though she were sculpted from a single mold. But that was not the crux of the matter. The moment I laid eyes on her, my mind erupted in a thunderous hum, akin to an electric shock. It felt as though I had sought her for lifetimes, having encountered her in dreams countless times. Those who understand will recognize this as the most popular trope of 2025, the sense of fated connection. At that moment, a singular thought consumed me. I must grasp her hand and never let her go for the rest of my life. The girl, too, was momentarily taken aback, her gaze mirroring mine as if she had encountered a long-lost relative. She instinctively reached out to me, softly uttering, "How did you end up here? I searched for you for countless years, yet could not find you." As she spoke, she prepared to leap into my embrace. Upon hearing her words, I was struck like a lightning bolt, frozen in place, my mind echoing with a singular refrain. "At last, I have found you. 3 lifetimes, countless reincarnations. I have finally discovered you." I extended my arms, ready to embrace her. Just then, the elderly figure, Grandpa Lay, paled in fear and bellowed, "Miss." His voice boomed like thunder, jolting us from our ethereal state. Both of us appeared bewildered. Was that merely an illusion? Yet as our eyes met, the unbreakable connection surged once more. The elder was thoroughly alarmed. What was this young man's origin? How could he provoke such a reaction from his usually docile young lady? He dared not remain, stepping between us to obstruct our view. Seizing the girl's hand and declaring, "Miss, it is time for us to take our leave. Your family must be worried." Before she could react, he whisked her away into the sky. Desperate, I shouted, "Slow down. Tell me where you are, so I may find you." From above, the girl's voice echoed ethereally, "I am in Li Hen Tian." Just as the words left her lips, her voice was abruptly silenced, evidently suppressed by that elder. I stood there, gazing into the sky, feeling as though my heart had been hollowed out, aching painfully. Who was she? Why did I feel as though I'd lost my very soul upon seeing her? As I stood in a daze, the little fox May Ayre in my arms stirred, gazing at me with her pure, wide eyes, her expression cautious. "Big brother, wake up. She has already left." Upon hearing her words, I suddenly recalled the girl's last utterance. Smacking my forehead in realization, Li Hen Tian. I must remember this name. I will certainly seek her out. But where's Li Hen Tian? Is it a realm akin to Jiuli Tian, a higher world? Even if I could reach it, without a name or address, how would I stand a chance of finding her? Contemplating this, my heart began to ache anew. I sensed that in some profound way she, too, was desperately thinking of me. I shook my head vigorously, admonishing myself not to dwell on it. In comparison to her, I was but a tiny ant. Such thoughts were futile. I must grow stronger, in pursuit of Meyer, and for the sake of that girl, I must hasten my quest for strength. As I was galvanizing myself, the little voice in my head, Xiao Tian, began to chatter again. "You scoundrel, do you now realize that there are realms beyond your own? Are you aware of your own frailty? Shouldn't you be training diligently?" Annoyed, I retorted, "What training? The esteemed members of the Baihu clan have descended personally. If it weren't for my luck today, I would have already been 6 feet under. I can no longer remain in this place." Xiao Tian chuckled. "You're overthinking it. The high-level games have their own rules. Top-tier experts cannot indiscriminately hunt in the novice zones. That's the protocol. With what transpired today, you are, in fact, safer than ever. That ancient tiger, aged 50,000 years, has been rendered powerless. Which fool would dare send their strong to challenge you in the Stardow Forest? They will only assume you have divine protection. So go ahead and act boldly. These spirit beasts are inherently your experience packages." Upon reflection, I realized the truth in his words. Not only was I safe, but I had also become the most formidable figure in the Stardow Forest. With this thought, the embers of my ambition reignited, my eyes shining with fervor. Meanwhile, in the distant Wuhuan Temple, Qian Rinxue was accompanying her grandfather, Qian Dalu, for a stroll. Suddenly, Qian Dalu's expression changed dramatically as he gazed up at the enormous white tiger in the sky, and he swiftly grasped Qian Rinxue, exclaiming, "Schwerer, you must not go near." Even at my peak, I could not contend with that tiger. Qian Rinxue was stunned, tears streaming down her face as she cursed my foolishness for ignoring advice and courting disaster. However, the next moment, an astonishing twist of events unfolded. An even more formidable elder appeared and, with a mere gesture, incapacitated the giant tiger. Qian Dalu stood dumbfounded, murmuring to himself, "I have been a frog at the bottom of a well all this time. His gaze shifted towards my direction, transformed. He took Qian Rinchue's hand. His tone unusually gentle. Schwerer, your grandfather is old and cannot comprehend. That young man, though younger than you, if you truly like him, I will not stand in your way. Rest assured, he possesses great fortune and will come to no harm. What a transformation. Just a moment ago, he wished to strike me down, and now he desires me as his grandson-in-law. Such a rapid change of heart would astonish even the masters of Sichuan opera. Qian Rinchua blushed, her heart swelling with delight, thinking, this little divine man, may you grow swiftly and come to fetch me in a chariot drawn by 9 dragons. Returning to my side, my fighting spirit rekindled. I turned to see the 9-headed lion still sprawled in place, its 18 eyes fixated on me, gazing as though it had encountered a transcendent beauty. I shivered, suddenly recalling that it had been sealed by the white tiger. I hurried over, gently stroking its 9 majestic heads, earnestly advising, little lion, I shall find you countless beautiful lionesses. We must ensure our inclinations are righteous, and do not stray onto a dark path. The 9-headed lion nearly fainted from my words, internally raging. How dare you? You are the one with the misguided inclinations. You may stroke my head, but do not dare touch my face. You wouldn't be trying to take advantage of me, would you? My dear master, please spare me. Unaware of its tumultuous thoughts, I, under Xiao Tian's guidance, channeled my soul power into it, attempting to break its seal. The moment I did, the beast had a sudden spark of insight. Though the seal had been lifted, it feigned immobility. What a trickster. Attempting to exploit the situation for more of my soul power. Xiao Tian pierced through its ruse. You rascal, this creature is deceiving you, trying to siphon more of your soul power. Upon hearing this, I realized that even this bold beast had learned to be crafty. I immediately withdrew my hand and delivered a sharp slap to one of its heads, scolding, you wretched lion, attempting to outsmart me. The 9-headed lion, momentarily dazed, leaped up, its spirits soaring despite the slap. The soul power I had imparted in those few minutes had dramatically enhanced its quality, breaking through a long-standing bottleneck. It let out a triumphant roar that echoed through the skies, its gaze towards me filled with newfound reverence. Thus, I embarked on my journey of hunting beasts and leveling up. Riding atop the 9-headed lion, I exuded an air of invincibility. However, within a few days, I sensed something amiss. The ancient spirit beasts, all over 1,000 years old, had vanished without a trace. The Stardew Forest had staged a real-life version of a scorched earth policy. There were no 10,000-year spirit beasts, nor even any younger than 100 years. With no other option, I turned my attention to the decades-old spirit beasts, and, after weeks of hunting, I had barely accumulated enough points to reach level 26. One day, I ascended a picturesque hill, a veritable treasure trove of feng shui, only to find that even a 50-year-old spirit beast was nowhere to be found. Disheartened, I was about to leave when Xiao Tian suddenly exclaimed, wait, something is amiss. I sense a powerful spirit beast aura. They must be hiding within some formation. A light bulb went off in my mind. Of course, these creatures knew I was coming and had activated their invisibility. I hastily requested Xiao Tian to assist me in locating them. After some time, he instructed, walk 15 meters to your left and stand on that large stone. Try cracking the sky with your whip. I promptly followed his directions, leaping onto the stone and raising my whip to strike the heavens with a resounding crack. After a prolonged silence, there was no response. Just as I was perplexed, Xiao Tian's voice echoed in my mind. Use your second soul skill, the Fierce Tiger Overlord Whip. Strike the sky. Upon hearing this, I complied without hesitation. The dark second soul ring enveloped my whip, instantly extending it to over 30 meters, adorned with swirling black and white patterns, exuding an imposing presence. Without a moment's thought, I swung the whip fiercely at the seemingly empty void. A tremendous roar erupted, and to my astonishment, I managed to rip open a great luminous portal in the sky. I was elated, realizing there was indeed a hidden scheme at play. It was a formation. Xiao Tian urged me to enter, and with a leap, I plunged into the portal. Dear friends, upon entry, the mountain remained unchanged. Yet the atmosphere was utterly transformed. The presence of spirit beasts was thick and abundant, akin to stepping into a bustling marketplace. Overjoyed, I stood atop the 9-headed lion and bellowed, greetings, friends within. I am Yang Chun, traveling from afar to pay my respects. What followed was a cacophony of screams, cries, and even curses in response to my announcement. I couldn't help but smile wryly. Could it be that I was so unwelcome? As a bright and cheerful young man, Why did I seem to evoke such villainous sentiments? Nevertheless, the sight of the abundant experience packages spread across the mountains made my heart race with excitement. It had been far too long since I had indulged. My mouth was practically watering. Charge! I commanded, and the nine-headed lion, understanding my intent, galloped into the forest with fervor. It had learned to be astute, targeting only the most powerful spirit beasts. After all, beasts understand beasts. Those 2,000-year-old spirit beasts thought they could hide. In the face of the cunning nine-headed lion, there was no escape. The scene was akin to autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. After a relentless assault, I claimed a trove of 2,000-year and 1,000-year spirit beasts, all transforming into my hard-earned points. Upon checking my system panel, I found myself with an impressive 1688 points. What a fortuitous number. Without hesitation, I exchanged 10 points and instantly surged to level 27. The exhilaration was indescribable. With this newfound knowledge, the nine-headed lion and I dedicated ourselves to seeking out these feng shui treasures, meticulously combing for hidden arrays. 3 days later, I uncovered yet another and charged in, unleashing a wave of slaughter that netted me several more points. I leveled up once again, reaching level 28. At that moment, I was completely exhilarated. The 3-month promise made with Tang San has long been forgotten. I pondered in my heart, Sandy, I deeply apologize. My dear brother, I have encountered an overwhelming fortune and simply cannot leave. Rest assured, I shall surely compensate you handsomely in due course. Here in the Xing Do de Sunlin, I am so enraptured that I cannot think of anything else, spending my days discovering formations, breaking them, and hunting soul beasts, much like a video game. However, the soul beasts have gradually wised up. Wherever I go, for 100 miles around, not a blade of grass remains, not even a trace of fur. The moment they hear the name Yang Chun, they flee faster than the wind. Even the frail and elderly move ahead of time. I couldn't help but lament how the world has deteriorated. It is so difficult to find even a couple of high-level soul beasts. To break this impasse, I devised a plan. I instructed the nine-headed lion to run without pause, embarking on a grand chase that lasted a day and a night. I refused to believe that after running such a distance, they would receive word of my approach. Indeed, in a new auspicious location, Xiao Tian assisted me in locating an entrance to a formation. I cracked it open and rushed in, only to discover a veritable paradise for soul beasts. With powerful auras permeating the air, my heart leaped with joy, and seizing the moment before they could react, I activated my unparalleled mode. In no time, I had slain several, and soon enough, I had accumulated enough points. To prevent their escape, I pursued relentlessly while redeeming my scores. My soul power instantly surged to the 29th level. My strength increased by 30%. Slaying these soul beasts became effortless. As I wielded my lengthy whip of over 30 meters, preparing to eliminate a 20,000-year soul beast, suddenly, with a snap, I found myself, along with a nine-headed lion beneath me, frozen in mid-air. I couldn't move, not even blink. The entire space felt as though it had been ensnared in ice. A jolt of fear coursed through me as a voice, resounding with authority and capable of striking terror into the hearts of many, echoed in my ears. Human youth, depart. Cease your havoc upon the living. Remember, the Xingdo de Sun Lin does not welcome you. You are forbidden from entering henceforth, or else you shall face dire consequences. No sooner had the words left its mouth than I felt myself propelled away like a cannonball, soaring through the air. The speed was so tremendous that it felt as though I was breaking through the heavens. My heart ached. My provisions. My sustenance. My soul power. Oh, great deity! How can you do this to me? How shall I survive henceforth? The wind roared past my ears, the fierce gusts stinging my face, and before long, I succumbed to darkness. Later, I learned that after casting me out, the deity issued a decree throughout the Xingdo de Sun Lin, prompting all the soul beasts to celebrate as if it were a festival, beating drums and singing, rejoicing that this scourge of calamity had finally departed. Upon regaining consciousness, I heard a tremendous splash and realized I had fallen into a pond, sending waves soaring high. Simultaneously, I heard a woman scream. The icy water filled my mouth and nose, nearly choking me. I opened my eyes abruptly to find myself staring at a beautiful face, pale with fright. Her eyes wide open. I was momentarily stunned. What had happened? When did the little May-air in my arms grow so large and beautiful? Instinctively, I reached out to steady her, chuckling inwardly. Oh, this little one has grown up and still clings to me without a hint of shyness. Just as I was about to jest with her, I gulped down another mouthful of water. Looking at the beauty, her eyes widened like saucers, and then she fainted. I was taken aback. This was not Mayer at all. Without a moment to lose, I quickly wrapped an arm around her and swam for the surface. As I emerged, I dragged her to the shore and checked for signs of breathing. Goodness, she was nearly out of air. What to do now? In a flash, I recalled the first aid knowledge from my past life. Artificial respiration. Although it was a strange beauty I was attending to, it was a matter of life and death. Gritting my teeth, I took a deep breath and blew in her mouth. I tell you, my first kiss across 2 lifetimes was gone just like that. While performing artificial respiration, my heart bled, thinking that if this girl woke up, she would have to take responsibility for me. Just as I was fully absorbed in the task, suddenly, a sharp slap rang out. I was sent flying, dizzy and disoriented. I saw the beauty spring up from the ground, rushing towards me, and then she kicked out. Lying on the ground, I opened my eyes in shock, quickly shutting them again. That kick nearly knocked the breath out of me. I hastily pushed myself up and yelled, "I saved you. How can you repay my kindness with violence?" The beauty screamed again, her soul power erupting, revealing that she was a soul master. She struck again. I dodged and shouted, "I say, fair maiden, sister, regardless of the circumstances, can you please put on some clothes first? Are you trying to take my life?" Only then did she realize, letting out another scream, vanishing in a flash. Regret surged within me. Why did I even remind her? Moments later, she returned clad in a pink outfit, but her gaze still bore a murderous intent. She assumed I was a lecherous old man, pretending to be a child to deceive her. Seeing her stance, I knew I had to clarify. Clearing my throat, I began my lifelong performance. "Sister, that was artificial respiration, a means to save you, not a kiss. And by the way, did you eat garlic today? You Haven tea brushed your teeth, have you?" That odor nearly suffocated me. She was left momentarily speechless, then exploded in fury, rushing towards me. I quickly waved my hands. "Stop. Pause. Let me explain. Artificial respiration is an extraordinary skill used to rescue drowning individuals. A family heirloom. Each use shortens my lifespan by 5 years and severely depletes my energy. I risked my life to save you, and you want to kill me?" She looked at me in disbelief, prompting me to concoct more absurd tales, explaining what yang qi, oxygen, was, claiming I was transferring the life-saving yang qi to her. She listened with skepticism, but pointed at me and asked, "Then why are your hands still moving all over me?" Hearing that, I was incensed. After all, I had lost 2 lifetimes worth of kisses. I retorted, "Sister, do you think I would enjoy this? It's all lumpy with no sensation." I was using my ancestral techniques to disperse the stagnant energy within you. Just those few touches consumed all the soul power I painstakingly cultivated to the 29th level. Otherwise, I would have reached the 30th by now. To prove my point, I displayed my 29th level of soul power to her. However, she became even more irate. "Nonsense. How can a talent under 13 years old reach level 29? You must be an ancient monster." With that, she revealed her martial soul. 2 pointy fox ears sprouting from her head and a fluffy foxtail behind her. I was left dumbfounded. A demon fox? No way. She was actually Hulai Na, the holy maiden of the martial soul hall's golden generation. I had not only fallen upon a half-clad Hulai Na, but also bestowed upon her my initial kiss. Xiao Tian in my mind urged, "Devour her. This martial soul is of great quality." I thought to myself that I could not do that. After all, she was my first kiss. When we clashed, wielding my Dogtail, grass martial soul, I sent her at level 45, flying with a single move. I felt exhilarated. So this is how strong I had become. Seeing she was no match for me, Hulai Na's eyes filled with dread, and she slowly retreated, attempting to escape. Could I allow her to flee? Without hesitation, I shouted, "Halt! Hulai Na, one cannot act so irresponsibly. You've taken my first kiss and expect to leave? You must give me an explanation." Fear my approach. She quickly invoked her teacher, Bai Bai Dong. Upon hearing the name Bai Bai Dong, I exploded with rage, pointing at her and exclaiming, "Ah, you wretched Hulai Na! The person I loathe most in my life is that vile woman who is your master. I will find her one day and expose her on Dalu for 3 whole days." Hulai Na was utterly astounded, gazing at me as though I were an ancient fiend with an unquenchable vendetta against her master. She took a step back, her voice trembling. "What have I done to you, ancient fiend? Please, do not come any closer." "Not come closer?" I retorted. "This matter has escalated beyond your comprehension. I have lived 2 lifetimes in a state of solitude, preserving my purity for over 30 years. Yet, for your sake, I lost my first kiss. You stole it from me. My innocent heart has suffered a catastrophic blow, and you must compensate me. If you do not make amends today, I will pursue you for a lifetime. Stunned, Hulaina's expression was akin to a CPU that had overheated. She thought to herself, I was kissed and touched by you, yet you demand compensation? You claim to have lived 2 lives? Over 30 years of purity? Are you performing in a science fiction narrative? Her feigned ignorance only fueled my anger further. You fox spirit, what are you staring at? Do not pretend to be innocent. Quickly devise a way to repay me for my first kiss, or you shall not escape today. Even if you manage to leave, I will find you at the entrance of your spear hall daily, holding banners aloft. Should you dare to play the rogue, I will take to the internet and expose you, revealing to all of Douluo Dalu that the holy maiden of your spirit hall is a heartless vixen. This provoked her immensely. I could see her face turn a shade of green, as if I had indeed wronged her. She screamed, You shameless ancient fiend! I shall not let this go. In a fit of rage, she leaped into the air, claws extending, charging at me with the intent of disemboweling me. I found amusement in her aggression. Come at me. I relished the challenge. I did not even bother to summon my spirit rings, merely retaliating with a swift lash. The sound of impact echoed as she was sent flying over 2 meters, crashing to the ground and coughing up blood. Oh dear, my heart sank. I had gone too far. I had merely intended to tease her, testing my current prowess, unaware of her fragility. Her blood was partly from my strike and partly from her fury. A young maiden, exposed and then wronged, who would not be infuriated. Seeing her chest heaving, on the verge of collapsing, I hurriedly dashed forward, enveloping her in my arms. All right, fair lady, I shall not demand compensation. I concede. I am the one at a loss here. To my dismay, my words only served to further enrage her. In a fit of fury, she spat another mouthful of blood all over me. I patted her back, attempting to soothe her, muttering, It is my fault, my fault. I should not have saved you. Please, calm down, just take a moment. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from behind. Who dares to lay a hand on Xiaona? You shall pay with your life. The voice was laced with jealousy and resentment. I immediately recognized the threat. Yin, the infamous sycophant of the spirit hall's golden generation, had arrived. A gust of wind rushed past me as he charged forward. Holding Hulaina, who was now limp and unsteady, I dared not confront him directly. Instinctively, I scooped her up in a princess carry and sidestepped. Yin, seeing me still holding her, became even more furious, brandishing his sword as he pursued me with reckless abandon. Internally, I cursed him. If you lack the ability to win over the goddess, do not take your frustrations out on me. With a clang, Yan's sword was intercepted by another voice. Yan, hold your horses and see what has happened to Nana. Upon hearing this, I realized her brother, Xieyu, had also arrived. The scene had escalated. The golden generation of the spirit hall was now embroiled in chaos. Hulaina, in my embrace, was anxious and furious. Lacking strength, yet she still managed to move. Clutching my waist with her fingers, she summoned her strength and spun me around violently. I cried out, the pain causing me to leap around, losing my grip and causing Hulaina to fall to the ground. Yin, witnessing our commotion, assumed we were engaging in playful banter, and his jealousy flared. He lunged at me with another strike. At that moment, I could only curse him. Is your brain merely for decoration? I retaliated with my whip, sending his sword soaring into the air. Yin stood there bewildered. His brother, Xieyu, rushed to help Hulaina, a look of shock on his face as he regarded me, likely believing I was some ancient fiend. But I had no time to concern myself with their astonishment. I was frantically searching the area, my mind racing. Where was my sister, Mayer? Where was that 9-headed lion? I had become so preoccupied with my quarrel with this fox spirit that I had forgotten my most pressing concern. If anything had happened to the little one, I could not bear to contemplate it. My heart sank, an acute pain stabbing through me as I dashed towards the water's edge. Yin, mistaking my intent to flee, shouted after me, Ancient fiend, do not run. I was exasperated by his incessant taunts. My gaze remained fixed on the pond, my senses extending in search of the little one's figure. Just as Yin caught up to me, he prepared to strike from behind. Without turning, I swung my whip with all my might, shouting, Stop bothering me. Yin was sent soaring backward like a cannonball, crashing to the ground and spewing blood, unable to rise again. Xieyu and Hulaina stood in stunned silence. Xieyu held Hulaina as they approached Yin, shock etched across their faces, likely believing I had transformed into some ancient fiend. But I paid them no mind. My focus solely on the pond, where nothing was visible in the clear waters. My consciousness swept over the entire area, yet she was nowhere to be found. The image of her adorable round face and her sweet voice echoed in my mind. I was engulfed in despair, my heart aching. Where had they gone? Did they separate while falling from the sky? How could the little one survive without me? Fear gripped me, and tears began to stream down my face. Suddenly, I remembered Hulina. She was the only witness. I turned abruptly, dashing towards her, my voice tinged with desperation. Hulina, fair lady, let's cease this folly. I beg of you, please tell me, when I fell from the sky, did you see a little girl and a 9-headed lion? The three of them were left dumbfounded, likely having never seen me in such a state. I stood before Hulina, my eyes ablaze with desperation, my gaze pleading. Hulina appeared startled, momentarily at a loss for words, shaking her head slowly. No, I saw nothing. You simply fell and landed on me, sinking to the bottom. I gripped her shoulders, shouting, "Are you certain? Do not deceive me. That little girl means everything to me." Hulina shook her head, observing my distress, her expression softening as she began to see me in a different light. Her brother, Xiaoyu, approached calmly, asking, "Young man, could you clarify the situation? Who is this little girl? How could you fall from the sky?" I had no mood to explain, so I shouted to the heavens, "Mayor, where are you?" Then I ran in circles by the pond, my speed so swift that it left an afterimage. The two men stood there in confusion. Only Hulina, suddenly blushing, fiercely said to her brother in Yen, "There's nothing to explain. I was diving here when this little rascal fell from the sky and landed on me. I choked on some water and fainted, and he woke me up. It's that simple." Yen scratched his head. "So we misunderstood him?" Hulina retorted angrily. "He's not a good person either." Her face grew even redder. Yen, bless him, clearly had a unique way of thinking. He suddenly shouted, "Shao Na, were you wearing clothes while diving?" The air became instantly tense. Xiaoyu held his forehead, his lips twitching. The next moment, Hulina exploded, letting out an ear-piercing scream. "Yen, what do you want to know? I'll tell you everything. I was not wearing anything. He saw me completely naked. Are you satisfied now?" "Huh, get lost." As she spoke, she kicked Yen away and ran off crying. Seeing her leave, I rushed to stop her, truly at my wit's end. My voice soft. "Hulina, it's all my fault. Please help me out just this once, considering I saved your life. Can you tell me where this place is? Help me find my little sister, please." Hulina, initially filled with anger, softened upon encountering my pitiful gaze. She nodded. "All right, but don't rush. This is 50 miles south of Tiando City. How old is that little girl? And what does she look like? Be clear." I quickly described the little one's appearance. Her brother Xiaoyu and the kicked Yen also gathered around. Xiaoyu inquired about my age, and I honestly replied that I was 13. Upon hearing I was only 13, Yen instantly felt relieved, his mood brightening. However, Hulina's expression grew even stranger, tinged with disappointment. The thoughts of a young girl are difficult to decipher. In the following 2 days, Hulina proved to be quite considerate, utilizing the resources of the Wuhuan temple to help me search everywhere. I treated her with more respect, calling her sister repeatedly. But Yen, good grief, took the phrase "men are like puppies" to heart, guarding me like a hawk. The moment I glanced at Hulina, he looked ready to pounce on me. Yet, 2 days passed without any news. I reflected deeply. That tremendous force likely caused me and the little one to separate mid-air. The world is vast, and if that confused little child were to encounter human traffickers, I couldn't bear to think about it. Having traveled through this world for a few months, I felt no sense of belonging. Even though my grandfather Yang Wudi treated me kindly, I didn't feel particularly close to him. Rather, it was the little one, Mayor, who had been by my side for 3 to 4 months, making her feel like my only family. Now that she was lost, my heart felt hollow, as if it were an abyss. I must find her. I would traverse the entire Douluo continent to locate her. I knew Hulina had done her utmost. If I lingered any longer, her scheming brother would undoubtedly pry into my affairs, and if that attracted Bibi Dong's attention, I would find myself trapped. Therefore, that night, I left her a letter of gratitude and slipped away quietly. The next morning, I heard that Hulina cried upon seeing the letter. Yen, on the other hand, was so joyous he nearly set off fireworks, only to be met with a tirade from Hulina. Thankfully, her brother Xiaoyu remained calm, stopping them and analyzing that I was too mysterious. With a talent that was frightening, wielding a seemingly useless Wuhuan, yet capable of overpowering both of them who were soul masters. Keeping someone like me around would be a disaster, so my departure was a good thing. After hearing this, Hulina fell silent. She understood that if this matter reached her master Bibi Dong, Given that woman's temperament, I would either have to submit or face death. Realizing this, her heart likely ached even more. As for me, after leaving them, I thought of someone who could assist me. Qianrenxue, now the Crown Prince Xueqinghe. I applied a bit of makeup, affixed 2 small mustaches, donned a straw hat, and made my way to the palace. However, before I even reached the entrance, I was stopped by the guards. It dawned on me that the palace was a forbidden area, and I certainly couldn't just waltz in. Just as I was fretting, I turned a corner, and lo and behold, 7 individuals approached. Upon closer inspection, it was Tang San, Xiao Wu, Dai Mu Bai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, the Shrek 7 devils. All present. Before I could react, the chubby Ma Hongjun exclaimed, "Haha, this Tiando city is truly vast. From now on, it will be our brother's territory." The handsome guy with peach blossom eyes, Oscar, chimed in, "Indeed, it's also where you little fatty are stepping in, so hurry up before someone gives you a beating." Laughter erupted from the group. The chubby boy's face flushed as he immediately retorted, "I have a big sausage. I spit. Their antics made me laugh. This lively bunch was like a moving comedy troupe, causing a ruckus wherever they went. Let me tell you, those such as Dai Mu Bai, Zhu Zhuqin, and Ning Rongrong were seasoned individuals, already immune to the grandeur of the Tiando imperial city. But Tang San and Xiao Wu, good grief, were like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, finding everything novel, their eyes wide with wonder, their mouths never closing. I trailed behind them, observing their carefree joy, and a sense of loneliness surged within me, my heart feeling sour. I contemplated avoiding them to spare myself the discomfort, but guess what? Oscar, with his keen eyes, suddenly shouted, Hey, look, doesn't that person wearing a straw hat look a bit familiar? Haven't we seen them somewhere?" My heart sank. This was bad. Ma Hongjun, quick on his feet, lunged toward me in a flamboyant manner, reaching for my straw hat while exclaiming, "Excuse me, brother, do we know each other?" My temper flared, and I was about to unleash a soul attack to show him what it felt like to have his mind buzzing when Tang San and Dai Mu Bai shouted urgently, "Hongjun, don't be reckless." They truly understood the gravity of the situation, realizing how offensive such behavior could be. If they encountered a master with a bad temper, the chubby boy would have to return home lying down. I couldn't help but chuckle. After all, this was just the nature of the Fire Phoenix. A little kid who had never traveled far, unaware of the rules of the martial world. Tang San stepped in front of me, politely cupping his hands. "Brother, my comrade is reckless. Please forgive us." Let me tell you, while his words were polite, his eyes were not idle. A flash of purple light signaled that his purple extreme magic eye was activated, attempting to see through my straw hat and uncover my entire lineage. "Hey, third brother. Try to assert dominance right off the bat? Wanting to exploit my weaknesses? Not a chance." I focused my thoughts, instantly erecting a barrier of spiritual power before my hat. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. His purple extreme magic eye struck an invisible wall, causing his vision to darken, and he felt a force rebound against him, making his eyes sting slightly. He was astonished. Who is this person? My purple extreme magic eye has never missed. How could it bounce back? Little did he know, if I truly wanted to harm him, with my spiritual power, his eyes would be rendered useless today. I cleared my throat and mimicked his earlier gesture, cupping my hands. "Brother, I see you possess exceptional qualities. You must be a dragon among men. It is a pleasure to meet you." Upon realizing I hadn't exposed him, Tang San felt immense gratitude and returned the gesture. "Brother, your magnanimity is commendable. I am Tang San, and you seem familiar to me, like a dear friend of mine. May I ask your esteemed name?" I shook my head, concocting a story. "So you're Tang, brother. I am Qinyang, new to this place. Who might this friend you mentioned be, that I resemble so closely?" Upon hearing this, Tang San appeared utterly disappointed, shaking his head as he walked away. "But let me tell you, who is this lad?" "It is Tang San." As he walked, he muttered, Qinyang. Suddenly, he had a moment of realization. Who could understand what his family knew? A thought crossed his mind. Qinyang, isn't that just Yangchun? Yangchun. Good heavens, he unraveled the mystery in an instant. This lad truly possesses a heart as sharp as a needle. He accompanied the others a few steps forward, then suddenly declared, "You all carry on. I have a pressing matter to attend to. I'll be back shortly." Xiao Wu, who was entwined around his arm, immediately protested, "Brother, we finally have the chance to have some fun. What urgent matter could you possibly have? I can accompany you." Tang San gently patted her head. "It's nothing. I'll be back quickly." Nearby, Ning Rongrong began to tease, laughingly saying, "Xiao Wu, can't you bear to be apart from Brother San? Do you have to follow him to the restroom? The others joined in laughter, remarking that their bond was closer than that of siblings. Xiao Wu's face flushed red, and she playfully lunged at Ning Rongrong, exclaiming, "You little chatterbox. Just wait until I get my hands on you." The two of them laughed and ran off. Seizing this opportunity, Tang Xin turned and hurried towards me. He understood that my reluctance to appear publicly must have a reason. As I walked, I heard hurried footsteps behind me. Turning around, it was indeed Tang San. I thought to myself, how did this lad catch up so quickly? Upon reaching me, without a moment's hesitation, he bowed deeply and exclaimed, "Brother Chun, I missed you dearly. I had been eagerly awaiting your arrival, but I didn't expect to see you here." Well, there was no more hiding it. I suspected that the mention of Chun Yang had given me away. I pulled him into a warm embrace and sighed. "Little brother, I have my own troubles." Saying this, I removed my hat. Tang San, ever the loyal friend, thumped his chest and declared, "Brother Chun, your troubles are my troubles. Whatever difficulties you face, I will do everything in my power to assist you." His words warmed my heart, but could I confide in him? Should I tell him that I was searching for my sister who had fallen from the heavens? I could only fabricate a story, saying that she had gotten lost outside the Qingdao Great Forest. Upon hearing this, Tang San became anxious and pulled me along. "Brother Chun, your sister is my sister. Let us return and search together. I have already spoken with Principal Flandra, and you can join Shrek at any time. We are about to report to the Tiando Royal Academy. There's strength in numbers, and it will be easier to find someone with the royal family's support." I could only manage a bittersweet smile. "My dear little brother, you are unaware that this trip to the Royal Academy will not only fail to be beneficial, but will also incur the wrath of Prince Xueshing and the titled Douluo, who is notorious for his poison. You will soon find yourselves in a great deal of trouble, hardly able to assist me." I shook my head with a smile. "Little brother, thank you for your kindness. I will certainly go to Shrek, but not at this moment. Furthermore, as you know, my calculation abilities are exceptional. I have already calculated that I can find my sister on my own. You all have enough troubles ahead of you. You 1T have the time." Tang San firmly believed in my seemingly mystical calculations and immediately grew anxious. "Brother Chun, do you mean that our journey to the Royal Academy will not go smoothly?" I patted his shoulder, helping him to rise from his bow, my expression solemn. "Little brother, remember my words. We are brothers who can trust each other with our lives. However, I must tell you about the future, not to make you complacent. No matter what dire situations you encounter, you must strive with all your might. The ultimate outcome will be forged by your own efforts, not merely predicted by me. Remember this well." I had to say this. Should he become complacent upon learning the plot, it could lead to unforeseen consequences that might ensnare him. I encouraged him once more. "Little brother, you must believe in yourself. You are destined to reach the pinnacle of this world, a being worthy of divinity. Now, hurry back. Xiao must be waiting anxiously." Upon hearing me mention Xiao Wu, Tang San's face lit up with delight as he bid me farewell and departed. Little did I know, however, that while the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole lies in wait. Tang San quietly followed me, and Xiao Wu stealthily trailed behind him. This girl harbored considerable resentment towards me. She always believed that I was a charlatan deceiving Tang San, and furthermore, as a 10,000-year-old spirit beast. She felt an innate pressure towards the little one in my arms, though she was not present. She feared that if I arrived, I would expose her secret. Thus, as she watched Tang San address me with utmost respect, her heart swelled with anger, wishing she could swallow me whole. She had no idea that once she followed Tang San, my spiritual perception quickly detected her presence. I was merely puzzled as to why this girl seemed so furious. What had I done to offend her? As Tang San departed, rather than returning, Xiao avoided him and made her way directly towards me. I felt overwhelmed. What could this girl possibly want? I hastily quickened my pace, attempting to shake her off. However, just as I turned a corner, she dropped the pretense and shouted from behind, "You in the hat, stop right there." I had no choice but to halt, thinking to myself that her temper was rather fierce. She dashed in front of me, hands on her hips, her almond-shaped eyes bulging. "Take off your hat. Sneaking around like that, it's clear you're up to no good. Tell me, are you that charlatan from the Qingdao Great Forest? Have you been deceiving Xiao San and plotting against him?" I was at a loss for words, gazing at her round, rosy little face, her still-developing figure, especially those astonishingly long legs. I couldn't help but think that in a few years, she would be a true beauty. Compared to the glamorous stars and supermodels I had seen online in my past life, she was truly captivating. Perhaps my gaze lingered a bit too long. Although Xiao Wu could not see my eyes, she sensed it and instantly flared up, shouting, What are you looking at? I know you're no good. You have dirty thoughts about my brother. What kind of potion have you given him? In that moment, I felt a jolt of alarm. As I watched her charge towards me, I thought, little brother, I apologize. This is not intentional. Just as her kick approached, I quickly stepped back, trying to defend myself. You little girl, don't talk nonsense. I'm not a charlatan and know nothing of any Xiao San or Xiao Si. I certainly did not want this matter to reach Tang San's ears, lest he think I was peeking at his girlfriend. I would have no face left to show. To my surprise, this furious girl was genuinely enraged, shouting, still trying to deny it. I knew it was you. Suddenly, her third soul ring glowed brightly, and she teleported. Good heavens, I felt as if my CPU was overheating. In the blink of an eye, she was right in front of my face. Instantly, I felt a tightening around my neck as her long braided hair ensnared me. Oh no, a single thought crossed my mind. This girl is serious. If she lands this attack, my limbs will surely suffer. Just as this thought flashed through my mind, her immense strength lifted me off the ground, spinning me around. One of her feet struck me harshly in the lower back, activating her first soul skill, Bow of the Waist. I was launched into the air like a cannonball, soaring to a height of 6 or 7 meters. I was still somewhat dazed from her charm skill, my mind spinning like a washing machine. As I reached the apex of my flight, she leapt up after me, grasping my belt, and activated the Bow of the Waist once more, flipping me in midair. And then, with a deafening roar, she slammed me down towards the ground. As I was about to meet the earth face first, I suddenly regained my senses. Oh no, this girl is serious. If I hit the ground hard, I would surely suffer a serious injury. In a flash, I focused my thoughts, and the divine whip appeared in my hand, striking the ground with a resounding thud. The cobblestone path cracked under the impact, and I rebounded, rolling several times to dissipate the force of the fall. Just as I stabilized myself, Xiao Wu's hands pressed against my waist again, executing a backflip and locking her feet around my head, activating the Bow of the Waist once more, hurling my body forward. I was treated like a ball, flung towards the ground again. I was utterly disoriented, realizing that this girl was truly out of her mind. In the moment of plummeting through the air, I wielded the Dashin whip and struck her backside with a fierce lash. Utilizing the force of that strike, I glided through the air, executing a somersault to dissipate the impact, yet I still landed awkwardly on the ground. The strike sent Xiao Wu flying several zhang away, but her remarkable flexibility allowed her to perform a somersault and land gracefully. She stared blankly at me, her backside burning with pain, tears streaming down her cheeks. Rising from the ground, my temper flared. This girl, if I don't show her some color, she might truly think I'm a sickly cat. I brandished the Dashin whip and charged at her. Tang San had long informed her of the whip's formidable nature, upon realizing my seriousness. And sensing the immense power behind the whip, she dared not confront me directly, retreating in fear. Just as the whip was about to strike her, I suddenly caught sight of the tears in her eyes and images of her sacrificing herself for Tang San, enduring a lifetime of sorrow, flashed through my mind. Softening my heart, I forcefully retracted the whip and glared at her, demanding, "Little girl, have you surrendered? If it weren't for Tang San, I would have surely left you with a colorful backside today." With words uttered in such a manner, I saw no need to maintain pretense any longer. Xiao Wu, her face flushed and eyes brimming with tears, looked at me and said, "I don't care what you do, but you must not deceive Xiao San." I was taken aback. Deceive him? Over this? She hesitated before nodding. Xiao San is my everything. I cannot allow him to suffer even a slight grievance. A sense of unease washed over me. This girl was undoubtedly concealing something from me. I scrutinized her closely, then activated my divine perception, speaking gently, "Xiao Wu, in truth, I am aware of your circumstances and your future. What you fear is merely that I will expose your true identity, is it not? Worry not. Although you and Tang San will endure many trials, you will ultimately be together. My presence will only serve to assist you." Xiao Wu froze in astonishment. This was indeed her greatest fear. She was terrified that Tang San would discover she was a soul beast and would reject her, leaving her behind. I continued to reassure her, "Tang San will not disdain you for being a transformed soul beast. Not in the slightest. What difference is there between soul beasts and humans? My dear girl, do not overthink. The love you share with him will ultimately move the heavens. I will wholeheartedly support you both." With delight, she lifted her head, her voice trembling. "Really? Xiao San truly won't he despise me?" Gazing at her pitiful expression, my heart melted. Not only will he not, but his parents will also find you endearing and support your union. At this, Xiao could no longer contain herself. The heavy stone in her heart had finally been lifted. The animosity she once harbored towards me was now replaced with profound gratitude. Through her sobs, she said, "I'm sorry for misunderstanding you. I feared you would expose my secret. Thank you for telling me this. Can I also call you Chingo?" Though still dazed from the impact, my spirits soared, and I reached out to gently pat her head. "Of course, you may call me that. You are my sister. How could I possibly hold anything against you? However, my role as your brother differs from that of Xiao San's, so do be mindful of that." Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed crimson as she leaned her head against my chest. As we engaged in playful banter, a crowd had gathered around us, eager to witness the spectacle. One enthusiastic bystander even threw money on the ground, shouting, "Let us have another round. I have plenty of money." Hastily donning my hat, I exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Wu, and we discreetly slipped away. Yet, the man pursued her, calling, "Hey, little girl, don't leave." In the next moment, a loud crash and a cry of agony echoed. Another had been felled by the Ba Duan Fei technique. I chuckled inwardly. This Xiao was truly charming. As I pondered how to infiltrate the palace to find Qian Ruinxue, I suddenly heard a loud shout. "You there, insolent brat, don't you dare clear the way. Do you seek death?" Raising my head, I was taken aback to see a young man clad in a golden robe, riding a majestic steed, charging towards me with arrogant bravado. He was followed closely by several officials, gasping for breath as they urged, "Your Highness, please slow down." "Your Highness?" My heart stirred. Was this not the future Emperor Xuebong of the Tiando Empire, the one who posed as a scoundrel to preserve his life? In a flash, the horse was upon me, hooves raised high, ready to trample me. I smirked coldly. While I admired his audacity, I could not condone such reckless disregard for human life. I sidestepped deftly, and a sliver of my divine energy silently pierced the horse's mind. The horse let out a mournful whinny, immediately losing control and crashing violently against a wall, sending Xuebong tumbling to the ground. Casting a glance back, I continued on my way without looking back. The young man's entourage was left in shock, hastily assisting Xuebong to his feet. If anything were to happen to him, their heads would surely roll. Xuebong sprang up, delivering a flurry of blows to the horse, and cursing, "I'll beat you to death, you wretched beast. I'll stew you tonight." After berating the horse, he kicked at his subordinates, showcasing the entitled demeanor of a true young master. As chaos ensued, a procession approached from the distance, led by a figure whose countenance resembled a flawless jade, both striking and commanding. It was the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe, also known as Qian Ruinxue. The moment Xuebong spotted his brother, he intensified his act, raising his voice, "You there, bring me that brat who startled my horse. I want to break his legs." Xue Qinghe frowned, likely cursing his brother for being a hopeless case. Yet, he could not ignore the situation and approached with gentle inquiry, "Fourth brother, what has transpired?" Upon seeing him, Xuebong immediately adopted a submissive demeanor, lowering his head to say, "I greet you, brother Crown Prince. It's nothing, just this beast startled me. I'll stew it tonight." The entourage behind Xue Qinghe observed the stark contrast between the two brothers, shaking their heads in disbelief. Understanding Xue Qinghe was approaching, I realized an opportunity had arisen. Standing among the crowd, I seized a moment and removed my hat, giving her a significant nod. Her entire being quivered at that moment. This figure, this gaze, she would recognize even in her dreams. The icy facade she always wore faltered, her heartbeat undoubtedly racing. Just as she contemplated her next move, Xuebong, playing the role of an instigator, pointed at me and shouted, "That's him, the little rascal. Seize him." Qian Ruinxue, fully aware of the truth, deduced that Xuebong had charged recklessly and had been caught off guard by my intervention. A thought crossed her mind, and she promptly commanded her guards, "Go and bring the one who startled the fourth prince to me." Disrupting a royal prince could mean he is a spy sent by the Xinglua Empire. I shall interrogate him personally. The guards hesitated, and the surrounding crowd was left bewildered. The crown prince, known for his discernment, was now embroiled in his brother's antics. Although the spectators were astonished, no one dared to intervene given the crown prince's significant influence and future authority. Initially, Xuebong had merely intended to put on a show for Qian Ruinxue to alleviate her wrath, but unexpectedly, Qian Ruinxue took his side, intending to take the youth away for strict questioning, a turn of events that caught everyone off guard. However, he knew Qian Ruinxue was notoriously stern, and he feared that should the youth be taken by her, he might not survive the encounter. Hastily stepping forward, he implored, "Brother Crown Prince, this matter concerns me. Let me handle it." With a cold scoff, Xue Qinghe replied, Fourth brother, do you not trust me? This person did not merely startle your horse. He has surely employed some underhanded means to injure it, resulting in your fall. He must be a spy sent by the Xingluo Empire, seeking to harm you. Here, under our father's rule, it is only us two brothers. Nothing more can go awry. Do not believe me? Just look at your horse. Can it even stand properly? Xuebeng, upon hearing his brother's serious tone, approached to examine the horse. It indeed struggled to rise, swaying precariously, as if about to topple over at any moment. In his heart, he mused, could it be that this youth truly acted as the crown prince suggested, and that it was not I who had collided with him, but rather he had tampered with my horse? Unavoidably, he regarded Qianren Shui with heightened vigilance. Her perceptive abilities far surpassed his own. Upon catching her gaze directed at him, Yang Chun understood that she had recognized him and inwardly admired her astuteness. Indeed, she was the prince of the Tiando Empire, and her years of experience had endowed her with a level of adaptability that was not commonly found. Thus, in full view of the public, he was brazenly escorted to the prince's residence within the royal palace by Qianren Shui, not as a guest, but rather bound and captured. Not long after Qianren Shui had taken Yang Chun away, another group approached, heading straight for the fourth prince, Xuebeng. The leader was an elder dressed in resplendent robes, clearly of high status. Upon seeing the elder, Xuebeng immediately bowed in respect, exclaiming, "Uncle, what brings you here?" The elder replied, "What brings me here? The moment you fell, I knew something was amiss and hurried over. Are you unharmed?" Feeling warmth in his heart, Xuebeng chuckled. "I am fine. You need not worry." Esteemed elder. His previously arrogant demeanor vanished entirely. The elder addressed Xuebeng's entourage, stating, "You must keep a vigilant eye on the fourth prince. As long as he remains unharmed, you will have accomplished a great feat and will enjoy boundless riches and glory." The group responded in unison, "Yes, your highness." Had Yang Qin been present, he would surely have deduced that this elder was Prince Xuexing, Xuebeng's uncle and the younger brother of the current emperor, who had always supported Xuebeng. Suddenly, Prince Xuexing furrowed his brow and inquired, "I have heard that the one who startled your horse has been taken away by the prince?" Xuebeng confirmed, "Yes. My elder brother, the prince, said this individual might be a spy from the Xingluo Empire and insisted on taking him back for interrogation." Prince Xuexing gazed thoughtfully in the direction where Qianren Shui's group had vanished, then whispered something to one of his companions, who stood beside him with a respectful demeanor. This companion was also an elder, tall and slender, resembling a pole. His hair and beard were both a deep shade of green, and his eyes sparkled like emeralds. His expression was devoid of emotion, or rather, his features appeared rigid, his cheeks were sunken, and his disheveled green hair contrasted sharply with his simple green robe. Strangely, he stood there as if he were ethereal. Among the group brought by Prince Xuexing, he appeared particularly incongruous and drew attention, with everyone maintaining a respectful distance from him, clearly both reverent and apprehensive. If Yang Chan had seen him, he would have immediately recognized him as the poisoned Douluo, Douluo, a title Douluo of level 91. After Prince Xuexing spoke, Douluo gave a slight nod, maintaining his cold demeanor without uttering a word. Xuebeng recognized Douluo and was momentarily astonished. The young man in the hat must indeed possess some extraordinary secrets for his uncle to summon this title Douluo for discreet investigation. Meanwhile, after Yang Chun was confined within the prince's residence, Qianren Shui ordered everyone to disperse and promptly entered the secret chamber where Yang Chun was held. Looking at him and asking, "Little diviner, is it truly you?" Yang Chun smiled wryly and replied, "Of course it is me. Who else could it be?" By this time, his hat had been discarded by his captors, leaving only the two conspicuous tufts of mustache on his face. Suddenly laughing, Qianren Shui reached out and forcefully tugged at the tufts, eliciting a loud cry from Yang Chun as they were pulled off, causing him to grimace in pain and exclaim, "That hurts. I worked hard to stick those on." In their exchange, concern and care were palpable. Yang Chun felt a warmth in his heart and jested, "What could that little tiger do to me?" In the end, it transformed into a tiny kitten. Qianren Shui inwardly scoffed. This little diviner loved to boast. As for that little tiger, it was a formidable soul beast nearly 500,000 years old. She had not witnessed Bai Qi being stripped of its 50,000 years of soul power and wondered, did he truly lose all of his 50,000 years of soul power and become a kitten-sized creature? Yang Chen assured her, "Indeed, you saw the elder. He is not one to make empty promises." He then added, "By the way, my princess, could you possibly untie me before interrogating me?" Only then did Qianren Shui remember that she had not yet released him from his bindings. With a swift motion, The sturdy ropes snapped and fell away. She then inquired, "Little diviner, do you know who that elder and that little girl are? What became of them?" Upon hearing her mention the ethereal little girl, Yang Chan felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow surge within him, and his mood darkened as he replied, "Nothing happened. After they rescued me, they simply left. I know not who they are, nor did they disclose their identities." Qianren Shui, ever astute, immediately sensed Yang Chen's change in mood, as if he had been struck by something. Her heart tightened, and she exclaimed, "Little diviner, look me in the eyes. Are you hiding something from me? Do you know those two individuals?" Realizing the gravity of her tone, Yang Chen understood that she was no ordinary girl, but a wise and formidable figure, the crown princess. Any slight fluctuation in his emotions would be easily discerned by her. However, he could not reveal his feelings regarding the girl, fearing it would complicate matters. He feigned anger, saying, "My princess, in your territory, what could I possibly hide from you? Do not let your imagination run wild. If I knew those two, would I still be here? Would I have traveled from afar to seek your assistance?" Thinking of the little one and the absence of any news from her, his heart ached, and his eyes began to redden. Qianren Shui noticed the transformation in the once arrogant little diviner's demeanor, and her previously aloof countenance shifted as tears threatened to spill from her eyes. She exclaimed, "What has happened? Please tell me." Yang Chen replied bitterly, "Meyer, she is missing." Qianren Shui suddenly recalled that during both encounters with Yang Chen, he was accompanied by that porcelain doll-like little girl who had never left his side. Now, however, she was nowhere to be found. Although she did not inquire further about the girl's identity, it was evident that their bond was profound. She urged him, "You always had her with you. How could she possibly go missing? Tell me everything." Feeling deeply touched, Yang Chen's worries and fears surged forth, overwhelming him as he recounted the events to Qianren Shui. He knew she was aware of the two incidents of extraordinary powers manifesting in the Qingdao Great Forest, so there was no need to conceal the truth. He recounted how he had been cast out of the forest by the guardian deity. Qianren Shui had previously analyzed the situation with her grandfather and understood that the world was not as simple as it appeared. There were indeed many hidden godlike figures. She also realized that beyond the Douluo continent, there existed higher realms inhabited by beings of immense strength, far beyond their imagination. Yang Chen's expulsion from the Qingdao Great Forest was due to his overwhelming killing intent, which had wreaked havoc throughout the forest. Though he possessed an extraordinary origin, the guardian spirit had ultimately lost patience and expelled him. She secretly laughed at the little diviner, unaware of the havoc he would wreak upon the soul beasts of the Qingdao Great Forest, likely causing none to dare venture into its depths again, forcing the guardian deity to intervene. After clarifying the situation, she suddenly felt something was amiss. This little diviner must still be concealing something from her. She then asked, "Did you come to find me immediately after emerging from that pool?" Yang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Women are indeed sensitive. The encounter with Huli Na was a moment he could not let her know about. With a bitter smile, he said, "Of course, I didn't come directly to seek you. I searched alone for 2 days, but could not find anything, so I had to come to you for assistance. How could a respectable man like me ask a woman for help?" Qianren Shui glanced at his earnest, youthful face and couldn't help but chuckle silently. A charlatan is indeed a charlatan, always inclined to put on an act. Nevertheless, she sensed something was amiss and pondered for quite some time without arriving at a conclusion. She then inquired about the appearance of the little girl and the 9-headed lion, so as to issue a nationwide search order. Given her position as the crown prince of the current dynasty and her years of influence, she had loyalists in every province, making it exceedingly easy to locate both a person and a beast. Upon hearing Qianren Shui's arrangements, Yang Chen was secretly astonished. Although she was a woman, Qianren Shui was akin to figures like Wu Zetian and Empress Xiao. He realized that her power in the Tiandou Empire was substantial, having effectively established control across the nation, which made him regard her with newfound respect. The contrast between the fictional portrayals he had previously encountered and the living reality before him was striking. Here was a woman who could disguise herself as a man and assume the role of the crown prince, wielding authority over a populace of billions. It was truly remarkable, and he felt a deep admiration, something he would find impossible to achieve in his own life. After arranging everything, Qianren Shui stated, "Within 3 days, the search should cover the entire country, and I am confident your sister will be found. You may remain here in peace for a few days." With his worries alleviated, Yang Chen's mind became agile again. "My crown prince, is power truly so vital to you?" Qianren Shui was taken aback by his question, pausing for a moment before replying. "I have my reasons." Yang Chun continued, I understand, but your mother is also a pitiful figure, and there are matters you remain unaware of. The mention of her mother immediately ignited Qian Renshua's anger. Do not speak of her. I have no mother. In this world, my only kin is my grandfather. Yang Chun had intended to engage her in a deeper conversation, hoping to divert her focus from power to martial arts, guiding her toward a more distant future. However, he realized that discussing her mother, Bai Dong, triggered such a strong reaction from her. He sighed inwardly, acknowledging that his understanding was still insufficient and that it would be better not to press the matter further, lest he exacerbate her emotions. After all, there would be ample time in the future. He reached out to embrace her, saying, No, you have forgotten. In this world there is also me, and I am your closest kin. Qian Renshua looked at Yang Chun, furrowing her brow. I know you will treat me well, just like grandfather. But when will you grow up? You may be formidable and knowledgeable, yet you are still just a child. As a woman, I wish for someone to rely upon. Chapter 85. I will wait for you to grow up. Yang Chun could discern that despite her formidable demeanor, she was still a woman at heart, longing for support. He felt a surge of compassion and frustration, lamenting the whims of fate that had transported him into the body of a mere 12 or 13-year-old child, wishing instead he could have been reincarnated as a handsome young man of 18 or 19. He forced a smile and said, Schwer, do you think I'm too young? I'm already 13, hardly a child anymore. In 2 years, I could even marry. Besides, my mental age is that of a 20-year-old. Qian Renshua sighed, gazing at him softly. Little charlatan, I am curious. Although you are merely a child of 10, why do you give off the aura of a 20-something adult? It makes me unconsciously depend on you. Yang Chun chuckled. I suppose I am precocious. For every year you live, I seem to live too, which has led to my early maturity. You are aware of my abilities, and my mindset is not like that of an ordinary person. Qian Renshua blinked at him and nodded, suddenly realizing, wait, if you can predict outcomes, why can't you find your sister? Don't you know where she has gone? It dawned on her that, despite his self-proclaimed abilities, he had not located his sister. Yang Chun was equally startled. So focused was he on finding the little one that he had overlooked his own identity as a so-called charlatan, capable of calculating everything but not his own sister's whereabouts. It was indeed a case of shooting oneself in the foot. He was no oracle, merely familiar with the historical trajectory of Douluo Dalu. Of course, he could not divulge his circumstances to Qian Renshua. Even if he did, she would not believe him. The concept of reincarnation was inherently enigmatic and ethereal. He chuckled, Schwerer, do you doubt my predictions? Allow me to recount your past. Pay close attention. You entered the Tian-Do Empire at the age of 9 as a maid. Later, you approached Prince Shui Qinghe, meticulously uncovering all his secrets, and then schemed against him with poison, ultimately impersonating him as the crown prince, earning the trust of the Tian-Do Emperor. Am I correct, Schwerer? Although Qian Renshua believed in Yang Chun's abilities to predict the future, she was astonished that he could articulate the details and timeline of events concerning the prince so accurately, despite the passage of many years and her own vague recollections. Hearing this made her heart race with an indescribable strangeness. She found herself increasingly convinced of Yang Chun's prophetic capabilities. He truly was an extraordinary charlatan. After a moment, she remarked, Little charlatan, aside from grandfather and Bai Dong, no one else knows this. These two would never disclose it. The clarity with which you describe it is akin to having witnessed it firsthand. I am truly amazed. However, my esteemed charlatan, if you are so well versed in my affairs, why can't you discern the whereabouts of your sister? Yang Chun scratched his head and replied, Schwerer, to be honest, my predictive abilities are not omnipotent. There are many matters I cannot foresee, especially those concerning myself. There is a saying, deities can predict the heavens and the earth, but they cannot predict their own fate unless their time is near. If one is able to predict their own fate, it signifies that death is imminent. As for locating my sister, it is a personal matter, and thus I cannot foresee it. Schwer, I am not all-powerful, so do not place too much faith in me. Moreover, predicting outcomes is akin to revealing heavenly secrets, which is detrimental to the natural order and does not bode well for me, as it shortens my lifespan. Therefore, unless it pertains to significant matters of life and death, I will not easily engage in predictions for others. Of course, Schwer, your matters are an exception. I will calculate anything you wish to know. Qian Renshua had heard that fortune-telling could leak heavenly secrets and shorten the life of the seer, initially dismissing it as nonsense. She now realized that there was indeed truth to it upon meeting Yang Chun. Though she was much older than him, she inexplicably felt a sense of reliance on him, entrusting him with her heart. Upon hearing Yang Chen's words, she felt both sweetness and joy in her heart, but also concern for his well-being. Leaning her head on his shoulder, she said, "Little charlatan, please do not predict my future again. I do not wish for you to shorten your life. In a few years, when you have grown and my Wuhuan temple matters are resolved, we shall no longer be apart, and together we will seek the supreme martial path, the divine way." Yang Chun was deeply moved by Qian Rinxua's heartfelt words. He was, after all, a young man with the mentality of an 18 or 19-year-old. In the prime of his youthful affections, he instinctively embraced her, wishing to emulate the romantic scenes he had seen in television dramas, lifting Qian Rinxua into his lap, encircling her waist from behind, creating an atmosphere of warmth and intimacy. Unbeknownst to him, he was considerably shorter than Qian Rinxua, who epitomized the beauty of long legs. As he settled down, discomfort enveloped him. Not only was he unable to make any subtle movements, but even the desire to inhale her fragrant hair eluded him. Qian Rinxua couldn't help but chuckle, suggesting playfully, "Little rascal, why don't you sit on my lap? It will be much more comfortable." With that, she perched herself on a stool, bringing her legs together, intent on having Yang Chun seated atop her lap. Upon gazing at her long legs, Yang Chen's eyes flared with frustration, his mood plummeting. Was she truly his girlfriend, or was he merely hers? His fervent enthusiasm dissipated into thin air, and he muttered in discontent, "Who told you to be so tall with such long legs? It's a sight for sore eyes, yet entirely unattainable." Seeing his embarrassment only fueled Qian Rinxua's laughter as she teased, "Little brother, who told you to be born a few years later? Don't worry. Sister will wait patiently for you to grow up wholeheartedly, and I promise, you won't be disappointed. Just don't forget to acknowledge how I've aged by then." At this moment, Qian Rinxua had already led Yang Chun into her room, no longer the stark confines of a prison. For the past few days, Yang Chun had been plagued with worry for the little one, but under Qian Rinxua's comforting presence, he felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. Weariness soon enveloped him, and he fell into a deep slumber on Qian Rinxua's princely couch. Noticing he had drifted off, Qian Rinxua finished her matters of state and reclined at the edge of the couch, her gaze lingering on Yang Chun's handsome and resolute features, lost in thought. And before she knew it, she too succumbed to sleep. In the midst of slumber, Yang Chun found himself in a dream where he saw the little one, Mei Er, lost on the streets and captured by a human trafficker who intended to sell her off. The little one appeared disheveled, thin, and dirty, struggling against the trafficker's grip while crying out for her big brother. The trafficker, a one-eyed fiend, struck her across the face, bellowing, "Shut up, you wretched girl, or I'll beat you to death and feed you to the dogs." The blow left half of her face swollen, and with fear etched on her features. She could only whimper, "I want big brother." Yang Chen's heart ached at the sight, and he shouted fiercely, "Scoundrel, release Mei Er." He swung his divine whip towards the trafficker. However, this action jolted him awake, and, as he looked around, he realized he was indeed in bed. The horrifying scene of Mei Er lingered in his mind, making his heart race as he struggled to calm himself. Upon turning, he saw Qian Rinxua lying beside him, fully clothed. Having always disguised herself as a man, her hair now cascaded freely, and without the need for makeup, she resembled a stunning beauty. Yang Chun, captivated by her exquisite visage, could not resist planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. Suddenly, a wave of danger washed over him, startling him. How could such a threatening presence exist in the East Palace of Shui? His spiritual senses extended outward, and he perceived a shadow lurking outside the chamber. In the moonlight, the figure donned a green garb, its complexion pale and sickly. Yang Chun was taken aback. Who was this person, possessing such formidable power? A soul power exceeding level 90, a genuine title Douluo? As thoughts raced through his mind, he recalled the title Douluo renowned for his poison, Dugubo. A sense of foreboding gripped him. Why was Dugubo here instead of accompanying Prince Xuesheng? Had the course of history been altered by his presence? It dawned on him that this poison user was known for his exceptional skills, and although he was merely a level 90 title Douluo, his true combat prowess could rival that of a level 94 title Douluo. His presence outside Qian Rinxua's chamber was evidently malicious. Had Prince Xuesheng discovered Qian Rinxua's secret, realizing she was not the true crown Prince Xuesheng and intended to act upon it, determined to awaken Qian Rinxua and summon the palace's experts. He knew that the crown prince's residence was surely protected by formidable guardians, perhaps even soul saints or titled Douluos. However, just as he was about to call out, he felt a wave of danger rushing towards him, not from soul power, but rather from the toxic aura emitted by Douluo. It turned out that Douluo had been instructed by Prince Xuexing to investigate the so-called spy of the Xing Luo Empire captured by Crown Prince Xuexinghe. He had infiltrated the palace undetected and searched thoroughly, but found nothing. With his skills, no one could have noticed his arrival. Perplexed, he pondered how the Crown Prince could conceal such a person. Not knowing where the Crown Prince's chambers were, he searched room by room. Eventually, he discovered two individuals sleeping in one bed. One exuded the aura of the Crown Prince, while the other, though lacking a distinctive mustache, resembled the described spy. Intrigued, he mused about the implications. Could it be that the Crown Prince harbored a peculiar preference? He chuckled internally, realizing that the Crown Prince, having remained single for so long, had finally found interest in this diminutive and tender figure, keeping him in private quarters. It seemed Prince Xuexing had overthought the matter and intended to leave quietly. Yet just as he was about to depart, an unsettling sensation enveloped him, as if an invisible force scrutinized him thoroughly. This was no ordinary experience. Even as a level 91 titled Dalu, the feeling of being laid bare by another was unnerving. Who could possess such power? Titled Daluos not only wield immense soul power, but also possess formidable spiritual perception. Although their spiritual senses may not rival Yang Chen's divine perception in overall prowess, they are remarkably acute. As Douluo probed with his spiritual force, the mysterious energy resembling spiritual perception emanated from the boy sleeping on the Crown Prince's bed. This lad, clearly just over a decade old, possessed such a mysterious probing power? Was there a realm of secret abilities unknown to him? Suddenly, an invisible toxin shot towards Yang Chen. Crafting poison was Douluo's specialty, and although this toxin was not as famed by Lin Shihuang poison, it remained potent. If unleashed upon a soul master of levels 40 or 50, it would surely guarantee devastation. Yet Yang Chen's spiritual power was unmatched. His greatest strength at present. The concentrated toxin surged towards him in an instant. Startled, he instinctively prepared to counter the toxin with his soul power, but just then, a voice in his mind cautioned him not to use soul power, but to guide it with his spiritual force and absorb it instead. Yang Chen paused, surprised that he could consume poison. Without time to ponder, he enveloped the toxin with his spiritual force, drawing it closer while silently commanding it to be absorbed. In an instant, the toxin was entirely assimilated into his body, akin to how he would absorb soul power. However, in that fleeting moment of absorption, he felt a slight dizziness, but it swiftly dissipated. Yang Chen was overjoyed, realizing that the system, Xiao Tian, had the capacity to consume anything, far beyond merely absorbing martial souls and soul power. He cast a glance at Qian Renxue, concerned that the potent toxin might escape and harm her. Yet he noticed her breathing was steady, showing no signs of distress. Douluo, initially confident that this maneuver would incapacitate Yang Chen, was taken aback to see not only was he unharmed, but a hint of joy appeared on his face. However, what truly instilled fear and trepidation within him was the inexplicable disappearance of the poison he had unleashed, vanishing without a trace, as if it had been entirely neutralized or absorbed by the youth before him. He was the foremost master of poison on Dalu, second only to a titled Dalu from the Wuhuan Temple, with no one else capable of rivaling his prowess. Yet, now, there was this young boy who had effortlessly countered his poison, neutralized it, or even devoured it. Douluo was momentarily taken aback, his scalp tingling with unease. For it was utterly bizarre. Was there truly such a formidable figure in existence of whom he was unaware? Despite his shock, losing in his area of expertise was unacceptable for a titled Dalu specializing in poison. How could he concede defeat and leave with his dignity tarnished? In a fit of rage, he summoned his martial spirit, the Bai Lin Shihuang. A ghastly green light erupted from his body, and, as his form expanded, his already lean physique swelled under the verdant glow, stretching upward until his human shape faded away, transforming into a colossal emerald serpent, its scales resembling exquisite diamonds, shimmering like precious jade. The massive serpent stood upright, its pale green eyes coldly fixated on Yang Chen within the chamber, its long forked tongue flicking in and out, surrounded by a dense green mist. This was Douluo's martial spirit, the Bai Lin Shihuang. Outside, Douluo manifested his martial spirit, coiling the immense serpent around him. With his soul perception, Yang Chen observed this clearly. feeling a prickling fear as he recognized the terrifying nature of Douluo's martial spirit. The vibrant green hue and the thick green mist signified an exceptionally potent toxin. As a level 91 titled, manifesting his true martial spirit, the pressure he exuded was formidable, an invisible force bearing down on Yang Chun. Little did Yang Chun know that had this been any other location than the prince's palace, Douluo would have unleashed his full might. A force that Yang Chun would not have been able to withstand. If chaos were to erupt in the imperial palace, the majesty of the Tiando Empire could not be trifled with. How could Douluo, with his strength, dare to oppose the might of a nation? He feared that thereafter, there would be nowhere left for him to hide. Moreover, the presence of the seven treasure glazed tile sect loomed large. A renowned sect within Dalu and the protector of the Tiando Empire, boasting two formidable titled Dalu above level 95, he was no match for them. Thus, while unleashing his martial spirit, he had to restrain a portion of his overwhelming pressure to prevent it from leaking. Yang Chun, realizing that Douluo was genuinely enraged and willing to go all out, cursed inwardly, lamenting that this old poison master should have occupied himself elsewhere instead of challenging him, a mere great spirit master. He knew that Douluo had eventually turned from his wicked ways, aligning himself with Tang San and contributing significantly to his cause. Thus he held a favorable view of him and did not wish to become adversaries. Yet it seemed that Douluo, feeling a loss of face after being bested in his signature skill, was determined to regain his honor. Yang Chun understood that Douluo's poison was unparalleled on Dalu, especially without Tang San's intervention, and he felt an undeniable fear. He urgently called out to Xiao Tian, "My esteemed Xiao Tian, this old poison master is about to go mad. Quickly think of a way." Xiao Tian replied with a laugh, "You foolish boy, when water comes, block it. When soldiers come, meet them. What is there to fear? Just ensure that his poison is abundant and potent, and you shall devour it all." Yang Chun queried, "If I absorb all this poison into my body, won't I also become a poisonous being? Anyone who touches me would be poisoned, and I haven't even married yet." Xiao Tian chuckled heartily. "Who knows? You might just develop a unique constitution, the world's foremost poisoned body, dominating all with your toxins." Yang Chun found Xiao Tian's laughter grating, and just as he was about to inquire further, he saw Douluo's Bailin Shi Huang outside, opening its massive maw and exhaling a torrent of green mist that surged through the window into the chamber. The sight of that ominous green mist made his heart tremble. It was undeniably lethal. Yang Chun, feeling a rush of urgency, disregarded his concerns of becoming a poisoned body and swiftly harnessed his soul power to contain mist, preventing it from dispersing. After all, he had Qian Rinxue behind him. If she were to come into contact with that serpent's poison, she could easily succumb to its effects, and he would have no tears left to shed. His formidable soul power, developed through continuous training, transformed this intangible substance into something almost tangible. Under Yang Chen's command, the thick mist was tightly bound and drawn towards him. Simultaneously, his absorption ability activated, and the mist, resembling a writhing dragon, was entirely consumed within him. The potent toxin was far more intense than the previous one. Upon entering his body, Yang Chun felt an overwhelming sensation of tingling and numbness, nearly crying out in shock, his mind teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet, in mere moments, the tingling subsided, replaced by a sense of comfort. From Douluo's perspective, despite being in the form of the Bailin Shi Huang, he believed Yang Chun would certainly cry out in agony from the poison, allowing him to salvage his pride. After all, he was a prince's subordinate, and he must not overstep his boundaries. He would merely offer Yang Chun an antidote to smooth things over. To his astonishment, however, the potent toxin of the Bailin Shi Huang was completely absorbed by this young boy, and it felt as though Yang Chun had actively consumed it with some mysterious power. More terrifying was the fact that, after ingesting such a lethal toxin, the boy appeared completely unaffected, as if he had not consumed enough. In all of Douluo's decades of experience, he had never encountered such an occurrence. When had such an extraordinary method of toxin absorption emerged in the world? With such a being present, how could the art of poisoning continue to exist? He, the poisoned Douluo, had become akin to a toothless Bailin Shi. Stunned by this setback, he stood frozen, fixated on the youth within, whose actions and expressions were all perceived by Yang Chen's soul awareness, causing him to secretly chuckle. This old fellow must be utterly terrified. However, I harbor no malice towards you, old poison master. After all, you sought trouble with me first. I am merely acting in self-defense. Please be on your way. Yet Douluo remained rooted, lost in thought, eventually reverting to his original form. The expression of defeat on his face was unmistakable to Yang Chun, who grew anxious, fearing that this old fellow might lose his mind and escalate the situation. As a level 91 title Douluo, should he unleash a powerful assault? Even with Xiao Tian's absorption ability, Yang Chun would still be far outmatched due to the vast disparity in their soul powers. Just then, a soft sound interrupted the tension. It was Qian Rinxue awakening. Her dazed eyes opened, and she saw Yang Chun sitting up on the bed instead of sleeping. In the quiet of the night, thoughts of sharing a bed with him filled my mind. Although we did not share the same pillow, we were indeed under the same covers. My heart raced like a startled fawn as I gazed at Yang Chun, my eyes brimming with tenderness and shyness. Just as I was about to speak, Yang Chun placed a finger to his lips and softly shushed me. Startled, I sat up and looked at him. Outside the window, Douluo pondered whether to use force to invade and either slay the young man or abduct him. Yet he noticed the prince had awakened. A jolt of realization struck him. They were within the imperial palace. If the prince called out, countless powerful figures would rush in, and he would undoubtedly be recognized. Although he considered himself a carefree wanderer, without sect or affiliation, being recognized would spell endless trouble. The imperial authority was not to be trifled with. This was the world of Dalu, dominated by the two great empires of Tiando and Shui. Instantly, he vanished without a trace. Seeing him depart, Yang Chun let out a sigh of relief, shaking his head as he turned to me. Shui, you're awake too? How astute I inquired. Was there someone outside just now? Yang Chun chuckled wryly and sighed. Not just someone, but a formidable opponent, a titled Daw, had been outside, battling him silently. However, this was a matter I could not let him know, for fear it would cause him distress. It appeared that Douluo had not come solely for me, but rather for him. Confusion enveloped my mind. When had I become entangled with such a renowned titled Douluo? What could possibly compel him to challenge me? Surely this was connected to Prince Xuexing and the fourth prince. Had they truly begun to suspect me, monitoring Yang Chun to uncover traces of me? Or had our earlier confrontation sparked Prince Xuexing's suspicion? Chapter 88. Beneath the heavenly Tao who alone dares to veil the heavens? Reflecting on this, I realized that if I spoke of it, my nature would compel me to take decisive action against those two, thus altering the course of Dalu's history forever. There would no longer be an emperor named Xuebeng or a master like Tang San. Shaking my head, I decided it best to remain silent. I was confident that with my cunning, I would not leave any traces for them to discover, and history would remain unchanged. With this conclusion, I smiled and said, there should be no one. Perhaps I've been overly anxious about Mayor these past few days, which has made me overly sensitive. Shall we take a look outside? We have been lying side by side. Now both sat up, opened the door, and walked hand in hand into the night. The moon hung high in the sky, casting silver beams across the palace, enveloping everything in a serene beauty. Yang Chun recalled the silent skirmish with the poisoned Douluo, marveling at how a mere great soul master like himself had managed to intimidate a level 90 titled Douluo. It felt surreal, a surge of pride blossoming within him. I, Yang Chun, have also defeated a titled Douluo. As the night unfolded so beautifully, our hands intertwined, we gazed quietly at the bright moon and the moon palace within it. I softly recited, "Do not let the toads croak this night. Now I understand that heaven is indifferent. When shall I disperse the idle clouds and mist to release a brilliance that shines across the sky? Little charlatan, do you think there's truly a Chang'e in that moon? Does she not feel lonely in the moon palace? Swear, one must seize the joy of life while it lasts, lest we waste our time gazing at the moon in vain. Life is fleeting, in truth. Fame and fortune are of little consequence. Even if one were like Chang'e, possessing endless years, what meaning is there in dwelling in solitude within the moon palace? Have you not heard? Chang'e must regret stealing the elixir of immortality, her heart heavy each night beneath the azure sky. She must be in the moon palace, lamenting her choice to take the elixir, ascending alone while leaving behind her beloved Ho-E. In life, one should learn to live in the moment, to embrace freedom and authenticity, to ensure that one's life is devoid of regrets, so that at the end, one can exclaim, I have no regrets in this life. And thus, life is sufficient. Little charlatan, you wax poetic again. I do not grasp your words, nor do I understand what it means to live in the moment or to die without regrets. But I do know this. I not only wish to be by your side in this life, but I also desire to be with you across countless lifetimes, never to part through the endless years. Upon hearing my words, Yang Chun was moved, choosing silence instead, pulling me closer to him. Our forms, one tall and the other petite, gradually leaned against each other. At that moment, in a palace reminiscent of a celestial realm, a girl, ethereal as a fairy, gazed at the distant moon, murmuring, "Where are you? Why do you not come to find me? Do you not know I have been waiting for you all along?" As she spoke, a solitary tear fell from her eye, landing on a blade of grass. The grass sighed softly, poor little princess, lost in her thoughts again. Unbeknownst to her, a beautiful woman in palace attire stood behind her, gently asking, "Sienna, what are you daydreaming about this time?" Startled, the girl smiled and replied, "Mother, Sienna has been watching the moon. Today it is so round and large." The woman sighed inwardly, pondering what had bewitched her child since her return from the outside world. Sienna had been absent-minded, always lost in thoughts of that boy. Was there some hidden truth I could not perceive? Who was that boy? And why did he occupy Sienna's thoughts so? Sienna was destined for greatness. She must not be distracted by matters of the heart. Talk of reincarnation and eternal bonds was mere folly. Even if reincarnation existed, I would shatter the so-called cycle of life and death. Under the heavenly order, I reign supreme. That boy shall not be allowed to linger. Contemplating this, she smiled and said, "Sienna, are you still thinking of that boy?" Startled, the girl replied, "Mother, what do you mean? I do not understand." Silently blaming old Lei for his loose tongue, she felt embarrassed that her mother knew of her infatuation. The woman said, "Child, I wish to show you something. Some matters should not be taken too seriously." With that, she extended her delicate hand, her slender fingers gliding gracefully through the air. A shimmering image emerged within the circle she traced, revealing a scene inside a palace where two figures were nestled close together. "Sienna, look at these two," the woman instructed. As the girl focused, she saw two palace maids, one young and one old, the younger resting against the elder's embrace. With surprise, Sienna exclaimed, "Mother, who are these two?" The woman was taken aback. It had clearly been that boy with the young woman just moments ago. How had it transformed into two palace maids? Who was obscuring the divine mysteries? Who dared to oppose me? Initially, she intended to use her supreme powers to reveal the scene of the boy with another girl to dispel Sienna's fanciful thoughts, but she had been thwarted. Shocked yet smiling, she said, "Nothing of consequence, dear. Mother only wished to cheer you up. Do not be so melancholic." The girl replied obediently, "Mother, I will take care of myself. You have so many matters to attend to. Please go about your business." The woman responded, "Very well, Sienna, do not forget your studies. Mother must leave now." As she spoke, she affectionately patted the girl's head. Sienna smiled and embraced her mother. The young woman in palace attire stepped out of the palace, her expression shifting dramatically. She waved her hand, and an image reappeared before her. With another swift gesture, a second scene materialized. After glancing at both images and nodding in affirmation, she recognized the young man without a doubt. Fixating on the scene within the royal palace, she noticed him nestled closely with a young girl. Why, just moments ago, the vision she had shown to Sienna featured a different pair. Who was meddling within this? A surge of anger welled up within her. Who dared to oppose her? She extended a finger, pointing towards the void. Her jade-like finger elongated infinitely, moving with the swiftness of light, traversing an immeasurable distance in an instant. Suddenly, her expression faltered, her heart trembling as she retracted her finger, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. In shock, she exclaimed, "Who has laid this defense? I cannot breach it, and it has even harmed me. Who is this boy?" After a moment of silence, she summoned two maidservants, instructing them to visit Wuyang Palace the next day and bring their young master to her. Meanwhile, Yang Chun and Qian Renxue found themselves deeply connected, silently savoring the warmth of their bond. Abruptly, they perceived a brilliant flash in the distant sky, as if the heavens themselves were about to split apart. Following this, the entire Douluo continent trembled violently, akin to the collapse of the world. Yet, the tremor subsided after a brief moment. Countless beings, both human and beast, were struck with terror, particularly the shape-shifting soul beasts and tidal Douluo, who were filled with an inexplicable dread. Yang Chun suddenly felt his heart race, sensing that this cosmic phenomenon was somehow tied to him, causing a disquiet within his mind. In Chapter 89, titled The Invincible Strong, all plots reveal themselves to be mere illusions. In a moment of tranquility, he called out to Xiao Tian, "My esteemed Xiao Tian, what have you done with the venom from the poison Douluo that I consumed last night?" Xiao Tian chuckled. "This is a valuable asset, and it must be preserved well for your use. It can significantly enhance your combat prowess. Yang Chun, slightly bewildered, asked, "Enhance my power? How so?" Xiao Tian replied with a grin. "You foolish boy, there's no need for explanation. The venom expelled by that great serpent contains its soul power. I have separated the soul power infused within the toxin for you. In times of need, when you find yourself outmatched, you can unleash this poison unexpectedly to injure your opponent and safeguard your life." Upon hearing this, Yang Chen's spirits soared. He thought, with this, it would be akin to wielding a divine arrow of the soul, adding yet another lethal weapon to my arsenal. Furthermore, that old scoundrel, Douluo, had the audacity to come after me unprovoked. I cannot allow him to remain at ease. Should the opportunity arise, I shall use his soul poison to frame him with two individuals of considerable influence, perhaps disciples of the blue, lightning tyrant dragon or members of the Spirit Hall, setting their formidable experts upon Douluo, leaving him baffled and unable to comprehend the situation. His venom is unique on the Douluo continent, and once unleashed, they will undoubtedly attribute it to this old poison master. Thus, I shall proceed with this plan. How dare he offend me, the esteemed Yang Chun? Had it not been for Tang San's influence, I would have long since taken his life. With pride swelling within him, he laughed and said, "Xiao Tian, my esteemed Xiao Tian, you are truly remarkable, unparalleled in all realms, and I am in awe of your prowess. If you have any further brilliant strategies, please impart them to me so that I may showcase them." He recognized that Xiao Tian's abilities were far from fully revealed. This was a vast treasure trove that he intended to explore thoroughly in due time. For instance, the so-called universal transformation function remained inaccessible. Merely hearing its name suggested immense power, and it was the last to emerge, indicating an individual of great stature. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Tian comprehended his thoughts and smirked. "My dear Yang Chun, I possess many treasures. It is not merely this so-called system. I do not withhold from you, but I fear your cultivation may not keep pace with my rhythm. Time is of the essence, and you must seize every opportunity to avoid jeopardizing your life." Upon hearing this, Yang Chun sensed a grave undertone in Xiao Tian's words, as if a significant conspiracy loomed. He inquired, "Xiao Tian, as we are one, can you not divulge even a fragment of information? Is there a grand scheme awaiting me?" Xiao Tian, taken aback by Yang Chen's question, fell silent for a moment before responding slowly. "Foolish boy, it is not that I do not wish to share. Rather, I have yet to fully grasp it myself. However, everything you have obtained has not come without cost. My system demands payment, often at double the price. Moreover, I sense an unspeakable reason exists. Perhaps the grand conspiracy you speak of, which I am still unable to comprehend. Regardless, remember this. The strong are invincible. Once you become a true powerhouse, all conspiracies will lose their meaning. Therefore, you must seize every opportunity and time to elevate your cultivation. It is of utmost importance. The mantra of the strong are invincible. All conspiracies are but illusions echoed in Yang Chen's mind, resonating deeply within him. He realized from Xiao Tian's words that his sudden appearance was no coincidence. It must be for a profound reason, possibly tied to a grand conspiracy. To unravel this conspiracy, he must grow stronger, just as Xiao Tian had indicated. For the strong can dismantle any plot. He recalled the words of the Sky Fox Empress, who spoke of his extraordinary destiny. It seemed this fortune extended beyond merely acquiring Xiao Tian's system, perhaps hinting at something greater. What perplexed him most, a riddle he had pondered countless times, was the ethereal girl who resembled a celestial being. Why did he feel an inexplicable connection upon first sight? It was as though she were the most cherished person he had sought for years, the most precious individual in his life. They had never met before, and given her status, it was inconceivable that their paths would cross. Why was this so? Could it be that fate and reincarnation truly existed? Was she a beloved from a past life, and his journey through time was destined to reunite him with her? Moreover, it was not only his perception. She too seemed to share this sentiment, tirelessly searching for him in her life. This was no mere coincidence. There must be a reason behind it. Perhaps she truly was the pivotal person in his destiny, the one who had awaited him through countless reincarnations. As these thoughts interconnected, Yang Chun began to understand that he was likely not just an ordinary student from Tianlanxing. His crossing into the Douluo continent was not a random occurrence, but held significant meaning. Simultaneously, he sensed an ominous presence lurking behind the scenes, orchestrating everything. He was but a pawn on this vast chessboard. The more he contemplated, the more chaotic his thoughts became. He shook his head and laughed heartily. Whatever grand conspiracy lies ahead, since I have been granted a second chance at life, I shall live it to the fullest and embark on the path to ultimate strength, dismantling every scheme that comes my way. Is akin to a nursery rhyme, speaking of treacherous mountains and fiery seas, of traps and schemes, of malevolent spirits and enchanting beauties, all of which cannot obstruct the path of the Ruibang. With its discerning eyes, in that moment of enlightenment, I suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual power, and upon glancing at the system panel, I discovered that my spiritual strength had increased significantly, rising from 1,003 points to 1,013 points, a spontaneous gain of 10. This occurrence mirrored a previous one, where a similar revelation had led to a substantial enhancement of my spiritual power, suggesting a profound connection between spiritual strength and mental comprehension. Overjoyed, I sought counsel from Xiao Tian regarding the methods of employing the soul poison of the poison Douluo, aware of its formidable nature and the need for caution in its application to avoid unwarranted harm. Xiao Tian was equally astonished that Yang Chun had achieved such clarity, leading to a further strengthening of his spiritual power, which prompted a silent nod of approval. Indeed, I had chosen the right person this time. Meanwhile, the poisoned Douluo Dugubo, after engaging in a fierce battle with Yang Chun at the prince's residence the previous night, returned home in a state of trepidation, increasingly fearful with each passing thought. He pondered the nature of this youth, who could absorb his poison, particularly the lethal by Lin Shi Huang poison, renowned as the most potent toxin in existence, which Yang Chun seemed to withstand effortlessly. Even more alarming was the realization that a portion of his own soul power, unleashed in the confrontation, had vanished without a trace, resulting in a significant depletion of his strength. Chapter 90. Rumors abound. Soul power is indeed a form of energy. He deeply regretted heeding the Prince of Snow Star's counsel to investigate the supposed spy from the Xing Luo Empire at the princess residence. As a free, titled Dalu, he mused, why should he entangle himself in such matters? He reminded himself of the extreme danger posed by this individual and resolved to maintain a safe distance, recognizing that the power to devour toxins made him a formidable adversary. Thus, after meeting with the Prince of Snowstar, Dugubo found himself unable to admit that he had been bested by a mere spy. Instead, he opted to gloss over his defeat and instead relayed with a smirk the tale of how the spy youth had been taken to his chambers by Prince Xue Qinghe, embellishing the details with vivid imagery. He remarked, "You should have seen him. That spy was remarkably delicate, almost too tender to the touch, surpassing even girls of 10 years in beauty. Truly extraordinary." Unbeknownst to him, the Prince of Snowstar was taken aback by Xue Qinghe's peculiar tastes, staring incredulously at Dugubo's pale visage. Dugubo, shaking his head in dismay, inwardly cursed himself for such foolishness. How could a dignified titled Dalu like himself utter such absurdities? Meanwhile, the Prince of Snowstar, after a moment of contemplation, came to an unsettling realization. It was no wonder that Prince Xue Qinghe, despite being of marrying age, had yet to take a princess as a consort. As a normal man, he surely had needs. Furthermore, as the crown prince, securing an heir was of utmost importance, and the reigning emperor had repeatedly sought suitable candidates for a crown princess, all of which Xue Qinghe had deftly evaded. The prince found himself chuckling at the absurdity of it all. A crown prince, so enamored with such proclivities, was bound to face challenges in fulfilling his royal duties. With this in mind, he regarded Xue Qinghe with newfound disdain, recognizing that such an abnormal individual could hardly achieve greatness or secure the throne's legacy. During this time, Yang Chun remained at the prince's residence, anxiously awaiting news regarding the whereabouts of the little one. As the first day passed without a word from any province, his anxiety mounted. The second day yielded the same disheartening silence. By the third day, with Qian Rinshue's calculations suggesting that ample time had elapsed for a search, Yang Chun remained incessantly by her side, prompting her to offer constant reassurances as they awaited news. Yet, as noon approached without any updates, Yang Chun found himself unable to eat, consuming only a sip of soup. Qian Rinshue began to share in his mounting tension, fearing that the child might not have fallen within the confines of the Tiando Empire, but rather into some perilous situation. Observing Yang Chen's distress, she reached out to various officials, personally overseeing the search to ensure a resolution was found. Hours passed, and as night fell, still no word had come regarding the nine-headed lion or the little one. What had begun as hopeful anticipation for news transformed into a bleak despondency. with Yang Chun retreating into a corner, muttering the names of the little one and Meyer. In this realm of Douluo, the only semblance of family he had felt was with that little one, and even the nine-headed lion had forged an extraordinary bond with him. For countless days, the little one had clung to his neck like a bear cub, her innocent coos and trusting gaze becoming an inseparable part of his existence. Now, the abrupt absence left a profound sorrow and emptiness within him. Each thought of the helpless little one wandering the streets, sleeping beside refuse, brought an ache to his heart. The nightmares of her being abducted and mistreated by traffickers haunted him ceaselessly. Qian Renshua, taken aback by the depth of Yang Chen's feelings for the unknown child, felt a pang of jealousy. Witnessing his pain, she tirelessly connected with officials across the land, offering substantial rewards to incentivize the search, ensuring that the entirety of the Tiando Empire was scoured for the enigmatic little girl and the so-called nine-headed beast. As days turned into 3 without any progress, Qian Renshue realized the grim truth. The little one had either not fallen within the empire or had faced a dire fate. Her relentless pursuit had incited widespread unrest, with citizens frantically seeking the mysterious girl and the mythical creature. Consequently, rumors began to circulate, claiming that the little girl was the illegitimate daughter of the crown prince, destined to become a future princess. Even the high-ranking ministers were abuzz with speculation, and the emperor himself summoned Qian Renshue to inquire about the child. The most bewildering aspect of it all was the Prince of Snowstar, who, well aware of the crown prince's preferences for men over women, found it perplexing that a supposed illegitimate daughter had appeared from nowhere. The relentless search undertaken by the crown prince, disregarding all else, suggests a profound connection between him and the young girl. Could she truly be his illegitimate daughter? Consequently, Wangzi Shueshing discreetly dispatched individuals to seek her out. This notion permeated the minds of ministers and common folk alike throughout the Tiando Empire. Thus, rumors began to circulate that Crown Prince Xue Qinghe had fathered an illegitimate daughter due to his indiscreet behavior, leading to a wave of public outrage directed at Qian Renshue. In a matter of days, various memorials denouncing Crown Prince Xue Qinghe cluttered the emperor's desk, undoubtedly fueled by Wangzi Shueshing's machinations. This unforeseen predicament weighed heavily on Qian Renshue, as well as on Yang Chun, who never anticipated that this search for the little one would result in such immense pressure and trouble for her. However, those matters lay ahead. Qian Renshue devoted 6 months, utilizing her intelligence and wit to ultimately resolve the situation. Yang Chun remained in the crown prince's residence for 3 consecutive days. Realizing that Qian Renshue had exerted her utmost efforts and that the little one was likely not within the Tiando Empire or had encountered some misfortune. Thus, he bid farewell to Qian Renshue and set off alone. Chapter 91. The Pope of the Spirit Hall issues a decree to slay Yang Chun. The absence of any trace within the Tiando Empire indicated that the nine-headed lion and the little one had not fallen into the provinces of Tiando, but had instead ventured elsewhere. Regarding the nine-headed lion, with so many enemies in the Star Do Great Forest, it dared not return. Similarly, as a soul beast, it would not linger on the continent, lest it fall victim to powerful soul masters seeking to claim its soul ring. It must have sought refuge in another vast forest. Regardless of whether the little one accompanied it, locating the nine-headed lion first would suffice. The Sunset Forest was not as distant from Tiando City as the Star Do Great Forest, merely a couple of 100 miles to the north. He recalled that it seemed to be the dwelling of the notorious poison master Douluo, home to the miraculous ice and fire Yin Yang Ai, a place of duality and mutual restraint, which was also the origin of Tang San's exploits. As Yang Chun journeyed, he calculated the timeline. Tang San and his companions, under the guidance of Flender, had entered the Tiando Royal Academy, having incurred the wrath of Xue Beng, thus offending Wangzi Shueshing, the direct overseer of the Education Committee. The group was expelled by the Poison Master and subsequently found refuge in Lanba Academy, where they united with the final piece of the Golden Iron Triangle, the female tyrant Lu Erlong. However, at that moment, Tang San was abducted by Douluo, leading to the Golden Iron Triangle's joint battle against him. Before his departure, Qian Renshue had thoughtfully provided him with several masks crafted by the foremost artisans of the Tiando Empire to prevent anyone from recognizing him. After all, Yang Chun was distinctly unusual. Adorned with a mask, his complexion pale and entirely transformed, he hurried toward the Sunset Forest. Unbeknownst to him, Qian Renshue's high-profile search for the little one had attracted the attention of the Spirit Hall, which had been monitoring the Tiando Empire's every move. and the Saintess Hulaina was particularly aware of the situation. Hulaina was astonished at Yang Chen's capabilities. Realizing he had managed to invoke the intervention of the Tian-Do Empire, with even the Crown Prince personally overseeing the matter, leaving her both perplexed and troubled as she discreetly sought out Yang Chen's whereabouts. What Yang Chen remained oblivious to was that not only was Hulaina searching for him, but the Spirit Hall, along with its branches throughout the Tian-Do Empire, had received secret orders to locate him, capture him, or even execute him. This was a confidential decree issued by the Pope, and any negligence would be met with severe punishment. If capturing or slaying him proved impossible, any information must be reported to the bishops via secret methods, to be personally overseen by Pope Bibidong. The mission to apprehend or eliminate Yang Chen had become a paramount concern for the Spirit Hall, with numerous soul masters mobilizing across various regions to clandestinely search for his trail. Had it not been for Qian Rinxue providing him with several false masks, he might have been discovered and pursued the moment he left Tian-Do City. Of course, Hulaina was also unaware of this, kept in the dark. After Yang Chen departed from the Spirit Hall, Yin and Xiaoyu learned of the Crown Prince Shui Qinghe's extensive search for a young girl. Realizing it was due to Yang Chen, indicating a significant connection between Yang Chen and the Crown Prince, the Spirit Hall intended to take action against the Tian-Do Empire, and Crown Prince Shui Qinghe was one of its two pivotal figures. After deliberation, they reported the matter to Pope Bibidong. This was indeed a significant affair, and Yang Chen's peculiarities could not remain concealed. Upon hearing the news, Pope Bibidong was taken aback, astonished that such a prodigy existed in the world. She inquired in detail about Yang Chen's circumstances, particularly his age, martial spirit, and soul power. A naturally useless martial spirit, a Dogtail grass, had somehow progressed to a soul power of the 29th level, and with this modest soul power, he had effortlessly defeated the elite of their Spirit Hall, Yin and Hulaina. The most crucial detail was that he was merely 13 years old. Yin and Hulaina had been under her watchful eye as they grew, especially Hulaina, her most cherished disciple, blessed with extraordinary talent, a 45th level soul master, whose combat strength equated to that of a peak soul master. Yet she too had fallen to Yang Chen, a grand soul master possessing only 29 levels of soul power. This was utterly inconceivable. When had such a prodigy ever emerged? Capable of breaching a 20-level gap, transcending two realms in battle? With her vast experience and insight, she had never heard of such a phenomenon. Indeed, throughout the history of the Douluo continent, no such talent had ever appeared. The more she pondered, the more unsettled she became, and the more she fretted, leading her to inquire further into Yang Chen's situation. She instructed Yin to create a portrait of Yang Chen, which would be disseminated to all branches, urging them to exert every effort to locate this enigmatic boy, ensuring his capture, even if it meant resorting to deadly force. Otherwise, with such extraordinary potential, should he continue to grow unrestrained, he would undoubtedly become the Spirit Hall's most formidable foe in the future. Moreover, recent times had been rife with anomalies and extraordinary occurrences, with powerful beings of divine rank manifesting, indicating that the Douluo continent was on the brink of tumultuous times, posing unpredictable challenges to her grand ambitions. Thus, this boy must not be allowed to remain. He could not be permitted to grow unchecked, and he must be captured or eliminated. If Yang Chen were to realize that the esteemed Pope of the Spirit Hall, the most powerful woman in the Douluo continent, had placed her focus upon him, designating him a priority target for capture or execution, what would he think? Traveling along the official road, it took merely a day or two for Yang Chen to arrive at the Sunset Great Forest. Observing the vast expanse of the forest, he noted its stark differences from the Star-Do Great Forest. The trees were significantly taller, albeit sparser. Venturing deeper into the woods, he felt a pang of nostalgia for the days spent freely cultivating his soul power in the Star-Do Great Forest, only to find himself cast out by that enigmatic guardian deity, now alone and in despair, with the little one as fate shrouded in uncertainty. He pondered the nature of this guardian deity, whether male or female, vowing that one day he would capture them and exact his vengeance. Selecting a direction, he entered the Sunset Great Forest, embarking on a boundless search. This forest, unlike the Star-Do Great Forest, was remarkably devoid of soul beasts. After several days, he had yet to encounter a single one over 100 years old, prompting a quiet sigh of disappointment. One day, he spotted a mountain rising abruptly in the distance. Such elevations were rare in this forest, compelling him to hasten his pace toward it. As Yang Chun proceeded, a sudden dragon's roar resonated from the mountain peak ahead, a sound that pierced the heavens and reverberated for miles, exuding an immense authority. Yang Chun was taken aback. Within the sunset forest, he had not encountered any remarkable soul beasts. What kind of soul beast could produce such a roar? The thought of a formidable soul beast ignited the consuming desire within him, prompting him to hasten forward. Shortly thereafter, a formidable voice echoed, "Young ones, do you truly wish to seek death? Shall I grant you that?" Yang Jin pauset in astonishment, reflecting deeply, and suddenly recalled that this was the moment when Tang San was captured by the poisoned Duo, Dugubo, and the master, Yu Xiaojiang, led the Golden Iron Triangle to search for him, engaging in battle with Dugubo. The earlier dragon's roar was indeed a manifestation of the fusion technique executed by the three members of the Golden Iron Triangle, as the master's martial soul, the Rosan Pao, evolved into a golden sacred dragon, with a fusion degree reaching an astounding 99%. The trio's soul power represented a divine achievement within the realm of soul masters on Douluo continent. Through this fusion skill, their combined soul power was channeled into the master's martial soul, the Rosan Pao, allowing it to evolve into a golden sacred dragon capable of contending with the title Douluo. Chapter 92. The Thunderous Rosan Pao, however, recalling the fierce battle between the Golden Iron Triangle and the poisoned Duo, stirred a fervor within him. This confrontation had been vividly depicted, and he wished to observe it closely. Furthermore, having arrived in this world, he had yet to witness a true clash of the powerful and was eager to learn more. Thus, he concealed his presence and stealthily approached the site of the battle, hiding behind a massive rock to watch. Before him soared a majestic golden dragon, radiating brilliance, confronting a serpentine figure of deep emerald hue. Golden lightning danced around the golden dragon, which glowed brilliantly, suspended in the air like a golden sun, resembling the legendary dragon clan, a divine, sacred dragon. Looking down, he spied an elderly man and a strikingly beautiful middle-aged woman seated on the ground, their eyes firmly shut, seemingly oblivious to the world around them. They had transformed into two golden orbs of light. Yang Chun quietly admired this fusion technique, marveling at the profound harmony of souls that allowed the two to entrust everything to the master, forming this extraordinary state. Their complete trust and synergy enabled such a feat, representing a total surrender of both body and spirit to one another. Should the master entertain even a hint of treachery, the two would undoubtedly meet their demise. Opposite them stood the green-clad elder, Dugubo, who had shed his human form to become an ever-enlarging emerald serpent. With a thunderous roar, he expanded from several meters to 30 meters in length, surpassing the golden dragon, with a girth akin to that of a barrel. The emerald serpent's upper body reared up, facing the golden dragon, Rosan Pao. Its large, green eyes glared coldly at the opponent, its forked tongue flickering, enveloped by a dense green mist. Suddenly, the golden dragon unleashed a fierce roar, spreading its wings wide and opening its maw to unleash a bolt of golden lightning towards the serpent. Dugubo's emerald serpent did not flinch. Instead, it exhaled a thick green mist, not targeting the lightning, but aimed directly at the dragon. Dugubo, reliant on his formidable title Dalu physique, braced himself against the incoming attack. The golden lightning coursed through his body from head to tail, momentarily stiffening his massive form. Yet it was but a fleeting rigidity. The golden dragon, under the master's control, understood that it could not withstand Dugubo's toxic mist as he could. Thus, it deftly retreated, simultaneously exhaling a stream of golden dragon breath to collide with the dense green mist. The emerald serpent, now animated, sprang from the ground with surprising agility, opening its mouth wide to pursue the golden dragon Rosan Pao. In midair, the golden dragon deftly evaded the serpent's maw with a lateral maneuver, its front claws lunging fiercely at the serpent's vulnerable underbelly, engaging in a fierce melee battle. Yang Chun, hidden nearby, found the spectacle immensely captivating, unaware that Dugubo was increasingly alarmed by the escalating confrontation. Originally, over 10 days prior, a portion of his mixed toxic soul power had been devoured by Yang Chun, and despite his recent meditative recovery, he had not fully regained his strength. Now, facing this accursed golden dragon, he felt a suppressive aura emanating from it, adding to his frustration as he roared in exasperation. As a dragon species, this Rosan Pao, a variant golden dragon, wielded a presence that weighed heavily upon Dugubo's emerald serpent. The golden sacred dragon possessed innate abilities to dispel evil and detoxify, rendering Douluo's potent toxins and mists ineffective against it. Had it been any other species, they would have succumbed to the serpent's lethal poison in mere moments. Douluo clearly sensed that the golden sacred dragon's power was inferior to his own. However, as the dragon soared through the air, leveraging its flight advantage, the inability to secure victory only deepened his frustration, leading to frequent roars of anger. The clash of energies between the two adversaries generated a spectacle of golden and green light, causing the entire mountain to tremble, rocks flying in all directions. Yang Chen, concealed from view, reveled in the thrilling encounter, realizing the remarkable potency of the martial soul fusion technique. He grew to admire the master, a theoretical genius, for orchestrating such a seamless collaboration among the golden iron triangle, grounded in his profound understanding of theory. In the thick of battle, Douluo's emerald eyes suddenly transformed to a stark white, and two beams of pale light shot forth simultaneously, targeting the golden sacred dragon. The dragon plummeted like a falling star, its golden radiance intensifying as it altered its trajectory mid-air, a powerful voice bellowing, fart like thunder. Rosan Pow that shatters the heavens and earth. In the midst of this intense conflict, Yang Chun felt his palms perspire, nearly bursting into laughter at the master's declaration, which bore a striking resemblance to Oscar's comedic quips about his oversized sausages. A surge of golden mist erupted from beneath the Rosan Pow, coalescing in midair into a radiant golden shield that successfully deflected the incoming beams of white light. Although the attack was thwarted, the golden dragon's brilliance noticeably dimmed. Douluo's strike was empowered by a soul skill derived from a soul bone of Medusa over 10,000 years old, known for its formidable capabilities. The Medusa's gaze, revered as the queen of serpents, was a top-tier soul beast technique, not to be underestimated. A resonant dragon's roar emanated from the golden sacred dragon, its golden aura surging once more, igniting like flames, with its roar growing increasingly triumphant. Finally, the golden light coalesced into a diminutive golden sacred dragon, hurtling towards Douluo's emerald serpent. This was the essence of the golden sacred dragon's ultimate technique, the true form of the sacred dragon. The true form of the sacred dragon stood as one of the golden sacred dragon's most potent abilities, exhibiting unparalleled strength. Upon witnessing this, Douluo recognized that its might far exceeded that of his Medusa's gaze. Instantly, his body trembled, and his eighth soul ring illuminated, transforming the once emerald serpent into a deep green hue, from which he expelled a verdant orb. The emerald green orb emerged, as if time itself had come to a standstill, encompassing the very space of their battle. The enormous serpent form of Douluo gradually transformed into his true self, taking on human form, his right hand commanding the verdant orb as it glided towards the golden sacred dragon. This was none other than his eighth soul skill, time stasis. The orb penetrated the essence of the golden sacred dragon, and Douluo bellowed, melt. Instantly, the golden dragon's form shifted to a vibrant green, becoming an emerald dragon. Completely immobilized, with his left hand resting on the dragon's head, he retracted his fingers and shouted, "Break!" The crisp sound of shattering resonated in Yang Chen's ears as cracks rapidly spread from the dragon's head, engulfing its entire body in an instant. Chapter 93. The spring of ice and fire, the frozen space, returned to normal with a thunderous boom, the sacred dragon's essence radiating brilliant light, its surging energy transforming into a dazzling aura that scattered into nothingness. Yang Chun understood that the master and his companions had been utterly defeated at this juncture. Their faces were pallid, resigned to the notion that they might perish here, let alone find Tang San or witness his remains. With the fierce battle at an end, Yang Chun recognized the urgency of his departure, for the formidable Douluo, a rank 91 title Da, would soon discover his presence. Everything unfolded as per the original history. Without deviation, he knew that Tang San's entrance was imminent, and the three had faced no calamity. Thus, while the master and Douluo remained locked in confrontation, he stealthily retreated into the distance. As he distanced himself from the four, he could vaguely hear their voices. Suddenly, Xiao Tian's voice echoed in his mind, "Little brat, don't rush to leave just yet. I sense something extraordinary nearby. Surely there are treasures to be found." Yang Chen was taken aback, immediately recalling the ice and fire yin-yang, a treasure spring, along with numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures. He exclaimed, Xiao Tian. Can you really sense the presence of these materials? Xiao Tian scoffed. What is so impressive about that? I, the esteemed Xiao Tian, once traversed the world as a great figure. Such minor tricks are nothing to me. Yang Chun joyfully inquired. Are you implying that you've begun to remember many forgotten things? Can you think of any divine abilities to impart to me? Xiao Tian retorted, You little brat, instead of striving for yourself, you wish to rely on me. I still can't recall much, but I do feel a bit more perceptive than before. Search for any hidden treasures. Yang Jin nodded. Since Xiao Tian claimed there were valuable items, they must indeed be extraordinary, likely located at the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye. He pondered, recalling that the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye was situated in a valley beneath the peak of this mountain. He immediately made his way to the mountain's summit, which appeared modest in height but was nearly vertical in its steepness. Soon, he reached the top, only to be astonished by the sight before him. Below lay an inverted conical valley, from which dense heat emanated. Xiao Tian's voice chimed in again, It's right below. Descend and investigate. The night was dark, obscuring his view, but Yang Chun extended his spiritual perception and began to scale down the steep cliff. He remembered how Tang San had descended easily, wielding the external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, which allowed him to anchor himself and descend effortlessly. However, lacking such an advantage, Yang Chun had to rely on his hands and feet, proceeding cautiously step by step. Fortunately, his formidable spiritual perception enabled him to clearly identify suitable footholds along the cliff face. After a half-hour of careful descent, he finally reached the bottom. Scanning the area with his spiritual awareness, he observed that the spring was not extensive, divided into 2 sections, with an oval-shaped pool where the waters flowed in contrasting milky white and crimson hues, starkly delineated yet harmoniously coexisting. Yang Chun recognized this as the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye, a rare treasure where dualities intertwine, a sight seldom seen in a millennium. Here, Tang San had procured a wealth of celestial herbs, fruits, and grasses, providing immeasurable benefits and support for the growth of him and the Shrek 7 monsters. For instance, the immortal great herb, the Heartbreak Red, had saved Xiao Wu's life multiple times. This location was also where Tang San had begun his ascent to greatness. Having nearly exhausted its resources, contemplating Tang San, Yang Chun felt a pang of unease at the thought of claiming what rightfully belonged to him. After all, the celestial herbs, such as the Heartbreak Red, were crucial to Tang San's journey. Just then, Xiao Tian interjected, The spiritual energy here is abundant, filled with valuable items. You should absorb all these spiritually potent materials, then enter the spring to refine your body. It will greatly benefit your frail physique. Yang Chun hesitated, contemplating whether it was right to seize Tang San's possessions. How could he face him afterward? If he consumed the anti-poisonous immortal great herb and the Heartbreak Red, wouldn't it alter Tang San's growth trajectory? No, absolutely not. Those items must not be touched. Thus, he replied, Xiao Tian, let us forego these flowers and herbs. I merely wish to enter the spring to enhance my physical condition. Xiao Tian chuckled. It's not that you don't want them. You wish to leave them for someone else, don't you? You think I'm unaware of your thoughts? Yang Chin's scalp prickled. How did Xiao Tian know this? Had he read the novel Douluo Dalu? Amidst his confusion, Xiao Tian continued, Stop overthinking. Take only a portion of the treasures here. Leave the rest for that person. Rest assured, what remains will be precisely what they need most. We only require a small fraction of the finest. Yang Chun felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. All right, Xiao Tian, let us begin. Which items are of utmost necessity? Xiao Tian instructed, Walk forward 5 meters. There is a small black grass that devours soul power. Following his guidance, Yang Chun approached and discovered a diminutive black grass, no taller than 2 inches, hidden away amidst vibrant celestial herbs and flowers, accentuating its unremarkable appearance. Elated, he thought it fortunate that Xiao Tian had overlooked those beautiful plants, as they must be the very items Tang San needed. Without hesitation, he yanked the small black grass out of the ground and activated his devouring ability. In an instant, the grass withered. Yang Chun didn't sense any significant energy or spiritual essence entering his body and frowned, thinking Xiao Tian had misjudged this time. However, Xiao Tian remarked, Little brat, take a look at your spiritual power. Yang Chin's heart raced. His spiritual power was his greatest strength and reliance. He immediately checked his system panel, only to find his spiritual points had surged by 50, reaching 1063, up from 1013. He couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Spiritual power was notoriously difficult to increase. Yet he had gained 50 points from devouring this small grass. Truly, it was extraordinary. He quickly picked up the small black grass, kissed it, and extended his spiritual perception, scanning the area for any more. Xiao Tian advised, don't search any further. This soul fixation grass is the only one here. There is only one in this realm. The Ji Daihun Xiao is a true celestial treasure. As long as one possesses a fragment of their spirit, this herb can reconstruct their soul and grant them a rebirth. In Chapter 94, in the Ice and Fire Spring, if such a plan existed, wouldn't Xiao Wu's resurrection after sacrifice be remarkably effortless? There would be no need for Tang San to expend such vast effort and concern. However, given Tang San's profound knowledge of herbs, how could he have failed to discover it in his past life? Could it be that he overlooked it? With Tang San's meticulous nature, especially after having lingered here for such an extended period, he should have certainly noticed it. What could possibly be amiss? Doubts began to cloud his mind. Subsequently, under Xiao Tian's guidance, he consumed around 10 herbs, each brimming with abundant spiritual energy. Yet, with each herb he devoured, Yang Chun carefully discerned whether any matched the celestial herbs Tang San had gathered. Strangely, all the herbs Xiao Tian had identified were those that Tang San had overlooked. After consuming these 10 or so herbs, Yang Chun glanced at the system panel and was astonished to see his absorption points had increased by over 30, reaching a total of 46. This was an extraordinary delight, for his soul power at level 29 had only garnered a meager 8 points, making the ascent to level 30 an elusive goal. To achieve such an increase in points in a mere moment was akin to slaying countless soul beasts in the Star Dove forest to amass that much. His heart raced with excitement. It became evident that the spiritual energy within the celestial herbs could also be converted into soul power, amplifying his anticipation for what lay ahead. He had always been an avid seeker of advancement. Once a chance to enhance his soul power presented itself, he would disregard all else, even if it meant slightly disappointing Tang San. However, Xiao Tian instructed him to elevate his soul power to level 31 and prepare to refine his body within the Ice and Fire Spring. Raising his soul power to level 30 required 10 points, yet ascending beyond that would demand 15 points. Consequently, he would expend 25 points, leaving him with 21, ample enough to reach level 32. Nonetheless, since Xiao Tian only advised elevating to level 31 before entering the spring, there must be a reason behind it. So he refrained from further increasing his power. After his enhancement, Yang Chun circled the spring, hoping to locate the celestial herbs resembling cabbages, namely the Liehua, Xingjiao Shu, and the Jihan Bajiao Xiankong Chao. He recalled that Tang San had consumed both the Liehua, Xingjiao Shu, and the Jihan Bajiao Xiankong Chao before descending into the spring, neutralizing the fiery and icy toxins to ensure his safety. Otherwise, entry into the spring for body refinement would have been impossible, as he could not withstand the extreme cold and heat of the water. Upon realizing he could not find these 2 herbs, he suddenly remembered that Tang San had already consumed them, having arrived days earlier to descend into the Ice and Fire Spring. After the recent battle with Master and Douluo, which ended in a devastating defeat, Tang San had only just emerged. It dawned on him that his own entry into the spring was essentially a continuation of Tang San's experience. In a moment of contemplation, he heard Xiao Tian's voice. "What are you searching for, you little brat?" "Yang," Chen replied. "Did you not instruct me to enter the spring for body refinement? I was hoping to find the 2 herbs to counteract the extreme cold and heat." Xiao Tian retorted, "I told you to enter the spring for body refinement, not to go searching for useless herbs." "Yang," Chen exclaimed, "Xiao Tian, do you possess another method to ensure my safe entry into the spring?" Xiao Tian coldly chuckled. "To refine your body in this spring, why would you need any cunning methods? If there were shortcuts, how could one truly achieve body refinement? Harnessing the spring's power to its utmost? Remember, all shortcuts lead to mediocrity." Yang Chun then understood. Xiao Tian intended for him to plunge into the spring without any preparatory herbs. If even someone as formidable as Tang San required the 2 celestial herbs to bolster his resistance against the toxins, how could his own delicate physique endure such a plunge unprotected? Did Xiao Tian truly intend to put him in jeopardy? As he hesitated, Xiao Tian urged, "If you're going to jump, then do it quickly. With me here, you won't perish. Where is your indomitable spirit?" Yang Chun mused that body refinement had no relation to invincibility, but considering Xiao Tian's capabilities, if he were to perish, Xiao Tian would also be affected. He wouldn't endanger his own existence. Thus, without shedding his garments, he closed his eyes and leapt into the spring. following Xiao Tian's words. He first entered the milky white, icy spring. With a splash, his entire being was submerged in the water, clothes and all. In mere moments, Yang Chen's body began to tremble violently as an unbearable chill surged through him, penetrating to his very marrow, infiltrating every inch of his skin, seeping into his bones and organs. He suddenly felt as if he had transformed into a blue ice pop, his consciousness numbed and completely lost. Xiao Tian's icy voice cut through the haze. Breathe deeply. Envision the icy spiritual energy entering your body through every pore, flowing into your organs, then dispersing throughout your meridians. Much like soul power, at Xiao Tian's command, Yang Chen felt his awareness awaken. The icy sensation was no longer insufferably cold. He promptly followed Xiao Tian's instructions, hastily absorbing the frigid spiritual energy, and surprisingly sensed a pure, in essence, coursing through him, spreading throughout his body and into his meridians. The purity of this energy seemed devoid of any impurities. He realized that Xiao Tian must have employed an unparalleled power to facilitate this process, for otherwise he would have frozen to death before achieving consciousness to absorb the icy energy. Suddenly, he pondered why. With Xiao Tian's absorption abilities, he didn't simply absorb the energy directly, instead of subjecting him to such hardship at a slow pace. Just then, Xiao Tian's voice echoed again. By absorbing it yourself, you can harmonize with this icy energy, allowing for a comprehensive transformation of your body. Otherwise, with such a meager amount of energy, it would hardly suffice for me, Xiao Tian, to consume in one go. Do not entertain foolish thoughts. Yang Chen felt a surge of gratitude. He realized that he was merely an ordinary vessel, first transformed by the Titan Python's soul power, and now by the ice and fire spring. He was on the verge of becoming an unprecedented divine body. Time slipped by, and he sensed that the icy chill no longer affected him. The spiritual energy in the spring had significantly weakened. Xiao Tian instructed, now, enter the Yang spring and likewise absorb the fire energy. Yang Chen turned and plunged into the nearby Yang spring, feeling an intense warmth rush through him, akin to the previous icy sensation. His body transformed, becoming crimson as if it had been boiled. He hastily directed that fiery energy throughout his body, dispersing it within his meridians. The spring remained tranquil, with nary a ripple, yet the water's hue gradually faded. This time, the process was much quicker than before. In a short while, the sense of heat dissipated, and the fire energy in the spring diminished. At that moment, Xiao Tian commanded, stay focused, grit your teeth, and endure all suffering. Consider yourself a mere specter. A sensation of alternating warmth and chill coursed through his body, fluctuating between icy blue and fiery red. An anguish that pierced the depths of his soul surged like the relentless tides of the ocean, threatening to engulf him entirely. Despite Yang Chen's desperate attempts to forget everything and regard himself as a mere specter, he found the despairing pain unbearable, yearning to scream aloud. Yet, that very agony seemed to seize control of his entire being, rendering him incapable of even parting his lips. Ultimately, a solitary thought lingered in his mind. Was he destined to perish, to be toyed with by that scoundrel Xiao Tian, before fading into oblivion? Time became an indistinct blur until Yang Chen abruptly awakened within the spring water, sensing that the torment had long since faded. His body felt languid and at ease, as if he were luxuriating in the gentle warmth of the spring, basked in the radiant sunlight of early spring, imbued with a feeling of ethereal lightness. Just as he reveled in this tranquility, he heard Xiao Tian's voice. You rascal, it seems his body is finally in decent shape, passable at best. While it may not be among the very best, it certainly won't fall short of the top 10. Yang Chen, upon hearing this, felt a wave of dissatisfaction rise within him. Xiao Tian, after all the torment you've put me through, my body still hasn't been forged into the world's supreme divine physique? Xiao Tian retorted with ire. Do you truly believe that achieving a divine physique is so simple? You've merely been fortunate. Had you not encountered this rare yin-yang spring of ice and fire during your initial cultivation, how could you have acquired such a constitution? Curiously, Yang Chen inquired. Are you suggesting that if my realm were higher, utilizing the yin-yang spring again would not yield the same results? Xiao Tian replied, at last, a glimmer of understanding. However, discussing this with you is futile, as I lack the time to elaborate. We have far more pressing matters to attend to. Your fortune is indeed extraordinary. Yang Chen was taken aback, pondering why Xiao Tian, who dismissed herbs and had already refined his body, considered there to be something of greater significance to pursue. He jested. Might there be some great treasure hidden here? Esteemed Xiao Tian? Xiao Tian laughed heartily. You rascal. It must be your luck to encounter such a spiritual object. Have you considered why this desolate valley harbors such an extraordinary yin-yang spring? Is it a mere coincidence of nature? It was evidently not a natural occurrence, as such anomalies do not manifest spontaneously. You imply that the yin-yang spring exists here due to the presence of an even more extraordinary treasure, which itself is the cause of this phenomenon. Xiao Tian's laughter resonated again. Indeed, you have a functioning mind. Such anomalies must arise from the existence of something truly remarkable. Otherwise, how could this yin-yang spring come into being? A wave of excitement surged through Yang Chun as he contemplated the implications. If the yin-yang spring was akin to a celestial spring, then what kind of treasure could possibly create it? Could it be the fabled items of creation? The fire spirit pearl and water spirit pearl? Moreover, when Xiao Tian mentioned the need to pursue a more significant task, did it entail locating and possibly seizing or even devouring that extraordinary treasure? If he could manage to find the object that formed the yin-yang spring, his luck would be beyond measure. He could not help but wonder if he could truly consume that treasure and gain infinite points from it. His thoughts were consumed by points and the enhancement of his soul power. The mere thought of such a treasure caused his eyes to gleam and saliva to flow, urging him to act swiftly. Xiao Tian, what are we waiting for? We must hurry. Xiao Tian chuckled. Hold your horses, take a look at your points. Upon scanning the system panel, Yang Chen noticed that his devoured points had soared from a mere 21 to 86. His eyelids twitched in astonishment. He had not anticipated that refining his body in the yin-yang spring would yield such a bounty of points. Elated, he leaped from the spring. Xiao Tian instructed, now convert all your points into soul power to elevate your realm. Yang Chen's greatest passion lay in enhancing his soul power, and he immediately activated the system's conversion feature. In an instant, his soul power surged by 5 levels, reaching level 36, now a high-ranking soul master with 11 points remaining. Having just ascended to level 31, he had not yet savored the experience of being a soul master, and now, at level 36, he felt exponentially more powerful. His soul power surged through him, an overwhelming energy filling his being. Had he not feared attracting the attention of that old poison master, Douluo, he would have longed to unleash a triumphant roar. As his spiritual power expanded, he sensed its reach extending beyond 50 zhang, a testament to the significant increase in his soul power. However, the points of his spiritual power remained unchanged, suggesting that his potential was limitless. The 1,000+ points represented an immense resource that he had yet to fully exploit due to his insufficient cultivation. As his soul power continued to rise, so too would the potential of his spiritual power unfold, enhancing his capabilities. For Yang Chen, his greatest reliance was not solely on formidable soul power, but on his spiritual power. Reflecting on the advantages he had gained before acquiring that extraordinary treasure, he felt a sense of triumph comparable to Tang San's. Lost in his elation, he was interrupted by Xiao Tian's voice. Such inconsequential achievements lead to arrogance. Cease your daydreaming, focus your mind, and prepare to delve deeper into the spring. Regaining his composure, Yang Chen asked, Esteemed Xiao Tian, is that extraordinary treasure located at the bottom of the yin-yang spring? Xiao Tian confirmed, indeed at the very bottom. You must dive down continuously. The depth of this spring is beyond comprehension, and I have yet to reach its depths. Yang Chen exclaimed in disbelief. This seemingly small spring is unfathomably deep? Xiao Tian commanded, do not hesitate. Plunge into the water at once, lest the night grows long with unnecessary dreams. That little poison insect outside is far beyond your current capabilities. Yang Chen recognized he referred to Douluo and found it amusing that a renowned title Dalu was merely regarded as a minor pest in Xiao Tian's eyes. Undeterred by the dive, he remembered that he was an adept swimmer. In his previous life, as an ordinary person, he could dive 30 to 40 meters. Now, with his cultivation, it was child's play. With that, he leaped into the air, headfirst, plunging into the yin-yang spring. He presumed the spring was no more than 20 meters deep, but as he propelled himself with swift strokes for nearly 20 minutes, he found himself descending hundreds of meters without reaching the bottom. Shocked, he pressed on, feeling the water pressure intensify as if thousands of pounds were bearing down upon him. Moreover, as he descended, the sensations of heat and cold intensified, compelling him to cultivate once more, employing Xiao Tian's methods. After nearly 2 hours of relentless diving, he finally caught a glimpse of the bottom. In those 2 hours, he had descended several thousand meters, now far below the Earth's surface, no longer atop the lofty mountains. As Yang Chen's feet touched the ground, he felt an intense heat beneath his soles. Even after his body had been tempered, he was still startled by the scorching rock, which felt almost molten underfoot. To his astonishment, the rocks beneath him were soft, akin to sludge, and his feet sank into them. He quickly waved his hands to lift himself, realizing that the rocks had melted under extreme temperatures. Despite Yang Chen's resilience against the sweltering heat, the temperature here was so extreme that it could melt rock, overwhelming him to the point where he dared not immerse himself in the molten lava. At this moment, he finally comprehended why Xiao Tian had initially guided him to temper his body in the spring water above. Had he not undergone this tempering, not only would he have been unable to reach this place, but even if he had, merely touching the rock would have resulted in his entire body being instantaneously incinerated by the intense heat. Xiao Tian's voice rang out, declaring that it seemed there was indeed something hidden here. "You rascal," he urged, "you're on the brink of a breakthrough. Quickly circulate the fiery and icy spiritual energy throughout your body. Then utilize your so-called martial soul to break through the bottom of this lava and retrieve a red orb." Yang Chen exclaimed, "Xiao Tian, what is that orb? It can't possibly be the fire spirit orb, can it?" There are countless tales of fire spirit orbs and water spirit orbs. The fire spirit orb is the essence of fire, while the water spirit orb is the essence of water. Xiao Tian replied dismissively, "What fire spirit orb? I've never heard of it. However, this is indeed the essence of fire, possessing boundless fire element energy, known as the Sun True Gold." Upon hearing this, Yang Chen realized it was quite similar to the fire spirit orb. No wonder the spring water here was so intensely hot. It contained the fire essence, the Sun True Gold. As for the icy spring on the other side, that must be the essence of water, but this water element is of a cold nature, likely referred to as the Taiyin True Gold. What puzzled him was how these two elemental essences, one hot and one cold, could coexist in this place. He immediately unleashed his formidable spiritual power to probe the depths of the rock. However, upon penetrating the intensely high temperature of the lava, he could only reach a depth of several meters before being unable to delve further. He was astonished that this high-temperature lava could actually impede his powerful spiritual energy. Nonetheless, he could still discern a crimson object lurking 5 or 6 meters beneath the lava, which was the Sun True Gold that Xiao Tian had mentioned. Xiao Tian urged, "Do you see that object? Use your martial soul to extract it." Yang Chen now understood that Xiao Tian had instructed him to delve into the depths of this spring water to collect the fire element's Sun True Gold. He promptly activated his martial soul, 2 black soul rings encircling him, and with a thought, the long, serpentine divine whip plunged straight into the lava, its tail sweeping the red object out. The orb, resembling a bead of crimson Sun True Gold, floated before him. Yang Chen reached out to grasp it, only to hear Xiao Tian shout, "Stop! Do you not want your hand anymore?" Startled, Yang Chen recalled that this object was the essence of the fire element, containing boundless fire energy and immense heat. Strangely, as the Sun True Gold hovered before him, he did not feel an overwhelming surge of heat, as it appeared to be an ordinary red bead, no larger than a fist, though a powerful fire elemental spiritual energy emanated from it. Then Xiao Tian instructed, "Now go to the other side and retrieve the icy element's Taiyin True Gold." Following his guidance, Yang Chen waded into the frigid water and similarly employed his martial soul to extract another orb of icy blue. This bead emitted a shimmering blue aura, clear and translucent, far more visually appealing than the fiery orb. The 2 orbs floated, one on each side of Yang Chen. Even with his body tempered by the spring water, he could still sense the cold and heat, with both forces continually encroaching upon him. Simultaneously, he felt 2 distinct energies permeating either side of his body, each energy opposing the other in a standoff. Yang Chen glanced between the 2 orbs, hesitant to touch them, pondering how he would carry them away. At that moment, Xiao Tian exclaimed with excitement, "Wonderful! You little rascal, you have struck gold. With these 2 orbs, one yin and one yang, one cold and one hot, integrated into your body, your future ascension will be expedited. Moreover, these are 2 pure orbs of ice and fire elemental true gold, capable of providing you with limitless ice and fire spiritual energy." Yang Chen was taken aback and asked Xiao Tian, "Are you suggesting I should swallow these 2 orbs?" Xiao Tian chuckled, "You little rascal, with your current physical strength, How could you possibly endure these two orbs? Do you think you are at the Divine King level? Yang Chen replied, intrigued. Then how should I collect them? What exactly is this Divine King level you speak of? Xiao Tian explained. There is indeed a method to collect them, but it does not reside within your physical body. Rather, it should be contained within your qi. As for the Divine King level, it is beyond what you refer to as divine, the realm of the kings of gods, which you will encounter after transcending the divine level. Yang Chen was fascinated by the prospect of the Divine King level and inquired, is it true that the Divine King level is the pinnacle of existence? Is that what the Tian Hu Empress is? Xiao Tian scoffed. The Divine King level is merely one of many. How can it be the highest? As for the Tian Hu Empress, I cannot say for certain, but she is likely no less than a Divine King. Do not tremble. This is not knowledge you need to grasp at present. Quickly focus your mind and collect these two orbs. Just as Yang Chen was about to ask further questions, a surge of divine thought flooded his mind, revealing the method to collect the two true gold orbs. Following the instructions, he employed his powerful spiritual and soul energy to bind the red and blue orbs. With a single thought, the two orbs vanished from view. He felt as if two streams of thermal energy surged within him, clashing against his entire being, alternating between extreme cold and heat, as if they might explode his body. Moreover, within his qi, the minuscule amount of soul energy he possessed seemed to boil, transforming the boundless expanse of his qi into a misty realm interspersed with red and blue hues. The overflowing ice and fire powers from these two true gold orbs could indeed give birth to this ice and fire duality spring. However, once they entered his qi, the resulting spiritual energy was far beyond what his body could withstand. Even with his tempered physique, he was still vastly outmatched. Xiao Tian urged urgently, quickly, follow the incantation to return them to the depths of your qi and suppress their energies. In a state of alarm, Yang Chen summoned his formidable spiritual power to stabilize his mind. He layered incantations upon the two orbs with his spiritual and soul energy. And only after casting 18 layers of incantations did he finally cease to feel the leaking energies. When he turned his gaze inward to his qi, he observed that the previously tumultuous expanse had calmed down, appearing to have expanded significantly due to the turmoil created by the two orbs, rendering his meager soul energy almost non-existent, as if it were an empty void. Xiao Tian sighed with relief, exclaiming, "Good lad. I never expected you would successfully collect these two orbs so smoothly. I thought you might not succeed." Yang Chen, astonished, replied, "Xiao Tian, what do you mean? You are not entirely confident?" Xiao Tian laughed heartily. "If you had reached the divine realm, I would have had complete confidence. Alas, you are but a weakling. However, it seems your fortune is quite favorable. I have high hopes for you, and perhaps you truly can tread that path." Yang Chen Baoset, sensing something amiss. Xiao Tian, who had always called him a little rascal, now referred to him as a good lad. "I do not concern myself with any paths, Xiao Tian. I only wish to ask you, if I had failed to collect these two orbs, what would have been the consequence?" Xiao Tian suddenly chuckled coldly, stating, "What consequences could there possibly be? Naturally, you would be obliterated by these two spiritual orbs, your essence extinguished, and you would cease to exist in this world." Upon hearing this, Yang Chen was filled with rage and gritted his teeth, demanding, "What do you mean? If I fail to harness this power, will I be reduced to ashes beneath its overwhelming force, my very soul eradicated?" Xiao Tian replied with a sinister smile, "Indeed, that is precisely what I mean. Do you believe that such treasures, which are considered invaluable across the realms, could be easily obtained by someone as feeble as you? Failure equates to death." As Xiao Tian's mocking laughter echoed in his ears, a chilling dread surged within Yang Chen's heart. The system he had always trusted, Xiao Tian, now instilled a sense of fear and unfamiliarity, as if it had transformed from a guiding spirit residing within him to a malevolent entity indifferent to his life or death, seeking only to manipulate him for its own gain. His mind raced, pondering why this system had chosen him among countless beings in the vast cosmos, and what its true intentions might be. If it had sought him out, why did it seem so apathetic towards his fate? What was the reason behind this? What distinguished him from the myriad of souls across the universe? It was evident that this so-called system had not yet fully awakened, yet it displayed an astounding level of power. Should all its capabilities be unlocked, especially that elusive universal transformation function, the consequences could be unfathomable, far beyond a mere upgrade system. Furthermore, This so-called martial soul devouring system was not akin to the systems described by various deities, which merely serve their masters. It was a sentient soul, an omniscient and omnipotent divine being manifesting as a system residing within him. With such a divine presence inhabiting his being, what were its intentions? There must be a significant reason behind this, potentially a grand conspiracy. A strong yearning to return home surged within him. Longing to reclaim his previous life as a university student, to diligently pursue his studies at Huaqing University, to secure a good job after graduation, strive to become a senior white-collar worker, marry a beautiful partner, and build a harmonious family, living a peaceful and fulfilling life. Though such a life may seem mundane, it was far preferable to being trapped in a fate beyond his control. As these thoughts flooded his mind, he eventually exclaimed, "Xiao Tian, do you truly value my life so little? Am I merely your test subject? What do you intend to achieve by residing within me? What path do you speak of that I can take?" Xiao Tan, taken aback by Yang Chen's torrent of thoughts and sensing the uncontrollable fury within him, felt a pang of regret for having let his pride get the better of him, realizing that Yang Chen had begun to uncover something significant. In a gentle tone, he replied, "Do not overthink it, my young friend. There is a reason you have been granted the opportunity to possess me. The explanation for this will not be revealed until you ascend to the rank of Divine King. Since I dwell within you, I naturally desire your well-being and wish for you to tread the path of ultimate strength. I will not let you perish easily. The reason I dare to allow you to absorb these two spiritual orbs is based on a vague memory of someone achieving this many years ago, giving me some experience. Additionally, I sense a great fortune within you, but destiny is not one of brevity. You must understand that such extraordinary fortune is rare, and since you possess it, you will not easily meet an untimely end. You will thrive amid adversity. Although I cannot guarantee absolute success, I have a strong premonition that you will prevail. Do not regard me with such disdain. I do not wish to lose someone with such great fortune." Yang Shan was increasingly astonished to learn that this system was not unique to him. It had been bestowed upon others long ago. From Xiao Tian's words, it seemed that many had received this gift. However, he was left in the dark regarding their ultimate fates and whether any had indeed walked the path of greatness as promised. After a period of turmoil, he managed to calm his thoughts, realizing that since he was now bound to this entity, severing their connection was impossible. He could only proceed cautiously and see if he truly was destined for greatness. He knew he could not antagonize Xiao Tian, for his enigmatic nature posed no advantage to him if they clashed. Regardless of whether Xiao Tian was a deity, a human, or merely a system, he resolved to utilize this opportunity for his benefit while it still afforded him advantages. With this in mind, he slowly replied, "Very well, Xiao Tian. I will temporarily place my trust in you, and I believe I shall embark on the path to ultimate strength. However, I must inquire, how many individuals have you inhabited before me, and what became of them?" Xiao Tian responded gently, "I cannot recall the exact number, but it seems they all became formidable beings, except for a few who met their demise along the way. Young one, I sense that you are not an ordinary individual. You are destined to be the most successful among them." Yang Chen replied calmly, "All right, Xiao Tian, let's hope your words ring true. I am curious about the purpose of these two orbs once they are contained within my energy sea." Xiao Tian, relieved that Yang Chen was no longer fixating on that issue, explained they will serve to gradually unlock their resources, allowing the boundless elemental energies they contain to provide you with ample spiritual power, which you refer to as soul energy. Yang Chen asked, "So the method of unlocking them involves slowly unraveling the 18-layered incantation, releasing it bit by bit?" Xiao Tian chuckled. "Indeed, you are quite perceptive." Yang Chen snorted, choosing to remain silent as he slowly ascended towards the spring surface. In that brief interval, his mindset had transformed entirely. Upon emerging from the spring, he surveyed his surroundings, noting the exotic flora and unfamiliar medicinal herbs all around him. He coldly remarked, "Xiao Tian, do you see if there's anything here that I require?" Xiao Tian's accommodating voice replied, "These herbs may be valuable, but they hold little utility for you. Let that other young man take them." Yang Chun felt a surge of anxiety. It seemed that Xiao Tian was aware of Tang San's intention to collect all the exquisite herbs from this place. Having read the story of Dalu, he understood all there was to know about Tang San. Yet how did Xiao Tian possess this knowledge? Could it be that he could perceive Yang Chan's thoughts as they formed? This realization filled him with disquiet, momentarily leaving him in a daze. Just as he contemplated leaving, he suddenly remembered that the formation of this ice and fire yin-yang spring, which had transformed this valley into a treasure trove of medicinal herbs, was due to the presence of these two spiritual orbs. Now that they had been removed, would the spring lose the elemental energies provided by the orbs and revert to an ordinary spring, ceasing to exist as the ice and fire yin-yang spring? Furthermore, he recalled that Tang San had revived his mother, the Blue-Silver Emperor, using the power of this spring. If the elemental energies within it were to vanish, how could Tang San ever hope to resurrect her? Upon contemplation, a wave of unease washed over me, as I felt a pang of regret towards Tang San. I reached out to test the spring water, which remained largely unchanged, for the 2 pieces of true gold had only just been extracted. Suddenly, I heard Xiao Tian's voice resonate in my mind, cautioning me not to test it further. Although the 2 pieces of true gold had been removed, the ethereal energies cultivated here over countless years would not dissipate quickly. At least they would endure for another decade or 2, albeit growing weaker over time. Upon hearing this, I felt a sense of relief, for Tang San's revival of his mother was to occur within a decade, and it seemed that this would not significantly affect the outcome. I let out a heavy sigh, acknowledging Xiao Tian's words. I understood that Tang San would soon arrive here, and after scanning my surroundings for any anomalies, I retraced my steps back up the mountain. By the time I reached the summit, dawn was approaching. My purpose for venturing into the setting sun forest was to seek out Xiao Budian and the 9-headed lion. So I chose a direction to depart from Dugubo's mountain abode. After all, Dugubo was a titled Dalu, and I was far from being his match. Moreover, I had previously consumed the venom of his Bilin Shahuang, which had also absorbed a portion of his soul power. If he were to discover my presence, I would surely face dire consequences. Thinking of Dugubo, I couldn't help but glance at my system panel, which surprisingly showed that my absorption points had increased to 27 or 28. This was likely due to the spiritual energies emanating from the true gold of the sun and the true gold of the moon. However, my spiritual power had decreased by 10 points, likely because I had expended excessive mental energy while acquiring these 2 significant pieces of true gold. In the past, a surge in my points would have filled me with elation. Yet now my mindset had transformed, and I found myself harboring an inexplicable aversion towards this system panel. Without consulting Xiao Tian, I promptly exchanged 15 points to elevate my soul power by 1 level, reaching level 36, marking my ascent into the mid-high tier of soul masters. Though I still lacked a soul ring, I traveled quietly for half a day until I reached a wooded area, where I suddenly heard the sounds of a fierce battle. I approached stealthily to discover 3 figures clad in black, engaged in a fierce confrontation with an unusual soul beast. This creature was relatively small, resembling a rabbit, with long ears, standing about half a meter tall and less than a meter long, covered in golden fur. However, with my unique perception, I quickly discerned that this beast was approximately 30,000 years old and possessed formidable combat capabilities. Xiao Tian's voice echoed in my mind. "Stop your anxious thoughts. You little rascal. I mean you no harm. After all, we are one and the same, sharing both glory and disgrace. Even if you yearn to know the reasons behind everything and wish to break free, you must first become truly powerful. If you can attain the status of the supreme being of all realms, what is there that you cannot accomplish? Although my memories have yet to fully return, I sense something different about you, and I am genuinely eager to see your potential. The soul beast ahead is quite impressive with high soul power. Defeat it and claim it as your soul ring." My mind, previously clouded with gloom, suddenly cleared upon hearing Xiao Tian's words. Strength is paramount. Power reigns supreme. As long as I truly become the supreme being of all realms, I need not fear any grand schemes. All plots pale in comparison to raw strength. With this realization, I felt invigorated. Since advancing to level 30, I had yet to test my capabilities, and it was time to engage this soul beast. As I focused, I noticed that the 3 black-clad figures bore the unmistakable attire of the Wuhuan Dian, all of whom were soul kings. The combined strength of 3 soul kings was already formidable, yet they struggled to subdue the soul beast, constantly retreating as if it were their superior. In the midst of their struggle, the soul beast suddenly let out a roar that echoed like a lion, reverberating with the sound of clashing weapons. One of the black-clad figures was struck by the sound waves, his body stiffening as the soul beast's claw swiftly decapitated him, resulting in his immediate demise. The remaining 2, now terrified, heard one shout, "Brother Wu, hold it off. I will call for Elder Zhou. He should be nearby." The other, Brother Wu, bellowed in response, "Very well. I will hold it off. You signal for help." Gripping his Bawang gun, he lunged at the soul beast. As he unleashed the full power of his martial soul, the 5 soul rings, 3 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, flared to life, amplifying his strength. Despite the soul beast's might, it dared not confront his attack directly and retreated to evade it. The man shouted again and thrust 2 more times. Yet his third strike lacked the earlier vigor, and the soul beast swatted his weapon away effortlessly, scattering it into oblivion. In a panic, he cried out, "Brother Leo, have you not sent the signal yet? Quickly join me." But there was no response from his companion. Just then, the soul beast lunged at him. A harrowing scream escaped his lips as he closed his eyes, having lost all ability to retaliate. Unexpectedly, a loud thud resounded as the soul beast staggered back, seemingly wounded, sparing him from its grasp. Elated, he exclaimed, "Elder Zo has arrived." Opening his eyes, he saw a pale-faced youth wielding a fluffy object that had repelled the soul beast. Upon recognizing the youth's large dogtail grass martial soul, his expression shifted, and he called out, "Brother Leo, look." Turning, he noticed that Brother Leo was no longer by his side, but was instead running towards him from a distance. Confusion clouded his mind as he wondered why Brother Leo was not signaling for Elder Zo's assistance. Just then, a surge of anger coursed through him, realizing the betrayal. In the blink of an eye, one had perished, and another had called for Brother Wu to hold the line while seeking aid from Elder Zo. Yet, instead of signaling for help, he was fleeing, evidently intending for Brother Leo to face the soul beast alone while he escaped. Meanwhile, Brother Wu was earnest in his efforts, bravely pushing back against the soul beast. Upon witnessing the imminent demise of Brother Wu, I leaped from behind the trees, wielding my divine whip to drive the soul beast away and save his life. Brother Leo had only run a short distance when he turned to see the mysterious figure repelling the soul beast, astonished. He quickly signaled for help before returning, knowing that should he abandon his comrade, Brother would surely report him to the Hall Master, resulting in severe punishment. The Wu Huan Dian dealt harshly with those who abandoned their comrades in battle. Even more astonishing was the fact that the mysterious figure wielded the very dogtail, grass martial soul that the Dian's queen had ordered to be eliminated. Although the youthful visage had transformed into that of a sallow youth, the martial soul was unmistakable. Filled with joy, he sent out 2 more waves of signals, calling for reinforcements. Brother Wu, realizing that Brother Leo's cowardice had nearly cost him his life at the hands of the soul beast, was filled with rage. He was about to chastise him loudly when he noticed the signals being sent, understanding that Leo recognized the identity of the savior and was calling for Elder Zo's assistance. Reflecting on the fact that had it not been for this youth's timely intervention, he would have already fallen prey to the soul beast. He could not bear to see his rescuer face the wrath of Elder Zo and the others. No matter how powerful this youth was, Elder Zo was a soul emperor, and he was far from being a match for him, especially considering that there were more than just Elder Zo nearby. In a moment of indecision, contemplating whether to advise Yang Chun to flee, a distant long howl pierced the air, unmistakably the voice of Elder Zo, who had already perceived the signal sent by the man named Lu. Meanwhile, Yang Chun, eager to test the might of his 36th level soul power, relentlessly swung the god-smiting whip, striking the soul beast with tremendous force. Each blow delivered a colossal impact, causing the creature to stagger back, roaring in agony. Yang Chen's heart swelled with joy. This soul beast, which had bested 3 soul kings, was utterly incapable of resisting his martial spirit. He continued to lash out with the whip, and it soon became evident that the creature would meet its demise under his relentless strikes. Suddenly, the distant howl echoed again, signaling the arrival of Elder Zo. Yang Chun, who had always harbored a slight aversion to the Spirit Hall, despite a significant change of heart after receiving assistance from Hu Laina, wished to avoid further entanglements with them. As Elder Zo approached, a sense of foreboding washed over him. In that moment, a soul arrow pierced the beast's consciousness, and before it could react, it was slain. Lu, already cowardly and fearful for his life, retreated further. Astonishabai Yang Chenes Ferochiti. He finally grasped why the Pope had issued a secret decree, determined to eliminate such a formidable individual at all costs. At such a tender age, Yang Chen's prowess was alarming. After slaying the soul beast, Yang Chun turned to the 2 individuals, declaring, "This soul beast belongs to me." He anticipated that Wu, the man with the surname Wu, would express immense gratitude, yet he was met with a complex gaze and a terse response. "My young friend, you must leave at once. Elder Zo is arriving." Yang Chan was taken aback, only to hear Lu's voice bellow, "Wu Changjia, what are you trying to do? Confused, Yang Chen asked, "Are you from the Spirit Hall? What does this mean?" Wu Changjie replied, "I thank you for saving my life. But you are now under a secret order from our Pope to be captured and hunted down. Many powerful soul masters have entered the Sunset Forest to pursue you." Lu, retreating several steps, shouted, "Wu Changjie, are you trying to get us killed by revealing this?" Wu Changjie, enraged, retorted, "Lu Ming, you shameless wretch. I considered you a brother, yet you nearly led to my demise. If it weren't for this young friend, I would have perished at the hands of that soul beast. You have the audacity to question me, when I ought to ask you what your intentions are. Once Elder Zhou arrives, I will report this." At that moment, a booming voice rang out, "What is happening here?" It was none other than Elder Zhou. Wu Changjie fell silent, casting furtive glances at Yang Chen. Lu, however, seized the opportunity to shout, "Elder Zhou, Wu Changjie intends to betray our Spear Hall, disregarding the Pope's secret order and advocating for the escape of the one we are to kill." Elder Zhou regarded Yang Chen, nodding as he blocked the young man's escape route, and sternly questioned Wu Changjie. "Is this true?" Wei Yushushi exclaimed, "Elder Xiao, Shove. We three were encircled, battling this soul beast. Zhang San was slain, and Lu Ming deceived me into shielding him from the beast, only to abandon me. When I was in danger, this young friend intervened and killed the soul beast." Elder Zhou let out a heavy snort, addressing Lu Ming. "Is this true?" Lu, trembling, knelt and cried out, "Elder Zhou, this is Wu Changjie's deceit, attempting to evade your justice." Elder Zhou looked between the two, preparing to interrogate further, when a cold voice interjected. "Are you from a Spirit Hall, intending to capture me? That wretched woman, Bai Dong, seeks to eliminate me?" It was Yang Chen's voice. Upon hearing Wu Changjie's words, Yang Chen realized that a situation had been reported to the Pope by Bai Dong, who aspired to dominate the Douluo continent and would not tolerate his existence. Thus, she had covertly issued orders for his pursuit. Without the mask provided by Qian Renshue, he would have been discovered before even exiting Heavendo City. The Spirit Hall, unable to locate him for some time, suspected he had entered the Sunset Forest and dispatched powerful soul masters to search for him. Although he wore a human skin mask that altered his appearance, his martial spirit remained unchanged, which was his most distinctive feature. Therefore, upon summoning his martial spirit, the members of the Spirit Hall recognized him. To them, the Pope was akin to a deity. Elder Zhou, incensed by Yang Chen's insults, bellowed, "You wretch! You dare to insult our Empress! You shall undoubtedly meet your end today." Lu Ming shouted, "Elder Zhou, quickly eliminate this thief. He has insulted the Pope." His intent was clear, to divert Elder Zhou's attention from his own misdeeds. Meanwhile, Wu Changjie stood speechless, staring at Yang Chen. Though grateful, the Pope was a revered figure to him, and Yang Chen's blatant insults shattered his perceptions. Yang Chen coldly smirked, "That evil woman Bai Dong harbors no grievances against me, yet seeks my life. What harm is there in my cursing her? Not only will I curse her, but I shall also capture her and strip her bare, slapping her face." As the tension escalated, Yang Chen felt the surge of soul power emanating from Elder Zhou, causing the very space around them to tremble. Fueled by fervor, he swung the god-smiting whip toward Elder Zhou's palm, unenhanced by his martial spirit. He sought to test the disparity between his exquisite 36th level soul power and Elder Zhou's formidable 63rd level. However, with a sharp crack, Yang Chen was thrust backward, while Elder Zhou remained steadfast, showing no sign of retreat. The impact of the Elder's palm sent a taste of blood surging to Yang Chen's mouth. The gap of 27 levels between their soul powers was palpable. Despite Yang Chen's exceptional abilities, he was still significantly outmatched. Inwardly astonished, he realized that the difference in soul power could not be compensated for by his talent alone. Elder Zhou was indeed formidable. Unbeknownst stu Yang Chen, Elder Zhou's astonishment far exceeded his own. Although unscathed, the weight of Yang Chen's soul power, albeit inferior, approached that of a soul emperor. How could a mere 13 or 14-year-old with over 30 levels of soul power possess such overwhelming strength, nearly at the level of a soul emperor? Such a prodigy had never been witnessed or heard of in the Douluo continent. Should he be given time to grow, his potential would be immense. The Spirit Hall could not afford to offend such an individual. He must be eliminated to prevent future calamities. With that thought, Elder Zhou let out a long howl, transforming into a majestic golden lion, his hands morphing into powerful claws as he stood on two legs. Towering nearly 10 feet tall and 20 feet long, the golden lion was an imposing figure. 6 soul rings shimmered on its body, 3 yellow, 1 purple, and 2 black, augmented its already formidable presence, rendering Yang Chen's form minuscule in comparison. Lu Ming, still in shock over Yang Chen's ability to withstand Elder Zhou's strike with the martial spirit of a dogtail grass, became even more astounded as Elder Zhou unleashed his martial spirit, fully revealing his power. The realization struck him that this thief had compelled Elder Zhou to exert his full strength. He had been following Elder Zhou closely and naturally understood the formidable power of Elder Zhou's martial soul. He realized that with Elder Zhou's attack, Yang Chen would undoubtedly meet his demise. However, after Elder Zhou killed Yang Chen, Wu Changjie would certainly seek revenge, reporting him and ensuring that he could not escape severe punishment. Contemplating this, dark thoughts surged within him. Quietly, he approached Wu Changjie, who was wide-eyed in observation, and struck him on the back of the head with a powerful blow. Simultaneously, he shouted, "Wu Changjie, how dare you plot against Elder Zhou and assist this little thief?" With that single utterance, Wu Changjie fell to the ground without a sound. As for Yang Chen, upon witnessing Elder Zhou manifesting his martial soul, transforming into a golden lion, he felt a long-lost taste of soul power. Having not devoured a martial soul in quite some time, he shouted "Devour" as he saw the golden lion pounce towards him. However, Elder Zhou's golden lion roared ferociously, crashing to the ground and swiftly reverting to his original form, clutching his head and screaming in agony. Yang Chen had not anticipated that despite the 27 levels of soul power separating them, as a soul emperor, he, a mere soul sovereign, would actually manage to devour Elder Zhou's martial soul, nearly exhausting all of his soul power. This was unforeseen. He initially believed he could injure his martial soul and then strike him down with a divine whip. Instead, in one swift devour, he rendered Elder Zhou incapacitated. At the moment Elder Zhou's martial soul was consumed, Lu Ming had just killed Wu Changjie. Lu Ming, frozen in fear, trembled uncontrollably at the sight of Yang Chen, who appeared like a demon. The powerful soul emperor, Elder Zhou, was effortlessly defeated and rendered useless by this individual. He sensed that Elder Zhou's soul power was nearly depleted, akin to a useless being, rolling on the ground and howling like a wild beast, indicating his immense suffering. In his shock, Lu Ming fled in terror. Though Yang Chen could not see him kill Wu Changjie, his spiritual perception sensed that such a person could not be allowed to escape. With a shift of his spirit, a sharp arrow pursued Lu Ming's nape. At this moment, Yang Chen's spiritual arrow was immensely powerful, piercing into Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. Lu Ming immediately clutched his head and collapsed to the ground, writhing in torment and wailing just like Elder Zhou. Observing the pitiful state of Elder Zhou, an elderly man in his 60s contorted in agony, nearly unrecognizable, Yang Chen felt a sudden pang of compassion. This man bore no grudge against him. He was merely an elder of the spirit hall, acting under the Pope's orders. Why should he take his life? At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. "Little rascal, do not show mercy. If you wish to achieve the supreme path, the lives of the masses are but straw dogs. Every supreme path is paved with countless blood and bones. When the time comes to act, do not hesitate out of momentary compassion, lest you place yourself in an irretrievable predicament." Upon hearing this, a surge of killing intent enveloped Yang Chen. He swiftly struck Elder Zhou on the head, shattering his skull. Without a glance back, he turned and approached Wu Changjie. Noticing that Wu Changjie had already lost all breath, he sighed inwardly, recognizing that despite being part of the spirit hall, the man had a commendable character. Meanwhile, Lu Ming, amidst his agonizing struggles, witnessed Elder Zhou's death at Yang Chen's hands, sending him into a panic. Clutching his head, he pleaded loudly for mercy, kneeling before Yang Chen. Yang Chen discerned that this man was cowardly and fearful of death. In his quest for survival, he would do anything. Thus, he felt no pity. Standing before Lu Ming, Yang Chen declared, "Be a man and rise to fight. I offer you a chance. If you can push me back half a step within 3 moves, I shall let you go." Lu Ming, possessing a soul power of 58, the highest among the 3, responded with delight. "Really? If you retreat half a step, I shall be free to go." Yang Chen nodded. "Let us see if you have the capability." Struggling against the pain, threatening to split his head, Lu Ming sprang to his feet, a large cleaver appearing in his hands, adorned with 3 yellow and 2 purple soul rings, representing his weapon, martial soul. With both hands gripping the blade, he shouted, "My lord, here I come." He swung the massive cleaver down upon Yang Chen's head. Despite his spiritual injuries, His will to survive drove him to unleash his full soul power, as if he intended to cleave the earth itself asunder. Expecting Yang Chun to retreat in fear of such a fierce strike, Lu Ming was taken aback when Yang Chun did not budge, only bellowing devour. Lu Ming felt as though an invisible mouth had suddenly opened, voraciously consuming his martial soul along with his soul rings. Yang Chun let out a cold laugh, declaring, ignorant. And with a flick of the divine whip, Lu Ming was slain. After devouring Elder Zhou's martial soul, Yang Chun checked his system panel, finding his devouring points had increased by an astonishing 3.8, significantly more than that provided by a soul beast over 20,000 years old. Although he had never consumed a soul beast over 30,000 years, he surmised that even such an ancient beast could not compare to the points granted by Elder Zhou's soul power. He understood that humans and beasts are fundamentally different. The purity of human soul power far exceeds that of soul beasts, while a soul beast's soul power automatically spills out upon death, forming a soul ring for direct consumption. Humans require the soul master to willingly summon their martial soul for it to be devoured. Lu Ming, unaware of these nuances, believed Yang Chun was merely flaunting his strength. Upon examining his devouring points, Yang Chun noted that this Soul King had provided him with nearly 3 points. At that moment, his total points exceeded 15, inspiring an idea to exchange them for soul power, thereby elevating his level to 37. The leap from 30 to 37 had occurred in just a few days. Yet the required points were far greater than those needed to ascend from 20 to 30. Yang Chun marveled at his fortune. Despite leaving the Stardow Forest and losing access to soul beasts, his luck continued to flourish, and his soul power surged. He glanced at the 4 lifeless bodies on the ground and shook his head, then approached the exotic beast before him. The beast's soul power had already coalesced into a black ring. Xiao Tian suggested absorbing this beast's soul ring as his third. However, its nature remained a mystery to him. Though it had captured his attention, dragging the exotic beast away, he sought a secluded spot, aware that the spirit hall might come searching. Having learned from his experiences in absorbing soul rings, he sat cross-legged behind a rock and began the absorption process. His power surged, and absorbing this soul ring required little effort or time. Within a quarter of an hour, it was completely absorbed. Just as he was about to inspect what abilities his third soul ring would bestow upon him, he heard voices behind him. Elder Lu, what is your opinion? One voice inquired, this boy is exceedingly vicious, and the deaths of Elder Zhou and Lu Ming are so peculiar, with their soul power completely depleted. He cannot be left alive. The man remarked, as 2 soul emperors, one at level 65 and the other at level 66. Are we truly to ambush him in such a cowardly manner? If word of this were spread, how could we face the world? The so-called Elder Lu interjected. Elder Hua, such a nefarious individual, must not be allowed to live. Have you not noticed that he is merely 13 or 14 years old, yet possesses the formidable strength of a 37-level soul master? Moreover, he has absorbed a soul ring from a 30,000-year-old soul beast for his third ring. Furthermore, he has transcended 3 major realms, eliminating Elder Zhou. If he continues to grow, even our Holy Emperor and Grand Elder may find themselves powerless against him. This unprecedented genius of evil has never before graced our Douluo continent, and likely hails from a malevolent realm. We must seize this opportunity to extinguish him before he matures, potentially ridding our Douluo continent of a grave threat and benefiting our entire land. Indeed, even if we face disgrace, we shall remain the greatest contributors to the Spirit Hall and the Douluo continent. Who could dare speak ill of us? Elder Hua pondered for a moment before agreeing. Elder Lu is correct. This child must not be allowed to grow, or he will surely bring calamity to the entire Douluo continent. Yang Chun was taken aback, realizing that after merely absorbing a soul ring, 2 elders from the Spirit Hall had tracked him down. Discerning the causes of Elder Zhou and Lu Ming's demise and speculating on his nefarious practices, a sense of astonishment and unease surged within him. In truth, Yang Chun himself felt a tinge of moral ambiguity regarding his devouring technique, which was undeniably a self-serving and malevolent practice. He understood that if the soul masters of Douluo continent were to uncover his methods, he would be met with universal disdain and hostility, rendering him unable to find refuge in the continent. At this moment, he silently chastised himself for being so careless. How could he leave the bodies of Elder Zhou and Lu Ming unattended? After all, the Spirit Hall boasted numerous powerful soul masters, and the phenomenon of the 2 having completely depleted their soul power would undoubtedly raise suspicions, leading them to deduce that they had fallen victim to a devouring technique. Nevertheless, he privately scorned Elder Lu's grandiose rhetoric. "Old man, if you wish to kill me, do so directly instead of portraying yourself as a savior. I am hardly the world-destroying demon you claim." Knowing that they had discovered his presence, he resolved not to let them escape. Without needing a reminder from Xiao Tian, his mind was already filled with murderous intent. Yang Chun, a young man of principles and integrity, had never harbored malicious thoughts. Yet, in the face of self-preservation, he found himself succumbing to dark impulses, straying far from his true self. Little did he know, this was no longer his true nature, but rather a gradual temptation influenced by Xiao Tian, as an insidious thought began to take root within him. Unlike beasts, which could be slain without remorse, humans were kin. How could one kill their own kind so casually? No longer gazing at his third soul ring and soul skill, Yang Chun had discerned the soul power levels of the two men through his spiritual perception. He calculated that, with his current abilities, eliminating them would pose little challenge. Slowly rising from the ground, he opened his eyes, which gleamed with a cold, murderous intent. The two men were taken aback, astonished that Yang Chun had stood after merely absorbing the soul ring, requiring no further consolidation. Typically, one would need time to digest and solidify the absorbed energy, enhancing the fusion between the soul ring and their soul power. This process could take anywhere from 2 hours to half a day. They could hardly fathom that he had risen so soon, leaving them both startled. One of them shouted, "You little devil, did you kill Elder Zhou and the others? Did you utilize some sinister technique to drain their soul power?" Yang Chun coldly replied, "You wretched lackeys of Bibi Dong, I have no quarrel with you. Why do you pursue me so relentlessly? When have I wronged the spirit hall?" Elder Lu laughed heartily. "You know your situation better than we do. At such a young age, possessing such unfathomable power and wielding forbidden techniques, the spirit hall is sworn to protect the populace. We cannot allow your existence to continue. You will surely die today. Blame only yourself for practicing such dark arts and for coming to our continent." Yang Chen's heart raced at the realization that Elder Lu might have guessed he was not from this world. They could not be allowed to escape. They must be eliminated, and their bodies must be disposed of properly to avoid revealing any abnormalities. He laughed heartily. "You two ancient relics. You chose to come here when there was a path to heaven, and now that you're here, you shall not leave. You will remain in this setting sun forest forever." The previously silent Elder Hua, a short and rotund figure resembling a large ball, with his eyes perpetually narrowed, suddenly boasted with pride. What ambition for one so young. You, a mere soul master in your teens, audaciously claim you will keep us, two powerful soul emperors here. I'm impressed, but do you know who we are? Yang Chun retorted coldly. Regardless of who you are, today you shall meet the same fate as your so-called Elder Zhou. Elder Hua fumed. You ignorant brat. We are the cat and mouse duo of the Spirit Hall's Luojia City branch. No one has ever dared to belittle us. Countless villains have perished at our hands. Yang Chun interjected. I care not for your cat and mouse duo or any other nonsense. Today, you shall become mere dead cats and dogs. Let us fight without further ado. As he spoke, he summoned his martial spirit, the divine whip, and a black soul ring illuminated it. The whip instantly transformed from a mere blade of grass into a colossal dragon, over 30 meters long. Seeing this, the two elders' expressions changed drastically, exchanging shocked glances. This young thief's first soul ring was a black soul ring, belonging to a 2,000-year-old exotic giant python, the Titan python. Such a formidable soul beast was well known to them. To put another way, he had absorbed the soul ring of a 2,000-year-old Titan python at merely level 10. This shattered their understanding. On Douluo continent, the physical tolerance of a level 10 soul master could only accommodate a soul ring of 432 years. Even a 1,000-year ring could lead to catastrophic consequences. How could this young thief possibly absorb a 2,000-year ring? Initially, they had underestimated Yang Chun, as they were seasoned members of the cat and mouse duo, capable of dramatically increasing their combat power through their fusion techniques, capable of slaying even near-soul saint-level foes. How could a mere 30-something level soul master, no matter how extraordinary, compare to a soul saint? Yet now, their arrogance had evaporated. This young thief was far too enigmatic, defying all norms of soul masters. Not only his soul ring, but even his martial spirit, a so-called worthless martial spirit known as Dogtail grass, was being cultivated as if it were a dragon. The two individuals nodded simultaneously and bellowed. Do not presume that your nefarious abilities render you superior. Do not underestimate your grandfather. Prepare to meet your demise. As this duo formed a cat and mouse combination, their martial souls were naturally embodied as a cat and a mouse, representing two beastly martial spirits. Beast soul masters possess a considerable advantage over their weapon soul counterparts of the same soul rank, as their bodies undergo direct mutations, transforming into soul beasts, thereby significantly enhancing their physical strength and agility. Yang Chun observed them quietly, one tall and slender, the other short and stout. Elder Hua was rotund, while Elder Lu stood tall and lean like a bamboo stalk, creating a delightful contrast. This peculiar pairing was indeed a marvel. It seemed that the portly Elder Hua embodied the cat, while Elder Lu represented the mouse, an amusing juxtaposition of a plump cat and a slender mouse. He refrained from hastily attacking, as his recent rapid progress left him uncertain of his own combat capabilities. Yet, his spirits were dampened due to matters concerning Xiao Tian, leading him to desire a fierce battle to release the pent-up frustration within him. Simultaneously, it would serve as an opportunity to gauge his own strength and achieve a more accurate self-assessment. After all, the Martial Soul Hall is formidable, with experts in abundance. He would inevitably encounter numerous powerful soul masters in the future. Thus, it was imperative to possess a genuine understanding of his own abilities to ensure he would not fall prey to unforeseen circumstances that might endanger him. Having deduced that he had fallen into a grand scheme, Yang Chun experienced a significant transformation in his temperament, becoming calm and composed regarding the two individuals before him. Although they were both intermediate soul emperors, his instincts told him they were not his match and did not pose a substantial threat. Therefore, he intended to use them as practice to enhance his combat skills. With a cold gaze, he watched as the lanky Elder Lu's pupils narrowed, his upper body bent forward, ears perking up slightly, and black fur sprouting on his limbs. 6 soul rings appeared around him, glowing in hues of yellow, purple, purple, and black. With a soft meow, his entire form transformed into a colossal black cat. Yang Chun was surprised to discover that Elder Lu's martial soul was indeed a cat, while the rotund Elder Hua was the mouse. He turned his attention to Elder Hua, whose transformation was even more pronounced and somewhat comical. His mouth protruded, shifting from round to pointed, whiskers sprouting beneath his lips, and oversized front teeth jutting out. His small eyes transformed into round orbs. As the black cat crouched low, Elder Hua's plump form followed suit, his stout arms morphing into slender gray mouse forelimbs, while white claws sprang forth from his fingertips. Similarly, 6 soul rings illuminated around him, presenting a sequence of yellow, purple, black, and black, astonishingly possessing 2 10,000-year black soul rings, one more than Elder Lu. The duo sprang into action. Flanking Yang Chun, the thin black cat let out a sharp cry, its hind legs propelling it forward like a whirlwind racing across the ground toward Yang Chun. Its forelimbs raised high, it unleashed a flurry of 20 glimmering claw shadows, propelled by tremendous force and soul power, aimed directly at Yang Chun. Their speed and attack intensity surpassed that of the black cat, revealing the synergy of this cat-and-mouse duo's assault, striking from both sides. Yang Chun had not anticipated their speed to be so formidable. In the blink of an eye, their simultaneous attacks were upon him. Both were at the 65th or 66th level of soul power. Even though they specialized in agility, the overwhelming impact and pressure from their substantial soul power nearly left Yang Chun breathless. He had intended to engage in a prolonged dance of combat with them, but the moment they attacked, they unleashed their full might, relentlessly suppressing him. Without a second thought, he shouted "Devour!" and activated the system's absorption function with all his might. Seeing Yang Chun unable to evade, the duo was overjoyed, believing that regardless of how remarkable he was, he could not withstand their combined onslaught. However, they failed to realize the implications of their ambush, as they had launched their most potent attack while Yang Chun was still unprepared. As their claws neared his form, they suddenly sensed an ominous presence, flooding them with an overwhelming sense of dread. Both being over 60-level soul emperors with extensive combat experience, they instinctively reacted, their instincts honed from countless battles. In unison, they shouted in alarm, abruptly halting their advance and tumbling backward, distancing themselves from Yang Chun. Yet, even as they retreated, they felt a sharp pain in their minds, as if an invisible force had bitten away a piece of their martial soul, siphoning their soul power and causing their levels to drop by 1. This realization struck them with terror. How could this young rogue possess such an otherworldly technique capable of directly consuming soul power? With their experience, They quickly deduced that their soul power had been absorbed by Yang Chun rather than dissipated. As intermediate soul emperors, one at 65 and the other at 66, they understood that ascending to the next level of soul power required years of arduous training. Yet in an instant, this young thief had drained them of an entire level of soul power, equivalent to nearly a year of their painstaking cultivation. At this moment, the two dared not continue the fight. This individual was too anomalous, and they needed to eliminate him before he could grow stronger. They resolved to report his nefarious practices to the Pope, requesting the dispatch of a more formidable expert to deal with him. Their immediate priority was self-preservation. Having lost a level of soul power in a single exchange, their strength diminished. If the battle persisted, they risked losing all their cultivation to him. Even if they ultimately managed to slay him, it would be a futile endeavor. With this thought in mind, they prepared to flee into the distance. As agile soul masters, once they took to flight, apprehending them would prove exceedingly difficult. Yang Chun noticed their expressions and realized they had unraveled the nature of his absorption technique and intended to escape, spreading the news. If that were to happen, he would find himself hunted throughout the Douluo continent, unable to take a single step. Without hesitation, he unleashed 2 spiritual arrows, striking directly at their consciousness, while simultaneously, another soul ring illuminated on his divine whip, aiming to ensnare them. The duo felt an invisible force surge toward their minds, targeting their consciousness. As soul emperors with formidable soul power, their mental faculties were equally strong, honed through years of martial practice. The sea of consciousness, being the sanctuary of a soul master's spirit, could not be trifled with. If harmed, their mental clarity would falter, leading to confusion or, in severe cases, unconsciousness. Startled, both of them swiftly cast their powerful mental energy outward to ward off the mysterious force attacking their consciousness. The spiritual strength of a soul master differs from that of a soul beast, which is the advantage of human beings over all forms of life. If a soul beast aged between 20 to 30,000 years were to be struck by Yang Chen's soul arrow with full force, it would undoubtedly suffer devastating damage. Under the formidable defense of their mental strength, the two felt as though their consciousness was struck fiercely by an arrow, momentarily halted. Yet their mental sea still experienced a tremor, causing their minds to slightly sink. However, this brief moment of distraction exposed a flaw in their soul power, causing their bodies to hesitate ever so slightly. Yet, this minor delay allowed Yang Chen's divine whip to arrive. This was a technique he had practiced countless times while slaying powerful soul beasts in the Qingdao Great Forest, executed with utmost proficiency and perfect timing. The divine whip struck their bodies, obstructing their attempt to flee. Typically, under such a strike, they would likely face dire consequences. But soul beasts could not be compared to a soul emperor. Their soul power only faltered momentarily, and they remained unscathed. Although they could not evade the divine whip, their formidable soul power naturally protected them, resisting the attack. Despite this, they still felt a heavy impact from the whip, resulting in lacerations. Yang Chun laughed heartily, exclaiming, "What a delightful cat-and-mouse game. How is it that you flee after just one move? Come, let's engage once more. Until a victor emerges today, neither of you shall leave." The two soul emperors, Hualu and Lu, felt deeply aggrieved. This little rogue employed such unconventional tactics that they could not showcase their immense strength, feeling constrained at every turn. Exchanging glances, they simultaneously dashed in opposite directions, intending to escape separately, thereby preventing Yang Chun from obstructing them both. If he pursued one, the other would undoubtedly escape, spreading news of Yang Chen's presence. Yang Chun did not anticipate that they were not interested in combat, but were solely intent on fleeing. He felt a surge of frustration. After all, they were both mid-tier soul emperors. How could they abandon their dignity so easily, opting to flee rather than fight? Did they not care for their hard-earned reputations built over decades? Reluctantly, he resolved to emulate the method he had used against Bai Hu and Bai Cheng, unleashing 3 consecutive soul arrows aimed at their mental seas, targeting the same spot. As the trio of arrows struck simultaneously, Hualu and Lu felt their mental seas resonate with a series of chimes, the impact waves disrupting their footing, causing them to falter. Nevertheless, they continued to run. Yang Chun, however, was astonished by the resilience of their mental strength. The barrage of arrows failed to breach their defenses. Enraged, he resolved that given his boundless soul power, he would not relent. If 3 arrows did not suffice, he would unleash 5. If 5 failed, then he would release 10. For he refused to believe he could not penetrate their defenses. This mental assault consumed vast amounts of spiritual energy, and even the mightiest of soul masters, including a peak 99th level Douluo, had their limits and could not afford to squander their strength. Moreover, any detriment suffered would be profoundly damaging and difficult to recover from. Thus, powerful mental attacks were employed sparingly, unlike Yang Chun, who seemed to fire arrows without restraint. If every soul master's mental strength could rival Yang Chen's infinite soul power, they would forsake cultivating soul power altogether, solely focusing on mental attacks to ascend as supreme beings. Hua Lu and Lu Lu began to suspect that Yang Chen's mysterious assault was akin to a mental attack. Their trepidation began to ease, for such attacks were finite and could not be perpetually unleashed. However, just as this thought crossed their minds, they felt the onslaught return, prompting them to fortify their mental defenses. Yet, they heard 5 resounding chimes within their mental seas, as Yang Chun unleashed 5 strikes in rapid succession. The intensity of these strikes rendered their feet immobile, and despite their efforts at defense, their mental strength suffered considerable damage, leaving them dizzy and disoriented. In mere moments, danger surged anew as a volley of 8 arrows followed. Seeing that 5 arrows had failed to breach their defenses, Yang Chun, in a fit of fury, unleashed a series of 8 arrows. The unfortunate Hua Lu and Lu Lu could no longer withstand the overwhelming force of Yang Chen's soul arrows. With a collective cry of despair, they leaped into the air, clutching their heads, ultimately collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. Yang Chun, feeling a sense of tranquility, approached the fallen duo and said, "Rise, you two. Are you not proud soul emperors of over 60 levels? Possessing such formidable soul power? I shall give you a chance, an opportunity to attack me. You may both strike simultaneously, limited to 3 moves. Should you manage to repel me within those 3 moves, I shall grant you your freedom. Otherwise, do not blame my ruthless hand for your fates, for you chose to provoke me." He intended to mimic the tactics he had used against Lu Ming, inciting them to attack him. If they refrained from using their martial souls, their formidable soul power could not be absorbed. The 2 elders, Hua and Lu, resigned to their fate, suddenly felt a surge of defiance upon hearing Yang Chen's arrogant and malicious words. They suppressed the agonizing turmoil within their mental seas and concentrated their soul power, transforming their bodies into their respective martial souls. Humans instinctively fear death. When presented with even the slightest opportunity, they are compelled to fight for survival. Yang Chun observed with a cold smile. He did not plan to absorb them simultaneously, knowing that his current capabilities were insufficient to consume the martial souls of 2 powerful soul emperors at once. As he witnessed the 2 transform into a rotund giant rat and a sleek black spirit cat, he approached the plump rat without waiting for their assault, activating his absorption ability. The moment the rotund rat attempted to revert to human form, it let out a pained cry and collapsed, unable to rise again. The black cat, furious, exclaimed, "You broke your promise. Were you not to allow us to attack you with 3 moves? How could you ambush old Hua?" Fearing the cat would retract its martial soul, Yang Chun swiftly moved beside it, laughing heartily. "All is fair in war. Besides, how dare you two, over 60 level soul emperors, attempt to team up against me?" The cat, known as Elder Lu, realized it had been deceived and seethed with rage. With a fierce cry, it lunged at Yang Chun, shouting, "Explode," intending to self-destruct alongside its 6 soul rings and martial soul, seeking mutual destruction. Being a soul emperor with 65 levels of soul power and 6 formidable soul rings, the force of such an explosion would be tremendous. Yang Chun had previously absorbed countless soul beasts and even martial souls of soul masters, but he had never encountered anyone willing to explode their soul power and rings. Just as he activated his absorption ability, the overwhelming force of the impending explosion surged toward him. Under the explosive force, Elder Lu was reduced to a mist of blood, dispersing throughout the air. Yang Chun, upon witnessing this, exclaimed in alarm and promptly lost consciousness. Meanwhile, his internal companion, Xiao Tian, had been secretly observing their battle. Subli inciting Yang Chen's murderous instincts. It was unexpected for the surname Lu to self-destruct in an attempt to eliminate Yang Chun. In a moment of crisis, Xiao Tian opened his mouth wide, striving to absorb all the soul energy and shockwaves to mitigate the impact on Yang Chun. However, the force was overwhelmingly immense and far-reaching. Failing to contain all the soul energy and shockwaves, and a portion of the force still struck Yang Chun, sending him flying over 20 meters. A soul emperor of over 60 levels, coupled with his 6 soul rings, self-destructing simultaneously, unleashed a power so formidable that even an 80th level soul Dalu would need to evade its fury. Otherwise, they would surely be harmed, let alone Yang Chun, who was merely a 30-something level soul master. The detonation reverberated through the heavens and earth, shaking the entire forest and echoing far and wide. The system's healing function activated swiftly under Xiao Tian's command, initiating treatment for Yang Chun. Xiao Tian was acutely aware of the urgency. This explosion would inevitably attract more so-called powerful beings, and Yang Chun would once again fall into the hands of the Wuhuan Temple. Yang Chun was indeed remarkable. In his subconscious, he seemed to possess a comprehensive quality far superior to those he had encountered before. Most importantly, his fortune thrived, as if a powerful destiny was invisibly following him. Therefore, it was imperative to seize this young man and guide him down a particular path to achieve a grand purpose. Yet, as Xiao Tian contemplated this, he shook his head. He had yet to clarify which path he should lead Yang Chun down or what monumental task he was meant to accomplish. Regardless of how he pondered or reminisced, he found himself at a loss. Nevertheless, it felt as if a potent belief was guiding him, even compelling him to lead Yang Chun along that path towards the grand achievement. This belief incessantly spurred him on, urging him onward, and it seemed that his very existence was tied to fulfilling that monumental mission. In essence, everything he was and did was dedicated to achieving that great mission. Although he could never quite recall what that mission entailed, he could not afford to give up. He had an inkling that should he relinquish his pursuit, he, Xiao Tian, would cease to exist, vanishing forever from this world. If he disappeared, Yang Chun would undoubtedly follow suit. As Yang Chun regained consciousness, Xiao Tian felt a slight relief and urged, "You must rise quickly and leave this place at once to find another location to heal. This explosion may attract countless onlookers." Hearing Xiao Tian's stern command, Yang Chun's mind cleared significantly, and he became acutely aware of the pervasive pain coursing through his body, as if every limb and organ had been mercilessly scraped by a blade. Despite the agony, he anxiously looked around for Elder Hua, recalling that the elder had not perished before his unconsciousness. Although depleted of soul power, he was still capable of killing him now. However, upon searching, he found that Elder Hua's body was nowhere to be seen. Only scattered remnants of flesh and blood lay in the distance. Xiao Tian's voice broke through, "Do not look. That person has also been reduced to mere fragments by the explosion." Yang Chun was taken aback. How could a soul emperor of over 60 levels be obliterated by such an explosion? If the elder could be destroyed from such a distance, what remained of him, who had been so close to Elder Lu? Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, and his spiritual power began to scan his entire being. Fortunately, his spiritual energy remained intact, as powerful as ever. He feared that the explosion might have left him as nothing but a soul and scattered bones. Under the perception of his spiritual energy, he realized that his clothes had been completely blown away, his body marred with blood and exposed bones, with not a single area of unblemished skin left. Yet, he was relieved to find that he had not lost any vital parts. As long as his essential organs remained, his flesh could regenerate, and with Xiao Tian's extraordinary abilities, he would undoubtedly recover swiftly. Suddenly feeling a tightening in his chest, he hesitantly extended a hand, partially revealing his bones, to feel below. He was still an unmarried young man who had yet to experience that kind of intimacy. He feared the loss of his manhood before he even had the chance to marry. Xiao Tian's voice echoed again, "You silly boy, you haven't lost that. I protected it for you." To think you would worry about such things when your life was almost forfeit. Yang Chun was filled with gratitude towards Xiao Tian. Regardless of the circumstances, Xiao Tian had his best interests at heart. Without his protection, that part of him might have met the same fate as most of his flesh. The thought of it was so despairing that he might as well have chosen to end his own life. He suddenly felt puzzled and asked Xiao Tian, "How is it that Elder Hua, from such a distance, was obliterated, yet most of my body remains intact? Could my physique be stronger than that of a soul emperor?" Xiao Tian chuckled. "You're correct. Your body is indeed far more resilient than his. Especially your bones and meridians. They are incomparable to his. You have merely sustained some flesh wounds, which will heal quickly." Yang Chun was taken aback. "Is this the benefit of the 2 times you've refined my body?" Xiao Tian replied, "How could such a weakling's self-detonation harm your body? However, your skin and flesh are slightly weaker due to the shorter duration of refinement. If you had a year or so, such energy would barely scratch you. Yang Chen nodded, astonished at the strength of his own body, realizing even an 80-level soul Douluo would likely pale in comparison. Nevertheless, with his body torn and bleeding, the pain was unbearable, and he could not help but let out a soft groan. Xiao Tian admonished, "Now is not the time to linger. We must leave this place immediately and find a secure location to heal. The explosion will surely attract many people." Upon hearing this, Yang Chen quickly scrambled to his feet and began to flee. There was no need to linger here. Both Elder Hua and Elder Lu were reduced to nothing but bones. And even if Bai Dong were to arrive, she would find nothing. Just as he was leaving, a woman adorned in vibrant attire approached, strikingly beautiful. However, she was also a soul emperor, a formidable one at that. Yang Chen inwardly grumbled. Could she also be from the Wuhuan Temple? Are there so many soul emperors from the Wuhuan Temple that I encounter one at every turn? He wished to avoid trouble and attempted to slip past her. Yet, despite his intentions, the woman unleashed her spiritual energy, locking onto him. Yang Chen, possessing formidable spiritual power, sensed her mental force and was alarmed. This woman, a soul emperor, had remarkably strong mental prowess. However, in his broken state, he had no intention of engaging with her and sought to change direction. Just then, the woman called out, "You, the naked boy, stop right there. Why are you avoiding me? What transpired up ahead?" Yang Chen suddenly remembered that he was completely without any clothing, having been blown away in the explosion. He could not help but let out a loud cry, covering his lower body with his hands as he ran, exclaiming, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." The woman laughed heartily, saying, "You little rascal, still so immature. What is there to be ashamed of? I've lived for 60 or 70 years. I've seen it all." Upon hearing this, Yang Chen glanced at her, surprised to find that this stunning young woman was actually an elderly lady in her 60s or 70s. He shouted, "Do not gaze upon what is inappropriate," and continued to flee. Just as he thought he had passed her, she suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. In that moment, Yang Chen nearly collided with her. Remembering his nakedness, he yelled again, "I'm still an unmarried young man. Please move aside. I mean you no harm, and I hope you do not mean me any." Rather than moving, the woman brandished a long spear that appeared in her hand and lunged at him, laughing. "I like young boys like you. Why run? Stop right there, you little brat." Upon seeing the spear, Yang Chen recognized it as her martial soul. This female soul emperor possessed a weapon-type martial soul. He swiftly dodged to the side, shouting, "A true man does not fight with a woman. I have urgent matters to attend to. Do not obstruct my path." The woman, undeterred, lunged again with her spear, exclaiming, "Not bad, little fellow. You have some skill. What happened to you? How did you end up like this? Have you seen two peculiar individuals, one thin and one plump?" Yang Chen's heart jolted. The two she referred to were indeed the two elders from the Wuhan Hall, surnamed Hua and Lu. It seemed this woman was also from the Wuhan Hall and associated with them. Despite her age, her flamboyant attire indicated she was not a virtuous woman. Initially, he intended to evade her, but now he could not afford to leave. If she reached the site of the explosion and witnessed the scattered bones and blood, she would surely deduce that he was connected to the demise of those two. Since she was also from the Wuhan Hall, he decided to stay. At this moment, his killing intent surged as he coldly regarded the woman, asking, "You are also from the Wuhan Hall? Do you know those two old geezers?" The woman trembled under his piercing gaze and replied, "So what if I am from the Wuhan Hall? Who are you?" Suddenly, she shouted, "You little brat. You're not the person the Wuhan Hall is searching for, are you?" She then leaped back. Yang Chen silently nodded. Indeed, this woman was also from the Wuhan Hall. He wondered how many soul masters this branch had, as he had already encountered 4 soul emperors. He could not afford to delay any longer, as more Wuhan Hall members would surely follow her. Laughing heartily, he declared, "Indeed, I am the one you seek. The cat and mouse you mentioned have long met their end, but you shall soon join them." As he spoke, he summoned his whip, a black soul ring illuminating as he struck toward the woman. Upon seeing his martial soul, she realized he was indeed the target of their pursuit. However, the black soul ring was too conspicuous, prompting her to exclaim, "A black 10,000-year soul ring. The first one is a 10,000-year soul ring?" Yang Chen grinned. "Not only is it 10,000 years, but it is also 20,000 years. Now you understand. It is too late. Everyone who has seen my soul ring is no longer alive." As he spoke, Yang Chen's whip clashed with her spear. He stepped back several paces, but the woman remained unfazed. He was taken aback, not expecting her to be so powerful. a level 69 Soul Emperor. The woman shouted, "You thief! I will kill you," and lunged at him again with her spear. Eager to escape, Yang Chun refrained from engaging her with a whip and instead faced the spear directly, shouting "Devour." With a sharp sound, the spear's tip was bitten off. Yang Chun initially believed he could consume the entirety of her weapon, but to his surprise, he had only managed to bite off the spearhead. He realized this woman was formidable. In the midst of his astonishment, he heard Xiao Tian's voice, warning him that not every martial soul could be devoured. Those above 3 levels of his own would only sustain injury, allowing him to consume only a portion of their soul power. Quickly use your soul arrow. I sense a stronger presence approaching. Yang Chun understood that the devouring ability was not omnipotent, and not all martial souls could be consumed. This also indicated that the woman's martial soul was exceedingly powerful. He immediately shot a soul arrow. As he was taken aback, the woman was even more astonished. She was a level 69 Soul Emperor, having achieved this rank 5 years prior, and had been seeking an opportunity to break through to the 70th level. Her soul power was nearly on par with that of a soul sage due to her years of arduous training. Yet, despite her near soul sage strength, her weapon had been bitten off by this naked, unassuming boy, leaving her soul power significantly weakened. Her shock was profound. What kind of demonic technique had this hideous boy cultivated? She let out a long howl, calling for assistance from her companions not far away. After one strike, her soul power had diminished considerably, nearly dropping her below level 69. This was the result of her 5 years of hard work, and she could not afford to engage Yang Chun any further. Upon releasing her howl, Yang Chun realized he had made a mistake. He should have acted decisively and not given her the chance to call for help. He swiftly unleashed 5 consecutive soul arrows. The 2 were in close proximity, and in the blink of an eye, the arrows struck the woman's sea of consciousness. As a near soul sage, her mental strength was exceptionally formidable, and a strange, dangerous sensation emerged. Instinctively, she activated her mental defense. The sound of 5 impacts echoed as the arrows struck against her defenses. Though they did not break through, the force caused her consciousness to sway and her awareness to momentarily blur. Having experienced many battles, she recognized this as a mental attack, causing her to feel immense fear. How could this shameless boy, who was completely naked, possess such powerful mental strength? What kind of anomaly was he? As she looked at his bloodied form, exposed and grotesque, she lost her will to fight and sought to flee. Yang Chun, seeing that the woman showed no signs of pain or depletion of soul power after the 5 arrows, grew furious. He unleashed a barrage of 10 arrows aimed at the same point of attack. He continued to employ the strategy of targeting a point to break through a surface. Just as the woman began to ascend, preparing to escape, she sensed another wave of attacks coming. This time, the assault was even more intense, and she concentrated her mental power to defend against the arrows. Her speed began to wane. As Yang Chun released the 10 arrows, he bellowed, "Take this!" 2 black soul rings illuminated his whip as he struck fiercely toward her head. This was his most adept technique for slaying soul beasts, and it had always proven effective. The female Soul Emperor felt an incessant ringing beyond her consciousness, as mysterious attacks relentlessly surged toward her. Filled with both fear and astonishment, she summoned all her mental strength to resist, simultaneously thrusting her spear towards Yang Chen's soul whip. Upon their weapons colliding, both retreated a half-step, the encounter resulting in a stalemate. After all, the female Soul Emperor was unable to unleash her full soul power due to her mental defense against the soul arrows, while Yang Chun was empowered by 2 soul rings. Seeing yet another black soul ring manifest upon Yang Chen's martial spirit, the female Soul Emperor was even more terrified. Her momentum had dissipated, and all she desired was to flee. This bare-skinned child was exceedingly peculiar, entirely unpredictable, rendering her formidable combat prowess ineffective. Had it been a straightforward contest of soul power, he would not stand a chance against her. Yet, her overwhelming soul power left her hesitant, unwilling to fully unleash her capabilities, which was immensely frustrating. Yang Chun, observing that the woman had sustained no injuries despite his barrage of 10 arrows, began to doubt his own soul attacks. Unbeknownst to him, the female Soul Emperor was suffering greatly. Her mental defenses had evidently weakened considerably. Should another 10 arrows come her way, her defenses would surely be breached, and her consciousness severely injured. In a fit of rage, Yang Chun unleashed his 3rd soul ring, illuminating the soul whip, which surged in potency. With a furious roar, He struck down with a devastating move, the White Tiger Overlord Whip, empowered by 3 soul rings, each exceeding 10,000 years. The impact felt as though it bore the weight of tens of thousands of pounds. The female Soul Emperor had no choice but to defend herself with all her might. As the two martial spirits clashed, the entire space seemed to freeze, resulting in another draw. Had she not been so fearful and reluctant to unleash her full soul power, she would have undoubtedly succumbed to Yang Chen within 3 moves, for her mental energy was not infinite. Yang Chen inwardly cursed her foolishness. Despite the female Soul Emperor's formidable mental prowess, it paled in comparison to his soul power, and her defense consumed vast amounts of mental energy. Thus, he released another barrage of 10 arrows while simultaneously executing the dragon tail sweep, attacking from 2 fronts. The female Soul Emperor had assumed Yang Chen's mental energy was also waning, but the ferocity of his assault sent shivers down her spine, more perilous than a duel of soul powers. Just as she felt a moment of relief, the next wave of attacks came, even more relentless than the last. In that instant, her soul was shattered. This time, she could no longer withstand the onslaught, crying out for help. "Lordly, save me." Her voice echoed far and wide. She had just heard a response, the howl of the second elder, Li Mingwu, a soul saint of level 73 from the branch of Luojia City. Before her plea could fade, Yang Chen's barrage of arrows finally breached her mental defenses, with the 9th and 10th arrows penetrating her consciousness. These 2 arrows plunged her consciousness into chaos, causing tumultuous waves within her mind, leaving her awareness in disarray. Yang Chen rejoiced, seizing the moment to strike her head with his whip. At that moment, a booming voice rang out from a distance, commanding, "Stop!" Simultaneously, a fierce wind surged toward his back, an overwhelming force. He realized that a powerful presence from the spirit hall had arrived, one far surpassing the female emperor. A soul saint had come. Reluctantly, he dodged away, unable to deliver the final blow to the female soul emperor. In his haste, he sprinted forward, casting one last volley of 10 arrows toward her consciousness. The female soul emperor's defenses had been shattered. All 10 arrows struck deep within her mind. The tremendous force of his soul power detonated her consciousness, obliterating her awareness entirely. He knew that beneath this onslaught, the female soul emperor would not only be left incapacitated, but would also lose all memory of events. Thus, she could no longer relay any information. Regret washed over him. Such a powerful reservoir of soul power had gone unconsumed. Otherwise, it would have undoubtedly granted him several points. He raced ahead, while the pursuing elderly from the spirit hall did not catch sight of his face, but only glimpsed a bloodied, bare figure darting away at lightning speed, a most bizarre sight. Elderly reached the female soul emperor's side, halting momentarily to exclaim, "Why are you still dawdling? Quickly pursue him." From a distance, he had seen Yang Chen about to strike the female soul emperor, and instinctively hurled a rock to force Yang Chen to retreat, unaware of the mental attack's occurrence. To his astonishment, he found the female emperor staring blankly into the distance, seemingly unresponsive. "Why are you dazed? Have you been struck dumb?" He shouted again, but the female soul emperor remained motionless, her gaze vacant. Angered, he was about to chase after Yang Chen when he turned back to the female emperor, shouting, "Wu Lu Wa, did you not hear me?" Yet, she continued to show no sign of life, her eyes glazed over. Rushing forward, he grasped her shoulders, shaking her vigorously. "What has happened to you?" In that instant, he realized something was amiss. Despite his frantic shaking, the female soul emperor remained unresponsive, drool trickling from her mouth, her expression frozen. With a sweep of his mental energy, he discerned that Wu Youhua's consciousness had been obliterated, leaving her in a vegetative state, devoid of awareness. He gasped in shock. They had been engaged in battle mere moments ago, with Wu Luhua still wielding her spear. How could her consciousness be so swiftly destroyed? This was evidently the result of a powerful mental attack. Stunned, he released a long howl, akin to a dragon's roar, which resonated throughout the sunset forest, echoing for miles. He was summoning reinforcements from the spirit hall. This situation was too peculiar. Although he had not clearly seen the fleeing figure, he could sense the immense strength behind that mental attack. To obliterate a female soul emperor's consciousness, rendering her a mere shell of her former self, the assailant must be at least a high-level soul Douluo, perhaps even a title Douluo in terms of mental prowess. Yet, he could not fathom why such a formidable foe would flee upon sighting him, a mere soul saint. He would never suspect the existence of Yang Chen, whose innate soul power was unparalleled. Initially intent on pursuing Yang Chen alone, the shocking revelation halted him in his tracks, and he decided to wait for other powerful allies to arrive. In no time, 7 or 8 individuals gathered, including 2 soul saints, 2 soul emperors, and 4 soul kings. Elderly approached the 2 soul saints, bowing respectfully. Elders Kai and Lu, greetings. I did not expect you from the Douluo branch to arrive as well. This is our Lojia's elder Wu Luhua, who has been harmed by that rogue. Her consciousness has been shattered. Please examine the situation. The 2 were not from the Luojiao branch, but from another city's branch, and had heard of the situation, making their way into the Sunset Forest. After inspecting Wu Luohua's condition with their mental energy, they were left aghast. This was evidently a powerful mental attack. Her consciousness had been entirely annihilated, leaving no trace of memory behind. Given the severity of her injuries, the assailant must be at least a high-level soul Douluo, and a particularly potent one at that, to wield such formidable mental attack power. Only those who were not affiliated with the Wuhuan Temple could dare to strike at it. So, who could this individual be? Is it a remnant of the Lan Dianba Wang Long sect, or perhaps a scion of the Haotian sect? The Qibao Liuli sect certainly has no such person among its ranks, as they remain within the confines of Tiando City. They had only hastened to this location upon hearing that Yang Chen had entered the Sunset Forest. However, the individual casting the spell clearly possesses a spirit power exceeding that of a soul Douluo, which cannot possibly be the youth. There must be another involved. Just days prior, that young man was merely a great soul master. Even if he were a prodigy, he could at most be a soul sovereign now, certainly not a soul Douluo. When Yang Chen fled, he was cautious not to reveal his true Wuan, the Dogtail grass. Hence he did not revert back. Therefore, it would never occur to him that the naked figure could be the 13 or 14-year-old Yang Chen. After much deliberation, the group could not arrive at a conclusion. At that moment, more than 10 others gathered around. Elder Li, in exasperation, had no choice but to send a secret message to seek assistance from the branch hall master, organizing several groups to search for both Yang Chen and the mysterious figure. Meanwhile, Yang Chen, in a frantic flight, sensed that the soul saint pursuing him had not followed, and he let out a sigh of relief. He quickly halted, grasping her head and brutally biting down on her lips, then roughly lifted her arms, tearing away her disheveled clothing, akin to a famished beast crashing into her being. Classmate XX remarked, upon careful consideration, that Hu Yu and Gu Zhaoqing had little in common. Rather, it seemed that Xu Ling and Gu Zhaoqing shared more intersections. Yet, in the presence of the emperor, one must always have something to discuss. He continued, speaking to himself, the private room where I dined earlier was Chrysanthemum Room No. 1. A Qing, with no foundation in martial arts, devised all her attacks through her own experimentation. Engaging in combat with the white ape, she gradually developed a style that emphasized offense over defense. Fearing she might have miscounted, she meticulously recounted the number of participants. 5 years had passed, and indeed, 3 battle-class cultivators were missing. In the SPAC Star Cafe, Luna was deeply engrossed in conversation with several close friends when her phone vibrated in her bag. Unfazed, she excused herself to the restroom and discreetly made her way up the stairs to a private room on the 2nd floor. And Ishi gazed intently at his abdomen, swallowing hard, unable to think clearly. The locking emotion pill, though merely a 3rd-grade elixir, had been concocted despite the specific alchemical techniques employed, thanks to Li Shan's deliberate exploitation and the discussions of numerous alchemical masters. Very well, what I wish to convey is this. All who will accompany me, gather here at dawn tomorrow, Yi Qinshuan declared, turning gracefully to leave before anyone could respond. Strangely, Ding Jia did not exhibit a strong reaction. In a daze, he recalled his encounter with Yuer, pondering it carefully, its absurdity bordering on the surreal, repeating it 4 or 5 times, leaving Meng Ziqiu utterly bewildered. After so many days, is there truly no good news at all? Chen Erniu sighed deeply. Lu Xinghao seized the moment, rolling on the ground to the side of a luxury car, gripping a police baton firmly. Before he could rise, he heard a rush of wind beside him and instinctively dove to the ground. Such overt words were astonishing. How could he utter them? And how had he formulated such phrases? From a distance, the arrangement was invigorating. Long Luo stepped forward, and suddenly, a wave of sword energy descended from the peak, startling him into erecting a protective shield. However, as soon as the shield formed, the sword energy shattered it. Listening to teacher Meng Yinyan discuss the power dynamics of the Northwest region, then segueing into the Endless Sea, and finally from Bilanxing to the Tianhe system the next moment, when Xin was enveloped by an unknown force, vanishing without a trace. That cunning Tai Yu had indeed been exceedingly sly. His voice, hoarse from lack of moisture, had long lost its former grandeur. The spirit crystal cannons erupted violently at their previous location, sending terrifying shockwaves through the void. Even a typical second-tier individual would be severely injured by such projectiles. This time, none among the 8 could surpass their ranks, not even the formidable King Xiaoyao, who was thoroughly exhausted. "Humph, a most expected outcome," Shi Yong declared, arms crossed in pride, while Long Yuan clamored nearby to celebrate. Yet, the overall atmosphere within the team was far from joyous. As for the Soul Emperor, he merely felt a slight dizziness and was otherwise unharmed. If Yang Chun had previously harbored some psychological burden regarding his slaying of Wuhuan Temple members, he felt none whatsoever now towards these 4. Although they were powerful soul masters, they had bullied the weak and insulted women, truly vile individuals. These 2 Soul Emperors were not nearly as formidable as Elder Lu and Elder Hua, both of whom had just reached the 60th level. Yang Chun felt at ease, glancing around. The night was murky, truly a night for murder. The 2 Soul Emperors gazed at him in astonishment, asking, "Who are you?" Yang Chun laughed heartily and retorted, "Aren't you from the Wuhuan Temple, chasing after me? Why inquire about my identity? Come at me." Although these 2 Soul Emperors had received word of a formidable enemy lurking in the Sunset Forest, they had not anticipated that the one being pursued was to be Yang Chun, a mere boy of 13 or 14. Steadying themselves, they said, "So, you are the mysterious little thief." Yang Chun laughed loudly. "Aren't you asking the obvious? That conniving woman Bibi Dong has been pursuing me everywhere." The 2 elderly men, in their 60s or 70s, felt their faces burn with shame at his words. They angrily declared, "Little thief, since you have witnessed that which should not be seen, you shall remain here today." Yang Chun laughed heartily. "You 2 old geezers have quite the audacity. How do you think you compare to those 2 oddballs? The cat and mouse?" The 2 were taken aback. They were aware that Elder Lu and Elder Hua from the Luojia City branch had been slain by a mysterious figure, and that Elder Hua was a level 69 Soul Emperor, yet they did not realize it was Yang Chun who had done so. They stepped back, their voices low. "Did you kill them?" Yang Chun paused, replying, "If it wasn't me, who else could it be?" Yet, upon realizing the implications, he felt elated. It appeared that the Wuhuan Temple had not uncovered his deeds. Fear gripped the 2, and they retreated further. Yang Jian, wary that they might imitate Elder Hua and Elder Lu and flee, unleashed 5 spirit arrows targeting their consciousness while simultaneously activating the Black Soul rings on his divine whip to strike. The 2, sensing the mysterious attack once more, summoned their spiritual power to defend. This was Yang Chen's signature maneuver. Although they managed to fend off the spirit arrows, they could not evade his divine whip. With 2 sharp cracks, it struck them, causing severe external injuries, leaving them in excruciating pain. They roared in response, summoning their Wuhuan, as 12 soul rings illuminated around them. One a weapon Wuhuan and the other a beast Wuhuan. Yang Chun, witnessing the manifestation of their martial spirits, was filled with joy. As their attacks approached, he did not flinch or evade. He unleashed a barrage of 8 ethereal soul arrows, targeting the spiritual seas of both opponents, while simultaneously bellowing the command for his martial spirit to devour, activating its swallowing function. The 2 adversaries felt a sharp pain in their spiritual seas. Although they managed to block the soul arrows, their martial spirits were engulfed by an invisible maw of Yang Chen's system, consuming a significant portion. Clutching their heads, they fell to the ground. Before their martial spirits could be retracted, Yang Chun executed a second devouring, completely annihilating their diminished martial spirits. Their cries had yet to escape their lips when the divine whip struck again. This maneuver was one Yang Chun had meticulously refined in his mind during his escape. A soul master's soul power could only be devoured when it was projected or applied to their martial spirit. Thus, it was imperative to consume it before the opponent retracted their spirit. Once retracted, it would be impossible to swallow. Against formidable martial spirits of soul emperors or soul saints, it was unfeasible to consume them in one go. Timing was crucial, and a second devouring was necessary, executed with great speed. The success of this strategy filled him with elation, affirming the efficacy of his plan. A glance at the system's points revealed an increase of over 7, nearing a total of 15, prompting him to lick his lips in delight at the prospect of leveling up once more. Lying on the ground, the 2 soul kings, despite their anguished cries, were struck silent by the sight of Yang Chun, slaying 2 soul emperors. In the moonlight, as he licked his lips, he appeared like a bloodthirsty fiend, instilling terror that sent their souls reeling. One particularly timid individual fainted, his eyes rolling back. Yang Chun looked down at the two, both soul kings who would surely yield him 4 to 5 points, thus allowing him to level up again. He smiled broadly and said, "Let us cease the cries. I extend to you a chance at life. If you both unleash your martial spirits and attack me with your strongest techniques, should you manage to force me back a single step, I shall allow you to depart." The one still groaning in pain rejoiced. "Really? Let's go." Yang Chun tilted his head. "You insignificant characters do not pique my interest. Whether I slay you matters not. My true enemy is your Pope, Bye Dong. Enough talk. Rise swiftly and attack me." The other, urging his companion, shouted, "Li Si, get up quickly. Did you not hear this young hero's words?" Yang Chun chuckled inwardly at the sudden transformation into a young hero. However, the one addressed remained motionless. Enraged, Yang Chun struck him with the divine whip. But the man merely turned his face away, showing no reaction. To Yang Chen's astonishment, upon inspection, he discovered the man had ceased to breathe. He had been scared to death. Yang Chun felt a deep sense of frustration. Why was it so difficult to absorb a soul power? A perfectly good soul king at level 56 had simply vanished. If he was to die, he might as well contribute his soul power to him first. What was the allure of the underworld? After a moment of contemplation, he turned his attention to the other soul king. Seeing his companion's demise, the remaining soul king's face turned pale, gasping for breath as if on the verge of collapse. Yang Chun, sensing the urgency, said, "Brother, do not panic. There is nothing enjoyable in the underworld. Let us fight first." The man, now terrified, knelt before Yang Chun, incessantly bowing his head in supplication, wailing, "Young hero, I implore you, spare my life. I shall never commit evil again. Grant me my life." Yang Chun was taken aback. How could a soul king from the spirit hall be so cowardly? Without engaging in battle, he was already surrendering? Bye Dong truly had failed in her training. Such weaklings could not be accepted into the hall. Reluctantly, Yang Chun suggested, "I do not consume people. Why are you so afraid? Stand up and let us converse amicably." Chapter 110. Under the bloodlust, the heart demon arises. Yang Chun found himself momentarily stunned. Was it truly so difficult to absorb a martial spirit? After some time, he spoke solemnly. "If you prefer to kneel, then do so. Now, manifest your martial spirit for me to see. I have an affinity for studying others' martial spirits." "Surely, that is acceptable." Upon hearing this, the man grew even more fearful. He had witnessed the overwhelming power of the 2 soul emperor's martial spirits, which had inexplicably vanished at Yang Chen's hands. He suspected his own martial spirit was under scrutiny for malicious intent. His teeth chattered as he stammered, "Young hero, my martial spirit is ugly and filthy. Perhaps it is best not to reveal it. Please let me go, and I will not speak of your affairs." Yang Chun internally scoffed at his cowardice. Trusting such a character was ludicrous. Feeling a surge of anger at his fearful demeanor, Yang Chun declared, "You face either death or the revelation of a martial spirit. There is no third option. Choose wisely." Raising the divine whip high, he prepared to strike. The man cried out in desperation, "Young hero, no. I shall reveal it now. I implore you to spare me. I have an elderly mother and a weak child at home." Yang Chun scoffed, "Perhaps you also have a young wife, do you not? Let us see how you perform." Trembling, the man slowly transformed into an owl, a rather foolish and clumsy creature. Yang Chun frowned at the sight. Suddenly, the owl's beak opened, unleashing a bolt of lightning. The distance was too close. The lightning struck Yang Chen's chest, penetrating half an inch. The man, emboldened by his success, flapped his wings and leapt aside, laughing boisterously. "You may be formidable, but you will still drink my bathwater." Although his martial spirit was an owl, its clumsiness prevented it from gaining altitude, merely allowing him to elevate his body slightly. Yang Chun, alarmed by the man's arrogance, realized he had been struck by a poisoned needle. Despite the initial shock, he did not collapse as expected. Rather, he felt a slight numbness in his chest. Without further hesitation, he advanced, shouting the command to devour, consuming the man's martial spirit in one fell swoop. The man fell to the ground, reverting to his human form, howling in agony, his eyes wide with disbelief. He thought to himself that his hidden weapon had never failed him before. How could this young thief remain unscathed? The toxin was lethal, and no one could counteract it. Yang Chun, initially inclined to finish him off with a whip, reconsidered, realizing he needed him to provide the antidote. It is not I who seeks to kill you. It is your own folly that leads to your demise. Now tell me, where is the antidote? The man, comprehending his inevitable fate, suddenly clenched his teeth. Blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, and, tilting his head, committed suicide by swallowing the poison. Yang Chun was taken aback with his death. How would he resolve his own poisoning? In his moment of panic, he heard the voice of Xiao Tian. You can swallow the poison from that snake king. Nothing can harm you, let alone this trivial toxin. Yang Chun then recalled that the system possessed the ability to absorb toxins, realizing he had fretted unnecessarily. Without further ado, he disregarded the 4 corpses, striking them brutally with the divine whip, creating a deep pit in the ground to entomb them all. This time, he did not forget to strip a lean soul emperor of his garments for his own use. Since the slender cat, Lu Chonglao, self-destructed, Yang Chun has been in a frantic escape, lacking the opportunity to thoroughly assess his own condition. Under the moonlight, he scrutinizes his body, noticing that the scars, which had appeared like tattered cloth, have formed hard scabs due to Xiao Tian's treatment. When he channels his soul power, these hardened scabs fall away, revealing skin as pure and white as jade. As he delicately touches his skin, he finds it exquisitely smooth, even surpassing his previous complexion by many folds, and cannot help but chuckle at the unexpected boon he has reaped from his fortune. However, he muses that such delicacy may be excessive for a man, rendering him somewhat effeminate. In a past life, his skin would likely have driven countless women to envy, a treasure that no amount of wealth could procure. Shaking his head with a wry smile, he then uses his senses to examine his face, hoping to find no disfiguring scar that would mar his features. To his relief, there are no injuries. The light yellow mask that had clung to his face now bears only a minor tear. Upon feeling around his body, he realizes that none of the masks given to him by Qian Rinxue remain, reduced to ashes by the explosion. He feels a pang of regret for those masks. Crafted by the foremost master of the Tiando Empire, were invaluable treasures. It would have been nearly impossible for an ordinary person to acquire even one. The mask, when worn, could easily deceive others with its realism. To see it lost so easily weighs heavily on him. He acknowledges that, had it not been for Xiao Tian's protection, his face in a mask would likely have been left in a bloody ruin. A sense of gratitude toward Xiao Tian begins to blossom within him. Although this Xiao Tian resides within him for reasons that may not be entirely benevolent, he is indeed making earnest efforts to safeguard Yang Chun, looking out for his well-being. Otherwise, he might have ended up a eunuch with a disfigured visage after the explosion. His aversion to Xiao Tian diminishes considerably, and he thinks that the road ahead is long. He hopes they can support each other and avoid becoming adversaries. Dressing himself properly, he bends down to observe the 2 women on the ground. Since encountering them, he has been fleeing in panic, failing to take a good look at them. Now, illuminated by the dim moonlight, he scans the girl's face and finds it exquisitely beautiful, with a faint beauty mark beneath her cheek. She is indeed a stunning young woman. Yang Chun is momentarily taken aback, not expecting this kind-hearted girl to possess such striking beauty, and he reaches out to gently touch her cheek, marveling at its delicate texture. As for the other woman, she is a voluptuous young matron, around 25 or 6 years of age, with elegantly arched eyebrows and a hint of fierceness in her expression. He glances at both women, still unconscious, unsure of how to proceed with them. Given that he has just killed 4 members of the Wuhuan Temple, it is likely that they possess means to locate this place soon, making it unwise to leave these 2 here. Furthermore, the girl seems to have glimpsed his face. Should members of the Wuhuan Temple arrive, his identity would be compromised. Must he resort to killing them as well? As this thought crosses his mind, a surge of murderous intent arises within him, and he raises the divine whip in his hand. Just as he is about to strike down at the girl, she twitches slightly, a look of pain crossing her face, and gently speaks, "Sister, that bare-bottomed person might be a pitiful individual. I sense he is not very old." Her voice is imbued with compassion and sympathy. Yang Chun is momentarily stunned. Looking at the divine whip he has raised, and clarity washes over him. He is startled by his own thoughts. How could he even consider killing without cause for his own safety? This girl is clearly a kind-hearted soul. How could he casually slay her? He fears he may be slipping into madness, losing his true nature and becoming a bloodthirsty fiend. Having witnessed numerous examples of such transformations in fantastical tales, he grows wary of the cultivation technique he practices. Is it possible that this devouring technique leads one to lose their essence, turning them into a tool for murder? Perhaps this is the very aim of Xiao Tian's parasitic existence within him, to cultivate a super assassin. After a long, deep sigh, he carefully lifts the girl and the woman, one in each arm, and walks away into the distance. After traversing several miles, he gently places the two under a large tree and quietly departs. Meanwhile, in a part of the Stardew forest, elderly of Luojia City is humbly reporting to an elder clad in a black robe adorned with golden embroidery. The elder suddenly bellows, "Who dares to oppose our Wuhuan temple? We must find and eradicate them." His furious roar reverberates through the sky, causing birds to flutter in alarm. Elder Li, a soul saint at the 73rd rank, trembles in fear, bending even lower in submission. He replies, "Your Excellency, Bishop Dallas, my subordinate has yet to locate this individual. I have not even seen their face. All I know is that they are of short stature, covered in blood, and bare of clothing." The elder, Bishop Dallas of Luojia City, snorts disdainfully, "You are useless. A soul saint like yourself has failed to even catch a glimpse of the enemy. Truly pathetic. Since they are drenched in blood and unclothed, they must be connected to the death of Elder Lu Hua and likely suffered severe injuries from Lu Chonglau's self-detonation. Why did you not seize the opportunity to apprehend them, allowing them to escape and vanish?" Elderly stammers, "I was too cautious, fearing they possessed a powerful spiritual force beyond that of a soul Douluo. Thus I did not dare to pursue. I accept my fault and request punishment from the bishop." Bishop Dallas scoffs, "Enough. However, this person is quite peculiar. The deaths of Elder Zhou and others are certainly linked to them. They cannot be a soul Douluo. If they were a true soul Douluo, what need would they have to kill Elder Zhou and the minor soul king Lu Ming, only to obliterate their corpses?" Elderly interjects, "Your Excellency suggests that by destroying their bodies, this individual is attempting to conceal something. In other words, their methods of killing must be familiar or abhorrent to us, and they do not wish for us to uncover them?" Bishop Dallas affirms, "Indeed. Furthermore, this person is not of soul Douluo caliber. The sight of Lu Chonglau's explosion clearly shows signs of a fierce battle, indicating they engaged in combat. This individual must be a soul saint or lower, possessing formidable spiritual power. Otherwise, they could not have contended with two soul emperors. Additionally, they likely practice a peculiar technique of killing, leaving distinct traces, which is why they obliterated the bodies to hinder our investigation." Elderly nods in agreement, thus, the shattering of Elder Hua's sea of consciousness was also due to this. Bishop Dallas concurs, "Certainly. The question remains whether this individual is allied with that mysterious youth. If they are, it will be troublesome, as it indicates they are not alone but part of a larger force." Elderly asks, "What shall be our next step? Please guide us, Your Excellency." Bishop Dallas responds, "I have reported to the Pope, who has commanded me to collaborate with the Bishop of Douluo City in the pursuit of this matter. Additionally, several soul saints have been dispatched to assist us. The Pope has ordered that we must eliminate that mysterious youth. This is our primary task, and we must achieve it at any cost. Certainly, this arrogant individual shall not be spared. However, there exists a hierarchy of priorities with the primary focus on eliminating that youth. Thus, we shall now divide into groups for a search, each accompanied by a soul saint. Should any trace of these two be discovered, we must swiftly relay the information and await reinforcements, refraining from taking the initiative. Can it be that our esteemed Wuhuan Hall cannot locate these two within the confines of the relatively modest Sunset Forest?" A surge of imposing aura emanated from him. Powerful soul energy causing tremors in the sky above. Bishop Dallas, a formidable soul law of level 85, unleashed his aura, and not far away, another powerful presence emerged. One that seemed to surpass even Dallas's. Dallas immediately let out a long howl, and soon after, a response echoed back, mirroring his call. Dallas declared, "You gather the personnel and coordinate our strategies here. Since the Bishop of Douluo has traveled such a distance, I, as a local, should pay him a visit." With that, his form flickered and vanished into the gentle moonlight. Meanwhile, Yang Chun, having dealt with the two individuals, was proceeding forward when a piercing howl resonated from afar, its intensity breaking through clouds and mist. Upon hearing it, Yang Chun realized he was in the presence of an extraordinary individual, far beyond his capabilities. Just as he was engulfed in uncertainty, another long howl shattered the air, even more powerful than the first, akin to weapons clashing in the heavens, responding in kind. He was greatly alarmed. This was evidently another soul, though a level powerhouse. To think that to contend with him, that woman Bibi Dong had mobilized countless soul masters. even summoning 2 soul Douluos. This woman was resolutely determined to slay him in this sunset forest. He wondered how Schwer would perceive this. She was the daughter of that woman, originally a victim of misfortune. Yang Chun had hoped for reconciliation, to unite mother and daughter. But now it seemed she had turned against him with an enmity as deep as the ocean. This wretched woman, no wonder Schwer disowned her. Even a master had abandoned her, serving her just desserts. Contemplating the multitude of powerful soul masters from the Wuhuan Hall converging to ambush him, a fierce rage ignited within him. He exclaimed, "Ah, Wuhuan Hall, if you wish to oppose me, then let your numbers come. I shall slay all who arrive and drain their soul power. I have long sought a multitude of soul masters to devour, and you bring yourselves to my doorstep uninvited." He glanced at the system and noted that after devouring that soul king, his points had just surpassed 15. An idea struck him. He exchanged them for soul power, elevating his level to 37. He then examined his system panel. Host, Yang Chun, Martial Soul, Dogtail Grass level, 37, Soul Rings, Titan Python, White Tiger, Golden-Haired Lion, Subdivine Bloodline, Martial Skills, Soul-Breaking Spear Technique, Flood Dragon's Tail, White Tiger's Overlord Whip, Golden-Haired Lion's Howl, Martial Soul Devour, 0:51, Universal Transformation, Divine Soul Power, 10:53. Since absorbing the third soul ring, he had not closely scrutinized the system panel. Upon inspection, he discovered that his third soul ring was the Golden-Haired Lion, noted to possess a subdivine bloodline. A shock coursed through him. This golden-haired soul beast was, in fact, the divine beast Golden-Haired Lion. It was said to be ferocious and cannibalistic, often battling dragons, with its golden mane being the transformation of the Dragon King's son, long before Avalokiteshvara returned to Buddhism. He was one of the 12 disciples of the Taoist Yuanshi Tianzuan, and his steed was this divine beast, the Golden-Haired Lion. Yang Chun rejoiced. No wonder Xiao Tian had remarked that this soul beast was extraordinary. It was indeed the divine beast Golden-Haired Lion. Although its bloodline was somewhat diluted, rendering it subdivine rather than divine, there was a tinge of regret. Its signature soul skill, the howl of the Golden-Haired Lion, was no longer akin to his previous 2 soul skills that utilized the Dogtail Grass as a tail. Rather, it transformed the tail into a head, opening wide as if to devour souls and expel mist, accompanied by a powerful roar, using sound waves and emitted malevolence as weapons. This malevolence stemmed from the legend that the Golden-Haired Lion evolved from a zombie. Thus it inherently carried a potent corrosive aura capable of eroding all. Yang Chun was elated. He had gained yet another formidable weapon. He pondered whether he could test it against a strong soul emperor or soul saint. He also recalled the deadly poison of the green phosphor serpent emperor, which he had yet to employ. Both were powerful means of attack and self-preservation. With these 2 formidable techniques, combined with his potent soul attacks, he wondered if he could eliminate a soul saint. At present, he had already slain several soul emperors, finding them no longer challenging. Beyond the soul emperor lay the soul saint. To vanquish one would indeed be a matter of prestige. However, he understood that the 2 who had howled so powerfully were far beyond a soul saint's league. They were undoubtedly 2 soul level experts, and it would be wise to keep his distance. Even in his blind arrogance, he recognized his insignificance before such formidable forces. As he walked, gritting his teeth, he thought, "You Wuhuan Hall wish to encircle me? Very well. I shall engage you in a grand battle within this sunset forest, embarking on a hunt akin to that in the Stardow Forest, where soul masters become prey." He raised his gaze to the moon, a crescent now in the western sky, soon to herald dawn. Observing his elongated shadow cast upon the ground, he felt an overwhelming sense of solitude. Determined, he resolved to strike before dawn, seeking out any solitary or scattered groups. The thought of the carefree days spent hunting soul beasts in the Stardow Forest and the companionship of the 9-headed lion enlittled filled him with bittersweet nostalgia. The stark contrast between the past and present weighed heavily on him. He gazed vacantly at the moon, sighing deeply. Having traversed into this Douluo world with such a so-called system, he could not fathom what the ultimate outcome would be. Yet, an ominous premonition lingered within him, suggesting a dire ending, perhaps unimaginably grim. Moreover, he sensed a grand conspiracy at play, one that not only implicated himself, but countless realms and beings, a conspiracy that spanned the ages. There must be a colossal dark hand orchestrating all of this from behind the scenes. Otherwise, he could not have inexplicably crossed over from his original world to this Douluo continent. However, he was perplexed as to why the system had chosen him. What distinguished him from others? In his past life, he had read countless fantasy tales, each protagonist living vibrant lives. Yet he believed that none of those protagonists could compare to the extraordinary and unpredictable nature of his current existence. Gritting his teeth, he resolved, "Since I have crossed over and entered this game, I shall rely on my own efforts and strength to break it. Regardless of the grand conspiracy at play, I will dismantle it and capture the one pulling the strings. I, Yang Chun, shall not only break the cycle, but also become the foremost figure across all realms. Anyone who opposes me shall be utterly annihilated, even including this Shao Tian within me. If he aligns with my will, he may remain, but should he oppose me, I shall obliterate him without hesitation." With this realization, his blood surged with fervor, yearning to leap forth and roar, shattering the boundless heavens above. He opened his mouth, but quickly stifled it, reminding himself to remain low-key. In this forest at sunset, there were far too many powerful members of the Wuhuan Temple. Unbeknownst to him, a sudden tremor coursed through his inner being, a chill emanating from within. He muttered to himself, pondering what dreadful thoughts this troublesome boy had conjured, causing him to feel a wave of anxiety and dread. He was indeed different from those he had sought in the past. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. Yang Chun leapt into the air, soaring among the trees like a great bird. Simultaneously, his formidable spiritual perception extended, allowing him to clearly perceive all living beings and flora within a radius of nearly 200 meters. After traversing a mere 10 miles, he spotted several individuals resting against trees in the woods. They were indeed members of the Wuhuan Temple, clad in black robes. With his keen sense, he discerned that among them were 5 soul kings, 2 soul emperors, and 1 soul sage. His brow furrowed slightly. The presence of a soul sage rendered them difficult to engage. He quietly altered his direction and continued onward. Before long, he encountered another group of individuals, yet again with a soul sage among them. Reluctantly, he changed his course once more, and after considerable effort, he found yet another group, still accompanied by a soul sage. At this point, he realized that the Wuhuan Temple was aware of his formidable spiritual attacks, and thus had stationed a soul sage within each group as a precaution. The 4 individuals he had previously encountered likely intended to pursue the 2 women, stealthily leaving their group to follow them, which ultimately led to their demise at his hands. Truly, one can survive heaven's wrath, but self-inflicted misfortune is inescapable. Observing the group in the woods, he noted their numbers, nearly 10 individuals, including 5 soul kings, 2 soul emperors, 1 soul sage, and even 2 soul disciples. However, despite their sizable presence, the soul sage appeared somewhat weaker than those he had previously encountered, merely at the 71st level. Yang Chun pondered how he might lure the soul sage away to strike at the remaining individuals. Just then, 2 of the sleeping figures rose, hastily moving toward a thicket, presumably to relieve themselves. Dawn was fast approaching. Yang Chun felt a surge of joy and stealthily approached. One was a soul king, the other a soul disciple, relatively feeble. As they attended to their needs, Yang Chun closed in, unleashing 2 consecutive spiritual arrows while simultaneously lunging toward the Soul King. The Soul Disciple collapsed without a sound, and the Soul King, about to scream, was left in a daze as Yang Chun struck him down with a swift blow to the head. He paid no heed to the Soul Disciple, certain that the spiritual arrows had obliterated his consciousness, rendering him a vegetable. At that moment, laughter echoed from a distance. "Zhang San, how delightful! You even hummed." The Soul King's sound had drawn attention. Yang Chun intended to take flight, but was interrupted as another voice called out, "Zhang San, have you lost your breath? Why so silent? Truly, a lazy donkey that one tea pull unless forced." The speaker approached the thicket. Yang Chun sneered inwardly. Yet another fool had come to his demise. This individual was also a Soul King. As he entered the thicket, a sudden awareness struck him, and he shouted, "Zhang San, why have you ignored me for so long? Is something amiss?" His sharp cry immediately drew the attention of others nearby. Yang Chun sighed, realizing he had no choice but to retreat. Just as he took a few steps, another voice rang out, "Not good. Zhang San is in trouble. The vile thief has arrived." Simultaneously, a flare shot into the sky, bursting into the shape of a 6-winged angel. Yang Chun dashed a few steps when he heard a powerful voice behind him. "Are you not one of our Wuhuan Temple members? Stop right there." Yang Chun paused, glancing at his attire, remembering he was dressed in the garb of a soul emperor from the temple, a rank that varied among the different divisions of the Wuhuan Temple. The pursuer was indeed a soul sage from the group. A flash of inspiration struck Yang Chun, and he halted, loudly proclaiming, "Of course, I am from the Wuhuan Temple. I just saw someone rush out from the woods and came to investigate. Which division are you from, my friend?" The soul sage hesitated, questioning whether this individual was indeed one of them. As he approached Yang Chun, he realized that others would soon arrive, necessitating swift action. "Do you not recognize me? We have met before. We even shared a drink together. You got me so drunk, I slept for half a day. Have you forgotten?" The soul sage was taken aback, for he was not one for heavy drinking. Even a whiff of alcohol could leave him inebriated. Doubting, he replied, "Elder, you must be mistaken. I rarely drink. It is always others who get me drunk." Yang Chun felt a wave of frustration. Encountering someone who could not hold their liquor was quite the predicament. He forced a laugh. "Oh, perhaps I misremembered? Take a closer look at my face. Do you recognize me?" He slowly turned his face toward the soul sage. The soul sage, caught in a moment of confusion, pondered whether he had indeed dined and drank with this man, his expression turning uncertain as he gazed at Yang Chen's face. Suddenly, he felt a surge of danger, and a powerful mental assault struck his consciousness. The two were so close, and the attack came so swiftly that he had no time to mount an effective defense. His mind was breached by Yang Chun's relentless arrows. With a final piercing shot, he screamed in agony as Yang Chen's divine whip illuminated with 3 soul rings and struck him on the head. Although the soul sage had crossed the 71st level, his formidable spirit still provided a protective barrier. The overwhelming force of the strike sent him tumbling. Though his skull remained intact, Yang Chun, startled, unleashed 5 more spiritual arrows, targeting the breach in the sage's consciousness, driving them deep within. Under the weight of those arrows, the once mighty soul sage succumbed, collapsing to the ground, eyes vacant and consciousness lost. With one final strike from his whip, the sage's head shattered without the protection of his spirit. This all transpired in the blink of an eye, and Yang Chun had successfully ambushed the powerful soul sage. With a triumphant laugh, he fled. Only after the soul sage fell did the other soul emperors and kings arrive, witnessing the shattered remains of their leader. They glanced at the direction Yang Chun had escaped, yet none dared pursue him, trembling in fear. They quickly released several flares to summon reinforcements from nearby groups. Shortly thereafter, 3 units approached from different directions, calling out in response, while Yang Chun continued on his path unimpeded. Several individuals pointed in the direction where Yang Chun had departed, exclaiming, "Esteemed ones, that person has gone that way." The leaders of the 3 teams, all of whom were soul saints, approached the fallen soul saint and, upon investigation, discovered that it was indeed the result of a mental assault that had incapacitated the elder of the Luo Jia City branch. The 3 exchanged glances, their hearts filled with trepidation. Could this individual truly be a soul, Douluo? Yet, why was his soul power so feeble, and why did he seem so fearful of encountering us? Without hesitation, the 3 let out a prolonged howl and swiftly pursued the direction Yang Chun had taken. Meanwhile, Yang Chun hurried forward, extending his spiritual perception. He noted that individuals were closing in from all directions, but the path he was traversing had relatively fewer pursuers, only 4, led by an initial stage soul saint. As he drew closer to them, he shouted, "Esteemed soul saint ahead, that person has reappeared. He has slain an elder and is fleeing in this direction." The 4 were taken aback, recognizing him as a fellow elder of the Wuhuan palace clad in a black robe, yet he was running alone. They questioned, "Which palace do you belong to? We just came from this area and did not see anyone pass by." Yang Chen retorted, "Do not concern yourselves with which palace I hail from. That person has fled in this direction, narrowly avoiding you. Quickly, let us pursue him together, lest he escapes. If the Pope learns of this, we shall all bear the consequences." He gestured toward another path. Initially skeptical of his claims, the 4 hesitated, questioning why an elder of such average strength would dare to pursue alone. However, upon hearing the mention of the Pope, an unease settled upon them, and they dared not delay any further, following Yang Chen's lead. Together, the 5 dashed forward, covering over 10 miles in no time. Yet, they found no trace of the fugitive ahead. Doubts began to creep in. Could they have been deceived? Just as this thought emerged, a powerful mental attack surged towards them. Yang Chun, positioned closely beside them, unleashed his assault without distance. As the 4 sensed the mysterious force of the attack, it struck. 3 cries echoed, followed by a muffled groan. The groan emanated from the soul saint, while the cries belonged to the 2 soul kings and another soul emperor. Yang Chun unleashed a flurry of arrows, 3 consecutive strikes at the 2 soul kings, 8 at the Soul Emperor, and a relentless 15 arrows at the Soul Saint. The trio was immediately incapacitated, collapsing to the ground. However, the Soul Saint, endowed with formidable mental strength, reacted swiftly, his consciousness not entirely breached. Although the 15 arrows failed to shatter his mental sea completely, they created a narrow fissure. This outcome astonished Yangchun. The Soul Saint he had attacked was evidently much stronger than he anticipated, as only a small crack had formed. Determined, he fired 6 more arrows directly at the narrow breach. No matter how strong the walls, once a crack appeared, they could no longer withstand pressure. Despite the Soul Saint's fervent mental defenses, Yangchun managed to breach his mental sea, with the last 2 arrows piercing deep within. As the Soul Saint's mental sea collapsed, the weapon spirit he had summoned, the willow leaf blade, began to dissipate before it could fully coalesce. Yangchun, seeing the ephemeral spirit, was filled with elation and activated his devouring ability to consume it. At that moment, the Soul Saint succumbed to the fate of his fallen comrades, clutching his head and wailing in agony. However, in order to absorb the weapon spirits of the other 3, Yangchun realized he must first deceive and entice them into revealing their spirits. But time was of the essence, as he could hear footsteps approaching from behind. Their cries had attracted the attention of nearby Wuhuan Palace members. Disappointed, he unleashed 3 arrows at each of the 4, dispatching them with the divine whip. Peering ahead, Yangchun spotted a dense thicket, an ideal hiding place. He swiftly darted into the foliage, expanding his spiritual perception as he quietly advanced. He mused to himself, "In less than 10 minutes, I have dispatched 2 formidable Soul Saints, alongside a Soul Emperor and 3 Soul Kings. A worthy feat for the Wuhuan Palace to reckon with. Though the Soul Saints of the Wuhuan Palace may be numerous, they cannot exceed 100. Even the most powerful branch would not possess more than 5 Soul Saints. Since Bai Bai Dong desires my demise, I shall use the cover of the Sunset Forest to eliminate these Soul Masters, Soul Emperors, Soul Kings, and Soul Saints, driving her to despair." The more he contemplated, the more prideful he became, relishing in his status as a Soul Saint Slayer. Scanning the system panel, he noted that consuming part of the Soul Saint spirit had granted him nearly 2 points of contribution. Yet, he lamented the wasted resources of the fallen foes. After wandering for a while without hearing any pursuing footsteps, he paused, contemplating before deciding to retrace his steps. A man of virtue must not be petty. Without a hint of malice, one cannot be a true gentleman. If they do not pursue, I shall see if I can eliminate a few more or lure them into the thicket, slowly extracting their soul power for my own gain. Cautiously approaching the forest's edge, he sensed a gathering of several individuals outside the thicket, including 6 or 7 Soul Saints, engaged in a heated debate. One remarked, "If we do not enter and search now, this person may vanish without a trace. The bishops and the Pope will surely reprimand us for our incompetence." Another countered, "This forest is so dense. If we enter, we risk being ambushed by him, losing valuable manpower." A third voice chimed in, "This thief cannot be as formidable as imagined. Have you not noticed that both Elder Zhao and Elder Wu were ambushed by him? With their strength, they should have easily outmatched him. They were simply caught off guard." One individual boldly declared, "Elder Zheng speaks wisely. With so many of us, how can we fear a single individual? Time is of the essence. If we wait for the bishops to arrive, this thief may escape again. Indeed, we cannot delay any longer. Let's enter as a group of 13, maintaining a distance of no more than 5 meters, with 2 Soul Saints at the front and rear for protection. We shall not allow ourselves to be caught off guard again." With that, the crowd unanimously agreed, their voices rising in fervor. Yangchun observed as the group surged forward, each team accompanied by 2 powerful Soul Saints, rendering his opportunity for ambush non-existent. He swiftly retreated deeper into the forest, inwardly scoffing at the Wuhuan Palace, which seemed so fearful of a mere 37th level Soul Master like himself. Truly a hollow reputation. Simultaneously, he pondered the immense resources among these Soul Masters. If they were to escape, it would be a tremendous loss. Were he to possess a soul power of level 40, he could methodically eliminate them all. With a sense of dissatisfaction brewing within him, he continued on his path. In the depths of the forest, his powerful spiritual perception allowed him to imprint every detail within a 200-meter radius into his mind, alleviating any fear of surprise attacks from the Wuhuan Palace. However, the forest's vastness grew as he ventured onward, the trees thickening with each step. After some time had passed, he finally noticed the members of the Wuhuan Palace cautiously advancing in their search. The assembly of individuals was divided into 4 groups, consisting of 7 soul saints. 3 groups contained 2 soul saints each, while the remaining group, despite having only 1 soul saint, was led by a formidable figure, a soul saint of level 78. The groups maintained a close formation, each focused intently on a single direction, making any attempt at ambush exceedingly difficult. Yang Chun pondered that these individuals could not remain perpetually vigilant in such a tight cluster. Thus, he devised a ruse to mislead them, departing from a forest to confuse them. As the others advanced, he stealthily moved deeper into the thicket. After nearly half an hour, just as he was about to exit the dense woods, Yang Chun circled back to position himself behind the gathering. The members of the Wuhuan Temple, having thoroughly searched the forest without finding any trace of Yang Chun, assumed he had fled and congregated outside. Shortly thereafter, a resounding howl echoed, prompting great joy among the crowd as they exclaimed, "The esteemed Bishop Dalu has arrived." Upon hearing the howl, Yang Chun recognized it as the call of a true soul Dalu. Given the immense spiritual power of a soul Dalu, it was prudent for him to retreat further into the woods. However, another mighty howl soon followed, identical in strength to Bishop Dalu's, indicating the presence of yet another soul Dalu, which startled Yang Chun even further. One voice rang out, "Brother Pipong, you have arrived as well." Another replied, "Bishop Dalu, you reached us first, but have you found that individual?" Dalu responded, "I have just arrived and have yet to inquire." At that moment, 2 figures emerged from the edge of the gathering woods, both clad in black robes adorned with golden embroidery. Upon their appearance, the crowd bowed in unison, addressing them as Your Excellencies, the bishops. These 2 were, indeed, bishops and powerful soul Douluos, commanding immediate respect. They raised their hands simultaneously, causing the bowed figures to involuntarily lift their bodies, as if a formidable force had elevated them. This assembly of dozens, including 7 soul saints and around 14 to 15 soul emperors, found themselves helplessly raised by the mere gesture of these 2. All were inwardly astonished. Such was the might of a soul Dalu, the pinnacle of power in the Douluo continent. One individual stepped forward, reporting, "Your Excellencies, we have indeed encountered the nefarious rogue possessing an enigmatic spiritual attack, not that petty thief." A taller figure inquired, "Is it still that person? Have there been further losses this time?" The messenger hesitated, then replied, "To answer Bishop Peeping's query, 2 soul saints fell to his hands, along with 1 soul emperor and 2 soul kings." This messenger was the Bishop Piping from the Douluo city branch, who, upon hearing this, displayed a look of shock and turned to the other, Bishop Dalu of Luojia City, his eyes betraying disbelief as he exclaimed, "Have they all suffered damage to their sea of consciousness?" The messenger nodded affirmatively, "Indeed, Your Excellency." Each soul saint represented a pinnacle of power within a branch, and with only 5 soul saints in each of the 2 main branches, Bishop Dalu genuinely feared for the safety of the soul saint from their Luojia branch. The group of soul saints entering the Sunset Forest numbered over 20, comprising elders from several nearby branches, not solely from Douluo and Luojia. Had it not been for the secret decree issued by Pope Bibidong, such a considerable number of soul saints would not have been dispatched. The messenger continued, "One is Elder Zhao from the Douluo branch, and the other is Elder Wu from the Jinyuan branch." Upon hearing this, Bishop Peeping's brows furrowed. Zhao Yuan has fallen victim to that individual's treachery? Dalu inwardly exhaled a sigh of relief. The messenger added, "Your Excellency, Elder Zhao was indeed caught off guard by the ambush. His true combat strength should be greater than that of the rogue." Piping gestured, "Where's his body? I wish to see it." With a wave, the messenger's body was lifted from the ground and soared into the air, disappearing into the distance like a great bird. With Bishop Dalu present, there was little cause for concern, and Piping, grieving the loss of a capable ally, pursued the matter. Dalu inquired further about the situation. Upon hearing the details, he furrowed his brow. It appears this individual possesses an extraordinary level of spiritual power, particularly formidable. However, his soul power likely does not exceed that of a typical soul emperor. Furthermore, he not only possesses great spiritual strength, but has also developed a method of spiritual attack that is profoundly elusive. This is indeed the most challenging adversary to confront. The others nodded in agreement. After a lengthy contemplation, Dalu mused, "Yet, spiritual power is not equivalent to soul power. It is exceedingly difficult to cultivate. Moreover, no matter how potent the spiritual power, it is inherently finite. Why, then, does this individual persist in unrelenting attacks, seemingly without experiencing any decline? Could there exist a mysterious force surpassing spiritual power that I am unaware of? One individual questioned, "Your Excellency, is this not merely spiritual power?" Dalu replied, "The destructive capacity is undoubtedly spiritual. However, why is this individual's spiritual power consistently so formidable? Even my own spiritual power pales in comparison." The messenger exclaimed, "Your Excellency, do you suggest that this person's spiritual power has reached the level of a title Douluo?" Dalu shook his head. "According to your descriptions, it may well be that this individual possesses the spiritual power of a title Douluo, or even one exceeding level 95. Yet none could sustain such boundless spiritual energy." The assembly gasped in astonishment. A title Douluo represented the apex of human strength within this continent, a select few standing at the pinnacle of humanity. Particularly those above level 95 were exceedingly rare, with no more than 10 across the entire continent. The notion that this individual's spiritual power rivaled such beings left them breathless. Unbeknownst to them, Yang Qin's divine power, if compared to spiritual power, would equate to an unparalleled title Douluo at level 99, surpassing even them. He simply had yet to fully harness his divine power resources. This divine power was incomparable to mere spiritual power. Dalu inquired, "Are you certain you have thoroughly searched this forest? There are no overlooked areas?" The crowd responded in unison, "Your Excellency, we dare not be negligent. We traversed the forest and scrutinized every direction, yet found no trace of that individual." Dalu nodded, "Stay here and do not separate. I shall investigate further." With that, he leaped into the air, soaring like a bird, surveying the forest from above. The onlookers understood that Bishop Dalu was utilizing his low-level spiritual power to search the woods once more for the elusive rogue. Meanwhile, Yang Chun remained concealed deep within the forest, deterred from using his divine power to sense the Wuhuan temple members due to the presence of two powerful soul Douluos. Suddenly, a sense of danger loomed. Xiao Tian urged, "You fool, a so-called strong individual is scanning this forest with spiritual power. Quickly hide in that tree hollow and suppress your aura." This method of concealing one's presence had already been imparted to Yang Chun. He complied, recognizing that the two soul Douluos had come to search personally, and concealed himself within a large tree hollow, stifling his aura. Bishop Dalu circled above the forest, employing his formidable spiritual power to examine every corner. Yet he did not detect any signs of life or suspicious activity. Ultimately convinced that the individual had departed, he ordered his subordinates to continue searching the area before taking his leave. By this time, the sun had risen high in the sky. Yang Chun remained in the tree hollow, engaging in profound contemplation as he reflected on the techniques he employed to vanquish the two formidable soul saints, seeking to further refine his methods of attack and devouring. Regardless of the might of their martial souls, once their consciousness was shattered, the martial souls they summoned could not be retracted immediately, rendering them susceptible to his consumption. With their loss of dominion, these martial souls became akin to lifeless entities, indistinguishable from the soul rings formed post-mortem of soul beasts. After over an hour, he extended his spiritual perception, scanning his surroundings and confirming the absence of any personnel from the spirit hall, indicating that they had departed. While he felt a tinge of regret over the squandered resources, he also sighed in relief that the two powerful soul Douluo had finally left. Emerging from his concealment, he meticulously surveyed the surrounding dense forest. Based on his experiences in Xing Do de Sun Lin, he surmised that this forest was undoubtedly a treasure trove of feng shui, likely inhabited by powerful soul beasts, which drew numerous soul beasts to gather within. With the departure of the spirit hall personnel, he resolved to search the forest for any soul beasts around 10,000 years old to satiate his hunger and enhance his soul power. Thus, he began to meander through the woods, unaware that since the arrival of the spirit hall's soul saints, the soul beasts had long since hidden themselves away. After wandering for quite some time, he encountered no formidable soul beasts, not even those aged around 1,000 years. He had long since dismissed the sight of century-old ones, as they offered scant points of merit. As he continued to wander, he suddenly heard the sounds of struggle ahead, followed by a loud exclamation. "Elder Mo, this 10,000-year soul beast shall provide a soul ring for Xiaohua." Luo sang, "Thank you." Yang Chun was taken aback. It appeared that remnants of the spirit hall were still present, a small group engaged in hunting soul beasts. Another voice chuckled in response. Elder Luo sang, No need for formalities. We are all of the Spirit Hall lineage. Though we may not belong to the same branch, we are united. Then came the roar of a soul beast, gradually fading away, indicating that the creature had been slain. Yang Chun was astonished to discover that there still existed a 10,000-year soul beast in this forest, a stroke of fortune he had missed. He advanced a short distance, utilizing his spiritual power to probe the area. 13 individuals were gathered around, fixated on a slain black bear, a 13,000-year soul beast, its black soul ring hovering above its head. While a soul king prepared to absorb the soul ring, Yang Chun felt an overwhelming surge of jealousy. He couldn't help but ask Xiao Tian, "Is there a way to elevate my soul power by several levels? Once I surpass level 40, I could easily dispatch those ahead." Xiao Tian replied, "Of course. There are methods. Simply continue to slay soul beasts or soul masters. As long as you keep killing, your soul power will continuously advance." Yang Chun retorted angrily, "I am well aware of that, but there are two powerful soul saints among them. How am I to defeat them? Surely you must provide me with a more convenient method." Xiao Tian felt a sense of indignation. Since their last encounter, Yang Chun had ceased to treat him with any semblance of respect, failing to address him as Lord Xiao Tian, as if he were merely a tool or servant at Yang Chun's disposal. Yet, Xiao Tian found himself powerless, unable to abandon him and seek out another host. Reflecting on past hosts, each had treated him with the utmost reverence, never daring to speak against him. The tides had turned, and misfortune had befallen him in the presence of this insolent individual. He feigned a smile and said, "I have no convenient methods. You must rely on your own abilities." Suddenly, Yang Chun exclaimed, "Wait a moment. You do have a method. What about the two pieces of true gold within me? Did you not claim they contain boundless spiritual energy? If I absorb a bit of their essence, I should be able to quickly advance to level 40. However, I recall that you only taught me how to seal their energy, not how to unlock it. What are your intentions, my Lord Xiao Tian?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian was infuriated. He had collected those two treasures only to become a scapegoat. He retorted, "The spiritual energy of those pieces of true gold is not for your current use. They can only be accessed after you reach a higher realm. You little brat, this is for your own good. I have no need for those two pieces." Yang Qin replied coldly, "But how long must I wait to reach the appropriate level to utilize that true gold power? Do I need to be at the soul, Douluo level?" Xiao Tian barked, "What nonsense! You cannot use such heavenly treasures at that level." Yang Chun, astonished, exclaimed, "If I can't use the true gold power at the soul Douluo level, my Lord Xiao Tian, when do you expect me to?" Xiao Tian coldly laughed, "You guessed correctly. Only after reaching the divine level will your soul power transcend into divine power, and you can use it then. Do not even think about it now. If you wish to advance, find your own way. I will not serve you." Reflecting on the past, he thought of how everyone had once called him Lord with the utmost respect. Now he found himself subservient to this insolent brat. Yang Chun sneered, "Very well. My Lord Xiao Tian, I do not require your servitude. You are free to leave, or even destroy me, and seek out someone more to your liking. Yang Chen, am who I am. You must endure me, whether you like it or not." Xiao Tian seethed with rage, momentarily at a loss for words. He realized he was indeed trapped, unable to leave, and this young man was unlike anyone he had ever encountered, possessing the potential to achieve greatness. He was uncertain how much time had passed or how many exceptional individuals he had once nurtured, yet none had fulfilled the mysterious mission he sought to complete. He felt an unsettling premonition. Should he fail again, he would soon be abandoned by the unseen hand guiding him, scattered to the winds. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Chun was testing Xiao Tian's limits, as he had long sought the reason behind Xiao Tian's parasitism within him. Yet intuitively, Yang Chun sensed that Xiao Tian's presence within him stemmed from a unique reason. He could not leave his body and depended on it for revival. In this trial, it became evident that Xiao Tian truly could not depart. He was reliant on Yang Chen's body. Secretly amused, Yang Chun thought, "I do not believe I cannot bend you to my will. You may think yourself powerful, but not so much. Since you have chosen to follow me, you shall comply with my wishes and serve as my subordinate. Let the past be the past. I am not like those who came before me." Moreover, he feared that those past individuals had not completed their so-called missions, and their fates were likely grim. Yang Chen would not follow in their footsteps. Observing Xiao Tian's silence, he added, "Xiao Tian, I am Yang Chen. I do not wish for you to regard me like those individuals from your past. I do not care for their fates. I, Yang Chen, will succeed." Simultaneously, he declared, "We are now partners in interest. Neither can afford to abandon the other." However, the hierarchy must be clear. I am the master, and you must fulfill your duties to provide me with as much support as possible. Otherwise, we shall part ways and face ruin together. Xiao Tian found himself in agony, reflecting on his status as the esteemed Lord Xiao Tian, having nurtured countless exceptional beings across realms, now reduced to being at the mercy of this weakling. It was utterly absurd. After a long pause, he retorted, "You little brat, do not even think about it. You are far from capable of having me as your subordinate. Only once you surpass everyone else can you speak of that. Now, it is time to devise a strategy to enhance your soul power. The notion of soul power is indeed laughable." Yang Chun was taken aback. Pondering the meaning of soul power, he understood that he could not push him too hard, for he was indeed a deity. He spoke slowly. "You are certainly determined to be a subordinate. It is merely a matter of time. However, look around you now and consider how to devour the martial souls of that group ahead. At the very least, it could yield dozens of points." Xiao Tian coldly replied, "What clever method is there? Just take action. Even if you cannot kill them, you can escape. I detest your cowardly demeanor." Yang Chen frowned. Realizing that such flattering words were futile, he would expose himself and become a target for every soul master, akin to a rat in the streets. Aware that Xiao Tian was merely vexed with him, he chose to ignore it and stealthily approached the group, seeing that the person was absorbing the soul ring. Yang Chan deduced that the group would not remain together for long, especially the two powerful soul saints, who were not even from the same subchamber. He decided to bide his time. Sure enough, after half an hour, one soul saint remarked, "It seems that person has truly left this forest. Elle dit Liu Song. Xiaohua still needs time to absorb and solidify the soul ring. How about I take a few people to search for other powerful soul beasts in this forest?" Another responded, "Elder Mo Lei, Xiaohua is my disciple. We cannot waste everyone's time. This is fine, but do not wander too far. Elda montak lai asuot, resta suot. Elder Luo, I will not stray more than a mile from you." Thus, he led 6 or 7 individuals further away. Yang Chen's heart leaped with joy. His thoughts had manifested, and heaven was favoring him. He did not follow Mo Lei, but instead remained concealed nearby, preparing to ambush the remaining individuals. Mo Lei was significantly stronger than Luo Sang. Luo Sang was a level 73 soul saint, while Mo Lei was a level 75. Although the difference was merely 2 levels, the disparity in combat power was considerable. Luo Sang would not last 5 moves against Mo Lei. As the saying goes, one should pick the softest persimmons to squeeze. He decided to eliminate Luo Sang first. Once Mo Lei had moved far enough away, Yang Chen stealthily approached Luo Sang and the others. Since Xiaohua was absorbing the soul ring, the 5 of them, including Luo Sang, sat cross-legged around him to protect him from disturbances. Upon seeing the 5 individuals, Yang Chen recognized that they belonged to the same subchamber. Thus, he resolved to employ the method of ambushing the Soul Saint. As long as he could capture the Soul Saint, the others would be manageable. Among the remaining 4 were 2 mid-level Soul Emperors and 2 Soul Kings. The Soul Kings were inconsequential to him at present. However, just as he was about to approach, suddenly, the Soul Saint opened his slightly closed eyes and shouted, "Who is it?" Yang Chun seized the moment, unleashing 16 arrows of divine consciousness towards his sea of consciousness. He distributed the arrows according to the strength of the others, directing several towards them, but aimed a strike of divine whip at Xiaohua. He knew that since Xiaohua was likely Luo Sang's disciple, Luo Sang would exert all his strength to protect him, intercepting the divine whip and preventing it from striking him. Otherwise, with Luo Sang's level 73, he would not withstand even one blow. Indeed, Luo Sang blocked the arrows of divine consciousness with his mental force, wielding a long staff to strike Yang Chen's divine whip. It was his martial soul, the prison dragon staff. Yang Chen was overjoyed, retracting his divine whip and sending another 10 arrows of divine consciousness. Simultaneously, he whispered Devour, directing the attack at the prison dragon staff. Following the same tactic, he interfered with the Soul Saint's sea of consciousness, seizing the moment when he could not control his martial soul to devour it. As expected, there was a cracking sound, and a portion of the prison dragon staff was consumed, causing Luo Sang's sea of consciousness to tremble violently. Yang Chun, ecstatic, unleashed 5 more arrows of divine consciousness. Luo Sang felt as if a crack had broken through his sea of consciousness, followed by a soul arrow piercing through. The sea of consciousness descended into chaos. and Luo Sang's soul power faltered as Yang Chen's second devouring commenced, completely consuming the prison dragon staff. Luo Sang immediately clutched his head in agony, collapsing to the ground with a howl. In that instant, a loud crash resounded as Yang Chen devoured Luo Sang's martial soul, and his body was sent flying into the air, spewing blood. It turned out that a level 65 Soul Emperor, although injured in the sea of consciousness, remained lucid. While crying out for help, he transformed his martial soul into a cheetah, striking Yang Chen with a powerful blow. Yang Chen had poured all his strength into Luo Sang, and with this strike, he nearly lost his life. His head spun, and he felt as though he were losing consciousness. The Soul Emperor, having successfully landed a blow, leapt into the air, jaws wide open to devour Yang Chen. At that moment, Xiao Tian exclaimed, "Devour!" Before the cheetah's jaws could reach Yang Chen, it was largely consumed. With a cry of anguish, it fell to the ground, reverting to human form. Another Soul Emperor, initially poised to intervene, was so terrified that he collapsed onto the ground. Yang Chen fell to the ground, landing right beside this Soul Emperor. With that fall, he regained his senses and noticed the Soul Emperor's martial soul attempting to retract. Without a moment's thought, he devoured it. To devour martial souls was his greatest delight, especially when it was conveniently within reach. Unfortunately, the Soul Emperor's martial soul, a long sword, was bitten down upon. Yet, the Soul Emperor remained oblivious. Had he seized the opportunity to attack, Yang Chen would have surely met his demise. Since his martial soul was a weapon, not a beast, the act of devouring diminished its attacking power but did not negate it entirely. Moreover, his weapon martial soul was a sharp sword. Even without direct attacks, merely being impaled upon it would spell Yang Chen's end. However, paralyzed by Yang Chen's notorious reputation, the Soul Emperor forgot to retaliate. In one swift motion, Yang Chen sent several arrows of divine consciousness into his sea of consciousness, followed by a second devouring that consumed the remaining portion of a longsword. The two Soul Kings on the ground, overwhelmed by Yang Chen's formidable arrows of divine consciousness, had long since surrendered, covering their heads and wailing in despair, rendering them powerless. Meanwhile, Xiaohua, disturbed during the absorption of the soul ring, collapsed to the side, his soul power rebounding, leaving him paralyzed and unable to move. In the blink of an eye, all of them had lost their fighting capability. However, their loud cries of agony had already traveled far and wide. Mo Lei and his companions, having not gone far, heard the calls for help and rushed back in haste. Mo Lei, a level 75 soul saint, arrived in mere breaths, swiftly closing the distance. At this moment, Yang Chen was severely injured. He understood that had it not been for Xiao Tian's timely intervention, which had largely consumed the Soul Emperor's beast martial soul, he would have likely been devoured by the cheetah transformed from the Soul Emperor. A warmth filled his heart. Xiao Tian was indeed reliable. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine as he sensed the approaching level 75 soul saint, Mo Lei, who was transforming into a massive dragon, poised to strike him. A quick scan of his accumulated points revealed only 14.65. Having consumed 3 individuals, he still fell short of the required 15 points, lacking just a fraction. Xin Dao, this Malay, a soul saint of level 75, possesses formidable mental strength. It is likely that my spiritual attack may not breach his defenses immediately. I must elevate my soul power by 1 level to gain a semblance of assurance. For I am acutely aware that the potency of my spiritual attacks escalates in accordance with my soul power tier. An increase of 1 level would yield a 30% enhancement, nearly matching my current soul power. From the corner of my eye, I caught sight of Xiao Hua slumped nearby, drooling and displaying a vacant expression. The corpse of the soul beast before him still emanated faint fluctuations of soul power, as its soul rings had not entirely dissipated, suggesting residual energy remained. Without a moment's hesitation, I unleashed 15 arrows of spiritual essence towards the advancing soul, Saint Malay, while simultaneously drawing near the soul beast's remains, invoking the command to devour, absorbing the residual soul power. In an instant, my system points transformed into 15.01. Surpassing the threshold of 15. With a mere thought, I swiftly converted these points into soul power, elevating my soul rank to 38. Though this sequence of actions unfolded in the blink of an eye, the formidable soul saint posed a significant threat. After fending off my arrows, he let out a fierce roar, emitting a resonant dragon's cry, and lunged at me with a claw while exhaling a torrent of scorching dragon breath that engulfed me. This soul, Saint Malay, of the beast martial soul, embodies the fire attribute of a blue dragon. With a soul power level of 75, I found myself at a distinct disadvantage, my own power only half of his. Even with superior soul energy, I could not bridge the gap in power levels. Under his claw's pressure, I felt as though the entire space had stilled, my body rendered immobile. Realizing the peril, I summoned the venomous essence of the Bilin Sha Huang from within, expelling it from my palm. I refrained from deploying my martial soul, fearing that my Wuhuan, the Dogtail grass, would be rendered useless beneath Malay's grasp. The soul power I expelled, laced with the deadly toxin, surged towards the soul saint's claw. As I could not move, I was limited to attacking through my palm. Despite my 15 arrows of spiritual essence not breaching his mental defenses, they had sufficiently rattled him, causing disorientation. He discerned that my soul power was mediocre, and to triumph over me, he needed to enhance his own. Thus, he manifested his martial soul, transforming into a dark azure dragon, and lunged at me with a claw. He understood that this strike must find its mark, for my spiritual attacks were too potent. He needed to deliver a decisive blow, denying me the opportunity to retaliate. He channeled his full soul power into this strike, one that even an 80-level soul Dalu would hesitate to confront. The threat was akin to that of a title Dalu. In a moment of alarm, as he realized the gravity of the situation, he withdrew his claw, retreating rapidly. Yet, the poison from my soul power still latched onto the great dragon, infiltrating its essence through the soul energy. Malay was struck with fear, recognizing the lethal nature of the Bilin Sha Huang poison, notorious for its potency. Wielded by the title Douluo du Gubwa, he recalled witnessing the near defeat of a 93rd level title Douluo at the hands of Dugubwa, who had avoided conflict with the martial soul hall by neutralizing the poison. The mere thought of such a toxin sent shivers down his spine, prompting him to wonder how I could possess such lethal venom. Was I a disciple or descendant of the poisoned Douluo? As these thoughts raced through his mind, I unleashed my Shingdashu, a massive dogtail grass whip. His astonishment was palpable as he connected the dots, realizing I was the enigmatic figure sought by the Pope. Yet before he could gather his wits, I launched another barrage of 15 arrows of spiritual essence, now significantly more potent than before. In his effort to counter the Bilin Sha Huang poison while simultaneously fending off my arrows, Malay became distracted. My Shingdashu struck true, its tail unfurling to release a dense mist accompanied by a powerful sonic wave that assaulted his consciousness. The combination of the arrows and the sonic attack rendered him disoriented, leaving him vulnerable to the mist, which was, unbeknownst to him, a potent corrosive energy. As the mist enveloped the colossal dragon, it began to emit plumes of smoke, revealing fragments of bone beneath its once mighty exterior. In that moment of triumph, however, I found myself in peril as the dragon breath, a fiery onslaught, threatened to consume me. I shouted in alarm, aware that despite besting my opponent, I might fall to the flames. Just then, a sudden voice commanded, "Devour." The dragon's breath vanished without a trace, absorbed entirely by my companion. His devouring ability proved to be all-encompassing. Elated, I saw Malay's transformed martial soul severely weakened. And, as the 15 arrows had breached his mental defenses, I shot 10 more arrows into the fissure, shattering his psychic core. Ultimately, with a final, anguished roar, Malay's massive dragon form plummeted to the ground. Fearing he might revert to human form and retract his martial soul, I hastened towards him, calling out to wait for me. Activating my devouring function, I voraciously consumed his martial soul. In his dazed state, Malay lost control of his transformed state, becoming my feast. Without distinguishing between the initial and subsequent devourings, I ravenously consumed, and in an instant, I had nearly absorbed his entire martial essence. As the colossal dragon figure gradually dissipated into the air, having vanquished the formidable Malay, my reserves were depleted, leaving me utterly fatigued. Although the struggle lasted mere minutes, I had danced on the precipice of death. Had it not been for the Bilin Sha Huang poison, which had frightened off the soul saint, my journey through the Douluo continent would have met a premature end. I paid no heed to the aftermath, utilizing my Shingdashu to dispatch Malay and the 2 soul emperors while merely incapacitating the 3 soul kings. After all, the soul kings had amassed commendable points, and I planned to eliminate the approaching soul masters before systematically absorbing their martial souls. just as I finished addressing the situation. 6 soul masters, 2 soul emperors, and 4 soul kings, who had followed Malay, hurriedly arrived on the scene. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they were momentarily stunned, but soon cried out in unison and fled, sending out signals for help. Yang Chun was taken aback by their cowardice and lack of loyalty. Disregarding the fate of their lives, they simply ran away. He dashed out from behind the tree and pursued them, determined to absorb their soul power before reinforcements from the Wuhuan temple arrived. As he chased, he shouted, "Oh, esteemed soul emperors and soul kings, please slow down. It is a rare occasion for us to meet. Let us engage in a meaningful conversation and forge friendships, which is my greatest passion." The 6 individuals, while running, cursed silently, thinking, "You vile creature, you are nothing but a man-eating demon. Who in their right mind would wish to befriend you?" The soul power of these 6 far surpassed Yang Chun's, and their speed was greater as well. As they distanced themselves, Yang Chun unleashed his soul arrows relentlessly, as if they were free of charge. Each of them received 3 arrows, and he shot another 8 at the 2 soul emperors. The 4 soul kings, unable to withstand the formidable arrows, collapsed to the ground, crying out in agony as the invisible arrows struck their spiritual seas, nearly materializing in impact. The 2 soul emperors, terrified and disoriented, fled desperately. Yet, their speed could not compare to that of the arrows, which broke through their mental defenses with the 6th and 7th shots, causing them to fall and wail in pain. Yang Chun clapped his hands and laughed heartily, approaching them and declaring, "Men are meant to fight, not to weep. I know you have not lost your fighting spirit. If you are men, rise and fight. Whoever can push me back a single step shall be spared." Once again, he employed his usual tactic to deceive them. No matter how powerful a soul master, the fear of death is universal. Although the 6 displayed skepticism, they reluctantly stood up. Yang Chun, noticing their severely injured spiritual seas, realized they posed no further threat. With a flick of his whip, he pulled the 2 soul emperors beside the 4 soul kings, laughing, "Come at me together. I grant you a magnificent opportunity. Otherwise, your demise is inevitable." The 6 exchanged glances, and although they were unconvinced, they preferred to fight rather than await death. They unleashed their martial souls and charged at Yang Chun. 1 soul king, in a fit of desperation, let out a scream and self-destructed. Yang Chun, having been severely injured by the self-destruction of Elder Lu in the past, barely had time to absorb the martial soul before he cried out and fled to the side. Though the soul kings were considerably weaker than the soul emperors, the force of the self-detonation was still extraordinarily violent. Yang Chun was blasted several meters away, colliding with a large tree trunk and crashing to the ground, spewing blood. Although he did not lose consciousness, he was in immense pain and cursed, "You wretched creature, you nearly killed me." Yet, he could not help but admire this individual's courage. Even knowing they would perish, they resolutely chose to self-detonate, a determination not common among men. Looking back, he realized that due to the self-detonation of the Soul King, the other 2 Soul Kings perished as well, including the bodies of the original Soul Sage and Soul Emperor. This was for the best, as it spared him the effort of cleaning up the battlefield. After all, desecrating the bodies of the deceased was a violation of natural order and could shorten one's lifespan. Each time he struck with his whip, his heart ached with reluctance. He did not consider that these individuals had perished at his hands due to his own selfish desires. They were dead, and what use was there in lamenting their remains? After ensuring there were no remnants left, he hurriedly fled into the heart of the dense forest. Just moments after his escape, 3 soul sages arrived at the scene. Following them, a long howl echoed as Bishop Dallas descended from above. The departed individuals returned one by one, gathering in the forest. Dallas and the others gazed at the torn fabric and scattered limbs on the ground, deeply shocked, recognizing the unmistakable signs of a soul master's self-detonation. Without needing to discuss, they understood that the mysterious individual had returned to the forest, clashing with a group of Wuhuan temple members who had not yet departed, resulting in a fierce battle. The members of the Wuhuan temple, unable to withstand the confrontation, ultimately perished in defiance through self-detonation. Everyone turned to Dallas, whose face flushed with embarrassment, as he was the one who had personally verified the area and confirmed the individual's departure, thus directly causing the current situation. He scanned the surroundings again, still detecting no suspicious presence. After a prolonged silence, he deeply bowed to the empty ground, declaring, "Brothers of the Wuhuan temple, I shall avenge you." He then instructed a soul sage to gather everyone who had been in the forest to ascertain who was missing, concerned for the fates of powerful soul sages. Once he had given his orders, he commanded everyone to cover their ears and press his finger to the temple of each individual. He then soared to the treetops of the forest, racing through its expanse while continuously howling. His roar, empowered by his formidable soul power, reverberated like the clash of weapons, a wave of murderous intent echoing throughout the forest. In an instant, countless lurking soul beasts within the forest were startled by his howl, scattering in all directions. Some of the younger beasts collapsing to the ground, bleeding from their noses and mouths due to the sonic assault. As he raced through the treetops, his howls rose and fell, reminiscent of galloping steeds and crashing ocean waves, relentless and overwhelming. This powerful sound wave persisted for half an hour before gradually subsiding. Dallas, having expended a significant portion of his soul power, appeared pale, but detected no unusual movements within the forest. Slowly descending to join the others, he announced, "Now, everyone should conduct a thorough search while I remain here." He felt a deep connection to the deaths of these individuals, and, in his wrath, he unleashed his supreme soul power through the sound waves, indiscriminately assaulting the forest in hopes of flushing out Yangchun. After half an hour, he had no idea how many soul beasts had perished under the sonic barrage. As he unleashed his sonic attack, his formidable mental prowess remained keenly attuned to the movements within the dense forest. To his astonishment, he detected no signs of suspicion nor any fluctuations of human soul power. He was confident that with his sonic assault, if that individual truly lingered within the woods, they would be unable to withstand it and would inevitably reveal themselves. This prolonged howl, more taxing than a confrontation with a soul master of equal rank, drained his soul power significantly. He would require no less than 3 to 5 days to recuperate fully. What left him even more astonished was that within the span of half an hour, the group had uncovered the whereabouts of the missing individuals, an astonishing total of 13, including 2 formidable soul saints, one at level 73 and the other at 75, alongside 4 soul emperors and 7 soul kings. Such a potent force had been entirely annihilated. He could not fathom what extraordinary means this individual possessed to have so swiftly dispatched them. Even he, an 85-level soul, Douluo, could not have achieved such a feat in mere minutes. The time elapsed from the issuance of their distress signals to the arrival of the 3 soul saints was less than a quarter of an hour, further deepening his trepidation towards this enigmatic figure. With the presence of Bishop Dallas, the group's anxiety began to ease as they organized into small teams, each led by a soul saint, to search the forest. They were acutely aware of the reason for Bishop Dallas's fury. The level 75 soul saint was an elder of their Luojia city branch, ranked second among 5 soul saints, surpassed only by one of level 79. The loss of such a figure was an irreplaceable blow to Luojia city. He knew that the Spirit Hall would be incensed by the loss of so many personnel and would undoubtedly conduct a thorough search of the forest. Initially, he considered fleeing the woods, but upon reflection, he realized that countless soul masters had likely entered the forest. Should he venture out, he would surely be detected by the Spirit Hall, making it exceedingly difficult to evade capture thereafter. The sunset forest, with its sparse, towering subarctic vegetation, offered little in terms of concealment. In stark contrast, this location featured overlapping layers of trees, obscuring visibility beyond 20 meters, making it ideal for hiding. Its vast expanse made searching cumbersome. Crucially, his spiritual awareness was exceptionally potent, allowing him to perceive the movements of the Spirit Hall personnel through the dense foliage, while they remained oblivious to his presence. This situation afforded him the advantage of knowledge, enabling him to maintain control. Thus, he resolved to endure in this place, waiting for the Spirit Hall to exhaust their resources. Unexpectedly, just as he settled into hiding, he heard a piercing howl, echoing through the woods, shifting from one direction to another. The strength of this sonic wave penetrated his eardrums, causing his pulse to race and nearly prompting him to cry out. In a moment of panic, he hastily inserted his fingers into his ears to shield himself from the auditory assault. Though the sound diminished somewhat, its potency continued to invade his senses. At this juncture, he dared not counter with his soul power or mental strength. He recognized that this must be the Bishop's soul Douluo, exerting unparalleled soul power to compel him to reveal himself. Should he expose any trace of his presence or resist with soul power, the bishop would undoubtedly detect him and swiftly drag him out. Thus, he had no choice but to endure. Unable to withstand the sonic bombardment, blood soon trickled from his nostrils, the the attack proving overwhelmingly powerful. In desperation, he exclaimed, "Xiao Tian, I can scarcely hold on any longer. You must devise a solution for me at once." In truth, Xiao Tian had anticipated that Yang Chun would ultimately succumb to the sonic onslaught and would seek his assistance. He had been waiting for Yang Chun to plead for his help, relishing the opportunity to assert dominance over him, no longer allowing Yang Chun to treat him like a mere subordinate. Seeing Yang Chun's blood flow, Xiao Tian took delight in the situation, thinking to himself, "This brat. I refuse to believe I cannot subdue you. Will you not come to me for aid?" After what felt like an eternity, Yang Chun finally spoke, but rather than pleading, he issued an ultimatum. Enraged, Xiao Tian thought, "This insolent child, does he truly believe he can command me?" Feigning ignorance, he chose to disregard Yang Chun's demands. Yang Chun, realizing Xiao Tian was sulking and attempting to force him to concede, became even more furious, declaring, "Xiao Tian, listen carefully. I will count to 3. If by the time I reach 3 you have not provided a viable solution, I shall confront this soul Douluo myself. If I cannot defeat him, I will follow the example of that soul king and self-destruct, and we shall part ways." Xiao Tian was incensed, dismissing Yang Chun's threats as mere bravado. He was unwilling to believe that Yang Chun would dare to confront the soul Douluo or consider self-destruction. Remaining silent, he chose to ignore Yang Chun entirely. Yang Chun, seeing that Xiao Tian remained unresponsive to his threats, hesitated, pondering whether he could indeed gamble on a confrontation with the soul Douluo. Given his current weakness, he was acutely aware that he would be no match for the bishop and feared his mental attack would falter against such formidable defenses. In a fit of rage, he forcefully inserted his fingers deeper into his ears, attempting to block out the sound and feign indifference. Minutes passed, and his head grew increasingly heavy, the blood from his nose flowing more freely, his complexion turning pale. This was the renowned technique of Dalu, the million sound kill wave, responsible for the demise of countless powerful soul masters. Xiao Tian thought, "Brat, do not hold out any longer. Just utter a single kind word, and I shall impart to you the method of defense. No, I shall take a step back. I need only half a word." He grew anxious, fearing that Yang Chun's stubbornness might lead to irreversible damage to his mind from the sonic waves, leaving him to lament his lost opportunity. He had painstakingly selected Yang Chun from among countless planets and humans through a special process. If anything were to go awry, how would he ever find another suitable candidate? Little did he realize that Yang Chun had already discerned his intentions. This was a psychological battle between them, a contest for dominance that would determine their future roles. Yang Chun persevered, firmly believing that if he remained resolute, Xiao Tian would ultimately devise a plan to save him. He would not allow himself to be forsaken. Thus, he maintained his silence, acting as though he were a lifeless corpse. However, the blood gushed from his nose at an alarming rate, and his breathing became increasingly labored, resembling a struggle for breath that could end at any moment. Time marched on, each second stretching painfully, as both continued to endure. Yang Chun through physical suffering and Xiao Tian through mental anguish. At this juncture, Xiao Tian felt the urge to weep, reflecting on the predicament he had chosen. Why was Yang Chun so obstinate? Was a simple kind word too much to ask? In the past, everyone he had summoned had complied with ease, obeying his every command. One who is not obedient to oneself, cautious yet unintentional, finds that this entity, though now somewhat hazy in memory, recalls those he once entrusted to his care, all of whom met with tragic fates. Although he cannot clearly remember the manner of their demise, he knows that they all perished in a state of utter despair, devoid of any semblance of spirit or consciousness. His recollection of the past is becoming increasingly vivid. Yang Chun's breathing grew more labored, as if his veins were on the brink of rupture. His eyes were squinting, teetering on the edge of unconsciousness. Xiao Tian, feeling anxious, suddenly heard a howling sound approaching from afar, growing louder and closer. The powerful sound waves crashed towards Yang Chun like colossal waves. Realizing the imminent danger, he thought to himself that this reckless youth would surely face dire consequences. Without regard for appearances, he immediately cast a spell to thwart the assault of the sound waves. Upon looking again, he discovered that Yang Chun had indeed succumbed to unconsciousness. With a resigned sigh, Xiao Tian muttered to himself that he was exasperated with this troublesome boy, although he had initially sought to exploit Yang Chun for his own ends. He now found himself reluctant to hold any grudges. It was possible that this youth would meet a fate akin to those he had previously lost. Once the sound waves were halted, Yang Chun quickly regained consciousness, realizing that Xiao Tian had finally intervened. He couldn't help but smile wryly, relieved that his gamble had paid off, yet he feared that his own brain had suffered irreparable damage, leaving him half-witted. He did not express gratitude to Xiao Tian, but instead discreetly examined his own body for any abnormalities. This time, Dallas signaled for more personnel from the Spirit Hall to join in the search within the vast and dense forest. He was secretly astonished, pondering what kind of anomaly this person could be, as his formidable sound wave assault should have incapacitated anyone beneath the rank of soldat, yet this individual remained unresponsive. The mystery surrounding Yang Chen deepened. Despite his growing suspicion that the individual might have exited the forest, he dared not take any chances after the recent events. This search operation would see nearly 100 soul masters from the Spirit Hall, including 18 soul saints. Hours later, the Bishop Pippin arrived, only to find Dallas severely weakened and unable to flush out the mysterious individual. He too was alarmed. Not only had they failed to locate this enigmatic figure, but the strange youth, marked for execution under the Pope's secret edict, had also vanished without a trace. The two exchanged glances, their brows furrowed in concern. Suddenly, a look of horror crossed their faces as they realized that these two might indeed be one and the same. If so, this 13 or 14-year-old boy was extraordinarily formidable and terrifying. Just a short time ago, he had been a mere mid-20 level soul master during his skirmish with the Golden Generations, Yin and Hulaina, and now, merely days later, he had attained the strength to slay a soul saint. What kind of prodigy was this? If such a being truly existed within Douluo continent, it would spell doom for other soul masters. The mere thought of a 13 or 14-year-old capable of killing a 75-level soul saint felt surreal, as if they were dreaming. Even in dreams, one could hardly conceive of such a person. Their synchronized thoughts led them to shake their heads in disbelief, convinced that it could not possibly be the same individual, but rather two or a group of individuals. However, as they contemplated the possibility of a group, they hesitated. As bishops, they were well aware of Yang Chen's background. He was merely a boy who had inexplicably appeared from nowhere, having crossed paths with Hulaina while searching for a 3-year-old sister and the 9-headed lion, with no apparent allies. Yet, he had also interacted with the Crown Prince Xueqinghe. Could he be an agent assigned by the Crown Prince to protect the boy? This seemed implausible, as the Spirit Hall had always monitored the Crown Prince's activities and had no records of any such extraordinary expert. Human beings often harbor a sense of reverence for the unknown. These two bishops, seasoned soul Douluos with countless battles under their belts, found themselves inexplicably gripped by a sense of dread. They had initially thought capturing a mid-20 level soul master would be a simple task, but now their confidence was shaken. They sensed that they might very well meet their demise in this sunsetting forest at the hands of this mysterious figure in the youth. Had Yang Chen been aware that he could instill such fear in the two bishops of the Spirit Hall, he might have strutted with pride. It was peculiar that the Spirit Hall had scoured this dense forest for over 10 days, with an increasing number of soul masters searching the area thoroughly. Yet they had found no trace of Yang Chen. During this time, he had been wise enough to refrain from attacking the personnel of the Spirit Hall. Even if he had wished to strike, the presence of two powerful soul Douluos made such an endeavor unwise. Since that day, he and Xiao Tian had maintained an uneasy peace, as though the previous events had never transpired, and their communication had dwindled. Time passed swiftly, and over 20 days slipped by. Yang Chen engaged in guerrilla tactics against the Spirit Hall, constantly using his spiritual perception to monitor their movements. Throughout these 20 days, he scarcely closed his eyes, ever vigilant, fearing that if he did, the Spirit Hall would find him. Remarkably, even as he continuously extended his spiritual perception, he did not feel fatigued. Rather, his range expanded from under 200 meters to nearly 300 meters. Ultimately, amidst the exasperated voices of Dallas and Pippin, the personnel of the Spirit Hall were compelled to withdraw, convinced that the mysterious individual was no longer within the forest. Meanwhile, Hope Bibidon repeatedly pressed Dallas and Pippin about the lack of progress in locating the youth, dismissing the mysterious figure as inconsequential. The pressure mounted on the two bishops as they reported the truth to Bibidon. Unbeknownst to her, an additional enigmatic individual had appeared alongside the youth, prompting her to dispatch 2 more soul Douluo elders and a dozen soul saints to oversee the operation. Although the Spirit Hall's search in the Sunset Forest was meant to be discreet, word leaked out, quickly spreading across the Tiando Empire in various sections, particularly within the sects. Curiosity piqued, prompting many to dispatch their own representatives into the Sunset Forest to investigate. Upon learning of the developments, the Tiando Empire was taken aback. Qian Renxue could hardly believe that Bibi Dan had issued a kill order against Yang Chun, especially under the Pope's secret decree. Enraged, she intended to confront Bibi Dan in Wuhuan City. However, on her way, she heard rumors not only of Yang Chen's prodigious abilities, but also of a mysterious figure who had dispatched several soul saints, soul emperors, and possibly even more. Qian Renxue was momentarily at a loss, questioning the identity of this mysterious individual. Could it be the little godstick? If so, the rapid growth of his soul power was truly alarming. Was he perhaps a reincarnation of some deity? Upon arriving in Wuhuan City, she found herself unable to locate Bibi Dan, who had inexplicably vanished. Qian Renxue was filled with fury. She unleashed her power, shattering the gates of the papal palace, intent on setting it ablaze. Fortunately, her subordinates managed to restrain her. She realized that Bibi Dan must have been aware of her arrival and her unusual connection with the young diviner, deliberately avoiding her. Without being able to confront Bibi Dan, her anger was futile. Yet, the more she pondered, the more anxious she became about Yang Chen's safety. Despite his formidable abilities, he was still merely a 13-year-old boy, unformed and vulnerable. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences, as she was well aware of Bibi Dan's ruthlessness. Thus, under the guise of a hunting expedition, she summoned her trusted allies from many years in the Tiando Empire to hunt in the Sunset Forest. The news of the Tiando Empire's crown prince hunting in the Sunset Forest sent shockwaves through various factions, raising questions about what prominent figures might be present, prompting the Spirit Hall and the Tiando Empire to mobilize extensively. Within the Tiando city, the Lamba Academy, now known as Shrek Academy, saw Tang San quietly meditating, having just elevated his soul power to level 40, practicing the Xian Tiangong. Suddenly, Xiao Wu burst in, exclaiming, "Tang San, I heard that the Spirit Hall is hunting a boy aged 13 or 14 in the Sunset Forest, and a mysterious figure has emerged there, having slain 4 or 5 soul saints of the Spirit Hall in just a few days." Tang San slowly withdrew from his meditation and smiled at Xiao Wu's radiant face, saying, "What the Spirit Hall does is not our concern. Our primary focus should be on enhancing our soul power in preparation for the grand competition among the academies of Douluo continent. We must secure first place to bring honor to our principal and teachers." Xiao Wu urged Tang San, "I suspect that the boy they are pursuing is none other than Yang Chun." Tang San sprang to his feet, alarmed. "Yang Chen? Why would the Spirit Hall pursue him? What could possibly be the cause of their conflict?" Xiao Wu replied, "You spend all your time training and know nothing. Everyone in the academy is talking about it, claiming that this boy is a prodigy who can battle across levels. He is truly someone who can ascend to godhood, and Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, views him as a thorn in her side and intends to eliminate him." Tang San contemplated for a moment and responded, "That does seem plausible. Yang Chen's talents could indeed incite the Spirit Hall's jealousy. What is the current situation?" Xiao Wu explained, "I've heard that this news has spread across the continent, alarming numerous sects, all of whom have sent representatives to the Sunset Forest. Even the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, His Highness Xue Qinghe, intends to hunt there to assess the situation." Tang San nodded. "If this truly has caused such a stir among the various factions, then it is likely to involve Yang Chun. His sister has gone missing. He might be searching for her in the Sunset Forest." Xiao Wu exclaimed, "Tang San, what are we waiting for? We must hurry to the Sunset Forest to assist Yang Chun." Tang San, puzzled, asked, "Xiao Wu, didn't you have reservations about Yang Chun? Why the sudden urgency?" Xiao Wu's face flushed slightly, and her gaze became evasive. "I'm doing this for your sake. You constantly think about him. If anything were to happen to him, you would be very upset." Tang San realized that Xiao Wu was not being entirely truthful, but chose not to confront her directly. After all, it was a good sign that she no longer harbored disdain for Yang Chun. He said, "This matter cannot be tackled by just the two of us. With so many powerful experts from the Spirit Hall involved, we must enlist the help of our teachers." Xiao Wu agreed. "Then let us go and seek out the teachers immediately." Tang San and Xiao Wu hurried toward Master Yu Xiaojiang's chamber. Yu Xiaojiang was the pillar of their group, and even Principal Flinder and Lu Erlong respected his counsel. Meanwhile, Yang Chun, hidden within the dense forest, sighed with relief as he noticed the Spirit Hall's members departing. He could finally enjoy a peaceful sleep. Thus, he concealed himself in a tree hollow and slept for 2 full days and nights. Upon waking, he found himself momentarily disoriented, unsure of his next move. He had entered the Sunset Forest to find Xiao Budian and the 9-headed lion, only to be inexplicably pursued by the Spirit Hall. Unbeknownst to him, countless Spirit Hall Soul Masters had entered the Sunset Forest. While he could remain hidden in the dense woods, emerging would undoubtedly attract their pursuit, leaving him with no escape. Was he to remain in this forest indefinitely? After 2 more days of deliberation, he gritted his teeth and decided to leave the thicket. However, not long after departing, he spotted Spirit Hall members ahead, easily recognizable by their distinctive attire. He couldn't help but chuckle bitterly at his predicament. Just as he contemplated changing direction, he heard a shout, "Brother, which branch are you from, wandering alone in the woods? Are you unaware of the terrifying, mysterious figure lurking here?" The towering trees obstructed his view, but it was clear they had spotted him from afar. Yang Chan was taken aback, unsure how to respond when another voice bellowed, "Quickly signal the bishop. That person may be the infamous rogue." At that moment, a firework exploded into the sky, sending up a signal. Although it lacked the brilliance of night, the 6-winged angel emblem was clearly visible against the daylight. Yang Chun sensed the urgency and quickly turned to flee back into the thicket. As he ran, he realized he was nearing the cover of the forest. Suddenly, a group of figures charged from the side, blocking his path: 2 formidable soul saints and 4 soul emperors. This combination surpassed the level of soul daw. Yang Chen's heart sank. He quickly altered his course. The 6 powerful figures recognized that Yang Chun was merely a soul master, with soul power below level 40. They were astonished to think that such a seemingly weak individual had slain several of their soul saints. Believing their eyes had deceived them, they scrutinized Yang Chen's slight frame. Momentarily stunned, in that instant, Yang Chun bolted several dozen steps away. The 2 soul saints exchanged glances and nodded, advancing toward him. Their speed was far beyond Yang Chen's capabilities, closing the distance rapidly. Yang Chun was filled with dread. He feared he might not escape this time. As he sprinted, he unleashed his soul arrows in a desperate attempt to slow them down, praying he could reach the safety of the thicket. As the 2 soul saints pursued him, they suddenly sensed a mysterious force aimed at their consciousness. Aware of Yang Chen's exceptional talent and formidable spiritual power, they remained vigilant. As danger approached, they urgently fortified their minds with spiritual energy while simultaneously deploying their martial spirits, one a bee spirit, the other a tool spirit, launching a barrage of attacks at Yang Chun. They understood that they must eliminate him with overwhelming soul power before their consciousness was compromised. Otherwise, they would meet the same fate as the slain soul saints before them. The sound of incessant clashing echoed as they felt invisible arrows relentlessly battering their minds, causing their consciousness to tremble. The 2 individuals felt a chill in their hearts. Secretly terrified, unbeknownst to them, while continuously employing their powers, their spiritual potential was gradually being unlocked, far surpassing its original strength. Akin to Tang San's cultivation of the Ziji Mo Tong. At this moment, his spiritual arrows had gained remarkable potency compared to before, significantly enhancing their offensive capabilities. Previously, he required a barrage of 20 arrows to breach the mental defenses of a 75th level soul saint. Now, he only needed 13 or 14. This represented an increase in the striking power of his spiritual arrows by approximately 60 to 70%, a benefit he had never anticipated, obtained from skirmishing with the personnel of the Spirit Hall over the past 20 days. His fear of the 2 soul saints was immense, prompting him to unleash a relentless volley of spiritual arrows, firing 10 arrows in rapid succession for each opponent. Guided by the manipulation of spiritual power, a mere thought sufficed, allowing him to release these 40 arrows in the blink of an eye. Yet, despite this efficiency, the attacks from the 2 soul saints had already reached him. One of the soul saints, wielding a beast spirit, transformed into a soaring eagle, launching itself into the air above Yang Chun, its sharp claws aimed directly at him. A formidable surge of soul power enveloped Yang Chun, immobilizing his running form as if he were a statue. At this critical juncture, he could no longer afford to worry about being discovered while utilizing his devouring technique. Survival took precedence. Instantly, he activated the devouring function, opening an invisible maw to consume the eagle. After withstanding the first 10 arrows with his mental fortitude, the soul saint could not endure the subsequent 10 and let out a cry. His sea of consciousness shattered, leaving his spirit in a state of chaos. However, the destructive force of his spirit remained unabated. Just as those lethal claws were about to grasp Yang Chen's head, the nearby soul emperors cheered in anticipation. Suddenly, they witnessed the eagle's claws blur and then vanish entirely, while the soul saint plummeted to the ground, reverting to human form and rolling in distress. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. In that instant, a loud crash echoed as Yang Chun was sent flying several yards away, a spray of blood erupting into the air. Upon landing, he rolled several times before lying still. The spectators then observed the second Soul Saint, clutching his head and howling in agony, his weapon, the killing rod, reduced to half its length. The crowd was struck with fear and hastily retreated. However, after a few steps, one of them shouted, "Look, that villain is motionless. Elder Chi has dealt the final blow." The others halted, glancing back to see the villain sprawled on the ground, utterly still, not even emitting a sound. Witnessing the two Soul Saints writhing in pain, the group realized that fleeing would lead to dire consequences if the Pope pursued them. Exchanging glances, they cautiously approached Yang Chun. Stopping a few yards away, one suggested, "Brother Gue, why not test the villain's state with 2 flying daggers?" At this, one person waved his hand, unleashing 5 flying daggers aimed directly at Yang Chen's head, the manifestation of his weapon spirit, the Liu Fei Dao. As the daggers neared, the crowd shouted in unison. Yet the daggers dimmed and disappeared just before impact. Panic ensued, and the 4 turned to flee. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual force surged toward their minds, causing them to collapse, clutching their heads in distress. After Yang Chun had shattered the 2 Soul Saint Sea of consciousness with his arrows, he fully activated the devouring function, consuming the beast spirit and then the killing rod. The attack power of the beast spirit vanished upon devouring, but the killing rod struck him heavily before he could consume it again. This blow shattered 6 of his ribs and nearly obliterated his internal organs. Had his body not undergone 2 refinements, he would have perished instantly. Despite having consumed half of the powerful Soul Saint, the remaining lethal force incapacitated him. Little Tian, closely monitoring the situation, activated the healing function upon seeing Yang Chun lose consciousness, repeatedly shaking him to awaken him. Just as Yang Chun stirred, the Soul Emperor's Liu Fei Dao struck again, but Little Tian promptly activated the devouring function, saving Yang Chen's life. Upon regaining consciousness, he heard Little Tian urgently command, "Quickly unleash your spiritual arrows against these 4. Without hesitation, Yang Chun released 40 spiritual arrows, targeting each adversary with 10. The 4 Soul Emperors found their mental defenses shattered by the 8th and 9th arrows, clutching their heads in agony. At this moment, Yang Chun, drained of strength, resorted to his spiritual arrows, launching them at both the 4 and the 2 Soul Saints. The unfortunate 6 had their sea of consciousness obliterated, leaving them devoid of awareness. Taking a deep breath, Yang Chun rose, ready to employ the divine whip to shatter their bodies and conceal the evidence of his devouring spirit. However, he soon noticed a dozen figures in black from the spirit hall rushing towards him. With no other option, he stumbled into the dense forest. Defeating the 6 had taken mere moments, yet the pursuers were already upon him. As the group of soul masters from the spirit hall rushed forward, their faces drained of color upon seeing the 6 bodies sprawled on the ground. 2 Soul Saints and 4 Soul Emperors, all lifeless and motionless. One stepped forward and called out, "Elder Chi, Elder Gay, Elder Bai." Receiving no response, he observed their unmoving forms with dread. The onlookers saw Yang Chun stumbling into the forest but dared not pursue. As they stood in shock, a sudden gust of wind swept through, forcing them to shield their eyes and crouch to the ground. They found it strange that such a powerful wind could arise amidst the towering trees. The gust came swiftly and departed just as quickly, akin to a whirlwind, leaving no trace behind. Once the wind subsided, they opened their eyes, only to be bewildered. The 6 bodies had vanished. They exchanged incredulous glances, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. One murmured, "Am I imagining things? What has happened?" Another replied, "Indeed, what transpired? How could Elder Chi and the others' bodies have disappeared?" The others echoed their confusion, realizing the peculiarity of the situation. How could such a wind have arisen in the forest, and how could it have carried away their bodies? They hastily resolved to send word to others in search for any trace of Elder Chi and the others. Convinced that the wind could not have whisked them away too far, the group of about 10 individuals, who initially lacked the courage to venture into the dense forest in pursuit of Yang Chun, found themselves further unsettled by an extraordinary incident. The 6 elders, including Chi Chonglao, had been lying peacefully in their designated spot when a sudden gust of wind whisked them away, prompting the others to prioritize the search for Chi Chonglao, abandoning their initial goal of finding Yang Chun. As they gathered, Exchanging glances filled with trepidation, they spoke in unison, declaring that the mysterious figure was undoubtedly a devil. Just then, an additional group of over 10 people arrived, 3 of whom were soul saints. Observing the fear etched on the faces of the initial group, they inquired about the source of their panic, questioning if the earlier message had indeed originated from them. In response, the group affirmed their claim, stating they had just encountered the enigmatic devil. The 3 soul saints furrowed their brows, seeking clarification. They learned that the mysterious figure had recently defeated Qi Changlao by Changlao, Gue Changlao, and the other 3 elders, rendering them in a vegetative state by damaging their consciousness. The revelation left the 3 soul saints aghast. They could hardly believe that 2 soul saints and 4 soul emperors had all been incapacitated by this rogue. The group confirmed that the 6 elders were indeed in a vegetative state, but even more perplexing was the fact that their bodies had inexplicably vanished. The 3 soul saints exchanged bewildered glances, questioning Ma Changlao, one of their own, who had also been present. They sought his testimony, hoping that his level of expertise would lend credibility to the bizarre account. To their astonishment, Ma Changlao, too, appeared shaken and recounted the events. He confirmed that when they arrived moments before, they had seen the 6 elders lying motionless on the ground, unresponsive to their calls. However, just as they were about to investigate further, a fierce wind had swept through, disorienting them and leaving them unable to open their eyes. When the wind subsided, the elders' bodies had vanished without a trace. Despite searching the surrounding area, they found no evidence of the 6 elders, and just as they regrouped, the newcomers had arrived. As Ma Changlao spoke, 2 additional groups approached, and a collective thought emerged among the onlookers. This figure was certainly no ordinary human, but a devil incarnate. The 3 soul saints fell into a contemplative silence, their gazes fixed deep within the forest, their expressions shifting with unease. Within a mere month, the number of casualties among the soul emperors and soul saints had risen to around 20, including 6 soul saints. The lower-ranked soul kings were not even mentioned. Meanwhile, the spirit hall had yet to catch a glimpse of the assailant's true visage, leaving them clueless about his appearance. Initially, the group had intended to seize the opportunity to eliminate Yang Chun, assuming he was severely injured upon entering the forest. However, now no one dared to take the lead. A sense of foreboding enveloped them, as they recognized the gravity of the situation with Qi Changlao and the others reduced to a vegetative state. Their inexplicable disappearance, now known to all. As the gathering grew larger, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Then, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was Bishop Dallas. The sight of a soul Douluo brought a collective sigh of relief among the crowd. Upon noticing their distressed expressions, Dallas demanded to know the cause of their gathering, expecting them to report the discovery of the assailants' whereabouts. Yet, deep down, Dallas felt a wave of nausea wash over him, as the signal had once again emanated from this cursed forest. Despite thoroughly searching the area on numerous occasions, he had never managed to locate the individual, and each time he confirmed their departure, the figure inexplicably reappeared. He wished for them to simply say they had found no trace of the assailant, allowing him to salvage his pride as an esteemed soul Douluo. To his dismay, the group responded in unison, revealing that the rogue had once again appeared in the forest and had injured by Changlao, Qi Changlao, and the other elders. Dallas's face turned pale with disbelief. He felt thoroughly humiliated. Scanning the area, he inquired about the current whereabouts of Qi Changlao and the others. The first soul saint to arrive reluctantly explained that the bodies of Qi Changlao and the other elders had been whisked away by the winds. Dallas blinked in disbelief, suspecting his ears had deceived him or that he was hallucinating due to frustration. He demanded clarity on their whereabouts. The crowd regarded the soul saint with pity, recognizing the precarious situation he was in, and silently urged him to tread carefully lest he incur Dallas's wrath. The soul saint, now under pressure, reiterated that the 6 elders' bodies had indeed vanished in the wind. Dallas felt a wave of nausea rise within him, nearly choking on his own blood as he restrained his fury, delivering a sharp blow to the soul saint's face and demanded coherent answers. This particular soul saint, Dalu, was a trusted confidant of Dallas, serving within the Luojia city branch. Feeling deeply aggrieved, Dalu protested internally, questioning why he was being blamed for a situation beyond his control, yet he continued to respond. "Yes, my lord, I assure you, I speak the truth." The crowd stifled their laughter, torn between amusement and the need for decorum. Dallas inhaled deeply, his voice booming as he demanded to be informed of the entire sequence of events. The past month had been fraught with anxiety and unrest for him. Tasked with the pursuit of the young man, the proximity of the Sunset Forest to Luoja City had positioned their branch as the primary force in this endeavor, and Dallas had become the lead orchestrator, fully empowered by Pope Bibi Dong to act decisively. His success in eliminating the youth would earn him significant favor, while failure would spell disaster. What had initially seemed a simple task had morphed into a formidable challenge, and with a month having passed, they had yet to catch even a glimpse of the young man. The weight of potential failure loomed heavily over him. However, at this moment, he felt a deep urge to weep. That cursed, enigmatic youth. Why not reveal yourself? This mysterious figure. Where do you come from and where do you go? Had you not provoked our Wuhuan Hall, we would not have sought you out. After listening to Tao Daio's report, a chill surged from the depths of his heart. This mysterious individual was not alone. There was a formidable backing behind him. This backing was so powerful that it could create an illusion, whisking away the bodies of the 6 individuals. What extraordinary skills must that entail? Yet, why would they take away the bodies of the 6? Were they afraid of exposing some flaw? Soon, Pipeng arrived, and the 2 elders sent by Bibi Dong also made their appearance. Their strength was comparable to Dallas Pipeng, both being around level 84 or 85 Soul Douluo. Dallas informed the 3 of the mysterious disappearance of the 6, and all 3 wore expressions of shock. The methods employed by this individual were akin to those of a titled Douluo above level 96, far beyond their capabilities. They could hardly believe in the existence of a devil. After a brief discussion, the 4 decided to relay this information to Bibi Dong. Simultaneously, they ordered all soul masters entering the sunsetting forest to stand by in that dense thicket. Meanwhile, Yang Chun, stumbling and crawling into the forest, only managed to run a little over 100 steps before collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again. In a daze, he lost track of time until he finally regained consciousness, feeling that his internal injuries had healed significantly, likely due to Xiao Tian's continuous healing efforts during his unconsciousness, for which he felt grateful. He glanced at the sun, realizing he had been lying on the ground for nearly half an hour. However, he found it strange that the people from Wuhuan Hall, having seen him heavily injured entering the forest, had not pursued him to finish him off. This was a prime opportunity to eliminate him. He could not help but believe in Xiao Tian's words about fortuitous luck. It seemed that fate had instilled fear in the hearts of the Wuhuan Hall members, preventing them from entering the forest. Of course, he was unaware of the matter concerning Elder Qi and the others being swept away by a strong wind. Had he known, he would have been even more convinced that the heavens were assisting him, causing the Wuhuan Hall to lose their courage. He extended his spiritual perception, scanning the surroundings and finding no signs of Wuhuan Hall members nearby. Thus, he pushed himself off the ground and staggered deeper into the forest. There, he sought a concealed spot, sitting cross-legged and, following Xiao Tian's teachings, circulated his spiritual energy or soul power through his meridians while continuously nurturing and healing his injured organs with his soul power. After another hour or so, he felt his internal injuries had improved considerably. Although the pain persisted, his soul power was no longer in disarray. He glanced at the system interface, noticing a significant increase in his devouring points, which had reached 12.38. He felt a twinge of regret. Had he been able to consume the Soul Saint's martial spirit entirely, his points would surely have risen to 15, allowing him to advance another level to achieve 40th level soul power, marking him as a 40th level soul zone. Each leap across a major realm greatly enhanced his combat prowess and spiritual strength. If he could truly reach 40th level, it would undoubtedly bring him even greater surprises. After all, that would classify him as a mid-tier soul master, no longer among the lower-ranked soul masters below level 40. He calculated that a soul saint of around 74 or 75 could provide him with 6 to 7 points of soul power, while a mid-level soul emperor could offer over 5 points, and even a recently ascended soul emperor above 60 could provide nearly 4 points of soul power. Currently, he needed merely 2.62 more points to reach 15 points, allowing him to ascend to 40th level. In other words, he only needed to devour either a soul emperor or a soul king. He did wish to find a soul beast around 10,000 years old to consume. But ever since the Wuhuan Hall members had stirred up trouble in this forest, there were no signs of such ancient soul beasts. Either they had been frightened away or had been slain by the soul masters of Wuhuan Hall. Thus, he quietly made his way back to the edge of the forest. Utilizing his formidable spiritual perception that extended 300 meters, he scanned the perimeter and discovered that the area where he had fought was now crowded with Wuhuan Hall's black-clad figures, numbering no less than 100. Among them, there were 20 soul saint-level experts and nearly 100 soul emperors and soul kings, including 4 particularly powerful individuals adorned with golden threads, seated amidst the crowd, all being soul Douluo of over 80 levels. Yang Chun could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Such a formidable lineup meant that revealing himself would be tantamount to seeking death. Yet, he found it curious why such a powerful formation did not venture into the forest to search for him, not fearing that he might escape. However, he observed them occasionally glancing into the distance, seemingly awaiting someone. Suddenly, a thought struck Yang Chun. During his hasty escape, he had not had the opportunity to destroy the bodies of those 2 soul saints, and it was likely they had already discerned something amiss. Realizing that he had cultivated a sinister, devouring martial spirit technique, he felt a wave of despair wash over him, fearing that he would no longer find a place to hide on the Douluo continent. After circling around and finding no feasible options, he returned in disappointment. He shifted to another side, looking outwards, finding no Wuhuan Hall members in sight. After nearly another hour had passed, he noticed that the Wuhuan Hall members still had not entered the forest, and he felt puzzled. Did they not fear that he might escape? In truth, he was unaware that several Soul Dalu had already guessed that he possessed a formidable spiritual power, likely enabling him to perceive surrounding events. Within the forest, the dense foliage concealed him, transforming it into his domain. The previous 2 failures to capture him were due to the advantage of his knowing while they were unaware. Thus, the Wuhuan Hall members now hoped he would emerge from the forest rather than remain hidden within. Once he stepped out of the forest, relying on the numerous soul saints and 4 soul Dalu of Wuhuan Hall, no matter how many Yangchens there were, his life would be forfeit. The reason they awaited was that Bibi Dong had been informed of the situation. In her fury, she dispatched a powerful tidal Dalu with exceptional spiritual strength to investigate. This tidal Dalu was renowned for their mental prowess and possessed the ability to sense surrounding events with their mind. As Yang Chun gazed at the forest's edge, he could not help but step outside. Not far into his stride, he heard a voice in the distance exclaiming, "Look, there's a black-clad figure ahead, walking alone." Could it be from Wuhuan Hall? It was a youthful voice. Another voice, that of a girl, replied, "The Wuhuan Hall members are terrified of that mysterious person. Surely no one would dare to come out alone. Could this person be that mysterious figure?" The boy laughed heartily. "Impossible. The Wuhuan Hall members are frantically searching for him. He likely doesn't even know where to hide." He continued, "If he were truly that mysterious figure, we could take him down ourselves, gaining prestige for our White Tiger sect and showing the Wuhuan Hall our strength." The girl admonished, "Shh, lower your voice. What if it really is that mysterious figure?" The boy laughed again. "Sister, you worry too much. How could he possibly be that mysterious figure? If he were, the Wuhuan Hall would have dealt with him long ago. Can't you see he's merely a soul zone? Not even a soul zone." It turned out that they were members of the White Tiger sect, which had reportedly allied with Wuhuan Hall, becoming Bibidong's lackeys. It seemed that members of the White Tiger sect had entered the sunsetting forest, likely to assist Wuhuan Hall in hunting him down to curry favor with them and with Bibidong. Thus, he approached them nonchalantly. As the 2 individuals observed his approach, they were momentarily taken aback. The young girl then spoke, "Junior brother, could it truly be that person? Should we send a message to Wuhuan Temple and summon them here?" The young boy replied confidently, "It cannot be that person. This is merely a feeble soul master. With our 2 soul sect members, can we not subdue a mere soul master? If it truly is that person, we shall strike him down and report to Wuhuan Temple, thereby regaining our dignity." Yang Chen, overhearing their conversation, smirked inwardly, for he had been lamenting the absence of soul masters to provoke him, and now they had come to his doorstep. 2 soul sect members were sufficient to yield 3 or 4 points, initially devoid of murderous intent. The foolish words of the young boy ignited a spark of malice within him. Thus he laughed heartily and greeted them from a distance. "Greetings, esteemed friend from the front. I am the wandering cultivator Chen Yang, lost in this desolate sunsetting forest. Might you be able to guide me on the path?" Upon hearing this, the young boy arrogantly declared, "Ah, so you are a wandering cultivator. We are core disciples of the Baihu sect. I am Zhu Wang, and this is my senior sister, Baisu. The Baihu sect ranks 3rd among the sects of the Douluo continent. I trust you have heard of us." Yang Chun was taken aback. When had the Baihu sect risen to 3rd place? 4th or 5th would have been more plausible. Had the Haotian sect been disregarded due to its seclusion? He smiled and said, "Ah, so it is the young heroes of the Baihu sect. The Baihu sect is indeed a prestigious sect renowned far and wide. I, Chun, have long heard of your esteemed names. It is a great fortune to meet the two of you today, haha. The young boy, upon hearing this, raised his chin even higher, wearing an expression of superiority, and coldly remarked, well said, well said. You, a wandering cultivator, a mere 30-something level soul master, dare to enter this sunsetting forest? Truly bold of you. Have you not heard? A murderous fiend lurks here. Yang Chan was taken aback. A murderous fiend? I have not heard of such a thing. What manner of fiend is it? Just as the young boy was about to answer, Bai Su tugged at his sleeve and interjected, Dear brother, have you been alone here? Have you encountered anyone from Wuhuan Temple? Yang Chun suddenly erupted into laughter. Encountered anyone from Wuhuan Temple? Those self-righteous, hypocritical scoundrels? I shall eradicate each one I meet. As he spoke, Yang Chun approached the two. Bai Su, alarmed by his words, cried out, Junior brother, quickly signal for help. We must retreat. The young boy paused momentarily, then reached into his robes. In a flash, Yang Chun unleashed his divine whip, striking his hand and causing it to bleed profusely. The pampered boy, unaccustomed to such pain, cried out in anguish. Bai Su, witnessing this, exclaimed, Junior brother, this man is the vile brigand. Quickly, let us perform the Baihu fusion technique. The Baihu sect possessed the Baihu fusion technique, their signature skill, allowing two or more individuals to greatly enhance their combat prowess. Having trained together since childhood, their fusion rate exceeded 50%, potentially boosting their strength by 70%. The young boy, injured and devoid of his earlier arrogance, was now filled with fear as he wept. Senior sister, let us flee. Yang Chun furrowed his brow. This was clearly a disciple of a grand sect, naive and inexperienced, embarking on his first venture into the world, initially intending to absorb their martial souls to accumulate points. He hesitated upon seeing the boy's fearful demeanor. Just as he contemplated turning away, a vision of a small figure being mercilessly beaten by human traffickers surged into his mind, igniting a fierce rage within him, and his eyes turned crimson. He glared ominously at the two, saying, You Wuhuan temple lackeys, having crossed paths with me, prepare to pay with your lives. The moment the young boy met Yang Chen's gaze, terror overtook him, causing his legs to tremble. However, Bai Su shouted quickly, Summon your martial soul. Together, we shall slay this shameless brigand. The young boy stammered, Senior sister, I am afraid. Bai Su, enraged, commanded, Listen to me. Unleash your martial soul. At that moment, she transformed into an adorable white tiger. Under her insistence, the young boy also summoned his martial soul, which was likewise a white tiger. Both were youths of 18 or 19, boasting soul power at levels 42 and 36, making them among the elite of their generation across the continent. Yang Chun let out a sinister laugh, repeatedly exclaiming, Excellent, excellent. He quickly closed the distance, invoking his soul-absorbing technique to consume their martial souls entirely. For these two, mere 40-level soul sect members, posed no challenge to Yang Chun, who was now far more formidable. The pair cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground and rolling in torment. Their faces contorted in pain and despair. The sight was unbearable. Yang Chun gazed at them, suddenly struck with clarity, murmuring, These two are merely children under the care of their elders, yet my selfishness has led to their ruin. With their martial souls devoured, they became as good as dead. Even if they survived, their lives would be filled with unimaginable sorrow. Bai Su intermittently cursed, Vile brigand, may you meet a terrible end. I shall haunt you as a ghost. With that, she bit her tongue and fell silent. The young boy continued to writhe, pleading for mercy. Yang Chen started blankly, wondering, What has become of me? Have I truly turned into a demon? These two were merely young adults in the prime of their lives, yet I have caused their demise. Why have I become so ruthless, so indifferent to life? Is it the demon within me, instigated by this system? After staring at the boy for a long time, he gritted his teeth and killed him, burying both him and Bai Su in a pit. With their martial souls destroyed, life in Douluo continent would be worse than death, especially for members of the Baihu sect. With a grim resolve, he turned and fled into the distance. Meanwhile, the little Tian within him cackled with delight. Suddenly, a group of individuals appeared ahead, shouting, Look at that person. Is he not the one the Wuhuan Temple seeks? Yang Chun was startled. Aside from Wuhuan Temple, why had so many powerful soul masters suddenly appeared here? Among this group, he sensed at least 2 soul saints. Another voice cried out, We must quickly notify the Wuhuan Temple. This man must be the demon. Yang Chun realized this was a faction affiliated with Wuhuan Temple, and a surge of malice washed over him. At that moment, his points exceeded 15, and he immediately focused his thoughts, converting them into soul power. In an instant, his soul power surged to level 40, a formidable strength that eclipsed even that of a 39-level soul master, nearly doubling his might. Expanding his soul perception, he found it extended beyond 350 meters. He laughed heartily, declaring, "You Wuhuan temple lackeys, come, witness how I shall cleanse you all." He charged toward the group with unrelenting ferocity. It was already well known that Yang Chun was bizarrely exceptional, capable of battling across several realms. Even a soul saint was no match for him. When confronted unexpectedly, the onlookers were so frightened that they fled in disarray. Yang Chun could hardly believe that his reputation was so formidable that merely announcing his presence sent everyone into a panic, crying out and desperately escaping, leaving him momentarily stunned. Since these individuals had come for him, there was no need for courtesy. He could take advantage of their souls to bolster his own soul power and test his combat strength at the soul sec level of 40. As he watched the crowd scatter in all directions, unable to pursue them all, he unleashed a flurry of soul arrows. The range of his arrows was determined by his spiritual perception. Wherever his consciousness could reach, the arrows could fly. The air echoed with cries of alarm as several individuals stumbled and fell. Despite the swift retreat of about 20 people, 6 or 7 soul kings and soul emperors remained, their minds severely injured and unable to escape further. However, Yang Chun felt a twinge of disappointment that none of the 2 soul saints he was most interested in had stayed behind. With a wry smile, he mused that he was still somewhat weak. One person had frightened off 2 soul saints and numerous soul emperors and kings, yet he still considered himself inadequate. If other soul masters witnessed this, they would surely mock him, questioning whether his presence meant others could not survive. He approached the fallen individuals, intending to use his divine whip to gather them together, planning to extract their souls for consumption. Suddenly, a chilling sense of danger enveloped him. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and dashed toward the dense forest. His instincts warned him that the approaching individual was not merely a soul saint, but a formidable soul Douluo, a being over 80 levels strong, significantly exceeding his own abilities. In a desperate bid, Yang Chen's speed reached unprecedented heights, akin to a gust of wind. As he raced to the edge of the forest, as he neared the safety of the trees, he fervently hoped no one else would appear to obstruct him. Ironically, the very fear he harbored materialized as several figures, clad in the black garb of the spirit hall, emerged from the side to block his path. Even without looking back, Yang Chun sensed the powerful soul Douluo was closing in. He bellowed, "Those who block my path shall perish." Upon seeing Yang Chun charge towards them, 2 of the soul saints froze in shock, letting out yelps of terror as they scrambled away. Suddenly, a voice boomed from behind, "Useless. Yang Chen's spirits soared." Much like Zhang Fei's legendary shout that drove away Cao Cao's million troops, he felt an exhilarating rush as he, too, managed to intimidate the Spirit Hall soul saints. One soul saint was worth thousands of soldiers, and here stood not just one soul saint, but several soul emperors. Just as he reveled in his triumph, and thoughts wandered, he was on the verge of entering the forest, when another fierce shout rang out, "You rogue, stay right there." A shadow of a hand emerged from thin air, aiming to strike him. The force of the strike caused the very fabric of space to stutter. Yang Chen's heart sank. He thought, "This is it, I am doomed. Even the divine cannot save me." With a thunderous crash, the impending strike was suddenly intercepted by an enormous hand that appeared out of nowhere, dispersing the attack. Yang Chun felt a surge of relief as he slipped into the forest, calling out, "Thank you for saving me." At that moment, the powerful pursuer arrived at the forest's edge. One of them shouted, "We, the Spirit Hall, are operating here. Why do you from the Tiando Empire interfere and save that murderous fiend?" Another voice laughed, "We act on the orders of the prince. You kill, we save. Our affairs are unrelated." The first man retorted angrily, "You save someone we intend to kill. Do you wish to provoke a war between the Spirit Hall and the Tiando Empire?" The Tiando envoy laughed again. "Elder Qian, do not speak so ominously. He is merely a lowly soul sect, and a recently promoted one at that. Does the illustrious Spirit Hall truly need to be so anxious over him?" Suddenly, another voice coldly interjected, "General Niu, is this the will of your prince or the intention of the Tiando Empire?" General Niu chuckled, "I am merely following orders. This is a trivial matter. Elder Pippin, do not escalate it unnecessarily. We all see each other often enough. Ha ha ha." It turned out that those chasing after Yang Chun were none other than the bishop of the Douluo branch, Bishop Pippin. who had attempted to intercept Yangchun with a powerful strike. The one who had saved him was General Niu, a general from the Tiando Empire, closely following Prince Shueqinghe. The prince was leading a hunting expedition in the Sunset Forest with no fewer than 3,000 elite soldiers, who had yet to arrive at this area. General Niu, swift in speed, had come ahead to assess the situation. Upon arrival, he was met with the sight of a pale-faced figure in black, being pursued by Bishop Pippin of the Spirit Hall, only to be saved by Elder Qian's timely intervention. It was clear that this person was someone the prince had ordered to protect, as the prince had issued a strict command to safeguard this mysterious individual. Without hesitation, General Niu had intervened to deflect Elder Qian's attack, saving Yang Chen's life. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noticed over 100 members of the Spirit Hall arriving, all of whom were Soul Kings or higher, their formidable strength far exceeding expectations. He had heard rumors of a mysterious individual who had single-handedly defeated several Soul Saints. And now, witnessing the gathering forces, he realized the tales were indeed true. For the sake of a mere Soul sect, at level 40, the Spirit Hall had mobilized such a multitude of powerful figures, leaving General Niu in disbelief. Moreover, he noted that the mysterious figure, though pale, appeared quite youthful, likely not exceeding 18 years of age, which astonished him further. Understanding that this individual had a significant connection to the prince, he realized that with such a prodigy befriending the prince, the Tiando Empire would undoubtedly grow even more powerful. Thus, he became increasingly determined to protect this enigmatic youth. Seeing that the 3,000 elite soldiers were still far from arriving and the 5 soul Douluos accompanying the prince were progressing slowly, he frowned in contemplation, pondering how to ensure Yang Chen's safety. With a swift motion, he raised his hands to obstruct the 4 individuals from the Wuhuan Temple, stating, "Esteemed gentlemen, it is evident that the individual in question is merely a youthful boy, merely a level 40 soul master. There is no need for you 4 to engage in combat. You may simply converse with this general while allowing them to enter." He was well aware of Yang Chen's feat of slaying 2 soul saints in the dense forest. However, those were soul saints, not titled Douluos. Should these 4 venture inside, no matter how formidable Yang Chen might be, he would inevitably be defeated. With the prince's stern orders to protect that individual, he felt an urgent desire to keep these 4 outside the forest. Dallas retorted angrily, "General Niu, do you truly intend to hinder us? 1 person against 4? His eyes were filled with a desperate fervor, and his martial soul immediately manifested. The other 3 fixed their gazes upon him, chuckling menacingly. Although General Niu wished to prevent their entry, he dared not strike back. Facing 4 opponents alone would be tantamount to courting death, especially considering Dallas's apparent instability, as if he had lost his family. Thus, he could only force a smile and say, "I wouldn't dare to challenge you 4. Please proceed." He stepped aside, as the 4 observed the soul masters entering the forest. Fearing unforeseen circumstances, they hastily rushed in. At this moment, they also realized that the so-called murderous fiend, the enigmatic figure, was indeed the one whom the Pope had ordered to be eliminated, a mere boy in his teens. They had never connected the two, as they had never encountered Yang Chen's figure, instinctively avoiding the matter. After all, the boy was exceedingly young, only 13 years of age, and had recently been a mere 20-something level soul master. It was inconceivable for him to ascend to the realm of a level 40 soul master, even with the aid of rare treasures. Moreover, he had effortlessly slain soul saints. Now, upon witnessing his appearance and pale countenance, they comprehended that these 2 were indeed one and the same. A wave of astonishment and fear surged within them. How could someone so young possess such monstrous talent? Given time, this would spell disaster for the Wuhuan Temple. If they failed to eliminate him now, the Douluo continent might soon be devoid of the Wuhuan Temple. General Niu glanced around and followed the 4 into the forest. Meanwhile, Yang Chen had been hiding in the dense woods for 20 to 30 days to evade the Wuhuan Temple's pursuit, having traversed this forest countless times. He had memorized the terrain and vegetation within a radius of several dozen miles, knowing precisely where the large trees, deep pits, and hollows were located. Upon entering the forest, he headed straight into its depths. Before long, he sensed the influx of Wuhuan Temple members entering the forest, including the 4 titled Douluos, alongside a figure dressed as a general who trailed behind. As he scanned the individual with his spiritual perception, he recognized it to be the person who had saved him earlier, and he felt immense gratitude. It dawned on him that this individual must have been sent by Qian Renshua The White Tiger sect and other sects were aware of the situation, and Qianren Xue surely had learned of it as well. Concerned for his safety, she had dispatched someone to rescue him. A warm current flowed through his heart. Qianren Xue truly cared for him, genuinely and sincerely. At that moment, his spiritual perception had expanded to encompass a range of around 350 to 600 meters. He could clearly sense anyone entering this radius. Furthermore, he could also launch spiritual attacks if necessary. Naturally, the power of his spiritual arrows diminished with distance. While he could target a soul master up to 350 meters away, the effectiveness would significantly decrease, rendering it nearly harmless. However, within a radius of 1 to 200 meters, his spiritual arrows were devastating, guaranteeing injury to any who were struck. As he ventured deeper, he noticed the members of the Wuhuan temple becoming increasingly dispersed, their formation breaking apart. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to eliminate some of the weaker soul masters, determined to plunge the Wuhuan temple into a nightmarish scenario. With the aid of the dense forest, he believed he could defeat any foe that was not a titled Douluo. Since advancing to level 40, his power had nearly doubled, instilling him with boundless confidence. Initially, the members of the Wuhuan temple clustered tightly around the 4 titled Douluos. Upon seeing this, Dallas, along with the other 3, decided to split up and search for their targets. With over 100 individuals huddled together in such an expansive forest, it would be nearly impossible to locate anyone. As they traversed the vast woods, they became increasingly separated. Half an hour later, under Yang Chen's spiritual perception, the 4 groups had spread out to a distance of 5 to 600 meters apart, with some soul masters forming smaller clusters. Consequently, he selected the most isolated group of 13 individuals stealthily approaching. Upon reaching 30 meters, he suddenly unleashed a spiritual attack, sending spiritual arrows flying while simultaneously leaping into their midst. Caught off guard by his sudden assault, the group instinctively activated their martial souls. Among the 13, 2 were soul saints, both at levels 75 and 76. Yang Chen's spiritual arrows were now immensely powerful, aside from the 2 soul saints. The remaining 11 soon lost their combat capability, their martial souls severed from them. Yang Chen repeatedly commanded, Devours martial soul, Devours martial soul, as he consumed their martial abilities in swift succession. The 2 soul saints, upon realizing Yang Chen's presence, let out desperate cries and fled without daring to stop. With a flick of his divine whip, Yang Chen crushed their bodies, swiftly retreating into the forest, as the group cried out upon being struck by the soul arrows. Their voices echoed far and wide. Although his consumption of martial souls was completed in mere moments, he sensed 2 titled Douluos rushing towards him. Just as he fled, they arrived promptly. Soon, he heard 2 furious roars behind him. "Vile thief, I will kill you," and "Murderer, I will flay your soul." Their piercing, wrathful shouts reverberated throughout the forest. Upon hearing this, everyone understood that yet another had fallen into the hands of that fiend, and fear gripped their hearts. Unexpectedly, within just over half an hour, the distant sounds of Dallas and another elder from the Wuhuan temple echoed in anger. They hastily approached, having only heard rumors of the individual's cruelty, who left no corpses intact, yet had never witnessed Yang Chen's slaughter firsthand. Upon arriving at the scene, they beheld a gruesome sight. A heap of flesh and blood lay scattered on the ground, limbs strewn about, with not a single piece remaining intact. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that this pile of remains belonged to no fewer than 10 individuals. A chill ran down their spines at such brutality. Previously, they were aware that the lowest-ranking members of the Wuhuan temple entering the forest were soul kings. Thus, it was likely that these 10 or so individuals were all soul kings, possibly even including some soul saints among them. The overall strength was formidable. Even contemplating the possibility of exterminating them all seemed daunting. However, now, the thought of a mere soul master possessing such capabilities and exhibiting such cruelty sent a wave of cold sweat cascading down their backs. They couldn't help but question the prince's orders. They were not attempting to save a mere boy in his teens, but rather confronting a veritable demon, a relentless murderer. Meanwhile, Yang Chen had distanced himself from the scene and was pleasantly surprised to find his consumption points had reached an impressive 23. Filled with joy, he immediately exchanged 20 points for soul power, elevating his strength to level 41. After reaching the 40th level of soul power, one requires 20 points to advance to the next level. Yang Chen could not help but engage in a long-neglected action, licking his lips with his tongue. while secretly chuckling to himself. Since he had antagonized the Wu Hun Temple, he intended to utilize this auspicious location to completely engulf them, elevating his soul power directly to the 60s or 70s. Even if a soul Douluo or a title Douluo were to come, he would harbor no fear. He had already discerned that his strength was burgeoning at a rate far surpassing that of other soul masters, employing various methods to consistently traverse 3 major realms in battle. Should he truly manage to enhance his soul power to above 60, or even 70, he would then be capable of contending with the unparalleled 99-level Douluo. Taking one step further would lead to godhood. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, eager for grand endeavors. He was aware that with each ascension, the points required for advancement would continuously escalate. However, the abundance of potent soul masters in this area was remarkable, with at least 20 to 30 soul saints and 4 soul Douluos present. Each of these soul Douluos could potentially provide him with over 10 points. With these thoughts, he felt a surge of bloodlust and discreetly observed other groups. Soon, he discovered another opportunity, this time consisting of 16 to 17 individuals, including 3 soul saints and 8 soul emperors. Adhering to his strategy, he stealthily approached and unleashed a sudden soul attack. He had noticed that the moment he appeared and launched his soul arrows, the members of the Wu Hun Temple would flee in panic, unwilling to engage him in combat. This time, his rewards were even greater, devouring 32 points and successfully eliminating a soul saint, although 2 soul saints and 2 soul emperors managed to escape. Consequently, he advanced to the next level. Concealing himself in a secluded spot, he listened to the furious roars of the 4 soul Douluos. And Yang Chun felt a surge of joy within, akin to drinking ice water on a sweltering summer day. The process of leveling up was as effortless as drinking water, an immensely pleasurable experience. Now at 42 levels of soul power, both his soul strength and spiritual power had significantly improved. After 2 rounds of slaying over 20 individuals, the soul masters of the Wu Hun Temple were thoroughly terrified. At this point, they dared not act independently. Those below the rank of soul saint had congregated together. They could scarcely muster the courage to pursue Yang Chun. Even if he were presented before them, they would not dare to make a move, only wishing to escape this meat grinder, this graveyard. Observing the gathering of individuals, Yang Chun furrowed his brow. With the 4 soul Douluos on guard, any further attempts at slaughter would prove challenging. His spiritual perception wandered through the dense forest, and suddenly, he discovered about 10 individuals lingering at a distance, momentarily unable to join the others. Upon closer inspection, he identified 4 soul saints and 6 soul emperors. This combination was exceedingly formidable. Yang Chun frowned inwardly, fearing that if he missed this chance, he might not encounter another opportunity. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to take the risk, reasoning that these 4 soul saints would likely flee upon seeing him, and eliminating these soul emperors would suffice. Each soul emperor was worth approximately 5 points, with 6. That amounted to around 30 points. Coupled with his remaining points, he could ascend 2 levels. He charged forward, launching a sudden assault before the others could react, unleashing a barrage of soul arrows while simultaneously activating his devouring ability. However, this time he miscalculated. The 4 soul saints did not flee, but unleashed their full combat prowess. Unjirtuling Yangjian. Among them was a peak soul saint at 79 levels, possessing combat strength nearing that of a soul Douluo. Since the battle had commenced, it was imperative to resolve matters swiftly. Yang Chun, sensing the dire situation, held nothing back. As he continued to fire his soul arrows, he infused the venom of the Bai Lin Shi Huang, a potent poison from Dugu Bo, into his soul power. The Bai Lin Shi Huang poison was renowned across the realm. Even a title Douluo would not survive contact with it. The others had not anticipated that Yang Chun possessed not only formidable mental attacks, but also the world's most fearsome poison, the Bai Lin Shi Huang. Upon contact, they were rendered panic-stricken, as their soul saint cultivation could not withstand the rapid infiltration of this toxin into their bloodlines. This extraordinary poison was lethal upon contact. In truth, Yang Chen's ability to locate them was a deliberate ploy by the leading soul saint, who had intentionally distanced himself from the others to lure Yang Chen. Confident in his peak soul saint status and believing he could contend with a soul Douluo, he sought to engage Yang Chen in battle and seize the opportunity to slay him. His mental strength was exceptionally powerful, far beyond that of other soul saints, which was his greatest asset. He believed that as long as he could withstand Yang Chen's mental attack, he would be able to effortlessly counterattack and defeat him. To his astonishment, Yang Chen's spiritual assault proved ineffective, and he swiftly unleashed the deadly poison. He possessed a beast martial soul, the anomalous spirit cat. Just as Yang Chen seemed on the brink of demise under his beast martial soul's 9 strikes, he was struck by the venom, blood flowing profusely. Even more terrifying was that his powerful martial soul was swiftly devoured by an invisible maw. In utter shock, he opened his mouth to scream, but before the sound could escape, Yang Chen struck him on the head with a whip. With the leading 79-level soul saint eliminated, the remaining individuals fell victim to the poison, their martial souls consumed, and they were swiftly eradicated. The few soul emperors who had intended to assist, upon witnessing the annihilation of the 4 soul saints, fled in terror, clutching their heads, which had been severely injured by the soul arrows. They had witnessed Yang Chen's martial soul devouring prowess, and he would not allow them to escape. With a thunderous shout, he unleashed a flurry of soul arrows while simultaneously activating the 3rd soul skill, Jin Mao Huang Xiao Tianji, infusing the venom of Du Gu Bo's snake into the lethal aura. Tragically, the 6 soul emperors were also obliterated within mere seconds. As he surveyed the fallen foes, Yang Chen lamented the missed opportunity. These 6 had fled in panic without even utilizing their martial souls, wasting 6 powerful soul emperors and denying him over 30 points. He promptly dealt with the bodies and retreated deeper into the forest. By the time the 4 soul Douluos arrived, they were met with a scene of utter devastation. Their faces were ashen as they stared vacantly at the ground, rendered speechless. Dallas even spat blood repeatedly, collapsing backward. Elder Qin shook his head, realizing that if this continued, the members of the Wuhan Temple would surely perish in this forest. He immediately ordered all personnel to withdraw from the woods. The most alarming revelation was that a 79-level soul saint had also perished, indicating that this 40-level soul master possessed the capability to slay peak soul saints. As this realization sank in, the others trembled uncontrollably, their faces pale, questioning what sort of monster they had provoked, devoid of any courage to pursue Yang Chen. The 33 bodies lay mangled, rendering them unrecognizable. Alongside the prior losses, the Wuhan Temple had suffered grievously, severely weakened. Meanwhile, Yang Chen, concealed deep within, checked his system. Although he had not devoured the martial souls of the 6 soul emperors, he had nearly consumed the martial souls of the 4 soul saints, earning him 28 points. It was likely that the peak 79-level soul saint alone contributed 8 or 9 points. Thus, with the remaining points, he now possessed over 40 points. Yang Chen felt a surge of elation. This was no siege by the Wuhan Temple, but rather a fortuitous opportunity. As if the heavens had bestowed upon him the points he required for his soul power. He promptly exchanged these points for soul power, elevating his strength to 44 levels. Within a mere couple of hours since reaching the 40th level, he had ascended 4 levels, nearly doubling his combat prowess. At this moment, Yang Chen felt that, relying solely on his formidable soul power, without the aid of the divine arrow of the soul and the venom of the serpent, he could vanquish even a peak soul emperor. He proceeded toward the edge of the dense forest, searching for any scattered soul masters to confront. It was only upon nearing the periphery that he discerned, through his perceptive abilities, that nearly 100 members of the Wuhan Temple lay strewn about outside the forest. Some sprawled on the ground, others leaning against trees, all looking as dejected as frostbitten eggplants. Not a single voice was heard among the near 100, enveloped in an oppressive silence. He also observed the 4 soul Dalu, their faces a mask of fury, one of whom appeared as pale as parchment, blood at the corners of his mouth, exuding a menacing countenance. Yang Chen realized that the members of the Wuhan Temple had indeed been utterly intimidated by him, regretting inwardly that he had been a tad too ruthless, thereby severing their financial lifeline. Simultaneously, he pondered why these individuals lingered there, seemingly awaiting someone. Not wishing to linger, he altered his course. Suddenly, he spotted a few figures approaching the forest. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback to find Tang San, Xiao Wu, and their companions, along with Master Flandra, Lu Erlong, and Titan, totaling 10 individuals. Yang Chen was astonished. What business did Tang San and the others have here? Could it be that they had heard of his predicament and come to lend support? The thought brought a wry smile to his face, realizing that no matter how valiant Tang San was, this was not a matter they could involve themselves in. This was the formidable Wuhan Temple, the most powerful force on the Douluo continent, even overshadowing the Tiando Empire. Indeed, Tang San and his companions halted at a distance from the Wuhuan temple members, peering into the forest. Tang San wore an anxious expression, while Xiao Wu's eyes were wide with concern as she gazed into the depths of the woods. In contrast, Oscar and Ma Hongjun appeared relaxed and carefree, as if on a leisurely outing. Master Yu Xiaojiang, however, was visibly troubled, his brow furrowed in deep thought. After a brief pause, they turned to walk away. It turned out that on a nearby hill, a multitude of people had gathered, all from various factions, either investigating the situation or spectating the Wuhuan temple's encirclement of Yangchun. Yangchun had focused all his attention on the members of the Wuhuan temple. Oblivious to the presence of these other factions, upon glancing around, he was astonished to see no fewer than 1,000 individuals, many of whom were formidable, including several at the level of Soul Douluo. He had not anticipated that as a mere Soul Zone, he would attract such a crowd. It was indeed a tempest stirred by a single individual. Tang San and the others approached the crowd, where Tang San and Dai Mubai began to inquire about the pursuit of Yangchun by the Wuhuan temple. Those present had arrived before the Wuhuan temple members entered the forest, and upon witnessing the latter's disheveled state upon their exit, they realized the temple had suffered significant losses. A few astute individuals discreetly compared the number of Wuhuan temple members before their entrance and after their exit, discovering a reduction of over 30. The members of the Wuhuan temple that had come here were all above the level of Soul King. This indicated that within just a couple of hours, over 30 Soul Masters, no less than Soul King rank, had perished at the hands of this mysterious individual. At this point, everyone learned that this enigmatic figure was quite young and appeared to wield a seemingly worthless martial soul, Dogtail grass. In fact, prior to this battle, the 4 Soul Douluo of the Wuhuan temple had already speculated that Yangchun was the very youth they sought to eliminate, meaning this mysterious individual was none other than the extraordinary boy their pope had deemed a priority target for assassination. Their hearts filled with dread as they recalled Yangchun's cultivation level. Merely a month or two prior, he had been a mere 20-something level Great Soul Master. Yet now he had ascended to over 40 levels as a Soul Zone, his soul power soaring like a rocket. What was even more terrifying was that he possessed an immense, inexhaustible mental force, his overall combat ability reaching the level of Soul Sage, and even nearing that of Soul Douluo. The thought was chilling. This boy was merely 13 or 14 years old. If he were to continue on this trajectory for another year or so, would they, the so-called Soul Douluo, not become mere prey for him, at his mercy? Now they understood why the Pope had prioritized the assassination of this youth, covertly issuing a decree of utmost importance. Tang San reported the findings to Master Yu Xiaojiang and the others. Master Yu Xiaojiang, the foremost authority on Soul Master theory in the Douluo continent, was left agape, unable to close his mouth. Everything about this boy defied his theoretical framework. His rapid advancement in soul power lacked any theoretical foundation. He exchanged glances with Flandra and Lu Erlong, both silently agreeing that such a prodigy must be brought into Shrek Academy at all costs. They had always taken pride in Tang San, yet here was a talent that surpassed even him. Master Yu Xiaojiang's intention was clear. He must bring this boy into Shrek Academy to study his method of soul power enhancement, hoping to refine his own theories. He had always held a high opinion of himself, considering himself the unrivaled expert on soul power theory in the Douluo continent. Now, however, he faced a profound upheaval. This so-called first authority on soul power theory found himself confronted by a phenomenon that lay far beyond his research parameters, a mysterious theoretical domain he had yet to explore. Having dedicated his life to the study of soul power theory, he had previously accounted for the soul power advancements of every soul master in the Douluo continent under his theoretical umbrella. The sudden emergence of an exception that shattered all his theories left him feeling both disheartened and inexplicably exhilarated, as it provided new data and avenues for research. As the crowd of soul masters gathered from afar continued to close in, they all focused their attention on the members of the Wuhuan temple. The latter, feeling as though they were being scrutinized like a spectacle, grew increasingly restless, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the titled elder who would locate this demon and eliminate him. Just as their impatience peaked, the ground began to tremble, as if a great host was approaching, startling them with the sound of iron cavalry. Upon looking up, they saw a vast throng of individuals advancing, all soul masters clad in armor, flowing like a tidal wave of iron. It is indeed His Highness the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire, Xue Qinghe, who has led 3,000 iron cavalry into the hunt. Upon witnessing their formidable presence, everyone understood that the crown prince had come with the intent of pursuing that enigmatic youth. They glanced at the members of the Wuhuan Hall and thought it wise to stand aside, recognizing that neither faction was one to provoke. They were eager to observe whether these two groups would clash or cooperate. Suddenly, the 3,000 iron cavalry halted in unison, their voices booming. His Highness the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire is hunting in this dense forest. Any idle onlookers must withdraw immediately, otherwise we shall show no mercy. Their collective roar reverberated through the heavens, an overwhelming aura ascending, causing all sects to retreat in haste. Dallas and the others quickly perceived that the Crown Prince, Xue intended to compete with the Wuhuan Hall for the youth, and it became evident that he not only brought 3,000 seasoned cavalry, but also several soul Douluo. Dallas and his companions were momentarily stunned, gazing at the impressive cavalry. The formidable General Neo had approached the Crown Prince, delivering a detailed report. Upon hearing the news, Xue, also known as Qian Renxue, with her strikingly handsome and authoritative eyes, was enraptured. This was her little man, her future husband, in such a short time apart. He had elevated his soul power from over 20 to beyond 40 levels, possessing the strength to slay a soul sage, even a peak soul sage, while she, Qian Renxue, now at the 69th level of Soul Emperor, could only defeat a 79th level peak soul sage with her powerful six-winged angel martial spirit. This young prodigy had accomplished it. Pride for Yang Chun welled up within her. General Neo, momentarily taken aback, wondered about the Crown Prince's gaze. Could the rumors be true? Did he possess such inclinations? Stepping back quietly, he hoped that the Crown Prince would only take an interest in that young man and not in him. Qian Renxue quickly regained her composure, realizing she had been lost in thought over this young prodigy. She then declared, "This individual is a remarkable talent, the most extraordinary genius in the history of Douluo continent, with a significant connection to me. Therefore, we must seize him from the Wuhuan Hall to ensure his safety. He is the first individual on the Douluo continent poised to attain divinity, and our Tiando Empire will greatly benefit from his protection. I hope everyone will do their utmost." General Neo and several others nodded in agreement, feeling an air of mystery surrounding Yang Chun. If such a prodigious talent could be won over by the Crown Prince, it would be an extraordinary boon for the Tiando Empire. These individuals, all soul Douluo, were acutely aware of the shifting power dynamics on the Douluo continent. Under Bibi Dong's leadership, the Wuhuan Hall had gradually begun to reveal its power, and it was only a matter of time before it extended its influence over the Tiando Empire. Thus, having an unparalleled powerhouse to rely on would be immensely beneficial. This young man represented the epitome of potential. With his remarkable gifts, he would undoubtedly become one of the most formidable entities in the Douluo continent with time. Qian Renxue commanded, "Send the orders down. We are to hunt in this dense forest. Everyone is to take their positions now." An officer shouted, "The army is to occupy the forest. No one is permitted to enter. Otherwise, we shall show no mercy." Tang San and the others, initially concerned for Yang Chun, were taken aback upon witnessing the situation. Yang Chun had established a rapport with the Crown Prince, thus securing his safety. They had been strategizing on how to rescue Yang Chun from the Wuhuan Hall's clutches, but now, with so many powerful figures present, their spirits lifted. As the army prepared to occupy the forest, Dallas and his companions were unwilling to concede. It was clear that the Crown Prince had come to claim the youth. With so many cavalry entering, how could the Wuhuan Hall possibly eliminate that devil? Dallas boldly proclaimed, "Tiando Empire, heed this. The Wuhuan Hall has matters to attend to in this forest. We are in pursuit of a murderous traitor who has defected from our ranks. We hope you can delay your hunt until we capture this traitor." With that, he and Pipo moved swiftly, positioning themselves before Qian Renxue, blocking the army's advance. Qian Renxue's expression turned cold as she sternly addressed Dallas. "Bishop Dallas, are you inciting rebellion? The Wuhuan Hall is merely a sole master organization under the jurisdiction of our Tiando Empire. You have no authority to interfere in imperial affairs." Dallas sneered, "Your Highness, do not attempt to intimidate me with the Empire. I suspect this is your own intention, not that of the Tiando Emperor, correct? Must our actions be reported to you?" Qian Renxue retorted, "Bishop Dallas, are you truly seeking conflict with the Tiando Empire? I, Xue, represent the Tiando Empire. If you do not stand aside, I shall not hold back." Dallas and his companions felt the urgency. The 3,000 iron cavalry were clearly a battle-hardened force, emanating a palpable aura of slaughter. Should they force their way in, the The Wuhuan Hall's mere 100 or so members would struggle to withstand the onslaught. As the 3,000 iron cavalry prepared to charge into the forest, the nearly 100 soul masters of the Wuhuan Hall gathered behind Dallas, ready for a confrontation. At that moment, a gentle voice echoed from a distance. What is happening here that is everyone so tense? Though soft, the voice was distinctly heard by all, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that quelled any thoughts of resistance. A title Dalu, with the prowess of one man equating to that of 1,000,000 cavalry, was not a force that an army could withstand. Qian Richue's heart sank gradually. Upon hearing the voice, Dallas felt as if he had heard divine music, and his spirits soared as he rushed forward, bowing. I pay my respects to Elder Qi. I am unworthy and have disturbed you. This was a title Dalu of the 94th level, a figure of significant authority within the Hall of the Pope. This esteemed title Dalu, renowned for his mental prowess, was known as the 9-Li Flying Knife Dalu. His martial spirit was a weapon spirit, the 9-Li Flying Knife, controlled by his mental energy, with an attack range of 100 meters. His martial spirit, while named the 9-Li Flying Knife, consisted of 9 knives, each empowered by 9 soul rings, delivering unparalleled destructive force. Even among title Dalu of the same level, few could approach within 10 yards of him, making him one of the most formidable title Dalu to confront. This elder had resided within the Hall of the Pope for many years, rarely venturing outside. Having surpassed a century in age, he had not left the hall in the past 20 years. Had it not been for the emergence of Yang Chun, this exceptional individual with formidable mental attack capabilities, the Pope Bibi Dong would not have summoned him. Upon his arrival, both elders and the bishops bowed deeply, their hearts lightened. With this elder present, the traitor would no longer find refuge. Although Qian Renxue had always occupied her position within the Tiando Empire, posing as the crown prince, she was well aware of the key figures within the Wuhuan Hall. She had not anticipated that Bibi Dong would dispatch this elder, which only deepened her resentment towards Bibi Dong. The 9-Li Flying Knife was a unique treasure of the Douluo continent, coupled with its 94th level of soul power. Among her entourage, the strongest was merely an 88th level soul Dalu. None could withstand a single strike from him. What was to be done? No matter how clever she was, she found herself momentarily without a strategy, unless she revealed her true identity. Yet in such a setting, how could she unveil her true self? Once her identity was exposed, would it not plunge the entire Douluo continent in a chaos? Meanwhile, Yang Chun, concealed within the dense forest, had experienced significant increases in his spiritual power due to consecutive advancements. His perceptive abilities now extended up to 400 meters. Upon encountering Tang San and his companions, he had quietly retreated deeper into the woods, contemplating how to break the impasse, when suddenly, the sound of iron hooves resonated from beyond the thicket, suggesting that a large contingent was approaching. After a moment's reflection, he deduced it was none other than Qian Renxue leading her army, filling him with elation as he made his way to the periphery. Indeed, Qian Renxue had brought 3,000 cavalry, their imposing presence arrayed at the forest's edge. By extending his spiritual perception, he discerned not only the 3,000 iron steeds, but also 6 soul Douluos of level 80 and above accompanying her. His anxious heart finally eased. The perilous situation was resolved. He repeatedly praised, "Good Shuer, dear Shuer, how considerate you are. I shall surely choose you as my principal consort and lead the harem." With the prospect of meeting Qian Renxue, and with the protection of 3,000 cavalry and 6 soul Douluos, he felt invincible against the spear hall. Thus, he prepared to stride out of the dense forest, only to be suddenly confronted by a menacing aura. An elderly figure materialized at the forest's edge, revealing himself to be Qilin Fei Dao, a title Douluo of level 94. His instinct warned him of this individual's unparalleled mental prowess. A mere probe would reveal his location, and even Qian Renxue would be unable to shield him. Consequently, he swiftly retreated deeper into the woods. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue, in a moment of urgency, stepped forward to confront the Fei Dao Douluo. Bending slightly, she addressed him with respect. "I am Xue Qinghe, the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, and I believe you are the esteemed Qilin Fei Dao." Despite the spirit hall's might, it remained under the jurisdiction of the Tiando Empire. The elder nodded slightly, acknowledging her. "Ah, it is your highness, the crown prince. I have heard of you." Qian Renxue continued, "Esteemed elder, the individual within the woods is a distinguished guest of the Tiando Empire, who has rendered me great kindness. I hope, for the sake of the Tiando Empire, that you will allow him to depart with me. As for any grievances between him and your hall, I am willing to mediate, and the Tiando Empire will comply with any terms you may propose. As the crown prince and a figure of significant authority, her appeal carried considerable weight. Her words astonished not only the members of the Spirit Hall, but also the high-ranking officials accompanying Qian Ringshu. One general whispered, "Your Highness, do not make promises lightly." Yet, Qian Ringshu's expression hardened as she replied, "General Luo, I will exercise discretion." However, the titled law, Elder Qi, shook his head, stating, "Your Highness, I cannot acquiesce. The Pope has instructed that this individual must be captured at all costs." With gritted teeth, Qian Ringshu implored, "Elder, can we not discuss this further?" Elder Qi smiled gently. "I am not one to meddle in worldly affairs. I merely follow orders. Once this matter is concluded, I shall return to the hall. Rest assured, though this young friend is peculiar, I will not harm him, but I must extract him from this forest. Many are watching, eager to behold his true form, and I am quite intrigued." With a sudden leap, he ascended into the air, gliding above the forest. His formidable mental energy expanded, scanning the thicket below. His spiritual perception reached 100 meters, capturing every detail within his mind. Outside the woods, the members of the Spirit Hall, the Tiando Empire's officials, and various sects and lone practitioners, thousands of eyes fixated on Elder Qi, anticipating the imminent capture of Yangchun. Qian Ringshu, her palms slick with sweat, urged the Soul Douluos accompanying her to seize any sight of Yangchun, employing any means necessary to bring him back, regardless of the cost. Tang San, filled with anxiety, gazed upward while searching the distance, repeatedly pondering where the ancient figure was and why he had yet to appear. In a moment of desperation, to persuade Douluo, he had reluctantly agreed to comply with any request from him, no matter how perilous. Douluo, recognizing Tang San's extraordinary potential and anticipating his eventual ascendance to the pinnacle of the continent, willingly granted this favor. However, as the crucial moment approached, Tang San grew increasingly anxious at the absence of Douluo's appearance. Unbeknownst to him, the Spirit Hall had dispatched a title de law, whom he assumed would be easily countered by Douluo's formidable skills. Yet, this title de law was a formidable level 94 soul master, primarily skilled in ranged combat, posing a significant challenge even for Douluo. The most feared aspect of Douluo was his toxic capabilities, particularly the biphosphorus Serpent King's poison, which thrived in close combat. Against an adversary specializing in ranged attacks with flying daggers, Douluo's venom would be rendered ineffective, his advantage turning into a disadvantage, especially given his 3-level deficit in soul power. With the omniscient master at his side, as soon as Elder Qi appeared, the master relayed the situation to Tang San. Fortunately, with the Crown Prince Shui Qinghe's formidable protection, they still had a chance if the ancient figure arrived. However, Tang San could not fathom the depth of the bond between Yangchun and the Crown Prince. Despite the distance, his Ziji magic eye allowed him to perceive Qian Ringshu's every movement, leading him to suspect a deeper relationship beyond mere friendship. Tang San, with his extensive life experiences, was wary of the Crown Prince's rumored inclinations, fearing that their bond might transcend ordinary camaraderie. He shook his head, recognizing his admiration for Yangchun, realizing such thoughts were a disservice to Yangchun's character. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu expressed her concern, her gaze fixed on the depths of the forest. Fearful of the unveiled title de law, acutely aware that, as a spirit beast, he could see through her true form. The master, Flinder, and Lu Erlong, however, were filled with unquenchable curiosity about Yangchun, eagerly anticipating his emergence. As for Wuhuan Temple's Dalas and his companions, their eyes glowed a deep crimson as they fixated on Elder Qi, who soared through the dense forest, eagerly anticipating the emergence of that detestable killing fiend. They yearned to swarm him and rend him to pieces, ensuring that Qianren Shue would not seize the opportunity. They were acutely aware that, given Elder Qi's stature, it was neither appropriate nor feasible for him to strike at Yangchun. Should he take action to slay Yangchun, it would surely render Elder Qi and Wuhuan Temple the subject of ridicule across the realm. With a title de law of level 94, personally executing a soul master of merely 40 levels, and that too under the watchful eyes of thousands of soul masters from various powers on Douluo continent, Wuhuan Temple would be utterly disgraced. Therefore, the task of eliminating Yangchun fell solely to them. Initially, they believed that with the title de laws intervention, capturing Yangchun would be a mere formality, swiftly accomplished. However, As time dragged on, they observed Elder Chi's figure gradually diminishing into a speck of gray, flitting about the treetops, yet still failing to locate Yangchun. Their astonishment grew with each passing moment. What manner of being was this? After half an hour had elapsed, their eyes strained from watching, yet Yangchun remained elusive, while Elder Chi's silhouette continued its frantic dance above the forest. Unbeknownst to them, upon entering the woods, Yangchun sensed the formidable mental prowess of the level 94 title Dalu, his natural nemesis. He swiftly burrowed into a tree hollow, cloaking his presence entirely. Under the guidance of Xiao Tian's special concealment technique, even this powerful title Dalu could not discern his essence nor locate him. Yangchun's mind was preoccupied with devising a strategy to evade this calamity, feeling utterly at a loss due to the vast disparity in strength. Just as despair threatened to consume him, he heard Xiao Tian's reassuring voice. "Do not worry. You are a person of great fortune. You will surely evade this disaster, and something unforeseen will occur." Comforted by Xiao Tian's words, Yangchun felt a sense of calm wash over him, thinking he would simply await the arrival of this so-called unexpected event, momentarily lowering his guard. However, in the blink of an eye, a sinister, aged chuckle reached his ears. "Little one, even I, an old man, was nearly deceived by you." Impressive indeed. Feeling a lightness in his body, he emerged from the tree hollow, soaring towards the group from Wuhuan Temple outside the forest. Startled, Yangchun could not help but berate Xiao Tian, for it was his auspicious words that had led him to be apprehended by this title Dalu. Upon exiting the forest, he felt several powerful auras firmly locking onto him. Qian Rinchua's commanding voice rang out, "Everyone advance. Spare no effort to protect this person." As those powerful auras honed in on Yangchun, 6 formidable presences also locked onto Dalu and his trio. Consumed by their hatred for Yangchun, Dalu and his companions disregarded their identities as sole Douluos and launched themselves at him. They understood that Yangchun was unlike any other, and that with the formidable enemies of the Tiando Empire surrounding him, a single misstep could allow this fiend to escape once more. The 4 sole Douluos unleashed their might, aiming to eliminate Yangchun before the powerful forces of the Tiando Empire could arrive. Yangchun's sudden appearance caught everyone off guard, and as the 4 sole Douluos disregarded all pretense and charged him, a collective gasp echoed from the crowd. Tang San and the others were likewise taken aback, while Qian Rinchua emitted a piercing scream. Just as Yangchun seemed destined to perish under the onslaught of the 4 sole Douluos, a figure flashed into view. Intercepting their attack, Yangchun was propelled forward, landing with a thud before Tang San and the others. Everyone's eyes were fixed upon the confrontation between Wuhuan Temple and Yangchun, oblivious to the identity of the figure who had come to his aid. The 4 from Dalu staggered back, shaken by the overwhelming soul power of this individual who stood before them, a man clad in gray robes with green hair, his complexion a shade of pale blue. They instinctively inhaled sharply, retreating a few steps, realizing that this was the renowned title known for his poison, Dugubo. Dalu seethed. "Elder Poison Douluo, do you intend to interfere in this matter?" Dugubo, having just absorbed the force of their combined attack, took a moment to regain his composure before responding gravely. "I am here at the behest of another, to fulfill a duty of loyalty." At that moment, 2 colorful flying daggers zipped toward Dugubo, circling him twice, their powerful soul force pressing down on him. Elder Chi's voice emerged slowly. "Dugubo, you must not involve yourself in this matter. It would be wise to withdraw." Dugubo, having just arrived, recognized the daggers as belonging to Elder Chi of Wuhuan Temple, a formidable title Douluo of level 94. Realizing he could not protect Tang San's friend with Elder Chi present, he remained silent for a moment before saying, "So it is Elder Chi of Wuhuan Temple. I did not expect the esteemed title Douluo of the 9 flying daggers to personally engage with a mere soul master. I am impressed." Elder Chi's face flushed at the remark, and he replied, "Dugubo, you are here at another's behest, while I act upon the orders of the Pope. We are in similar circumstances. However, as you mentioned, this youth is merely a humble soul master. I shall not bully him with my strength. Yet, if I choose to refrain from action, you must also abstain from intervening." Dugubo, still trying to grasp the situation, glanced at Tang San. Upon hearing this, Tang San's spirits soared. Old monster agreed to his terms, with Qian Rinchua's 3,000 iron cavalry and 6 soul Douluos present, alongside Master and his trio's iron triangle and the formidable Titan Dalu. As long as this level 94 Elder Chi refrained from action, Yang Chen's life would be secured. Douluo readily acquiesced, laughing heartily, while said, "I shall comply with your wishes." He stepped back, positioning himself to the side. The crowd was taken aback by the typically obstinate poison Douluo's willingness to heed a young man's words. Casting curious glances at Tang San and wondering who this youth could be, merely 13 or 14 years old and yet a level 40 soul master. Dalu, however, was taken aback by this development, exclaiming, "Elder Qi, this cannot be allowed." Elder Qi responded with a hearty laugh. "Fear not, the Pope has devised another plan." No sooner had he spoken than dozens of figures dressed in black surged from a distance. Though their numbers were few, their soul power was formidable, boasting 8 soul Douluos and 30 soul saints. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Wuhuan Temple was prepared to expend all resources to eliminate this youth, investing half of their assets into this endeavor, including Dalu and his companions. There were 12 above the rank of Douluo, and with the 5 soul saints Yang Chen had slain, their number exceeded 50, representing more than half of Wuhuan Temple's strength. Dalu erupted in laughter. The Pope is truly a master strategist. Let us see where this murderous fiend attempts to flee today. A mocking voice pierced the air. Dalu, Peepo, you truly are inept, unable to capture a mere soul master, and you still require our assistance? The speaker was an adversary of Dalu, whose words caused both Dalu and Peepo to flush with embarrassment, rendered speechless. The members of Wuhuan Temple rejoiced at the arrival of reinforcements and, with a unified shout, charged towards Yang Chen. Meanwhile, Yang Chen, having been thrown before Tang San by Douluo, landed heavily on the ground, nearly breaking apart in pain, cursing inwardly. "This old poisoner, if you intend to save me, must you do so with such force?" He was, of course, unaware that upon first sighting him, Douluo immediately recognized him as the so-called spy lying on the prince's bed, the very one who had frightened him away. This realization bewildered him, and in the act of saving him, he exerted too much force, causing him to fall unceremoniously to the ground as a form of punishment. Qianrenxue, initially relieved by Douluo's timely intervention that prevented Elder Qi of the Wuhuan Temple from attacking, believed that Yang Chen had been saved. However, she soon found herself confronted with a large contingent of powerful adversaries from the Wuhuan Temple. Without delay, she commanded her 3,000 iron cavalry to encircle Yang Chen, Tang San, and the others, effectively blocking the oncoming forces. In a swift motion, she appeared by Yang Chen's side and softly inquired, "Little shaman, how are you faring?" Yang Chen felt warmth in his heart and replied, "I am fine, I will not perish." Qianrenxue shot him an annoyed glare and remarked, "You certainly have a talent for attracting trouble. How will we escape this predicament?" She had always held an inexplicable trust and reliance on Yang Chen. Furrowing his brow, Yang Chen responded, "Something unexpected will surely occur. Do not worry about me. Just focus on commanding the army." Although he desired to remain close to Qianrenxue, it was evident that her proximity drew the gazes of countless onlookers, and it was better to send her away for her own safety. Furthermore, he was genuinely concerned that in the heat of battle, she might reveal her 6-winged angel martial soul, a lineage only inherited by the Qiandao Lu of the Wuhuan Temple, which would inevitably plunge the Tiando Empire into chaos. Once Qianrenxue departed, Tang San and the others gathered around Yang Chen, with Master Yu Shaojiang and the others standing protectively in front of their group of 8. Yang Chen was taken aback by Tang San's unwavering commitment to stand against the Wuhuan Temple despite their overwhelming disadvantage. He felt deeply moved, recognizing Tang San's noble spirit and the honor of having crossed paths with him on the Douluo continent. With heartfelt gratitude, he bowed deeply and expressed, "I thank all esteemed seniors and brothers and sisters. I, Yang Chen, will surely repay your kindness with my life." Master smiled and reassured him, "Little San has already informed us of your situation. We have long considered you one of us, a student of our Shrek Academy. With us here, we will risk our lives to protect you." Both Flender and Lu Erlong nodded emphatically, declaring, "You are our student, our child. We will not allow anyone to bully you." Xiao Wu grasped his hand and said, "Brother Chun, we are now the Shrek 8 monsters. We accepted you long before your arrival. Do not feel apologetic. We are all one family." Dai Mubai smiled warmly and enveloped him in a bear hug, nearly squeezing the breath out of him, saying, "Yang Chen, on behalf of everyone, I welcome you to our Shrek 7 monsters. From now on, you are our brother." Yang Chen felt an overwhelming warmth and nearly shed tears. He had always aspired to lead Shrek, but in this moment, how could he still harbor such ambitions when they had entrusted their lives to him. Taking a deep breath, he vowed, "Boss Dai, I will not disappoint my brothers and sisters. From this day forth, my life belongs to all of you." Despite the dire situation of being outmatched, the willingness of Master and Dai Mubai to risk their lives for him, all due to Tang San's influence, was a profound kindness he could hardly fathom. Laughter erupted as everyone chimed in. "We are all comrades. Let us share in both glory and hardship." Suddenly, Ning Rongrong turned to Yang Chun and said, "Brother Shaman, you should remove your mask. It looks terrible, and there's a hole in it." Yang Chun was taken aback, his face flushing as he looked at Ning Rongrong's curious and beautiful face, and he tore off the mask. Ning Rongrong giggled, "Brother Shaman, you're quite handsome. Not inferior to someone else," casting a sidelong glance at Oscar. Oscar, upon hearing this, became displeased, squinting his charming eyes and quipping, "Brother Shaman, come. Let us stand together and let everyone judge who is more handsome." With that, he pulled Yang Chun to stand beside him, eliciting another round of hearty laughter. Yang Chun felt a sudden rush of warmth, experiencing a sense of familial belonging. Having witnessed their camaraderie countless times in stories, he had been moved, but nothing compared to the profound emotion he felt in this moment. An inexplicable urge to cry surged within him. As he reached out his hand, everyone looked curiously at Zhu Zhuqing, the typically indifferent and withdrawn girl, who was now voluntarily extending her hand to Yang Chun. Yang Chun gazed at her proud figure, swallowing hard, amazed at her beauty. Had she been in his past life, she might have been crowned in a world beauty pageant. Alas, she was Dai Mubai's wife. He quickly grasped her hand firmly, not letting go for a long while. Ning Rongrong teased, "Brother Shaman, Zhu Qing is not your type." Yang Chen's face reddened as laughter erupted once more. At that moment, Ma Hongjun squeezed his way over, his rotund figure resembling a ball. And with his small eyes fixated on Yang Chun, he exclaimed, "Why are you so handsome? How am I supposed to compete?" As he circled Yang Chun felt a fondness for the chubby fellow and was about to shake his hand when a sudden sense of danger enveloped him, prompting him to shout, "Everyone, be alert." He noticed two figures leaping over the barrier created by Qian Renchua's cavalry, charging towards them, two soul Douluos, one of whom was Dallas. Upon spotting Yang Chen, Dallas's eyes filled with rage. As he was still several meters away, he transformed from his human form into a majestic azure dragon. Lunging forward with claws aimed at Yang Chun, bellowing, "All unrelated parties, stand aside, or face death." The three masters quickly executed their fusion technique, summoning a golden holy dragon into the air, which lunged towards Dallas's dragon form with a resounding roar. Upon seeing the golden dragon, Dallas instinctively felt his momentum wane. Just as their claws were about to collide, Dallas sensed a mysterious mental assault strike him, reverberating within his consciousness. Though his mental fortitude was formidable, the impact caused a slight tremor in his mind, disrupting his soul power. With a thunderous crash, the golden holy dragon sent Dallas soaring into the sky, tumbling several times. Tang San and the others rejoiced at the efficacy of the master's fusion technique, marveling at how easily they had dispatched Dallas. However, they were perplexed by the ease with which this level 85 Dallas had been defeated. Could it be the result of Yang Chen's covert intervention? They all turned to look at him. Meanwhile, another level 86 soul Dalu from the Wuhuan Temple had just breached their ranks, revealing his true form as a titan, and unleashed a mighty punch towards the group. As a power-type martial soul user, his strike seemed capable of shattering the heavens themselves. The Wuhuan Temple's soul Dalu, also a power-type user, relished the challenge, believing himself superior to the titan, and retaliated with a fierce punch. However, as he unleashed his blow, he suddenly felt a barrage of mental attacks assault his mind, causing his soul power to falter just like Dallas. A profound terror surged within him, and before he could react, the titan's colossal fist struck his own with tremendous force, sending him flying like a cannonball, landing far beyond the encircling wall of 3,000 iron cavalry, while a long cascade of blood rained down from the sky. The titan was equally astonished to have inflicted such severe injury upon a soul Dalu of a higher rank, leaving him momentarily stunned. Yang Chen's voice rang out, commanding, "Elder Titan, along with the three esteemed masters, attack this individual together and eliminate him." Upon witnessing his companion, a fellow soul Dalu, being sent hurtling away, Dallas felt an overwhelming dread. With the involvement of this murderous entity and the support of his mental prowess, everything appeared increasingly sinister. In a panic, he sought to retreat from the human wall. Before the massive dragon form could even move, he felt a torrential onslaught of mental attacks striking at his consciousness. He had long speculated and heard tales, but only now did he grasp the true extent of this fiend's formidable and boundless mental strength. A single soul arrow, while insignificant against his mental defenses as an 85-level soul Douluo, became catastrophic when unleashed in an unending barrage, relentlessly targeting a single point. No matter how robust his defenses, they faltered under the relentless assault, causing his consciousness to sway perilously. In his fright, he yearned to escape. Master's keen perception instantly discerned the crux of the situation. With a mighty roar, the golden sacred dragon lunged forward, striking at the azure dragon once more. Dalus's transformed azure dragon hastily attempted to counter with its claws, but a resounding crack echoed as its foreclaw shattered, followed by a mournful cry as it plummeted to the ground. Subsequently, a colossal fist descended upon the azure dragon's head with a thunderous impact, shattering it to pieces. Dalus let out a cry as he fell to the ground, reverting to his human form, writhing momentarily before falling still. All this transpired within the span of mere breaths, and Dalus was slain. Onlookers, whether spectators or combatants from the Spirit Hall and the Iron Cavalry of the Tiando Empire, stood frozen in shock. How could such a formidable 85-level soul, Douluo, the bishop of the Luojia city branch, be so easily vanquished? Who were these individuals? They had never heard of or seen them before. Moreover, their soul power levels were not particularly high, with only one exceeding the 80th level. It is crucial to note that there exists a significant divide between soul Douluos above the 80th level and soul saints below it, with a vast disparity in combat capabilities. Yet, in the blink of an eye, two powerful soul Douluos were grievously injured and one slain. When had such elite soul Douluos become so easily defeated? Not only the crowd, but also Master, Tang San, and the others felt as if they were ensnared in a dream, casting glances toward Yang Chun. They understood that this must be the result of Yang Chen's covert assistance. Everyone had heard of his formidable mental attack weapon, invisible and intangible, yet lethal in its unseen manner. Undoubtedly, it was his mental assault that had hindered these two soul Douluos, allowing for such a decisive victory. In truth, Yang Chen himself had not anticipated such an effortless triumph over the two soul Douluos. He had fought alone, relying solely on his mental prowess due to his relatively weak soul power. If his mental attacks faltered, only retreat remained an option. Now, with the collaboration of two formidable soul Douluos, his powerful spiritual assaults became an almost ethereal aid, not merely enhancing soul power, but directly diminishing that of the enemy, exemplifying the advantages of teamwork and mutual cooperation in battle. As the master and the others turned their gazes toward Yang Chun, it became increasingly evident that the demise and injury of the two soul Douluos were orchestrated by this enigmatic youth, who had employed inscrutable means to outmaneuver them. Initially, while they had merely heard rumors of this youth's ability to combat across 3 realms, slaying several soul saints as a mere soul zone, doubts lingered, perceiving it as exaggeration. Yet, upon witnessing the events unfold, chills ran down their spines as they realized the truth of the matter, silently admonishing themselves that while anyone could be provoked, this individual was not to be trifled with. Otherwise, one might find themselves facing death without understanding how it had come to pass. The Spirit Hall had dispatched 12 soul Douluos, and in the blink of an eye, one lay dead and another injured, diminishing their battle strength. The other soul Douluos accompanying Dalus were equally astonished by Yang Chen's prowess, further encouraging the prince to cultivate a relationship with him. The members of the Spirit Hall stood dumbfounded, as 2 soul Douluos had fallen in a mere instant, a feat beyond even the capabilities of a titled Douluo. Initially, this contingent had secretly mocked Dalus and the others for their incompetence, unable to subdue even a mere 40-level soul zone. Yet now, a palpable fear gripped them. Consequently, amidst discussions among the 10 soul Douluos, 6 moved to intercept the 6 soul Douluos accompanying Qian Renshua, while the remaining 4, accompanied by 4 soul saints above the 78th level, surged toward the fray. This formation effectively equated to 6 soul Douluos besieging Yang Chun and his allies. Though Qian Renshua commanded 3,000 soul masters, her forces were unable to halt the advance of these powerful adversaries. 8 individuals launched a simultaneous assault, charging into the fray. The master and his trio of golden sacred dragons valiantly engaged 2 of the opposing soul Douluos, while Titan confronted another. However, the remaining soul Douluo and the 4 soul saints bore down upon Yang Chun, Tang San shouted, "Surround Brother Chun and unleash our full strength." The Shrek 7 Devils, renowned for their seamless cooperation, sprang into action as Tang San, the core of their control system, positioned himself alongside the others, with Ning Rongrong and Oscar at the rear. At that moment, Ning Rongrong activated her 7-treasure glaze tile to enhance their capabilities. In an instant, the 5 members of the Spirit Hall, amid their battle cries, charged toward the 7. The Master, alarmed, sought to withdraw and provide aid, only to hear Yang Chen's urgent command, "Elders, hold them off. Elder Titan, unleash your full might." Understanding Yang Chen's intent, Titan responded with a resounding roar, launching an all-out attack. At this juncture, Yang Chen unleashed his mental arrows, firing 15 at each of the Soul Saints and targeting the advancing Soul Douluo with 20. His immediate goal was to swiftly eliminate one of the adversaries, while merely stalling the remaining 5. Among the 4 Soul Saints, 2 had previously faced Yang Chen in the forest skirmish and were thus gripped by trepidation at the prospect of his mental attacks. As they sensed the mysterious assault approaching, they instinctively retreated. The other 2 Soul Saints, deeming the retreating duo cowards, charged forward, targeting Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai bellowed, transforming into his white tiger form, and roared in defiance against one Soul Saint, while Zhu Zhuqing, swift as a phantom cat, lunged toward the other. Tang San, alarmed, prepared to pull them back with his blue-silver grass, but Yang Chen interjected, "Leave it to me. Focus on restraining this Soul Douluo." In tandem, his martial spirit, the god-devouring whip, sprang forth, aimed directly at the Soul Douluo. Meanwhile, the 2 Soul Saints, still mocking the retreating pair, believed they would swiftly dispatch the man and woman before them. However, they soon experienced a violent tremor within their consciousness, followed by a crack as their mental defenses shattered, allowing a single arrow to pierce through. Panic seized them as their soul power faltered, abruptly halting their attack. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, convinced they were doomed, exchanged glances and closed their eyes, channeling all their power into their strike. To their astonishment, 2 cries of agony erupted, and when they opened their eyes, they discovered that the 2 Soul Saints had fallen victim to their assault. The 2 individuals retreated in disarray, shielding their heads with their hands, continuously howling in distress. Just as their cries were not yet complete, a resounding bang echoed from the other side, followed by another agonizing scream. It was the Soul Douluo facing the Titan, who had been sent flying beyond the human wall by a single punch from the Titan, his life hanging in the balance. "Ha ha ha, what a thrill! Truly exhilarating, beyond anything I have ever experienced." The old Titan laughed heartily. At that moment, a wretched scream pierced the air as Ma Hongjun soared into the sky, only to crash down. The Soul Douluo attacking Tang San and his companions was a formidable being of level 87. Although Yang Chen's 15 Divine Soul arrows had affected him to some extent, disrupting his soul power, he was still an 8-7 level powerhouse. While Tang San and Ma Hongjun were merely soul honors and soul sex of levels 30 to 40, a significant disparity. In this desperate moment, all 3 of Yang Chen's soul rings illuminated upon his god-slaying whip, unleashing a force of thousands of pounds aimed directly at the Soul Douluo, hoping to force him back with a single strike. The Soul Douluo, wielding a weapon spirit in the form of a spear, was taken aback upon seeing Yang Chen's martial spirit, as 3 black soul rings blazed to life. Realizing the danger, he swiftly countered with a thrust of his spear, deflecting Yang Chen's whip, and with a flick of his wrist, he aimed a palm strike at Ma Hongjun, who had transformed into a fiery phoenix and was diving towards him. Tang San was alarmed and urgently attempted to pull Ma Hongjun back with his blue-silver grass. But it was too late. The Soul Douluo's palms struck true, sending a spray of blood from Ma Hongjun's mouth as he was launched into the air. Yang Chen's heart sank in fear, and he quickly used the god-slaying whip to pull Ma Hongjun back into his embrace. Ma Hongjun's face had turned pale like gold, his breath faint and barely discernible. Yang Chen felt a slight relief, knowing that with Xiao Tian's abilities, he could surely heal him. If one of the 7 monsters were to perish because of him, how could he face Tang San and the others? Fortunately, Ma Hongjun's martial spirit was that of a phoenix. Although he could not fly freely, when the Soul Douluo's palm struck, his innate wings spread open, allowing him to glide to the side and dissipate much of the force. Otherwise, under the Soul Douluo's assault, he would have surely met his demise. Despite the attack being weakened by Yang Chen's soul arrows, it was still beyond what someone of Ma Hongjun's 30-plus level could endure. Upon witnessing Ma Hongjuan's injury and uncertain fate, Tang San and the other's eyes turned crimson, consumed by a desire for vengeance against the soul Dalu. Yang Chen Urget. Hongjun is merely gravely injured. With me here, he will not die. Let us first deal with these few opponents. Were it not for the presence of these 7 companions, Yang Chun would have unleashed the venom of the old toxic creatures Baihun, Snake King, upon the soul Dalu. The moment Tang San and the others heard this, they rejoiced and surrounded Yang Chun, who was cradling Ma Hongjun. Yang Chun, his gaze fierce, entrusted Ma Hongjun to Oscar, saying, "You carry him. Anyone who dares to harm Hongjun shall pay with their lives." A palpable aura of murderous intent emanated from Yang Chun, forcing everyone to take a step back. Suddenly, the Titan bellowed, "Anyone who dares to harm us shall face my fist." He rushed towards the 8 adversaries, charging at the soul Dalu. With the Titan engaging the soul Dalu, Yang Chun exhaled in relief. His plan had been to summon the Titan's assistance. Otherwise, the 8 would have certainly struggled against this formidable foe unless he resorted to poison, which would have endangered the others. Yang Chen Shoudet. Focus on the 4 soul sages first. Tang Sin responded with a shout, leading the group towards the 4 soul sages. At that moment, all 4 soul sages suffered injuries from Yang Chen's soul arrows, their minds in turmoil. Witnessing the 8 approach, they were filled with trepidation and contemplated fleeing. Yang Chun, ablaze with fury, would not allow their escape. He unleashed a barrage of soul arrows, and the god-slaying whip swung through the air like a dragon, striking with tremendous force. With a resounding crack, 1 soul sage's head exploded. The remaining 3, terrified and desperate, attempted to flee, but Yang Chun unleashed another volley of soul arrows, shattering their consciousness and sending them crashing to the ground, wailing in agony. The sound of their suffering was unbearable. At this moment, the soul Dalu was overwhelmed with fear. This youth was too fearsome, and thoughts of retreat began to form in his mind as he desperately resisted with his mental power and soul arrows. Yang Chen called out, "Elder Titan, attack with all your might." The god-slaying whip surged towards the soul Dalu. The Titan, recognizing the opportunity, bellowed once more defeat. His fist struck fiercely against the soul Dalu's weapon spear. The weapon, lacking sufficient soul power, was sent flying into the air, vanishing into nothingness. Yang Chen's whip then struck the soul Dalu's head with great force. The soul Dalu let out a harrowing scream, collapsing to the ground, gravely wounded. Yang Chun unleashed another 20 soul arrows aimed at his consciousness, activating the 3rd skill of the god-slaying whip, the golden-haired hound's roar. The whip's tail emitted a fierce howl, unleashing a torrent of malevolent energy upon the soul Dalu's head. The wretched being screamed in agony as the malevolent energy corroded his face, leaving only bone behind, his eyes and ears gone. Subsequently, Yang Chun delivered another strike, ending his life. The brutality of Yang Chen's actions left countless onlookers in stunned silence, a chill creeping into their hearts as they pondered whether this youth was truly human, capable of such savagery. Without even a glance, Yang Chun continued to wield the god-slaying whip, dispatching the 3 wailing soul sages. The battlefield was now left with only 2 mighty soul Douluos. By this point, the 2 remaining soul Douluos dared not continue their assault. They regarded Yang Chun as though he were a primordial beast, shivers coursing through their bodies. Even a master had not anticipated Yang Chen's ruthlessness, having dispatched several foes in the blink of an eye, including an 87-level soul Dalu, bringing him to a halt. Yang Chun, however, remained undeterred. Having only recently joined the Shrek Academy, the fiery phoenix Ma Hongjun was gravely injured due to him, and whether or not he could be saved was uncertain. Thus, his fury surged. With a thunderous voice, he declared, "Masters, 3 esteemed elders, Elder Titan, continue to strike. Let's eliminate these 2 and avenge Hongjun." Hearing this, the masters were alarmed, particularly Flender, who shouted, "Hongjun, what has happened to you?" Yang Chen replied, "Hongjun's life can be preserved, but his cultivation is uncertain. We must first deal with these 2. As he spoke, he initiated a simultaneous soul attack against the 2 adversaries. Exclaiming loudly as the god-slaying whip surged forth like a dragon towards one of the soul Douluos, its 3 black soul rings shining brightly. Just moments ago, the onlookers were caught in a whirlwind of chaos, unable to discern the details of Yang Chen's martial spirit and soul rings. Now one person exclaimed, "A Dogtail grass martial spirit, with 3 soul rings over 10,000 years old. How is this possible?" This revelation drew the attention of the crowd. and they collectively gasped in astonishment. A soul zone of level 40 had yet to find his fourth soul ring, and yet the first three were all over 10,000 years old. This shattered their understanding. Soul Masters knew that the maximum lifespan for the first soul ring was 432 years. Exceeding this threshold posed significant risks, including the potential backlash from the Soul Beast ring, leading to madness or the complete loss of soul power. Yet this youth's first soul ring was black, over 10,000 years old. How had he accomplished this? How had he slain the beast? It appeared he had done so without any guidance, standing alone. Another voice rang out. The first soul ring is from a Titan python over 20,000 years old. The second is from a white tiger over 24,000 years old. And the third is from a 30,000-year-old beast of some sort that I do not recognize. Is this person a deity? Many soul masters could only perceive 3 black soul rings, unable to discern the age of the slain soul beast. At that moment, when this individual proclaimed the first soul ring to belong to a 20,000-year-old Titan python, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The Titan python, being an extraordinary species, possessed immense strength. One couldn't help but ponder the notion that this young lad had personally slain the Titan python at the 10th level of soul power and absorbed its formidable, frenzied soul energy. The notion that a soul master at the 10th level could vanquish a 20,000-year-old Titan python struck many as a mere jest, shattering their understanding of what was possible. Even a deity could not accomplish such a feat yet. It was undeniably happening before their eyes with this remarkable youth. Of course, Yang Chun had not possessed the capability to defeat the Titan python at the 10th level of soul power. Even with exceptional soul energy, it was unfeasible. The Titan python had perished in a mutual destruction alongside a giant bird, leaving Yang Chun to seize the opportunity. As for how he absorbed the Titan python's soul ring, it was due to the assistance of the system, Xiaotian. For soul rings of soul beasts, absorption requires that the soul master themselves deliver the fatal blow. Therefore, the crowd was perplexed. Even a god at the 10th level of soul power could not slay a 20,000-year-old Titan python. They could not fathom the existence of a system like Xiaotian in this world. Their inability to comprehend only deepened their reverence for Yang Chun. The members of the Wuhuan Hall had never witnessed Yang Chen's soul rings. Those who had seen them were long deceased. Now, gazing at the 3 radiant black soul rings atop Yang Chen's colossal divine whip, they were momentarily dumbfounded, contemplating whether such a soul master had ever existed in the Douluo continent. Did the legendary figures who ascended to divinity in the past possess such power at his age? Were their first absorbed soul rings also over 10,000 years old? Certainly not. There had never been any accounts of a deity whose initial soul ring was a black one exceeding 10,000 years. If this youth were to continue growing, would he not transcend to become a being above gods, a king of deities? What manner of existence had the Wuhuan Hall provoked? The dread and astonishment within the hearts of the Wuhuan Hall members were immeasurable. How could they possibly fight? Before the battle had even commenced, this young man had already slain 2 soul Douluos and severely injured 2 others. It was uncertain whether the 2 soul Douluos still within the protective formation would survive. Qian Rinxue had seen Yang Chen's soul rings, yet the 3,000 soul masters and several formidable individuals accompanying her were oblivious to Yang Chen's uniqueness, all silently acknowledging the possibility of this being the future deity. It was no wonder the crown prince was determined to protect him at all costs. While Yang Chen's 3 black soul rings astonished soul masters from all factions, he unleashed the divine whip, prompting the Titan to bellow and strike out at the soul Douluo. The old Titan, having tasted victory, knew that as long as he followed Yang Chun into battle, success was assured. Throughout his life, he had fought countless battles, but few had he truly defeated opponents of a higher rank. Yet, within this brief span of less than half a minute, he had already dispatched 3 soul Douluos, one of whom was an 87th level, a formidable adversary several ranks above him. To win against a stronger opponent was the most exhilarating and proudest achievement, which is why the old Titan disregarded the opinions and thoughts of others. His clan was a warrior tribe, and such exhilarating battles were not to be missed. Suddenly, a sigh was heard. This young lad possesses an extraordinary killing intent. The Titan's heavy punch landed as if upon a cloud, yielding no impact. Yang Chen's divine whip recoiled, sending the Titan tumbling. In an instant, the 2 soul Douluos took to the air and distanced themselves from the scene. It was then that the 94th level title Da, Elder Qi, made his move. Upon witnessing this, Qian Rinxue exclaimed, "Elder, did you not promise not to intervene?" Did you not make a pact with Elder Dogu? She warned. If you go back on your word, Elder Dogu will take action, and I fear that half of the Soul Masters here will not leave unscathed. Elder Chi chuckled. Your Highness, I merely wish to prevent further bloodshed. I am only rescuing them and have not engaged them. He was well aware of the venom of the poison Douluo. Should he intervene, the Soul Masters of the Wuhuan Hall would indeed suffer great losses, especially those below the Soul Sage rank. Seeing that Yang Chun had incurred a great enmity with the Wuhuan Hall and had already slain 2 Soul Douluos, Qian Rinxue felt increasingly frustrated. After all, the Wuhuan Hall belonged to her family. Despite her discord with Bibi Dong, it had nothing to do with these Soul Masters of the Wuhuan Hall. She smiled very well. Elder Qi, let us conclude our matters here. This young man shall depart with us. Would that be agreeable? Elder Qi wished for a resolution, but hesitated at the thought of the Pope's command. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from above. You think you can leave after killing so many of our Wuhuan Hall? What a joke. You must pay with your life today. 3 figures descended from the distance. One clad in resplendent royal attire, a sight to behold. None other than the Pope of the Wuhuan Hall, Bibi Dong. Flanking her were 2 elderly figures in black robes, both titled Douluos with soul power exceeding 90. Upon the arrival of the Pope, the members of the Wuhuan Hall promptly knelt in reverence, exclaiming, "We welcome your Majesty." The Pope. No one had anticipated the Pope would personally arrive, leaving them in a state of shock. Clearly, the Pope aimed to eliminate this young man before he could rise to prominence. Simultaneously, the crowd inhaled sharply, noting the Pope's relative youth and her status as a title Douluo above the 90th level. With the addition of the Jiu Li flying dagger Douluo, the Wuhuan Hall now boasted 4 title Douluo level figures. Everyone cast their gazes towards Yang Chun, contemplating the precariousness of his life. The Wuhuan Hall's Pope, Bibi Dong, lightly addressed them from the air. No need for formalities. Rise. She smiled gently. You must be the young man, indeed extraordinary, exceeding my expectations. In such a short period, you have gained the ability to slay soul sages, and even soul Douluos shall not be beyond your reach. Impressive, impressive. At that moment, Yang Chun felt a piercing gaze directed at him, as if it sought to penetrate his very essence. He coldly retorted, You are the renowned Empress, Bibi Dong. I have not crossed paths with you before. Why do you wish to kill me so fervently? Bibi Dong replied with a smile. It is you who should not have come to this world. With me, Bibi Dong, here, how can an anomaly like you exist? Our Douluo continent has not witnessed a being ascend to divinity for quite some time. The crowd gasped in fear at her words. Could it be that the Pope aimed to achieve divinity herself? They wondered if she was confident in her ascension. Yet, considering Bibi Dong was merely in her 50s, a title Douluo above the 90th level, and given her rapid progress, achieving the 100th level and becoming a deity was not out of the question. Moreover, as the most powerful sect in the continent, the Wuhuan Hall undoubtedly possessed divine legacies. 2 deities could not coexist. How could this continent sustain the existence of 2 divine entities? At last, everyone comprehended the reason behind the Pope's relentless pursuit of Yang Chun. The crowd gazed at Yang Chun, feeling a sense of regret for the youth. If only he could survive within 50 years, he would undoubtedly reach the 100th level of soul power and ascend to divinity. Alas, he had crossed paths with Bai Dong. To their astonishment, Yang Chun burst into laughter, exclaiming, Bai Dong, you are but a frog at the bottom of a well, ignorant of the vastness of the world. Do you truly believe that this continent is the entirety of existence? What a colossal joke. What significance does attaining 100 levels of divinity hold? A god is merely a minor deity. Are you aware that gods are not the pinnacle of power? There are entities that surpass even them. Do you think I, a mere youth, would regard your so-called 100-level deities with any seriousness? Even if you become a 100-level god, what does it matter? You will still meet your demise at the hands of others, perishing right after your ascension. Do you genuinely believe you can become the eternal true Rakshasa god? You are sorely mistaken. His words sent ripples through the crowd, leaving them in a state of disbelief. Could it be true that gods were not the highest beings? That there existed powers beyond them? The Pope, Bai Dong, sought to attain the title of Rakshasa god, a god of slaughter. The astonishment of the crowd paled in comparison to the shock that surged within Bai Dong, like a tempest rising. She intended to inherit the divine legacy of the Rakshasa god, a secret known only to her. How could this youth possibly know? Moreover, from his tone, it seemed he was aware of her fate, dying shortly after achieving divinity. How could a god meet death? It was utter nonsense. This youth was too enigmatic. He cannot be allowed to live. Today, he must be eliminated, regardless of what lay beyond the realm of gods. I must ensure that I remain the sole, formidable deity of this continent, subjecting it to my absolute dominion. She laughed, declaring, "Ignorance breeds alarmist rhetoric. What nonsense about powers beyond gods? Our Douluo continent is the center of the world, the sole grand realm. What other planets could possibly exist? For countless years, has there been any record of the existence you speak of? If powers greater than gods truly existed, our extensive history would surely reflect that. I, as an emperor, embody benevolence. The notion of the Rakshasa god is but a treacherous delusion, meant to confuse and mislead. Your malicious intent to disrupt our Douluo continent cannot be tolerated. No matter how eloquently you speak today, do not expect to find an excuse to preserve your life." As she spoke, she beckoned her companions, the Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo, to take action. This formidable duo had always complemented each other, capable of combating opponents several levels above their own. Yang Chun felt a surge of urgency. With Bai Bai Dong's arrival, his life was in peril. Wasn't there supposed to be a miraculous intervention? Hadn't he always been blessed with great fortune? Yet, at this moment, no powerful entity had appeared. Even if one did, with 4 titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall present, what kind of being could possibly rescue him from their grasp? Dai Mu Bai, Zhu Zhuqing, and others encircled Yang Chun, forming a protective barrier. The master and his companions stepped forward, shielding the 8 of them. Titan sighed deeply, his voice laced with sorrow. "Master, I am powerless to protect the young master. I must follow him into the fray. His actions are noble and selfless. I trust you would commend him." Yang Chun was taken aback by their unwavering solidarity. Despite the impending doom, Tang San and the others stood steadfastly by his side, disregarding their own lives. He felt a surge of emotion. Throughout history, only death was certain. Even the mightiest heroes, when faced with mortality, would experience fear. This was the essence of humanity. Now, with these individuals, he had merely a superficial connection. Yet because of Tang San, they were willing to risk their lives for him. Such camaraderie was truly admirable. In his heart, Yang Chun vowed that if he survived, he would repay their loyalty, guiding them onto the path of divinity and leading them beyond the Douluo continent to witness a broader world. Countless eyes were fixed upon the 10 or so individuals amid the 3,000 iron cavalry. The formidable allies brought by Qian Rinxue lowered their heads under her gaze. Even if they wished to protect Yang Chun, they needed the strength to do so. The gap between soul Douluos and title Douluos was immense, an insurmountable chasm. Achieving the rank of an 80-level soul Douluo was relatively attainable. However, crossing the threshold of 90 to become a title Douluo was a daunting challenge. Many remained stuck at the pinnacle of soul Douluos, unable to ascend beyond 89 levels throughout their lives. Once one crossed the 90-level barrier and became a title Douluo, their lifespan would naturally extend by 30 to 40 years, potentially reaching the human limit of 150. Thus, becoming a title Douluo was the ultimate aspiration for countless soul masters. Of course, ascending to divinity was an even loftier dream, one that remained elusive. In the Douluo continent, the number of title Douluos above 90 levels did not exceed 30. Currently, with 4 title Douluos from the Spirit Hall present, Bai Bai Dong could not ascertain the levels of the other title Douluos. The crowd surveyed the group of 10 with a sense of sorrow, lamenting for Tang San and his companions, questioning why they would risk their lives for a murderous fiend. Yang Chun smiled and said, "Masters, esteemed elders Titan, and brothers Tang San, you 7 need not involve yourselves in this. I appreciate your intentions, but if I survive, I will surely repay you all. Please retreat." Tang San laughed heartily. "Brother Chun, do you truly perceive us as cowards? Brothers are brothers. Did you not say we can entrust our backs to one another? If we can trust each other with our backs, is it not the same as entrusting our lives? We shall live or die together, never apart." The others echoed, "We shall live or die together, never apart." Their voices rose in unison, a poignant declaration. Regardless of their backgrounds, be it from various sects, the Tiando Empire, or the Spirit Hall, they all held the utmost admiration for these 10 individuals. Bai Bai Dong laughed heartily. "If you all wish to die, then let us perish together. I do not mind losing a few more." At that moment, a sharp voice pierced the air. "Bai Bai Dong, if you intend to kill, then kill me as well. I am the crown prince of the Tiando Empire. If you are unafraid of igniting a war, you may take my life too." With that, Qian Rinxue leaped forward. Placing herself before the masters, and their companions. The crowd was momentarily stunned. This was the crown prince, second only to the emperor, the future ruler of the Tiando Empire. Willing to face death alongside this youth, ignoring the empire's safety? The 6 formidable allies shouted in unison, "Your Highness, you must not. Return at once." Bai Dong regarded Qian Rinxue with a furrowed brow. "Your Highness, do you truly wish to share life and death with him? Are you willing to forsake the empire and me?" Qian Rinxue replied coldly, "If you wish to kill, then do so. I shall not stand in your way." Bai Dong smirked. "Do you think you can obstruct me from killing whoever I choose? This one shall meet his end today." Qian Rinxue's anger flared, her body shifting as wings began to manifest from her back. At that moment, a voice resonated, "This ends here. No one shall harm this youth. Bibidong, take your people and leave. Furthermore, do not make an enemy of the Spirit Hall in the future." As soon as the voice echoed, Qian Rinxu was instantly filled with joy, knowing that Yang Qin's life was spared, and she no longer needed to reveal her martial soul or expose her true identity. However, when Bibidong heard this, her expression shifted dramatically, and she exclaimed, "Why must we let him go?" The voice coldly replied in her ear, "This is my command. He must be spared. This boy cannot be killed, for if he is, the Martial Soul Hall will cease to exist. The reasons for this cannot be divulged at this moment. Moreover, this boy is the future husband of Shuer. We must facilitate this union at all costs. Bibidong, this world is not as you perceive it. Just as this boy stated, there exists a power beyond the gods, a truth we remain unaware of. The recent phenomena observed in the heavens and earth did not appear without cause, did they?" Of course, this voice could only be heard by Bibidong. Stunned, she glanced at Yang Chun and remarked, "He is so much younger than Qian Rinxu. Is he truly suitable? Could it be that the manifestations we witnessed recently are all related to this boy?" The voice responded, "Once one ascends to divinity, there are endless years ahead. Does the age difference of merely a decade truly matter? This boy is not someone we can offend. He is protected by a supreme being, and all phenomena are connected to him." Bibidong gasped in astonishment. "Are you suggesting that even you are no match for this supreme being?" The voice sighed. "They could disperse my soul with a mere breath. How could I possibly be their adversary?" Bibidong was even more alarmed upon hearing this. She then bowed to the sky and proclaimed loudly, "The Martial Soul Hall shall withdraw from the Setting Sun Forest, and the pursuit order against this boy is hereby revoked. No one shall seek vengeance against him from this point forward. This matter ends here." With that, she vanished alongside Giju and the second Douluo. The elder Jew Li Fei Dao had remained standing respectfully since the voice appeared. This voice belonged to the grand offering of the Elder Hall of the Martial Soul Hall. Qian Dalu, the true power behind the Martial Soul Hall, a level 99 being closest to divinity, in the hearts of the Martial Soul Hall members. The true deity was not Pope Bibidong, but rather Qian Dalu, the grand offering, who served as the true guardian of the Martial Soul Hall. The highest authority within the Martial Soul Hall did not lie with the Pope's Hall, but with the Elder Hall, primarily inhabited by several grand offerings. To become a grand offering, one must be a titled Douluo of level 90 or above. The Elder Hall represents the Martial Soul Hall's mightiest force. Although the Elder Hall typically refrains from interfering in the Hall's affairs, it possesses the power to veto any decisions made by the Martial Soul Hall. In an instant, over 100 Soul Masters from the Martial Soul Hall vanished without a trace, moving with incredible speed. The onlookers from various sects were left perplexed, wondering who that voice belonged to, capable of commanding the Pope herself to dissolve the situation. What was the true origin of this boy? So unfathomable that even the mightiest force on the continent, the Martial Soul Hall, was left humiliated before him, although a supreme being intervened. It was ultimately to protect this boy, and even the Pope's pursuit order had been annulled, never to be invoked again. This was a truly shocking development. Some powerful soul masters surmised it must be the grand offering of the Martial Soul Hall, for only he possessed the strength and authority to compel the Pope to act thus. However, they were greatly puzzled. How could the boy, who seemed destined to die, be spared by the guardian of the Martial Soul Hall? This was not a favorable outcome for them. As the members of the Martial Soul Hall retreated, the various sects, under Yang Chan's gaze, hastily withdrew as well. None wished to leave a negative impression on this formidable figure. They had merely come to observe the spectacle, not to invite calamity upon themselves. With the Martial Soul Hall's departure, only the members of the Tiando Empire and Tang San remained. At that moment, the elder Digabo approached Yang Chun, scrutinizing him closely, repeatedly exclaiming, "A monster, truly a monster." Tang San was taken aback and asked, "Old monster, why are you looking at Brother Chin like that? Do you know him?" Douluo Bo's face flushed, but since it was already a ghastly green, it was hardly noticeable. He coldly replied, "It is best to keep a distance from such monsters. Who knows what misfortune may arise from knowing them?" The others were even more confused. But as he was a titled Douluo and had been invited by Tang San to assist, no one dared to inquire further. Yang Jian, fully aware of the underlying reasons for Douluo Bo's disdain, bowed respectfully and said, "Senior Douluo, I am eternally grateful for your kindness. Should you have any requests, I will undoubtedly comply." Had it not been for Douluo Bo's intervention, he would have perished at the hands of the four-soul Douluos upon being cast from the forest by that elder Qi. This act of salvation was significant, and Yang Chun was naturally appreciative. Douluo Bo regarded him and remarked, "Even Tang San recognizes your worth. You are indeed extraordinary. I wish to take you as my disciple and impart my teachings. Would you be willing?" He had discerned the presence of his own by Phosphor Serpent King's poison within Yang Chun, recalling that night's events as if in a dream, and was secretly astonished that the boy had not perished from the poison, retaining it within him. Could it be that he, too, could wield the by Phosphor Serpent King's venom as I do? Yang Chun was taken aback by Douluo Bo's proposition. The others were equally astonished that Douluo Bo sought to take Yang Chun as his apprentice, intending to pass on his toxic mastery. They looked at Yang Chun, pondering whether he might indeed possess the ability to wield poison. He was already formidable. If he mastered the poison techniques of a titled Dalu, he would be truly invincible. However, Yang Chun smiled and replied, "Senior Douluo, I'm already bound by a teacher. I appreciate your kind offer, and if the opportunity arises, I will certainly seek your guidance." Douluo Bo had anticipated Yang Chen's refusal, but hearing it nonetheless left him somewhat disappointed. He laughed heartily and said, "I, Douluo Bo, act solely on impulse. Do not take it to heart. I shall take my leave." As he spoke, he vanished like a wisp of green smoke among the trees. At this moment, Qian Ringshu stepped forward, silently gazing at Yang Chun. Everyone was aware that their relationship was unusual and somewhat delicate. Thus, they discreetly distanced themselves. Yang Chen, noticing that while the others averted their gazes, their ears were keenly attuned to overhear their conversation, understood the curiosity surrounding their relationship. After all, everyone possesses a penchant for gossip, even someone as esteemed as master. With his formidable spiritual perception, Yang Chun could easily discern the inquisitive nature of those around him. He sighed and addressed Qian Ringshu. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your timely intervention. This kindness will forever be etched in my heart." Upon hearing his formal words, Qian Ringshu stared intently at him, unblinking, yet remained silent, resembling a sorrowful woman in a secluded chamber, her eyes filled with profound melancholy. Yang Chun, feeling anxious, thought to himself, "Miss, please say something courteous. Your unwavering gaze will surely lead others to misconstrue our connection. If this perception spreads, I may be viewed as a monster, despised whatever ego. After all, this world still does not accept relationships between those deemed different." As Qian Ringshu's eyes glistened with impending tears, his urgency grew. He exclaimed, "Your Highness, as a mere commoner, to be recognized by you is an honor beyond measure. Should you have any commands in the future, I would not hesitate to brave fire and water, sacrificing myself without a second thought." With that, he subtly gestured to Qian Ringshu. Qian Ringshu finally regained her composure, casting a sharp glance at him before laughing heartily. "Brother Yang, you are truly a dragon among men, destined to become a divine being in the future Douluo continent. Such words are far too gracious. I seek no reward from you. Merely the opportunity to assist a future deity is an honor for our Tiando Empire. I only hope that once you ascend to divinity, you will not forget the Tiando Empire and will provide protection for the common folk, which would be a great fortune for us." Yang Chun could not help but chuckle inwardly. Qian Rinshu was indeed astute, cleverly crafting a noble excuse to support him, thereby silencing all voices from the Tiando Empire. Everyone was aware that her intent in hunting was to save Yang Chun, using the guise of state affairs to conduct personal business, which would naturally invite the ire of adversaries, such as Prince Xuesheng. Now, in front of 3,000 cavalry and the 6 great Douluos, she spoke of serving the nation and its people, leaving no room for anyone to attack or slander her. The person she sought to save was not merely a boy with rumors surrounding him, but a future deity, a matter of great honor. What blessings can a nation reap if a deity owed them a debt of gratitude for saving their life? Qian Renshua originally wished to leave with Yang Chun to check on Shrek and the severely injured, unconscious young boy, but instead, she turned and commanded 3,000 soldiers. Heed my orders. We shall continue our hunt in the Sunset Forest. Yang Chun understood her intentions. She aimed to use the pretext of hunting to search for her sister, Xiao Budian, and Mayor within the Sunset Forest. He felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Qian Renshua, wishing he could embrace her warmly. At that moment, everyone rushed to Ma Hongjuan's side to assess his injuries. Once rosy-cheeked, Ma Hongjun now bore a pale complexion, his lips cracked, and his breath faint. Ma Hongjun had been nurtured by Principal Flinder, their bond akin to that of father and son. Upon seeing Ma Hongjun in such a dire state, Flinder's eyes turned red as he embraced him tightly, tears streaming down his face. Anyone observing Ma Hongjuan's condition would realize that merely preserving his life would be a considerable feat, and with his over 30 levels of soul power lost, even his mutated martial soul, the evil fire phoenix, might not be able to sustain itself. After a moment of silence, everyone turned their gaze towards the master. The master, renowned as the highest authority on soul power theory in the Douluo continent, was the backbone of the group. He felt Ma Hongjuan's pulse for a long while before shaking his head. Yang Chun remained beside Ma Hongjun, communicating with Xiao Tian. Following their psychological contest, the two had maintained a standoff, neither willing to lower their pride. It was only in moments of life and death that Xiao Tian would occasionally offer reminders to Yang Chun. However, witnessing Ma Hongjun in such peril, Yang Chun had to take the initiative to consult Xiao Tian. Sensing Yang Chen's willingness to seek his guidance, Xiao Tian breathed a sigh of relief. He too did not wish to remain in opposition to Yang Chun forever, as they had a long journey ahead that required cooperation. Thus, he imparted to Yang Chun the method of treatment, explaining, "This little chubby boy possesses a fine martial soul, being of the phoenix lineage. Though his martial soul is merely a variant and not a pure breed, it could evolve into a pure phoenix with the right opportunity. The so-called evil fire phoenix martial soul only possesses a trace of phoenix bloodline." Yang Chun was surprised to learn of Ma Hongjuan's phoenix bloodline. Before ascension to divinity, it could only manifest in the form of a martial soul. But if the bloodline were to evolve into a pure phoenix bloodline, Ma Hongjun would possess formidable strength as a powerful divine beast or a half-human, half-beast. However, even powerful divine beasts could eventually assume human forms rather than remaining in their beastly states. As everyone turned their gaze towards Yang Chun, Tang San said, "Brother Chun, you mentioned you could save Hongjun. Please do so first. His cultivation can be rebuilt gradually with our support." The consensus was clear. The priority was to save Ma Hongjun. At that moment, Yang Chun had devised a method for treating Ma Hongjun and smiled gently. "Third brother, master, principal, do not be saddened. After much contemplation, I recalled the teachings of our sect. I will heal Hongjun, and I will do my utmost to preserve his cultivation, ensuring he does not fall in rank." Upon hearing this, everyone gaped in astonishment, and Flinder hugged Yang Chun tightly, exclaiming, "Yang Chun, do you truly have a way? Tell me what to do, and I shall comply, even if it means a drop in his rank, as long as we can preserve this boy's soul power." Flinder naturally assumed that only powerful soul power could sustain Ma Hongjuan's delicate soul energy. Yang Jin chuklet inwardly, knowing that Flinder's soul power could not possibly preserve that of the chubby boy, whose purity of soul power was greater than Flinder's own. After all, Ma Hongjun possessed the phoenix bloodline, albeit thin, but still incomparable to ordinary folk. Thus, under the purification of his potent bloodline, his soul power was inherently superior. Of course, when compared to Yang Chen's pure soul power, there was still no comparison. Consequently, everyone followed Yang Chen's instructions and laid Ma Hongjun flat on the ground. Yang Chen, employing the method taught by Xiao Tian, gradually infused his soul power into Ma Hongjun's body, meticulously repairing his internal organs and meridians that had been damaged due to the shock of soul power. He absorbed the excess soul power that had spilled beyond the meridians, purifying it before returning it to his system. Though it sounded simple, the execution proved challenging. Despite the high purity of his soul power, Yang Chen's level was low, leading to a limited soul power supply. This treatment lasted for 2 to 3 hours before concluding. Yang Chen's face turned pale, collapsing onto the ground due to the immense soul power consumption, which nearly caused his 44th level to drop to 33rd. Just as he feared for his own soul power, Ma Hongjuan's condition improved, prompting Yang Chun to cease his efforts. As soon as he stopped, Ma Hongjun blinked his eyes open, leaping up and exclaiming, Where's that soul Douluo from earlier? I want to burn him to ashes. Everyone was astonished at the rapid effectiveness of Yang Chen's treatment. In the blink of an eye, Ma Hongjun had returned to his former self, jumping 2 meters high. However, they soon sensed something amiss. Hadn't Ma Hongjun possessed only 36 levels of soul power? How was he now approaching 39, on the verge of breaking through to 40? Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, turning to Yang Chen, who was seated cross-legged, recovering. They marveled quietly at how extraordinary Yang Chen was, not only healing Ma Hongjun, but also enhancing his soul power by 3 levels. Ma Hongjun noticed the peculiar looks directed at him and Yang Chen, scratching his head before suddenly shouting, "Why has my soul power suddenly increased to 39 levels?" And he opened his mouth wide, unable to articulate further. Flinder, observing his dazed expression, slapped his head, admonishing, "What are you dazed about, you little rascal? Speak." After a moment, Ma Hongjun finally exclaimed, "It's different from before. It feels like my rank has significantly improved, and my soul power is much stronger." Flinder was even more astonished, exclaiming, "You little rascal, punch me with all your strength, and let's see." The two frequently practiced their punches together. Ma Hongjun was equally astonished and immediately struck Flander with a powerful punch. Flander met his attack with an open palm, but staggered back half a step, only managing to withstand the force by exerting 60% of his strength. He was, after all, a rank 76 soul sage, and the realization that he had to use such a significant portion of his strength to counter Ma Hongjun's full force left him momentarily speechless. The onlookers regarded him with a mix of disbelief and curiosity, asking in unison, "What is going on?" Flander nodded and replied, "I couldn't resist with 50% of my soul power, so I had to use 60. Upon hearing this, the master and others were profoundly shaken, their gazes shifting toward Yang Chen, who sat cross-legged in meditation. A singular thought arose in their minds. Could it be that everyone could elevate their levels and enhance the quality of their soul power under Yang Chen's secret methods? If he truly possessed such abilities, Shrek Academy would have struck gold, far surpassing the benefits offered by Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. After all, while the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda could only temporarily amplify a comrade's strength during battle, Yang Chen's methods directly enhanced both the level and quality of soul power, providing a permanent increase of no less than 30%. At that moment, their admiration for Tang San grew even stronger. Had it not been for Tang San's unwavering support, they might not have paid attention to Yang Chen, nor would they have been so eager to recruit him in a Shrek Academy. Yang Chen, bewildered by the attention, looked around at the group, noticing their strange expressions. He wondered if something unusual had appeared on his face. Flanders stepped forward and pulled Ma Hongjun aside, stating, "The lad has already exhausted himself. Your weight is on him. Let him rise and speak." Yang Chen, still dazed, asked Principal Flander what exactly happened. Flander laughed heartily. "Nothing at all. Just this fellow went a bit crazy. Everyone is waiting for your recovery. Yang Chen, you've worked hard." Before he could finish, Ning Rongrong, with sparkling eyes, rushed over and exclaimed, "Brother Dashi, you are so impressive. I admire you immensely. I will definitely follow you from now on." Xiao Wu circled around him, continuously patting his head and hands, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Yang Chen sheepishly scratched his head and replied, "Could someone please explain what has transpired? Please stop looking at me as if I'm some sort of monster." The master stepped forward and asked, "Yang Chen, are you truly unaware of what has occurred? Is this your first time healing someone?" Yang Chen glanced at Ma Hongjun and replied, "Yes, is Hongjun all right? Is there something wrong?" Ma Hongjun shouted, "Brother Chen, there is nothing wrong. In fact, everything is remarkably right. If only I could endure a few more injuries, I could ascend to Soul Master or even Soul King immediately." The crowd collectively expressed their disbelief. "Nonsense, utter nonsense." Yang Chen chuckled. "What exactly is going on?" Flander urged, "Hongjun, let Yang Chen see what has happened." Ma Hongjun immediately manifested his evil fire phoenix spirit. Upon seeing it, Yang Chen noted that it appeared significantly more potent and vibrant than before, and his soul level had risen to 39, no longer remaining at the previous 36. Yang Chen inquired, "How did you suddenly increase 3 levels in soul power? Weren't you at 36? Ma Hongjun exclaimed, "Of course I was at 36. All thanks to you, Brother Chen. I wish I could be injured again, so you could elevate my soul power beyond 40, saving me from arduous training." The crowd chided him. "You are taking advantage while pretending to be modest, you brat. Don't count on that happening again." Yang Chen then realized that during the healing process, Ma Hongjun had benefited immensely, his soul power having risen by 3 levels and its purity significantly enhanced. Although he understood the increase in purity, he had not anticipated that it would elevate Ma Hongjun's soul level as well. However, he couldn't help but smile wryly, feeling a pang of regret. While Ma Hongjun's soul power had risen, his own had nearly diminished. After all, his own soul power was worth 20 points, equivalent to the soul power of 3 soul sages. It was not something that could be compared to a mere 3 levels. The way everyone regarded him, their expressions filled with expectation, made him uneasy. Did they expect him to elevate each of their soul levels? That would surely cost him dearly, as he had invested immense effort to achieve his own soul power. Feeling increasingly anxious, he chuckled and said, "Oh, I see. However, this is not solely my doing. It primarily stems from Hongjun himself. You may not realize that Hongjun is different from others. His spirit, although the evil fire phoenix, is actually a descendant of the ancient divine beast phoenix, possessing the bloodline of the phoenix. I merely helped awaken it slightly." The crowd expressed their astonishment. The ancient divine beast, the phoenix, the king of birds, such a creature truly exists and is not merely a legend? Yang Chun shook his head. It is certainly not a legend. Hongjun's distant ancestor must have belonged to the phoenix lineage. After achieving divine status, they can reincarnate in human form, much like the soul beasts of our Douluo continent, which can transform into humans after 100,000 years. He continued, because of the existence of the divine beast in Hongjun's ancestry, and after intermingling with humans, his descendants inherited that bloodline. However, as generations passed, the bloodline diluted, and after countless generations, many descendants no longer carry the phoenix bloodline. The chances of someone possessing it again are exceedingly rare. After many generations, the likelihood is less than 1 in 10,000, or even less. Yet Hongjun is fortunate, blessed by fate, being among that rarest of the rare, possessing the phoenix bloodline, albeit in a diluted form that is not fully activated. I merely helped him activate it a little during the healing process. Due to my lower soul power and limited ability, I could only activate it to a slight degree. Nevertheless, it is still a powerful phoenix bloodline. Even in its diluted state, I only managed to awaken a portion of it. However, I did not expect it to bestow such significant benefits upon him. As long as Hongjun diligently cultivates, he will easily ascend to 100 levels of soul power, and upon reaching that divine threshold, the phoenix bloodline will fully activate, allowing him to become a member of the divine beast lineage, transforming him into the legendary phoenix. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in understanding, realizing that they had initially thought Yang Chun could enhance everyone's soul power, leading to their disappointment. However, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Oscar continued to scrutinize Ma Hongjun with keen interest, examining him from top to bottom. Noticing their peculiar stares, Ma Hongjun took a cautious step back and asked, "What are you plotting?" In unison, the 3 exclaimed, "We are just curious about what you will look like when you truly transform into a phoenix. Will all this chubby flesh remain, or will you turn into a gigantic bird?" Ma Hongjun proudly lifted his chin and retorted, "You are simply envious and filled with jealousy. My bloodline is exceptional, something you cannot covet. I am merely a legend." Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu simultaneously spat at him and said, "Envious of your face? We are imagining how pitiful you will look when you become a divine beast, transforming from a fine human into a large bird." Hearing this, Ma Hongjun rushed back to Yang Chun, his face filled with concern, and asked, "Brother Chun, when I activate my phoenix bloodline after becoming divine, will I really turn into a phoenix? Once a phoenix, can one never return to human form?" Yang Chun chuckled. "Of course, one can revert to human form. However, it requires reaching a certain level. Merely being a 100-level divine beast will not suffice." Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun was filled with joy and inquired, "What level is necessary?" Yang Chun shook his head and patted his shoulder, saying, "Your divine beast clan possesses its own realms, which I am unaware of. You will naturally comprehend it when the time comes. Hongjun, I have faith in you. Work hard." Suddenly, Ning Rongrong leaned closer to Yang Chen, grasping his hand and resting against him, sweetly saying, "Brother Chun, please help me see if I possess a powerful bloodline, perhaps that of some goddess." Her voice was so syrupy that it sent shivers down the spine of those present. Oscar swiftly squeezed between Ning Rongrong and Yang Chun, physically separating them, and said with crossed arms, "Yes, Yang Chun, see if I too possess a divine or beastly bloodline, and help me activate it." Yang Chen couldn't help but smile wryly, recalling that both of them ultimately became deities, one a nine-color goddess, the other the god of cuisine. He pondered whether there was indeed a continuation of divine bloodlines within them, enabling them to accept such legacies. Regardless of the truth, he decided to play along for the moment. At that instant, Ning Rongrong, in a fit of anger, twisted Oscar's ear, shouting, "Sausage uncle, move aside. Let Brother Chun take a look at me first." Laughter erupted among the crowd. Initially displeased, Oscar's expression shifted when Ning Rongrong whispered something in his ear, revealing a hint of joy mingled with pity as he stole a glance at Yang Chun. Although Yang Chun did not catch what was said, he could perceive their every action with clarity through his spiritual senses. Oscar's furtive glance stirred a flutter in his heart, leading him to wonder about the implication of such a look. Ning Rongrong had indeed whispered that Yang Chun preferred men over women, and that he was in a relationship with Prince Xue Qinghe, which made him a pitiful figure. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing approached, taking Yang Chen's hand and requesting, "Brother Chun, please take a look for me." Yang Chun observed Zhu Zhuqing's alluring figure and swallowed hard. Zhu Zhuqing was typically cold and reticent, so everyone was taken aback by her willingness to hold Yang Chen's hand and invite him to examine her. The group exchanged glances toward Dai Mubai, wondering if he felt the same jealousy as Oscar. However, to their surprise, Dai Mubai wore an expression of eager anticipation, devoid of any envy. Yang Chun had not expected Zhu Zhuqing to be so proactive and mused whether the girl with a devilish figure harbored feelings for him. Upon recalling her background, he realized that she had been plagued by concerns of not measuring up to her elder sister and Dai Mubai's older brother, fearing a grim fate that could lead to the ruin of her martial soul or even her life. This burden weighed heavily upon her, resulting in her introverted and reserved nature. Now that she had the opportunity to see her bloodline, she eagerly sought his insight. Yang Chan was aware that Zhu Zhuqing eventually ascended to godhood as the god of speed. He understood that while she possessed the martial soul of the Nether Cat, it would be disheartening to reveal that there was no divine beast known as the Nether Cat. Thus, he gently squeezed Zhu Zhuqing's hand, placing another on her pulse. After a prolonged moment, he finally declared, "Zhuqing, your bloodline indeed harbors the essence of divinity. You are destined to accept the legacy of a deity." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's icy eyes sparkled with fervor as she embraced Yang Chen's arm, exclaiming, "Brother Chun, truly? I will become the god of the Nether Cat." Just like the chubby one? The crowd gathered around, especially Dai Mubai, who watched Yang Chun with bated breath. "Yang Chen Chuklet, Seali Geralt. Where is there a god of the Nether Cat?" Zhu Zhuqing's expression fell. "So you were merely teasing me?" Yang Chun, observing her youthful yet frosty visage, reassured her, "You will not become a divine beast. Instead, you will become the god of speed. Your lineage traces back to a powerful ancestor who achieved this divine status. Generations ago, the bloodline has flowed down to you." The god of speed, while not a renowned deity in Douluo, certainly had its own legends and genuine existence. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing enveloped Yang Chun in a heartfelt embrace, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Brother Chun, you say I will inherit the legacy of the god of speed and become a deity without facing premature demise?" Yang Chun leaned closer and whispered in her ear, "Zhuqing, do not fear. I know your circumstances well. Your sister is no match for you. You will ultimately become a deity, so release any psychological burdens." Zhu Zhuqing beamed. "Thank you, Brother Chun. I will await your assistance in enhancing my soul power levels and quality. You are quite exhausted today. We can save it for another time." "Truly, thank you, Brother Chun." Afterward, the typically aloof girl gently kissed Yang Chun on the lips. Yang Chun and the others were momentarily stunned, turning their gazes toward Dai Mubai, who displayed a demeanor of calm excitement, showing no sign of jealousy, but instead gave Yang Chun a hearty embrace, proclaiming, "Thank you, Brother Chun. Please take a look at me too." Regarding Dai Mubai, Yang Chun did not extend his hand for a shake, thinking it unnecessary for a grown man, and instead placed 2 fingers upon his pulse. After a brief moment of concentration, he opened his eyes and said, "Dai Mubai, your ancestry is remarkable. One of your forebears was a god of war. You bear the bloodline of the god of war and will inherit that legacy, achieving the divine status of a war deity." Dai Mubai was taken aback, pondering why it took Zhu Zhuqing so long while Yang Chun seemed to have assessed him in an instant. He wondered if Yang Chun was merely trying to spare his feelings, asking, "Brother Chun, will I truly become the god of war?" His tone was laced with skepticism. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing tugged him closer, coldly asserting, "What Brother Chun says is undoubtedly true. Do not harbor any doubts." Dai Mubai, bewildered, questioned, Su King. Do you trust him so completely? Zhu Zhuqing retorted, "Of course I do, for he knows everything about us. Our matters are known only to us, and no one else. So how could his words not be credible?" Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai was elated and swept Zhu Zhuqing into his arms, spinning her around. The heavy burden that had long weighed on both of their hearts was finally lifted. Zhu Zhuqing allowed herself to be embraced without resistance. Yang Jin inwardly sighed. Realizing he had overthought the situation, the girl harbored no inappropriate feelings for him. It became clear that Dai Mubai was the prince of the Xinglua Empire, where the competition for the throne among the princes was ruthless, employing all manner of tactics regardless of life and death. Only the strongest would claim the crown, leaving few princes alive in the end. In this generation, Dai Mubai and his brother Davis were primary rivals, with Davis's fiancée being Zhu Zhuqing's sister. While Zhu Zhuqing was to marry Dai Mubai, their union would unite them as a formidable couple in this fierce contest. Should they fail, they would be at the mercy of the victor's punishment. Davis's strength has always surpassed that of Dai Mubai, and Zhu Zhuqing has consistently been inferior to her sister. This implies that both Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing are destined to face defeat. Given the temperament of his brother and the others, they would not spare their lives. This has also been the reason for Dai Mubai's prolonged despondency and the motive behind Zhu Zhuqing's decision to join Shrek Academy in search of Dai Mubai. At this moment, Dai Mubai was aware that he and Zhu Zhuqing had ultimately survived and even ascended to divinity. How could he not feel elated? Chapter 144. Oscar, the Great Sausage God? Yang Chun naturally knew that she had ultimately accepted the legacy of the Nine-Color Goddess, attaining the divine status of the Nine-Color Goddess. Reflecting on Oscar's earlier envious and peculiar gaze, he seized Ning Rongrong's hands, holding them in his own, repeatedly caressing them while muttering, "Peculiar, peculiar." Ning Rongrong wore an anxious expression, her large, bright eyes fixed intently on Yang Chen's. Seeing Yang Chen's serious countenance, the others fell silent, fearful of disturbing him. Yang Chen suddenly commanded, "Extend your hands." Ning Rongrong promptly extended her hands, and Yang Chen traced her wrist, feeling her skin's softness, which was most agreeable. After a moment, he remarked, "Good, very good." The others inquired, "What do you think? Does Rongrong possess divine blood as well?" Yang Chen replied, "Not only does she possess it, but it is the bloodline of a great deity, the bloodline of the Nine-Color Goddess. Rongrong will one day attain the divine status of the Nine-Color Goddess." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong was overjoyed, and she impulsively planted a kiss on Yang Chen's cheek, saying, "Brother Chun, thank you. If you ever encounter anything distressing or troubling, you can share with Rongrong. I will be your closest companion." Yang Chun was deeply moved by Ning Rongrong's words. The idea of a closest companion suggested a bond that transcended ordinary relationships, leading him to wonder if this girl truly harbored feelings for him. He had anticipated Oscar to be more envious this time, yet when he glanced at him, he found Oscar appearing tense, devoid of any jealousy, which surprised him. Yang Chun chuckled, "Handsome guy, it's your turn." However, Oscar took a step back, shaking his head, I think I will pass." The crowd was puzzled, wondering what had come over him since he had been so eager to watch moments ago. Unbeknownst to them, Oscar, who held deep feelings for Ning Rongrong, felt anxious at the prospect of her becoming the Nine-Color Goddess. His insecurities about his humble origins made him fear being utterly insignificant compared to her greatness, causing him to shy away from Yang Chen's scrutiny and the potential outcomes. Ning Rongrong, however, pulled him back toward Yang Chun, urging, "Brother Chun, you should take a look at him. I believe he must possess the bloodline of a deity or divine beast." Oscar retreated, expressing his distress. "I come from humble beginnings. I cannot possibly possess divine blood. I shall not embarrass myself. Please check on Xiao San and Xiao Wu instead." Ning Rongrong embraced him, declaring, "Regardless of your bloodline, you will always be that great sausage uncle in my eyes." Yang Chun interjected, "Come here, old two. Anyone who can enter Shrek Academy is extraordinary. You are certainly not an ordinary person." Oscar finally extended his hands, mirroring Ning Rongrong's gesture, awaiting Yang Chen's assessment. Yang Chun glanced at his large hands, rolling his eyes inwardly, and said, "You are different. Turn around and present the back of your head to me." The crowd was bewildered as Yang Chun delivered 2 firm slaps to the back of Oscar's head, causing him to see stars and feel dizzy. Internally, he lamented, "Am I really that different? Even examining bloodlines is so peculiar, and to be slapped in the process. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and endured. Yang Chen Muset, you are indeed somewhat different, is hard to say. Upon hearing this, Oscar's face turned pale, while Ning Rongrong appeared anxious, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Yang Chun. Yang Chun sighed inwardly, realizing that this girl truly cared for Oscar. While he had mistakenly assumed she held feelings for him, he pondered that he was not inferior to Oscar in looks, and his strength far surpassed that of the ordinary soul master. It was indeed a case of unfortunate timing, evoking a sense of sadness and lament. Not wishing to see them distressed, he smiled and reassured, "Do not worry. Old Tu is not an ordinary person. He too possesses divine blood, connected to his martial soul." The crowd gasped, their eyes widening with intrigue. Could he be the great sausage god? Does such a deity even exist? Oscar, suddenly animated, exclaimed, "It doesn't matter what god it is. As long as I'm divine, it's all good." Is it the great sausage god? Yang Chen Chuklet, pushing his hands away with a look of disdain, saying, "You only think of sausages. Is there truly such a disgraceful deity in existence?" Oscar implored, "Brother, can I call you brother? What deity is it? Please tell me." The crowd also looked at Yang Chen with curiosity. Yang Chen replied, "It is the god of food, a deity well known to all, the illustrious god of food, who governs all sustenance. The name of the god of food is renowned, revered by the masses, especially among the common folk, who hold it in high esteem, for the people regard food as paramount." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong leaped with joy, embracing Oscar. At this moment, only Tang San and Xiao Wu had yet to be evaluated. The others urged Tang San and Xiao Wu to proceed. Xiao Wu, however, remained silent, her expression markedly different. The crowd was greatly puzzled, as this was not in line with her usual demeanor. Where was her authoritative presence? Yang Chun understood that although Xiao Wu had transformed into a human from her beast form, her immense power prevented her from attaining divine status. Thus, he suggested, "Let me take a look at third brother first." Tang San stepped forward. Although they harbored mutual admiration, they had never truly spent time together. At this moment, they exchanged a glance, a deep connection forming as they embraced tightly, sharing a moment of silence. Without glancing at them, Yang Chen stated, "Third brother will one day achieve the powerful position of the sea god, surpassing all previous sea gods. Although his bloodline is that of the sea god, due to various circumstances, he will surpass even the ancient sea god, becoming a being above the divine kings in the realm of gods." The crowd gasped in astonishment and delight. Tang San was already the most exceptional among them, unmatched in temperament, wisdom, talent, and accomplishments, heralded as the most brilliant genius in the history of Douluo continent. He was the one everyone held the highest expectations for, and now, the prospect of him becoming the formidable sea god seemed entirely natural. Now, only Xiao Wu remained without an assessment, and the crowd turned their gazes toward her. Tang San embraced Xiao Wu, saying, "No matter your bloodline, you will always be my Xiao Wu, my dear sister." Yang Chen added with a smile, "Xiao Wu, come here quickly. With Brother Chen here, what do you have to fear?" Chapter 145. That person must be Qin Dalu. Yang Chun gently examined her hand bones, whispering softly in her ear, "Silly girl, your future accomplishments will not be inferior to anyone else's. You will grow stronger through Tang San, becoming a successor of the sea god." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's heart stirred, as this was her most coveted aspiration. Her cheeks flushed as she replied, "Thank you, Brother Chun." Unbeknownst to the others, Yang Chun whispered something into Xiao Wu's ear, causing her face to flush crimson. They all gazed curiously at the pair, pondering whether Xiao Wu possessed divine or beastly bloodlines. Yang Chun smiled and remarked, "Xiao Wu is indeed extraordinary. She will eventually attain a divine rank, largely relying on the Tang San brothers. A significant portion of her accomplishments is intertwined with Tang San's destiny. The specifics of her divine rank, however, elude me at present." Upon hearing Yang Chen's words, the crowd could not help but steal a few extra glances at Xiao Wu, clearly intrigued by their apparent closeness. At that moment, Flinder stepped forward and said, "Yang Chen, do take a look at me as well. I wish to know if I possess any unique traits or bloodlines. I am not concerned about specifics. I simply wish to ascertain my future potential." Yang Chen, aware that Flinder would later become a Daw, but never ascend to the rank of a title Daw, feigned a pulse reading, murmuring in an incomprehensible Eastern language. Having been an avid consumer of Eastern animations in his previous life, he had self-taught a considerable amount of the language. He chuckled, In the near future, you will surpass level 80 and ascend to become a formidable soul Douluo, though there are no remarkable bloodlines to speak of. Flinder, though cognizant that he could not compare himself to these extraordinary youths and would not possess any divine or beastly bloodlines, felt a wave of disappointment upon hearing Yang Chen's evaluation. The master and Lu Erlong approached, chuckling. You still wish to compete with these prodigies? It is quite fortunate to have us by your side. They implored Yang Chen to assess them as well, urging him to speak candidly without reservation. Even Old Titan joined the group. Yang Chen, following the divine settings, provided a general overview of their eventual achievements, prompting hearty laughter from the trio, who took it all in stride. In truth, aside from Dai Mubai and the others, the master and his companions regarded Yang Chen's assertions with a mixture of skepticism and hope. After all, it had taken countless years for anyone on the Douluo continent to attain a divine rank, and the idea that these 7 prodigies might somehow achieve such feats seemed improbable, if not impossible. Yet, they could not help but admire Yang Chen, and they secretly wished that their own disciples might indeed surpass level 100 and receive the blessings of the divine. Since entering the Sunset Forest, Yang Chen had been embroiled in battles against the soul masters of the Spirit Hall, leaving him with little respite. With the sudden departure of the Spirit Hall members, the pressure lifted, leaving him feeling somewhat unaccustomed. After attending to everyone's inquiries, he found himself idle, pondering the mysterious voice that had driven Bibi Dong away and rescinded the pursuit order. He turned to the master and inquired, Master, who was the person that repelled Bibi Dong? Why did they choose to aid me? Having been preoccupied with healing Ma Hongjun, the group had not contemplated this matter until now. Upon hearing Yang Chen's question, they all turned their attention to the master. With such matters at hand, they preferred to leave it to the wise master to unravel the mystery. The master furrowed his brow and replied, I have been contemplating this as well, and there are many aspects that remain unclear. Logically, the Spirit Hall is the most powerful force in this continent. Anyone bold enough to speak to the Pope in such a manner must be a figure from the Spirit Hall. I had dealings with the Spirit Hall in my early years and possess some understanding of its inner workings. While the Pope is publicly regarded as the supreme ruler, the true power lies not with the Pope's palace, but with the Elders' Hall, where the most formidable individuals reside. The offerings within the Elders' Hall are all titled Douluos of level 90 or above. The most powerful among them is the Grand Offering, who has historically served as the true protector of the Spirit Hall, approaching the pinnacle of level 100. He continued, currently, the Grand Offering of the Elders' Hall is the former Pope, Dalu, a formidable being at level 99, just one step away from divinity. His martial soul is the 6-winged angel, one of the most powerful martial souls in existence. He has long since withdrawn from worldly affairs, dedicating himself to seclusion and cultivation, and has not been seen for many years. Moreover, Dalu is not only the Grand Offering of the Elders' Hall and the protector of the Spirit Hall, but also the grandfather of the current Pope, Bibi Dong, and the father of the previous Pope, Qian Xuanji. As the master spoke, an unmistakable shift in his tone emerged. Tang San and the others remained oblivious to the complicated history between the master and Bibi Dong, but Yang Chen was well aware. He mused internally. I did not anticipate that this elder would still carry such sentiments. Emotions are indeed elusive. Meanwhile, Lu Erlong discreetly grasped the master's hand, drawing closer to him. Regaining his composure, the master continued. In this world, the only one bold enough to issue orders to Pope Bibi Dong and forcibly rescind her commands is the Grand Offering, Dalu. Only he possesses both the authority and the strength to do so. Thus, that individual must be Dalu. The master's gaze then fixed intently on Yang Chen. Yang Chen, do you recognize or have you ever encountered Dalu? Yang Chen, naturally aware that Dalu was Qian Rinchue's grandfather, felt astonished by the master's words. Is this old man not the one who forbade me from approaching Qian Rinchue? Did he not wish to eliminate me? Why has he now changed his mind and instead saved me? How peculiar. Was it possible that Qian Rinchue had interceded on his behalf, summoning her grandfather? Seeing everyone look at him expectantly, he shook his head. I have never met him. This is the first time I have heard his name. But why would he step in to resolve this situation and spare my life? This was precisely the question everyone wished to pose. Yet he had reversed it, prompting them to exchange glances. The master remarked, in that case, it becomes even more perplexing. By all accounts, you have no ties to him. Yet your growth undeniably poses a significant threat to the Spirit Hall. Both you and Bibi Dong hold the potential for divinity, and you may even surpass her. The fortunes of the Douluo continent cannot simultaneously support two individuals attaining divinity. Why would he choose to save you instead of eliminating you? Had he remained uninvolved, your demise would have been inevitable. No one could have intervened. It was indeed a conundrum. Even the sagacious master found it difficult to comprehend the underlying reasons. Yang Chen's survival posed nothing but detriment to the Spirit Hall. So why would Dalu, the strongest human and protector of the Spirit Hall, choose to safeguard him? Of course, even the master, with his exceptional intellect, remained unaware of the extraordinary events that had unfolded due to Yang Chen's presence. After a brief period of recuperation, the group did not immediately return to Tiando City. Instead, they meandered within the Sunset Forest. Yang Chen had entered the Sunset Forest in search of his younger sister. That little sprite, and with the academy competition still some time away, there was no urgency. The others accompanied Yang Chen in his search, for more eyes meant greater possibility. Chapter 146. The Ascendancy of Tang San and the Seven Monsters utilizing the methods imparted by Xiao Tian. As long as they did not enhance their soul power, but merely purified it, the consumption of soul power would be minimal. At present, his soul power was at level 44, remaining unstable. Further significant expenditure would surely lead to a decline. Yang Chen, fully aware of the ramifications of soul power elevation, would never squander it to risk a drop in his level. Thus, while the others experienced substantial increases in strength through the purification of his soul power, their soul power levels did not rise. Naturally, the group could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy towards the plump Ma Hongjun, as it appeared that his injury had fortuitously granted him an unexpected advantage. However, they understood that forcibly enhancing soul power through secret techniques would place a substantial burden on Yang Chen, potentially resulting in severe repercussions, so they did not press the matter. Tang San was the last individual to elevate the quality of his soul power, when Yang Chen's exquisite soul power delved into Tang San's meridians. It was evident that Tang San's soul power was significantly purer and of much higher quality than that of his peers. He understood that the source of Tang San's soul power was distinct from others. It was cultivated through the Xian Tian Gong method, transforming inner strength into soul power. This Xian Tian Gong was an extraordinary top-tier technique. Thus, the inner strength cultivated from it was incomparable to ordinary soul power, particularly in terms of quality and purity. Furthermore, regarding the strength of Tang San's body and the width and resilience of his meridians, he was far superior to the others. Although Tang San's physique was still inferior to Yang Chen's, it had undeniably been tempered in the Binghua Liang Spring, rendering it a top-tier constitution within the Douluo continent. Consequently, Yang Chen devoted over 10 consecutive days to refining and transforming Tang San's soul power, ultimately reaching the zenith of what his body and meridians could withstand. For the other individuals, it sufficed to take merely 2 or 3 days. Yet Tang San required over 10 days. Everyone could distinctly sense that while Tang San's soul rank remained unchanged, his momentum and strength grew exponentially each day, far surpassing the rest. Even Dai Mubai, who was several soul ranks above him, deemed himself unworthy as a rival. The onlookers were astounded. These two individuals were truly unprecedented prodigies in the annals of Douluo continent, exceptionally extraordinary. In the eyes of the three girls, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, sparkles of admiration twinkled as they surrounded Tang San, with Yang Chen constantly in motion. Ning Rongrong, in particular, would frequently caress Yang Chen's head and face, her expression filled with adoration and sympathy. However, whenever Yang Chen caught her gaze, an inexplicable awkwardness would wash over him, sending shivers down his spine. Why the sympathy along with admiration? What was it about him that warranted such a look? With the presence of Ma Hongjun and subsequently Tang San, Oscar and Ning Rongrong couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. However, they recognized that Yang Chen had exerted his utmost effort for each of them. And this was not his fault. Rather, it was their own bodies that could not endure the intensity Tang San possessed. Tang San himself was taken aback by Yang Chen's prodigious abilities, capable of transforming the soul power of soul masters and enhancing its quality. Although he had traversed from another world, possessing memories from his past life, he was still profoundly astonished. This was indeed a remarkable phenomenon. A sect with such a formidable individual would undoubtedly ascend to dominance in the contemporary world. Hence, his admiration for Yang Chen intensified. The master and others, observing the accomplishments of the seven during this period, were filled with excitement. Initially, they had harbored concerns regarding their performance in the upcoming academy competition. given that their students were quite young, merely 13 or 14 years of age, and their soul power levels paled in comparison to the 17 or 18-year-old students from other academies. However, after Yang Chen's enhancement of their soul power quality, their combat capabilities soared dramatically, with each possessing the fighting strength equivalent to several soul power levels higher. Particularly, Tang San could directly combat a Soul King despite being at the level of a Soul Master around level 40. This was under the condition of relying solely on soul power. If he utilized his other abilities, even a Soul Emperor might struggle against him. Aside from Tang San, Ning Rongrong's 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda's auxiliary function, enhanced by Ning Rongrong's elevated soul power quality, surged from approximately 30% to over 50%. In the context of team battles, this equated to an additional 20% boost in collective combat strength. With such power, Shrek Academy genuinely held the potential to triumph over all other academies and seize the coveted first place in the competition, a glory they had long aspired to. The Master, Flinder, and Lu Erlong were utterly elated, their admiration for Yang Chun growing ever deeper, nearly surpassing that for Tang San. As the three gazed upon Tang San and Yang Chun standing together, two of the most extraordinary prodigies in the history of the Douluo continent, a profound sense of pride and dreamlike wonder welled up within them. Simultaneously, their belief in the possibility of the 7 achieving godhood strengthened, affirming that Yang Chen's prophecy was no mere fanciful notion. Particularly, Principal Flender, envisioning the prospect of nurturing several divine-level students, felt he would become the most illustrious academy principal in history. No one could rival him, having produced 7 or 8 divine-level students at once. Although Flender himself could not attain divinity, with these students, even the gods would have to acknowledge his superiority. Imagining the day when these individuals attained godhood, he envisioned himself introducing himself as Flender, the teacher and principal of the 8 divine beings, instilling awe in all who crossed his path, regardless of their rank or divinity. The more he contemplated, the more he reveled in his pride, a smile stretching across his face. Old Titan had been silently observing from the sidelines, regretting not bringing his grandson, Tylon, along. Had he done so, it would have significantly boosted their combat strength. Yang Chen's miraculous abilities must remain concealed. If revealed, it would incite chaos across the land. Even the Spear Hall, upon learning of it, would likely attempt to seize him, treating him like an ancestor. The enhancement of soul power quality not only elevated current combat strength, but also provided immense benefits for future advancements in rank, surpassing realms, and achieving godhood. For instance, many Soul Dalu, upon reaching the threshold of 90-level soul power, found themselves stuck at 89, unable to break through this critical barrier, which is a significant bottleneck for soul masters. Countless souls have lamented at 89 due to issues with soul power quality. Yet under Yang Chen's enhancement, the 7 could essentially disregard the 90-level threshold. Once they reached 89, they would easily surpass 90 and become title Dalu without encountering obstacles. Similarly, upon reaching 99, they would easily breach the 100-level barrier, achieving what is referred to as divinity. Old Titan discerned this crucial element and lamented his oversight in not bringing his grandson. In his lifetime of insignificance, his precious grandson represented all his hopes, yet he had missed the opportunity. Once they exited the Sunset Forest, Yang Chun and the others would undoubtedly enforce a strict vow of silence, ensuring that no one would speak of these events to prevent widespread turmoil. Meanwhile, as everyone departed from the dense forest where Yang Chun had hidden for over a month, a cloaked figure stood transfixed before 6 bodies, particularly scrutinizing the 2 saint-level soul masters, occasionally furrowing his brow. This individual appeared relatively young, seemingly in his 40s, yet his eyes revealed an enduring weariness. Chapter 147. The shock of Qian Dalu among the 2 individuals. One possessed a beast martial spirit. The original martial spirit, at Songying, had transformed into a faintly diminished martial spirit under the activation of his formidable soul power, rendering his over 70-level soul power virtually non-existent. The other, a soul saint with a weapon martial spirit, bore a truncated killing staff, his once mighty soul power reduced to less than half of its original strength. The more he examined them, the more astonished he became, and his brows furrowed deeper. What sort of nefarious technique could drain these 2 individuals' soul power in the blink of an eye? When did such an evil technique emerge in this world? Thinking of this youth's extraordinary and malevolent aura sent a chill down his spine. Additionally, recalling the supreme deities guarding him heightened his trepidation. The Douluo continent was indeed on the brink of upheaval. He could only hope that the upheaval would not affect the millions of lives on the Douluo continent, leading to widespread suffering. The consciousness of several individuals has been completely shattered, rendering them devoid of awareness, akin to a vegetative state. He yearns to grasp the sentiments experienced at that moment, but finds himself utterly incapable of discerning the nature of this technique. After a prolonged sigh, he contemplates that the physical condition of these two individuals must remain concealed if others were to learn of it. This youth would become an enemy of the entire Douluo Dalu, left with no refuge. After a moment's reflection, he raises his hand, binding the bodies of the two soul saints in the air, rendering them as if they had never existed. He then surveys the other 4 individuals on the ground, all of whom are soul emperors. Their soul power still lingers, but the youth has not had the chance to absorb it. Nonetheless, these 4 are now rendered incapacitated. Even if they were to survive, they would eternally exist as living corpses, and with another gesture, he disperses their bodies into the void. The 2 soul saints and 4 soul emperors are none other than Elder Chi, Elder Gui, and Elder Bai, who have been whisked away by a gust of wind. Orchestrated by this figure in black. After dealing with these 6, the figure shakes his head and mutters to himself, "I truly do not know if this is right or wrong. I can only hope that this youth does not tread the path of evil and retains a semblance of kindness within his heart. This is all I can do for him, and may Shui or find her way to the so-called supreme path because of him. Perhaps Douluo Dalu is merely a world kept in captivity, a lesser plane of existence. Beyond this continent, as the youth has stated, lies an even broader world, an endless expanse of starry realms. We, the so-called strong, are but frogs at the bottom of a well. Douluo Dalu is merely a drop in the ocean of this universe." As he speaks these words, his form gradually fades until he vanishes entirely. Meanwhile, Yang Chun and his companions have been searching the Sunset Forest for 1 or 2 months without sight of the diminutive Mei let alone the 9-headed lion. In the interim, they received word from Qian Rinxue that the entire Sunset Forest had been scoured by their 3,000 iron cavalry, yet no suspicious traces were found. As Qian Rinxue is the prince of the Tiando Empire, he could not linger and soon returned to Tiando City. Yang Chen, deeply disappointed, realizes that the little Mei and the 9-headed lion have likely been cast away by the so-called guardian of the Stardo Forest, far beyond the confines of the Sunset Forest and the Tiando Empire. To find them, they must venture beyond the borders of the Tiando Empire. Observing Yang Chen's increasingly despondent demeanor, the others offer words of consolation. Tang San remarks, "The academy competition is about to commence. Let us complete the contest before searching elsewhere. Isnt Dai, Lao the prince of the Xingluo Empire? Let us seize this opportunity to incapacitate his brother, Davis, and make Dai Lao the crown prince of the Xingluo Empire. With the authority of crown prince, he can search the entirety of the Xingluo Empire. If we cannot locate them there, we will scour the entire Douluo world, leaving no stone unturned, and we shall surely find your sister." Upon hearing this, the group nods in agreement. As for Dai Mu Bai, upon learning that he and Zhu Zhuqing ultimately accepted the divine inheritance and did not meet a tragic end, he reveals his background and secrets. It is only then that they realize Dai Mu Bai is actually a prince of the Xingluo Empire, one of the heirs to the future crown prince. Yang Chen reflects on the vastness of Douluo Dalu. Searching aimlessly alone seems futile. Even if the little Mei were still in the world, he fears he might never find her. The only viable path is to harness the collective strength of his friends and the nation. Assisting Dai Mu Bai in securing the position of crown prince and accompanying him to the Xingluo Empire seems a splendid strategy. Having reached this conclusion, his spirits are lifted. The others notice that Yang Chun has reached the 44th level of soul power, yet possesses no soul rings, which is quite peculiar. Typically, one must absorb a soul ring after surpassing the 40th level to progress normally, yet he has shattered this limitation. However, having soul rings is invariably better than lacking them. Each additional soul ring translates to an extra means of attack and a new soul skill. Moreover, Shrek Academy aims to secure first place in the competition this time. Should Yang Chun absorb a powerful soul ring, his combat capabilities would greatly increase, enhancing his security. Thus they set off, continually searching for a formidable soul beast to aid him. Yang Chen also wishes to absorb a 4th soul ring to boost his power. His means of attack are too few, and the devouring technique must remain concealed. Regrettably, the Sunset Forest harbors too few powerful soul beasts, and in this extended period, they have not encountered many over 10,000 years old. Furthermore, Xiao Tian has already informed him that the fourth soul ring must be at least 50,000 years old. Ideally 100,000 years. Soul beasts over 10,000 years are rare. How could they hope for those exceeding 50,000? Indeed. The group is also curious about how Yang Chun has managed to acquire soul rings that are all over 20,000 years old. Eager to witness how he absorbs the powerful soul beast rings with his limited soul power. Especially the master, who, apart from Tang San, has spent the most time with Yang Chun, continuously inquiring about the unusual principles surrounding his soul power to enrich his theoretical understanding. He is particularly keen to observe Yang Chun's unrestricted absorption of soul rings, integrating this knowledge into his soul power theory. Practice breeds true understanding. In the past month or two, Yang Chun has refrained from slaying soul beasts or consuming soul power in front of his companions to avoid exposing the devouring technique. Thus, he has grown increasingly eager to locate a few more soul beasts over 10,000 years to enhance his soul power. One day, upon reaching the edge of a lake, Yang Chun suddenly feels a tightening in his chest, sensing an impending danger, and he quickly employs his formidable spiritual perception to peer into the depths of the lake. His spiritual perception has reached over 400 meters, allowing him to see through the lake's bottom. There, he spots a massive serpent lying in wait, sporting two horns on its head and glaring intently at the group. Yang Chun is taken aback. This serpent is an 80,000-year-old soul beast, having transformed into a jiao due to its horned head, no longer an ordinary snake. He urgently calls Xiao Wu, Rong Rong, retreat quickly away from this lake. The three young girls, Xiao Wu, Ning Rong Rong, and Zhu Zhuqing, upon seeing the clear waters of the lake, rush towards its edge, captivated by the allure of the pristine water, eager to wash themselves. The group, witnessing Yang Chen's alarm, glances at the crystalline lake, momentarily astonished. Suddenly, tumultuous waves erupt from the lake, causing it to churn violently. In the blink of an eye, a colossal jiao's head emerges from waves, stretching towards Xiao Wu and the others, intent on devouring them. Simultaneously, it speaks, "Haha, you humans smell delightful, especially you little ones. Your flesh is particularly tempting." With a powerful inhalation, Xiao Wu and her companions are swept away as if caught in a tempest, hurtling towards the giant mouth. Chapter 148. The Battle with the 80,000-year-old Soul Beast. Master Tang San and the others cry out in unison, launching themselves towards the jiao. Yet they are still too far away and cannot intervene, as Xiao Wu and her companions seem destined to become the jiao's next meal, a long whip-like appendage, approximately 30 to 40 zhang in length, suddenly appears, wrapping around the three just as they are about to enter the jiao's gaping maw, pulling them back to the ground before the rest of the group. The jiao snaps its massive jaws shut with a resounding crack, only to find its sharp teeth clashing together in vain, causing a tingling sensation throughout its mouth. The delectable cuisine that had reached its mouth was suddenly snatched away by a diminutive human, inciting the furious wrath of the serpentine beast. It roared with indignation, declaring, "Inferior human, I shall consume you." With a swift extension of its neck, its colossal jaws gaped wide, aimed directly at Yang Chun. This time, the mouth expanded continuously in the air, reaching a size of several zhang when it hovered above Yang Chun, accompanied by a pungent stench that assailed the senses. Observing Yang Chen's successful retrieval of Xiao Wu and the others with a strike of his divine whip, Master and the others rejoiced. They immediately joined forces with Flinder and Lu Erlong to execute the Iron Triangle fusion technique, summoning a golden sacred dragon in the sky to strike at the serpentine creature. As the monstrous jaws of the serpent seemed poised to engulf Yang Chun, he unleashed a barrage of soul arrows, retreating swiftly. This ancient serpentine creature, with an existence spanning over 80,000 years, had transcended mere snakehood, evolving into a true jiao, endowed with sentience and the ability to articulate human speech. Its combat prowess was equivalent to that of a titled Dalu above level 90, possessing immense spiritual strength. Despite Yang Chen's relentless assault with 20 soul arrows, which only slightly rattled its consciousness, the beast's jaws continued their relentless pursuit, while a claw extended to intercept the golden dragon's strike. The jiao harbored an intense hatred for Yang Chun, for he had audaciously snatched away such delectable human morsels, vowing to devour him. Simultaneously, it sensed that this diminutive human appeared even more succulent and enticing than the three girls, promising substantial nourishment upon consumption. As Yang Chun realized he could not evade the attack, the others cried out in unison. Unbeknownst to him, The Jiao's ferocity was overwhelming. Just as he prepared to unleash the Bai Lin Shi Huang poison in a bid for mutual destruction, a voice resonated in his mind. This Jiao is commendable. Eliminate it and seize its soul ring. Yang Chun was incensed. With his life hanging by a thread, thoughts of soul rings were far from his mind. Just as he was about to launch the Bai Lin Shi Huang poison, he suddenly felt a constriction and was rapidly propelled backward, escaping the Jiao's jaws. It was Tang San, who had summoned his blue-silver grass martial spirit to ensnare Yang Chun and pull him out of harm's way. As a master of control, Tang San had acted in the nick of time to save him. Yang Chun was elated. This spared him from deploying the perilous Bai Lin Shi Huang poison, which lacked an antidote and could endanger Tang San and Xiao Wu if they were to be contaminated. Although Tang San might have been able to neutralize the toxin, the chaos of battle left no time for such deliberations. Furthermore, it was a trump card he wished to keep concealed. Meanwhile, the golden dragon's claw collided with the Jiao, causing only a slight tremor in the beast's massive form, while the golden dragon was sent tumbling away. At this moment, the Jiao emerged fully from the lake, soaring into the sky, measuring nearly 100 meters in length. Such a colossal entity rendered the golden dragon seemingly insignificant. The onlookers were astounded by the Jiao's formidable presence, their hearts heavy with trepidation. Just then, Titan transformed, revealing his martial spirit's true form, and delivered a powerful punch to the Jiao's head. The Jiao's scales shimmered, and it did not evade, instead unleashing a torrent of water vapor towards Titan. As a member of the Strength Clan, Titan possessed immense power, and his strike bore the weight of several tens of thousands of jin. Yet, the Jiao merely sank slightly under the impact, unfazed. Simultaneously, Titan was struck by the Jiao's spray, hurtling away like a cannonball, landing 100 meters distant with a crash. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Master commanded the golden dragon to unleash a mighty roar, revealing its formidable aura. He then shouted, "Release thunderous farts, bombard the heavens with the third cannon." With a resounding boom, 3 streams of yellow, imbued with sacred and luminous properties, surged towards the Jiao. The golden dragon naturally exerted a suppressive effect on serpentine creatures, particularly with this ultimate technique. The Jiao, sensing the innate pressure from its bloodline, felt a surge of dread, halting its pursuit and retreating into the depths of the water to evade the golden dragon's assault. Seeing the Jiao submerge, Master declared, "This Jiao has transformed and is equivalent to a tidal Douluo above level 90. Its size is colossal. We are no match for it. We must withdraw to a safe distance." The group had never encountered such a powerful soul beast, and trepidation gripped them, especially Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, who had narrowly escaped the jaws of death. Before Master could finish his warning, the Jiao re-emerged from the depths, roaring, "Ignorant humans, none shall escape today, especially you young ones. You possess the finest human physique I have ever encountered. I am but a breath away from fully evolving. Consuming you will complete my transformation into a powerful Jiao." The creature reveled in its fortune, exclaiming, "What luck! You have delivered yourselves to me, haha." Though it regarded the golden dragon with some caution, it knew that the dragon was not its equal. Once it dismantled the trio's fusion technique, it could devour them all. As it spoke, a powerful wave of water surged towards them. Yang Chun realized that this level of combat was far beyond what Tang San and the others could engage in. He had to rely on Master's Golden Dragon and Titan. Titan, having recovered from the earlier onslaught, charged forward, undeterred by the Jiao spray, which bore no poison. Yang Chun shouted, "Titan, strike its tail. Master, target its belly. Tang San, control the battlefield. If anyone is in danger, pull them away. Xiao Wu and the others retreat." As he commanded, his soul arrows flew forth, while the 3 soul rings on his divine whip illuminated, unleashing the first soul skill, Jiao Long Bai Wei, striking fiercely at the Jiao's head. The others, initially contemplating an escape, recognized Yang Chen's intent and strength, aware of his formidable soul attacks. They promptly complied with his orders, with Titan and Master launching their assaults on the Jiao's tail and belly. Titan, having collaborated with Yang Chen in the past to severely wound several powerful Spirit Hall Soul Masters, felt invigorated by Yang Chen's command, exclaiming, "Little Chen, lead the way. I shall follow your orders." The Jiao boasted, "I shall capture you all and drag you to the lake's depths, savoring each bite of your exquisite forms. For prodigies like you, I shall consume you raw, relishing every morsel for greater gain, ha." However, before it could finish its taunting laughter, A surge of perilous spiritual attacks assailed its consciousness, bombarding its mind relentlessly. Initially, the Jiao dismissed the threat, confident in its evolved state and formidable spirit. Yet, as the onslaught persisted like a relentless storm, it began to falter, unable to match the pace of its own soul power, leaving it vulnerable to Titan and the Golden Dragon strikes. Pain erupted from its tail and belly, revealing that it had sustained injuries. The most terrifying aspect was a whip that struck down upon it, although it seemed to have no immediate effect in an instant. What appeared to be a serpentine tail suddenly transformed into a massive maw, reminiscent of the great beast, Jin Maohong. With a deafening roar, it unleashed a sound that sent waves of dizziness rippling through its already tumultuous mind. Simultaneously, a cloud of white mist erupted from that gaping mouth, enveloping its colossal head. Realizing the peril, it let out a cry of alarm, sensing an overwhelming corrosive force encroaching upon it. Instinctively, it shut its eyes and sealed its mouth and nostrils, channeling a surge of soul power to fend off the encroaching corruption. The serpent never anticipated that the most formidable adversary was not the combined techniques of the three individuals, nor the mighty golden dragon alongside the soul Douluo, but rather this young man boasting a soul power exceeding level 40. In a fit of rage, it lunged towards Yang Chen with a claw. Boundless soul power surged forth, rendering Yang Chen's space immobile, leaving him unable to move. Yang Chen cried out, "Tang-san," as the soul arrow unleashed a relentless barrage, loosening the confines of the entrapment. Without waiting for Yang Chen to voice his concerns, Tang-san, perceiving the imminent danger, swiftly wrapped his martial soul, Lan Yin Xiao, around Yang Chen, pulling him out from beneath the serpent's gigantic claw in the blink of an eye. With a thunderous crash, the serpent's claw struck the ground, creating a deep crater several feet wide. Yang Chen, having not battled a soul beast in quite some time, felt his bloodlust surge as he roared, "Senior Titan, Master, let's engage once more." He struck the massive serpent's head with the divine whip, while its tail lashed out, roaring ferociously. The soul arrow continued its relentless assault. The serpent realized that defeating the group necessitated first eliminating this peculiar young man. Consequently, it disregarded the attacks from Master and Titan, focusing solely on Yang Chen. Under its relentless onslaught, Yang Chen found himself in dire straits. Yet, whenever evasion seemed impossible and death loomed near, Yang Chen's body would miraculously slip away from its grasp, retreating with the swiftness of lightning. Tang-san's purple extreme magic eye remained fixed on the battle, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. His keen perception allowed him to discern every subtle shift on the battlefield, and whenever anyone faced peril, he would act swiftly to provide aid. Thus, Yang Chen appeared as if he were a puppet controlled by Tang-san, darting in and out of danger with the speed of lightning, experiencing fear but evading harm. However, the serpent's greatest wrath was directed at Yang Chen, relentlessly attacking him while Tang-san consistently intervened to rescue him. Gradually, a tacit understanding developed between the two. One attacked while the other defended, with Yang Chen feeling secure in his offensive and Tang-san timely in his rescues. After several exchanges, the serpent began to emit frantic cries, its formidable soul faltering under the incessant barrage of Yang Chen's soul arrows. It thought to itself, how could this young man possess such overwhelming mental strength? How could he unleash arrows without restraint, as if there were no limit to his resources? Even human titled Douluo could not sustain such an expenditure of mental power. As its sea of consciousness became increasingly turbulent under the barrage of Yang Chen's countless soul arrows, it soon found itself unable to concentrate on employing soul power against the group. With its offensive capabilities diminished, Yang Chen found himself in a safer position, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon the serpent's enormous head with the divine whip, shouting, "Beast, I strike, I strike, I strike," as if possessed by madness. The onlookers, including Xiao Wu, Dai Mu Bai, and others, gaped in disbelief, unable to comprehend the raw ferocity displayed by Yang Chen. Was this truly his nature? A veritable combat fanatic, a relentless fighting machine, driven by an insatiable bloodlust. The unfortunate serpent, aged 8,000 years, gradually succumbed to Yang Chen's soul attacks, its defenses crumbling. Realizing the imminent danger, it attempted to ascend into the air and flee into the lake. Yang Chen thought, "I cannot allow you to escape. You shall be my fourth soul ring, a supreme honor. Come to me." He called out, "Master, Senior Titan, block its path. Do not let it reach the lake surface." I have great use for it. By this time, Master and Titan had already discerned the serpent's predicament, sealing off its escape route while launching relentless assaults upon its colossal form. The serpent suffered multiple strikes, its sea of consciousness becoming increasingly chaotic, its once formidable soul power rendered impotent, leaving it in a state of passive defense, thrashing about on the ground and emitting anguished cries. Finally, as one of Yang Chen's soul arrows pierced its sea of consciousness, a tragic roar erupted, sending waves crashing against the nearby lake surface. Once a fissure opened in its sea of consciousness, it could no longer rally its strength. After the second and third soul arrows found their mark, the serpent's cries gradually diminished, its consciousness collapsing into oblivion. Upon witnessing the serpent's cessation of resistance, Master and Titan halted their attacks, with Titan sinking to the ground, panting heavily. The golden dragon dissipated, and Master and the others were left pale, sitting cross-legged. Although the battle had not been lengthy, the serpent's might had been overwhelming. To assist Yang Chen in slaying it, and to divert its attention, the four had expended their utmost efforts, leaving them utterly fatigued. At that moment, Yang Chen continued to strike with the divine whip, shouting, I strike you down. You hairless beast, daring to oppose me. How arrogant, how ignorant. Although the serpent had lost its consciousness, its physical form remained immensely powerful, and its head was the hardest part of its body. It was only after Yang Chen unleashed dozens of lashes that the serpent finally succumbed, its breath extinguished. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Yang Chen with wide-eyed admiration. It was an astonishing display of violence, shock, and charisma. Oscar Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were similarly awestruck, pondering whether this was Yang Chen's true self, so brutal and feral. Before long, a black soul ring, tinged with a hint of red, manifested atop the colossal serpent's head. The entirety of its soul power converged at that point, forming a dark ring. At this juncture, everyone comprehended that Yang Chen's intent in slaying the serpent was to absorb its soul ring as his fourth. This was a soul beast of 8,000 years, its soul ring color nearing the threshold of 100,000 years. They could not help but glance at Yang Chen, marveling at how a soul ring of such strength, which even the 76-level soul saint, Flinder, could not absorb, will be harnessed by Yang Chen, a mere 44th-level soul master. Chapter 150. Jiuyin Zone? What a ridiculous sect. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Oscar circled the massive serpent's body, examining it with fascination. Suddenly, a voice from afar called out, Look, there's a gigantic serpent ahead. Such a large serpent. It must be at least 10,000 years old. Another voice cautioned, Quiet down. Can't you see there are several people here? 7 or 8 children. Wait, is the serpent dead? It's completely still. Surely, these few individuals did not slay the serpent, right? That's impossible. Only one of them is an 80-plus level soul Douluo. Regardless, let us go closer to investigate. Look, the soul ring of the great python is still present. It seems it was just slain recently. This is a near 10,000-year soul beast. If we can seize it and present the soul ring to our young master for absorption, he will surely be elated and grow immensely stronger. We must relay this to the young master immediately. He has just crossed the threshold of 70 soul power and is in dire need of a powerful soul ring. With his extraordinary talent, even if he did not personally slay it, he should still be able to absorb this soul ring. Thus, they urged, quickly invite the young master here. Yang Chen's perception had long captured the presence of these individuals in his mind. It turned out that there were 2 soul Douluos above level 80, 3 soul sages, and several others, including soul emperors, soul kings, and soul venerables, totaling 13 people. Upon hearing them mention a so-called young master who had just reached level 70 and intended to seize the soul ring of the serpent, he could not help but sneer inwardly. After expending immense effort to slay the soul beast, how dare they attempt to take it? Were they courting death? Although their voices were not loud, the stillness of the forest allowed their words to resonate clearly in everyone's ears. Master and his companions, along with the old Titan, ceased their recovery upon hearing the voices and gathered with Tang San and Yang Chen to discern the source. Simultaneously, they were struck with fear. Such a formidable group was merely a retinue of some so-called young master. Moreover, this young master could absorb the soul rings of soul beasts he did not slay himself. Which sect could this be? Who was this young master? It seemed that in the Douluo continent, whether in the upper 3 sects, lower 3 sects, or countless other factions, There had never been any mention of such a perverse technique. While they were still in shock, a group emerged from the depths of the forest. Master and his companions inhaled sharply and turned to Yang Chun. They noticed the murderous glint in Yang Chen's eyes, indicating his ill intentions. Understanding his temperament, they inwardly concluded that this young master was likely to unleash a massacre. They had long since realized the extent of his ruthlessness. No soul master from the spirit hall had ever left his clutches alive. In no time, the group approached. At the forefront was an 88th level soul Douluo. With an air of arrogance, coldly addressed them. Who are you to linger near the soul beast I've slain? Do you intend to claim it for yourselves? Master and his companions were taken aback. How could this serpent be his prey? Yang Chun inwardly cursed, having encountered shamelessness before. Yet this was a new level of audacity. With a cold laugh, he retorted, "Is this truly your kill? You shameless old fool. Why don't you ask it if it agrees?" The soul Douluo, powerful at level 88, was accustomed to receiving respect from soul masters, but here was a mere boy of 13 or 14 who dared to insult him. Just as he was about to reprimand Yang Chun loudly, someone beside him angrily interjected, "Ignorant child, this is elderly of the Jiuyin sect, an 88th level soul Douluo. Do you even know what that means? Have you ever encountered such a formidable expert? How dare you speak so recklessly? Are you seeking death?" Jiuyin sect. Upon hearing this, Master and the others widened their eyes. What sect was this? They had never heard of it before. If an elder of this sect was already an 88th level soul Douluo, then surely the sect's power was remarkable. Was it a newly established sect? From the Xing, Luo Empire? Yang Chun was also taken aback. This sect did not exist in the tales of the Douluo continent. What was this sect, and why had it suddenly appeared? Could it be that the Douluo continent of this world differed from that chronicled by the great deity? Or was it due to my presence that changes occurred? Although surprised, he rolled his eyes and laughed heartily. What kind of nonsense is this Jiuyin sect? I am the sect master of a Jiuyang sect. I've never heard of your pathetic sect, and you dare to send a few weaklings here to embarrass yourselves? Having realized that this matter could not be resolved peacefully, he decided to incite them directly and provoke a battle. Moreover, their so-called young master would soon arrive, and surely there would be even stronger followers accompanying him. They needed to subdue these individuals before he came. After all, the soul ring of this serpent rightfully belonged to Yang Chun, and no one could take it from him. Furious, the soul Douluo retorted, "Ignorant child, how dare you be so arrogant? Today, you shall pay with your lives." Master, the Titan, and the others, seeing the strength of this group, and not wishing to offend them, exchanged glances and nodded subtly. They then burst into laughter, declaring, "Regardless of where you come from, this serpent is our prize, and no one shall take it. If you wish to fight, then let it be." The 88th level soul Douluo was taken aback, not expecting Yang Chun and his companions to regard him with such disdain as if they were confident of victory. Another individual shouted, "Our Jiuyin sect aims to dominate this continent. Although we have only recently been established, we are not to be underestimated by the likes of you. Everyone attack. Let us eliminate them all and prepare the battlefield for our young master's arrival." The speaker was a 73rd level soul sage, positioned not far from Yang Chun. To Yang Chun, a soul sage was far too weak. Since a fight was inevitable, he decided to act without restraint and establish his dominance. Laughing heartily, he remarked, "A mere 73rd level soul sage dares to flaunt his power before me? Ignorant fool, I shall use you as my first offering." Just as he finished speaking, his spiritual attack was unleashed. The soul sage suddenly felt an overwhelming mental assault surge toward his consciousness. Before he could react, a series of ringing sounds echoed in his mind, followed by a devastating crack as his consciousness shattered. The 73rd level soul sage clutched his head, let out a harrowing scream, and collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. The others surrounding him were startled by his cry, instinctively retreating in horror, their eyes fixed on Yang Chun. This young man had not moved a muscle, yet he had incapacitated a soul sage with such ease. What kind of attack was this? At this moment, not only were they rendered speechless, but even Master Daimu Bai and the others were taken aback. They thought to themselves, Yang Chun is truly extraordinary, far too formidable. He has silently defeated a soul sage. Chapter 151. The Frenzied Old Titan. Everyone, let us subdue these individuals without leaving a single one behind. I wish to see what manner of person their young master is. Master and the others, witnessing Yang Chun take action, felt no need to hold back any longer. They were about to unleash their golden triangle fusion technique when they heard Yang Chun call out thrice, "Master, Do not rush. For now, stay back and observe how I, along with Elder Titan and Brother Tang San, will handle these individuals. Elder Titan, focus your attacks on that arrogant 88th level Soul Douluo. I find him particularly displeasing. Brother San, join forces with Dai and the others to hold back these individuals. With me here, you may act with confidence and without any psychological burdens. Elder Titan relished the partnership with Yang Chun. It was an absolute delight to target whoever he wished, never having failed. Yang Chen's words had barely left his lips when he manifested his martial spirit and charged towards the 88th level Soul Douluo with fervor. The Soul Douluo, having witnessed Yang Chen's bizarre abilities, defeating a 73rd level Soul Sage without a sound or movement, was already filled with trepidation. Although he recognized Yang Chen's method as a mental attack, he could not fathom how such a lowly 40-level Soul Master could possess such formidable spiritual power and project it outward. Before he could fully grasp the situation, Elder Titan's onslaught was upon him. Instantly, he revealed his martial spirit, preparing to defend against Elder Titan's powerful strike. The Titan clan was renowned for their strength, and the Soul Douluo could discern this at a glance. However, just as his martial spirit manifested, he felt a tremor in his consciousness as a powerful mental assault struck him. He was an 88th level Soul Douluo, possessing a mental prowess that far surpassed that of a Soul Sage. Immediately, he erected a mental defense above his consciousness sea. The spiritual attack struck him like a barrage of arrows, not merely one arrow, but a relentless volley of 20, all aimed with unerring precision at the same point. Instantly, his consciousness sea churned violently, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. The powerful move that could withstand a Titan was no longer within his reach. With a thunderous roar, his body was hurled into the air, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Following this, he crashed into the distant woods, rolling several times before he could no longer rise. In the blink of an eye, a formidable 88th level Soul Douluo was felled, his life hanging in the balance. The followers accompanying him, upon witnessing this scene, scattered like frightened birds, fleeing in all directions. Tang San and his companions, adhering to Yang Chen's instructions, swiftly blocked the escape routes of these individuals. Among them was another Soul Douluo, recently crossed the threshold of 80, accompanied by 2 Soul Sages and 3 Soul Emperors, constituting a formidable force. However, their leader, the 88th level Soul Douluo, had been incapacitated in a mere encounter, instilling fear in them that rendered them paralyzed, unable to retaliate. As the crowd cried out in panic and fled, Yang Chun unleashed another wave of spiritual attacks. He shouted, "Die Lauda, Tang San, act quickly. Senior Titan, intercept these individuals, ensuring none escape." At this moment, Titan, reveling in his exhilaration, swung his fists and laughed heartily. Upon hearing Yang Chen's command, he immediately positioned himself behind the fleeing individuals, delivering punches to anyone attempting to escape. Yang Chen's soul arrows continued to rain down incessantly. The crowd, already paralyzed by fear, screamed as the soul arrows struck their consciousness, prompting them to curl up on the ground, clutching their heads in terror, mirroring the actions of the Soul Sage of level 73. Tang San, Dai Mubai Xiao Wu, and the others had intended to engage in a fierce battle to test their combat prowess under Yang Chen's refined soul power. Yet before they could even make a move, their opponents lay prostrate on the ground. They stared blankly at the fallen figures, then at Yang Chun, pondering how they could even fight when he had single-handedly incapacitated them all. Titan, initially focused on the level 80 Soul Douluo, now gaped in disbelief at the sight of him also lying on the ground, feeling a twinge of disdain. He thought to himself, "You are an 80-level Soul Douluo. How can you lower yourself to their level?" Such humiliation tarnished the reputation of all Soul Douluos. Yang Chun had merely utilized varying amounts of arrows based on the soul power levels of this group, intending to intimidate rather than severely injure them. He wished for Tang San and his companions to hone their skills. To his surprise, all of them surrendered at once, leaving him momentarily stunned, wondering how to proceed now that the enemy had capitulated. The mantra of no killing upon surrender had been echoed for years, yet here lay a group that had surrendered. It was unthinkable to eliminate them one by one. Master, Lu Erlong, and Flender, observing from the sidelines, were taken aback, their minds racing with the realization that this youth was an anomaly, even more extraordinary than Tang San, resembling a devil rather than a mere human. The group, regardless of whether they suffered from headaches or not, clutched their heads tightly, rolling on the ground in an exaggerated display of despair. "Dangshan, Zai Mubai. And the others were oblivious to the fact that most were merely pretending, having lost their combat abilities due to Yang Chen's overwhelming force. Particularly, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, three young girls, rolled their eyes at Yang Chun, exclaiming, "Brother Chun, how can you do this? How are we supposed to fight now? Don't you know to go easy on them? Leave us a couple." Yang Chun, feeling quite wrong, thought, "I didn't injure them. They are all just pretending." Yet, he could not voice this, and a surge of irritation bubbled within him. "If you wish to act, then act well," he mused. Once again, the arrows of spiritual energy were unleashed upon the prostrate figures. The cries of despair erupted anew, their bodies writhing with even greater fervor. Yang Chun was unaware of who the master of these individuals might be or what formidable foes might approach. Thus he had no intention of killing them. He sought to retain them as hostages to prevent unforeseen complications. Simultaneously, he found himself coveting the soul power emanating from them, nearly salivating at the thought. Yet in the presence of Master and the others, he could not absorb it, leaving him in a state of anxious frustration. Under Yang Chun SQ, Titan and the others sealed the meridians of the captives, including the severely injured 88th level soul, Douluo, and gathered them together. They all overheard that a certain master was approaching, and with the massive size of the serpentine creature, it was impossible to move it. Yang Chun needed to absorb the soul rings and had to do so within an hour. Otherwise, the rings would dissipate. Thus, they were compelled to keep these individuals as a backup. All eyes turned toward Yang Chun, questioning what the next steps would be. The absorption of the soul ring was not a fleeting task, and should the so-called master arrive during this process, it would spell trouble. They found themselves wishing for the master to arrive sooner, to eliminate him, allowing Yang Chun to absorb the rings in peace. Yang Chun, scratching his head in confusion, pondered whether to absorb the soul ring now or wait for the mysterious master to arrive and defeat him first. Just as he hesitated, Xiao Tian advised, "Absorb it now. We cannot delay any longer. Although the soul ring can last for an hour, the soul power is continually dissipating." Chapter 152. Tang San's decisive ruthlessness. The crowd was utterly astonished. Could the absorption of a soul ring truly be interrupted? "Young master, please don't be so monstrous. Our hearts can't take it." The members of the Jiuyin sect were equally horrified, marveling at what manner of being this youth was. Their own master was already quite extraordinary, able to absorb any soul ring from slain soul beasts, but that process required time and could not be interrupted. Yet this youth seemed to disregard all of that. Yang Chun promptly seated himself atop the serpent's head, commencing the absorption of the soul power contained within the soul ring. The master and the others, witnessing this, grew increasingly anxious, casting the captured individuals beneath the serpent's head while they formed a protective circle around Yang Chun and the captives to ensure his safety. As Yang Chun entered a meditative state, beginning his absorption of the soul ring, the master felt a pang of regret. The boy had begun the absorption without specifying the duration, 2 hours or 4. Such a powerful soul beast, regardless of how extraordinary he was, would likely take more than 2 hours to fully absorb. Everyone's eyes were riveted on Yang Chun atop the serpent's head, including those from the Jiuyin sect. In the blink of an eye, the dark red-purple soul ring began to fade, as though part of its soul power had already entered Yang Chen's being. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Was this truly a human? Such formidable soul power, equivalent to that of a 90-level title Douluo, condensed into a soul ring. And it had diminished so significantly in mere moments? Little did they know that had Yang Chun chosen to absorb the soul power directly rather than through the soul ring, he could have completely devoured it in the blink of an eye. As his soul power increased, so too did his absorption capabilities. Following Xiao Tian's advice, he initially consumed some of the soul power before beginning to absorb the soul ring. This serpent, having cultivated for 80,000 years, had developed 2 horns and extended 2 dragon claws from its underbelly, on the cusp of fully transforming into a true dragon. With just another 20,000 years, it could evolve into a dragon, yet it met its end at the hands of Yang Chun. Although it perished within the condensed soul ring, a fragment of its spirit lingered on, imbued with a trace of resentment, surging forth through the soul power to assail Yang Chen's consciousness, yearning for retribution and unwilling to be absorbed so easily. However, at this moment, Yang Chen's spiritual potential had been significantly unlocked, his soul force immensely formidable. Under this overwhelming pressure, he swiftly subdued the lingering spirit, allowing him to absorb the soul ring without hindrance. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the dark purplish-red soul ring gradually faded, soon diminishing by more than half. Master and the others rejoiced. At this rate, Yang Chen would completely absorb the soul ring in less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick. As for refining it entirely for himself, that was another matter altogether. But given Yang Chen's extraordinary capabilities, it would not take long. Just then, a thunderous shout echoed, commanding him to cease, declaring that the soul ring belonged to their young master. The voice, traveling swiftly from afar, was followed by a figure darting toward the great serpent's head. Master and the others were taken aback. If Yang Chen were to be disturbed at such a critical juncture, it could lead to disastrous consequences. They sprang into action, aiming to block the intruder while simultaneously warning, "Halt! Otherwise, we shall slay all of you from the Jiuyin sect." Tang San immediately unleashed the first soul skill of his Lanyin grass, ensnaring all 13 individuals by the neck, causing their breaths to falter and their eyes to bulge. Upon seeing this, the assailant retreated hastily. His speed was akin to lightning, revealing him to be a genuine level 91 title Dalu. This individual, with striking blue eyes and golden hair, was evidently not a native of Douluo continent. The crowd grew tense at the sight of a title Dalu, while Master found himself momentarily bewildered, unable to recall who this person was or when such a title Dalu had emerged on Douluo continent. After all, there were fewer than 30 titled Daluos in existence, each with distinct appearances, temperaments, and soul powers, and he knew them all well, yet this individual was not among them. As the figure withdrew, a palanquin appeared, carried by 4 stunning young women, all seemingly in their 20s. Even more astonishing was that these 4 women were all soul saints, each at level 70 or above. In front of the palanquin stood 4 individuals, with 6 more behind, making a total of 10, including 2 soul Daluos for soul saints, and the remaining 4 as soul emperors, clearly mere attendants. The crowd was dumbfounded. How could such a peculiar assembly appear in the Sunset Forest? And why was there a palanquin, particularly a pink one, being carried through the woods? Who could be seated within? Was it indeed their so-called young master? The blue-eyed, golden-haired title Dalu approached the palanquin and assumed a respectful demeanor as he stood beside it. The onlookers were further astonished. A level 91 title Dalu, typically revered as a high elder in other sects, was now merely a humble servant beside this pink palanquin. Who, then, occupied the palanquin? The title Dalu inquired, "Young master, Yu Guan and the others have been captured. What shall we do now?" All present nodded, realizing that indeed it was their young master they spoke of. Their focus entirely on the palanquin, eager to hear his response. However, considering the grandeur of this spectacle, even the second-ranked Lan Dianba, Wang Long sect's young master would not command such an entourage unless it was a member of the Spirit Hall. Yet, these individuals were clearly not from Spirit Hall, but rather from the enigmatic Jiuyin sect, which they had never heard of before. A soft, effeminate voice emerged from the palanquin, instructing, "Ignore him. First, seize that boy and secure the soul ring. These useless servants can perish." His words sent shockwaves through the crowd. 2 soul Daluos and several soul saints and emperors were deemed mere expendables by him. Such arrogance was something even the Pope of Spirit Hall would hesitate to express, showing disregard for their lives. Who was this person, and what was this Jiuyin sect that dared to be so brazen? Upon hearing the command, the golden-haired title wasted no time and lunged at Yang Chen, seemingly disregarding the 13 captives. Tang San, known for his decisiveness, immediately activated his Lanyin grass again, resulting in 4 more casualties, including the level 80 soul Dalu. A soft huff resonated from the palanquin, acknowledging Tang San's ruthless measures. In that instant, a surge of soul power darted toward him, akin to a sharp arrow, reaching his neck in the blink of an eye. He instinctively leaned back, narrowly avoiding injury to his cheek. Concurrently, with a flick of his soul power, the remaining 9 were likewise ensnared by his Lanyin grass. Tang San was no ordinary person. With experience from 2 lives, his decisiveness surpassed even that of Yang Chen. As the confrontation escalated, a colossal fist came crashing down upon the serpent's head, blocking Yang Chen's path. This strike carried the weight of a mountain. Even a level 91 title Dalu had to evade its edge as it was Titan's attack. Simultaneously, a dragon's roar erupted as Master and his companions unleashed their fusion technique, summoning the golden holy dragon to charge at the title Dalu. The title Dalu barely managed to evade, conjuring a golden spear from thin air, which was his martial spirit, aiming it at Yang Chen. although several meters away. The potent soul force surged forth from the spear's tip. The crowd gasped in unison, fearing for Yang Chun's life. However, unexpectedly, Yang Chun, seated in meditation, executed a swift roll, tumbling to the ground and evading the spear's thrust. The titled Douluo rejoiced, believing that as long as Yang Chun was no longer atop the serpent's head, he could no longer absorb its soul ring. Without a glance back, he shouted, "Young master, the soul ring has been secured." Before he could finish, the soft voice from the palanquin erupted in anger, chastising him as a useless old fool. What has happened? The titled Dalu, sensing a chill, quickly turned his gaze back to the serpent's head. To his astonishment, he found the black soul ring had vanished entirely, leaving an empty space. Not only was he stunned, but so was everyone present. The serpent was an 8,000-year-old soul beast, a rare breed in its own right, with soul power rivaling that of a 100,000-year-old beast. Just moments ago, the soul ring had been distinctly visible atop its head. How could it have disappeared so suddenly? How could such immense soul power be absorbed in the blink of an eye by this 13 or 14-year-old boy? The onlookers gazed at Yang Chun in disbelief. Rising from the ground, his eyes gleamed with intensity, a cold smirk gracing his lips. To their astonishment, his soul power had ascended from level 44 to level 45 in an instant. Shocked, they struggled to comprehend the impossibility of absorbing a soul ring and simultaneously elevating his soul power by a level within such a brief span. The soft voice from the palanquin echoed their astonishment as everyone fixated on Yang Chun in spellbound silence. Originally, Yang Chun awakened from the state of absorbing the soul ring just as the title Douluo arrived. With a sweeping perception of his consciousness, he realized the gravity of the situation. In a moment of decisive thought, he activated the devouring function of his martial soul, consuming all the soul power within, regardless of whether he had completed the absorption of his fourth soul ring. Just as he finished this act, the titled Douluo's attack arrived. Without a second thought, he rolled away, narrowly evading the lethal strike. He understood that the presence of this so-called young master of the Jiuyin sect, accompanied by titled Daw, could not end well, especially considering that Tang San had already executed all 13 members of the Jiuyin sect he had captured, thus incurring a great enmity. Upon inspecting the system within his body, he noted that his devouring points had nearly reached 30. Without hesitation, he exchanged 20 points for soul power, elevating his soul power level by 1 tier. With this enhancement, both his combat strength and spiritual attack capability surged by over 30%. At this moment, even a soul Douluo would struggle to withstand the barrage of 20 consecutive strikes from his spiritual arrow. Since Tang San had initiated the slaughter, it was imperative to eliminate all members of the Jiuyin sect today. This obscure sect, whose strength likely rivaled that of the Spirit Hall, posed a threat that could not be ignored. Only by silencing them could he avert future troubles, for he himself was not concerned about the consequences. Although the young master was impressive in stature, he was merely a level 70 soul saint, and thus not particularly intimidating. However, the title Douluo was a genuine level 91 powerhouse, a source of significant concern. As everyone watched him intently, a voice belonging to Xiao Tian resonated. Your spiritual power has increased considerably, sufficient to utilize true spiritual techniques. I shall now impart to you a powerful spiritual technique. Learn it swiftly to withstand this calamity. This individual you refer to as a titled Dalu possesses formidable mental strength. Your spiritual arrows cannot breach his mental defenses. With your current soul powers, defeating him is utterly impossible. Thus, you must seek ways to enhance your spiritual strength. The technique I am about to teach you is called the spiritual spear, far superior to your self-created spiritual arrow. Time was of the essence, and Xiao Tian urged him to focus and absorb the teachings. Yang Chun felt a surge of joy upon hearing this, as he had been troubled by how to confront the title Dalu. It seemed he could only rely on activating the devouring function of his martial soul and the formidable abilities of the Bai Lin Shi Huang poison from Douluo. However, these two trump cards, especially the devouring function, were secrets he could not allow Master and the others to witness. For they were techniques of a nefarious sect that would be intolerable in the eyes of their righteous hearts. Xiao Tian's importation of secret techniques was precisely what he needed to break the stalemate. This was the first set of techniques Xiao Tian had bestowed upon him, and given Xiao Tian's perspective, the teachings were undoubtedly extraordinary. It seemed that Xiao Tian had long since recalled many things, many techniques, but had been withholding them out of stubbornness, seeking to compel Yang Chun to yield. Now, faced with a life-threatening situation, he had no choice but to share this secret technique. Yang Chen's original spiritual arrow was merely a rudimentary technique he had stumbled upon himself. It lacked the sophistication of a true martial art. Now, with Xiao Tian's teachings, he was receiving genuine spiritual techniques, the distillation of countless powerful beings over countless ages. The method surged into his mind, revealing itself to be straightforward, detailing how to condense spiritual power into a spear and how to wield this power with fluidity. While this technique was simple, to him, it was akin to a sacred scripture. Despite his prior explorations, he could not compare to the strength and practicality of Xiao Tian's teachings, which encompassed many intricate techniques beyond his comprehension. He could not help but marvel at how spiritual power could be utilized and operated in such a manner. Truly wondrous. It struck him that his self-created spiritual method paled in comparison, rendering his previous assumptions laughable. Fortunately, he was engaged in combat on the relatively low-tier Douluo continent, against those who merely practiced soul power. Had he encountered a true master of spiritual techniques, he would have likely been rendered a fool in a single encounter. While others looked on in bewilderment, he immersed himself in the technique of the spiritual spear. Chapter 154. Tang San's ghostly shadow movement technique. Daimu Bai, closest to Yang Chun, reached out to pat his shoulder, but Tang San abruptly halted his hand, shaking his head. With keen insight, Tang San discerned that Yang Chun was in deep contemplation of a technique, rather than merely lost in thought. Moreover, given Yang Chen's nature, it was implausible for him to be absent-minded at such a critical juncture. There had to be a reason behind it. In the realm of cultivation, such moments of insight were rare and invaluable. A single realization could elevate one to a new realm of power. Meanwhile, everyone else stared blankly at the empty space above the serpent's head, glancing at Yang Chun, who seemed to be in trance. What had transpired? Where had the black soul ring gone? Why had he suddenly become so dazed? Could he have been severely injured by the tidal Daluo's intangible soul power? As these thoughts raced through their minds, Master and the others grew increasingly worried, encircling Yang Chun with concern. They noticed Tang San signaling to them, and a realization dawned upon them. The tidal Daluo, too, was caught off guard. The soul ring the young master sought to absorb had vanished in an instant. Such a powerful soul beast ring, which they had searched for over 10 days in the Sunset Forest, was now lost. The young master's ruthlessness sent a chill of sweat down the tidal Daluo's forehead. Useless fool, the soft voice thundered, you cannot even manage this simple task. What value do you have? Upon hearing this, the tidal Daluo immediately knelt, trembling as he pleaded, young master, forgive me. I am useless, but I shall certainly find an even more powerful soul ring for you. The young master snorted in response. First, have all these men killed. Leave not a single one behind. The 4 women shall be spared. They are to serve as my concubines. The tidal Daluo bowed deeply. I shall obey. Although Master and the others watched Yang Chun with worry, they could not help but overhear the dialogue between the two, their hearts sinking further. What kind of sect was the Jiuyin sect, and who had founded it, that a formidable level 91 tidal Daluo was but a servant, trembling in fear of this young master? As the tidal Daluo prepared to strike, Master and the others immediately executed their fusion technique, summoning a colossal golden dragon that soared into the sky to intercept the tidal Daluo's attack. Lao Tai Tan stood resolutely in front of Tang San, his martial soul manifesting, eyes fixed unwaveringly on the tidal Daluo. The soul Daluo who had arrived in the pink palanquin stood by, not rushing into the fray, having recognized that Master and the others were not formidable enough to pose a threat. A single tidal Daluo could easily annihilate them. Tang San, Daimu Bai Oscar, and Ma Hongjun formed a protective barrier around Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, bracing themselves for a desperate fight. They understood that this powerful tidal Daluo, under the young master's pressure, would surely unleash his full might without holding back. A tidal Daluo of the 91st rank unleashed a strike of such magnitude that it could shatter the heavens and rattle the earth. His gaze was fiercely fixed upon the crowd, especially on Yang Chun, with eyes that seemed to blaze with fire. It was this young lad who had brought shame upon him, a dignified tidal Daluo, forcing him to kneel before everyone and suffer humiliation, a most grievous affront indeed. He raised his hand, and a 2 zhonglong yellow golden spear materialized, as he bellowed, "You wretched insects, prepare to meet your demise." The spear transformed into a streak of yellow light, hurtling down upon Yang Chun from above. Master shouted, Such nonsense is like thunder. Behold the Ro San Pao. Following this, the golden sacred dragon let out a mighty roar, its tail producing 3 resounding blasts, unleashing 3 potent jets of yellow mist towards the tidal Douluo, imbued with purifying and sacred energies. Under the cleansing power of the yellow mist, the spear's might was indeed diminished, yet it still descended unrelentingly. Old Titan roared, "Halt! Let my martial soul manifest." He struck fiercely at the spear's shadow with a powerful blow. With a resounding crash, Master S golden sacred dragon diminished in form. While Old Titan let out a pained cry, his body sent reeling, and blood spewed forth. Nevertheless, the spear continued its relentless descent. As it became evident that no one could halt the overwhelming force of the spear, Yang Chun and his companions surrounding him, including Dai Mubai, were in peril. In that critical moment, Tang San executed the ghost shadow misty steps, his body moving instantaneously, weaving through the chaos as he employed the first soul skill of blue silver grass to ensnare the others, pulling them out of the spear's lethal range. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, as the yellow spear struck the earth with tremendous force, creating a deep chasm approximately 1 zhang wide and 5 zhang long. The members of Jiao Yinzong, believing their tidal Douluo strike would surely annihilate the group, cheered loudly, chanting, "Elder Rodman is mighty. Elder Rodman is formidable." This 91st ranked tidal Douluo, known as Rodman, would have elicited laughter from Yang Chun had he not been lost in contemplation. After all, Rodman was the king of rebounds in the NBA. Amidst the cheers, they soon fell silent as Tang San and his companions had deftly evaded the attack, leaving Elder Rodman to merely carve a gash in the earth. The tidal Douluo, caught off guard by the unexpected agility of the seemingly weaker opponents, felt his face redden with embarrassment. With a fierce shout, he declared, "Insects, where will you hide now?" Another spear swept towards them. As the spear magnified from its original 2 zhang to 5, it threatened to engulf Master, Tang San, and the others in its assault. Master cried out, "Shao San, ascend." The colossal head of the golden sacred dragon lowered, allowing Tang San to leap onto it. With the movement of blue silvergrass, he elevated the group into the sky. The members of Jiao Yinzong gazed in astonishment at Tang San, a mere boy of 13 or 14, marveling at his miraculous and ethereal agility, something never before witnessed on Douluo continent. Even the so-called young master gasped in surprise. Tang San's ghost shadow misty steps were a supreme skill from the Tang clan of his previous life, embodying the most profound and enigmatic form of movement. The tidal Douluo, witnessing his failure to land a blow after 2 attempts, felt a surge of humiliation, especially with the young master observing. A dignified tidal Douluo unable to subdue these seemingly insignificant foes was a disgrace indeed. Seizing the opportunity while the others remained airborne, he bellowed furiously, his spear tip shimmering as he lunged at them again. This strike seemed poised to pierce the heavens, unleashing a torrent of soul power that threatened to solidify the very sky. The members of Jiao Yinzong cheered in unison. "Elder Rodman is powerful. Elder Rodman is mighty." Although this title Elder Rodman was merely a servant to the young master, he was still regarded as a figure of great stature among them, and they sought to curry favor for protection within the sect. Thus, they shouted incessantly to win his approval. At that critical juncture, Yang Chun abruptly regained his focus, deploying his martial soul, the divine whip, to rescue his companions. The force of Elder Rodman's spear was no less than 100,000 pounds, far beyond what Yang Chun could withstand directly. Instead, with a deft maneuver, he lightly tapped the spear's tip with the whip's tail, redirecting its trajectory just enough to save everyone. Previously, Yang Chun had been immersed in his comprehension of the soul spear, oblivious to the external world until Tang San's blue-silver grass entwined him, awakening him from his reverie. Upon regaining his senses, he beheld the impending 3rd strike from the tidal Douluo and reacted swiftly to protect his comrades. At that moment, his understanding of the soul spear technique had matured significantly. Assessing the situation, he furrowed his brow. This tidal Douluo was exceedingly powerful, and even with the soul spear, he could not breach his sea of consciousness in one swift motion. Given such formidable soul power, it was likely that before he could inflict significant damage, his companions would perish beneath the onslaught of that spear. His soul perception turned towards the palanquin, where he glimpsed a pale-faced youth with delicate features, 2 beautifully arched brows, lips like painted vermilion, and hands as graceful as orchids. An effeminate boy, reminiscent of Dongfang Bubi. A thought surged through his mind. Could this individual have undergone self-castration to cultivate the sunflower manual? The title Douluo shrieked, "You shall all perish! You shall all perish!" as his spear prepared for another strike. Having failed to touch a single hair on his opponents after 3 attempts, his embarrassment turned to wrath. Without hesitation, Yang Chun unleashed a soul spear aimed at the so-called young master within the palanquin, while simultaneously delivering 2 strikes of soul softness towards Elder Rodman. This was a tactic of distraction. By wounding the so-called young master, the title Douluo would be compelled to restrain his attacks against the group. In doing so, they could buy precious time to regroup and devise a strategy to subdue him. Once the title Douluo had a concern weighing on his heart, he would be less inclined to unleash his full might. The members of Jiuyin Zone were astounded by Yang Chun's martial soul. The so-called waste martial soul of the Douluo continent, the Dogtail grass, which in his hands had transformed into a colossal dragon of 30 to 40 meters in length. A formidable force indeed. Most astonishingly, 3 black soul rings illuminated this martial soul, each of them black and belonging to soul beasts over 20,000 years old, despite this youth being merely a soul master of the 45th rank. The crowd stood agape, astonished at the extraordinary nature of each individual. Was it possible that this young lad had slain a 20,000-year-old soul beast at merely the 10th rank to acquire such a soul ring? If this were true, he would surely be defying the heavens. Even the young master gaped in disbelief, his small lips parting in shock as he stared at Yang Chun. Just as the crowd was still grappling with their astonishment, Elder Rodman, concerned for his reputation, readied his 4th attack. Suddenly, a horrifying scream erupted from the palanquin, a cry of such piercing agony that it was unmistakably that of their young master, who seemed to be experiencing unspeakable torment. Amidst the crowd surrounding the sedan chair, particularly 2 formidable soul Douluos, a wave of alarm swept over them. Ignoring the usual reservations regarding their young master, they promptly lifted the sedan's canopy. There, they beheld their young master, clutching his head with both hands, his fair and delicate visage marred by bulging veins, seemingly unable to endure the torment. The onlookers were momentarily struck dumb. Their young master had never been known to suffer from headaches. How could he suddenly be in such agony? Meanwhile, Elder Luo demands consciousness, having been shaken by Yang Chen's 2 strikes of the soul spear, also faltered momentarily. As a title Douluo, his formidable mental prowess was unparalleled. Yet even he was rattled by the force of that mental assault. It was evident that this power stemmed from the youth who had just regained consciousness. However, he was merely a soul ancestor at level 45. How could he possess such immense mental strength and mastery of such profound psychic techniques? As he pondered this, he noticed the disciples of Jiuyin Zone encircling the pink sedan, urgently calling for their young master. It was clear that the young master was suffering from the same mental attack, his consciousness severely compromised. This young master was the cherished son of their sect leader. If his consciousness were damaged, rendering him a fool, the consequences would be dire. As the title Douluo tasked with his protection, he would face an unimaginable fate for failing in his duty. In a flash, he moved to support the young master, exclaiming, "Young master, what ails you? Please, do not frighten this old servant." The young master, barely having reached the level of a soul sage at 70, could hardly withstand Yang Chen's upgraded soul arrow and the piercing might of the soul spear. In that instant, his consciousness was shattered. Amidst his cries, the young master howled, my head, seize that boy and flay his skin, extract his tendons." It was clear to everyone that Yang Chun was to blame, and they collectively surged towards him. However, Elder Luo Deman stood resolutely before the pink sedan, shielding the young master with his body. Having already endured 2 psychic assaults, even he, a titled Douluo, found his mental fortitude wavering. What chance did a mere 70-level young master stand against further attacks? Realizing the gravity of the situation, cold sweat beaded on his brow. Who were these peculiar individuals, and how could they be so bizarre? He silently regretted bringing the young master to seize this soul ring, which had led to such chaos. Upon Yang Chen's awakening, Tang San and the others exhaled a sigh of relief. Hearing the young master's cries of anguish made it evident that he had been struck by Yang Chen's mental assault. The sight of the title Douluo hesitating to leave the sedan filled them with joy. Simultaneously, they marveled at Yang Chen's strategic maneuver, with Tang San giving him a thumbs up in admiration. Old Titan, having been sent flying by Elder Ruan's attack, returned to their side, blood at the corner of his mouth. "Young Chun, you have finally awakened." Let us avenge ourselves and eradicate those misguided disciples of Jiao Yinzong who dare to harm me. With Yang Qin's mental assault and the combined might of the Master S Trio fusion technique, they had no fear of the others, except for the title Dalu. Yang Qin replied with enthusiasm, "Elder, are you unharmed?" Titan laughed heartily. "I am thick-skinned and tough. Such minor wounds are inconsequential. Let's engage." In Chapter 156, the alliance of Yang Qin, Tang San, and Titan was reaffirmed. Yang Qin exclaimed, "Excellent. Elder, let us first eliminate this 85-level soul Douluo." His soul spear struck each approaching member of Jiao Yinzong in succession. This soul spear far surpassed his previous soul arrow, forged from his profound psychic techniques and immense mental power. The spear was considerably heavier and longer, with destructive capabilities exponentially greater, wreaking havoc on the consciousness of any soul master it struck. The consciousness served as a barrier, while the soul arrow could only cause a slight tremor. It was challenging to breach unless the barrier was particularly frail, as seen in soul ancestors or soul kings. However, for soul sages and above, their mental fortitude was substantially greater, especially for titled Douluos, whose defenses were formidable. It was nearly impossible for a mere soul arrow to penetrate their mental defenses. Yet, the soul spear was a different matter entirely. Its length and weight rendered it far more potent against the defenses of the consciousness, comparable to the force of multiple soul arrows combined. A single strike from the soul spear was sufficient to incapacitate even a soul sage. A titled Douluo would struggle to withstand a flurry of strikes. As Yang Qin unleashed his soul spear upon the foes, several soul sages and soul emperors fell to the ground, clutching their heads in agony. Even the two titled Douluos found themselves momentarily dazed and disoriented. One, at 85, trembled, his soul power flickering as if it had been abruptly severed. Titan's colossal fist struck, producing a sharp crack, and the titled Dalu's head burst open like a ripe melon. Just as the Master S Golden Holy Dragon was poised to attack the 82-level titled Dalu, the latter emitted a pained cry and collapsed, his body twisting before lying motionless. Observing the scene, they noticed a black arrow embedded in his throat, the deadly work of Tang San's Zhuge divine crossbow. Understanding that Yang Qin's psychic assaults would disrupt the enemy's soul power, Tang San seized the opportunity to strike. In the heat of battle, a momentary lapse could lead to fatal consequences, especially when the enemy's power was compromised. Following Titan's lead, he unleashed the Zhuge divine crossbow in tandem with Yang Qin's soul spear strike. What had begun as a chaotic clash transformed into a swift and decisive victory in the blink of an eye. The four soul sage maidens bearing the sedan were paralyzed with fear, witnessing the carnage unfold. They glanced at the writhing bodies and the lifeless forms of the two titled Douluos, trembling and on the verge of flight. Yang Qin and Tang San shouted in unison, "We cannot allow them to escape." Their simultaneous exclamations caused them to pause, exchanging knowing smiles. Yang Qin directed his soul spear toward the fleeing maidens while Tang San deftly retrieved a concealed weapon from his waist, unleashing a volley of poison projectiles. With anguished cries, the four maidens stumbled forward, collapsing to the ground, their lives extinguished in an instant. Although their consciousnesses were gravely injured, they did not perish immediately. However, the poison darts ensured their swift demise. Though the tale may seem lengthy, it transpired in mere moments. The titled Dalu, Luidman, observed that once Yang Qin regained consciousness, his companions became like tigers with wings, swiftly dispatching several individuals. Even those who survived were writhing in agony on the ground, their demise merely a matter of time, causing a cold sweat to break out on him. The young man's psychic attacks were extraordinarily peculiar and formidable, seemingly endless. Since awakening, he had unleashed his soul attacks a dozen or so times, yet their potency remained unweakened, which was terrifying. Such a reservoir of psychic energy defied the very principles governing soul masters. Even a peak Dalu of level 99 would not possess such boundless mental power, unless he were a deity. Could it be that this youth possessed godlike, inexhaustible psychic energy? The more he pondered, the more fear gripped him. Could this youth be a reincarnation of a divine being? He immediately called out, "Young master, these individuals are too formidable. We must return to the sect." The young master, who had been shielded behind him, was suffering from a splitting headache and had not witnessed the unfolding chaos. Upon hearing his words, he cursed, "Useless old fool. Why tremble? Kill them all." Luidman smiled wryly. Not only was he unable to slay these foes, but he feared that he might not escape himself if he delayed any longer. Thus, he placed a hand on the young master's shoulder and said, "Forgive me, young master, we must depart quickly." With that, he prepared to take flight. Yang Chun, witnessing this, could not allow him to escape. He shouted, "Master, Senior Titan, third brother, act swiftly." The Spear of the Soul was hurled 3 times in quick succession, targeting Luodman's Sea of Consciousness. Before Luodman could fully rise, his Sea of Consciousness trembled violently under the force of the 3 powerful strikes, causing his soul power to falter momentarily. Upon hearing Yang Chen's urgent call, "Master, Old Titan," and Tang San understood that his psychic attack required their cooperation and unleashed their strongest strikes. Master's golden holy dragon clawed fiercely at Luodman, while the Titan's martial spirit manifested a colossal fist that swung heavily. Tang San raised his hand, unleashing a multitude of poisoned hidden weapons like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden, sealing off all of Luodman's escape routes. In an instant, the golden holy dragon's claw tore off one of Luodman's arms, while the Titan's fist struck him squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling backward, along with the young master and the pink palanquin. Simultaneously, several hidden weapons from Tang San struck him as well. The trio of devastating blows elicited a pained scream from Elder Ruan, who was propelled backward for several meters before finally halting. After all, he was a titled Douluo of level 90 or above, and his physical resilience far surpassed that of a soul master. Though severely injured, he was not mortally wounded. Spitting 2 mouthfuls of blood, he turned to flee, disregarding the young master entirely. The young master, realizing his life was in peril, cried out, "Elder Luo, take me with you. I will ask my father for an antidote on your behalf." Hearing this, Luodman hesitated mid-flight. If he abandoned the young master, even if he tried to deceive his way out, the young master's disappearance would surely jeopardize his own chances of acquiring the antidote. He envisioned a fate of slowly rotting from the soles of his feet, his flesh and blood dissipating over a month, leaving only bones behind. Throughout that month, he would be conscious yet unable to end his own suffering, forced to await the arrival of death, a torment worse than hell itself, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Just as he hesitated, Yang Chen's Spear of the Soul struck again, landing 3 more blows that echoed ominously, causing his psychic defenses to falter. He could no longer afford to linger and dash forward. Chapter 157. Devouring the titled Douluo. The unfortunate level 91 titled Douluo found his steps growing increasingly sluggish. As Yang Chen unleashed his 4th set of 3 Spear of the Soul strikes, he finally could not move any further and came to a halt. At this moment, his Sea of Consciousness was on the verge of rupture, and he lamented the lost opportunity. Having hesitated upon hearing the young master's plea, he had forfeited his chance at survival. The ruthlessness of this group assured that his life would not be spared. Since escape was no longer an option, he resolved to fight back, gripping his martial spirit, the golden long spear, tightly in hand, and struck fiercely toward Yang Chun and the others. Meanwhile, 9 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, 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 black, 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 radiated brilliantly from the spear, as if ready to explode. Yang Chun recalled the devastating self-detonation of Elder Lu from the Spirit Hall and felt a surge of fear. That had been merely a level 75 Soul Emperor, far inferior to this level 91 titled Douluo. Should this titled Douluo detonate himself, the forest would likely turn to ash, and they would be gravely injured if not killed. Alarmed, he heard Master shout quickly, "Take cover. The faster, the better." The golden holy dragon turned to flee, and the Titan dashed like an arrow into the nearby woods. Though Tang San was slower to react, he too turned to run upon realizing the gravity of the situation. The explosion would happen in an instant, leaving no time to assist one another. They could only escape as quickly as possible. Just as Yang Chun turned to flee, he heard Xiao Tian say, "Wait. He may not necessarily self-destruct." Yang Chun paused, and using his psychic perception, he discerned that Elder Luodman had retracted the nearly ruptured soul rings. Xiao Tian urgently urged, "His body is gravely injured, and his Sea of Consciousness is close to breaking. Don't turn back. Quickly unleash 5 Spear of the Soul strikes to shatter his Sea of Consciousness. While his martial spirit is still out, devour his martial spirit and all his soul power. This being, whom you call a titled Douluo, possesses immense soul power that could yield over 30 points for you. Otherwise, at this rate, when will you ever grow stronger? The Douluo continent is on the brink of upheaval." Yang Chun had never considered devouring a titled Douluo's martial spirit and soul power. His heart raced at the thought, and without further contemplation, he followed Xiao Tian's advice. Launching 5 Spear of the Soul strikes toward the vulnerable area of Luodman's Sea of Consciousness. Since Xiao Tian insisted on 5 strikes, there must have been a reason. Previously, he had only executed 3 strikes at a time, and had never attempted 5, as each set of 3 had already proven taxing. The Spear of the Soul consumed a tremendous amount of psychic energy compared to his self-created soul arrow. After releasing 5 strikes, he felt his psychic energy overextended, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. Suddenly, he heard a scream from behind. Elder Luodman's agonized cry jolted him back to awareness. He turned to see Luodman clutching his head with one remaining hand, his martial spirit, the golden long spear, hovering beside him, yet unwithdrawn. He dashed toward the spear, internally chanting, "Devour the martial spirit! Devour the martial spirit!" The powerful martial spirit of the titled Dalu, the golden long spear, rapidly shrank until it vanished entirely. At this moment, Luodman's Sea of Consciousness had already been breached by Yang Chen's Spear of the Soul. 2 strikes had penetrated it, rendering his consciousness incoherent. Without receiving any commands, his martial spirit could not return to his body, thus becoming sustenance for Yang Chun. It had been a long time since Yang Chun had devoured a martial spirit and soul power, and this colossal martial spirit contained the entirety of a titled Daluo's immense soul power. The potency of this energy was incomparable to anything he had previously consumed, tantalizingly fragrant, sweet, and utterly delectable, compelling him to indulge wholeheartedly. With a sweep of his mind, he saw that his devouring points had surged to 42. Originally possessing a mere 10 points of contribution, it implies that a titled Daw, albeit only at the 91st level, has granted him nearly 30 points. A titled Daw is indeed a force to be reckoned with, incomparable to a soul emperor or soul sage. Their soul power is immensely formidable, with a single titled Dalu equating to the strength of 5 or 6 soul sages. If he could acquire a dozen or so such titled Daluos to devour, his soul power would swiftly ascend to the realm of soul emperor. Once he attains the soul emperor level, the soul masters beneath the divine rank in this Dalu would hardly stand a chance against him. The thought alone thrilled Yang Chun, who couldn't help but smirk, as he had yet to sample the essence of a soul Dalu, yet had already devoured a titled Dalu. He yearned for an opportunity to experience the flavor of a soul Dalu to discern the difference. He did not consider that there were scarcely 30 titled Daluos above level 90 in Dalu, yet he wished to consume a dozen or so. If others were to overhear him, they would surely be astounded. Should he actually devour 20 titled Daluos, it would spell the decline of Dalu. With 42 points now in hand, he could elevate his soul power by 2 levels. However, the thought of leveling up recklessly would undoubtedly alarm Master Yu Xiaojing and the others, who would relentlessly inquire about his cultivation methods and sources of power. What he feared most was being in the company of Master Yu Xiaojing, whose incessant questioning exhausted him. Although the master was trustworthy, the cultivation technique he practiced was far too extraordinary to be shared with the likes of him. Thus, he resolved to wait a while longer before gradually upgrading his level, to avoid drawing the master's multitude of questions. At level 45, should he rise to level 47 and acquire a few more points, he could advance towards the Soul King rank. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, realizing that he was on the cusp of reaching the Soul King realm. Once he surpassed that threshold, he would no longer need to rely on external forces like Titan or Tang San, and could easily eliminate all soul masters beneath the titled Daluar rank. Just after having devoured Rodman's martial soul, he sensed Tang San and the others hastening towards him, evidently unaware of the self-detonation, eager to investigate the matter. Yang Chun glanced at Rodman's remains and, with a flick of the god-smiting whip, beheld the gruesome sight of blood and flesh, rendering any semblance of form unrecognizable. Shortly thereafter, Master Flinder Lu Erlong, Titan, and Tang San arrived at Yang Chun's side, staring vacantly at the disarray of blood and gore on the ground. Astonished, they inquired whether he had indeed slain that titled Dalu. Simultaneously, a chill swept through their hearts. This young man was shockingly ruthless. No wonder the soul masters of the Spirit Hall trembled at the mention of his name. Having killed a man was one thing. Reducing them to such a state was another entirely. Leaving not a single intact piece of flesh behind seemed indicative of a deranged tendency. Chapter 158. Tang San's Hidden Weapons. Tang San stepped forward, casting a sympathetic glance at Yang Chun, grasping his hand and saying, "Brother Chun, if anything troubles you, do share between brothers. There should be nothing left unsaid." Yang Chun, sensing their unusual gazes and hearing Tang San's words, felt a wave of silence wash over him. Was it so abnormal to act like a brother? Were it not for the need to conceal the truth, would he truly resort to such bizarre and brutal actions? Did they think it enjoyable to obliterate another's body? Did he not feel any psychological burden? If he were aware that Tang San and the others not only perceived his brutality, but also speculated about his ambiguous relationship with Prince Shuechinghe, he might very well lose himself in the Sunset Forest. Upon witnessing the demise of the titled Douluo, the master immediately urged, "We must hurry back. We cannot leave Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai in danger." After all, several soul sages and soul emperors still lingered there, although their spiritual awareness was severely damaged. Their soul power remained unmatched by the few present. The group hurried back, only to be met with a shocking sight. Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun lay motionless on the ground, while Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing were held captive by a sinister young master, who eyed them with a wicked gaze. The three women were rendered immobile, their meridians sealed, unable to move or speak. Upon seeing Yang Chun and the others approach, their eyes lit up with hope. Meanwhile, several soul sages and soul emperors injured by Yang Chen's soul spear had not fled. Some were writhing on the ground, their consciousness severely impaired, while the three soul sages forced themselves to stand, enduring their pain beside their young master. Sensing Yang Chun and Tang San's arrival, the young master realized that Elder Rodman must either have been killed or fled, instilling in him a deeper fear. He called out, "Esteemed friends, we harbor no grievances from the past, nor animosities in the present. Today marks our first meeting. If the Join sect has wronged you, I beseech your forgiveness. I am the young master of the Join sect, here to offer my humble respects." Upon finishing, he bore the pain and bowed deeply to Yang Chun and the others. Yang Chun and Tang San exchanged glances, recognizing the young master's casual demeanor was merely a ploy to elicit their mercy. Intending to return to the Join sect and seek revenge, with his cold-hearted nature, he showed no regard for human life, not even for the lives of his subordinates, which illustrated his callousness. It was evident he would not let Yang Chun or Tang San off the hook. At present, he was using Xiao Wu and the others as hostages to coerce Yang Chun and Tang San into sparing him. However, he was also acutely aware of Yang Chun's formidable mental attacks, so he instinctively pushed Xiao Wu in front of him, using her as a shield. Among the three girls, Xiao Wu was the tallest. Master and the others were equally taken aback by the lengths to which the young master would go for survival. Holding Xiao Wu and her companions captive, they glanced at the unconscious Dai Mubai and the others before rushing forward to assist them, channeling their soul power to break the seals on their meridians. The young master proclaimed, "These three young brothers have not sustained any injuries. You need not worry." As master and the others observed Dai Mubai and the others awaken, confirming their well-being, their gaze instinctively turned to Tang San. Tang San had always been the cornerstone of the group. Even the astute master Yu Shaojing frequently sought his counsel on various matters. Everyone understood that Tang San's insights and meticulous nature were unrivaled, particularly in significant matters, where his perspectives were remarkably unique. After observing the young master, Tang San nodded in acknowledgement. The young master, realizing that the true leader among Tang San's group was this seemingly ordinary 13 or 14-year-old boy, was taken aback and returned the nod. Tang San, locking eyes with the Join sect's young master, suddenly drew forth a hidden weapon from his waist with a swift motion, sending it soaring through the air. The weapons danced and twirled in midair, producing a cacophony of sounds akin to a performance. Yet they did not target the young master or his companions. The young master had never witnessed such a technique and was greatly astonished, focusing intently on the swirling projectiles, wary of sudden attack. The other soul sages also watched with wide eyes as the weapons darted about, dazzling them, yet none were struck, leaving them puzzled regarding Tang San's intent. Suddenly, the three girls, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, suddenly crouched low, attempting to break free from the young master's grasp. The young master was remarkably vigilant, realizing that this individual intended to disrupt his focus and abduct the three girls. In an instant, he moved to seize them once more. However, as he grasped them, his head became exposed, and he felt a formidable mental assault strike him, delivering a powerful blow to his consciousness. It came in rapid succession, 2 resounding impacts, and with a cracking sound, his mental realm was breached, allowing a second spear of spirit to penetrate within. Instantly, his eyes glazed over, a look of bewilderment enveloping his face, leaving him devoid of any awareness. Simultaneously, the soul saints surrounding the young master suffered catastrophic damage to their consciousness, falling victim to Tang San's hidden projectiles. Tang San clapped his hands and, alongside Yang Chun, slowly approached Xiao Wu and the others, unbinding their meridians. He then glanced at the writhing soul emperors on the ground and waved his hand to release several more hidden weapons, dispatching them with lethal precision. Yang Chun could not help but feel a twinge of regret. Had they consumed the points from these soul saints and emperors, they could have ascended a level or 2. As soon as Xiao Wu and the others regained their freedom, they unleashed a flurry of kicks upon the young master, hurling insults. Foul creature, disgusting fiend. Neither man nor woman, utterly repulsive. A grown man, adorned in flamboyant attire and exuding a cloying fragrance, was simply unbearable. Seeing that the 3 had sustained no harm, Tang San felt relieved, understanding that the young master merely sought to take them hostage in exchange for his life, lacking the courage to inflict any real damage upon them. Yet, the young master was exceedingly naive. How could Yang Chun and Tang San allow him to live, leaving behind a potential threat? Should he return, he would undoubtedly gather powerful allies to seek vengeance. Given his apparent strength, it was likely that formidable beings beyond the title Douluo would join him. How would Master and the others respond to such retribution? Thus, Tang San devised a ruse, redirecting their attention and energy with hidden weapons while subtly employing his martial soul. Blue silver grass, to pull Xiao Wu and the others downwards, granting Yang Chun the opportunity to launch a mental assault. Their synergy had grown increasingly harmonious, a mere glance sufficing for coordination. As they beheld the complete annihilation of the Juin sect, their worries began to dissipate. They could not linger in this place, so they entrusted the bodies to Yang Chun, who obliterated them with the god-slaying whip, creating a deep pit to conceal any trace. They relied on Yang Chun for cleanup, as he was the most experienced in battlefield management. As they journeyed forth, despite having eradicated all members of the Juin sect without leaving a single survivor, a sense of unease lingered in their hearts. This sudden emergence of the Juin sect was too enigmatic. They had never heard of such a sect before, which had inexplicably appeared in the Sunset Forest. If it were akin to any ordinary sect, it would be one matter, but this sect exuded an air of peculiarity. In Douluo continent, establishing a sect is no simple feat, requiring substantial strength and financial backing. Otherwise, a new sect would struggle to establish itself, and even if it did, it would lack a solid foundation. Furthermore, founding a sect necessitates inviting like-minded individuals to celebrate its establishment, yet the Juin sect made no such announcements upon its arrival. Moreover, judging by its displayed power, it was extraordinarily formidable. Even the Spirit Hall, an ancient sect with a legacy spanning countless years, might not surpass it. A title Douluo of level 91, merely serving as a servant, signified an alarming level of power within this sect. Historically, no sect in Douluo continent had ever employed a title Douluo in such a menial capacity. The implications of a level 91 title Douluo being treated as a mere servant hinted at the unimaginable strength of the core members of this sect. Thus, even Master, with his extensive knowledge, found himself at a loss, though an ominous premonition lingered within him. The Douluo continent was on the brink of a monumental shift, heralding events beyond human foresight. Yang Chun, perceiving the confusion among his companions, felt even more bewildered, secretly astonished that the Douluo continent had diverged from the narratives penned by the divine figure. The history of the Douluo continent seemed to be undergoing significant changes, perhaps altered by his very presence. If deviations occurred, the trajectory of the Douluo continent would certainly shift, leaving one to ponder whether individuals like Tang San would still ascend to godhood as they had before. Would the legendary battle between Tang San and Xian Renshua, along with Bibi Dong, still transpire? If events no longer unfolded according to the established historical narrative, then his prophetic visions of divinity would become nothing more than a farce, rendering him incapable of discerning the direction of history. The more he contemplated, the more anxious he became. He wished to consult Xiao Tian, but refrained from voicing his concerns. With nowhere else to go, he joined Tang San and the others at the Shrek Academy, which which was situated in the former location of the Lamba Academy in Tiando City. Flander and the others regarded the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition with utmost seriousness. Upon their return, they granted Tang San and the others a brief 3-day respite before urging them to diligently train in preparation for the impending battle. As for Yang Chun, they designated him as the 8th participant, ready to step in should any unforeseen circumstances arise, while hoping to keep him from the spotlight under normal conditions. His martial soul attracted far too much attention. The moment he made a move, everyone would recognize him as the formidable figure he was, likely leading to immediate surrender without any conflict. Yang Chen's fearsome reputation had spread throughout the Douluo continent, known for leaving no survivors or unscathed corpses in his wake. All major sects had issued strict orders to their disciples. Upon encountering this notorious figure, they were to concede immediately rather than engage in combat, for he was no ordinary human. Furthermore, with unparalleled powers guarding him, even thoughts of revenge were fraught with peril. During this period, Yang Chun had incrementally enhanced his soul power by 2 levels, reaching level 47. Even so, this left Master and the others astonished, as they had not witnessed his training. How had he seamlessly ascended from level 45 to 47, achieving the rank of a high-level Soul Master? Yang Chun remained reticent, and they refrained from probing further. Recognizing that every Soul Master harbored their own secrets, especially someone as extraordinary as Yang Chun, who defied conventional understanding. Contemplating his monstrous combat abilities, even without the need for coordination, he could likely vanquish an 80-level Soul Douluo. Master Flander and the others were both astonished and elated. With Yang Chun stationed at Shrek Academy, they felt confident in securing first place in the competition. Should the need arise, they could substitute anyone aside from Tang San with Yang Chun, ensuring victory was all but guaranteed. With both Yang Chun and Tang San, 2 prodigious talents, what academy could possibly stand against them? Together, they possessed the combat prowess of a Soul Douluo, while other academy students, no matter how extraordinary, could not match that level of strength. Flander, the 4-eyed cat eagle, was in unusually high spirits during this period. He readily accommodated any request from Tang San and the others, no longer the miserly figure he once was, calculating every expense down to the last cent. His sudden generosity left Tang San, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and the others feeling somewhat disoriented. This old fellow had undergone a remarkable transformation. During the Yang Chun period, he secretly met with Qian Rinxua twice, unaware that some gossipmongers had discovered their clandestine rendezvous, leading to rampant speculation about their affair throughout Tiando City. Consequently, it became increasingly challenging for Yang Chun to arrange meetings with Qian Rinxua. Any misstep could spell dire consequences for her. After all, she currently held the esteemed title of Crown Prince in the Tiando Empire, known as Shui Qinghe, with numerous political adversaries seeking any leverage against her. In desperation, Yang Chun found himself retreating to Shrek Academy for quiet contemplation, awaiting the conclusion of the Academy tournament before he would accompany Dai Mubai to the Xinglua Empire. As days passed, the Academy tournament approached. Prior to the competition, Master summoned everyone, including several other students from Shrek Academy. Given the extensive number of matches, Tang San, Yang Chun, and their 6 companions could not compete continuously without substitutes. The Master addressed the assembly, stating, "This Academy tournament is formally known as the Advanced Soul Master Academy Tournament of the Douluo continent, jointly hosted by the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire. With the assistance of the Wuhuan Temple, it is the most significant martial spirit competition within the Soul Master community. Certain regulations govern this tournament, which I will elucidate to prevent any violations and unnecessary complications. Firstly, participants must be under the age of 25, as this tournament is intended for the elite youth. Those aged 25 and above are ineligible. Secondly, there is a limit on the number of participants per match, with a maximum of 7 competitors. Thirdly, the competition emphasizes friendly exchanges. Inflicting severe harm on opponents is to be avoided, and fatalities are strictly prohibited. Any academy violating this rule will not only incur corresponding penalties, but will also be disqualified from the tournament. Fourthly, consumption of non-food-related Soul Master potions or substances is forbidden. Hence, any drugs or foods that artificially enhance soul power or combat capability are prohibited, although Oscar spicy sausages can be safely consumed. Fifthly, the use of non-martial spirit weapons is not permitted in this tournament, as it focuses on soul power, soul techniques, and martial spirits. Non-martial spirit weapons, such as Tang San's hidden weapons, are strictly prohibited. Otherwise, it will constitute a violation. However, Yang Chen's mental attacks are exempt from these restrictions, as they are part of his soul master abilities. Chapter 160. The first stop at Tiando Royal Academy after all. Mental attacks represent Yang Chen's most formidable trump card. If he were unable to utilize them, his effectiveness will be significantly diminished. The master continued. The preliminary matches will commence first. Excluding the Tiando Empire and Xingluo Empire, the Wuhuan Temple has one main team each that can advance directly to the finals, while all other academy teams will participate in the preliminaries. There are nearly 100 advanced Soul Master Academies within the two great empires, each entitled to one spot, resulting in close to 100 total spots. Thus, the preliminaries will be divided into regions. We belong to the Tiando Empire's preliminary zone, which includes all academies under Tiando's jurisdiction that do not belong to other principalities or kingdoms, while those principalities and kingdoms will have their separate preliminary zones. The Xingluo Empire mirrors the Tiando Empire in this regard, resulting in a total of 6 regions from which 30 teams will ultimately advance to the finals. However, prior to the finals, there will be a ranking advancement match to determine the order of appearance in the finals. The preliminary matches will feature team competitions, while the advancement matches will focus on individual performances. The 30 teams, alongside the 3 teams from the Tiando, Xingluo Empires, and Wuhuan Temple, will total 33, followed by a rigorous elimination draw. The master then reiterated the rules for the elimination rounds. Hearing the master's explanation, Ma Hongjun could not help but exclaim, "Master, why is this competition so complex? It's making my head spin. Can't we just go up and fight?" Dai Mubai retorted, "What is so complicated? Regardless of the format, as long as we remain undefeated, the championship will naturally be ours." The master and everyone else laughed, affirming, "Mubai speaks wisely. As long as we can compete from start to finish without a loss, the championship will undoubtedly belong to us, regardless of the competition." Finally, all eyes turned to Yang Chun and Tang San, as they were the 2 formidable talents of Shrek Academy, leaving them unconcerned about potential adversaries. Especially with the presence of the formidable God Stick, whose mental attacks could render opponents incapacitated, the path to victory seemed secure. Laughter erupted among the group, as they felt confident about their chances of securing first place, considering that among the youth under 25 across all academies, none would possess the prowess of a Soul Douluo that could rival Yang Chun. The preliminary matches were set to take place in Tiando City. As the most grandiose martial spirit tournament in the Soul Master realm, it captivated not only the attention of Soul Masters, but also the royal family, nobility, and common folk alike, each eagerly anticipating the emergence of exceptional young talents. Tickets for the matches had been sold out a month in advance, and even those willing to pay exorbitant prices struggled to secure entry. Yang Chun witnessed throngs of people in the streets, waving small flags in anticipation of the tournament's commencement, their enthusiasm surpassing that of a World Cup. Particularly, many young maidens were eagerly awaiting the event, as the age restriction of 25 prompted countless girls to seek their ideal idols and companions among the competitors. Noble women and daughters of affluent merchants, accompanied by their parents, purchased VIP tickets to get a closer look at their idols, hoping to secure the best suitors afterward. Which maiden does not dream of finding a dragon among men as her husband? Thus, those who achieve notable results in the tournament, regardless of their academy affiliation, become the coveted targets of aristocrats and prominent families. On the first day of the opening ceremony, Tiando City was bustling with life, as hotels, both luxurious and modest, were fully booked, with some individuals resorting to sleeping on the streets due to a lack of accommodations. The fervor of Seoul enthusiasts rivaled that of football fans on Yang Chen's previous planet, with groups of ardent supporters clad in camouflage gathering and cheering loudly, prompting the Tiando royal family to deploy 5,000 city defense troops to maintain order. Amidst the throngs in the Tiando Grand Arena, the MC announced, "Now, we invite His Majesty the Emperor of the Tiando Empire to declare the commencement of this tournament." Yang Chen noticed that the MC was a stunning soul saint at level 76, with a captivating appearance and alluring figure, silently acknowledging the Tiando Empire's significant investment in this academy tournament by appointing such a high-ranking official as the MC. Suddenly, someone in the crowd gasped, "Isn't the MC Lord Dongfang from the Tiando Palace? She is the chief steward of the royal palace and has come to preside over this tournament." Indeed, this was the highest level event in many years. Lord Dongfang held a second-rank official title, yet lowered her status to serve as MC, indicating Tiando Empire's high expectations for this tournament. Indeed, we can anticipate exceptional talents emerging from this tournament, Let us look forward to it. Yang Chun was surprised to learn that this enchanting woman was the chief steward of the Tiando Palace, holding a second-rank official title. As the voice of the MC resonated throughout the venue, a figure clad in a crimson and golden robe rose slowly amidst thunderous applause, revealing the emperor of the Tiando Empire, His Majesty Shui. His booming voice, amplified by the soul guidance device, echoed across the arena as he declared, "I, Shui, Emperor of the Tiando Empire, representing both the empire and the organizing body of this grand competition, hereby announce the official commencement of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament." The applause erupted once more, accompanied by waves of cheers. Yang Chan observed the seemingly strained smile on the emperor's face, recognizing it as insincere. He was well aware that His Majesty had been suffering from the chronic poison inflicted by Qian Renxue. Glancing at the emperor, Yang Chan found him to be a decent individual, shaking his head at the folly of Qian Renxue and the Spirit Hall for resorting to such underhanded tactics in pursuit of power. He understood that the emperor would ultimately succumb to the poison, a fate that even Tang San could not remedy. With the emperor's announcement, the tournament proceeded into its structured phases. A total of 28 academies participated in the Tiando region preliminaries, yet only 5 would advance, resulting in the elimination of 23 teams. The teams were grouped through a draw conducted by the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall in Tiando City, Salis, as each pair of opponents was announced by the MC. In the first round of the preliminaries, Tsanghui Academy faced Zixing Academy. The second matchup saw Oakland Academy squaring off against the Radiant Flame Academy. The third bout featured the Tiando Royal Academy against Shrek Academy. The mention of Tiando Royal Academy elicited a slight change in expression among Tang San and his companions. They had not anticipated drawing the vice team of the Royal Academy in the opening round, as the main team had automatically advanced to the finals. The history between Tang San's group and the Tiando Royal Academy was fraught with tension, stemming from their earlier expulsion by the arrogant Douluo, led by Prince Xuexing, which had left them humiliated. Chapter 161. Tang San's motivation. The rotund Ma Hongjun snapped his fingers excitedly, exclaiming, "Wonderful! They thought they could dismiss us, but now we'll show them what true power is," making them realize what it means to be a genuine genius soul master. Originally, Shrek Academy was known as the Blue Tyrant Academy, a name change that many were unaware of, resulting in curious whispers about the peculiar new name and the ill fortune implied by facing Tiando Royal Academy in the first round. The Tiando Royal Academy stood as the most formidable institution in the Tiando Empire, and even their vice squad possessed strength unmatched by other academies, leading many to pity Shrek Academy, with some even shouting accusations of cheating, suspecting collusion between Bishop Salis and the Tiando Empire to favor the Royal Academy with an easy opponent. However, those in the know, such as Ning Fengji, wore peculiar expressions, contemplating the irony of the situation. With Tang San and his band of extraordinary talents, the Royal Academy was in for a tumultuous match. These individuals had pent-up frustrations and were likely to unleash them upon their opponents. Yang Chun had been apprehensive about the unpredictable nature of his journey through the Douluo continent since the inexplicable emergence of the Jiuyin sect. However, upon witnessing the draw results, which mirrored the original historical trajectory, he breathed a sigh of relief. As long as this competition unfolded as it had in the past, Shrek Academy was assured of victory. Prior to the event, he had shared his prophetic insights with Master, while keeping Tang San informed. However, he refrained from disclosing this to others, such as Dai Mubai, fearing that knowledge of the outcome might dampen their efforts and lead to unforeseen complications. Soon after the draw concluded, the vibrant female MC announced, "The first match of the preliminary round will commence now, featuring Tiando Royal Academy against Shrek Academy. Other participants, please exit the stage and ensure that both academies are prepared. The match will officially begin in half an hour." In this competition, Tang San served as the captain, with Flanders, the master, and Lu Erlong delegating all decision-making authority to him, trusting in his strategic insight. As a control-type soul master, Tang San's perspective was unparalleled, and no one questioned his leadership. Ma Hongjun eagerly clung to Tang San's arm, exclaiming, "Go, let me take the field this time. I'll incinerate them in retribution." His enthusiasm was palpable. Tang San shot him a disapproving glance and replied, "Let's stick to the plan. No one should rush. I will make the arrangements. We are not just fighting one match, but a series of them, and everyone will get their chance." Tai Long, the grandson of the Titan, who was among the contestants from Shrek, chuckled heartily, Don't worry, little fatty. I will ensure that our noble opponents from the Tiando Royal Academy receive a proper lesson on your behalf. Ma Hongjun, feeling deflated, cast a mournful glance at Tang San and then at Yang Chun, as if seeking support. Yang Chun, already aware of the outcomes, merely closed his eyes, feigning ignorance. Tang San declared, the participant for this match will be Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Jing Ling, Huang Yuan, Tai Long, and Jiang Zhu, following the first offensive strategy. The humiliation we endured at the Royal Academy will be avenged today. We will utterly crush them, making them aware of the folly of their earlier decisions. I believe 1 minute will suffice. He paused before raising his voice. 1 minute. Do we have confidence? In unison, the team shouted, yes, just 1 minute. 1 minute. Yang Chun couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at Tang San's motivational speech, recognizing his potential as a future motivational speaker in another life. Reflecting on the so-called success gurus of his previous world, who thrived despite their lack of accomplishments, he found amusement in the irony of their teachings on success and motivation. As the 14 contestants took to the stage and positioned themselves, a diminutive male student from the Royal Academy smirked and remarked, what a bunch of toads, thinking they can compete with us. His fair complexion and delicate features resembled that of a girl, and though his voice was soft, it dripped with disdain. Beside him, a flamboyantly dressed female student covered her mouth and nose, saying, Captain, how did we end up with such a rival? They're like toads beneath our feet. Harmless yet bothersome. Just look at their academy emblem. It's laughable. Where did these bumpkins crawl out from? Indeed, Shrek Academy's uniforms were a ghastly shade of green, far from the grandeur of the Royal Academy, prompting suppressed laughter among the onlookers. They mused on the absurdity of an institution so poorly attired participating in such a grand event, wondering if their financial situation had rendered them unable to afford proper attire. Indeed, Tang San and his companions harbored private grievances against Principal Flander, lamenting that they were participating in a prestigious tournament of the entire continent, and yet were clad in attire that seemed rather mundane. Upon hearing the jibes from the two members of the Royal Academy, Xiao Wu snorted disdainfully, remarking that with one being an effeminate man and the other a courtesan, it was truly unfortunate for Shrek Academy to have drawn such opponents. Utterly revolting. You little imp, whom are you calling a courtesan? The flamboyant girl erupted in outrage, while the effeminate boy's expression darkened, for he was most sensitive to any insinuation regarding his gender identity. Dai Mubai burst into laughter, exclaiming, Xiao Wu, your wit is remarkable. An effeminate man and a courtesan. What a perfect match. Talon, Huang Yuan, and others joined in raucous laughter. The captain of the Tiando Royal Academy's second team turned pale with anger, coldly declaring, very well, you have chosen your own demise. Do not blame us. Though death is prohibited in this match, injuries are inevitable. You may wish to seek your own fortune. Even before the match commenced, the atmosphere was thick with tension, as both sides prepared for confrontation. At this juncture, the referee intervened, urging, cease your verbal disputes. Let the competition begin. Both teams assumed their formations, with Dai Mubai, Talon, and Huang Yuan at the forefront of Shrek Academy. Tang San positioned centrally for overall control, flanked by Xiao Wu and Jing Ling, and finally, Jiang Zhu at the rear. The Tiando Royal Academy's 5 members stood tall in the front, forming a formidable wall, with their petite captain at the center commanding the field, while the flamboyant girl lingered at the back. This was the inaugural match, drawing the attention of countless spectators, all eagerly speculating on the outcome of this showdown. Chapter 162. Tang San's Black Soul Ring. When surveying the teams from all the academies, it became evident that none could rival these peculiar monsters. Should it come to a one-on-one duel, it seemed unlikely that anyone could withstand Yang Chen's 3 strikes. The Snow Knight Emperor chuckled. It appears that you and I share the same thoughts. Do you believe the Royal Academy will prevail? Ning Fengji merely smiled faintly and shook his head, responding, My perspective differs from yours, Your Majesty. The Snow Knight Emperor inquired, Do you think this so-called Shrek Academy will triumph? He was unaware of Yang Chen's enrollment in Shrek Academy, which was known only to Master and a few others, kept under wraps. Suddenly, Cardinal Salas interjected, So, does this imply that you believe Shrek Academy stands a chance? Ning Fengji smiled and said, It seems so. Let's observe further. Salas continued, Surely you do not think that this Shrek Academy will emerge as the champion of the tournament? Ning Fengji, sensing Salas's displeasure, replied coldly, What is so impossible about that? Has there ever been a tournament devoid of dark horses? Besides, Shrek Academy is hardly ordinary. Salas was taken aback and asked, Ning Zhongzhu, Do you possess some insider knowledge? Even the Snow Knight Emperor was astonished by Ning Fengji's optimism regarding Shrek Academy. Ning Fengji chuckled. That is a secret of mine, Cardinal Salus. I would advise against probing further. Salus, having encountered a dead end, observed Ning Fengji's knowing demeanor and suddenly had a revelation, exclaiming, "Could it be that the little demon has joined Shrek Academy?" His face was a picture of shock. The Snow Knight Emperor was equally stunned. Yang Chen's battle against the Spirit Hall, where he had slain numerous formidable Soul Saints and Soul Daw, had made waves throughout the Douluo continent, with nearly every Soul Master aware of his exploits. Although he had harnessed the Titan's power, the Spirit Hall was well aware that without Yang Chen, the Titan could not have bested even a single Soul Douluo, as the two had indeed perished at Yang Chen's hands. While the Spirit Hall had been repelled by Qian Dalu, the aftermath of that shocking battle led to extensive analysis among its experts, who increasingly found Yang Chen's abilities unfathomable. Consequently, the upper echelons of the Spirit Hall were all too aware of Yang Chen and harbored deep-seated fears. At this moment, Salus recalled that Yang Chen had departed with a group, seemingly the very individuals from the Shrek Academy. Could it be that this formidable demon had truly joined an academy of such little renown? Such a being would be a veritable deity, feared by all, especially with the protection of the Spirit Hall as High Priest. If he indeed became a member of Shrek Academy, the outcome of this tournament seemed devoid of suspense, as victory would surely be theirs. The Snow Knight Emperor, fully aware of the implications and the involvement of their own prince, remarked, "He has also joined Shrek Academy? What manner of academy is this that it can attract such talent?" Ning Fengji had not anticipated that his casual remark would lead to such deductions. Silently chiding himself for his indiscretion, he had learned of Yang Chen's enrollment through his daughter, Ning Rongrong, and had even encouraged her to foster a closer relationship with him. This little demon was the most extraordinary genius in the history of the Douluo continent. Despite his propensity for violence, he was undoubtedly the most likely candidate to become a god in the future. However, he had been met with Ning Rongrong's bashful admission that Yang Chen was disinterested in women, which left him sighing deeply and reflecting on the rumors surrounding his daughter and the prince. Both Salus and the Snow Knight Emperor regarded Ning Fengji with astonishment as he shook his head, stating, "I am not entirely certain of the specifics. But if your Spirit Hall aims to secure first place, it may prove challenging." The Snow Knight Emperor and Salus were both taken aback, realizing that this tournament would require caution given the presence of such a ruthless figure. Yang Chen, who had been quietly observing from the sidelines, suddenly felt an unsettling sensation and glanced around, wondering who might be speaking of him or cursing him. On the arena, as Tang Sen coldly regarded his opponents, he shouted, "Brothers, unleash your martial spirits and prepare for battle." As both sides simultaneously released their martial spirits, the display of soul rings captured the attention of the audience, provoking gasps of astonishment. Dai Mubai of Shrek Academy showcased 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, while his companions Talon and Huang Yuan each revealed 2 yellow and 1 purple soul ring. The 3 assault-type soul masters exuded a formidable aura, standing undaunted before the 5 assault-type competitors opposite them. Xiao Wu, Jingling, and the rear-placed Jiang Zhu also unveiled their 3 soul rings. Each of these 6 individuals possessed optimal soul ring configurations, prompting the audience to widen their eyes in awe, pondering the exceptional caliber of Shrek Academy students. Suddenly, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd as Tang San, positioned centrally within the Shrek Academy formation, illuminated his soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, totaling 4. While black may be the least conspicuous color, anyone with even a modicum of knowledge regarding soul masters understood the significance of that black soul ring. It signified a soul ring derived from a soul beast over 10,000 years old. Only such ancient beings could yield black soul rings. The realization struck not only the audience, but also the VIP section, as exclamations of surprise erupted. No one had anticipated witnessing a 10,000-year soul ring in this first match of the preliminary rounds. The stakes had just become infinitely more intriguing. Cardinal Salus and the Snow Knight Emperor both inhaled sharply, acknowledging that Shrek Academy was indeed extraordinary, and this young man, though not the infamous little demon, possessed a black soul ring nonetheless. In the esteemed institution of Shrek Academy, the presence of these 2 individuals promised to make a significant impact, potentially overshadowing the other academies. Simultaneously, there was a quiet concern for their respective academies, not only the Wuhuan Hall. But even the Emperor of the Starry Night desired his Royal Academy to secure the top position to uphold the prestige of the Tiando Royal Academy. Consequently, he cast a reproachful glance towards Prince Xuesheng, who was directly in charge of the educational committee. How could such talent not have been recruited into the Royal Academy? It was a dereliction of duty. Upon receiving the Emperor's accusatory gaze, Prince Xuesheng shuddered. After all, this was the very individual he had once driven away. Should the Emperor learn of this, he would surely unleash his wrath upon him for his negligence. In the latest chapter of Douluo's Wuhuan Devouring, the narrative unfolds with the Shrek 7, none of whom were even at the level of a 40-level soul master, let alone possessing a black 10,000-year soul ring. Although it was a competition, it resembled a battlefield where hesitation was a grievous error. With a commanding shout, Tang San, whose insight and experience were unparalleled, initiated a fierce assault while the opponents were still in a daze. Leading the charge was Dai Mubai, flanked by Tai Long and Huang Yuan, who surged forward. Simultaneously, Xiao Wu and Jing Ling circled from the side. Only as Dai Mubai and his companions launched their attack did the adversaries react. A petite male control soul master bellowed in anger, urging his team to take action. The 5 frontliners summoned their Wuhuan and barreled toward Dai Mubai and his companions. Dai Mubai let out a ferocious roar, unleashing his 3rd soul ring ability, the White Tiger's Diamond Transformation, without holding back. Tai Long simply activated all 3 of his soul rings, instantly transforming into a formidable, raging gorilla. Huang Yuan's 3rd soul ring ability was similar to Dai Mubai's, though slightly inferior, named the Heavenly Wolf Transformation. These 3 powerful assault-type soul masters from Shrek Academy commenced their formidable 1,000-year soul techniques from the very outset. At the center, Tang San deployed his 10,000-year soul ring ability, the Blue-Silver Prison, which erupted forth without warning. Over 100 strands of inky blue-silver grass surged from the ground, forming 7 sturdy cages that ensnared all 7 members of the Tiando Royal Academy. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the venue. This was collective control, a highly formidable skill of control-type soul masters in team battles. The spectators were taken aback by the emergence of such a powerful controller in the very first preliminary match, heightening their anticipation for the competition. Yang Chun, observing from below, found the spectacle exhilarating. Previously, he had only read about Tang San's control abilities in books, but witnessing them in person was a wholly different experience. The 5 members of the Tiando Royal Academy slammed into the unyielding blue-silver prison, their momentum abruptly halted. While Dai Mubai and his companions reached the peak of their assault, the 5 blue-silver prisons, under Tang San's command, manifested momentarily. After halting the advance of their opponents, they vanished, only for the blue-silver grass to surge upward, swiftly entangling them. With a thunderous shout, Dai Mubai unleashed the White Tiger Meteor Shower, as all his tiger stripes glimmered in gold, releasing a flurry of golden orbs the size of fists toward their foes. Tai Long seized the blue-silver grass entwined around his opponent and hefted it high, slamming it down with immense force, showcasing his unparalleled strength. Huang Yuan, seizing the opportunity presented by the entanglement, unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks upon their adversaries. Among them, the synergy between Xiao Wu and Tang San was particularly harmonious. As Xiao Wu targeted a flamboyant female soul master, Tang San adeptly retracted the blue-silver prison. With a seamless blend of instantaneous movement, agility, and her signature waist bow technique, Xiao Wu's actions flowed like water as she attacked. This was her renowned skill, amplified by her combative nature. Most crucially, this female soul master had previously insulted her, and Xiao Wu executed her technique with unrelenting ferocity. With her long legs coiling around her opponent's neck, she executed a flawless aerial flip, eliciting a blood-curdling scream as the female soul master blacked out. Several bones shattered upon impact. The 7 members of Shrek Academy, save for Tang San, launched a frenzied assault, the stage resounding with cries of anguish, the cracking of bones, and the splattering of blood, creating an uproar that left no doubt about the outcome. Tang San observed the scene with calm satisfaction, a smile gracing his lips. This assault was nothing short of perfect, and he understood that the opposing team would have to concede immediately lest they be unable to continue in subsequent matches. Indeed, a voice rang out, "Stop, we concede." The leading teacher of the Tiando Royal Academy's 2nd team, witnessing the dire situation, swiftly tossed a white towel onto the stage and rushed forward to prevent further harm to the Shrek Academy members. It was a rare occurrence to witness such a brutal scene in a team battle. The audience in the grand arena fell into stunned silence, including the judges. Astonished by the severity of the spectacle, such brutality was seldom seen, especially in the first match of a preliminary round. What manner of monsters were these students from Shrek Academy? Not only were they overwhelmingly powerful, but their ferocity in battle was astonishing. Particularly, that slender girl, was she truly a girl? What man would dare to marry such a fierce creature? Who could withstand the daily onslaught of her might? Undoubtedly, this was a match devoid of suspense, or rather, a one-sided massacre. Judge, I wish to lodge a complaint. They are not competing, they are killing. They have violated the rules of the match. And I demand they be declared losers and expelled from this competition, stripped of their qualifications. As he observed his team members, bloodied and broken, the teacher of the Tiando Royal Academy shouted furiously at the judges. Upon hearing this, the judges turned their stern gazes upon Tang San and his comrades. With a composed smile, Tang San addressed the judges. Esteemed judges, I have but one question for you. Are they dead? The judges paused, glancing at the injured members of the Tiando Royal Academy, who, though gravely wounded and immobile, were still alive. Tang San then gestured towards Jiang Zhu, stating, Our auxiliary soul master possesses healing abilities. She activated her Wuhuan from the outset, releasing her healing powers, not for us, but for them. Did you not notice? She is still tending to their injuries. We harbor no intent to kill. At that moment, 2 additional judges ascended the stage, deliberated briefly, and announced loudly, in the first round of the preliminary match, Shrek Academy emerges victorious. In less than a minute, from the commencement of their assault to the triumph over the Tiando Royal Academy's 7 members, it was indeed a flawless victory, a perfect demonstration of teamwork. As the crowd dispersed, Yang Chun approached Tang San and enveloped him in a hearty embrace. Tang San's control had been impeccable, and his techniques were far beyond Yang Chen's reach, who had only a meager repertoire of methods, resorting to soul attacks and wielding a divine whip. He couldn't help but ponder about Xiao Tian. If he could recall more past events, surely he had also remembered many extraordinary techniques. It might be worthwhile to seek an opportunity to extract this knowledge from him. In the latest chapter of Douluo Ji Wuhuan Tunch, Chapter 163, Shrek Academy achieved a decisive victory in just 1 minute against Xiangjia Academy. In Chapter 164, they faced Xiangjia Academy once more. He felt a pang of sympathy for his countless predecessors, who must have been treated like mere servants under Xiao Tian's command. Utterly devoid of status or dignity, interpersonal relationships often unfold in a manner where one party dominates while the other submits. He now understood that Xiao Tian could not thrive without him, requiring his formidable strength to fulfill his hidden ambitions and execute that so-called grand conspiracy. With a vested interest in his own needs, he had to adhere to his commands and regard him as the master. Even if it was not a master-servant relationship, it was still one of dominance and subservience. In the second round of the preliminaries, Shrek Academy faced off against Xiangjia Academy. As the 7 members of Xiangjia Academy ascended the arena, the ground trembled with each of their steps. They resembled 7 towering mountains rather than mere individuals. Clad in black, they were all tall and robust, the shortest among them exceeding 2 meters in height, while the tallest reached an astonishing 2.5 meters. They projected an imposing presence, towering over the competitors from Shrek Academy. Their weights were all above 300 pounds, with the heaviest among them tipping the scales at 500 pounds. Together, they stood like an impenetrable fortress, starkly contrasting the relatively diminutive figures of Shrek Academy's members, who were mostly in their early teens, with only Dai Mubai having reached adulthood at 17. With the referee's announcement, the second round of the preliminaries officially commenced. Both sides unleashed their martial souls, and in an instant, dazzling soul rings illuminated the arena. The already formidable physiques of the Xiangjia Academy students swelled as they roared in unison, their muscles bulging terrifyingly, their skin shimmering with a metallic luster, resembling beings beyond human. The 7 simultaneously lifted their right feet and stomped down heavily on the stage, producing a thunderous sound that not only captivated the audience, but also raised concerns about the arena's ability to withstand their overwhelming force. 3 of the 7 students displayed 4 soul rings, indicating they were soul masters of at least level 40. Their soul rings consisted of 2 yellow and 2 purple, while the remaining 4 possessed 2 yellow and 1 purple, classifying them as soul venerables. With a simultaneous roar, both sides charged at one another, with Tang San orchestrating the central control. Confronted by the mountainous figures of Xiangjia Academy, Tang San maximized the control capabilities of his blue-silver grass martial soul, deftly ensnaring the Xiangjia students, hindering their effective assaults while maneuvering Dai Mubai and the others out of harm's way, rendering their brute strength ineffective. In the heat of battle, Tang San bellowed, within 20 seconds, defeat Hu Yanli. Hu Yanli, the son of the Xiangjia Academy's leader and their captain, was the strongest among them. With his command, the blue-silver grass entangled the massive forms of the 7 Xiangjia students, binding them tightly. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and the others descended rapidly, propelled by Tang San's control abilities, aiming directly at Hu Yanli. With a dismissive snort, Hu Yanli attempted to break free from the constraints of the blue-silver grass, scoffing at its ability to impede his assault. However, to his astonishment, the blue-silver grass held firm against his strength. In a fleeting moment of surprise, the assault from Dai Mubai and his companion struck fiercely against Hu Yanli's considerable frame. The audience gasped, incredulous that the attacks from Tang San and Dai Mubai could topple Hu Yanli, the most distinguished student of Xiangjia Academy, so swiftly. Amidst the astonishment, Tang San activated the confinement technique of the blue-silver grass, securing the remaining 6 students of Xiangjia Academy. With another triumphant laugh, he commanded, "Bring them all down as quickly as possible." Seeing their captain incapacitated, the 6 remaining students of Xiangjia Academy faltered in panic and soon found themselves overwhelmed by Dai Mubai and the others, succumbing to grave injuries. At that moment, a loud declaration rang out. Xiangjia Academy concedes. It was their leading teacher, who had witnessed the brutal performance of Shrek Academy against the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy and recognized the need to preserve their strength for future matches. With their captain incapacitated, the fight was virtually unwinnable. As Tang San ceased his assault upon hearing the declaration, the entire audience erupted in astonishment. What manner of beings were these from Shrek Academy that they could annihilate the formidable Xiangjia Academy in less than a minute? The intensity of Tang San and Dai Mubai's attack on Hu Yanli bore no resemblance to that of mere level 40 soul masters. It was as if they wielded the might of a soul king. How could individuals of seemingly modest soul levels exhibit such extraordinary power, seemingly capable of combating several levels above their own? Little did they know that after Yang Chun refined their soul power, its quality had significantly improved, granting them the capability to engage in combat across levels. Particularly for Tang San, it was not merely a matter of 1 or 2 levels. He could nearly transcend an entire tier, standing toe-to-toe with a soul king. In the stunned gaze of the crowd, the teacher from Xiangjia Academy hurried to revive Hu Yanli using his soul power, fearing that he might suffer severe injuries akin to those of the Tiando Royal Academy students, jeopardizing their future matches. Thankfully, Hu Yanli soon regained consciousness, allowing the teacher to exhale in relief. Recognizing that Tang San and the others had shown restraint, he expressed his gratitude to Tang San, who, despite being merely a 13 or 14-year-old boy, commanded respect due to his extraordinary prowess, marking him as a significant dark horse in this competition. What everyone had anticipated to be a closely matched battle, even after witnessing Tang San and his companion's previous performance, turned out to be a swift conclusion, with the fight ending before it had truly begun, all in the span of a minute. 斗罗之武魂吞师最新章节第164章1分钟拜相甲实验第165章史莱克实验引起的轰动 Consequently, the illustrious Shrek Academy, following 2 resounding victories, has garnered immense fame, shining brightly like the midday sun. Countless noble families, various sects, and numerous academies, alongside throngs of young maidens, are fervently inquiring about the details of this remarkable institution and its exceptional students, particularly Tang San and Dai Mubai. The prospect of attracting such youthful prodigies to their ranks or marrying them is regarded as an unparalleled honor. Next, Shrek Academy's adversaries are the 4 elemental academies, with the first being the Blaze Academy. As anticipated, Shrek Academy emerges victorious once more, and astonishingly, all within a mere minute. Following this are the Tian Shui Academy, Shunfeng Academy, Lei Ting Academy, as well as the Plan Academy and Shilu Academy, among others. However, without exception, these academies fail to withstand even a minute against Shrek Academy, leading to a scenario where, whenever Tang San and his fellow students take the stage, the audience erupts into a thunderous cheer, chanting, "Shrek Academy shall prevail." Shrek Academy shall prevail. Just 1 minute, 1 minute. Moreover, countless maidens fervently exclaim, Shrek Academy, I adore you. And to the charming youths of Shrek Academy, my affection for you is even greater. I am beautiful, gentle, and come from good family. To the handsome lads of Shrek, I am willing to be your girlfriend, and I will fulfill any request you have. I can cook, tell stories, and I possess wealth. Should you desire, I am ready to marry you this very moment. Each time Tang, San, and his companions enter the grand arena, they are met with throngs of young boys and girls blocking the entrance, shouting passionately. Upon their exit, they are relentlessly pursued. This spectacle leaves Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong rolling their eyes in exasperation, vigilantly guarding Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, fearful that these fervent maidens might whisk them away in an instant. Amidst the crowd, only the chubby Ma Hongjun boldly raises his head, waving to the maidens and exclaiming, Ladies, I adore you even more. This incites a cacophony of shrill cries from the maidens, creating a delightful uproar. Yang Chun, however, continues to don a mask, moving discreetly among the throngs, striving to avoid drawing attention. Yet, each time he enters or exits, he senses powerful mental energies sweeping over the Shrek students, lingering momentarily upon him. He realizes that many academies or formidable individuals have learned of his potential affiliation with Shrek Academy and are diligently seeking information about him. In the latter stages of the preliminary rounds, whenever students from various academies encounter Shrek Academy, they typically adopt a stance of surrender. This team is simply too formidable. To engage them in combat is akin to courting disaster. It is far wiser to conserve one's strength for the next battle. Thus, in the subsequent 10 or so matches, Shrek Academy secures victories with remarkable ease, with Tang San and his companions merely going through the motions to claim triumph. A month swiftly passes, and Shrek Academy, with an impeccable record of victories, emerges as the champion, claiming first place. In the Tiando City Preliminary Division, 5 teams are formed. The next phase is the advancement matches, where, to protect the personal privacy and safety of the Soul Masters, no spectators are allowed. The advancement matches continue to take place in the 2 Imperial divisions. On the Tiando Empire side, 3 preliminary divisions yield a total of 15 teams advancing to the next stage. Though the number of teams is reduced, they are all elite among elites. The 5 kingdoms and principalities affiliated with the Tiando Empire each select 5 teams for the advancement matches, totaling 10 teams, which arrive early at the venue for the Royal Hunt. This location, situated 50 kilometers southwest of Tiando City, features varied terrain and expansive grounds, serving as a training ground for the royal family. Typically, this area is off-limits to civilians, guarded by the royal knights, ensuring absolute safety, and no one would dare act recklessly here. The choice of this venue for the advancement matches is also to protect all participating academies and students, as these individuals represent the elite of the continent's future, and no mishap should occur, preventing them from being ambushed by those with malicious intent. The advancement matches will similarly follow a round-robin format, with the duration reduced from 1 month to half a month due to the decreased number of participants. Given Shrek Academy's remarkable achievements, they receive special attention from the Knight's Order, with General Roxon, the captain of the 3rd Brigade, personally welcoming them and arranging accommodations. Upon the arrival of the Shrek Academy delegation, General Roxon hastens forward, saluting the headmaster, Flander, with a formal military gesture, exclaiming, Esteemed headmaster, it is an honor to serve Shrek Academy. The advancement matches will commence tomorrow, and I shall personally escort you to the competition venue. There will be no opening ceremony. The matches will proceed directly, with outcomes determined by officials from the Empire and the Spirit Hall for fairness. Please rest assured, headmaster. Simultaneously, he cannot help but steal glances at Yang Chun and Tang San, surprised by their youth. Flander, having never received such respectful treatment from a figure of general rank, feels deeply moved, realizing that his status has significantly risen due to Tang San and the others, thus receiving such high-level courtesy. Delighted, he smiles at General Roxon, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, General Roxon, for your efforts. The general, taken aback by the appreciation, responds, I am unworthy of such praise. Please make yourselves comfortable. I take my leave. As a general, he is a sole king of the 51st rank. Yet even he is astonished by Shrek Academy's legendary victories in the preliminary rounds and dares not display any disrespect. After all, these individuals, despite being students now, undoubtedly possess vast potential for growth, and should they choose to serve the Empire, their ranks would far surpass his own. The advancement matches differ from the preliminary rounds, as there is only one venue, the grand training ground of the Royal Knights. The 15 teams will engage in 14 rounds of round-robin matches, with one team receiving a bye each day, resulting in 7 matches conducted daily in this grand arena. The competition area is no longer an arena, but a circular zone with a diameter of 100 meters marked at the center of the grand training ground. Compared to the arena, this space is far more expansive, allowing Soul Masters to showcase their abilities more effectively. A temporary VIP area has been established on the northern side of the grand training ground, which also serves as the judging area. This VIP section is devoid of nobles, hosting only influential figures such as Emperor Shuiyi, Ning Fengji, and the Platinum Bishop Salas, with various military leaders and high-ranking officials from the Tiando Spear Hall behind them. Douluo之武魂吞噬最新章节第165章下午的魅惑. This represents an opportune moment to assess the true strength of a Soul Master. The competition rules are straightforward. Each side dispatches 7 participants to battle until they are defeated. The victorious team then faces the next opponent until one side has all 7 members defeated. Thus, the academy whose members endure until the end emerges as the ultimate victor. The draw has been completed, and Shrek Academy has not drawn a bye in the first Rundi. Their opponents were from an academy in the Kingdom of Balak. Ranked third in today's 7 matches, teams from various divisions that had advanced through preliminary rounds were grouped together, and Tang San naturally recognized the familiar adversaries from the 4 Elements Academy. This time, apart from Shrek Academy, it was the 4 Elements Academy that had entered the qualifying rounds. As the great battle approached, the master summoned everyone to his side. Casting a glance over them, he declared, "I will now announce the lineup. Xiao will be the first to compete, followed by Tang San and Dai Mu Bai." While everyone was eager to hear who would follow, the master fell silent. Unable to contain her curiosity, Xiao Wu asked, "Master, are we not allowed to send 7 contestants? Why have you only mentioned the 3 of us?" The master chuckled heartily, replying, "For an academy of this caliber, do you not think 3 of you are sufficient? Do you not possess the confidence to secure victory in your matches? Although this academy has qualified, they cannot surpass the 4 Elements Academy. Have you not bested them time and again? It was a swift defeat every time. In one-on-one matches, teamwork is unnecessary. It is purely a test of strength. If it were not for the risk of causing astonishment, I would send just one of you." His brief statements were filled with pride and unwavering faith in Tang San and his companions. He believed that with these 3 students, they could undoubtedly bring defeat upon the 7 members of the Balak Kingdom Academy. At that moment, the Emperor Shuyi arose from the VIP seats and proclaimed loudly, "The qualifying rounds officially commence today. Over the next 14 days, I hope all Academy teams will fully showcase their strengths and display the grace befitting Soul Masters." Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the first match began, featuring the Chihua Academy against a team known as the Fabia Academy. The competition progressed swiftly. Once a disparity in strength emerged between Soul Masters, victory often came in an instant. The superiority of soul skills and levels made it easy to overpower opponents. In a one-on-one contest, the absence of martial soul fusion techniques meant that everything relied on individual prowess. In the first major match, Huo Wushuang defeated 3 opponents before succumbing after a significant drain on his soul power. The qualifying rounds demanded continuous fighting until both teams had completed their matches, without any breaks in between. This not only tested the individual strength of each team member, but also their tactical arrangements. Unless one was as formidable as Yang Chun, it was challenging for any student to single-handedly defeat their opponents. After all, even the most potent soul skills had their limits. The second representative from Chihua Academy was Huo Wu, who displayed a thunderous momentum in her approach. Watching her, it seemed less like a match and more like a fierce struggle for survival. Huo Wu astonishingly defeated 4 opponents in quick succession, utterly crushing the Fabia team. In this encounter, only the Hua siblings had taken the stage for Chihua Academy. Subsequently, 2 academy teams from the affiliated principalities of the Tiando Empire appeared, among whom Yang Chun and Tang San recognized a familiar face, the granddaughter of the Dragon King and Snake Lady, Meng Yiran, who had already reached the 37th level of Soul Master. Soon, it was Shrek Academy's turn to take the field. Much like in past football matches, Yang Chun, Tang San, Dai Mu Bai, and all others extended their right hands, stacking them together as they shouted, "Let's go." Their cheer caught the attention of the Emperor Xia and the other VIPs, who turned to watch as Shrek Academy took the stage, eager to see what surprises these extraordinary students would bring to the qualifying rounds. according to the master's tactical arrangement. Xiao Wu was the first to compete. Shrek Academy's first opponent from the Bala Kingdom was the Royal Academy, a prestigious institution akin to the Tiando Royal Academy, dedicated to nurturing talent for the kingdom, known as Balak Academy. The first contestant from Balak Academy was a tall young man, appearing to be in his 20s, dressed in a black uniform with golden trimmings. Observing Xiao Wu's murky green uniform and her youthful, rosy face, he chuckled, "Little sister, how old are you this year? Is Shrek Academy so lacking in talent that they send you to fill the ranks? Be careful, I might accidentally hurt you. You should step down and let someone stronger take your place. This is not where you belong." His words were rather candid. Yet he was unaware of Shrek Academy's formidable reputation, having just arrived after competing in the preliminary rounds. Had he known of Shrek Academy's clean sweep in the first round, he would not have offered such misguided advice to Xiao Wu. Of course, his supervising teacher was aware of Shrek Academy's prowess, but refrained from detailing their glorious achievements to avoid dampening the students' spirits. If his students were to learn of Tang San and his companion's extraordinary abilities, they might forfeit before the match even began. Xiao Wu frowned slightly at the loud voice of the tall young man, which echoed throughout the venue, drawing the attention of students from various academies. While he may have had some good intentions, his words undoubtedly conveyed a deep disdain for Xiao Wu. Several Shrek students, particularly Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong, could only cover their eyes in sympathy for the young man. Yang Chun and Tang Sen also chuckled, thinking, "Is he seeking trouble?" Ma Hongjun remarked, "I can hardly bear to watch this. Underestimating Xiao Wu will surely bring misfortune to this fellow from Balak Academy." Xiao Wu, known for her terrifying grappling skills and her prowess in the 8-section throw, was bound to showcase her might. Glancing at the tall young man across from her, she blinked playfully and shyly said, "Big brother, you are right. This truly is not where I belong." Yet, as she spoke, her body began to transform, her martial soul quietly manifesting, displaying 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, spiraling into existence. The tall young man from Balak Academy should have heeded the emergence of Xiao Wu's soul rings as a warning. Yet he was far too dismissive of her abilities and overly confident in his own. As the captain and strongest member of his team, his soul power exceeded level 40. Unfortunately for him, he was up against Xiao Wu. The moment Xiao Wu released her martial soul, her second soul skill, Charm, was simultaneously unleashed upon him. Just then, Xiao Wu sprang into action, her powerful legs propelling her forward, almost in the blink of an eye, closing the distance to the young man. Though his soul power was greater than hers, his senses were dulled, and he instinctively felt something was amiss. In his haze, he quickly activated his martial soul, slapping his cheeks to regain clarity. His reaction was indeed swift. As Xiao Wu approached, he had fully regained his senses and, almost reflexively, raised his hands to unleash his first soul skill. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he found that the Xiao Wu he had been facing had vanished. Just as he paused in confusion, he felt a tightening around his neck. Xiao Wu's braid had ensnared him, and with her left foot planted firmly, her right foot thrust back, directly impacting his waist. The first soul skill, bow and waist, was activated. With a tug on his braid and a forceful push at his waist, the explosive power sent the young man into a state of asphyxiation, propelling him into the air. From the moment the match commenced until now, it had taken mere instants for the charm skill to activate, Xiao Wu to charge forward, and for her agile technique to send her opponent flying. The entire sequence flowed like water, devoid of any hesitation. It is precisely for this reason that she afforded her opponent no opportunity for resistance. Transitioning from behind to a diagonal position in front, Xiao Wu's braid whipped through the air, having already detached itself from her adversary. At this moment, she leaped high into the air, facing the uncontrollable body of her opponent. By now, the outcome of the battle was devoid of any suspense. Farewell. Grasping the back of his collar with one hand, she raised her left knee and struck forcefully at his waist. Simultaneously, she activated her waist bow skill, twisting her body to hurl him heavily towards the ground. With a resounding crash, his towering figure slammed onto the earth. At the moment of impact, many spectators instinctively closed their eyes, their hearts racing at the sound of the thud, as the fall was too severe, too terrifying. Xiao Wu descended from the sky, her feet landing directly on him. Under the immense force, he, already dazed from the fall, shrank back in agony, crying out in distress. Raising her foot, she elegantly struck her opponent's chin, and with a swift turn of her body, she executed a graceful spin atop his chest, lightly tapping his temple with her other foot. The unfortunate captain of the Kingdom Academy succumbed to unconsciousness. From the moment Xiao Wu launched her assault, it took mere seconds for him to be rendered completely unconscious. Without any chance to react, a brief silence followed, soon shattered by the eruption of applause and exclamations. A soul master of over 30 levels had decisively defeated a soul scholar of over 40 levels. Xiao Wu wore a harmless smile, her gaze drifting towards the other members of Balak Academy as she softly uttered, "Next." These simple words ignited a powder keg of fury, prompting 7 or 8 individuals from Balak Academy to surge forward aggressively toward Xiao Wu. They shouted, "Ambush! Ambush! Despicable! Despicable!" Did they wish to engage in a group battle? The other 6 members of the Shrek 7 reacted almost instantaneously, stepping onto the arena. "This is a competition. What are you attempting to do? Are you disregarding the rules?" A deep, chilling voice resonated throughout the arena, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Platinum Bishop Salas had risen from the VIP seating, his icy gaze fixed on both parties in the arena. The leading instructor from Balak Kingdom hurriedly bowed towards the VIP area, saying, "Please, esteemed Bishop Salas, do not be angry. These students merely wish to carry the injured away, with no other intentions." Salas coldly replied, "Let both parties remember their identities. This is a grand competition, not a game. You cannot act as you please. Otherwise, you will be immediately expelled from this tournament." With Salas's thunderous reprimand, the impending explosive scene was quelled, yet the tension between Shrek Academy and Balak Academy intensified. Xiao Wu remained in the arena, while Tang San leaned in to offer her a few quiet words of advice before leading the others off the stage. Balak Academy, evidently incensed, sent another contestant onto the field, this time a soul scholar of over 40 levels. Without waiting for the referee to announce the start of the match, he unleashed his martial soul, a flower with a crimson center and orange petals. This was a sunflower, a plant-type martial soul capable of emitting a peculiar aroma that contained a unique toxic mental attack. Moreover, the sunflower was as hard as iron, making it a rare martial soul that combined both toxicity and offense. Observing the 4 soul rings of white, yellow, purple, and purple on her opponent, Xiao Wu's expression became grave. "You shall pay for your previous ignorance," the muscular contestant declared coldly, wielding a flower that appeared somewhat odd in his robust hands. The referee reminded, "Do not forget the competition rules. Any further violations will result in disqualification." The match begins. At the referee's announcement, the first soul ring glowed, and the sunflower in his hand rapidly grew, expanding to a diameter of 1 meter and a stem length of 3 meters, transforming into an enormous and bizarre weapon. With a wave of his hand, a dense yellow mist was released, enveloping Xiao Wu. A faint floral scent reached her nostrils, instantly clouding her mind. In a situation of equal levels, poison-type soul masters held a significant advantage. A heaviness settled in her chest as the toxin began to take effect, prompting Xiao Wu to urgently channel her soul power to suppress the poison. Meanwhile, her opponent did not pursue her, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips as he waved the sunflower, sending a torrent of yellow mist her way. At this moment, another soul ring illuminated, amplifying the toxic fog. What to do? Xiao Wu hesitated, realizing that to overcome her adversary, she would need to charge into the midst of the poisonous onslaught with overwhelming force to swiftly eliminate him. Clearly, he had yet to unleash his 3rd and 4th soul skills, and if he did so simultaneously, her defeat would be inevitable. Just then, an unusual warmth surged through her meridians, alleviating the prior heaviness in her chest. In other words, the poison from the sunflower had, surprisingly, diminished under the influence of her soul power, becoming neutralized. How could this be? This poison, how could it be resisted by my soul power? When did my soul power acquire such an ability? Even Xiao Wu herself was baffled, but her rich combat experience urged her not to squander this golden opportunity. Without further thought on the nature of her soul power, she charged toward her opponent. The Balak student, taken aback by Xiao Wu's sudden advance, was struck with astonishment. How could his sunflower toxin be ineffective against her? In a panic, he activated his 3rd soul skill. Xiao Wu's grappling technique was her forte. Any ordinary soul master who allowed her to close in would essentially lose any chance of retaliation. Following this, she swiftly executed her 8 dansai, and the Balak Academy student, much like the previous captain, found himself hurled to the ground in a flurry, crashing heavily and sustaining multiple broken bones, unable to rise amidst his cries of agony. Xiao Wu, merely a soul master, had triumphed over 2 soul scholars in succession, momentarily stunning the entire arena. The powerful figures in the VIP section, including the snowy Night Emperor, exchanged bewildered glances, pondering how this young girl, a mere 30-level Soul Master, could withstand the toxic assault of the Soul Scholar Sunflower. A few words surged in their minds. Shrek Academy is truly remarkable, a hidden powerhouse. If this girl is so formidable, one can only imagine the prowess of the others, including that elusive little demon who has yet to reveal herself. After taking down her opponent, Xiao Wu suddenly recalled that her soul power had been refined by Yang Chun, significantly enhancing its quality. Could it be that an increase in the quality of soul power allows one to resist toxins? With this thought, she glanced at Yang Chun, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Although she was a 100,000-year soul beast in human form, possessing the experience of 10 millennia and formidable soul power to combat toxins, she understood that only soul power surpassing that of the toxin's creator could counteract it. Yet, if their soul powers were equal, or if hers were inferior, resistance would be impossible. The reason she was able to withstand it was undoubtedly due to the exceptional quality of her soul power, far exceeding that of her opponent, thus allowing her to suppress the poison from his martial soul. She couldn't help but feel a deeper admiration for Yang Chun. His mastery in purifying soul power was nothing short of divine. Alas, it was a pity that he seemingly had no interest in girls. In truth, Xiao Wu only knows part of the story. She is unaware that a high-quality soul power can indeed resist toxins, but is not as effortless as she currently perceives. The reason for her ease lies in the fact that as Yang Chun was purifying their soul powers, some of his essence mingled with hers. Yang Chen's body had been refined in the ice and fire yin-yang well, making him impervious to the chilling poison of the ice and the searing fire toxin, rendering him unaffected by any ordinary toxins. Consequently, his soul power naturally possesses the ability to counteract toxins. Thus, when Xiao Wu activated her soul power, she successfully repelled the sunflower toxin from her opponent. After all, her adversary was merely a soul master of around level 40. And the sunflower toxin is not considered a top-tier poison. Had the toxicity of the sunflower been akin to the lethal biphosphor serpent emperor toxin of Douluo, she would have been unable to withstand it. Xiao Wu glanced at Yang Chun, who returned her gaze with a slight nod, a gesture of reassurance. However, as he savored the admiration reflected in Xiao Wu's eyes, he suddenly sensed a shift. Her gaze transformed into one of pity and compassion. This expression was reminiscent of what he had previously encountered with Ning Rongrong, sending chills down his spine. He was left bewildered, drenched in cold sweat, questioning what transgression he had committed to evoke such sympathy from them. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Wu's feelings stemmed from her concern for him, regarding his disinterest in girls and his perceived orientation. As the match continued, Shrek Academy found themselves in a somewhat absurd situation. The subsequent competitors from Balak Academy displayed a power evidently inferior to the first two. The three who followed, upon nearing Xiao Wu, exhibited visible fear, and the last one even surrendered with a cry as Xiao Wu lunged at him, opting not to fight at all. The previous two had been thoroughly defeated by Xiao Wu, reducing them to a state of helplessness, leaving a profound psychological shadow on the three who followed. They were terrified of becoming the third or fourth victims, leading to their psychological defeat even before the match commenced. After Xiao Wu triumphed over three opponents, she finally stepped down, for Shrek Academy had plenty of members, and it was essential to grant others opportunities as well. Her flawless performance, achieving 5 consecutive victories, propelled her personal record to the highest position. As Xiao Wu exited the stage, Tang San promptly entered the arena. Meanwhile, the members of Balak Academy, having just relaxed their tension following Xiao Wu's departure, were plunged into desolation as Tang San unleashed his martial spirit. The appearance of 4 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, encircled Tang San, the profound glow of the black ring extinguishing any remaining fighting spirit within the last 2 competitors of Balak Academy. Faced with such an opponent, they deemed it futile to engage. Tang San did not even need to lift a finger. Balak Academy voluntarily conceded, choosing to conserve their strength for the next match, realizing that facing such a formidable adversary was akin to courting disaster. The first round of the advancement competition showcased Shrek Academy's impeccable performance, with Xiao Wu being the sole display of true strength, decisively concluding the match. After the first day's competitions, the Academy heads took to the stage for a draw. The following day, they would face Chihua Academy. A night passed without incident. The pace of the advancement matches was significantly swifter than the preliminary rounds, devoid of ordinary spectators. focusing solely on the outcomes. When the time for Shrek Academy's match against Chihua Academy arrived, it was Tang San who stepped onto the stage first. As he made his entrance, the members of Chihua Academy were caught off guard, having expected him to be the last competitor, while their strongest member, Huowu, had opted to enter last, hoping to confront Tang San directly. After suffering defeat at the hands of Tang San's team during the preliminary rounds, she was determined to seek revenge in the advancement matches, believing herself to be his equal. Little did she know that Tang San would be the first to take the stage, while her own team sent forth Huowu Shuang instead, causing her to miss her chance. In the month following the preliminary rounds, Huowu had engaged in rigorous training, achieving a breakthrough not only in elevating her soul power, but also enhancing her overall abilities. All of this was aimed at confronting Tang San and reclaiming her honor. She was a proud and exceptional soul master. However, with Tang San entering the arena as Shrek Academy's first competitor, regardless of his strength, Huowu doubted he could last until the end to face her. Thus, the opportunity for revenge slipped away, leaving her discontented. Yet, the rules of the competition were immutable, leaving her with no recourse. Huowu Shuang and Tang San stood facing each other, the former's expression grave. He had anticipated that the 5 consecutive victories achieved by Xiao Wu would place her first. But the situation had changed. Tang San remained composed, exuding an air of confidence. The duel between them captured the attention of all spectators. Not only Chihua Academy, but also those who were not participating focused intently on this battle. One side represented a traditional powerhouse, while the other boasted a participant with a millennium-old 4th soul ring. All other academies were keen to scrutinize just how formidable Shrek Academy truly was, and to gauge the strength of their representative, Tang San. Huowu Shuang was soon enveloped by a dark red aura, a short horn sprouting from his forehead, the manifestation of his martial spirit, the single-horned fire Tyrannosaurus. With a swift motion, Tang San propelled himself forward. Although his actions appeared unhurried, the ethereal nature of his steps allowed him to close the distance to Huowu Shuang in mere moments. As Huowu Shuang activated his first soul ring, he remained stationary, his gaze fixed intently upon the rapidly approaching Tang San. To his surprise, the blue-silver grass did not ensnare him. Nor did Tang San seem inclined to unleash a soul skill. Huowu Shuang brought his hands together before his chest, shouting loudly as a dark red sphere of light gathered in his palms, shooting forth towards Tang San. Just as their bodies were about to collide, Tang San deftly evaded the dark red sphere, which, under Huowu Shuang's control, altered its trajectory to pursue him relentlessly. Tang San, noticing this, smiled slightly as the blue-silver grass in his palm surged dramatically, transforming into a thick whip-like tendril, extending to 3 meters and striking towards Huowu Shuang's body. Simultaneously, a cluster of blue-silver grass rose behind Tang San, forming a barrier that effectively blocked the oncoming sphere. Huowu Shuang's dark red scales provided a robust defense. Both he and Tang San were at level 42 as soul masters, and convention would suggest that the lash of the blue-silver grass would not inflict significant harm. However, the unexpected cry of pain from Huowu Shuang reverberated through the air as he was propelled backward, soaring through the air for over 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground, rolling once before lying still. The crowd gasped in astonishment, despite Huowu Shuang's impressive defense. How could Tang San's blue-silver grass whip have sent him flying so far, leaving him incapacitated? Even Tang San was taken aback by the outcome, not anticipating that a single strike would render Huowu Shuang unconscious. Unconsciously, like Xiao Wu, he turned his gaze towards Yang Chun, who responded with a subtle smile and a slight nod. Since Yang Chun had refined his soul power, Tang San had not engaged in a direct confrontation with any soul master of the same level. With this strike, he realized that the power of his refined soul power was astonishingly immense, far exceeding his original 40 levels, almost equivalent to the combat strength of a 50-level Soul King. This meant that his current combat capability allowed him to battle across an entire realm. For Huowu Shuang, this strike was akin to the full-force attack of a formidable Soul King. How could he, a mere 40-level Soul Zone, withstand such a blow? Naturally, he was gravely injured and lost consciousness immediately. The crowd erupted in astonishment, questioning what they had just witnessed. Was this truly a 42-level Soul Zone? That single blow possessed the power of a 52-level Soul King. At such a young age, he had already reached 42 levels of soul power, which was astonishing. How could he also possess the combat strength of a Soul King? Was this the emergence of a prodigy? When had Dalu ever seen such an exceptional young soul master. Although this youth appeared mature, was he truly only 16? 16? It seemed he could barely be 15. My goodness, a boy not yet 15 possessed the strength of a soul king. Is this real? Tang San's strike not only stunned the students of Qihua Academy, but also shocked the spectators from various academies and the VIP seating area, filling their minds with the singular word, prodigy. The students of Qihua Academy quickly rushed to Huo Wushuang's side and carried him away. A direct knockout between two 42-level opponents marked the end of the first match, devoid of applause or cheers, leaving the arena enveloped in silence. The subsequent matches proved to be considerably easier for Tang San. The Qihua Academy's 5 competing members did not last even 2 exchanges against him. After 6 rounds, Tang San remained relaxed and composed, showing no signs of fatigue. Under these circumstances, the final competitor from Qihua Academy, Vice Captain Huo Wu, stepped heavily onto the competition stage. A remarkable score of 6-0 had emerged, the most lopsided in the history of the qualifying rounds, and it was Qihua Academy, a long-standing powerhouse, that had suffered such a defeat. This was a scenario no one could have envisioned before the competition began, yet it had unfolded with undeniable reality. Observing the grim expression on Huo Wu's face as she ascended the stage, Tang San took a deep breath and flashed her a smile. Huo Wu looked at him with a complex gaze, never anticipating that Tang San would sweep through 6 opponents to face her in the final match. Just moments prior, she had regretted not being able to confront him, fearing he would not make it this far. Now, facing him directly, she felt no joy. Tang San was far too formidable. The spectators, whether the esteemed Emperor Shui in the VIP section or the other academy teachers and students, were now solely interested in one thing. Could Tang San single-handedly dismantle Qihua Academy and achieve the remarkable feat of 7 victories? Everyone revered heroes, and while they aspired to be heroes themselves, they also longed for the emergence of one. Thus, all hearts were hopeful that Tang San could accomplish this extraordinary conquest. As Huo Wu watched Tang San, her anger gradually subsided into calmness. She understood that her strength was only slightly superior to that of her brother Huo Wushuang, and she was no match for Tang San. However, even knowing she was outmatched, she could not concede. She would fight with all her might, determined to leave no regrets in defeat. She was the youngest genius in the history of Qihua Academy and had already reached 44 levels of soul power, 2 levels higher than Tang San. Without uttering a word, Huo Wu swayed, and a faint orange-red shadow appeared behind her, mirroring her form, a blurred silhouette that exuded an ethereal essence. This was her martial soul, Huang, a fire element shadow, an exceptionally unique martial soul that maximized the potential of fire elements. As the referee declared the match to commence, Huo Wu's long, powerful legs began to move rapidly, charging straight at Tang San. A strand of blue-silver grass surged forth, sweeping directly toward her slender, yet powerful waist. Instead of dodging, Huo Wu accelerated her speed, her bright eyes sparkling as her third soul ring illuminated, enveloping her in a purple aura that enhanced her beauty. In a flash of insight, Tang San understood Huo Wu's strategy. She intended to engage in a mutually destructive battle. If she could not defeat him, she would ensure they both suffered grievously. Determined to take a piece of him with her, Tang San held a favorable impression of Huo Wu, and she harbored a distinct feeling for him. As he admired her beautiful visage, he instinctively evaded her sweeping attack. Seeing him dodge, Huo Wu shouted fiercely, challenging him not to run. The 4 soul rings atop her Hua Ying martial soul flared simultaneously as she charged at him with unbridled fury, embodying a spirit of self-sacrifice. Tang San could only smile wryly, thinking to himself that he had done nothing to offend her. It was merely a matter of defeating her in the preliminary rounds. There was no need for such animosity. This was a competition, and he could not afford to hold back. Moreover, in the preliminaries, it was not only her academy competing, but all academies, and he had swiftly defeated them all in under a minute. The onlookers noticed the tension between the two, particularly Huo Wu's reckless determination to engage in a battle that could lead to her own demise. Xiao Wu, observing Tang San's reluctance to retaliate, grew envious and shouted, urging him to forfeit if he was unwilling to fight, suggesting she would take his place. Yang Chun chuckled quietly at the scene, recognizing that this girl was clearly flustered by matters of the heart. At that moment, it was evident to all that there was something unspoken between Huo Wu and Tang San. Even Master and the others frowned in concern. Just as they were at an impasse, the head teacher of Qihua Academy suddenly shouted, declaring their forfeit, instructing Huowu to step down. Upon hearing this, Tang San instinctively retreated from the arena, but Huowu shot him a fiery glare before swiftly departing. With Huowu Shuang gravely injured, Huowu could not afford to make any further mistakes. Qihua Academy had to avoid any more losses at Tang San's hands, as their ranking in the qualifying rounds was crucial for the finals. As days passed, today marked the 6th day of the competition. In the previous 5 battles, Shrek Academy had achieved an unblemished victory, not only winning but dominating. In the last 3 matches, Tang San had only participated in 1. They had not encountered any traditional powerhouses. The academies from other kingdoms and principalities posed a significant disparity in strength, rendering Tang San's prowess unnecessary. Consequently, Yang Chun remained seated on the sidelines, cheering for the Shrek students, relishing the most relaxed and carefree time since his arrival in Douluo Dalu. Today, Shrek's opponent was the Plan Academy, a peculiar institution that was somewhat enigmatic. Before the academy, the notable figures from Shrek were Huang Yuan, Jing Ling, and Tai Long, who ranked among the first 3 to compete. To everyone's astonishment, in the initial trio of matches, Shrek Academy was utterly defeated by the Plan Academy, who managed to achieve a remarkable 1 versus 3 victory. The Plan Academy had sent only 1 participant, who swiftly vanquished Huang Yuan, Jing Ling, and Tai Long in a very short span of time. This individual from the Plan Academy was a soul master at the 41st rank, with a martial spirit resembling vines, akin to Tang San's blue silvergrass, albeit much thicker. Like Tang San, he was a control-type soul master, effectively countering Tai Long and his companions. This overwhelming defeat marked the most significant setback that Shrek Academy had faced since the commencement of the promotion rounds, prompting onlookers to gaze at the academy, eager to see how this miracle-performing institution would respond. The Plan Academy's participant, riding high on his consecutive victories, displayed a sense of arrogance after defeating Tai Long, exclaiming, "So, Shrek Academy, ISNT, all that impressive after all?" This provoked a visceral reaction in the 4th contender from Shrek Academy, who was none other than Ma Hongjun. Having not participated since the preliminary rounds, Ma Hongjun had been seething with frustration as he observed the trio's defeat. His plump face turned crimson with anger as he fixated on the self-satisfied soul master at the center of the arena. Ma Hongjun was sent into the fray due to his fire attribute martial spirit, the Fire Phoenix, which was perfectly poised to counter the plant-based martial spirit of his opponent. As he stepped onto the battlefield, the Plant Academy's triumphant contender nearly burst into laughter, while spectators, including fellow students and teachers, chuckled at the sight. Ma Hongjun's round, cherubic form, especially his notably chubby face, appeared exceptionally endearing, resembling that of a young child. Observers were filled with curiosity, pondering why Shrek Academy had sent such a seemingly juvenile figure into battle. Although Xiao Wu was younger than Ma Hongjun, her early development and taller stature made her appear older than her 13 years, akin to a 15 or 16-year-old. In contrast, Ma Hongjun's pudgy visage unmistakably suggested he was merely an 11 or 12-year-old boy. This led many to stifle laughter, questioning whether Shrek Academy had run out of capable fighters, sending such a child into combat. However, a few powerful soul masters quickly discerned that Ma Hongjun was, in fact, a 41st ranked soul master, prompting them to draw a sharp breath. Was Shrek Academy truly a breeding ground for prodigies? This young boy, despite his tender age, was already a soul master. During their time in the Sunset Forest, Yang Chun had healed Ma Hongjun, elevating his soul power to the pinnacle of 39. And, through diligent training, he had recently broken through to become a soul master. The Plan Academy's participant, despite having exhausted considerable energy from his prior matches, was brimming with confidence, dismissing Ma Hongjun as merely a child. As Ma Hongjun approached, the opponent laughed heartily. "Little chubby, you should just go home. You're so small that if I'm not careful, I might accidentally hurt you and make you cry." Having spent ample time together, the members of Shrek Academy influenced one another's personalities, and Ma Hongjun was no exception. He blinked innocently, mimicking Xiao Wu, and said timidly, "But my teacher insisted I compete. If I withdraw, I will face punishment, perhaps even a smack on the wrist. How about you let me off a bit? And we just spar a little before I leave? But please, be gentle. I'm afraid of pain." "All right, no problem. You can rest assured. I won't bully a child." However, before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in disbelief. For at that moment, the cherubic figure of Ma Hongjun radiated with 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings, an optimal combination. Astonishment rippled not just through him, but also among the spectators from other academies, who were equally taken aback to discover that Shrek Academy harbored yet another formidable talent. This young boy also being a soul master. As Ma Hongjun's 4 soul rings illuminated, the air around him distorted, showcasing the might of his fire attribute, martial spirit. Without paying heed to his opponent's surprise, he launched into action the moment his martial spirit was unleashed. With a resounding boom, accompanied by the activation of his 2nd soul ring, surging purple-red flames erupted into the air, followed swiftly by a fiery line aimed directly at his adversary. The Plant Academy participant hastily raised his martial spirit vines as a shield. Yet, due to the elemental disadvantage, Ma Hongjuan's immense power surged forth, easily penetrating the opponent's defenses and engulfing him in flames. In a state of panic, the competitor rolled on the ground in a desperate attempt to extinguish the flames consuming him. Simultaneously, countless vines erupted from his body, rushing towards Ma Hongjun in an effort to halt any further assault. However, Ma Hongjun refrained from advancing, instead watching his opponent with a cold smile as the intensity of the purple-red flames around him grew even stronger. The moment the vines approached, they were instantly reduced to ashes upon nearing the searing flames, despite the opponent's frantic efforts to extinguish the flames by rolling on the ground. The searing pain and the flame's relentless adhesion were beyond verbal expression. In an instant, the competitor let out a wretched scream, unable to voice his surrender, merely rolling helplessly on the ground. "We concede this match," the leading teacher from the Plant Academy shouted urgently to the referee. Ma Hongjun raised his right hand, retracting the purple-red flames and alleviating the crisis for his opponent. For him, it was a straightforward victory, one that was simple beyond measure. He smiled at the defeated competitor, saying, "Hey, big brother, I hope I didn't hurt you too badly. I tend to play with fire and might have gotten a bit carried away." The Plant Academy participant, now filled with terror, scrambled out of the arena in a frantic retreat. The Plant Academy boasted 3 soul masters above the 40-level threshold, with only this first contender having fought. The remaining 2 were positioned at the end of the lineup. Thus, the next 4 opponents Ma Hongjun faced were merely plant-type soul masters in their 30s. With the 40-level participant already thoroughly overwhelmed by Ma Hongjun's flames, the remaining 30-something competitors stood no chance. The matches that followed saw Ma Hongjun standing still, enveloped in the protective embrace of the Fire Phoenix, amplifying his fiery assaults. Once they struck, the battles concluded instantaneously. For him, these encounters posed no challenge whatsoever, having just witnessed the Plant Academy's 1 vs 3 triumph over Shrek Academy. The tables turned swiftly as Shrek Academy executed a flawless 5-0 comeback, leaving no room for doubt. Finally, another soul master above the 40-level threshold ascended to the stage, adorned with soul rings of yellow, 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 and purple. In terms of attributes, he evidently fell short compared to Ma Hongjun. His martial spirit was the Crimson Flame Thorn, the only fire-type soul master among the Plant Academy competitors, thus unafraid of fire attributes. He represented the last flicker of hope for the Plant Academy. Should he falter, the final match would become unnecessary. As the competition commenced, the participant animatedly gestured with his hands, and his 3rd soul ring sparkled to life, signaling the activation of his skill. Crimson light radiated outward from him, as towering red thorns rose from the ground, creating a veritable forest of thorns that separated both parties. In this manner, Ma Hongjun was rendered unable to observe his opponent's movements, while his Qian Jingji swiftly ensnared Ma Hongjun, aiming to confine him within the thorns. Should he succeed, victory would be assured, leaving his adversary without means of resistance. Faced with the encroaching thorny forest, the stout figure remained unperturbed, his 3rd spirit ring shimmering brightly. Accompanied by a resounding cry of the phoenix, a massive purplish-red silhouette emerged behind him, a colossal image of a phoenix. Witnessing this spectacle, not only did the instructors and teammates from the Plant Academy change countenance, but even the spectators, including the Dadi Shue, were left astonished. During the earlier matches, Ma Hongjun had not revealed his martial spirit, leaving many unaware of its nature. It was now evident that this seemingly inconspicuous rotund figure possessed one of the most prestigious martial spirits, the Phoenix. Enormous purplish-red fiery wings unfurled from Ma Hongjun's back, and with a thunderous roar, flames propelled his body skyward. The grand wings spread wide, plunging downward with unyielding resolve. How could one evade such an onslaught from the ground? The opponent immediately activated his 4th spirit ring, a radiant purple light enveloping the crimson thorns below with a pale violet glow. The next moment, countless purple light dots surged upward, hurtling towards Ma Hongjuan in a torrential rain of thorns, his fourth spirit skill. If struck, the fiery venom would unleash catastrophic destruction within the opponent's body. Suspended in the air, evasion was a formidable challenge for Ma Hongjuan, especially with those thorny spikes approaching from all directions. The Flaming Phoenix and Phoenix Wing Ascension reached their zenith, incinerating any thorn that dared to enter the realm of his flames into ash. However, being a Millennium Spirit Ring technique, some spikes inevitably found their mark, causing waves of discomfort to ripple through him. Enraged, Ma Hongjuan unleashed his full power, the Phoenix Wing Ascension accelerating to its utmost, diving straight down. With a resounding crash, Ma Hongjuan's body struck the ground before his adversary, initiating his fourth spirit skill, the Phoenix's Cry of Heaven. Amidst the explosive reverberations, the moment he landed, the shockwave of the Phoenix's Cry of Heaven erupted, distorting the air and obliterating the surrounding thorny forest, leaving the opponent in a state of disorientation. "Spare the Stout One," shouted Tang San and Dai Mubai from the sidelines. The second phase of the Stout One's Phoenix's Cry of Heaven was the terrifying Phoenix Lava Surge, and once unleashed, the opponent would undoubtedly perish. Even a soul master at levels 50 or 60 would suffer grievous harm from such an assault, let alone the opponent, who was merely at level 40. Although Ma Hongjuan felt an overwhelming itch coursing through his body, his fury surging, he maintained control over his emotions. The moment his opponent was stunned, the fire attribute impact of the Phoenix Wing Ascension penetrated their body. Subsequently, the rotund figure executed a nimble turn in midair, delivering a powerful kick to the opponent's chest. After the instructor assessed the condition of the fallen adversary, realizing clemency had been shown, he sighed and informed the referee of their intention to concede the final match. Ma Hongjuan raised his arms triumphantly, exclaiming, "I'm the most handsome. Who dares to challenge me?" Not only the members of Shrek Academy, but all onlookers erupted in laughter. Oscar and others cheered, celebrating the stout figure as if he were a hero, tossing his spherical body into the air once more. Another instance of a single defeating 7 had unfolded, and it was executed by a previously unheralded member. This revelation left all participating academies of the Tiando Empire in astonishment. A gentle glow flickered, and the stout figure beamed with joy, having not battled outsiders for quite some time. Undoubtedly, this decisive victory was a testament to his unwavering dedication to training. "Well done, Stout One." Dai Mubai patted Ma Hongjuan on the shoulder. With a proud grin, Ma Hongjuan replied, "Indeed, Shingu's refinement of my soul power is beyond your imagination." "Jealous? Are we? Envious, perhaps?" However, truth be told, Dai Lauda, the feeling of defeating 7 foes at once is truly exhilarating. In the following days, Shrek Academy surged ahead, triumphing over 4 more opponents in the advancement rounds, thanks to the prowess of Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Asika. In successive matches, Shrek Academy fielded no more than 3 competitors at a time. Notably, Dai Mubai also accomplished the remarkable feat of defeating 7 foes in a single match. Thus far, in 14 matches, Shrek Academy had achieved victory in 11, including a notable win against the Water Academy from the 4 Elemental Academies. In that match, Ma Hongjuan once again shone brightly, vanquishing both Xue Bing'er and Xue Wu. He had only participated twice, yet had defeated the 2 most pivotal opponents. The 7 monsters of Shrek showcased their formidable individual strength to their adversaries. In the subsequent 3 days of matches, they prepared to face 2 formidable opponents, the illustrious Shunfeng Academy and the Leitang Academy, both of which were also 4 elemental academies and among the most powerful in the Tiando Empire. The strength of those academies from kingdoms and principalities paled in comparison to theirs. In the upcoming match against Leitang Academy, the first to take the stage was Tailong, followed by Jingling, Huang Yuan, Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Hongjuan, with Tong San and Yangchen kept in reserve. Among all the participants from Shrek Academy, only Yangchen had yet to compete due to his unique circumstances. The master had no intention of deploying him in the advancement rounds unless absolutely necessary. The match commenced swiftly, and Leitang Academy's formidable strength, comprising entirely lightning attribute soul masters, was indisputable, particularly their explosive power, exuding an air of ferocity. Leitang Academy boasted 4 soul masters above level 40, clearly taking this match seriously. Although they understood the slim chances of defeating Shrek Academy, they still harbored a flicker of hope, praying that Tong San would not participate, as he was far too formidable. If Tong San were absent, their academy's considerable strength would not fear Shrek Academy. They strategically positioned their 4 soul masters above level 40 at the back, intending to observe Shrek Academy's lineup first. In the opening match, the pure power of Tai Lung triumphed over his opponent, relying not solely on terrifying attacks, but on his exceptional durability. The Strength Clan's attacks were indeed powerful and forceful. However, their greatest asset lay in their defense, which was unparalleled among soul masters of the same rank. Both were pure power-type attack soul masters, and as soon as they entered the arena, they unleashed a barrage of relentless assaults. Ultimately, Tai Lung, embodying the spirit of an indomitable warrior, withstood wave after wave of attacks, exhausting his opponent's soul power and securing victory. This underscored the remarkable defensive capabilities of the Strength Clan, employing the same strategy. One's endurance must surpass that of the other. Prior to facing Lei Tang Academy, the master had provided targeted tactical guidance, instructing Tai Lung with a simple command: drag it out. Exhaust him until his soul power was depleted and victory would be assured. Tai Lung diligently adhered to the master's counsel. After years of research on the martial souls, the master possesses an unparalleled understanding of their strengths and weaknesses, particularly within the realm of Dalu. The distinctive characteristic of the lightning attribute martial soul is its terrifying attack power and formidable explosive force. However, as with all things, strengths come with weaknesses. Beneath the facade of its immense offensive capability lies a significant drawback: the considerable consumption of soul power required to unleash such might, surpassing that of other attribute soul masters. Consequently, the most effective strategy against them is to drag out the battle. In the second match, Tai Lung focused all his soul power and techniques on defense, eventually exhausting yet another opponent using the same method. It was not until his third adversary that Tai Lung, drained of soul power after depleting most of his opponent's energy, conceded defeat and exited the arena. The second competitor from Shrek Academy, Jingling, also posed a significant challenge to his opponent. As a speed-oriented soul master, Jingling's velocity was indisputable. The master's guidance to him was succinct: evade. No matter how powerful the attack, its efficacy is rendered moot if it fails to connect. Jingling's speed clearly outpaced that of his opponent, and with just a single soul technique, he emerged victorious. The instructor from Thunder Academy recognized the underlying strategy, and the fourth participant, a student, offered Jingling no respite, delivering 2 consecutive wide-range assaults that eliminated him from the competition. The third contestant from Shrek Academy, Huang Yuan, despite ultimately succumbing to the overwhelming force of his opponent, managed to deplete a substantial portion of the adversary's soul power. The fourth to compete for Shrek Academy was Xiao Wu. Although she had yet to reach level 40, standing at 39, her opponent had already expended a significant amount of soul power. Through a series of agile maneuvers and a decisive strike, Xiao Wu triumphed over him. The fifth participant from Thunder Academy, Lei Tian, a level 42 battle soul master with the martial soul of a lightning eagle, took to the field. By this point in the competition, there were no secrets left between the two groups of students. The master's arrangement of participants appeared casual, yet strategically countered the opponents, securing an advantage. Thunder Academy was fortunate that Tang San was not among the competitors, as the rules stated that once the lineup was established, substitutions were prohibited. This highlighted the brilliance of tactical planning. Lei Tian cast a cold gaze upon Xiao Wu, perceiving her not as a mere beauty, but as a formidable adversary. His grappling techniques had caused significant harm to numerous students, leading to multiple fractures and the loss of several matches. Thus, for many academies, the most dangerous and destructive figure from Shrek Academy was not Tang San or Dai Mu Bai, but rather the fierce Xiao Wu. The competition intensified, with the instructor from Thunder Academy advising Lei Tian to seek a swift resolution. As the referee signaled to start, Lei Tian immediately unleashed his martial soul. Accompanied by a resounding thunderclap, a pair of wings crackling with twisted lightning unfurled, and his third soul ring glimmered with a violet hue as he soared into the sky. The advantages of a flying soul master were undeniable. Xiao Wu stood poised, her beautiful gaze tracking her opponent's movements without any immediate action. Ascending into the air, Lei Tian extended his arms, activating his fourth soul ring. The palpable concentration of lightning elements in the atmosphere was unmistakable to ensure a swift victory over Xiao Wu. He unleashed his most potent offensive capabilities. Xiao Wu squinted slightly, remaining still, playfully twirling her scorpion braid, exuding an endearing charm. Suddenly, a dark blue silhouette materialized behind Lei Tian, revealing the true form of his martial soul, the lightning eagle. The sky darkened as the gathered lightning elements intensified, and Lei Tian's eyes transformed to a striking blue. The overwhelming pressure caused Xiao Wu's attire to flutter despite the absence of wind, yet she remained unmoved. As a melee-oriented soul master, Xiao Wu's agility and instantaneous movement could elevate her height, but Thunder Academy had evidently studied her characteristics. Lei Tian's altitude was beyond her maximum striking range. No matter her efforts, Xiao Wu could not reach his airborne form. As the colossal lightning eagle expanded to a size of 5 meters, Lei Tian seamlessly merged with the immense energy, the eagle's eyes locking onto Xiao Wu with unyielding focus. The enormous lightning eagle descended with unparalleled momentum and pressure. At that very moment, Xiao Wu finally sprang into action, activating her third soul technique, instantaneous movement. In the blink of an eye, she had already distanced herself by 5 meters. With her presence locked, the lightning eagle adjusted its trajectory, relentlessly pursuing Xiao Wu. In that instant, Xiao Wu's eyes gleamed as she activated her second soul technique, enchantment. A pink light shot forth from her gaze, causing the eagle's eyes to momentarily connect with hers, resulting in a brief pause in the tremendous energy, akin to a disruption of the opponent's soul power. Seizing the moment, Xiao Wu bent her legs and launched herself forward with a swift motion, demonstrating her mastery of the battlefield. Who would have anticipated that her use of instantaneous movement was intended to draw her opponent's gaze? For a fleeting moment, Lei Tian's mind faltered, and upon realizing the shift, he hastened to redirect his body to re-establish his focus on Xiao Wu. However, he soon discovered the futility of his efforts. Every time he attempted to lock onto Xiao Wu, she would preemptively use instantaneous movement to evade his targeting, forcing him to alter his direction yet again. In this manner, Xiao Wu merely needed to activate her instantaneous movement a moment in advance to evade her opponent's energy lock, rendering the lightning eagle's attack ineffective. Prior to her match, the master had advised Xiao Wu to focus on evasion. Although instantaneous movement consumed considerable soul power, it was within her limits. In stark contrast, Lei Tian's reliance on 2 powerful soul techniques drained his own energy rapidly. The once advantageous aerial position quickly transformed into a liability due to the depletion of soul power. If Lei Tian had remained grounded, utilizing his formidable soul power in a conventional confrontation with Xiao Wu, victory would have undoubtedly favored him. As the match progressed, the outcome became increasingly clear. Lei Tian ultimately succumbed to the strain of his techniques, unable to maintain control over the lightning eagle as it crashed down, creating a substantial crater in the center of the arena. Xiao Wu did not even need to strike. Lei Tian had already lost his combat capability, securing victory for her team. Despite the absence of Tang San from the opponent's roster, Thunder Academy recognized the impossibility of winning at this stage. From the observation stand, Emperor Shuya watched the match unfold with keen interest, impressed by Shrek Academy's ability to perform so effortlessly against Thunder Academy, even without the participation of Tang San. The competition continued, with Xiao Wu remaining on the field for Shrek Academy, while Thunder Academy sent forth their vice-captain, Lei Dong, a level 33 control-type battle soul master with a martial soul of a lightning spider. As the most powerful control-type soul master within Thunder Academy's team, while his overall strength was slightly inferior to that of the captain, he was nonetheless exceptionally formidable. A crackling sound erupted from Lei Dong's body, as 8 bolts of lightning simultaneously surged from his back, resembling the long legs of a spider, creating an astonishing visual. Aside from these 8 lightning legs, no other changes were apparent. 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, shimmered brightly. As the referee announced the commencement of the match, his third soul ring instantly ignited. The 8 lightning limbs penetrated the ground, releasing a series of blue lightning circles from his palms, not directed toward Xiao Wu, but rather infused directly into the earth. The blue energy spread rapidly, taking on a web-like form that swiftly expanded outward. Xiao Wu moved lightly on her feet, silently navigating the outer perimeter. Lei Dong's body followed her every shift, yet his eyes remained closed. The blue energy net acted as his eyes, perceiving all that surrounded him. The energy net spread out until it reached a diameter of 20 meters, gradually encroaching towards Xiao Wu's position. As she noticed Lei Dong advancing menacingly, she immediately began to sprint along the outer circle of the arena, striving to increase the distance between them. Her strategy was simple. Maintaining Lei Dong's third soul skill required energy, and energy has its limits. After a few steps of pressure, Lei Dong suddenly halted, flipping his palms upward, raising his arms simultaneously. In an extraordinary turn of events, the blue energy net soared into the air alongside his raised arms. With a sudden opening of his eyes, he bellowed, and the blue net shot forth, aimed directly at Xiao Wu. It swirled and descended rapidly, enveloping the area where she stood. With agility, Xiao Wu executed jumps and instantaneous movements to unleash her full speed. However, she soon sensed something amiss, as an undeniable pulling force began to draw her in. In an instant, Lei Dong raised both hands, launching 2 strands of blue energy from his palms, striking toward Xiao Wu's body from opposite directions. The timing was impeccable, coinciding perfectly with her path forward, right after she had completed a teleport, leaving her vulnerable. At that moment, the energy net descended upon her, and Xiao Wu, still airborne, realized she could not evade it. Just then, she leaned back sharply, her long scorpion braid striking the ground. Utilizing the slight rebound, she propelled herself several meters forward. As her body landed, she supported herself with her arms and arched her waist, launching herself like a cannonball directly toward the energy net. Her legs were perfectly straight, resembling a released arrow. Remarkably, at the moment of her launch, her body aligned perpendicularly to the energy net, and her chosen trajectory aligned with a slightly larger gap within the net. With a sharp hiss, Xiao Wu passed through the energy net, albeit with a series of blue electric sparks igniting across her body. While she successfully traversed the net, the residual electric effects caused her body to tremble violently. Lei Dong inhaled sharply, sending forth 2 strands of lightning once more, attempting to ensnare Xiao Wu. If he could completely incapacitate her with the energy strands, victory would be his. Xiao Wu landed, rebounded, and at the moment of descent, the paralysis she felt finally dissipated. With powerful strikes against the ground, she activated her waist arch skill again, propelling herself over the energy strands without pausing, charging directly toward Lei Dong. Lei Dong was taken aback. How could this be? The paralysis effect of the energy net had no impact on her. The distance between them quickly diminished. As Xiao Wu drew closer, a hint of panic flickered in Lei Dong's gaze. Those who had witnessed the matches of Shrek Academy would never forget the fate of the Soul Masters who fell prey to Xiao Wu's grapples. In desperation, Lei Dong activated his 4th soul ring. Intense blue light erupted from his arms, and the 8 long limbs at his back sprang into action, forming a 3-meter diameter ring, robust as an arm, known as the Locking God Ring. With a flash of blue light, Xiao Wu's agile figure was ensnared within the 3-meter diameter ring. We concede. The master's voice resonated at the perfect moment. Tang Xin rushed onto the scene to catch Xiao Wu, whose body had succumbed to complete numbness. Lei Dong, having employed both his 3rd and 4th soul skills, appeared somewhat pallid. Dai Mu Bai, representing Shrek Academy, stepped onto the battlefield, his pace steady and deliberate. His eyes glinted with an otherworldly brilliance as he stared down his opponent. Upon seeing the expressionless Dai Mu Bai approach, Lei Dong felt an inexplicable tightening in his chest, as if he were struggling to breathe. He understood that he was no match for this man and aimed to exhaust his energy to create an opportunity for his teammate. The captain of the Thunderbolt team. The match commenced, and the rules of the advancement rounds dictated that participants could not rest. A muffled grunt escaped Dai Mu Bai's lips, and a surge of white soul power erupted from him, manifesting 4 soul rings. As the sound of cracking bones echoed, Dai Mu Bai's form expanded, completing the manifestation of his martial spirit, the White Tiger. Without hesitation, the moment his martial spirit manifested, Dai Mu Bai took formidable strides toward his opponent. Lei Dong's pupils constricted, and his 4th soul ring illuminated. To deliver the most significant blow to Dai Mu Bai, he unleashed his ultimate technique immediately. Yet, Dai Mu Bai seemed oblivious to the brilliance of the Locking God Ring. His 1st soul ring glowed, enveloping his body in a layer of white light. The 1st soul skill. White Tiger Protection Barrier. The Locking God Ring vanished before Lei Dong, only to be fully enacted upon Dai Mu Bai. The ring tightened, halting Dai Mu Bai's advance, and dense lightning erupted from the Locking God Ring, instantly engulfing him. Dai Mu Bai's expression remained unchanged. A flicker of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. He suddenly threw his head back, unleashing a powerful roar. A dazzling golden aura enveloped his body, and with a cracking sound, his muscles tightened, releasing an overwhelming force that rendered the locking god ring fragile. With a resounding boom, the blue light scattered into the air as the locking god ring shattered. Dai Mubai launched himself forward like a poised tiger. How could this happen? In that moment, not just Lei Dong, but all members of the Thunderbolt Academy were left in shock. While the audience gasped in astonishment, Dai Mubai reached Lei Dong, delivering a heavy paw strike to his shoulder. The instant the strike landed, his claws extended. Lei Dong's body flew from the arena like a mere scarecrow, and just before losing consciousness, he faintly heard the sound of his bones fracturing. This incited an uproar among the faculty and students of Thunderbolt Academy, who protested vehemently, claiming that Dai Mubai was excessively brutal. After dispatching his opponent, Dai Mubai appeared unfazed, exuding a cool and handsome demeanor. While onlookers such as Yang Chun and Tang San raised their thumbs in admiration, Dai Mubai stood proudly at the center of the arena, a surge of fervor igniting within him as he realized he no longer had to conceal his prowess. With two-thirds of the competition now behind them, the relentless need to suppress his strength had been undeniably frustrating. At last, the final member of the Lei Ting Academy, their captain, made his entrance, Yution Exen, a formidable level 40 assault systems soul master, wielding the martial soul of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus. As he stepped forward, a slight frown crossed the master's brow. He and Lu Erlong both hailed from the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus family, making Yution Exen his nephew and the eldest grandson of Lu Erlong's father, who was related to him by blood. You will pay the price for your actions. Yution Exen glared fiercely at Dai Mubai. As the captain of the Lei Ting battle team, witnessing his injured comrades had reddened his eyes with fury. Dai Mubai responded calmly. That depends on whether you possess the ability. With a snort, Yution Exen unleashed his martial soul. A dazzling blue light erupted from his forehead, expanding instantly like a flurry of blue-violet electric serpents, weaving around his body. His sleeves burst into ashes as his arms swelled, growing over half a foot longer, now thickly covered in blue-violet scales, transforming his hands into claws adorned with the same scales. The serpentine blue-violet electricity coiled and surged around his arms, while 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings spiraled above his uniquely transformed limbs. This was the formidable blue lightning Tyrannosaurus martial soul. However, Dai Mubai believed that, having refined his soul power through Yang Chun, his white tiger martial soul would not be outmatched. Even if the martial soul itself was not as powerful, the quality of his soul power far surpassed that of his opponent, granting him a distinct advantage in combat. As he gazed into Yution Exen's reddened eyes, Dai Mubai's own gaze deepened, the two locking eyes in an unyielding standoff. The moment had arrived for both to strike. With a roar, Yution Exen launched himself into the air, charging forward. In terms of combat style, both he and Dai Mubai, wielders of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus and white tiger respectively, excelled in offensive maneuvers. Aggressive instincts coursed through their veins. They adhered to the belief that offense was the best form of defense. The fierce power of the blue lightning dragon claw erupted simultaneously, a fierce assault unleashed. Rather than evade, Dai Mubai met the challenge head-on, employing his first soul skill, White Tiger Shield. A surge of white light enveloped him as his claws extended, their impact resonating powerfully in the air. In an instant, both figures were sent reeling backward. Dai Mubai was ensnared in serpentine electricity, his golden hair billowing in the absence of wind, electrified by the clash. The raw power of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus's lightning elements struck him hard. Yet Yution Exen's claw, covered in dragon scales, bore deep white markings, some scales even cracking under the force. The initial clash resulted in a stalemate. Suddenly, Yution Exen activated his third soul skill, Thunder God's Wrath. Dai Mubai's body transformed dramatically, his frame bulking up as his white hair shimmered to gold, muscles brimming with explosive power. In that moment, both competitors' soul powers peaked, signaling the commencement of a true clash. Outside the arena, the eyes of students and teachers from various academies, as well as spectators like the Snowy Night Emperor, were riveted on this battle. With titanic soul power surging, the arena trembled in response. Neither participant employed strategy. It was a raw contest of soul skills. With another thunderous crash, one figure was sent flying, nearly landing outside the arena. Initially, the two had appeared evenly matched in this fierce encounter, yet one was propelled far from the fray, leaving the audience astonished. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be Yu Tianxin, a trickle of blood staining his lips, indicating he had sustained significant injury. The crowd was bewildered. What had transpired with Yu Tianxin? Was Daimao Bai's might truly overwhelming? Both fighters were of comparable soul levels, and such a clear distinction in their confrontation was unexpected. Only the members of the Shrek Academy understood. This was the result of Yang Chen's influence. Daimao Bai had ceased to conceal his true strength, which had been greatly augmented due to the enhancement of his soul power, surpassing Yu Tianxin by 4 or 5 levels. Thus, their collision had equated to an impact of 4 or 5 levels higher than Yu Tianxin, making the outcome unsurprising. Daimao Bai coolly inquired, "Will you concede, or shall we continue?" Stunned for a moment, Yu Tianxin charged at Daimao Bai once more, shouting defiantly, "I refuse to accept defeat." This time, they engaged not with soul skills but in pure, unbridled combat. As expected, Yu Tianxin was again violently thrust backward, blood spilling from his mouth. Daimao Bai stood resolutely at the center of the arena, beckoning him with a finger, and proclaimed, "Come again." Furious, Yu Tianxin perceived this as a grave disrespect, roaring as he prepared to charge once more. Suddenly, a commanding voice rang out from the sidelines. "Lei Ting Academy concedes." The leading teacher of Lei Ting Academy, having recognized the futility of their position against Shrek Academy, promptly halted the match to preserve Yu Tianxin's strength. The outcome was clear. Shrek Academy triumphed over Lei Ting Academy. With this victory, Shrek Academy had achieved 12 consecutive wins. Despite the conclusion of the match, Daimao Bai's extraordinary performance left many perplexed. Was this Daimao Bai akin to Tang San, possessing the ability to battle beyond his level? Were all the students of Shrek Academy such prodigies, or was there something unusual about this academy? As the 13th round of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament was set to commence, most participating academies had already determined their standings in the qualifying matches, beginning to ease off in the final rounds to ensure their competitors remained unscathed for the finals. However, 2 academies remained poised for a fierce contest: Shrek Academy and Shun Feng Academy, both boasting 12 consecutive victories. Each academy was to engage in 14 rounds of matches, and both Shrek Academy and Shun Feng Academy faced weak opponents in their final rounds, making victory nearly assured. Consequently, the decisive battle for supremacy in the Tiando Empire's qualifying rankings would hinge upon today's contest, the confrontation between the undefeated teams of Shun Feng Academy and Shrek Academy. The earlier 6 matches had concluded, and the highlight of the event, Shrek Academy versus Shun Feng Academy, was slated for the finale. As Tang San and Feng Xiao Tian entered the arena from opposite sides, a murmur of astonishment swept through the gathered academies. To their surprise, both Shrek Academy and Shun Feng Academy had fielded their strongest competitors in the first match. Feng Xiao Tian, the captain of Shun Feng Academy, was a level 44 assault system soul master wielding the martial soul of the Gale Twin Wolves. Tang San, the captain of Shrek Academy, was a level 42 control system soul master boasting the martial soul of Blue Silvergrass. These two were the mightiest of their respective teams. Though Shrek Academy had been discreetly concealing Yang Chun, unbeknownst to the other academies, their match would largely determine the fate of both academies. If Tang San emerged victorious, Shrek Academy would win. If Feng Xiao Tian triumphed, Shun Feng Academy would claim victory. Everyone was acutely aware of the stakes, and thus, all eyes were fixed upon the impending clash between these 2 formidable opponents. 2 individuals entered the arena at a leisurely pace, each adhering to a certain rhythm. Their gazes remained fixated on one another. Even though the competition had yet to commence, they were already searching for weaknesses in their opponent. Despite their soul power being merely in the 40s, their youth belied a poise characteristic of masters. The referee signaled for both to unleash their martial souls. Raising his right palm, a familiar azure glow emanated from Tang San's hand, maintaining an air of nonchalance as if everything was well within his control. Feng Xiaotian let out a piercing cry, a surge of green light enveloping him as his body underwent a dramatic transformation. His bones cracked audibly, muscles and skeletons expanded, rendering him a towering figure. His long hair turned a vibrant green, and a wolf's head emerged from his left shoulder, its gaze menacingly fixed on Tang San, releasing an aura of coldness. The mutant existence of the swift-winged, 2-headed wolf, nearing the pinnacle of martial souls, positioned Feng Xiaotian as a prodigy on par with Tang San. As the match commenced, The referee's declaration was followed by an instantaneous acceleration from Feng Xiaotian, charging towards Tang San. The green light behind him cast a long shadow, a mere afterimage of his incredible speed. Tang San's heart raced. Feng Xiaotian's formidable attack power marked him as a powerful assault-type soul master, yet his speed mirrored that of an agile attacker. Indeed, the Shenkong Academy was no ordinary institution. The element of wind was at play. Without time for contemplation, as Feng Xiaotian lunged, his first soul ring illuminated, sharp wolf claws shooting forth from his palm. Even before reaching Tang San, 10 arc-shaped wind blades sliced through the air, effectively sealing off all of Tang San's escape routes. This was Feng Xiaotian's first soul skill. Wind Blade Array. Tang San shifted his footing, propelling himself forward while his body began to flicker with rapid movements, rendering his steps nearly invisible. In a swift motion, he evaded the 10 wind blades with ease, emerging unscathed. Rather than summoning his martial soul, he directed both hands towards Feng Xiaotian, who, in turn, refrained from using another soul skill, meeting Tang San's advance with his own wolf claws. In a surprising turn, both opted to rely on their soul power rather than soul skills for this confrontation. Observing below, Yang Chun smirked, recognizing Feng Xiaotian's audacity in challenging Tang San on equal terms. As their hands met, Tang San's right hand, as pure and white as jade, proved to be harder than steel. Sparks flew as Feng Xiaotian's claws struck, yet they left no mark upon Tang San's palm. Realizing the disparity, Feng Xiaotian swiftly activated his first soul skill. 5 wind blades erupted, clashing against Tang San's Xianyu hand, producing a series of sharp, resonant sounds. Both combatants momentarily retreated. But Tang San, refusing to grant Feng Xiaotian respite, leaped forward again, intent on closing the distance. Feng Xiaotian, taken aback by Tang San's formidable melee abilities, sensed a looming crisis. Should he allow Tang San to close in, he would stand no chance. Reacting with remarkable speed, he leapt back, creating distance between them. However, a single strand of blue-silver grass suddenly emerged, striking him like a whip in a moment of vulnerability. Tang San, unwilling to linger, sought to expedite the battle, aware that 6 of his opponents awaited behind Feng Xiaotian. The match had reached a point where both sides could unleash their full powers without restraint. Thus, he channeled all his soul power into that single strike. In a hasty response, Feng Xiaotian attempted to grasp Tang San's blue-silver grass, confident that his soul power would prevail. Yet, as he reached out, he was met with an overwhelming force that shattered his grip, resulting in a broken wrist. The blue-silver grass lashed against him, sending him soaring through the air. In midair, Feng Xiaotian utilized the wind element to glide, only to find the robust blue-silver grass pursuing him relentlessly, striking him once more. Tang San, moving with the speed of lightning, continued to unleash relentless strikes. Ultimately, Feng Xiaotian could not evade a second hit, landing far outside the arena and remaining incapacitated on the ground. According to the rules, being outside the arena constituted a defeat. The Shenkong Academy's faculty and students were left in shock. Their captain, the strongest student, had been so easily expelled from the arena by Tang San's strike. How could they possibly continue? Tang San's single blow demonstrated a power exceeding that of a level 50 Soul King, suggesting he possessed the ability to cross a significant threshold in combat. Not only were the members of Shenkong Academy astounded, but so too were the spectators from other institutions, including the esteemed headmaster Salas, who stared at Tang San in disbelief, as if he had sprouted flowers on his face. The members of Shrek Academy, however, were unfazed. They had anticipated this outcome, and, watching Tang San wield his blue silvergrass whip, could not help but find it eerily reminiscent of Yang Chen's style. The arena fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to utter a word. Standing alone in the center, Tang San turned to the referee and asked, "Might we declare the result now? Does this count as a victory for me?" Only then did the referee snap back to reality, shivering at the honorific title Sir. Recognizing Tang San as a prodigious talent destined to dominate Douluo continent, he repeatedly shook his head, declaring, "I cannot accept such a title. This match, of course, is yours to win," he announced loudly. The match concludes with Shrek Academy emerging victorious. Please send forth the second participant from Shenkong Academy. All eyes turned to the Shenkong Academy, eager to see who would take the stage next. However, after a lengthy pause, several teachers appeared to confer, and no student stepped forward. Tang San waited patiently, and after a moment, the referee called out again, Shenkong Academy, please send your second participant to the arena. If no one appears in 5 minutes, it will be considered a forfeiture. After a minute had passed, the leading teacher of Shenkong Academy approached the center and announced loudly, "We, Shenkong Academy, concede in this match against Shrek Academy." The crowd erupted in astonishment. Shenkong Academy had voluntarily surrendered due to the overwhelming prowess of Tang San. However, upon deeper reflection, everyone within the assembly subtly nodded in agreement, admiring the sagacity of Shenkong Academy's decision. Although conceding defeat would subject them to ridicule from other academies, thereby diminishing their prestige, it was ultimately advantageous for them to conserve their strength for the finals. Having suffered only one defeat to Shrek Academy, they secured the second rank, ensuring their advancement to the finals without unnecessarily exposing more of their students to Tang San's prowess. As the narrative unfolds, Shrek Academy remarkably triumphed in all 14 matches of the qualifying rounds, achieving an unparalleled record. Among the 15 competing teams, Shrek Academy emerged at the forefront, claiming the highest advancement rank within the Tiando Empire's division. Yangshan observed that the preliminary and qualifying rounds bore a striking resemblance to previous occurrences. Despite numerous changes attributed to his presence, which had enhanced the soul power quality of Shrek's 7 monsters, facilitating their victories, no significant alterations transpired. He had been apprehensive that his emergence might drastically alter the historical trajectory of Douluo continent, particularly concerned about the enigmatic Jiuyin sect. He feared that a team from this mysterious sect might surface in the upcoming elite competition of the Continental Soul Master Academies. Yet to his relief, no abnormalities were reported among the academies of Tiando Empire, nor was there any team from Jiuyin Academy. Gradually, his worry subsided. As long as the overarching direction remained consistent with the original trajectory, he felt a sense of calm. Over the past few months, his bond with Tang San and the others had deepened, instilling in him a sense of belonging. Regrettably, the absence of Xiao Budian weighed heavily on his heart. Had she been present, the members of Shrek Academy would surely have cherished her, potentially transforming the original 7 monsters into the 9 monsters of Shrek. The sole divergence from the past was that during the finals, when Tang San engaged in battle with Feng Xiaotian, he revealed his second martial soul, the Haotian Hammer, which sent ripples of shock through all academies, as well as the Tiando Empire and the Spirit Hall. Consequently, the Platinum Bishop Salas conveyed this news to the Spirit Hall's Pope Bibi Dong, leading to the ensuing ambush by the 2 titled Zhuge during their journey to Spirit City for the finals. However, it remained uncertain whether the appearance of these 2 titled would still transpire due to the alterations introduced by his presence. A fortnight passed since the conclusion of the qualifying rounds. During the closing ceremony, the Emperor Shui Yi delivered a rousing and inspirational address. The finals were imminent, and it was in this decisive contest that the true might of the continent's strongest academy would be determined. As the sovereign, Shui Yi could not depart from Tiando City, and upon concluding his speech, he appointed Prince Shui Qinghe to represent him as an envoy of the Tiando Empire in the assessment of the competition. The 15 teams from the Tiando Empire would be personally escorted by Shui Qinghe to the city at the intersection of the 2 great empires for the final showdown. Each team was granted a mere 3 days for adjustments, after which the 15 teams, accompanied by their instructors and 500 royal knights, set forth towards the venue of the finals, Spirit City. Originally, the finals were not scheduled to be held in Spirit City, but for reasons unknown, the Spirit Hall abruptly decided to relocate the final contest to its main city. Spirit City, wholly owned by the Spirit Hall and situated at the confluence of the 2 empires, held no allegiance to either side. Most importantly, it housed one of the Spirit Hall's most revered structures, the Pope Hall, reputed to be the grandest edifice across the Douluo continent. With the establishment of this newly constructed Pope Hall, Spirit City had become a sanctum for all soul masters. The journey from Tiando City to Spirit City spanned 20 days. The finals, a complete elimination format, would determine the victor among 33 teams within 10 days. The Spirit Hall placed immense importance on this grand event, designating a specific location as the venue for the finals. Furthermore, it was declared that during the competition, non-soul masters, including nobles, would not be permitted entry, thereby enhancing the mystique surrounding the finals. The expedition of over 1,000 individuals from the Tiando Empire commenced with great fanfare. Despite the fierce rivalry exhibited during the preliminaries and qualifiers, they were now united in representing the Tiando Empire, resulting in a noticeable reduction in hostilities. Several amicable academies chose to travel together. However, from the day of departure, Shrek Academy felt the absence of a significant figure, Master. Unbeknownst to Tang San, Master had quietly departed the day after the conclusion of the qualifiers. During this period, the members of Shrek Academy enjoyed a serene existence, gathering on the carriage to practice. For them, the need for excessive rehearsal was unnecessary. The paramount focus remained on elevating their soul power. After numerous battles, aside from Xiao Wu, who remained at the 39th level, all others had made considerable advancements. Their current levels were as follows. The evil White Tiger Dai Mubai at level 45. The Sausage Uncle Oscar at level 42. Tang San at level 33. Ma Hongjun at level 42. Xiao Wu at level 39. Ning Rongrong at level 42. And Zhu Zhuqing at level 42. Yang Chun stood as an exception, maintaining his original level of 47, with no increase in soul power. Yet his level remained the highest among them. Previously, they had marveled at his rapid soul power growth, but now, after several months, his level had not changed, leaving them perplexed. Nonetheless, they understood that Yang Chun was unlike anyone else, possessing an extraordinary nature, and refrained from questioning him, as Master had instructed them not to pry into Yang Chen's cultivation methods and soul power. The journey unfolded with tranquility, swiftly passing 10 days. They had traversed half the distance to Spirit City. Yang Chun remained vigilant, constantly extending his spiritual awareness, apprehensive of the potential ambush by the two-titled Dalu. Thanks to their outstanding performance in the qualifying rounds, Shrek Academy was strategically positioned at the center of the convoy to ensure their safety. To expedite their arrival at Spirit City, they frequently took shortcuts. One evening, as the convoy passed through a narrow gorge flanked by two towering mountains, Yang Chun sensed an ominous shift in the terrain. Extending his spiritual perception, he discerned numerous figures dressed in black atop the peaks. Alarmed, he questioned whether history had not been altered, and whether the Spirit Hall had dispatched assassins to eliminate Tang San. Had Tang San not yet revealed his second martial soul, the Haotian Hammer? He promptly warned, "Everyone, be alert. There are ambushers on both sides of the mountains." As his warning echoed, the captain of the Royal Knights bellowed for vigilance, and all eyes turned toward the unseen threat. The Royal Knights formed a protective circle around the Academy students, prepared to confront any impending danger. Each academy had dispatched several formidable instructors to lead their teams, ensuring the safety of their prized students. Such a contingent was more than capable of facing an army of thousands. At this moment, countless colossal boulders cascaded down like raindrops from the towering peaks on either side. Their immense weight, some weighing tens of thousands of pounds, crashing towards the formation. The force of their descent was beyond human resistance. With the sound of thunderous roars, a chorus of screams erupted. Although the warriors of the Royal Knights were disciplined in uniform, their strength was average, with only a portion being soul masters, making it impossible for them to withstand the impact of these massive stones. Instantly, over half were injured. The onlookers were taken aback as they witnessed the relentless barrage of boulders. The students from the 15 Soul Master Academies, under the guidance of their instructors, swiftly disembarked from their vehicles to seek refuge. All students hurried to evacuate, knowing that as long as they left this treacherous terrain, they would be safe. After all, they were formidable soul masters. However, each one pondered, this is the territory of the Tiando Empire's Royal Knights. Who would dare to attack? Could it truly be bandits? Were they blind to the consequences? At Shrek Academy, Lu Erlong, in a fit of rage, attempted to charge up the mountain to exact vengeance, but was restrained by Flander. "Flander, why are you stopping me? Let me deal with these blind thieves," Lu Erlong shouted. Flander responded seriously, "This matter is not so simple. Do you not find it strange? While the Tiando Empire does have several significant bandit groups, they are well informed. Who would dare to strike at a convoy like ours? Their actions suggest prior preparation, not mere coincidence. Those who would ambush us are no ordinary foes. Let's not concern ourselves with their intentions. Our priority is the safety of the children. Without Xiao Gang, we cannot perform our fusion technique and reach our optimal combat potential. We must guard the students closely." Yang Chun suddenly interjected, "The principal is correct. Teacher Lu, from what I know, these intruders harbor ill intentions and have long plotted against us, particularly targeting our Shrek Academy students. Our exceptional performance in the preliminaries and advancement rounds has incited jealousy from certain powerful factions." Upon hearing this, Flander and Lu Erlong turned to Yang Chun, astonished. "You deduced this? Someone is specifically targeting these children? Yang Chun, noting their skeptical expressions, felt a bitter smile form. It was difficult to explain. If the timeline followed its original course, during the advancement round, Tang San wielded the Haotian hammer, and the Platinum Bishop Salas recognized him as a member of the Haotian clan, leading to an assassination attempt orchestrated by the Spear Hall. He would have informed Flander in advance to prepare them. However, Tang San easily subdued the opponent from Shun Feng Academy without utilizing his second martial soul, the Haotian hammer, thus evading the assassination. He believed the course of history had altered and chose not to forewarn them. Yet, history seemed to be repeating itself, and there were still assailants. Confusion clouded his thoughts. Were these individuals affiliated with the Spirit Hall and targeting Tang San? Suddenly, a chilling realization struck him. Perhaps these individuals were not after Tang San, but were, in fact, agents of the Spirit Hall targeting him. With a forced smile, he addressed both teachers. These individuals are indeed targeting our Shrek Academy, but it is merely a false alarm. We have suffered no losses, which is why I did not inform you sooner. Though he spoke confidently, unease gripped his heart as an ominous premonition lingered. Today's events would certainly not be simple. Moreover, the grand offering of the Spirit Hall had personally intervened, ostensibly resolving his issues with them. They should not have sent assassins after him. Could it be that they were not from the Spirit Hall, but rather from another faction, perhaps the so-called Join sect? Underneath the onslaught of boulders, the Royal Knights soon suffered heavy casualties. However, the students from various academies, escorted by their instructors, quickly managed to escape the canyon. Just then, a whistle echoed from the mountain, and suddenly, over 100 figures clad in black appeared atop the peaks, rushing down with astonishing speed. Their target was none other than the students from the various academies. Now, with the Royal Knights severely weakened, the Soul Masters from the 15 academies could only rely on their own strength. A dazzling array of colors began to emanate from the Soul Masters as they unleashed their martial souls and activated their soul rings. Although there was no coordination among the academies, each formed a small unit. Just when they believed they could easily overwhelm their opponents, they were met with a staggering blow. The 100-strong assailants were all powerful soul masters, each boasting martial souls that glimmered with brilliance, revealing they were all above level 50, with over a dozen possessing multiple black soul rings. To have more than 2 black soul rings, a soul master must be at least level 60, indicating that those dozen or so were at the soul emperor level or higher. Yang Chun scanned the situation with his soul perception, noting that among the 100, no fewer than 15 exceeded level 60, including 2 soul Douluo. Recalling the events of Douluo continent at this juncture, he felt a surge of alarm. Indeed, this world differed from the last. In the previous timeline, there were not 2 high and perilous peaks, but rather 2 hills. The attackers then were not merely around 100, but over 1,000, and among them were soul masters, albeit mostly lower ranked. Only about 30 surpassed level 50. While there were soul Dalu present, their numbers paled in comparison to the current situation, where nearly 100 were above level 50. What a formidable force this was. Yang Chun remained vigilant. Furthermore, on the Douluo continent, with nearly 100,000 soul masters, those exceeding level 50 would not surpass 5,000. The continent was vast, with numerous sects and academies, meaning 5,000 was a meager number. Now, this faction dispatched nearly 100 soul masters above level 50 for an ambush, indicating a significantly powerful force. If this were the work of the Spirit Hall, it would be understandable, as it housed the most soul masters. However, if they were not from the Spirit Hall, this faction's motives were indeed perplexing. Could it be related to the so-called Jiu-In sect? Did the Douluo continent in this world have a soul master population that far exceeded that recorded by the Great God, with perhaps 50,000 soul masters above level 50? As these thoughts raced through his mind, the 100 assailants, adorned with vibrant soul rings, charged towards the crowd. Chapter 179. Yang Chun and Tang San showcased their abilities. The leading instructors from each academy quickly rallied their defenses. At the call of the captain of the Royal Knights, they finally came to their senses. Everyone clustered together to conserve soul power and repel the attackers. Flander promptly issued commands to Yang Chun, Tang San, and the others. The other instructors also tightly guarded their students. In an instant, the canyon descended into chaos, with cries and shouts echoing throughout. By this time, darkness had enveloped the sky. Yang Chun felt a surge of relief upon realizing there were no titled Dalu present. With these foes, he had no fear. However, having not absorbed soul power or enhanced his soul rank for quite some time, the sight of so many soul masters caused his mouth to water, and he thought to himself, amidst the turmoil, perhaps he could seize the opportunity to absorb some energy. The profound perception enveloped the entire canyon, allowing everyone to witness the unfolding battle. Without delving into Yang Chen's intricate calculations, we turn our attention to Tang San. A group battle? Upon seeing this, Tang San smiled. As a control-type soul master, he thrived in such situations. Moreover, within the enveloping darkness, he possessed the Ziji Mo Tong, which enabled him to observe every movement of his adversaries, while they struggled to discern his presence. This imbalance afforded him a significant advantage, making the battle exceedingly favorable. The Lan Yinchao spread across the ground, swiftly launching toward the enemies. Any opponent that drew near found themselves ensnared by the creeping vines. While conserving soul power was essential, achieving a swift resolution was paramount. Shang Xian, Tang San murmured decisively. With the absence of a master, the command fell to him as his disciple and a control-type soul master. The members of Shrek 7 monsters looked to him for guidance. Upon his command, the darkened boxes materialized in their hands, and they swiftly aimed in different directions, synchronously preparing their mechanisms. As the mechanisms were readied, Tang San bellowed, "Fire!" The resounding metallic clang reverberated as 7 Zhuge divine crossbows unleashed a deadly aura, each discharging 16 bolts, creating a lethal net that shimmered with the essence of death. The shrieks were incessant. Those who approached the Shrek Academy were ensnared by Tang San's concealed Lan Yinchao and could not escape swiftly. In the cover of night, they remained oblivious to the formidable Zhuge divine crossbows in the hands of the 7 monsters, completely unaware of the overwhelming lethality they possessed. Consequently, these foes quickly succumbed to the widespread slaughter. The piercing capability of the Zhuge divine crossbow was astonishing, sufficient to penetrate multiple overlapping bodies simultaneously. Thus, those struck were swiftly dispatched. Yang Chun, witnessing this, felt a surge of astonishment. Tang San's hidden weaponry was indeed formidable, perfectly suited for this expansive battlefield. Observing the enemies incessantly charging toward the Shrek Academy and falling one by one, he recognized that his companions were safe. Seizing the moment while they were fully engaged in combat, he activated his Gui Ingmi Zone technique and darted towards several powerful figures in black. Having spent months with Tang San, Yang Chun had been shown the intricacies of this elusive technique multiple times. To his surprise, he quickly grasped its subtleties. This technique even garnered praise from Xiao Tian, who seldom offered compliments. Thus, as he executed the Gui Ingmi Zone, the formidable black-clad individuals merely perceived a fleeting shadow before them, as if someone had rushed past. In a panic, they summoned their martial souls, only to be startled by a crack within their consciousness, leading to a haze of confusion. Their summoned martial souls vanished in an instant. Among these individuals were 3 soul emperors and 2 soul kings. At this moment, Yang Chen's Shun Hun Ji Chong had been refined to an unparalleled degree. The consciousness of the soul kings and soul emperors could not withstand his fierce assault, leading to catastrophic damage to their minds, rendering them as mere shells. Their martial souls were subsequently devoured by the system within Yang Chun. The 5 individuals yielded a remarkable 17 points of contribution to him. Overjoyed, he wielded his god-slaying whip, shattering their bodies before swiftly darting toward other distant black-clad figures. Each time, he approached them, and as they unleashed their martial souls, he struck with a Shun Hun Ji Chong, denying them the chance to scream, before consuming their martial souls, all the while his god-slaying whip obliterated their forms. In no time, he had dispatched over 10 foes, absorbing their martial souls. Meanwhile, the Shrek 7 monsters, with the assistance of the divine crossbows and Tang San's other hidden weapons, had not only cleared the attackers surrounding them, but also affected several black-clad individuals assaulting other academies. The might of Tang San's hidden weapons was truly terrifying, penetrating unnoticed and striking before the opponents could react. His hidden weapons surpassed any soul skill and dominance. With the use of hidden weapons, Tang San became extraordinarily confident. At this moment, the martial soul skills possessed by the Lan Yinchao had transformed into mere auxiliary functions. As the Shrek group vanquished the black-clad foes, the remaining enemies quickly recognized the dire situation. 3 figures rushed toward them, increasing the pressure on Tang San. Observing the number of soul rings they possessed, 8, 7, and 7, he realized 1 was a soul Douluo and 2 were soul saints. The sudden appearance of these 3 powerful figures sent shivers down the spines of Flinder and Lu Erlong. As they approached rapidly, the expressions of the Shrek Academy members grew solemn. A Soul Dalu, two Soul Saints, and two Soul Kings formed a formidable combination. They understood all too well the strength of such an assembly. If the Master were present, alongside Flinder and Lu Erlong, they could potentially execute their Golden Triangle fusion technique. But currently, it was evident that they could not withstand this onslaught. As the three attackers drew closer, the group suddenly recalled Yang Chun and his mental assaults. To confront these three, they had to rely on Yang Chun's spiritual prowess. However, upon searching their surroundings, they found no trace of him. A wave of unease swept through them. At such a critical moment, Yang Chun had vanished. The black-clad Soul Douluo scoffed, gesturing for the two Soul Saints to engage Flinder and Lu Erlong, thereby diverting their attention. He then unleashed a long cry, soaring into the air towards the 11 Shrek Academy students. Golden light erupted from him as his arms transformed into golden wings, a grand golden silhouette materializing behind him, replacing his attire with golden feathers, revealing his true martial soul, a great golden eagle. As the wings formed, his arms detached, morphing into sharp eagle talons. This was the seventh soul skill, the true form of his martial soul. The faces of his Shrek 7 monsters paled. They had not anticipated the Soul Dalu would immediately unveil his martial soul's true form. In the night sky, his 8 soul rings shone brightly. 3 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. As the sharp eagle talons extended in the air, poised to strike at Tang San and the others, it was clear that even with their fortitude, they could not possibly contend with this Soul Dalu. Ning Rongrong could not help but cry out, "Great divine stick, come quickly." In his heart, Yang Chun felt elated. This was a fortuitous opportunity. If he could eliminate 5 or 6 more foes, he would accumulate enough points to reach the Soul King realm. Once he ascended to that level, he would possess the capability to vanquish a Soul Dalu, leaving no rival below the title Dalu. Just as he was about to charge toward other black-clad figures, he suddenly heard Ning Rongrong's urgent cry. Instantly, his spiritual perception swept across the battlefield, revealing the presence of an 86th level Soul Dalu attacking Tang San and the others, while Flinder and Lu Erlong were preoccupied with the 2 formidable Soul Saints. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he shouted in alarm and, without hesitation, unleashed 3 strikes of the Shun Hunji Chan. The Soul Dalu, about to unleash his full power upon Tang San and the others, suddenly sensed an overwhelming danger approaching and hastily fortified his consciousness. Yet, he heard 3 resounding impacts, as if a powerful, invisible spear had forcefully collided with his consciousness. The weight of these strikes was akin to that of a mountain, disorienting him profoundly. With this disorientation, his soul power faltered, and Tang San's hidden weapons struck him decisively. With the formidable Zhuge, Shun Nuo, and the other hidden weapons, such as the puted Blood Lotus Seed. As soon as the hidden weapon struck his body, a massive whip came crashing down upon his head, sending him tumbling through the air and crashing to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Tang San and the others understood that Yang Chen's mental assault had taken effect, and all 7 of them launched a concerted attack against the man. They knew that the strength of a Soul Dalu's physical body was not easily vanquished, and thus they must seize the opportunity to claim his life. At the moment he hit the ground, his spiritual sea had already returned to normal. He unleashed his formidable soul power, deflecting the onslaught of their attacks. However, he was filled with both astonishment and dread. The previous strike against his spiritual sea had been overwhelmingly powerful, far surpassing that of Title Dalu. He could not help but wonder if there were indeed Title Dalu-level individuals hidden among this group. As he pondered this, a wave of numbness surged through his body, spreading rapidly until it enveloped him entirely, bringing with it an indescribable agony, prompting him to let out a loud cry. This was the effect of the poison from Tang San's hidden weapon taking hold within him. Masterful in the art of toxins, Tang San had coated some of the hidden weapons with it. Although this man was a Soul Dalu, he was not immune to the poison once it entered his bloodstream. If he were alone, he could channel his soul power to gradually expel the toxin from his body, but in the midst of a fierce battle, with an exceptional powerhouse standing by, he found himself unable to muster the energy to purge the poison. In this moment of panic, he felt his soul shatter. Just as he saw their attacks approaching once more, particularly a long whip descending from above like a colossal dragon, he sensed his life was in peril. At that instant, a tremendous force surged forth, propelling his body off the ground and away from their assault. A soft voice echoed, "O'Neill, You truly are regressing. Can you not handle such a simple situation? The voice, initially distant, drew nearer as he finished speaking the last word, and a figure appeared silently before the group. Clad in black garments, the masked individual's age was indiscernible, and his voice offered no clues. The soft voice rang out again, tinged with impatience. You foolish creatures. Do hurry up and deal with them, or must I intervene myself? Hearing this, the black-clad individuals engaged in combat trembled in unison, replying, Yes, my lord. Simultaneously, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the Shrek 7 monsters, rendering them paralyzed and unable to harness their soul power. A singular thought surged through their minds. This individual was not a soul Dalu, but a title Dalu, one whose might far exceeded that of a soul Dalu. With their combined strength, along with Yang Chen's mental assault, resisting or even defeating a soul Dalu, even a peak one, should not pose a significant challenge. However, to attempt to vanquish a title Dalu was an insurmountable task, bordering on impossible. At this moment, Yang Chen had soared to the side of the group, discerning that this individual was a level 91 title Dalu, but certainly not the Ju Douluo of the Spirit Hall. In the annals of Douluo, Dalu's history, it was the Spirit Hall's two titled Douluos, Ju Douluo and Gui Dalu, who had ambushed Tang San. He recalled the scenario vividly. Although Ju Douluo's voice was similarly soft, he was garbed in white, not black, and exuded a faint floral fragrance due to his affinity for flowers, using them as his martial soul. However, this individual was clad in black, devoid of any floral scent, replaced instead by a putrid odor that was exceedingly pungent. His heart raced with shock. History had been irrevocably altered. This title, Dalu, exuding a foul stench, had seemingly never appeared in the original Douluo Dalu. Which faction did these black-clad individuals belong to? As he observed the man extending his flower-like slender fingers, prepared to unleash destruction upon them, the group found themselves paralyzed by his oppressive aura, unable to move. The might of a title Dalu's attack was formidable. A single strike would undoubtedly lead to their demise. In response, Yang Chen launched 5 soul spears with great intensity towards him. He recalled how, during the engagement with the title Dalu of the Jiuyin sect, also at level 91, under Xiao Tian's instructions, he had nearly shattered the man's spiritual sea with 5 soul spears, causing it to tremble and disrupt his soul power. Assisted by the Golden Iron Triangle and the Elder Titan, they had severely wounded that title Dalu, ultimately leading to his defeat. However, a title Dalu was fundamentally different from a soul Dalu, possessing immense spiritual power. Yet, back then, they had the Golden Iron Triangle and Elder Titan to aid them, while now they had only the 7 monsters. Even with Flinder and Lu Erlong unable to assist, how could they hope to defeat such a powerful title Dalu? The physical form of a title Dalu was not comparable to that of a soul Dalu. They were nearly invincible, given Tang San and the others' battle prowess. It was simply impossible for them to inflict serious damage on him, even with Tang San's poison. Yang Chen hastily unleashed his 5 soul spears, yet he lacked the means to inflict a significant blow. The title Dalu had come with the intention of annihilating all the students of Shrek Academy. Other academies were merely collateral damage. The students of Shrek Academy were exceptionally formidable, particularly one named Tang San, a true genius among geniuses, likely surpassing even the young master of their own faction. Their faction was a newly emergent power, led by a master who was not of Douluo Dalu, but rather had descended from another realm, suddenly appearing on Douluo Dalu. His objective was to conquer the entirety of Douluo Dalu, awaiting the arrival of what they termed the Divine Race. He was merely the vanguard, sent to subjugate Douluo Dalu to facilitate his kin's safe passage through the time-space portal to land securely on Douluo Dalu. Their master was a being akin to a deity, unmatched by any adversary. Even a level 97 title Dalu was defeated with a single strike, taken as a servant. All soul masters who pledged allegiance to him found their strengths elevated dramatically within a short time, merely through his casual guidance. Such power was akin to that of a god. Within a mere few days, they had ascended to the realm of title Dalu. Consequently, some peak soul Daluos, under the recommendation of friends, willingly sought to join his ranks as servants, hoping for his guidance to break through the long-standing bottleneck and attain title Dalu status. Becoming a title Dalu was the greatest aspiration of a soul master, extending their lifespan by 50 years to live beyond 150 years. What soul master would not desire to ascend to title Dalu? Even at great cost, they would willingly pay the price. Such methods were truly divine. Every soul master drawn into the sect followed their master unwaveringly, often bringing their friends and families along. In less than half a year, the sect boasted a strength of 3,000, with nearly half of them surpassing the 50-level threshold, becoming genuine powerhouses. Surpassing 50 levels marked the realm of the Soul King. For Dalu, reaching this realm signified being a strong individual among soul masters, regardless of their standing within sects, empires, or kingdoms. Yet, within this sect, there were over 1,500 such strong individuals, including 20 soul Douluos, 10 titled Douluos, and nearly 100 soul sages and soul emperors. This remarkable transformation has transpired within merely 6 months, and it has been achieved en masse, despite the existence of a spirit hall for countless years. The entire continent harbors no more than 10 titled Dalu, a number that pales in comparison to the might of this sect's formidable warriors. If this trend continues, even 10 spirit halls would not stand a chance against this sect. Consequently, every individual who joins the sect reveres their master as a deity, devotedly following him. The specifics of their master's power remain unknown to them. However, in their eyes, he embodies a divine presence, transcending even the legendary gods, far beyond mere 100 levels. What astonishes the higher echelons of title law even more is that their master is merely the vanguard, a representative dispatched by a so-called divine race. This entity has established a base in Douluo continent, with intentions to conquer the entire land before relocating in large numbers. The origin of this migration remains a mystery to them, and they dare not inquire further. Naturally, the objectives behind their master's arrival on Douluo continent are known only to a select few titled Dalu, while the soul masters beneath their rank are oblivious and lack the qualification to know. This is, after all, a matter of utmost secrecy, one that significantly impacts countless soul masters across Dalu. To ensure the swift domination of the entire continent, the ongoing elite tournament of advanced soul master academies has become their focal point. They cannot afford any uncontrollable variables and must suppress certain prodigious students to prevent them from growing and disrupting their plans. The master of this sect serves merely as an executor of orders. This is his mission, which he must fulfill. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he would face severe repercussions. Within their kin and world, he is merely regarded as a strong individual, an ordinary strong individual at that, with many greater powers above him. The reasons behind the considerable effort and resources spent to facilitate this cross-border migration remain beyond his comprehension. This is the will of the rulers of their star domain. Yet, he speculates that this so-called Douluo continent, a realm of the most rudimentary level, must conceal some monumental secret or offer significant opportunities. Upon his arrival, the deity personally summoned him, elevating his cultivation level to the realm of divine candidate. This underscores the significance of the matter. It must succeed. For failure would mean he would not return. When he learned that the students of Shrek Academy were garnering unprecedented acclaim, particularly a certain Tang San, whose potential seemed boundless, he was momentarily taken aback and dispatched numerous individuals to eliminate them. His son, a prodigy within their star domain, is destined to surpass him, a source of pride. His intention in bringing his son to this continent was to enable him to seize that unparalleled opportunity. Although he remains unaware of the nature of this opportunity, he is convinced that it is of the highest caliber, one that could elevate its possessor above even the divine kings. To ensure success, he dispatched 2 titled Dalu, 2 soul Dalu, and over 100 soul kings, soul emperors, and soul saints, led by the 2 titled Dalu. With such formidable strength, they were certain to annihilate the so-called Shrek Academy. Initially, the 2 titled Dalu believed that their knowledge of Douluo, a continent, sufficed, and their presence was unnecessary, confident that they could easily subdue Tang San and his companions. However, they were taken aback when the team composed of Tang San and his 6 comrades displayed remarkable lethality, wielding unprecedented and formidable offensive weaponry. In the blink of an eye, nearly 20 individuals were slain, with even the 86th level soul Dalu falling to their might. What astonished him further was the presence of a peculiar young boy among them, aside from Tang San. Thus, he felt compelled to intervene personally to rescue the 86th level soul O'Neill. Just as he was about to strike down upon Tang San and his companions with his elegant fingers, a devastating blow was imminent. Yangchun swiftly unleashed 5 soul spears, striking fiercely at his consciousness. This titled Dalu, suspended in the air, refrained from unleashing his martial soul. for his strength rendered it unnecessary to contend with Tang San and his allies. He gazed at the youthful students on the ground, lamenting that these children would undoubtedly become earth-shattering figures on Douluo continent, only to perish at his hands. Although reluctant, he had no choice but to comply with his master's orders, for disobedience would result in severe punishment. As he slightly closed his eyes and prepared to deliver his strike, an inexplicable sense of danger suddenly enveloped him, startling him. Who could possibly pose a threat here? Before he could ponder further, a powerful mental attack struck forcefully against his consciousness. As a 91st level title Dalu, his mental prowess was unmatched. Instinctively, his consciousness erected a formidable defense over his awareness. He heard 5 resounding impacts, akin to a mental assault weapon, striking at his consciousness with precision. This series of 5 attacks resonated in unison upon the same point, causing his consciousness to tremble and momentarily disrupt his soul power, as if a dam had suddenly closed. In a state of alarm, he exclaimed, "Which esteemed friend has arrived? Please, present yourself." Anyone capable of such a formidable mental attack must possess a soul power exceeding 90 and be a title Dalu adept in mental prowess. Thus, the pressure he exerted upon Tang San and his companions dissipated. Meanwhile, Tang San, under the oppressive weight of the title Dalu, found himself drenched in sweat, an indescribable panic coursing through him for the first time since arriving in this world. The 8 spider lances burst forth in response to his panic, and a Yin Wang Tiao silently slipped into Tang San's grasp. Tang San understood that his opportunity to act was limited, especially against a title Dalu. Given his current soul power, the Yin Wang Tiao would have minimal chances of success. Yet, how could he bear to watch Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and the others perish at this man's hands? Meanwhile, Yang Chun, having delivered 5 soul spears to the title Dalu, subsequently targeted the 2 soul saints battling against Lu Erlong and Flender, delivering each a spear. The might of his soul spears had grown far beyond the time in the sunset forest when the 2 soul saints had been struck, causing them to stagger, their soul powers interrupted. Upon witnessing the expressions of Lu Erlong and Flender, they immediately grasped that Yang Chen's mental attack had struck true, and without hesitation, they unleashed lethal strikes. The 2 soul saints cried out in agony as they fell. The title Dalu, realizing the sudden stillness of the 2 soul saints, understood that the concealed title Dalu had intervened, inflicting mental harm that led to their demise. He bellowed, "Friend, do not lurk in the shadows. Reveal yourself and face me in battle." As he spoke, he raised his right hand towards Tang San, causing the air to solidify, and under the immense pressure, the bodies of the Shrek 7 could barely move. Lu Erlong had just vanquished her opponent when she noticed that the title Dalu was about to strike at Tang San and his companions. With a fierce roar, she summoned her colossal fire dragon form, arcing through the air as her dragon tail lashed out towards the title Dalu. Given her strength, how could she possibly hit such a formidable foe? Having missed, she immediately propelled her massive body like a blazing meteor towards the title Dalu. With the master absent, how could she explain to him if Tang San and the others were harmed? Especially Tang San, whom she knew the master regarded as a son. Not to mention, Tang San was the beloved of her goddaughter, Xiao Wu. The title Dalu's gaze sharpened, and sensing Lu Erlong's full force assault, he dared not underestimate her, particularly with another concealed title Dalu lurking nearby. As his body moved, 3 of the 9 soul rings on him shimmered briefly, granting him an incredible speed that rendered it impossible to discern which soul ring had activated. In the next instant, a black flower had formed a massive barrier in the air, forcefully sending Lu Erlong's martial soul form flying. In midair, before she could land, she was already spewing blood. The mutated blue lightning Tyrannosaurus was merely SOSO. Did one truly believe it was invincible? The strength of the title Dalu was suffocating, so powerful that even someone as formidable as Lu Erlong could not withstand a strike. This all transpired in a fleeting moment. Flandra, having just dispatched his opponent, leaped into action, catching Lu Erlong in midair. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with a resolute determination to face death, standing side by side before Tang San and the others, shielding them firmly behind. Though these children were not their own, having led lives devoid of marriage or offspring, they regarded them as their own. Even if they were to perish, they could not allow these children to suffer even the slightest harm. Of course, with the master Yu Xiaojing absent, facing such a powerful title Dalu, even with Yang Chen's mental assaults, they understood that victory was unattainable. The current situation clearly indicated that they were the primary targets, aimed squarely at Shrek Academy and Tang San, with no hope of survival. At this moment, Yang Chen too found himself without a solution, his brow furrowed. Lacking formidable allies, even using his spiritual spear to influence the tidal Douluo would not suffice to defeat him. He recognized that his current spiritual attacks were insufficient to breach the mental defenses of the tidal Douluo, only capable of causing distractions. Presently concealed in darkness, the tidal Douluo had yet to realize the source of the spiritual attacks. Should he discover Yang Chen's involvement, a single strike could likely eliminate him. However, at this juncture, someone ought to emerge to provide assistance. Perhaps the poisoned Douluo. Could it be that this time, circumstances had shifted and Douluo was absent? If only he could be present as in the previous life. Combining his spiritual attacks with Douluo's presence would assuredly result in the swift demise of the tidal Douluo. But no, Yang Chen suddenly recalled something. Within Shrek Academy, there was Ning Rongrong. As the head of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, along with the affection of two tidal Douluo towards her, they would undoubtedly dispatch someone to follow covertly. Today should unfold similarly to his previous life, full of surprises but ultimately safe. He remembered that in Dalu, the sword Douluo Chenshin had directly driven away the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo from the spear hall. With this thought, he felt somewhat reassured. Just as the tidal Douluo was about to strike at Flandra and Lu Erlong, a chilling voice suddenly rang out. Who dares to wreak havoc here? Do you think Shrek Academy is without defenders? I shall make you regret it. Upon hearing this voice, the expression of the cloaked tidal Douluo changed dramatically, instantly becoming alert. Retracting his assault on Lu Erlong and Flandra, there appeared Douluo, stepping through the air. Though not possessing a flying-type martial soul, he approached the battlefield with his profound soul power, walking through the air with each step. The black-clad tidal Douluo furrowed his brow, astonished that another tidal Douluo was present to protect them. As fellow tidal Douluo, their auras locked onto each other the moment they made contact. Any movement would immediately provoke a fierce counterattack. At their level, regaining the upper hand, once disadvantaged, was nearly impossible. Old Poison, you're the poisoned Douluo. When did you become a lapdog for this academy? The black-clad figure's voice dripped with surprise. You are the lapdog. Your whole family are lapdogs. I am a guest elder of Shrek Academy. Is that not enough? Tang San is my brother. Should you wish to harm him, you must first contend with me. Douluo's eyes remained a vivid green, the fierce aura of the emerald poison snake king permeating the air. The immense pressure generated by the confrontation between the two tidal Douluo caused the surrounding battles to slow, making even breathing a challenge for those nearby. Most combatants halted their fights, gazing up at the two. I advise you to consider your own fate first. Do you truly believe you can leave here today? How curious. Which faction are you from? I do not recognize your title among the tidal Douluo of Dalu. Poison Douluo, I shall grant you mercy as a senior. Depart now, lest you invite calamity upon yourself. The black-clad tidal Douluo interrupted Douluo. Let me be clear. I have just ascended to the rank of tidal Douluo. My sect possesses over a dozen such tidal Douluo. Ascending to this level is not an easy feat. I would prefer not to witness your demise over this matter. Leave quickly while you can. His words sent shockwaves through the crowd. This individual was clearly not from the Spirit Hall. When had such a powerful new faction emerged on the Douluo continent, boasting over 10 tidal Douluo, most of whom had only recently ascended. Douluo was equally taken aback, though his face remained a deep shade of blue. The poison within him had lessened considerably through Tang San's teachings, yet his complexion still bore a tinge of greenish-black. He replied coldly, "No matter who you are or what faction you represent, I have stated that Tang San is my brother. If you wish to harm him, you must first get past me. I wish to see what gives you the audacity to act so brazenly before me, you effeminate fool. You dare to call me effeminate?" The black-clad tidal Douluo appeared to be particularly incensed by the insult, erupting in rage, his voice turning shrill. "You effeminate fool, you are indeed effeminate. What is there to be ashamed of?" Douluo chuckled, growing increasingly exhilarated as his opponent's fury mounted. Indeed, an effeminate fool is an effeminate fool. This will never change. Senior Poison, I support you. A cool voice quietly emerged from the air. Upon hearing this voice, Douluo's expression darkened, for it was evidently another tidal Douluo. A dark silhouette appeared silently beside the black-clad tidal Douluo. The black-clad tidal Douluo regarded the shadow. Nighthawk, shall we engage in battle first, then eliminate them? The shadowy figure, Nighthawk, chuckled. You have wasted enough time. Our matters can wait. Let's strike swiftly. I will hold off old poison while you eliminate the targets. We must return to report to our master, who is likely waiting impatiently. Yang Chun gazed at the shadowy figure of the Night Eagle, astonished to discover that he was a titled Douluo of level 92, someone he had no recollection of, an entity that had not graced the Douluo continent until now. He was filled with trepidation, pondering the sudden emergence of such a formidable force in the Douluo continent. Why had no one heard of them before? Were they affiliated with the Jiuyin sect? If they were, it would be manageable. If not, the implications were profoundly disturbing. The Douluo continent of this world was starkly different from the one he had known in his previous life. Douluo observed the Night Eagle with immense astonishment. Another titled Douluo had appeared, and this one was at the remarkable level of 92. Who was this individual, and why did he seem unfamiliar? Was he a newly ascended titled Douluo, having rapidly reached such heights? The fact that two such powerful titled Douluos served a master left Douluo and the others in a state of bewilderment. When they mentioned their master, it was with a sincerity devoid of shame. Who was this master? When had such a figure emerged in the Douluo continent to command titled Douluos as their subordinates? Douluo could not help but snort disdainfully, declaring a dignified titled Douluo reduced to a mere servant, calling someone master. I feel nothing but contempt for you. The Night Eagle laughed heartily, retorting, Douluo, our master is beyond your imagination. If you were to meet our master, you would willingly become his servant. This is we have. Douluo seethed. You have grown accustomed to being dogs. Do not conflate me with you. Do you truly believe your master is a supreme deity? The Night Eagle shook his head, asserting, even if he were a supreme deity, he would still surpass our master. Everything we possess is a gift from him. Just half a year ago, I was merely an 88th level soul Douluo, and now I stand as a 92nd level title Douluo. With such a master, what is there to be ashamed of? Douluo's expression shifted as he inquired, are you speaking the truth? Lu Erlong, Flander, and the others also changed their countenance, focusing intently on the Night Eagle. The Night Eagle nodded affirmatively, stating, of course, it is true. If you are willing to follow our master, you may come with us. I shall recommend you. Our master is always eager for talent. This audacious proclamation caused a profound shift in the emotions of those present. The Night Eagle continued, however, these few individuals, particularly the one named Tang San, are doomed. At that moment, a voice echoed in Yang Chen's mind, revealing the ominous truth. The master they spoke of was not from this world, but rather had crossed over from a higher plane. Otherwise, such power would be inexplicable. Since they hailed from a higher realm, they must have ulterior motives. Caution is imperative. Yang Chun declared loudly, Douluo, do not be swayed by his deceptive words. Their master is not of our world, but from another demonic domain, seeking to dominate our Douluo continent. Their intentions are far from pure. We must unite to eradicate this formidable force, or we shall face calamity. Douluo and the others were deeply shaken by Yang Chen's words. The mention of the demonic realm stirred ancient tales of devastation, recounting how the Douluo continent had once been ravaged by such forces, leading to near extinction. It was only through the intervention of a mighty deity that they were expelled, and the gateways to the outside world were sealed, rendering the Douluo continent a closed-off realm. Douluo spoke gravely. Yang Chun, are you certain their master is of the demonic realm? Yang Chun, uncertain of their master's origins, nevertheless asserted, regardless of their lineage. They come with ill intentions. I have just calculated their master's origin. He hails from the demonic domain and seeks to invade and enslave our Douluo continent. We must remain vigilant and leave no one alive. We must eradicate them entirely. Their minds are ensnared by the master they speak of, akin to a form of soul control. Once their souls are bound, they shall remain loyal unless their master perishes. This is a matter of life and death for our Douluo continent. We must act decisively before they grow stronger to prevent history from repeating itself and endangering countless lives. As the tension escalated, Yang Chun, unaware of the impending confrontation, felt a surge of murderous intent, viewing these individuals as less than human. He boldly inquired, Teacher, has anyone in the Douluo continent ever achieved such rapid advancement to title Douluo? The bottleneck to title Douluo is notoriously arduous, not easily breached. Their ascension evidently employs dark methods, forcibly overcoming the challenges of advancement. Though their rise is swift and their power formidable, the consequences are dire. At this, both the Night Eagle and the effeminate titled Daw shouted in unison, You insolent brat, speak not such blasphemy. I shall slay you. Their master was akin to a deity in their eyes, and this young man's slanderous words struck a nerve. Initially, they had dismissed Yang Chun as inconsequential amidst the throng of students, but his audacious attacks on their master had drawn their attention, and they perceived something distinctly different about him, though they could not articulate what it was. The effeminate one gestured threateningly, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming soul power toward Yang Chun. In response, Yang Chun swiftly evaded behind Douluo, whispering, "Senior Poison, eliminate this effeminate one first. Let's strike with full force." Douluo, aware of Yang Chun's mental assault capabilities, transformed into the Biphosphor Serpent Emperor and charged at the effeminate title Dalu with all his might, channeling 90% of his soul power. The Night Eagle, unacquainted with the notion of mental attacks, perceived Douluo as merely a level 91 title Dalu, comparable to himself. Despite his prowess in poison, he hesitated to intervene, opting instead to observe. Douluo's strike was a full frontal assault, a torrent of soul power infused with venom barreling toward the effeminate opponent. In an instant, the effeminate title Dalu activated his martial spirit, a massive flower emitting a noxious odor, attempting to intercept the impending attack. Suddenly, a series of 6 powerful strikes reverberated through his mind, causing disorientation. Though transpired in mere moments, his soul power faltered momentarily. In that dazed state, he realized too late that Douluo's poisoned soul power had crashed into him, resulting in a pained scream as he was hurled 10 meters away. At that moment, Yang Chun had achieved the limit of unleashing 6 mental spears. The onlookers, initially struck by Yang Chun's assertions, were now taken aback as they witnessed a level 91 title Dalu being severely injured by Douluo's attack. The stark contrast between the hastily ascended title Dalu and the genuine ones was palpable, and the young student's words rang true. At this moment, Yang Chun could discern the sentiments of those around him. He immediately shouted, "Everyone, let us act swiftly. What are we waiting for?" Although they had been forcibly elevated to a certain level of cultivation through devilish means, their abilities were fundamentally different from those who had genuinely ascended through diligent practice. The disparity was insurmountable. For instance, this effeminate individual, despite being a level 91 title Dalu, was no match for the formidable strikes of the esteemed Douluo. Upon hearing his words, not only did the members of the Tiando Empire feel a surge of determination, but even those who had come to ambush them were struck with trepidation. Could it truly be, as this student claimed? The legitimacy of their elevated soul levels began to waver in their minds, and their resolve faltered before combat had even commenced. As for the Nighthawk, he had never anticipated that the effeminate one would be so severely wounded by Douluo's assault, leaving him momentarily agape. Not only, but everyone was astonished to learn that the effeminate individual was not a match for the poisoned Dalu. Just then, the Nighthawk suddenly unleashed a palm strike directed at Yang Chun, channeling his soul power to confine the space around him. Douluo was equally taken aback that a dignified level 92 title Dalu would target such a minor soul master as Yang Chun. Realizing it was too late to intervene, he cried out in indignation, "Despicable!" as he sought to counterattack. The Bailin Snake Emperor opened its massive jaws, preparing to engulf Yang Chun in a cloud of poisonous gas. Meanwhile, Yang Chun found himself entrapped and sensed the imminent threat to his life. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of power erupted within him, dispelling the confinement. Xiao Tian's voice urged urgently, "Quick, evade!" It turned out that Xiao Tian had employed a secret method to break the confinement. Once free, Yang Chun immediately activated his ghostly shadow technique, swiftly moving out of the Nighthawk's attack range. A thunderous sound resonated as the hard stone was struck, creating a deep crater. The onlookers had not witnessed Yang Chun's escape and collectively exclaimed, convinced he had been reduced to mere pulp. To their surprise, the Nighthawk deftly dodged Douluo's attack and shouted, "What a cunning little brat." His form transformed mid-air into a colossal Nighthawk, wings unfurling as he lunged towards Yang Chun, who had positioned himself beside Douluo for safety. Upon seeing the Nighthawk charge again, Yang Chun shouted, "Senior, strike again," unleashing 3 spirit spears in succession. Douluo, astonished that he could so severely injure a fellow title Dalu of the same rank in a single blow, responded immediately to Yang Chun's call and attacked the Nighthawk once more. At this moment, the crowd, having heard Yang Chun's voice, realized he had not been obliterated but was instead sheltered beside Douluo. They were filled with joy and astonishment. Who was this student, clearly not older than 15, yet already a soul master of over level 40? Having evaded a fatal attack from a level 92 titled Douluo, it was truly remarkable. As Yang Chen's three spirit spears struck the Nighthawk's consciousness, the latter felt only a slight heaviness in his mind. His soul power faltered but soon recovered. It dawned on him why the effeminate one had been so easily defeated by Douluo. Evidently, this young man was behind it all. The Nighthawk was bewildered by Yang Chen's formidable mental assault, which rivaled that of a titled Dalu. What manner of institution was Shrek Academy that it could produce such extraordinary talents? Although the Nighthawk possessed level 92 soul power, he found himself evenly matched against Douluo. At this juncture, the black-clad individuals had suffered considerable losses at the hands of Yang Chen and Tang San. Witnessing one of their own titled Douluo's fall, fear crept into their hearts, and the tide of battle swiftly turned against them. The Nighthawk realized the gravity of his situation. Failure was imminent. Fearing the repercussions from his master if he returned without having eliminated Tang San and his companions, he lashed out at Yang Chen in a fit of rage. Yang Chen, employing his ghostly shadow technique, circled around Douluo while continuously launching his spirit spears. The relentless expenditure of his mental energy hindered him from firing more than 3 spears at a time. Nevertheless, the level 92 titled Nighthawk was growing weary from Yang Chen's incessant assaults. Simultaneously, Douluo continued his own onslaught, and a single misstep could result in dire consequences, much like the fate of the effeminate one. The Nighthawk desperately hoped that Yang Chen's mental energy would deplete, rendering him incapable of further mental attacks. However, 5 minutes passed, and Yang Chen's mental onslaught showed no signs of abating, his 3 spears continuing to strike the same vulnerable point with precision. Despite the Nighthawk's formidable mental defenses, he felt increasingly overwhelmed, the targeted area of his consciousness growing weaker. If this young man were not dealt with promptly, he feared he might share the same fate as the effeminate one. In a moment of desperation, disregarding Douluo's attacks, he unleashed his full power towards Yang Chen. His sharpened beak expanded ominously as it barreled toward Yang Chen. Should he be struck, Yang Chen would surely meet his end. Enraged, Yang Chen thought to himself, "Old man, unable to contend with the old poison master. Now you take it out on me." In a fit of anger, he summoned his martial spirit, intending to bite back. Just as his spirit opened wide to confront the Nighthawk's beak, the latter let out a startled cry and executed an agile maneuver, retracting his beak. Simultaneously, Douluo's powerful strike landed heavily on the Nighthawk's abdomen, sending him flying through the air, much like the effeminate one before him. Douluo, Lu Erlong, Flinder. And the others watched in horror as Yang Chen seemed destined to perish at the beak of the Nighthawk. They cried out in unison, while Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong shut their eyes in fear. Tang San and Dai Mubai, however, were filled with rage. Their attacks momentarily halted. They believed Yang Chen's life was forfeit, only to witness the Nighthawk halt as if confronted by some primal beast. A formidable aura emanated from Yang Chen, reminiscent of an ancient dragon, its mouth agape in anticipation. The Nighthawk's instincts warned him that failure to retreat would lead to dire consequences. In a hasty maneuver, he executed a backflip, just as Douluo's powerful attack struck him, sending him crashing down from the sky. Realizing their mission had failed, the Nighthawk knew he had to escape or risk death at Douluo's hands. He extended his claws toward the effeminate one and prepared to flee. His martial spirit, the Nighthawk, spread its wings and soared into the distance. Douluo and the others could only watch helplessly as he departed. At that moment, a brilliant sword energy shot skyward, pursuing the Nighthawk with the force of a celestial river. With a pained cry, the Nighthawk plummeted from the sky, landing alongside the severely injured effeminate one. Upon touching the ground, he fell silent. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, "Grandfather sword," before revealing an elderly man clothed in immaculate white, his silver hair meticulously arranged. In his hand, he wielded a simple silver sword, pointing skyward. His expression was impassive, his eyes seemingly oblivious to the surrounding chaos. Standing there in serene silence. Yet, his mere presence commanded a sense of dominion over all. This elderly figure was none other than one of the 2 ultimate guardians of the Qibao Glaze sect, known as the strongest offensive titled Dalu on the Douluo continent. Sword Douluo Chun Xin. In the realm of titled Dalu, others have grown accustomed to addressing him as Jian Dao Chenxin. His life has been immersed in the essence of his long sword martial spirit, and few in Douluo Dalu can rival him in terms of offensive prowess. After a loud cry from Ning Rongrong, she leapt into the embrace of the sword Dalu, laughing and crying as she exclaimed, "Grandpa Jian, bad grandpa, what brings you here?" Upon seeing her, the sword-law immediately opened his arms to embrace Ning Rongrong, shedding his earlier imposing demeanor, and chuckled, "With our precious Rongrong here. How could grandpa not come?" Ning Rongrong, feeling a mix of surprise and fear, tugged at his beard, her face flushed as she descended from his embrace. Glancing at the astonished expressions of the crowd, she lowered her head, feeling quite embarrassed. After all, there were hundreds present, and, in her excitement, she had completely forgotten. The teachers, students from various academies, and royal knights all stared wide-eyed at Ning Rongrong, the renown of the sword. The guardian deity of the seven-treasure glazed tile school was well known across Douluo Dalu. Observing the scene, coupled with the girl's surname being Ning, everyone quickly deduced her identity. They were even more astonished at the revelation that the daughter of the sect leader of the seven-treasure glazed tile school had joined Shrek Academy. Indeed, Shrek Academy was shrouded in mystery. Huo Wu and Feng Xiaotian exchanged glances, and even they, formidable as they were, could not help but wear expressions of wry amusement. Hidden within Shrek Academy was the daughter of the sect leader of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. At that moment, Ning Fengji stepped forward. Embracing his daughter with a smile, "I am not here to protect you. I've been entrusted by His Majesty to safeguard His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince." It turned out that the Crown Prince, Xue Qinghe, representing the Tiando Empire, had brought only a handful of attendants, besides the 15 Soul Master Academies. He also had a carriage, which, however, did not hold him alone. Accompanying him were Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo Qinshin. As the Crown Prince, Xue Qinghe was the future of the Tiando Empire, and the Emperor Xue Yi would not allow him to take risks lightly. Thus, Ning Fengji was requested to provide covert protection. As the sect leader of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji was always accompanied by a formidable guardian. This time, it was the sword Luo who followed, while the bone duel remained at the seven-treasure glazed tile school. During the preceding battles, they did not rush to reveal themselves. They observed everything unfolding on the battlefield, secretly amazed by the prowess of Tang, San, and Yang Chun. However, they were somewhat dismissive of Yang Chun's brutality, although powerful. His lethal tendencies were excessive, leaving the defeated utterly annihilated. It is common knowledge that one should show no mercy to the enemy, yet it is unnecessary to obliterate the corpses after slaying them. Nonetheless, they were still astonished by Yang Chun's strength, which, in terms of combat power, far surpassed Tang San's, though he lacked the latter's versatility. When the first title Douluo with a flamboyant demeanor appeared, Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo were about to intervene. However, unexpectedly, a figure named Douluo emerged. Moreover, Yang Chun's performance was so striking that they chose to remain hidden in the carriage, with Qinshin constantly monitoring the situation, particularly the actions of Shrek Academy. Should he sense any danger, he would unleash his formidable sword energy. With his strength, no one could rival him. Ning Fengji was acutely aware of Yang Chun's mental attacks, and he was deeply impressed. The seven-treasure glazed tile school was renowned as the strongest martial spirit support in Douluo Dalu, yet compared to Yang Chun, it seemed significantly weaker. Yang Chun's support could indeed be deemed the foremost in Douluo Dalu, when battling at the same level with his mental assault and interference. It was akin to slicing through vegetables with ease. Subsequently, Yang Chun repeatedly manifested miracles, ultimately causing the Night Eagle to retreat in fear with his martial spirit devouring system, which left them astounded. At a distance, despite their power, they could not perceive the formidable nature of Yang Chun's martial spirit devouring system. To their surprise, without revealing themselves, under Yang Chun's extraordinary support, Douluo managed to bring down the two formidable tidal Douluos. The shock within them was indescribable. As they witnessed the two attempting to flee, Ning Fengji and Qinshin had already heard Yang Chun's words. These two were servants of some demonic clan, and Douluo Dalu could not afford to let them escape. Qinshin leapt from the carriage and, with a single stroke of his sword, dispatched both adversaries. They were already gravely injured, and with Qinshin's soul power far exceeding theirs, in a fit of rage, they perished instantly. The demise of these two titled Douluos momentarily intimidated the remaining black-clad figures. At this point, they dared not continue fighting and sought only to flee. The teachers and students from various academies understood that these individuals had been corrupted by a certain master, showing no mercy, within moments. Nearly all of the remaining dozens had been slain. Observing the last few black-clad figures, Ning Fengji declared, "Do not take their lives just yet. We have matters to inquire." As the sect leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the mentor to Crown Prince Shui Qinghe, his status transcended that of the others. Upon hearing his words, the crowd restrained the last few individuals, sealing their spirit veins in preparation for questioning. To their astonishment, the individuals simultaneously let out a cry, spewing black blood as their heads drooped. They had evidently committed suicide by poison. Tang Xin rushed to one of them, observing the expelled black blood, which bore a faint, foul odor. Pondering deeply, he could not identify the poison. "Old monster, come take a look at this poison," Tang Xin called. Douluo, who had great respect for Tang San's knowledge of toxins, was surprised to see that even he could not recognize it. Approaching for a closer examination, he too shook his head. "I cannot recognize it either. This is not a poison from our Dalu. It must be from the demon realm." Seeing that neither of them could identify it, the others were even less capable, further confirming Yang Chun's assertion that their master hailed from another world. However, everyone was puzzled as to why these individuals chose to simultaneously ingest poison and commit suicide. The poison was likely concealed beneath their tongues, a malevolent force having laid it in advance. This only deepened the sense of mystery and evil surrounding this force. Across the battlefield, a thorough search revealed that of the 115 black-clad individuals, not a single one remained alive. Witnessing the carnage, the young students, nurtured within the protective embrace of their teachers, turned pale, with some retching uncontrollably. Ning Fengji shook his head. He had initially intended to capture a couple of individuals for interrogation to uncover the origins and whereabouts of this force, hoping to eliminate it before it grew too powerful, collaborating with several sects and empires to eradicate the threat entirely. Now, however, all had perished. Douluo and Qinshin felt a chill in their hearts. The master of this force wielded methods that were exceedingly formidable and wicked. Although Yang Qian had claimed that those who forcibly elevated their levels through demonic means could not be compared with those who cultivated steadily, they understood that the levels of these individuals matched those of normal practitioners without distinction. The combat strength of these two titled Daluos was equivalent to that of any other titled Daluo, with no disparity in power. Upon realizing this situation, Ning Fengji promptly relayed the information back to the sect and the empire, urging them to inform the various sects to prepare accordingly. Now, the elite competition among the academies was of secondary importance. Uncovering and annihilating this demonic clan was the paramount issue for Dalu. Afterward, their journey proceeded without incident, and they arrived smoothly at Wuhuan City. Curiously, Yang Chen noted that throughout the journey, Qian Rinxue, in her capacity as crown prince, remained within the carriage, rarely making an appearance before the others, and she had not contacted him at all. Due to the unique regulations of Wuhuan City, Qian Rinxue commanded the royal knights to remain stationed outside the city, leading 15 teams of soul masters into Wuhuan City. When compared to the grand cities of Tiando City and Suatawa City, Wuhuan City is considerably smaller, lacking even 1/10 of the area of Tiando City. However, the awe it instills in the soul masters remains significant. The modestly sized Wuhuan City boasts city walls constructed in accordance with the standards of the capital, towering at an impressive height of 80 meters, appearing formidable from the outside. The walls exceed 30 meters in thickness and are entirely made of granite. Even the financially robust Ning Fengji could not help but marvel at Wuhuan City upon seeing it. It is noteworthy that this city did not originally exist. It was entirely funded by the Wuhuan Palace, and the effort required to construct such a city is no small feat. Remarkably, Wuhuan City is not a conventional quadrilateral, but rather a hexagon, possessing 6 city walls in total. The patrolling personnel on these walls are all soul masters, dressed in the specialized attire of the Wuhuan Palace. Each of the 6 walls is adorned with a grand relief sculpture identical to the emblem of the Wuhuan Palace, symbolizing 6 powerful martial souls. Upon entering Wuhuan City, one is struck by its vastness. The streets are sparsely populated, and shops are few and far between. The establishments that do exist primarily offer items necessary for soul masters, including even spatial storage soul tools, albeit of inferior quality. Welcoming the newcomers was a cardinal clad in red, who swiftly guided a party of over 200 individuals to their accommodations in a restaurant located on the western side of Wuhuan City. Surprisingly, even the staff within the restaurant were all grand soul masters with soul power of at least level 20. Wuhuan City, the stronghold of the Wuhuan Palace, houses an unimaginable number of soul masters, far surpassing that of any other sect or empire. To the astonishment of Yang, Chun, and Tang San. Upon their arrival in Wuhuan City, the Master Yu Shaojing was also present. Everyone knew that the Master's sudden disappearance for a period must have been due to an important matter, and they did not inquire further. Although Lu Erlong cast a curious glance, Yang Chun, however, was aware that the Master had gone to meet the Pope Bibi Dong, as they were former lovers. Yet this time, it was not for matters of the heart, but rather concerning Tang San. With the Master's arrival, a sense of reassurance enveloped the group. However, upon hearing of the ambush en route, the Master was momentarily taken aback. His profound understanding of the history of Douluo continent was unparalleled. Countless years ago, a calamity had nearly obliterated the myriad beings of Douluo continent. Subsequently, a powerful divine being emerged, single-handedly vanquishing the countless invading demonic entities and warning all realms and races that no being, divine or demonic, may enter Douluo continent. Otherwise, their entire lineage and star realm would face annihilation. Furthermore, prior to departing Douluo continent, this divine being sealed all passages between Douluo continent and other realms with supreme methods. This explains why Douluo continent has remained isolated for so many years, rendering it impossible for its inhabitants to venture beyond its borders. Consequently, the cultivation system in Douluo continent has evolved into a unique framework centered around martial souls, leading its people to believe that cultivation exists solely through martial souls. Upon hearing the Master's words, the group nodded in silent agreement, realizing that Douluo continent is not the only realm and is merely a secluded land. They recalled Yang Chen's admonition to the Pope Bibi Dong during their encounter in the Sunset Forest, affirming the truth of his words. However, as the ages passed, fewer individuals on Douluo continent retained knowledge of this tale, gradually leading many to believe that their world was the sole existence, with Douluo continent at its center. The Master sighed, expressing concern that with the demonic entities forcibly infiltrating Douluo continent may once again face turmoil, possibly leading to a repeat of the calamity from countless years ago. Unlike Tang San and Yang Chun, Dai Mu Bai and others were originally outsiders and understood that the universe comprises innumerable planets and realms. However, their eyes widened in realization that beyond the continent lies a vast world, composed of countless stars, galaxies, and dimensions, with Douluo continent being but a trivial realm. The group exclaimed, "Master, if these demonic entities truly invade again, with their strength, does Douluo continent not face the peril of extinction?" The Master nodded, then shook his head, stating, "Every existence has its reason. Had Douluo continent lacked a guardian deity, it would have perished long ago. Just as a formidable deity repelled the demonic entities during the previous calamity, another powerful deity will undoubtedly arise now, perhaps even within our Douluo continent." He glanced at Yang Chen as he spoke. Everyone was taken aback, but upon considering Yang Chen's uniqueness, they nodded in quiet acknowledgement. Yang Chen, however, could only smile wryly, pondering whether these individuals viewed him as the future savior of Douluo continent. He proclaimed loudly, "Master, the demonic entities have just entered. Their foundation is unstable. If all soul masters across the continent unite, we can eliminate them directly. Without a solid foothold, and with the spatial passage obstructed, they cannot invade on a large scale, ensuring the safety of Douluo continent. At this juncture, it is imperative for everyone, especially the Wuhuan Palace and various sects, to set aside grievances and join forces against the demonic entities. This is of utmost importance." The Master and the others nodded in agreement, stating, "Unity is essential. We must act swiftly and collectively against the external threat." Yang Chen suddenly inquired, "Master, how long will it take for the demonic entities to establish a large-scale invasion if they wish to breach the spatial passage?" The Master shook his head, saying, "That powerful being sealed the passage with supreme techniques. It will not be easy for the demonic entities to breach it. Without at least 3 to 5 years, they will not succeed. The means employed by that being were originally impervious to these demonic entities, but as time has passed, even the mightiest of techniques have gradually diminished." Tang Sin interjected, "Our Douluo continent is merely a backward realm. Why would these higher dimensional beings, be they human or demonic, seek to invade? What could Douluo continent possess that would attract their interest?" Yang Chun nodded inwardly, recognizing Tang San's keen insight as he discerned the essence of the matter. The demonic entities or other races would not invade Douluo continent without a purpose. It must possess something they covet. This coveted item must be a remarkable treasure, though its nature remains unknown. Contemplating this, Yang Chun felt a surge of excitement. Xiao Tian had always claimed to possess great fortune, since he did not traverse to realms like Do, Pa, or Zhetian, but instead arrived in the martial, soul-dominated Douluo continent. There must be a deeper reason behind it. Could it be that he was destined to obtain that extraordinary treasure? Was his reincarnation in Douluo continent orchestrated by some unseen hand? During his time spent with Dai Mubai, Ning Rongrong, and the others, Yang Chun had gradually forgotten his status as an outsider and a traveler. Yet, he was reminded of his distinctiveness in this moment. The master, acknowledging Tang San's insight, concurred. Xiao San is correct. Douluo continent must possess something they desire. Otherwise, they would not expend such effort to invade. There must be immense opportunities or extraordinary treasures at stake. For now, let us set this aside. You are still young. Your primary focus should be on your growth and excelling in the upcoming tournament. Tomorrow, the finals will commence, and I will arrange a strategy for you. The group responded in unison, gathering around the master, recognizing the importance of tactics for the finals. At last, the master was ready to take action. The master surveyed the crowd and declared, "The finals are about to commence. I believe you may have forgotten the competition format I previously outlined, so I shall reiterate. A total of 33 teams will participate in the finals, among which 3 seed teams are nominated by the 2 great empires and the Wuhuan Temple. Undoubtedly, the greatest threat to you lies in the teams sent by the Wuhuan Temple Academy, as they represent your most formidable obstacle to ultimate victory, known as the Golden Generation. Their strength is beyond your imagination. The final matches will consist of 5 rounds, with a day's rest for adjustment between each round, and a 3-day respite before the final 5th round. In the first round, the 3 seed teams will have a bye, while the remaining 30 teams will compete for 15 advancement spots. Those who lose will be directly eliminated. The brutality of this knockout format will compel each team of Soul Masters to strive with all their might. You must not let your guard down in the slightest. At this stage, all teams will unveil their hidden strengths and spare no effort. Even those teams you have previously triumphed over may surprise you. According to the competition regulations, the first-place academy from the 2 great empires qualifiers will have a bye in the second round. This means that after securing victory in the first round, we will have ample time to rest before the second round. This is the very purpose of the qualifiers. Subsequently, 16 teams will vie for 4 spots to advance to the third round, which will include our 2 teams that had byes, resulting in a total of 10 combatants. The second-place team from the qualifiers will also receive a bye in the third round, while the remaining 8 teams will compete for 4 spots to join them in the fourth round, which will have no byes. The fifth round, the final round, will consist of only 3 teams. These 3 will initially engage in a round-robin elimination format, each contributing 7 members to determine the strongest individual team. The 2 losing teams will then face off in a battle, with the victor challenging the previous winner to determine the ultimate champion. Do you all comprehend this? Yes, we understand. The crowd responded excitedly in unison. The master nodded and said, "We cannot predict who our opponent will be in the first round, but it will still be the Shrek 7 monsters taking the field. I anticipate that the strength of our first-round foe should not be overly formidable, serving merely as a warm-up for you. I will not dictate specific tactics. All decisions on the field will still rest with Xiao San." Xiao San stood up promptly. The master gazed at him and said, "In the first and second rounds, we can almost guarantee our advancement. Therefore, in the first round, you must strive to conceal our advantages from the opponent as much as possible. Do you grasp my meaning?" Xiao San nodded, replying, "You mean we should also disguise our strength in the first round?" The master smiled and nodded, "Indeed, but do not grow complacent. There is a possibility we may encounter a strong team from the Xinglor Empire." The master looked at everyone and declared loudly, "You are all geniuses among geniuses. I believe you will secure the championship this time. You possess the strength to achieve it, and I have faith in you. Yes, we will definitely seize the championship." The crowd thundered in agreement. In preparation for the finals of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, the Wuhuan City has specially designated a venue. This arena is situated at the heart of Wuhuan City, with a grand platform measuring 100 meters in diameter, constructed entirely from granite. The colossal competition stage is further reinforced with numerous soul guide devices to prevent damage. According to the information provided by the Wuhuan Temple, this venue can withstand any assault from soul masters below the soul sage rank without sustaining harm. After all, the Wuhuan Temple is affluent enough to allocate such significant resources. Directly in front of this competition platform lies the Papal Palace, located less than a kilometer from the hill where the Pope resides. The Wuhuan Temple has announced in its proclamations that the final 3 teams will compete before the Papal Palace. At that time, the Pope will personally appear to crown the ultimate champion. For any Soul Master, receiving a coronation from the Pope is an unparalleled honor. Early in the morning, all participating academies were escorted by representatives from the Wuhuan Temple to the competition venue, where each academy was allocated a dedicated resting area. Opposite the Papal Palace is the VIP judging area, reserved exclusively for individuals from the 2 great empires and the Wuhuan Temple to observe the matches. The draw for the first round is of utmost importance. Securing a weaker opponent can significantly benefit any team. This is especially true for an academy like Shrek, which has a bye in the second round. If they can achieve an easy victory in the first round, they will be able to conserve their energy for the third round. The third round is where the true competition begins. Flanders soon returned from the draw, his face beaming with delight. Observing his triumphant demeanor, there was no need to inquire further. The results of the draw were undoubtedly satisfactory. Suddenly, Flanders' expression turned serious as he addressed the crowd. I have both a bad news and a good news. Which would you like to hear first? The crowd paused momentarily before responding in unison. Let us hear the bad news first. Flanders stated gravely. The bad news is that your opponent in the first round is the Chihua Academy. The Chihua Academy? The crowd recognized the formidable reputation of the Chihua Academy, but remained unfazed, having previously triumphed over them. They simultaneously inquired, then what is the good news? With a mischievous smile, Flanders replied, the good news is that the Chihua Academy has forfeited their place in the finals and has automatically withdrawn. They withdrew entirely? Why? The members of Shrek Academy were astonished. In such a grand competition, how could one simply forfeit? Flanders shrugged, saying, don't ask me. I have no idea. Perhaps they had a lapse in judgment. Regardless, this is splendid news for us. 2 consecutive byes in the first 2 rounds. Ning Rong Rong and Xiao Wu giggled, exclaiming, hee hee. We have advanced to the top 10 without even having a fight. Could it be that we scare them away? Without any competition, they became spectators, and the mood among the group was indescribably joyous. The finals commenced without an opening ceremony, adhering to a simplified format. A cardinal from the Wuhuan Temple took the stage to announce the start of the finals, alongside the matchups and the bye list. The competition began under the direction of the referee. The first match concluded swiftly, followed by the second match featuring the Shunfeng Academy against the Douluo Academy from the Xinglua Empire. When the members of Shrek Academy beheld the lineup of the Shunfeng Academy, their expressions were nothing short of remarkable. Among the 7 members representing the Shunfeng Academy, 4 unmistakably from the Chihua Academy. The renowned Chihua Academy's sudden affiliation with the Shunfeng Academy caused stir. Why would the members of the Chihua Academy appear in the ranks of the Shunfeng Academy? Did they forfeit in order to join them? The uproar from the crowd did not influence the match on the field. With Huo Wu commanding from the rear, Feng Xiaotian and Huo Wushuang stood at the forefront. As they revealed their soul rings, their opponents were enveloped in a chilling dread. The 7 combatants representing the Shunfeng Academy were undeniably all soul masters of level 40 or above. The match was nothing short of a one-sided slaughter. The merger of the 2 academies prompted numerous protests from other institutions. However, the Wuhuan Temple's response was unequivocal. Any unwilling participants could withdraw, demonstrating a firm stance and clarifying that such decisions could only be made prior to the competition. The first 2 rounds of matches concluded swiftly, and the top 10 were determined. As the third round approached, Shrek Academy prepared for their inaugural battle in the finals. Upon the revelation of the draw results for the third round, a palpable tension enveloped Shrek Academy, particularly affecting Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, whose expressions turned notably grim. In the third round, their opponent turned out to be the Xinglua Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy, which was the team sent by the Xinglua Empire among the 3 seed teams. Simultaneously, the audience was thrilled to see that the Wuhuan Temple Advanced Soul Master Academy was matched against the Tiando Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy in this round. Remarkably, the 4 teams that garnered the highest acclaim in this tournament faced off against each other in this round, resembling a final showdown. Among the seed teams from the Xinglua Empire Royal Academy, 2 individuals were none other than Dai Mubai's elder brother and Zhu Zhuqing's elder sister. This battle was not merely a contest between Shrek Academy and the Xinglua Royal Academy. It was also a life-and-death struggle between Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and their siblings, where the defeated would endure a tragic fate. Everyone was aware of their entangled histories. Tang Sen extended his right hand, gazing into Dai Mubai's blood-red eyes, and uttered 2 words, victory assured. Following suit, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong joined hands, reinforcing their unity as they simultaneously roared, "Victory assured." Yang Chen smiled and reassured them, "There is no need for concern. Their team is no match for us. You will triumph over them." Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing regarded Yang Chen with unwavering trust in his calculations. Ning Rongrong, playfully embracing Yang Chen's arm, teased, "Great master. Why not take the lead in this match and render them foolish, ensuring they can no longer pose a threat to Big Brother Dai?" Tang San and the others looked toward Yang Chen and the master, genuinely wishing for Yang Chen to take the field and decisively defeat the Xingluo Royal Academy, thereby severely injuring Dai Mubai's brother. Yang Chen, already aware of the outcome, was indifferent, yet the master shook his head, saying, "Yang Chen should remain in the shadows for now. Do not reveal yourself until the crucial moment. You seven will suffice." With Dai Mubai at the forefront, the Shrek Seven stood quietly on the competition platform. Dai Mubai's sinister gaze was unusually grave as he fixed his attention ahead. On the opposite side of the platform, another group of seven ascended slowly. When Dai Mubai's eyes fell upon the individual leading the opposing team, two brilliant flashes of light ignited in his gaze. This person had long golden hair, cascading down his back, an expression of languid indifference gracing his face, and his eyes shimmered with a purple glow, though not from a pair of pupils. His appearance bore a resemblance to Dai Mubai, albeit he was significantly taller. The individual spoke coolly. "Mubai, I didn't expect you to reach the finals, facing me directly. You have indeed succeeded, but it is not enough." His voice carried an air of coldness, devoid of familial warmth. "Davis, you are not too shabby either, but you must possess the capability to defeat me before you speak. Words alone will not secure victory." Davis looked at Dai Mubai in astonishment. "Oh, our charming playboy has grown bold enough to speak to Big Brother this way, no longer wooing the ladies? Are you truly prepared to confront Qing Zhu and us to the very end?" His gaze drifted to Zhu Zhuqing, exchanging a glance with the young woman beside him, and a chilling glint flashed in both their eyes. "Qing Zhu, little sister, if I recall correctly, you should still be under 15 years of age, yet here you stand. It has indeed been years since we last met, but this is where it ends. You ought to return home with me. You cannot prevail." The girl beside Davis spoke with a sultry tone, emanating an alluring aura that ensnared those who heard it. Zhu Zhuqing's voice turned frigid. "Zhu Qingyun, do not feign innocence. Had I not left home, I would have already perished at your hands." Despite their undeniable blood ties, the pressures of their family left only one of them with the chance to survive. The exchange between the two sides was not subdued, and when the Soul Masters in the audience heard that Zhu Zhuqing was still under 15, a wave of astonishment rippled through them. Especially those who had witnessed Zhu Zhuqing's prowess firsthand were filled with incredulity. Huo Wu stood frozen, realizing that despite being over 4 years younger, Zhu Zhuqing's strength was no less formidable. Were these individuals truly monsters? This thought led her to another question. She had never known Tang San's age. Could it be that he too was so young? Having suffered defeat at his hands twice and harboring a unique sentiment toward him, the sudden realization of his age made her wonder if he was also under 15. If that were the case, she would feel utterly embarrassed. On the platform, the referee approached the center of the two teams, announcing the match's commencement. "You may release your martial spirits. The rules remain unchanged. The defeated will be eliminated, while the victors advance to the top 6. Prepare." Dai Mubai and Davis, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Qingyun, their gazes clashed fiercely in the air. Davis's expression turned domineering, his body relaxed, broad shoulders and equally sinister features making him appear exceptionally striking at that moment. "Brothers, unleash your martial spirits. Let us surprise them." The 7 members of the Xingluo Academy instantly released their soul power, with Davis and Zhu Qingyun at the forefront, their soul power fluctuations immense. In an instant, 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings materialized around them. Their martial spirits, the White Tiger and the Netherworld Spirit Cat, were the same as those of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. From the fluctuations of their soul power, Davis was at level 48 and Zhu Qingyun was at level 47. What was even more astonishing was that the 5 individuals behind them had also released their martial spirits, all above level 40, indicating that all 7 members of the Xingluo Royal Academy were soul sect members, possessing soul power exceeding level 40. They were undoubtedly the strongest opponents the Shrek 7 had faced thus far in this competition. In terms of overall strength, they were not inferior to the combined forces of the Shun Feng and Qihua Academies. However, when Tang San and his companions also illuminated their soul rings. The shock it invoked in Davis and Zhu Qingyun was profound. Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing similarly ignited 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings. What left them even more astounded was the seemingly unassuming Tang San, whose 4 rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, materialized, eliciting simultaneous gasps from all the Academy faculty and students from the Xinghua Empire. The astonishment did not end there. The other 4 members of Shrek Academy bore identical soul ring colors, also boasting the optimal configuration of 2 yellow and 2 purple. The Shrek Academy team possessed 7 members with the best soul ring configurations, all soul sect members above level 40. Finally, the expressions of Davis and Zhu Qingyun changed, disbelief creeping into their features. Zhu Qingyun, momentarily losing composure, stared at Zhu Zhuqing. No, this cannot be. When you left home, you were merely at level 20-something. In just over 2 years, how could you possibly break through to level 40? The age disparity was evident, and they had never regarded their younger siblings as threats, never anticipating the day when they would pose such a challenge. At that moment, both felt a profound shock. Their earlier confidence significantly diminished. They had always believed that their true rivals were the Wuhuan Temple Academy team, the golden generation of Wuhuan Temple. Yet now, as Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing showcased their true strength above level 40, the shock in Davis and Zhu Qingyun's hearts was accompanied by a surge of murderous intent. With such a vast age difference, their strength had closed in rapidly. If given more time, the outcome of future confrontations could become uncertain. Even if it meant violating the tournament rules, they were determined to eliminate these 2 in this match, allowing no room for their growth. At this moment, the 2 individuals no longer regarded this as a mere competition, but rather as a life-and-death struggle, wherein they aspired to incapacitate each other or, if possible, extinguish the other's life to eliminate future threats. Dai Mu Bai coldly observed Davis, and from the gaze of his older brother, he could naturally discern the murderous intent. In terms of innate talent, Dai Mu Bai inherently surpassed Davis, endowed with the naturally sinister dual pupils that had drawn attention since childhood, thus becoming Davis's rival. Even before the battle commenced, genuine flames of rivalry flickered in the eyes of the 2 brothers. As the referee's command rang out, the match finally began. Ning Rong Rong, lend me your soul power. Upon hearing Tang San's voice, Ning Rong Rong's purple soul ring shone brightly, and a radiant surge of colorful energy surged into his body. As Tang San consumed the pink sausage tossed by Oscar, a soft pink glow intertwined with the vibrant light from Ning Rong Rong, instantly enveloping him. Suddenly, Davis and Zhu Zhuqing sprang into action. Davis took the lead, exuding an overwhelming aura as he transformed into the white tiger, charging forcefully towards Dai Mu Bai. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. Undoubtedly, his soul power was the most formidable in the arena. Behind Davis, Zhu Zhuqing's form appeared to vanish in an instant, leaving behind a faint afterimage as she arced gracefully through the air, targeting Tang San. It was evident that the black soul ring on Tang San posed the greatest threat to them. Tang San, seemingly oblivious to Zhu Zhuqing's presence, wore a grave expression as the radiance of his 4th soul ring surged, enveloped in a layer of black energy enhanced by Ning Rong Rong's 4th soul skill. His right hand gathered a tremendous blue light, slowly converging into his palm. In the midst of their fierce clash, a cascade of sparks erupted. While Zhu Zhuqing was somewhat overshadowed by Zhu Zhuyun in terms of strength, given their 5-level difference in soul power. One must not overlook that Zhu Zhuqing's soul power had been refined by Yang Chen's system, elevating its quality far beyond that of Zhu Zhuyun, especially with the enhancement from the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda soul master, Ning Rong Rong. Zhu Zhuyun was greatly shaken. As the 2 sisters collided like meteors in the air, countless sparks illuminating their path. Meanwhile, facing the imposing Davis was not Dai Mu Bai, but Xiao Wu. With a swift motion, Xiao Wu appeared before Davis. Her 2nd soul skill, Enchantment, was released alongside the pink glow emanating from her eyes. Davis scoffed, his gaze ignited with intensity, completely disregarding Xiao Wu's enchantment. He unleashed a wave of white tiger's radiant light while accelerating towards Dai Mu Bai. He recognized that among the group, aside from Tang San, Dai Mu Bai possessed superior soul power and combat prowess, and he was determined to severely injure or eliminate Dai Mu Bai in this match, attacking both Xiao Wu and Dai Mu Bai simultaneously. However, Xiao Wu was not to be underestimated. In an instant, she astonished everyone present. Activating her teleportation, she evaded the attack of the White Tiger's radiant light wave, suddenly enveloped in a golden glow as she ensnared Davis. Davis, with his exceptional talent and extensive combat experience, responded to Xiao Wu's movement by maximizing his White Tiger transformation and protective barriers. A rich white light erupted forth as he sought to leverage his soul power to repel Xiao Wu. Yet, Davis miscalculated. When his white light collided with Xiao Wu's golden glow, it inexplicably lost its blocking effect. Xiao Wu's scorpion braid had already lashed out, tightly coiling around his neck. Her fourth soul skill, Invincible Body, was activated. This skill rendered any attack null and void for 3 seconds. While 3 seconds may seem fleeting in the heat of battle, it could extend into a prolonged interval capable of unleashing multiple powerful attacks, often becoming the decisive factor. With her braid constricting his neck, Xiao Wu swiftly maneuvered behind Davis. Tightening her grip, one foot grounded while the other pressed against his waist, she unleashed her first soul skill, Bowstring. In the golden glow enveloping her, her entire body tensed in an instant, and the next moment, she unleashed her full power. Within the effects of the Invincible Body, her strength doubled, compounded by the Bowstring's enhancement, resulting in an overwhelming force that even a level 60 Soul Emperor could not resist under her control. Davis was sent hurtling away like a cannonball, crashing into his companions. At that moment, with a roar, Dalu sprang into action, unleashing 3 waves of White Tiger's radiant light to block the attacks from the other soul masters of Xingluo Academy. With a resounding crash, Zhu Zhuyun was sent reeling by Zhu Zhuqing's strike, sustaining numerous injuries. The 7 monsters erupted in unison. With a sudden shout, Tang San, who had been gathering energy, stepped forward with his left foot, driving his charged right fist down towards the ground with tremendous force. Meanwhile, Davis, flung by Xiao Wu, was caught by the combined efforts of 3 partners. At that instant, a peculiar sound echoed as a dark blue halo spread among the opposing team, causing numerous blue grasses to erupt from the ground, lifting everyone into the air. The members of Xingluo Academy quickly activated their soul skills for protection. Although they managed to shield themselves, a unique shockwave momentarily disoriented them. Tang San's 4th soul skill, the mutated ability of Blue-Silver Cage, was unleashed. Even though Davis and his companions possessed formidable soul power to withstand the Blue-Silver Spike formation, they still sustained injuries. At this juncture, the Fire Phoenix and the Phoenix Wing ascension skills of Ma Hongjun flared to life, his rotund form gliding beneath a cloak of flames. The Blue-Silver Spike formation dissipated just as Ma Hongjun was about to descend, landing precisely among Davis and his gathered companions. The 4th soul skill, Phoenix Crying Sky Strike, was activated. In a cacophony of distortion, the follow-up restraining skill unleashed a terrifying effect. The instant the Phoenix Crying Sky Strike erupted, those recovering from their dizziness were plunged into an even deeper state of disorientation. Simultaneously, the White Tiger meteor shower rained down from above, as both 4th soul skills enveloped Davis and his allies. Among the 7 members of Xingluo Academy, only Zhu Zhuyun was not with Davis. A yellow-green light emanated from Tang San's palm, ensnaring Zhu Zhuyun in a web, preventing her from aiding her companions. In a deafening crash, anguished cries erupted from the convergence of the White Tiger meteor shower and the Phoenix Crying Sky Strike. The combined force of the Phoenix and the White Tiger was immensely potent. Yet this was not the end. The shimmering golden White Tiger leaped forth, merging with the faint black light of the Spirit Cat in midair. The formidable ghostly White Tiger reemerged before all. Intense pain jolted Davis from his stupor, only to discover that his soul power had diminished to a terrifying extent, and 2 of his companions had already lost consciousness. With an inevitable crash, the injured 6 were simultaneously ejected from the competition stage under the powerful impact of the ghostly White Tiger. The final claw struck Davis with such force that the sound of his shoulder bone shattering echoed throughout the arena. He fell silent, having fainted without issuing a single cry of despair. This was still due to Dalu's restraint. Had he struck Davis's chest, it would have surely claimed his life. The colossal, ghostly White Tiger reverted back into its 2 human forms, as Dalu, having overexerted his soul power, collapsed directly into Zhu Zhuqing's embrace. With a sharp cry, Zhu Zhuyun broke free from Tang San's web-like restraints, but found herself in a state of shock. On the battlefield, the entire Xingluo Royal Academy team was left with her as the sole participant. Zhu Zhuqing's icy gaze fixed upon her sister, while Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, and Tang San gradually advanced. A 3-to-1 confrontation left no room for doubt, especially with Tang San's formidable control abilities in play. Zhu Zhuyun, unwilling to concede defeat to her younger sister, who is yet to reach the age of 15, let out a piercing scream and charged the trio. However, she barely covered 5 meters before halting as the blue-silver grass manifested around her. Tang San activated his second soul skill, parasitism. The immense force transformed Zhu Zhuyun into a rolling ball, as the paralysis and corrosive toxin from the blue-silver grass invaded her body. Simultaneously, Xiao Wu lunged forward, employing her waist bow skill, sending Zhu Zhuyun's lithe form soaring into the air. At this moment, Tang San glanced at Zhu Zhuqin, inquiring how she wished to handle her sister. By now, Zhu Zhuyun had surrendered to their mercy. Zhu Zhuqin sighed inwardly, shaking her head as she held Dai Mubai closely, tears streaming down her cheeks. The long-awaited victory had finally arrived, yet she felt torn between joy and sorrow, for this was her own sister. Tang San nodded, signaling Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu ensnared Zhu Zhuyun's feet, activating her waist bow skill once more, propelling her off the competition stage. As the referee declared victory, the audience erupted in astonishment. The esteemed royal team of the Xingluo Empire had been swiftly defeated in an instant. The strength of the Soul Sect was on full display, overwhelming their opponents with ease. Tang San and his companions captured the attention of all spectators, including the bishops from the Spear Hall. The latest chapter of Douluo's martial soul, Devouring, describes the golden generation of the Spear Hall, where the profound power of the Nine Yin sect and another mysterious force loomed ominously over the continent. In this elite continental competition, such powers would not remain passive. Nonetheless, during the match between Shrek Academy and Xingluo Royal Academy, Tang San and his companions achieved a resounding victory with remarkable ease. Apart from Dai Mubai, who had exerted himself excessively due to his brother's situation, the others experienced minimal exhaustion. With a clear conscience, Tang San prioritized the well-being of his comrades. Over this period of camaraderie, he had truly integrated into the ranks of the Seven, considering them as his own brothers and sisters, vowing to protect them from harm. He understood that this iteration of Douluo continent diverged significantly from the previous one, influenced by uncontrollable factors. The future trajectory of Douluo continent remained uncertain. As they passed by the Shrek Academy team, Tang sensed to gaze upon him, looking up to find the C team representing the Tiando Empire. The Tiando Royal Academy team, led by the captain Yu Qianheng, who possessed the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul. To his surprise, Yu Qianheng remarked on their newfound strength. Tang San, who had previously interacted with him, smiled and encouraged, "You all are impressive as well. Keep it up and bring glory to our Tiando Empire." Yu Qianheng sighed, expressing his desire to engage in a proper battle, but acknowledging that the opportunity had slipped away. He noted that if any team posed a threat to the Spirit Hall Academy, it would undoubtedly be theirs. The Spirit Hall boasted formidable talents like the Golden Generation and the Enchantress Hulayina, who were not to be underestimated. They pledged to exert their utmost efforts to uncover the depths of their capabilities, hoping that Tang San and his team could see through it and ultimately triumph, thereby bringing honor to the Tiando Empire. A resolute expression crossed Yu Tianheng's face. Tang San was momentarily taken aback in his recollection. Yu Qianheng was a fiercely confident individual who would never concede defeat. Yet now, he appeared somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, Yu Qianheng's attitude raised Tang San's esteem for him, as he realized that this was a true man, driven by a profound sense of patriotism and responsibility rather than personal gain. Was the Spirit Hall truly that powerful? A fierce light sparked in Tang San's eyes as he nodded at Yu Qianheng, saying, "Thank you. We shall become friends. Shrek Academy will certainly not disappoint your expectations. We will strive to excel." The most anticipated match finally commenced, featuring 2 of the 3 major seed teams, the Tiando Royal Academy versus the Spirit Hall Academy. The uniforms of the Spirit Hall Academy were angelic white, entirely pristine, adorned with 6 emblems symbolizing the Spirit Hall. Leading the team was a tall young man, over 190 centimeters, with neatly trimmed black hair and a composed demeanor that exuded an unyielding strength and confidence. Beside him stood a male and a female companion. The male had long, fiery red hair and dark red eyes, emanating an aura of power, while the female possessed flowing black locks, initially unremarkable in beauty, yet upon closer inspection, she radiated an extraordinary charm. A familiar voice echoed in Tang San's ear. urging him to pay close attention to these three individuals. Turning to Xiang Chun, he learned that these three were the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, the foremost being Xiaoyu, a level 54 assault-type Soul King with a Moon Blade martial soul, an arms master. The red-haired youth was named Yin, also a level 54 fire attribute assault-type Soul King with a Flame Lord martial soul. The girl, Hulaina, was a level 55 control-type Soul King with a Fox martial soul. Among them, Yang Chun cautioned Tang San to be particularly wary of Hulaina, as her captivating abilities were formidable, with soul skills centered around charm. Tang San recognized these three. They were Xiaoyu, Yin, and Hulaina from the Spirit Hall. The first he encountered after being expelled from the Star Doe forest by Guardian. Back then, they had been around level 40, but now they had ascended to levels 54 and 55, showcasing a significant leap in power. He could not help but admire the Spirit Hall's depth and their exceptional talents. At that time, he had been a mere level 29 Great Soul Master, and while they had been no match for him then, he had since reached level 47 and could easily advance to level 49 with his system points. Defeating them now seemed entirely feasible, as long as he remained vigilant. Securing first place for Shrek Academy would not pose a challenge. However, as time passed, seeing Hulaina again stirred memories in Yang Chun, vividly recalling her figure by the pond and her stunning physique, prompting him to gaze at her once more. Hulaina, with a detached expression, suddenly felt as if she were being scrutinized by piercing eyes, as if her very garments had vanished. A shiver ran through her, and her fox-like eyes scanned the crowd below, locking onto Yang Chen's gaze. Startled, Yang Chen quickly averted his eyes, realizing how sensitive this enchanting fox was. Hulaina continued to stare at him, pondering why his gaze felt so familiar, yet she could not recognize him since he wore a mask. As the finals progressed and reached the halfway point, Yang Chun resolved to elevate his soul power later that evening to ensure preparedness for any unforeseen circumstances. Tang San and his companions listened intently, recognizing that their greatest adversary this time might indeed be the golden generation of the Wuhuan Temple. As for Yang Chen's extensive knowledge about them, they had grown accustomed to his peculiarities and chose not to delve deeper. For Yang Chen, it seemed that there was nothing on the Douluo continent that eluded his awareness. With the referee's announcement, the match commenced. Yu Qianheng stood at the forefront of the Tiando Empire team, momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the complete release of the opposing team's martial souls. The foremost trio, Shiyue, Hulaina, and Yin, each radiated 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul ring, perfectly aligned in optimal configuration. Surprisingly, it was not Shiyue, the team captain, who made the first move, but rather Hulaina. With a graceful shift, she effortlessly appeared at the forefront, a faint smile gracing her lips. As her martial soul was unleashed, her beauty intensified, and a fluffy, large tail sprouted from her back. A soft crimson glow emanated from her, her gaze flickering towards Yu Qianheng and his companions. Just as Yu Qianheng prepared to unleash his soul skill, he hesitated, a chill running through him as he shouted, "Do not look in her eyes." His extensive combat experience immediately alerted him to the peculiar nature of Hulaina's gaze, prompting him to warn his teammates. In a mesmerizing display, the 5 soul rings on Hulaina flickered in a precise sequence, beginning with the black 5th ring, followed by the 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and finally the yellow 1st ring. Unlike other soul masters, her soul rings pulsated from high to low. With each oscillation of her rings, the crimson light surrounding her intensified. She remained stationary, merely invoking her soul skill, while Xue suddenly sprang into action. His blood-red crescent blades gleamed ominously as he grasped them firmly. In a swift motion, he lunged towards Hulaina, and a red light enveloped both of them upon impact. In an instant, this red aura erupted like a sphere of light, engulfing Yu Qianheng and his 6 teammates. Is this a martial soul fusion skill? Tang San exclaimed in astonishment, aware that Hulaina possessed a fusion skill with his brother. He was taken aback by their sudden transformation into a single entity. If they indeed merged, their combined soul power would escalate exponentially, making them formidable opponents. The 3 members of the Golden Generation were no match for any one of their adversaries in a one-on-one fight. If this fusion technique was unleashed, the outcome was indeed uncertain. The martial soul fusion skills of this world were more wondrous than he had imagined. The remaining 5 members of the Wuhuan Temple team, including Yin, seemed disinclined to intervene, even retreating a few steps to grant space, quietly observing the spectacle. Their strategy appeared to center around Shiyue and Hulaina challenging the entire Tiando royal team. As the red light flickered, the duo transformed into a singular figure, their long hair flowing, rendering them indistinguishable in gender. Their hair had turned crimson, and this amalgamated form moved stealthily, wielding enlarged crescent blades. This was their martial soul fusion skill, Yaomei. Different from the primary offensive nature of Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul, the Yaomei skill was primarily a controlling force. Under its influence, the senses of all within its radius diminished by half, their soul power suppressed, and their movement slowed. The red light intensified, a massive wave of energy obscuring the internal chaos from external view. Grievous sounds emerged from within the crimson veil as figures were unceremoniously expelled. Blood erupted from the thrown bodies, staining the ground. Soon, 5 of the 7 members of the Tiando team were cast out, leaving only Yu Qianheng and Duguyan's cries resonating from within the red light. A voice, neither distinctly male nor female, resonated ominously. "Poison won't work, Duguyan. You shall also go." Duguyan was hurled from the conflagration, blood streaming from her, as she was forcefully ejected from the arena. Following the final surge, the crimson light receded, revealing the 2 figures once more. Yu Qianheng stood across from them, his arms transformed into dragon-like appendages, trembling uncontrollably. "For the sake of your family, I shall spare your life," Shiyue declared, his crescent blades swaying gently, causing Yu Qianheng's formidable form to collapse, dragon scales scattering, blood splattering. Not a single contestant from the Tiando Royal Academy remained standing on the stage, signaling their utter defeat, and it was a resounding one at that. If the previous overwhelming victory of Shrek Academy over Xingluo Academy had left a mark, the display by the Wuhuan Temple Academy struck terror into the hearts of onlookers. Defeating a seed team with just 2 participants using a singular martial soul fusion technique. Such a stark contrast in strength was unfathomable. To defeat 7 with merely 2 was astonishing. Spectators murmured in awe. Incredible. The Wuhuan Temple is indeed formidable, triumphing over 7 with just 2 individuals. And in a single move. Was this the legendary golden generation of the Wuhuan Temple? The girl was none other than the famed Tianhu Hulaina. How could a single girl wield such power? With such a decisive victory over the 7 of the Tiando Empire, the prospect of further competition seemed bleak. Even Shrek Academy appeared to lag behind. Initially, it was believed that the final showdown would be between Shrek Academy and Wuhuan Temple Academy. But it now seemed that this dark horse, Shrek Academy, would not make it to the end unscathed, likely falling to the Wuhuan Temple team. No one doubted their strength. At this juncture, apart from Shrek Academy, no other team aspired to the championship. The 2 pivotal matches imparted distinctly different impressions, while Shrek Academy's performance was indeed striking. The emergence of the 3 Soul Kings from the Wuhuan Temple Academy rendered them unassailable. As the 3rd round concluded, only 6 teams remained in the grand tournament. A shocking result where 3 seed teams were eliminated, leaving only the Wuhuan Temple Academy. The upcoming draw held great significance, as none wished to confront the Wuhuan Temple Academy first. It represented an insurmountable obstacle. The elite competition among the continent's esteemed Soul Master Academies had reached its climax, with only the strongest contenders remaining. The 4th round of the elite tournament would commence after a day's respite. The final 6 teams determined their opponents through a draw. Among them, the evidently stronger teams, such as Wuhuan Temple Academy, Shrek Academy, and Shunfeng Academy, did not draw the other 2 teams, as the 3 major powerhouses each faced opponents of lesser strength. It was initially believed that the 4th round of the competition would conclude without any suspense. However, to everyone's astonishment, the formidable Shunfeng team, comprised of the most powerful young soul masters from Qihua Academy and Shunfeng Academy, ultimately fell to an obscure academy from the Xingluo Empire. Furthermore, the defeat was quite devastating, as the 3 most powerful students, Huo Wushuang, Huo, and Feng Xiaotian, were left bloodied and barely able to function, their opponents displaying an unexpected ferocity. Chapter 193. The Dark Horse, Xingbake Academy. Remarkably, among their students, only 3 possessed soul power above level 40, while the others were merely in their 30s. From the outset, no one held any expectations for this team, believing they had merely relied on luck to progress through the preliminary and qualifying rounds. Yet this seemingly haphazardly qualified academy shone brightly in the 4th round, decisively and ruthlessly defeating the powerful combined team of Shunfeng, leaving their 3 strongest students in tatters. Moreover, The students who took the field were not merely the original few with soul power in the 30s and 40s. Only 2 remained from that group, replaced by 5 newcomers who had never before stepped onto the battlefield. Astonishingly, all 5 possessed soul power exceeding level 50, with 2 reaching level 63 and 1 at peak level 59. The participants were subject to age restrictions, as this was the Continental Youth Elite Competition, not open to all soul masters. Those over the age of 25 were prohibited from entering. This implies that Xingbake Academy concealed 2 formidable soul emperors under the age of 25. Once their soul power was revealed, it sent shockwaves throughout the venue, leaving numerous students, teachers, judges, and referees in utter disbelief. How could this be possible? When has there ever been a soul emperor under the age of 25 in Douluo continent? Even the legendary Hakunoa did not achieve such a feat typically. A soul master over the age of 25 who reaches level 40 is considered an extraordinary genius. These 2 shattered all preconceived notions. Some even shouted for a re-evaluation, and not only the spectators, but also the organizers of the Wuhuan Temple expressed skepticism, repeatedly reviewing their records, confirming their ages were indeed below 25. There was even a soul emperor at level 63 who was merely 18 years old. The Wuhuan Temple did not mandate that participants disclose their soul levels before the competition, relying solely on their basic information. Consequently, the organizers were unaware that Xingbake Academy harbored 2 powerful soul emperors at level 63. Initially, the Wuhuan Temple aimed to secure the championship through the Golden Generation represented by Hulaina and others, having prepared the most valuable awards to bestow upon them. However, the unexpected defeats of Shrek Academy and the emergence of this enigmatic Xingbake Academy disrupted the Wuhuan Temple's plans. As Xingbake Academy revealed its sharp edge, it attracted significant attention from various powers, including the Pope of Wuhuan Temple, Bibi Dan, who was greatly astonished. Gazing at their information in the Pope's hall, she pondered for a long time, muttering, could it truly be as that old fellow said? Is Douluo a continent on the brink of upheaval? Is this Xingbake Academy allied with the forces behind the assassination of the Tian-Do Empire's academies? Or are they part of the same faction? Are they poised to intervene in the matters of Douluo continent, seeking to control the entire realm? The Tian-Do Empire had already reported the covert attacks by a mysterious force, known as the Demon Tribe, to various sections. As the most powerful faction in Douluo continent, the Wuhuan Temple received these notifications and dispatched numerous strong individuals to investigate the enigmatic force. For Bibi Dan, Douluo continent would henceforth be her domain, a private territory that could not be tainted by others. This mysterious force needed to be eradicated in the shortest time possible. Naturally, she was aware of the hidden history of Douluo continent, knowing that there had been a large-scale invasion by the Demon Tribe that nearly obliterated the entire continent. With her ambitions, she could not allow history to repeat itself. Not to mention the Pope, the Master of Clake Academy, convened everyone, his expression grave, stating, "The concerns have materialized. This inexplicable Xingbake Academy is far from a typical Soul Master Academy and is undoubtedly connected to the Demon Tribe." Yang Chen, Dang San, what are your thoughts? All eyes turned to Yang Chen, as only he could possibly decipher this unpredictable situation. Upon feeling the collective gaze, Yang Chen frowned, thinking, is this a joke? Ever since I arrived in this Douluo continent, the course of events has deviated from its original path. I am not a deity. How could I predict what will transpire? He initially believed that knowing the historical trajectory of Douluo continent would allow him to navigate it like Li Qie, ruling over all and enjoying the accolades. Yet unforeseen calamities had emerged. With his audacious persona, he could not admit to having no knowledge or insights. Observing the eager expressions of those around him, Yang Chen's mind raced as he cleared his throat and said slowly, "Do not rush. Let me contemplate this thoroughly." He then sat cross-legged, forming a specific posture with his hands, closing his eyes slightly while murmuring in an unintelligible foreign tongue, his demeanor solemn. Everyone understood the gravity of the situation and dared not interrupt him, fearing that any disruption could lead to miscalculations, as this was a matter concerning the future of millions in Douluo continent. After quite some time, Yang Chen slowly opened his eyes, and Ning Rongrong rushed forward, clinging to his arm, asking, "Great Diviner Brother, what do you foresee?" Yang Chen shook his head, stating, "It is ominous. These individuals indeed have an unknown origin, linked to another realm, shrouded in obscurity, making it difficult to discern clearly. Nonetheless, I predict they will not cause significant upheaval in this competition. They will not secure first place. Upon hearing his words, everyone sighed in relief. For Shrek Academy, whether it was Principal Flandra or the students known as the Shrek 7 Monsters, they placed immense importance on this competition, all eager to claim the title of champion and emerge victorious in this elite contest across the continent. They had invested tremendous effort and emotions into achieving this goal. The thought of failing to realize their aspirations due to this enigmatic Xingbake Academy was unacceptable to them. With Yang Chen's presence, the championship would still belong to Clake Academy. The grand finals were imminent, with only one final step separating them from the ultimate glory. The final 3 teams would not compete in the usual venue, but before the Pope's Hall. The brilliant sunlight cascaded upon the earth and under its radiance. The Pope's Hall appeared even more resplendent, resembling a celestial palace. Before the Pope's Hall, 2 rows of palace knights stood guard, their shining silver armor glinting, enhancing the majesty of the entire Pope's Mountain. The eliminated teams have already departed, leaving only the teachers and students from 3 academies. Early in the morning, the 3 teams that had entered the final competition appeared before the Pope's Palace. Even the instructors from the 3 academies were not permitted to stand in the square, having to wait outside, while only the participating students could stand in the square. A total of 21 competitors stood quietly in the square, awaiting the arrival of the final moment. Suddenly, a voice rang out, proclaiming the arrival of His Holiness, the Pope. Cheers of "Long Live the Pope" echoed throughout the entire Spirit City, resembling the roar of a mountain or the crashing of a tsunami. Not only the neatly arranged palace knights shouted, but all the soul masters within the Spirit City joined in the fervent cries. Under the thunderous applause, the grand doors of the palace slowly opened, revealing Bibi Dong, donned in a splendid golden gown, adorned with a purple gold crown and holding a scepter. Her expression was solemn, and she emanated an ethereal presence, appearing as if she were a divine being from the heavens. All members of the Spirit Hall knelt, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to your holiness." The atmosphere at that moment was indescribable, evoking an overwhelming urge to worship. Even resolute individuals like Yang Chun and Tang San felt an inexplicable impulse to kneel. Suddenly, as Yang Chun observed the multitude of soul masters kneeling, he sensed an invisible, mysterious force surging towards Bibi Dong. He was astonished and questioned the nature of this power, pondering if it truly was a so-called power of belief. Just then, the long silent voice of the Tian Dao within him spoke. "This woman is extraordinary. This is indeed a power of belief, the most mysterious force in existence." Yang Chun queried in wonder, "Is it true, as some say, that a power of belief exists in the world? Can this power generate immense energy?" The Tian Dao responded, "The world is vast and full of wonders. The power of belief has always existed, and it is the most enigmatic force in the world. Some supreme beings rely on this power to achieve great feats. When this power reaches a certain level, it can create and reshape worlds, water, wind, and fire, thus crafting an entirely new realm." Hearing this, Yang Chun nodded inwardly, regarding Bibi Dong with newfound respect. Following her were 4 individuals, 2 of whom he recognized: Chen Xian, the sword Duo from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, known for his unparalleled attack strength, and Ning Fengji, the sect leader and esteemed elder of the Spirit Hall. The other 2 were enigmatic figures, likely the titled Douluos, Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo, who had appeared in the Sunset Forest. A faint smile graced Bibi Dong's lips as she cast her gaze upon the students from the 3 academies. When her eyes landed on Tang San, she nodded, seemingly already aware of his identity as the disciple of the master. However, when her gaze shifted to the students of the Starbucks Academy, her eyes gleamed with intensity, particularly fixating on the 2 soul emperors with level 63 soul power, as if she were peering into their very souls. Under Bibi Dong's penetrating gaze, the 2 soul emperors trembled internally and lowered their heads. Ultimately, her gaze settled on Yang Chen's face, scrutinizing him intently. Yang Chen, masked and previously unseen in the competition, was an unknown entity to most, participating in the contest for the first time. Due to the peculiarities of the Starbucks Academy students, the master had deemed it necessary for him to compete to prevent any unforeseen incidents involving the Shrek Academy. Onlookers grew curious as Bibi Dong's gaze lingered on Yang Chun, perplexed by the significance of this Shrek Academy student who had garnered such attention from the Pope, surpassing even the 2 level 63 soul emperors of Starbucks Academy. Could he be the strongest student that Shrek Academy had kept hidden? Given Tang San's formidable prowess, if Yang Chun were even more powerful, then Shrek Academy was indeed a force to be reckoned with. However, as they gazed upon the two imposing Soul Emperors from Starbucks, they shook their heads in disbelief. No matter how strong he was, he could not possibly surpass these two Soul Emperors. It seemed that the greatest dark horse in this competition was not Shrek Academy, but rather this obscure Starbucks Academy. The once favored Spirit Hall Academy had lost its shine with the rise of Starbucks Academy. Although they had three powerful Soul Kings at levels 54 and 55, a Soul King could not compare to a Soul Emperor. Yang Qin stood silently under Bibi Dong's gaze, displaying no reaction whatsoever. His soul power far surpassed hers. Even her unique gaze could not stir the slightest ripple within his heart. Observers were astonished that Yang Chun remained unfazed under Bibi Dong's intense scrutiny. Even a powerful Soul Dalu would struggle to maintain composure under her authoritative gaze. Yang Chun inwardly cursed, considering Bibi Dong a madwoman, perhaps even a future mother-in-law. Why did she cling to him so? He had intended to keep a low profile, but her unwavering gaze drew everyone's attention, making him wish to strike her with a soul spear. Bibi Dong, initially uncertain if this was indeed Yang Chun, grew increasingly convinced due to his unflappable demeanor. He was indeed the troublesome boy she had encountered before, despite having spared him under the immense pressure from Dalu. In contemplating the possibility of him becoming her future son-in-law, she could not shake off her lingering resentment. As the supreme ruler of the Spirit Hall, the Pope, she had once commanded respect and power, yet here she was humiliated by this brat. The many soul masters of the Spirit Hall he had slain, yet she found herself powerless against him. The frustration was palpable. The students from Starbucks Academy had initially believed that their formidable strength would easily secure victory over the Spirit Hall Academy, claiming the championship. They viewed Shrek Academy as mere supporting characters, insignificant compared to their two Soul Emperors. However, with Yang Chen's extraordinary display, their disdain for Shrek Academy began to wane. After a prolonged silence, Bibi Dong's voice reverberated throughout the arena, reaching every ear. Her tone was calm, yet remarkably clear. The crowd felt a chill. Though she was relatively young, in her 50s, her strength was undoubtedly that of Title Dalu above level 90. From you, I see hope. Before the Pope's palace, I hope you will showcase your full talents and abilities, delivering a high-level competition. The ultimate victor will receive the grandest reward. With a flick of her scepter, 3 beams of light instantly magnified before Bibi Dong, floating in midair. There were 3 small objects resembling skeletal remains, a right arm bone, a skull, and a left leg bone, 3 soul bones. Even from below the Pope's mountain, the radiance of these soul bones was unmistakable. In an instant, the entire spirit city erupted in excitement. All soul masters displayed greed in their eyes at the sight of such rare treasures. There were even those who felt an overwhelming impulse to rush forward and seize these 3 soul bones. However, this was Wuhuan City, home to the Pope Bibi Dong and 3 formidable Title Dalu. Despite their greed, none dared to act on their desires. For soul masters, soul bones are the most precious of treasures, a rarity that one could scarcely hope to encounter. Among the soul bones, the quality is of paramount importance. The higher the level of the soul beast from which a soul bone is derived, the more potent its effects. There are 6 types of soul bones, those for the head, torso, and limbs, with the torso being the most valuable, followed by the head. The value of soul bones varies based on their position, even if they share the same quality. Although these 3 soul bones did not include a torso bone, one of them was a head bone, a truly rare treasure. All 3 soul bones were obtained from soul beasts over 30,000 years old. A deep voice proclaimed, "The 3 soul bones consist of the wisdom skull of mental concentration, the flame right arm of explosive burn, and the wind-chasing left leg of rapid advancement." The wisdom skull of mental concentration was derived from a soul beast over 60,000 years old, personally slain by the previous pope, making it an exceptional treasure, nearly on par with the top-tier soul bones of a 100,000-year-old soul beast. As the crowd turned to look, they realized that the speaker was a phantasmal figure. Yang Chun recognized him as the ghost of Law, Gui Mei. Bibi Dong remarked coolly, "True victors are always singular. Hence, these 3 soul bones shall belong to the ultimate champion. I hope that the elites from your 3 academies will strive earnestly to showcase their true capabilities and earn this honor of claiming the soul bones." This morning would mark the commencement of the personal elimination matches for your 3 teams, and now the finals officially begin. Wuhuan Temple was remarkably generous, daring to present 3 soul bones as an incentive for the competition, appearing altruistic. Yet, Those with discerning eyes knew that these soul bones were originally intended for the Wuhuan Temple Academy's battle team. Led by Hulaina, the golden generation of Wuhuan Temple stood as the pride of the institution. Furthermore, Hulaina, a direct disciple of Pope Bibi Dong and revered as the saintess of Wuhuan Temple, had been meticulously nurtured by Bibi Dong, who held deeper feelings for her than for her own daughter, Qian Renxue. Thus, Bibi Dong sought to take advantage of this tournament to bestow these 3 soul bones upon Hulaina and her fellow members of the so-called Golden Generation, with a wisdom skull specifically intended for her. The decision to allocate these 3 soul bones had been resolved in the Pope's hall prior to the competition, and this information had long been known among the high-ranking members of various sects and academies. Initially, it was assumed that Hulaina and her companions would easily secure first place and claim the rewards of the soul bones. However, an unexpected contender, Shrek Academy, emerged as a dark horse, and just before the finals, Starbucks Academy appeared, a force so formidable that even the Golden Generation was no match for them. Bibi Dong and the others from Wuhuan Temple were taken aback, yet they could not alter the rewards at this juncture, lest they become the subject of ridicule among soul masters. Hence, Wuhuan Temple had no choice but to present the prizes with gritted teeth. Bibi Dong had initially believed that Starbucks Academy would surely claim victory, as the Academy was shrouded in mystery. Even if they did win, she intended to reclaim the championship and nullify their title. It was likely that this Academy had ties to the Demon Clan, daring to send disciples to participate in this elite competition across the continent, completely disregarding Douluo continent. As the Pope of Wuhuan Temple, Bibi Dong harbored ambitions of dominion over the entire continent and could not tolerate the invasion of this otherworldly demon clan encroaching upon her domain. She had already prepared to eliminate this mysterious force once the tournament concluded, ensuring that they would not succeed. The participants from Starbucks Academy had effectively thrown themselves into the net. However, she did not anticipate that Yang Shan would indeed join Shrek Academy and take the stage at the critical moment. This little demon, whom even a soul Douluo could not subdue, was certain to ensure that the competition for first place left no suspense. Not to mention that Tang San and his companions were already extraordinary. This little demon alone could vanquish the 2 academies entirely. What did 2 level 63 soul emperors amount to? In the Sunset Forest, this little demon had even defeated a soul Douluo. Despite her earlier display of generosity, she felt a pang of regret. It seemed highly likely that these 3 head bones would fall into the hands of this little demon. A row of gilded chairs was arranged before the Pope's hall, with Bibi Dong seated in the center, while Ning Fengji and Sword Da Chan Xian occupied her left, and Gei Da Mei and Zhu Yuiguan occupied her right. At that moment, a referee approached. An 87th level soul Douluo, a platinum bishop. The spectators gasped in awe at the sight of a platinum bishop officiating the tournament. This competition had reached unprecedented heights in the history of Douluo continent, with the referee being an 87th level soul Douluo, a platinum bishop. Clearly, Wuhuan Temple placed great importance and high expectations on this tournament. The platinum bishop announced loudly, "The finals of the Continental Elite Soul Master Academy competition are now underway. The 3 participating academy teams are Wuhuan Temple Academy, Starbucks Academy, and Shrek Academy. We now invite the representative students from each academy to draw lots. Since there were 3 teams, 1 team would receive a bye. The box contained 3 lots, labeled 1, 2, and 3. Drawing number 3 would grant a bye, allowing that team to proceed directly to the finals. The winners of the first and second draws would then compete against the team that received the bye for the ultimate championship. The long-awaited finals were finally about to commence. And not only were all participants from the 3 academies filled with excitement, but the spectators were also stirred with anticipation. This elite Soul Master competition had far surpassed previous editions, featuring the golden generation of Wuhuan Temple led by Hulaina and the remarkable Tang San, who possessed a black 10,000-year soul ring at just over level 40. Additionally, the emergence of the formidable Starbucks Academy, with 2 level 63 soul emperors, was beyond anyone's wildest imagination. Everyone was eager to discover which academy would ultimately seize the championship title, whether Wuhuan Temple or Shrek Academy could triumph over the unexpected powerhouse of Starbucks Academy. Instead of the team leaders, it was the representative students from each battle team who would draw lots. Wuhuan Temple was represented by Captain Hulaina, Starbucks Academy by a level 63 soul emperor named Ma Xing, And to everyone's surprise, Shrek Academy sent forth a student who had never taken the stage before. Drawing the attention of all, Bibi Dong had been calm, confident that Wu Huan Temple would secure the by lot. However, when she saw that it was Yang Chun, not Tang San, who approached to draw lots, she inwardly exclaimed in alarm. How could this little demon be the one to draw? His peculiarities were numerous, and his methods too mysterious. She had a premonition that he might snatch the by lot. Chapter 196. The Contest for the by lot. With the abilities of this 87th level Soul Luo Platinum Bishop, it was expected that the by lot would be discreetly delivered to Wu Huan Temple. However, who would have thought that Shrek Academy would suddenly send forth Yang Chun? Bibi Dong glanced towards Master Yu Xiaojing, realizing that his decision to send Yang Chun to draw lots had been premeditated. This indicated that he had anticipated potential issues with Wu Huan Temple during the drawing. Filled with both resentment and helplessness, she admired and even revered the wisdom of her old flame, Master. Soon, the results were revealed, and the scene erupted in astonishment as the Shrek Academy surprisingly drew a highly advantageous buy, allowing them to advance directly to the finals without contesting against the victors of the other two academies. Initially, many believed that the Wu Huan Temple would manipulate the draw to favor its own team. However, contrary to the public's assumptions, they silently admired the magnanimity and fairness of the Wu Huan Temple, which indeed earned their respect and admiration. Little did they know that upon the announcement of the results, Bibi Dong's expression darkened, and even the higher-ups of the Wu Huan Temple frowned in anger at the Platinum Bishop for daring to openly defy the orders of His Holiness the Pope, failing to execute the prearranged plan. In particular, the two titled Douluos on stage, Juthaw and Gaithaw, shot a fierce glare at the disobedient Platinum Bishop, warning him of the consequences to come. The Platinum Bishop, secretly alarmed and terrified, broke into a cold sweat at the sight of their glowering eyes. The Pope had personally instructed him to oversee the draw precisely to control the outcome. Otherwise, they could have easily assigned a soul sage to officiate. As a mere soul saint would suffice. Historically, no academy competition had ever featured a referee of such high caliber, given that the participants were all under the age of 25, and even the most powerful among them were not exceedingly formidable. The Platinum Bishop dared not look directly at Bibi Dong, only casting a furtive glance her way and noting her visibly furious demeanor. The plan had been to have Shrek Academy and Starbucks Academy engage in a fierce battle first, exhausting Starbucks Academy's strength before the Wu Huan Temple seized the opportunity to strike and secure victory. However, the outcome of the draw was completely unexpected. The Wu Huan Temple's participants had an average soul ranked 7 or 8 levels lower than those of Starbucks Academy. No matter how formidable the Golden Generation was, they were no match for their opponents, thus disrupting all of Bibi Dong's plans. She was certain that the Wu Huan Temple team would not claim the championship. Unbeknownst to her, from the moment Yang Chun took the stage, she realized their plan had failed. Her displeasure was not directed at him, for she understood he had done his utmost. The 3 lots were contained within a box with a small opening, just large enough for a single hand to reach inside. Each lot was simply a piece of white paper marked with the numbers 1, 2, and 3. The box was placed before the Platinum Bishop, and the representatives from the 3 teams extended their hands to draw a lot, revealing their selections simultaneously under the supervision of the Soul Duo referee. The Wu Huan Temple had arranged for this Platinum Bishop to officiate precisely because of his formidable mental strength, ostensibly to supervise, but actually to facilitate the manipulation of the draw. With his powerful mental prowess, he intended to ensure the lot marked with 3, the buy, would end up in the hands of the Wu Huan Temple's participants. In essence, he was guarding the treasure while secretly stealing it. Furthermore, the drawing sequence was predetermined. Wu Huan Temple, Starbucks Academy, followed by Shrek Academy. The lot marked with 3 had already been imbued with his aura, tightly locked in his grasp. As soon as the Wu Huan Temple participant reached in, his formidable mental strength would effortlessly guide it into their hands. At the moment Hulaina took the stage, he had exchanged glances with her, given her intelligence. How could she not sense something amiss? Everything was orchestrated so perfectly that the buy was destined to land securely in Hulaina's grasp. However, when her fingers reached for the paper lot, an anomaly occurred. The lot marked with 3, which had been under his mental control, unexpectedly slipped from his grasp and fell. As a powerful force erased the aura, he had locked onto it. Simultaneously, another lot was lifted by that overwhelming mental force, directed towards Hulaina's delicate fingers. The Platinum Bishop's expression shifted dramatically as he unleashed all his mental energy, attempting to interfere and force the lot to drop. His innate mental strength far surpassed that of his peers. Even a titled Douluo of the 91st rank would struggle to match him in this regard. Yet, to his astonishment, this force was akin to an ocean. Upon contact, his mental energy was swiftly drawn in, as if a stream merging into the vast sea, severing all connection with him. Mental energy is not the same as soul power. It is challenging to cultivate and enhance. Losing even a fraction of it is a significant setback, and he was understandably alarmed. In that brief moment of distraction, the lot was lifted and placed into Hulaina's hand, which she pinched between her fingers. This powerful mental force belonged to Yang Chun. Prior to taking the stage, the master had anticipated that the Wuhuan Temple would resort to underhanded tactics and had discreetly summoned Yang Chun aside to impart his wisdom. Yang Chun's mental prowess was his most formidable asset. The Platinum Bishop was no match for him. Thus, when he took the stage, he utilized his spiritual perception to clearly discern the three lots and noticed that the buy was locked by a mental force, greatly admiring the master's ingenuity. Consequently, as the lot was elevated, he utilized his formidable spiritual power to sweep across and knock it down. Just as the Platinum Bishop was not ready to concede defeat, he secretly employed a devouring technique to consume a portion of the bishop's mental energy, merging it with his own spiritual strength to intimidate him. His devouring technique could not only consume soul power, but also mental and spiritual energy. He had previously absorbed the mental energy left behind by the white tiger in the Star Do Great Forest, making him quite adept at this. After Hulaina had drawn her lot, it was the turn of a student from Starbucks Academy, Ma Xing. Whether due to Ma Xing's extraordinary mental strength or sheer luck, his fingers instinctively reached for the lot marked with 3. Just as it seemed he would seize it, Yang Chun swiftly activated his spiritual energy to swap the buy with another lot. Ma Xing sensed something was amiss and attempted to locate the buy once more. In a fit of anger, Yang Chun sent a surge of spiritual energy to interfere with him. Ma Xing felt a heaviness in his mind and inadvertently grasped the other lot instead, glancing around. Chapter 197. A single punch victory delighted. He believed that the buy was under Yang Chun's control, ensuring Shrek Academy would indeed receive a buy in the first round. As expected, when the 3 participants revealed their results simultaneously, Shrek Academy had indeed drawn the buy. Tang San and the others rushed towards Yang Chun, filled with joy. Shrek Academy had been poised to secure the championship throughout this competition, but unexpectedly, Starbucks Academy introduced a variable at the critical moment. This academy was undoubtedly one controlled by interdimensional invaders, possessing extraordinary means to enhance a soul master's ability in the shortest time possible, along with formidable soul skills that were beyond imagination. Although Shrek Academy had Yang Chun at the helm, in the face of the unknown, it was still uncertain whether they could triumph over Starbucks Academy. Therefore, this buy in the first round was of paramount importance. By observing the battle between the Wuhuan Temple and the Starbucks participants, they would gain insight, prepare defenses, and formulate strategies. The first round would be contested in a knockout format, where each team would send participants to compete until one team had completely defeated all members of the opposing team, thus emerging victorious. Under the commanding shout of the Platinum Referee, the Wuhuan Temple team and the Xingbei team were called to send forth their first contestants. Before the sound had fully dissipated, Ma Xing, the contestant from Xingbei Academy, swiftly ascended the stage. Upon recognizing that the first student from Xingbei Academy was the formidable Soul Emperor Ma Xing, level 63, the crowd erupted in applause. By sending forth this most powerful Soul Emperor, Xingbei clearly aimed to achieve victory single-handedly, thereby minimizing the exposure of their overall team strength in preparation for the final showdown with Shrek Academy. They understood that Shrek Academy was peculiar and possessed extraordinary strength, evident from their direct advancement through the draw. There must have been some trickery involved, as the Wuhuan Temple had undoubtedly manipulated the draw. Yet Shrek Academy still managed to secure a favorable outcome. After a few minutes following Ma Xing's appearance, a student from Wuhuan Temple finally took the stage. But he was not one of the renowned Golden Generation. Instead, he was merely a Soul King at level 49. It appeared they intended to test the waters with this participant. All onlookers furrowed their brows, well aware that a Soul King at level 49 stood no chance against a Soul Emperor at level 63. The outcome was a foregone conclusion. They merely speculated on the duration of the battle. With the Platinum Referee's command, both students readied themselves, and the battle commenced. The Wuhuan Temple contestant revealed his martial spirit. A beast-type martial spirit, which transformed his physique into that of a cheetah, adorned with 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, the optimal configuration. The crowd nodded in approval. Recognizing that this contestant, likely no older than 18 or 19, had already reached level 49, a remarkable talent among the younger generation of Douluo continent. The Wuhuan Temple's prowess was evident. Any student they sent forth was already at level 49. With such formidable strength, the championship seemed assured. Yet the emergence of Xingbake Academy posed a challenge. Despite the contestant's excellence, he could not hope to compare with his opponent. For the disparity of 14 levels in soul power rendered the contest almost futile. As spectators murmured amongst themselves, the Wuhuan Temple student awaited his opponent to reveal his martial spirit and soul rings. However, after some time, the opponent remained silent, merely watching him with a cold smirk. Taken aback, he introduced himself. I am Yu Fei from Wuhuan Temple. Kindly reveal your martial spirit, as I am prepared. Unexpectedly, Maxine coldly retorted. What need have I to reveal my martial spirit against a mere soul king like you? 1 punch is sufficient. His tone dripped with disdain and contempt, as if engaging in combat with him was beneath his dignity. Yu Fei, one of the most esteemed students in Wuhuan Temple, known for his high aspirations, was taken aback by such open scorn. His face flushed with anger as he declared, Very well, I shall see just how powerful you, a soul emperor, truly are. With that, his cheetah form lunged forward, its forepaws striking down towards Ma Xing with ferocity. The crowd collectively nodded, acknowledging Yu Fei's remarkable skill, believing that Ma Xing had grown overconfident. In Douluo continent, the essence of combat lies within the martial spirit, and true strength is manifested through it. Regardless of Ma Xing's rank as a soul emperor, without his martial spirit, his combat effectiveness would undoubtedly diminish, making it difficult for him to withstand Yu Fei's full frontal assault. Yet, just as Yu Fei's claws neared Ma Xing's head, Ma Xing casually swung a fist. The seemingly effortless punch produced a resounding impact. In an instant, it amplified, striking Yu Fei with tremendous force. A pained scream escaped Yu Fei's lips as he was propelled out of the arena, blood spilling forth. The crowd fell silent, gasping in disbelief. How could a level 49 Soul King fail to withstand even a casual punch from Ma Xing? The unexpected ferocity of Ma Xing's attack left everyone, including the Platinum referee, astonished. The students of Wuhuan Temple rushed forward, lifting Yu Fei, only to find him unconscious, though his body bore minimal injuries. It seemed that Ma Xing had displayed restraint. After a moment, Ma Xing's indifferent voice broke the stillness. Referee, may we proceed to declare the result? The Platinum referee, regaining his composure, announced loudly, Xingbake Academy is victorious. Wuhuan Temple, please send forth your second contestant. Initially, Wuhuan Temple had chosen Yu Fei for his aggressive style and formidable attack, hoping to gauge Ma Xing's true strength. However, Ma Xing had never even revealed his martial spirit, effortlessly incapacitating Yu Fei with a single punch, leaving his true capabilities shrouded in mystery. After intense discussions among their teachers and the esteemed students Hulaina and others, they sent forth their second contestant, Yin. Yin, a member of the golden generation of Wuhuan Temple, held the title of Soul King at level 54. His reputation among the youth second only to Hulaina and Xieyu, making him one of the leading figures. Upon taking the stage, he coldly regarded Ma Xing and said, I am Yin from Wuhuan Temple. I wonder if you have heard of me. I hope you will not reveal your martial spirit this time. With those words, a faint glow of flames enveloped him, growing ever more intense until he resembled a being of fire. Remarkably, his clothing remained completely unscathed. This was his martial spirit, Lord of Flames. The audience gasped in unison. Such a fire-element martial spirit was exceedingly rare, yet its destructive capacity was immense. Any ordinary soul master would be scorched upon contact. Let us see if this Xingbake student dares to withhold his martial spirit any longer. How arrogant! Someone exclaimed. Yan's demeanor conveyed that Ma Xing was nothing more than an insignificant insect, easily crushed with a mere flick of his wrist. As he spoke, he delivered a punch. But unlike the previous strike against Yu Fei, this one transformed midway into 9 separate fists, resembling a flurry of attacks. The crowd, witnessing Yin's overconfidence, felt a twinge of disapproval. Such disregard for his opponent was a grave insult in a world where martial spirits reigned supreme. Yin unleashed a fierce roar. surging forward engulfed in flames, delivering a powerful blow. His fist blazed with fiery intensity, capable of scorching any opponent it touched. This was the rationale behind his willingness to engage in close combat. However, in an unexpected turn, as their fists collided, Yin emitted a similar pained cry as Yufei. Being hurled from the arena, blood spilling from his mouth. The spectators shook their heads, collectively deeming Ma Xing's actions unwise. While his strength was formidable, he was still flesh and blood, and it was inevitable he would suffer injury from Yan's searing flames. Thus, even in victory, he would require a replacement to continue. He merely flicked his fist lightly, and the flames that clung to it were swiftly extinguished by his soul power. On his fist remained only a faintly red mark. Far from the severe injury one might have imagined. The crowd was astounded. From the center of the arena, he laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Is this the famed golden generation of the Wuhuan Temple? Is this all the strength you possess? Truly a misrepresentation." This was an unrestrained slap in the face, resounding loudly. Not only were the onlookers stunned, but even the members of the Wuhuan Temple were taken aback. The combat prowess of Yan, coupled with the peculiar nature of his flames, would make even a 65th level Soul Emperor hesitate to engage unarmed. After all, fighting without utilizing one's Wuhuan meant a significant reduction in combat effectiveness. A well-known flaw in the cultivation method of Wuhuan on the Douluo continent, where strength primarily relied on one's Wuhuan. Yet, the individual on the stage, Ma Xing, evidently did not suffer any setback from foregoing his Wuhuan. It appeared as though his 63rd level Soul Emperor strength remained intact. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Pondering the origins of this Ma Xing and how he defied the established cultivation norms of Soul Masters on the Douluo continent, Yang Chun silently nodded, realizing that Ma Xing had indeed acquired a legacy from another realm, transcending the limitations of Douluo continent's Wuhuan, allowing him to convert his soul power into a mystical force. Akin to how Tang San transformed his internal energy into soul power. Once soul power is converted into this mystical energy or internal force, there is no longer a need to rely on a Wuhuan, freeing one from its constraints. Having witnessed countless tales of cultivation and fantasy in his previous life, Yang Chen understood various schools of thought on cultivation. The legacy Ma Xing possessed was an approach that did not rely on Wuhuan as a medium. This methodology must have been imparted to him by a powerful being from another realm who stealthily entered the Douluo continent. To date, Yang Chen was aware of 3 forces from other realms: the Jiuyin sect, the mysterious faction that had attacked them, and the current Starbucks Academy. If these 3 forces were allied, it would be one matter. However, if they were 3 separate factions or even 3 different dimensional powers, then the Douluo continent would be in grave peril. Each of these forces was beyond the capacity of the Douluo continent to contend with. Each realm was far superior. Whichever power managed to open the sealed channels could swiftly dominate and enslave this inferior world. He could not help but worry for the Douluo continent, while simultaneously being more astonished. Why would such a lowly realm attract the attention of so many formidable beings from higher planes? What truly existed within this continent that could draw them in, recklessly crossing dimensions? Since the Douluo continent had been sealed by that supreme being through grand supernatural means, these otherworldly individuals must have been aware of the formidable nature of this power when attempting to breach time and space. Their audacity to disregard the will of this supreme being and risk their lives to infiltrate the Douluo continent implied that whatever lay within this land was extraordinarily precious, perhaps even more valuable than their own lives. As these thoughts coursed through Yang Chen's mind, his heart surged with fervor. He must locate and seize this extraordinary treasure before these entities managed to establish a connection between realms. He could not allow such chaotic beings to snatch it away. While the crowd was simply astonished by Ma Xing's abilities, they were far less preoccupied than Yang Chen. By this point, 2 formidable students from the Wuhuan Temple had already been defeated by Ma Xing without even having their Wuhuan forced out, resulting in a tremendous loss of face. Bibi Dong's expression darkened further, her vigilance heightened regarding the mysterious force behind Ma Xing. At this moment, not only were the students at a loss as to how to proceed, but their instructors were equally dumbfounded. How could they continue? Yan's strength was second only to Hu Laiina's, and he was nearly on par with Xieyu. Even if Xieyu were to step up, he would not stand a chance against this individual. How much stronger could Hu Laiina be? Would she be able to withstand even 2 of his strikes? If they were to concede outright and admit defeat, the esteemed Wuhuan Temple would truly lose face. The arena fell into an eerie silence. as every soul master from the Wuhuan Temple, from the Pope Bibi Dong to the Night Sentinels, felt an intense heat on their faces, their eyes burning with fury, wishing they could devour Ma Xing whole. After a prolonged silence, Ma Xing roared with laughter. Is there anyone from the Wuhuan Temple brave enough to step up? If none dare to challenge me, then it seems that victory belongs to our Starbucks Academy. His boisterous laughter reverberated throughout the entire arena, even reaching the ears of those within the Pope's chamber. Hulaina cried out, I will go. I will do everything in my power to defeat him. With that, she leapt onto the competition stage. The members of the Wuhuan Temple sighed inwardly, recognizing the vast disparity in strength. What could Hulaina achieve? At best, she would merely become another target for him to injure, providing him with yet another opportunity to mock the Wuhuan Temple. Once on stage, Hulaina declared, I am Hulaina from the Wuhuan Temple. Here I come. As her words faded, her body was enveloped in white fox fur, summoning her Wuhuan. At the command of the Platinum Bishop, she soared toward Ma Xing. Ma Xing continued to laugh heartily. The gathering place of all soul masters, the Wuhuan Temple, is nothing but this. The myriad martial arts and soul techniques are beyond the comprehension of you mere Wuhuan Temple members, wasting the potential of millions of soul masters across the Douluo continent. The crowd was taken aback by his words, questioning the implications. Did he mean to suggest that the Wuhuan Temple was hindering millions of soul masters, while Starbucks Academy possessed a superior method of cultivation? His audacity to utter such claims was utterly reprehensible. Chapter 199. Yangchen's subtle assistance. The elite tournament of all academies on the Douluo continent served as an optimal platform for promotion. Thus they arranged for these few students to enter, boasting loudly. As long as Starbucks could effortlessly seize the championship, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves through millions of soul masters, prompting them to investigate or even join this powerful faction. Advertising during such a grand tournament for soul masters across the continent was the most opportune moment. At this moment, Bibi Dong's expression shifted from dark to a sickly pale green. Yang Chun observed Hulaina's enchanting fox-like form and was suddenly reminded of their past encounters, including how she had assisted him in searching for Xiao Budian and all her kindness toward him. As he watched Ma Xing prepare to unleash a fierce punch upon her fox form, without a moment's hesitation, he shot forth a psychic arrow. His psychic power was formidable at this moment. Ma Xing was merely a 63rd level soul emperor, and he refrained from using the soul spear for fear of rendering him a fool in a single stroke. Instead, he opted for his self-created psychic arrow, which, with the application of his refined psychic force, was far more potent than his previous arrows. As the crowd witnessed Ma Xing launch yet another powerful punch without utilizing his Wuhuan, it was evident that this strike was more ferocious than the previous two. As he aimed to defeat the representative of the Golden Generation, Hulaina, in a single blow, the audience, unable to bear the thought of this young girl suffering the same fate as Yin and others, being grievously injured and expelled from the arena, let out gasps of alarm, urging caution. Many even closed their eyes, unwilling to witness the scene of bloodshed that might ensue. However, after a significant pause, those who had shut their eyes heard a resounding thud, but did not hear Hulaina's screams of despair. They could not help but open their eyes to see what had transpired. On the arena, Hulaina stood resolutely, while Ma Xing, the audacious 63rd ranked soul emperor, writhed on the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, evidently gravely injured. The spectators were momentarily stunned. Not only were they bewildered, but so was Hulaina herself. Her attack required her to channel all her soul power into her palms, a reckless strike without any defensive measures. She was aware that she would suffer severe injuries, perhaps even more than the others, but she was determined to achieve a mutual destruction, sacrificing her life to inflict grievous harm upon Ma Xing. As Ma Xing's violent fists charged toward her, just as they were about to strike, his soul power suddenly weakened, and his formidable assault vanished without a trace. Hulaina's full-force strike landed squarely on Ma Xing, causing him to spew blood and collapse onto the ground. After a brief moment, the crowd regained their senses, questioning what had just transpired. They had briefly closed their eyes and missed the moment, now astonished that their saintess had defeated this arrogant foe. Who could explain this turn of events? Could it be that this young man, entranced by Hulaina's charm, had succumbed to her allure? Yes, indeed, it must be so. Hulaina's soul skill had enchanted him, leaving him defenseless and forgetful of his resistance. This young man, aged around 23 or 24, was in the prime of his youth, and it was entirely plausible for him to be ensnared by such charm. The crowd, as if awakening from stupor, collectively acknowledged Hulaina's triumph, attributing her success to her enchanting soul skill. Yet, only Hulaina was aware that while her charm had been invoked, it was utterly ineffective against the sole emperor of his caliber, who possessed 7 levels more soul power than her own. She had won. Even she could scarcely believe it, bewildered as to what had occurred. Ma Xing's frenzied fists had inexplicably lost their power. It was only when the stunned Platinum Pontiff, after a moment of clarity, exuberantly proclaimed that the Wuhuan Temple had triumphed, did she truly grasp the reality of her victory. At that moment, a student from Starbucks Academy ascended the stage to carry Ma Xing away. The student's face flushed crimson, unable to lift his head in shame. Having boasted excessively about the Wuhuan Temple's shortcomings, only to witness Ma Xing being effortlessly subdued in an instant. What a resounding slap to the face. The audience, composed mainly of soul masters from the Wuhuan Temple, felt a surge of pride as Hulaina finally subdued the once insufferable Ma Xing, allowing them to bask in glory. They cheered in unison for Hulaina, their saintess, expressing their unwavering support and admiration. Yang Chun secretly reveled in the outcome. Realizing that Hulaina's powerful strike had sufficiently incapacitated Ma Xing, he would not recover today. Suddenly, he felt 2 piercing gazes upon him. One belonged to Tang San, who, with a glint in his eyes, offered a slight smile. The other was from the Pope, Bibi Dong, who, after a moment of scrutiny, displayed an almost imperceptible smile. Tang San, understanding that Yang Chun had intervened, found it justifiable since he was aware of Yang Chen's prior connection with Hulaina. However, Bibidong's realization that Yang Chun had lent his aid was unexpected, given his history of enmity with the Wuhuan Temple, yet she feigned ignorance. This was cheating, a serious offense. At that moment, a teacher from Starbucks Academy shouted from the sidelines, demanding a protest over the alleged cheating by the Wuhuan Temple students, calling for a thorough investigation. This teacher, though unremarkable in appearance, was a peak soul de law at the 89th level. It was already commendable for a national academy like Starbucks to have a soul de law of such caliber. Yet this teacher was on the cusp of advancing to the title Douluo realm. His outburst drew everyone's attention, causing gasps of astonishment. What kind of institution was Starbucks Academy, where both students and teachers exhibited such formidable prowess? Yang Chun noted the teacher's 89th level of soul power, recognizing that with just the right opportunity, he could break through to the 90th level and absorb a soul ring, achieving the title Douluo rank. He nodded inwardly, realizing that had he not come to lead the team for the competition, this individual might have already advanced under the guise of secrecy. After all, it would be astonishing for a National Academy's instructor to lead as a title Douluo, hence he had suppressed his own advancement. The chief referee, the Platinum Pontiff, was equally taken aback by the teacher's higher soul power, coldly retorting that countless witnesses were present and there was no evidence of cheating. It was clear that their student had suffered from a latent ailment due to forcibly increasing his soul power amidst battle, which had unexpectedly manifested during the confrontation, leading to his downfall. He accused the teacher of distorting the truth and maligning the Wuhuan Temple, declaring that a teacher of his caliber should not remain present and must leave. Otherwise, the Wuhuan Temple would take action against him and impose severe penalties. One's mouth is meant for nourishment, not for unfounded accusations. The teacher laughed scornfully, insisting that it was evident they had acted covertly, and their student had been in perfect health. Before he could finish, a chilling voice interrupted, commanding him to leave immediately or face death. The teacher trembled, feeling an overwhelming aura of murderous intent locking onto him, and dared not utter another word, exiting the arena under the escort of a knight from the Wuhuan Temple. The chilling voice of the ghost Douluo echoed throughout the arena, challenging anyone who was unconvinced to step forward or else face dire consequences for disrupting the competition. The Wuhuan Temple's overwhelming authority left Starbucks Academy in stunned silence, with no one daring to speak further. The audience had not anticipated such a formidable display of power from the Wuhuan Temple, which offered no opportunity for explanation. Simultaneously, some began to ponder whether Hulaina's victory was indeed the result of external assistance, questioning the timing of Ma Xing's sudden ailment. Nevertheless, the disdain for Ma Xing's arrogance led many to relish his defeat. At that moment, the chief referee announced the introduction of the second student from Starbucks Academy. Initially, they had planned for Ma Xing to sweep through the Wuhuan Temple team single-handedly, but unforeseen events had led to his inexplicable downfall. They had 2 63rd-rank soul emperors. Ma Xing was 23 years old, while the other was an 18-year-old youth named Tianyuan. as the leading 89th level Seoul Douluo teacher was escorted out. The crowd lost their anchor. After a brief commotion, Tianyuan leaped onto the competition stage. The Wuhuan Temple was taken aback, not expecting another 63rd ranked Seoul Emperor to follow Ma Xing's defeat, realizing they should have reserved this Seoul Emperor for the final round as a precaution. At that moment, Yang Chun felt Bibidong's gaze piercing through him with an unusual expression, clearly signaling her desire for him to assist Hulaina once more by defeating this opponent as well. Yang Chun cursed internally, feeling that Bibidong was overstepping her bounds, as he was neither a member of the Wuhuan Temple nor a subordinate. Were it not for Hulaina, he would not have intervened at all, yet here she was, taking advantage of his goodwill. He chose to feign ignorance, closing his eyes and remaining immobile. Bibidong, realizing Yang Chun was deliberately ignoring her, became infuriated but felt powerless, her teeth grinding audibly. Sitting at the center of the judge's platform, her frustration echoed clearly in the ears of those nearby. The audience, upon hearing this, felt a chill run down their spines, questioning to whom the Pope was directing such ire. In the arena, the youth named Tianyuan displayed an air of shyness, appearing more like a bashful maiden than a young man. He respectfully clasped his hands before Hulaina and introduced himself. I am Tianyuan from Xingbei Academy. I humbly seek your guidance, dear sister. The crowd was taken aback. The previously brash Seoul Emperor, Ma Xing, seemed to tower over others, while this boy exuded a delicate timidity. Hulaina regarded the fair-faced youth with a favorable impression and encouraged him. Do not be so modest, Junior. This is a competition. Please give it your all. Tianyuan bowed again, saying, Sister, I fear I might inadvertently harm you. I am hesitant to strike. Perhaps you should make the first move. A collective question mark appeared in the minds of Hulaina and the others. Was this boy genuinely innocent and timid, or was he feigning his demeanor? After observing him for a moment, Hulaina declared, Pardon me, classmate, but I shall take my turn. With a swift transformation, her martial spirit manifested, and she lunged forward like a spirit fox. Upon seeing this, Tianyuan indeed refrained from attacking, instead retreating several meters with astonishing speed akin to a bolt of lightning. Hulaina pursued him, but her attempts to close the distance were futile, as Tianyuan's agility outmatched her own, especially in her martial spirit state. Where the Tianhu was naturally adept at speed, the onlookers could only glimpse the two figures darting about, eventually reaching the edge of the competition area. Suddenly, a student from Xingbei shouted, Tianyuan, what are you doing? If you retreat any further, you'll be out of the arena and lose the match. Quickly, make your move. At this, Tianyuan cried out, I apologize. I am frightened. Dear sister, please do not hold it against me. I must strike now. I cannot retreat any longer. Before he could finish, his figure blurred, and without revealing his martial spirit, he struck towards Hulaina with an open palm. His hand swelled in the air, resembling a mountain, bearing down on Hulaina. Seeing this, she leaped to the side, but to her shock, she barely moved a few inches. Tianyuan had locked onto her with his energy, and in a panic, she raised her palms to block his impending strike. Yang Chun realized the gravity of the situation. If this continued, Hulaina would suffer grievously, perhaps even fatally. Without hesitation, he unleashed another arrow of spiritual energy. Tianyuan had already channeled sufficient power into his palm technique, and although disrupted, it retained 5 or 6 parts of its strength as it bore down on Hulaina. With a resounding crash, Hulaina fell to her knees, her body cracking as several bones broke, collapsing onto the ground. Tianyuan, alarmed, exclaimed, Sister, are you all right? I did not mean to hurt you, despite his innate innocence. This boy, a Seoul Emperor at level 63, clearly surpassed Ma Xing in combat prowess. The chief referee, Bai Jin, held a favorable impression of this young man and promptly announced, Xingbei Academy wins this match. At that moment, Bibidong cast a glare at Yang Chun, suspecting his intentions. He had withheld his assistance until this critical moment, seemingly wishing to see the Spirit Hall team defeated by Xingbei, thus bringing shame upon her. With Hulaina incapacitated and the Spirit Hall team left with only Xie Yu capable of continuing, it was evident that against such a formidable opponent, even he stood little chance without Yang Chen's covert support. Unlike Hulaina, Xie Yu had previously conspired against Yang Chun alongside Yen, and Yang Chun would not be inclined to aid him. With the two teams, Spirit Hall and Xingbei, facing off, it was clear that Tianyuan alone could dismantle the Spirit Hall team. After much deliberation, Spirit Hall ultimately conceded defeat. Thus, the final match concluded with the announcement of Xingbei Academy's victory, marking the unprecedented elimination of Spirit Hall from the finals, leaving them without any chance of claiming the championship or runner-up positions. For the most powerful Soul Master organization on Douluo continent to fail to even reach the finals was a significant disgrace, leading BB Dong to storm off in frustration. The next day, spectators gathered early at the arena, eager to witness these two underdog academies compete for the title of the greatest elite academy in history. Yang Chun and Tang San had yet to step onto the field when they overheard discussions among the crowd. Look at the one leading the way. He may not appear impressive, but he is Tang San, the strongest among them at level 44, with a black 10,000-year soul ring for his fourth ring. Brother, I feel you may be mistaken. Is he truly only level 44? He seems more like level 45 to me. Am I seeing things wrong? Regardless of whether he is 44 or 45, the mere existence of that black 10,000-year soul ring speaks volumes about his strength. You seem overly enamored with him. Have you seen the delicate girl from Xingbei Academy? She looks feeble and is only 18, yet she holds the title of Soul Emperor at level 63, far exceeding Tang San. Indeed, that is a valid point. While Tang San is formidable, he cannot compare to Tian Yuan, given the 18-level difference in their soul power. Not quite right. While Tian Yuan is indeed impressive, he is significantly older than Tang San. It is said that Tang San is not yet 15, merely a bit over 14. That is a 3-year gap. 3 years is considerable. By the time Tang San reaches 18, can we be sure he won't reach level 63? Is it true? Tang San is not yet 15. At level 45? This is incredible. Moreover, the oldest in Shrek Academy, Daimmu Bai, is only 17, barely shy of 18, and the others seem to be around 15. If this is accurate, it is truly alarming. Shrek Academy appears to be the most formidable. Although Xingbei Academy is impressive, their members are all at least 17, older than the oldest of Shrek. Given time, every student from Shrek Academy may become a force to be reckoned with. Indeed, we must be cautious and ensure we do not offend them. Building a good rapport with them is essential. Let us hope they can exceed expectations and defeat Xingbei Academy to seize the championship title. While I share your hopes, we must face reality. The students of Shrek Academy, being merely 14 or 15, lack the maturity to stand against those 5 or 6 years their senior. Even in defeat, we all secretly acknowledge them as the true champions of this tournament, considering their age. Who dares to contest this? Let them return to their teenage years and face off against these individuals. Indeed, my friend, you speak the truth. Anyone who disputes this should try their hand against Tang San and his companions. Regardless of the outcome, they will forever remain the champions in our hearts. As Yang Chun listened to the chaotic discussions around him, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, realizing that among so many, not a single soul believed that Shrek Academy could emerge victorious. For them, it seemed that Shrek Academy's loss stemmed not from a lack of strength, but rather from the limitations imposed by age. Though they faced defeat, they retained their honor. The grand finale of this competition was not merely a personal match from the preliminary rounds. It was a team battle. The 7 competitors from each side stepped onto the arena simultaneously. Representing Shrek Academy were Tang San, Daimmu Bai, Yang Chun, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, the original 7 monsters, with the exception of Oscar, who was replaced by Yang Chun due to his role as a food support system. On the opposing side, Xingbei Academy was led by the formidable Ma Xing, a level 63 Soul Master, followed by Tian Yuan. However, the third member was a newcomer, a level 65 Soul Emperor, and notably a young lady. The remaining 4 members were a complete surprise. None were from the original contestants of the preliminary and qualifying rounds, and all 4 were Soul Kings above level 50, the lowest among them being level 52. This lineup elicited sharp intakes of breath from the audience, followed by an array of incredulous murmurs. Was this Xingbei Academy truly a part of our Douluo continent? Were they producing Soul Kings and Soul Emperors en masse? Or did they possess some secret techniques? With such an academy in existence, even our Wuhuan Palace might find itself overshadowed. This is outrageous. The emergence of each individual at level 50 or above raises questions about the future of our Douluo continent. We must investigate this Xingbei Academy post-competition. Perhaps we can uncover some opportunities to elevate our own soul power. Indeed, this academy must harbor secrets or possess divine individuals, for their strength is unparalleled. My son, I am currently selecting an academy. Forget the rest, it's Xingbei Academy for sure. No matter the cost, we must secure an admission slot. You echo my thoughts. My daughter is also facing the choice of an academy. I initially favored Shrek Academy, but now it is undoubtedly Xingbake Academy. We wonder if they accept soul masters like us. Even serving as a laborer might yield fortunes and significantly enhance our levels. The moment the team from Xingbake Academy appeared, a stir rippled through the crowd. Observing their lineup felt almost dreamlike. The emergence of a level 65 Soul Emperor, particularly one so beautiful, raised questions about the true nature of Xingbake Academy. Upon witnessing the spectacle and hearing the audience's discussions, Bibi Dong and others understood the Academy's motivations for participating in this grand tournament. It became clear that they aimed to leverage their formidable strength to claim the championship, announcing to all Soul Masters that Xingbake Academy is the most powerful institution on the Douluo continent, rendering all others, including the Wuhuan Palace and the two major empires, as mere trifles. This advertising effect would surpass any monetary investment they might make, creating a seismic impact across the Douluo continent and triggering a recruitment frenzy. At this moment, it was not only Bibi Dong who perceived this. Master Flander and others also recognized the implications of Xingbake Academy's ambitions, considering the otherworldly entities behind them. They felt a sense of dread. Should they succeed, it would not be long before over half of the young soul masters on the Douluo continent flocked to their ranks. In 3, 5, or even 10 years, the Douluo continent could find itself devoid of the two empires and the Wuhuan Palace, with only one dominant soul master faction remaining, Xingbake Academy. This thought sent shivers down the spines of Master and his companions, leaving them in profound shock. Chapter 202. Do you dare duel with Brother Chin? While Shrek Academy boasts commendable talents, all being soul masters above level 40, they pale in comparison to Xingbake Academy, with an average level 10 lower. However, what astonished the crowd was Shrek Academy's introduction of a newcomer, a fresh face. This individual surprisingly held a soul power of 49, leaving everyone astounded. By now, it was well known that Shrek Academy's students were notably younger, with the eldest merely 17, while the others were primarily around 14 or 15 years of age. The newly introduced student appeared to be a slender youth, clearly still developing, also around the age of 14 or 15. At the age of 14 or 15, possessing 49 levels of soul power, he stood at the pinnacle of soul master potential, breaking new ground on the Douluo continent. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, Bibi Dong's gaze fixated intently on Yang Chun. Internally cursing, she thought, "This little brat has finally shown himself. I hope Xingbake Academy falls under his command, delivering a heavy blow to their arrogance. Otherwise, the Douluo continent may face uncontrollable changes, with countless soul masters likely to flock to Xingbake Academy, leading to its monopoly." Master and his companions also watched the scene with growing anxiety, especially with the unexpected appearance of a level 65 student from Xingbake, which had exceeded their expectations. If it were solely dependent on the strength of these few individuals, they would not fear with Yang Chen's presence. Master was most concerned about whether the enigmatic students of Xingbake Academy possessed any secret techniques that could significantly boost their combat capabilities. The chief referee, Platinum Bishop, announced loudly as the two teams took their positions. The finals of the Pan-Continent Elite Soul Master Academy competition is about to commence. Shrek Academy and Xingbake Academy, unleash your martial souls and prepare to begin. As his words fell, the members of Shrek Academy began to unleash their martial souls. The seven stood in formation, with Tang San and Dai Mubai at the forefront. Behind them stood Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, and Xiao Wu, while Ning Rongrong and Yang Chun formed the last row, creating a 2-3-2 formation. All seven possessed 4 soul rings, but everyone's attention was first drawn to Tang San, who boasted a 10,000-year soul ring. However, to everyone's astonishment, Yang Chun at the back released his martial soul, yet his soul rings did not illuminate. His martial soul turned out to be a gigantic dogtail grass, nearly reaching a height of 10 feet, with fluffy white fur in the front and a green handle at the back, resembling a massive mallet from a distance. A collective gasp echoed throughout the crowd. What am I witnessing? A dogtail grass martial soul? Can anyone confirm if this is real? Isn't a dogtail grass martial soul a useless one? How can this youth possess a soul power of 49? Is he truly a soul master? This is astonishing, truly astonishing. A supposedly useless martial soul has been elevated to level 49. Have we been mistaken all along? Such a large dogtail grass martial soul raises questions about the colors of his 4 soul rings. Why have they not illuminated? Please don't tell me he has no soul rings. How did he reach this level? Can this soft dogtail grass indeed serve as a soul tool? Countless discussions reverberated throughout the venue. This tournament continues to surprise, with even a dogtail grass, deemed a useless martial soul, emerging in such a powerful form. As Yang Chun unleashed his martial soul, it ignited the entire venue, drawing every gaze towards him. Even the 7 students from Xingba Ku Academy were momentarily forgotten. A cold sneer pierced through the air. Is there no one left at Shrek Academy? Have they resorted to sending forth a worthless dogtail grass martial soul? The crowd turned to see that the speaker was Ma Xing, the 60th level Soul Emperor who had previously been defeated by Hulaina, still refusing to release his own martial soul. His sharp tongue effortlessly captured the attention of all. This pretender, who had been knocked unconscious by a young girl, dared to mock others? It was said that even this dogtail grass martial soul could easily bring him to his knees with a single strike. A young girl's voice rang out loudly, filled with clarity and a hint of youthful innocence, echoing through the crowd. Upon closer inspection, it was the tall girl from Shrek Academy, her pink cheeks radiating cuteness. Ma Xing's face turned crimson upon hearing her words. The onlookers, already harboring a poor opinion of Ma Xing, erupted into laughter at the girl's boldness. Yes, just a mere fake Soul Emperor dares to mock others. Why not have a one-on-one match and see if you can withstand a single blow from this dogtail grass? They jeered. Indeed, if you have the guts, face this young man in a duel. True metal is revealed in battle. One match will prove the truth, they continued, relishing the spectacle. The crowd rallied, knowing Shrek Academy could not defeat Xingba Ku Academy, and joined in the ruckus. Ma Xing's face flushed deeper, unable to escape the humiliation. In a moment of indignation, he declared, if this student is willing, I shall engage him in a duel. Ha! How shameless! A self-proclaimed 60th level Soul Emperor challenging a 49th level Soul Master. What a laugh! Exclaimed several Soul Masters from the Wu Hun Temple, who harbored disdain for the students of Xingba Ku Academy after their academy had suffered a crushing defeat. With 2/3 of the spectators being from Wu Hun Temple, they seized the opportunity to criticize the student. Suddenly, a voice called out, this false Soul Emperor. Do you truly dare to duel with our Chinga? The crowd turned to see a Shrek student standing beside Yang Chun, poised and graceful, pointing at Ma Xing with delicate fingers, her expression eliciting laughter from the audience. The finals were a team competition, not individual matches, and the crowd was merely mocking Ma Xing. Just then, a chilling voice resonated throughout the venue. If this student from Shrek is willing to face this student from Xingba in a preliminary match, then it shall be permitted. The crowd fell silent. Turned to see it was the Pope Bai Dong who had spoken. They were puzzled as to why the Pope would haphazardly agree, altering the rules of the competition. The chief referee, the Platinum Bishop, appeared stunned, glancing at the Pope. Your Majesty, this is against the competition's rules. Bai Dong replied coolly. Rules are merely constructs of men. If both parties consent, they may engage in an additional match prior to the team competition. Upon realizing the Pope's ire, the Platinum Bishop quickly acquiesced. Very well, let there be an additional match. Yet internally, he was filled with confusion. Had the Pope truly lost her senses by agreeing to this student from Xingba, a 49th level against a 60th level? Even our 54th level Yin could not withstand a single blow from Ma Xing. How could this student, with a worthless martial soul, dare to compete? Chapter 203. Defeated in one blow, everyone turned their gaze towards the students of Shrek Academy, anticipating that they would decline the challenge. Unexpectedly, the girl smiled and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. Chinga, it's your turn now. The Pope has granted permission. Let this dogtail grass bring this arrogant wolf to his knees, unveiling his true nature. The crowd gasped, staring at Yang Chun, expecting him to refuse, even though the Pope had agreed. After all, he could rightfully decline based on the rules. To their astonishment, Yang Chun nodded slightly and declared, Since this classmate is willing, I shall not shy away. I will engage in a match for everyone's amusement. As he stepped forward, the audience was left agape. They were incredulous. He had truly accepted the challenge. Even more shocking was the tall girl exclaiming, Chunga, just one strike. You must defeat this false Soul Emperor with a single blow. If you exceed that, I shall no longer call you brother. Yang Chun raised a finger to the sky. Smiling, do not worry, Xiaowu. I will not need a second strike. Should I use a second, I shall concede defeat and call you sister. At this, the crowd could only facepalm, shaking their heads in disbelief. Ma Xing was now enraged, feeling thoroughly insulted. How could he endure such contempt? He strode towards Yang Chun. But those keen observers among the Shrek faculty noticed their teachers smiling, devoid of any anxiety, seemingly confident in the young man's victory. A wave of realization struck the audience. Could this boy with a worthless martial soul truly be an exceptional master capable of defeating opponents 2 levels higher? The students from Xingbaku were equally astonished by Yang Chen's willingness to engage and were furious, shouting, "Captain, show no mercy. Defeat him with a single strike." As both competitors took their positions, Ma Xing's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Yang Chun, saying, "You brought this upon yourself. Do not blame me if I accidentally cripple you. You have no idea what a Soul Emperor is capable of." Yang Chun smiled slightly. What is a Soul Emperor? Even a Soul Sage is nothing to fear. Reveal your martial soul. If you do not unleash it, you won't be able to withstand a single strike. The crowd gasped again. The student from Xingbaku could boast, but now a Shrek student was equally audacious, and perhaps even more so. Ma Xing, though furious, noticed Yang Chen's calm demeanor and saw the expressions of confidence from Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and the others from Shrek Academy, inhaling deeply to quell his agitation. He extended his hand and released his martial soul, revealing a powerful Hunyuan staff adorned with 6 shining soul rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black. As the 6 rings sparkled, the power of the Hunyuan staff surged. The spectators assumed Yang Chun would also summon his soul rings, but instead, he shook his head and said, "Come on, brother, I'm ready. Just 1 strike." With that, he raised the Dogtail grass in his hand, devoid of any soul ring enhancement. The crowd was bewildered. Could this young man truly wish to fight without the aid of soul rings? Or did he simply not possess any? Enraged, Maxing bellowed, "Fine. Let the battle commence." He gripped the Hunyuan staff tightly and swung it down toward Yang Chun. In response, Yang Chun also swung his Dogtail grass with force, aiming to strike the Hunyuan staff. A formidable mixed celestial staff, exuding an overwhelming force, collided with a tuft of downy Dogtail grass. The onlookers could scarcely believe that Yang Chun dared to engage in direct combat with a level 63 Soul Emperor. Was this not an act of self-torment? Many a head bowed in disbelief, unwilling to witness the impending outcome, which was all too predictable. However, a thunderous crash resonated through the air, followed by a piercing cry. Those who had averted their gaze knew instantly that the young man from Shrek Academy had likely been sent flying. A hush fell over the crowd, and after a moment, a girl's voice rang out, "Chunga, brilliant! I knew you would only need 1 strike, no second needed." The arena erupted in astonishment, gasps of wonder echoing throughout. Those who had looked away now hastily raised their heads, only to find Yang Chun standing calmly in the center, while Ma Xing had seemingly vanished. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief. This seemingly incompetent wielder of the Dogtail grass had truly defeated Ma Xing in a single blow. Where's Ma Xing now? 2 teachers from Starbucks Academy rushed to the edge of the arena, revealing that Ma Xing lay motionless on the ground. The arena was vast, with a distance of 20 meters from the center to its edge. The spectators stared in shock, slapping their own faces in disbelief. Had the youth truly sent a level 63 Soul Emperor flying with but a single strike? A collective intake of breath filled the air. All eyes turned to Ma Xing, who lay limp, supported by 2 teachers, his eyes closed in unconsciousness. As a level 63 Soul Emperor, this injury would have significant repercussions for Starbucks Academy. Simultaneously, the gazes directed at Yang Chun shifted, imbued with a newfound awe. The sight of the Dogtail grass in his hand invoked memories of a legendary youth who had vanquished several Soul Saints and 2 Soul Douluos. A realization dawned upon them. This prodigious talent had indeed joined Shrek Academy to participate in the current competition. No wonder he exhibited such confidence, having previously defeated even a Soul Douluo, let alone a mere Soul Emperor. It was no surprise he felt emboldened. A Soul Emperor of level 63 was scarcely worthy of his soul ring enhancement. After all, even His Holiness the Pope had faltered before him. What was a mere Soul Emperor in comparison? With him in the fray, Starbucks Academy's aspirations for victory seemed utterly futile. Not to mention, Shrek Academy also boasted the formidable Tang San. Yang Chun alone could potentially dismantle the entirety of Starbucks Academy. Moreover, one had to commend Shrek Academy's secrecy, unveiling this ace only at the crucial moment. Had it been known earlier that this little demon had joined Shrek Academy, other institutions would likely have retreated in fear. Who would dare to confront such a lethal adversary? As Yang Chun triumphed over Ma Xing, Starbucks Academy recognized his identity, and a sense of urgency washed over them. Their purpose for attending was to secure first place and elevate the institution's reputation, a task entrusted to them that must not fail. Yet now, with this little demon in the mix, such aspirations seemed unattainable. Ma Xing, so formidable, had succumbed to a single unenhanced strike. It was rumored that his 4 soul rings were all black 10,000-year rings. With that enhancement, even a soul saint would struggle to emerge victorious. Additionally, he possessed an even more potent secret weapon, psychic skills. The lead teacher from Starbucks Academy wore a mask of helplessness. This leader was the same level 89 soul Douluo who had been expelled from the arena by the Spirit Hall in the previous match. Chapter 204. The true self revealed particularly among the great empires, principalities, kingdoms, sects, and academies. Yang Chen was now categorized among those who were to be avoided at all costs. Parents and teachers instructed their children and students with utmost seriousness, cautioning them against provoking this little demon, who was known for his mercilessness and propensity to leave no survivors. The dominant power of Douluo continent, the Spirit Hall, had returned defeated even with the Pope personally leading the charge. What chance did other sects and academies have? Given his ruthless nature, which necessitated bloodshed, it was prudent to maintain a safe distance from such a being. Since the incident in the Sunset Forest, the public had not heard Yang Chen's name, leading to speculation about this little demon's unusual silence. Only now did they realize that this harbinger of death had indeed joined Shrek Academy. Although Starbucks Academy boasted several soul emperors above level 60, their overall strength paled in comparison to this little demon, who had even vanquished soul Douluos. Following the initial shock, whispers of astonishment rippled through the crowd. So that's why Shrek Academy is so confident about the final match. It all makes sense now. Indeed, I have been puzzled why the 7 students from Shrek Academy seemed so much weaker than those from Starbucks Academy, yet exuded such unwavering confidence. It seems our eyes were indeed clouded. Look how the Pope recognized him at a glance. No wonder His Holiness insisted on a one-on-one duel. I had thought he was merely incensed by the Spirit Hall's previous defeat. It was said that this little demon had only possessed a spirit power level of around 43 at the Sunset Forest. How had he ascended to level 49 in such a short span? It was truly extraordinary at this rate. Wouldn't he be capable of advancing 10 levels in a year, achieving an entire realm? Brother, it's not just his rapid spirit power growth that is alarming. It's his formidable ability to battle beyond his rank. When he was at level 43, he could slay soul saints and soul Douluos. Now that he has gained 4 or 5 levels, does that not imply that he could easily dispatch soul Douluos? Do not jest. Surely those are merely rumors. How can anyone possibly fight across 3 or 4 major realms? If such a being truly existed, would not the Douluo continent belong to him? Rumors. They must be rumors. Let us refrain from wild speculation and await the truth. We cannot equate his single defeat of a level 63 soul emperor with divinity. As Yang Chen revealed his true self, he ignited the entire arena, with all eyes riveted upon him in fascination and ceaseless discussion. Meanwhile, the lead teacher from Starbucks Academy pondered for some time, then resolutely decided that if this mission were to fail, he would face severe punishment upon returning. He resolved to substitute the 2 students. As long as they could severely injure this little demon, it would still count as a significant achievement. This little demon had become a god in the hearts of all. If he could be vanquished, Starbucks Academy would garner even greater attention. The level 89 soul Douluo contemplated for a moment before reaching a conclusion, ready to unleash his trump card. However, this trump card bore immense destructive power, and the cost to the 2 students involved was exceedingly high. He was reluctant to resort to it. After all, these 2 children had grown up under his watchful eye, and once the secret technique was employed, it would drain all their potential, rendering them useless. Although the individual who had taught him this technique had not disclosed its dangers, a soul Douluo nearing a century old could certainly perceive its ominous nature. In essence, it was an insidious technique. However, if these 2 individuals are not dispatched, they are destined to fall victim to this little demon, who will certainly claim his life, and even these few students may be implicated. Given his methods, he would not concern himself with the fate of these promising students. A bitter smile crept across his face as he contemplated the man's tactics. Having boarded a pirate ship, there was no turning back. Just as he hesitated, a student approached him and whispered urgently, "What are you still hesitating for? We must act according to the plan, without delay." This individual was merely an ordinary student, yet the 89th level soul Douluo's expression changed upon hearing the words, nodding in fear. He steadied himself and called out loudly to the Platinum Bishop, "Your Honor, these two are merely voluntary substitutes and are unrelated to the finals." Upon hearing this, the Platinum Bishop glanced at Pope Bibidong, who subtly nodded in agreement. He then stated, "You are correct. This matter is unrelated to the finals and will not be counted. However, since you have already injured one person, you must send another in their place." The man bowed and replied, "Thank you, Your Honor. However, since we are already making an exception, I have a request to change another student. May I ask for your permission to make another exception? The finals do not permit individual competitions, a rule personally sanctioned by the Pope, and substitutions during the finals are prohibited." The Platinum Bishop pondered briefly. By the rules, it should not be allowed, but the Spirit Hall had already broken the rules, and it would be unreasonable to deny their request for an exception after inflicting harm on a student. He instinctively looked to Pope Bibidong, as this issue was initiated by her, and it was only fitting for her to decide. He heard Pope Bibidong say, "This teacher speaks wisely. Let us allow another exception for them to change students." As her voice fell, the expressions of Master from Shrek Academy and Flander darkened. The Starbucks Academy was clearly up to something. The substituted student must be their ultimate trump card, certainly formidable. Nonetheless, Bibidong was the Pope, and the reasoning of the Starbucks Academy's teacher was sound, making it impossible to obstruct their substitution without inviting ridicule. Bibidong's support for the substitution stemmed from her strong confidence in Yang Chun, as well as her curiosity about the final trump card of this peculiar Starbucks Academy. She had resolved to seek out the Starbucks Academy's true mastermind immediately after the competition. Thus, by leveraging Yang Chen's formidable combat strength, she aimed to force their hand and gain insight into their secret weapon, ensuring that Spirit Hall would be well informed. From Dalu, she had already learned of Yang Chen's peculiarities. He was no ordinary individual, deeply entangled in significant matters, and would certainly not perish without cause. At a critical moment, there would assuredly be guardians to intervene. Shortly after, two young men, approximately 23 or 24 years old, stepped forward from the Starbucks Academy. Upon seeing them, the crowd gasped. Both were 68-level Soul Emperors. How many young students above the 60th level could this Starbucks Academy possibly have? This was terrifying. The two men stood with their expressions indifferent, their gazes unwavering, standing behind the other students from Starbucks Academy. In Chapter 205, The True Combat Power of Yang Chun, the replaced student must have been the weakest among those on stage. At this point, Starbucks Academy no longer needed to reserve its strength. Consequently, among the 7 students sent to the stage from Starbucks, 4 were Soul Emperors above the 60th level, 1 at 63, 1 at 65, and 2 at 68. The remaining 3 were all at the 55th or 56th level as Soul Kings. This lineup was exceedingly luxurious for young individuals under 25, representing an unprecedented assembly for the Youth Soul Master competition on Douluo continent. As the two 68-level Soul Emperors ascended the stage, countless spiritual energies locked onto them, including 2 from Yang Chun and Bibidong. Bibidong was taken aback again by the emergence of 2 powerful Soul Emperors. However, her instincts hinted that something was amiss with them, prompting her to probe with her formidable spiritual force. Yet, she discerned nothing out of the ordinary, leaving her puzzled. Yang Chun, too, sensed something amiss in their demeanor and utilized his powerful spiritual perception to scrutinize them thoroughly. Alarmed, he realized that although they appeared normal, their souls were distinctly different, seemingly controlled by an invisible force. Nodding to himself, he understood that these two must have been subjected to powerful spells cast by that mysterious, otherworldly being. Given that these two were covertly controlled, something significant was at play, and they would likely unleash unexpected ferocity at a crucial moment. In the ensuing battle, he needed to keep a close watch on these two to prevent Tang San and Xiao Wu from being harmed. He had a premonition that once they fully unleashed their power, even a soul, Douluo, might struggle against them. They likely possessed the ability to battle across 1 or 2 major realms, just as he could, while Yang Chun remained vigilant. The crowd was astonished to see Starbucks Academy field yet another pair of 68-level Soul Emperors under 25. Was this academy capable of mass-producing Soul Emperors? Was a Soul Emperor so commonplace there that they could summon one at will, akin to cabbage in a market? This Starbucks Academy was truly remarkable. Did it possess a production line dedicated to churning out Soul Emperors? The extraordinary Starbucks Academy surpassed even this ruthless little demon in its marvels. Yet, what good was it if they were to be vanquished by this little demon? It seemed they all secretly hoped he would go easy on them. Indeed, it was a pity that they encountered this little demon at such an inopportune time, It was a case of why must one meet such a fate? A lamentation. Then, the Platinum Bishop bellowed, Shrek Academy and Starbucks Academy. The finals team battle officially commences. With that, he withdrew. He cast a glance at Yang Chun. Recognizing the extraordinary nature of this little demon, two soul Douluos had already fallen at his hands, and it was wise to keep his distance. If Yang Chun knew that, apart from the teachers and students of Shrek Academy, everyone else grimaced at the mention of his name, referring to him as the little demon. He might feel a certain way about it. This time, the Starbucks Academy no longer pretended to be grandiose. Instead, all members unleashed their martial spirits, and their soul rings illuminated brilliantly. Among them were 3 soul kings and 4 soul emperors, totaling 39 soul rings, creating a dazzling and eye-catching display. Their soul rings were perfectly arranged, especially the 4 soul emperors, who were encircled by 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black soul rings, leaving the onlookers salivating. While the audience gazed longingly, Yang Chun, having witnessed so many martial spirits, felt the rich soul power enveloping him, licking his lips in anticipation. This exquisite martial spirit and soul power were indeed beguiling. If he could freely devour them, what exhilarating sensation would that bring? Recalling the time spent in the Xing Do de Sun Lin, riding upon the majestic Jodo Huangjin Shi, vanquishing foes with ease and devouring the essence of the sea, fills me with an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. How splendid those moments were. Yet, alas, they are irretrievable, never to return. Not only are those days lost, but even Xiao Budian and that little lion have vanished. The thought of them evokes a wave of melancholy, as time has swiftly passed, and it has been an exceedingly long while. In this moment of reverie, I heard Tang San urgently inquire, "Chengo, what troubles you?" With the impending battle approaching, and the enemy's strength formidable, the survival of Shrek Academy hinges primarily on Yang Chun. To Tang San's dismay, he noticed Yang Chun was lost in thought. A surge of alarm flooded his heart. During such a crucial moment, Chenggu must not falter. The championship of this grand tournament rests squarely upon his shoulders. Tang San, a control-type soul master, has always been the linchpin of the Shrek's 7 monsters, overseeing the battlefield with unwavering vigilance. Each individual was under his meticulous scrutiny, a necessity for one of his ilk, whose eyes must be attuned to multiple fronts, ears alert to every sound, and heart devoted to the well-being of comrades. At the sound of Tang San's voice, Yang Chun snapped back to reality, shook his head, and let forth a resonant howl. Raising his martial spirit, the Dogtail grass, the Shun whip soared skyward, expanding dramatically from a mere 10 feet to several dozens, resembling a dragon in flight, accompanied by a subtle sound of thunder. For Black Soul rings illuminated the whip, amplifying its formidable aura. Although he was merely a level 49 Soul King, he emanated an overwhelming presence that seemed capable of collapsing the very heavens. The crowd had only heard of Yang Chen's fearsome prowess, never having witnessed it firsthand, and thus many dismissed the tales as mere exaggeration, rumors that had morphed over time into something unrecognizable. Yet now, as they beheld the whip, akin to a dragon, adorned with 4 swirling black rings, one of which shimmered with a hint of violet, they understood the implications. Among soul masters, such a hue hinted at a soul ring nearing 100,000 years in age. The extraordinary sight dazzled their eyes, leaving them to wonder if this merciless killer was indeed human. The emergence of his martial spirit, alongside the 4 formidable black rings, dispelled all doubts harbored by the onlookers. With those rings alone, he could obliterate a soul sage, not to mention that this little demon possessed unparalleled mental attack techniques. The echoes of Yang Chen's howl reverberated, filling the air with an intimidating ferocity. It had been a long time since he had unleashed his full potential, having suppressed his power for far too long. The release of his howl surged into the heavens, a wave of murderous intent enveloping the arena. Having slain countless soul beasts and soul masters, the bloodlust emanating from him was palpable. As the aura of death spread, Ning Rongrong instinctively recoiled, distancing herself from the impending storm. The students of Xing Baku Academy recognized Yang Chen's strength, but were unprepared for the sheer magnitude of his power. Far exceeding their expectations and the whispers they had heard, the rumors had not done him justice. In fact, they had underestimated his might considerably. Unbeknownst to them, during this interval, Yang Chen's abilities had surged significantly. He had gained an additional level of soul power, resulting in a 30% increase in strength. With his recent ascension of 5 levels, his power had doubled compared to before. Indeed, he was now capable of defeating 3 75-level soul sages simultaneously, showcasing the extraordinary nature of his exceptional soul power. As the battle commenced, Tang San noticed the urgency in Yang Chen's demeanor and asked, "Chengge, is there something amiss with the two who are coming up behind us?" Yang Chen replied, "There is something indeed, something significant. Unexpected events are bound to unfold. Therefore, you must focus on controlling the battlefield and ensure that Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Rongrong remain unharmed. Your primary task in this battle is to rescue anyone in peril using your martial spirit, the Lan Yin Grass. You need not engage in the offensive." Tang San and the others, recognizing Yang Chen's serious expression, exchanged solemn glances. Suddenly, a roar erupted from Dai Mubai, who was airborne, activating his first soul skill, White Tiger Barrier, and his third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation, simultaneously. His body expanded rapidly in midair. Zhu Zhuqing leveraged the Lan Yin Grass, accelerating her speed to catch up with Dai Mubai, stealthily positioning herself behind him. Massive fiery wings unfurled from Ma Hongjuan's back, while Xiao Wu descended to the ground. And the Shrek team swiftly entered a state of battle readiness. Yang Chen, wielding the Shun whip like a dragon, commanded the arena with an imposing presence. The 7 students from Xing Baku Academy exchanged glances before unleashing their martial spirits and charging forward. Among them, one level 68 Soul Emperor and a level 65 female Soul Emperor rushed towards Yang Chen, aiming to ensnare him with their combined strength. The remaining students targeted Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. If they could immobilize Yang Chen, the overwhelming power of their remaining comrades would swiftly conquer Dai Mubai and his allies. Once they incapacitated the others, the 7 would converge on Yang Chen, believing that even this ruthless killer could not withstand their united assault. The level 68 Soul Emperor and a level 55 Soul King were the first to confront Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. For Shrek Academy, apart from Yang Chen, these two possessed the most potent fusion technique. However, even their combined might paled in comparison to that of a level 68 Soul Emperor and a level 55 Soul King. The remaining 3 from Xing Baku Academy surged toward Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Tang San. Yang Chen, discerning their intentions, shouted, "Third brother, lend me your strength." Instead of striking the 2 Soul Emperors approaching him, he maneuvered his Shun whip through the air, propelled by Tang San's Lan Yin Grass, evading their attack. Simultaneously, he swung the whip towards the duo rushing at Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, with the enhancement of his 4 soul rings. The whip bore the weight of tens of thousands of pounds, descending like a mountain, as if it would crush the very earth. The 2 adversaries, witnessing this terrifying descent, screamed in fright and attempted to retreat, not daring to collide with such might. Yet Yang Chen offered them no reprieve. He unleashed 2 spirit arrows. After all, these foes were merely at the level of Soul Emperors. He need not resort to his ultimate soul spear. Should he unleash that, he feared the outcome would render them incapacitated, a fate too severe for a mere exchange match among students from various academies across the continent. As the 2 attempted to escape rapidly, they felt a sudden heaviness in their heads, their bodies caught beneath the Shun whip, sending them flying through the air. The Soul King of level 55 was propelled like a cannonball, soaring several dozen meters before crashing to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, utterly motionless. Meanwhile, the level 68 Soul Emperor, after a brief flight, adjusted his soul power just before exiting the arena. Suddenly, at the apex of his flight, he twisted his body like a nimble swallow, gliding back into the competition area. At this moment, Tang San commanded, "Dai Lao Da Yu, along with Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu, must intercept these 3. The 7 from Starbucks launched a simultaneous assault, with 2 targeting Yang Chen but missing, while 3 others advanced. Among them was a petite girl, a level 63 Soul Emperor, accompanied by 2 Soul Kings. This young Soul Emperor, naturally timid, showed signs of stage fright, significantly diminishing her attack. Thus, she refrained from assisting her companions with her soul arrow. With their 5 against 3, and with Tang San providing support, they should not encounter any unexpected defeat. This also served as an opportunity for the 7 monsters to hone their skills, for true strength arises through combat. In a swift exchange, one of the Starbucks students was injured, and the battle had commenced, leaving no room for substitutions. The 2 Soul Emperors who had missed their targets suddenly charged towards Dai Mubai and Tang San, hoping to inflict heavy damage while Yang Chun was momentarily caught off guard. Yang Chun, enraged, declared that those two were his prey and could not intrude upon another's territory, especially not in such a surreptitious manner. He promptly swung his divine whip, executing the dragon's tail technique, striking at the two from behind. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, at the forefront, saw the impending assault upon them and could not afford to withstand such a powerful blow. They were forced to evade. As they dodged, Yang Chun positioned himself between them and their attackers, shielding Dai Mubai and the others behind him. At this juncture, the previously struck level 68 Soul Emperor had returned to the arena, his heart quaking at the thought of the Soul Arrow's ferocity. Now, the three mightiest students from Starbucks stood before Yang Chun. They exchanged glances and in unison shouted, Zhong Mo. Their aura surged dramatically, elevating their powers from levels 65 and 68 to 78 and 2 at 80. Their soul power swelled, an overwhelming pressure enveloping the entire arena. This sudden escalation astonished not only Yang Chun and Tang San, but also Master and Flander. Their worst fears had materialized. From the judging platform, Bibi Dong emitted a cold snort, unleashing a wave of pressure that shrouded the competition area. The spectators below were left aghast. How could three students from Starbucks suddenly elevate their soul power by over 10 levels, transitioning from Soul Emperor to Soul Saint, or even reaching the realm of an 80th level Soul Douluo, merely lacking a soul ring? Yet, without absorbing a soul ring, how could their levels rise? What arcane technique or dark sorcery was at play? In the Douluo continent, a soul master must absorb a second soul ring upon reaching level 20 to become a great soul master. Only then can they cultivate from level 20 to 21, 22, and beyond. The fact that these three had suddenly enhanced their soul levels by such a margin and broken through major boundaries without absorbing soul rings fundamentally shattered the long-standing rules of soul power on the Douluo continent, leaving everyone utterly astonished. As the three continued to amplify their aura, they bore down on Yang Chun, disregarding Bibi Dong's oppressive presence, intent on controlling him through sheer force of soul power. Bibi Dong had enveloped the arena in her pressure precisely to prevent Yang Chun from being overwhelmed by their might. Although there had been prior conflicts between her and Yang Chun, and many had perished at his hands, her perspective had shifted dramatically due to Qian Daoli's analysis and the recent incursions by demonic entities from another realm. She had come to greatly admire him. She even harbored a premonition that a significant calamity loomed over the Douluo continent, akin to the great disasters of yore, threatening countless lives. It was clear that the salvation of the Douluo continent would not come from her, but possibly from this impudent youth. The only source of her displeasure was that this audacious boy never afforded her the respect she deserved, making it difficult for her to save face. After all, she was the supreme ruler of the Spirit Hall, the Pope of the Douluo continent. Just as she pondered these matters, Yang Chun burst into laughter, seemingly unfazed by their overwhelming pressure, questioning the worth of such dark practices that drained one's vitality to enhance soul power. Did they not realize they were being deceived by sinister forces? The three, hearing his words, shouted in unison, silence. Do not slander our master, no, our esteemed lord. Our lord would never deceive or betray us. Yang Chun and Bibi Dong exchanged knowing glances. It became evident that Starbucks Academy was indeed under the control of otherworldly invaders, subjecting these students to dark sorcery. After employing their so-called Zhong Mo technique, the three exhibited signs of impaired judgment, even referring to their master. Yang Chen Laogid Heartily, declaring their ignorance. They were merely pawns of the otherworldly invaders, pitifully unaware of the consequences of their actions. He warned them that the use of such dark sorcery would deplete their lifeblood and vitality, leading them to rapid aging and rendering them powerless. His words, imbued with formidable soul power, struck like thunder, awakening the onlookers to the grim reality. The methods employed by the trio were evidently not noble. Perhaps, as the young demon suggested, they were indeed a malevolent means of siphoning life force. However, the mention of otherworldly invaders and the terms of master and servant left many confused, unable to grasp the full implications, dismissing Yang Chen's claims as mere slander against the Starbucks students. After all, the invasion of the Douluo continent by another realm, leading to near extinction, was a tale long forgotten with the passage of time. Most were unaware of this chapter in their history. Nevertheless, suspicion towards Starbucks Academy began to brew, as it clearly appeared to be an institution of dubious origins, lacking the virtuous integrity of a legitimate academy. As Yang Chun faced off against the three, He extended his spiritual perception towards the three students from Starbucks behind him, apprehensive that they might also employ secret techniques against Dai Mubai and the others. Fortunately, the three appear to be engaged in a fair fight with Dai Mubai and the others, resulting in a stalemate. After all, the soul power of Dai Mubai and his companions have been refined, granting them high quality and the ability to combat several levels above their own, especially in a scenario of fewer against more. Yet, Yang Chun remained uneasy and suddenly called out, Dai Lauda, attack that Soul Emperor. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing immediately realized that Yang Chun was aiding them with his spiritual soul skills, prompting them to unleash their full offensive. The 60th level Soul Emperor, witnessing their frenzied assault, was momentarily taken aback and hastily cast a soul skill. However, before he could complete his technique, he felt a jolt in his mind, causing a brief disruption in his soul power. With a resounding thud, his body was struck by the fusion technique of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, sending him careening far outside the arena, where he crashed to the ground. Naturally timid, he scrambled to his feet and fled the competition, shouting in distress, I concede. I surrender. The spectators were momentarily stunned, followed by roars of laughter. With his exit, the pressure on Dai Mubai and his companions significantly diminished. With a record of 5 victories to 2, and bolstered by Ning Rongrong's formidable 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, they swiftly subdued the 2 remaining Soul Kings. Yang Chun, meanwhile, single-handedly stood against the 3 empowered students from Xing Baku Academy. At this moment, 2 of the 7 students had already been eliminated, leaving 5 still in the arena. The 3 most formidable Soul Emperors were held at bay by Yang Chun, while the 2 Soul Kings engaged in combat with Dai Mubai and his allies. Although both Soul Kings were advanced at levels 56 and 57, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and others were capable of battling above their ranks, possessing a plethora of strategies. Thus, within just a few exchanges, the 2 Soul Kings were severely burned by Ma Hongjun's evil Fire Phoenix and struck down by Dai Mubai's powerful palm, collapsing to the ground. As the match progressed, it became evident to all that the ultimate victory hinged primarily on Yang Chun. At the levels of Soul Sage and Soul Dalu, it was beyond the capabilities of Dai Mubai and his companions to intervene, though Tang San could provide some assistance. Sensing that his concerns had been alleviated, Yang Chun suggested to Tang San and the others, let's keep our distance. Do not worry. These 3 pose no threat to me. Ning Rongrong shouted back, Brother Chun, I will stay to assist you. I can greatly enhance your strength. Yang Chun chuckled, with these 3, your help is unnecessary. If the need arises, I will surely call for you. The 3 adversaries, having enhanced their powers, remained motionless, fixated on Yang Chun. Despite their overwhelming soul power, their gazes revealed a disturbing fervor, as if they regarded Yang Chun not as a person, but as prey, a delectable morsel to be devoured. After a brief moment, they exchanged glances and charged forward simultaneously. Curiously, they retracted their martial souls, opting to engage solely with soul power. The audience was left bewildered. What was Xing Baku Academy attempting to achieve by foregoing their martial souls? How could soul masters fight without their martial souls? Were these 3 madmen? The more they observed, the more it seemed as though these individuals were not from Douluo continent. They intended to confront this little demon using only soul power. Chapter 208. Come in battle. Yang Chun realized that the techniques employed by these individuals were not the soul skills of Douluo continent, but rather advanced techniques from a higher realm. The energy coursing through their bodies was no longer mere soul power, but a form of profound energy or internal force. These 3 were incredibly formidable, representing the most powerful adversaries he had faced since arriving in Douluo continent. He needed to concentrate fully. With a flourish of his god-slaying whip, he bellowed, evil paths do not grace the grand stage. Come in battle. Executing the dragon tail sweep, he unleashed the Titan Python's soul skill, transforming the whip into a dragon that struck fiercely towards an 8th level soul, Douluo. The whip's motion generated a whirlwind that sealed off the sky, as if a divine dragon aimed to intimidate all below. The Xing Baku student, witnessing this, shouted and simultaneously struck out with both palms, which materialized into 2 towering mountains that collided with the god-slaying whip. He seemed to underestimate Yang Chun, a mere 49th level soul master, believing that this martial soul would not impose significant pressure upon him, attempting to shatter Yang Chun's whip with his palms. The other 2 observers stood aside, eager to witness the might of Yang Chun's whip and whether it truly possessed the legendary power to transcend multiple realms. A thunderous crash reverberated throughout the arena, shaking the ground as if a cataclysmic earthquake had occurred. Those nearby felt as though the very hills were on the verge of collapsing, unable to maintain their footing. The spectators widened their eyes, fixated on the two combatants, astonished that the Xingbaku student, despite not utilizing a martial soul, wielded such formidable palm strength, comparable to that of a true soul Douluo at level 80. In their hearts, they mused that this individual was so powerful that the ruthless little demon's martial soul might indeed be shattered. This was no mere 60th level soul emperor. He was a genuine soul Douluo. With heightened anticipation, the crowd wondered if Yang Chen's legends were true. Could he truly defeat a soul Douluo? At that moment, the audience's sentiments began to lean toward Yang Chen. Although he was a merciless demon, the origins of Xingbaku Academy were dubious, shrouded in mystery, and their presence on Douluo continent was uncertain, whether it was a blessing or a curse. Yang Chen, with his whip, had not utilized his full strength, only testing the waters with 70% of his power. Upon the deafening clash, the god-slaying whip was sent soaring, while the Xingbaku student let out a pained grunt, collapsing to the ground, his face pallid, clearly injured. Yang Chen's exceptional soul power proved far more destructive than anticipated. The crowd gasped in unison, astonished that this little demon had indeed wounded a soul Douluo-level powerhouse, affirming that the rumors surrounding him were not exaggerated. What they just witnessed? A soul master had actually harmed a soul Douluo in a genuine clash. How could this little demon possess such formidable soul power? Was it the enhancement from his soul rings that granted him such strength? Indeed, this little demon might be a reincarnation of a deity. His first soul ring, a ferocious titan python of over 20,000 years, was astonishing. What was truly unbelievable was how his soul power could transcend 3 realms to contest with a soul Douluo and still gain the upper hand. With this strike, Yang Chen shattered all doubts regarding his capabilities, leaving the audience in stunned silence. The two Xingbaku students watching from the sidelines inhaled sharply, their eyes alight with fervor and excitement. Yang Chen, emboldened by his newfound confidence, realized he was indeed capable of contending with lower-level soul Douluo. With just one more rank advancement to reach the Soul King stage, his enhancements would be exponentially greater, far beyond 30%. At that point, even a soul Douluo would not intimidate him. Upon achieving the Soul King rank, he would truly stand among the elite of Douluo continent. With a hearty laugh, he declared, "My fellow students, since you have already invoked your secret techniques, let us engage together and see whether your otherworldly, demonic powers surpass the strength of a native soul master from Douluo continent." Upon hearing Yang Chen's words, Bai Dong reflected, this clever little rascal has cleverly labeled them as malevolent beings from another realm, casting them in a negative light and providing a convenient justification for the impending destruction of Xingbaku Academy. After this competition, no one from the Starbucks Academy could be allowed to escape. They must all be apprehended to uncover the mastermind behind it all, their true master. Otherwise, the potential threat loomed too large, leaving her restless. She now feared that it was not merely a group of powerful beings from another realm that had entered Douluo, but that they were not affiliated with those competing from the Dark Assault Academy of the Tiando Empire. These otherworldly beings possessed vast powers, far surpassing those of the Soul Masters from Douluo Dalu. The other two students from Starbucks, witnessing their companion injured by Yang Chen's whip with a single strike, shouted in alarm and charged toward him. The young girl raised her hand, revealing a gleaming sword that resembled a martial soul, yet was not. It astonished the crowd even further. They understood that a soul master's martial soul, especially a weapon-type martial soul, could transform into a divine artifact upon reaching god-level cultivation. Just like this girl, no longer reliant on soul power to become an offensive weapon. They wondered if this girl had indeed utilized a secret method to elevate her martial soul to the status of a divine artifact. The thought sent chills down their spines, rendering the capabilities of the Starbucks Academy utterly unfathomable. In a flash, as the sword in the girl's hand darted toward Yang Chen, another student, wielding an 8th-level soul power, also shouted and brandished a spear, thrusting it forward. Yang Chen recognized that the battle had escalated beyond the realm of Douluo Dalu's martial souls, entering a higher echelon of conflict. Yet, he had to rely on the whip of divine retribution, as he possessed no true weapon. The second soul ring shimmered, and he unleashed the White Tiger's soul skill. The formidable, bloodline-imbued white tiger, with an age of 25 to 30,000 years, unleashed its power, sweeping toward both opponents simultaneously. The whip of divine retribution moved like a massive tiger's tail, sweeping horizontally with a force surpassing his first soul skill, Dragon-S Tail. Simultaneously, Yangchun utilized the momentum from the whip, vaulting into the air to evade the combined assault of the two. Aware of the whip's might, the two quickly evaded its strike. This exchange transpired in an instant, leaving the spectators awestruck. The injured student, sitting cross-legged on the ground, inhaled deeply, and suddenly his eyes radiated a golden light, with white mist emanating from his nose. Rising to his feet, his aura surged, now comparable to an 85th level soul Douluo. His body unscathed. Chapter 209. The marvelous soul power, a flash of golden light glimmered in his eyes, and it seemed as if invisible arrows shot toward Yangchun. Simultaneously, he clenched his fists and struck at Yangchun in midair. Despite the distance, those fists arrived in an instant, aiming directly for Yangchun's face. The crowd gasped in collective horror. Yangchun, suspended in the air with no leverage, appeared helpless against such a devastating blow. Ning Rongrong cried out, "Brother Chun, be careful." Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others watched with anxious eyes, lamenting their inadequacy to intervene in such a fierce battle. Even the Pope, Bibi Dong, was sweating profusely, casting a glance at Qian Renshua, who sat at a distance. Qian Renshua represented the emperor of the Tiando Empire, leading various academies to the competition. Since taking on this role, she had remained largely in the shadows, rarely making an appearance. Everyone was aware of her relationship with Yangchun. To avoid suspicion, she had deliberately refrained from seeking him out, lest she be ridiculed. At this moment, however, she had heard the whispers and rumors. After all these years, she had cultivated many trusted confidants within the Tiando Empire, some of whom had directly or indirectly advised her. As the crown princess of the most powerful empire in Douluo Dalu, such rumors had a significant impact on her. Even some of her loyal followers had begun to regard her with raised eyebrows, and some intentionally distanced themselves. A crown prince, even before ascending the throne, remained in a state of uncertainty. Any personal indiscretions could be exploited by political rivals. Most critically, the emperor of the Tiando Empire, Shui Yi, had personally confronted her, sternly questioning her about this matter and ordering her to steer clear of Yangchun. Building connections with future powerhouses should not be done through such means. Furthermore, such indulgent habits must be corrected. She was also urged to seek a suitable candidate for the position of crown princess. Thus, Qian Renshua had no choice but to distance herself from Yangchun, who had long since deduced these reasons and refrained from disturbing her. At this moment, Qian Renshua observed the Starbucks student, whose strength had suddenly surged, and whose attacks were bizarre and unlike any soul techniques from Douluo Dalu, causing her heart to race. The calm demeanor she once possessed was nowhere to be found. This expression did not escape Bibidong's notice. Although she had heard from Qian Dalu about Qian Renshua's affection for Yangchun, she had remained skeptical. Qian Renshua was considerably older than Yangchun, and given Yangchun's evident youth, it seemed implausible that someone as wise and mature as Qian Renshua would fall for this immature boy. Now, witnessing Qian Renshua's expression, Bibi Dong realized it was genuine, stirring a tempest within her heart. Despite their strained relationship and her deep-seated resentment toward Qian Renshua, she could not deny that Qian Renshua was her daughter, flesh of her flesh, bound by blood, a connection that could not be severed. Concern for her daughter's future weighed heavily on her mind. She was acutely aware of what her daughter was capable of, both in perception and strategy. The thought that her proud daughter could genuinely harbor feelings for this young scoundrel left her in disbelief. Who was this scoundrel, and what enchantment did he possess? Meanwhile, Yangchun, having just evaded the attacks of the two, found the injured student employing a secret technique to heal his wounds and increase his soul power by 5 levels. Charging toward him once more, the fists before him grew larger, heavy as a mountain, aimed to strike his face. Suddenly, the golden light emanating from the student's eyes reached him before the fists could land. Just as he prepared to summon his soul power for defense, he heard the long quiet voice of Xiao Tian urging him. This is a form of soul power, a potent force imparted by a powerful being. You must absorb it. It will benefit your soul. Upon hearing this, Yangchun activated his absorption ability. The golden light, resembling a shooting arrow, swiftly penetrated his mind. Yangchun managed to block the student's fists with a whip of divine retribution, yet the force propelled him skyward. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. and even Bibidong's expression changed dramatically. Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and the others cried out in unison, looking up at Yang Chun. Qian Rinchue's face turned pale as she stood up. She genuinely feared that Yang Chun, this little trickster, might be severely wounded by this peculiar Starbucks student. The golden light shooting from the student's eyes was undoubtedly a formidable weapon. Though such a weapon had never been seen in Dalu, it was assuredly powerful. As everyone fixated on Yang Chun soaring into the sky, they suddenly heard the Starbucks student let out a cry of anguish, clutching his head as if in excruciating pain. Simultaneously, he bellowed, "What are you two waiting for? Quickly unleash the secret technique completely and take him down while you can. Otherwise, we three will surely be defeated and face severe consequences." The brilliance emanating from that man's eyes was a manifestation of the divine soul power bestowed upon him by a formidable being. Indeed, it was not merely mental energy, but a profound essence akin to Yang Chen's own divine soul power, a mysterious force generated from an immensely powerful soul. According to the caster, as long as this divine soul power was directed towards an adversary, any foe, provided they were not at the level of a titled Douluo within this realm, could be subdued. Thus, he confidently unleashed this enigmatic divine soul force, augmenting it with his fists, convinced that this strike would surely spell doom for Yang Chun. Little did he know that this infamous killer not only withstood his divine assault, but also confiscated this soul power, rendering it irretrievable. The essence of that formidable being was intricately woven into his own soul power. Despite its small measure, it was crucial to him. Its loss inflicted great harm, leaving a void in his consciousness and causing excruciating pain in his mind. Simultaneously, fear surged within him. He was well aware of the formidable strength of that being, and to his astonishment, Yang Chun not only resisted but also seized his divine soul power, leaving it irretrievable. This fiend had truly defied the heavens. How could he possibly withstand such a divine soul attack? In his panic, he immediately commanded his two companions to unleash their utmost combat prowess upon Yang Chun. Meanwhile, Yang Chun reveled in the consumption of that divine soul power, relishing its exquisite flavor. He recognized that this power was exceptionally potent, surpassing mere mental energy, akin to his own divine soul force. Upon assimilation, it merged seamlessly with his divine soul power, and without needing to glance. He was aware that his divine soul power had significantly increased. Elated, he realized that he had struck gold once again. Such enhancements to divine soul power were notoriously difficult to achieve, yet here was someone offering it willingly. In the midst of such an open battle, the absorption of martial souls and soul power was nearly impossible. Any attempt to do so would be readily discerned. Yet this divine soul power, unfamiliar to the soul masters of Dalu, was formless and invisible, making its consumption discreet and unnoticed. At that moment, he found himself eagerly hoping that the three adversaries would continue to attack him in this manner. Chapter 210. The endless emergence of evil techniques. The onlookers remained oblivious to the nature of the assault, for ignorance breeds the greatest fear. From high above, Yang Chen's resounding laughter echoed, "Excellent. Come again. I relish this." His boisterous mirth immediately eased the concerns of Bai Dong, Tang San, and the others. Qian Rinchue sighed in relief, shaking her head at her own anxiousness, realizing that this little divine charlatan was, after all, a reincarnation of a deity, capable of anything. Why should she fret for him? With his capabilities, there was nothing he could not resolve. "Oh, Qian Rinchue, how could you lack faith in your own discernment?" The others believed that Yang Chun, suddenly ambushed by this individual, would surely suffer a severe blow. Yet, to their astonishment, he appeared unscathed, his laughter ringing out robustly, as if he had gained a tremendous advantage, leaving them in utter disbelief. A true fiend, he was unlike any ordinary person. Even in the face of such an attack, he could still find mirth. Meanwhile, the other two Starbucks Academy students, upon hearing their comrade shout, fixed their gaze intently on Yang Chun, channeling their secret technique to its utmost. Their momentum and soul power surged, elevating them several levels in an instant. As they beheld Yang Chun at the apex of his descent, they lunged towards him, one wielding a sword and the other a spear, intent on delivering a devastating blow. Under the influence of their profound energy, their weapons radiated dazzling brilliance. The sword seemed capable of cleaving mountains, while the spear appeared poised to pierce through the heavens. Their aim was to eliminate Yang Chun while he was in midair, devoid of any means of support. Yang Chun felt a surge of determination, readying his formidable divine soul spear for retaliation. Suddenly, he felt a lightness in his body, and as he fell, he deftly maneuvered to the side. It was Tang San, sensing the impending danger, who ensnared Yang Chun with his blue silvergrass, pulling him out of the range of the two attackers. Yang Chun was elated, but soon noticed the Starbucks student had spotted Tang San's intervention and launched a palm strike toward him from the air. At that moment, the assailant wielded an impressive 85 levels of soul power, leaving Tang San unable to withstand such an attack. Enraged, Yang Chun acted without hesitation, unleashing 3 divine soul spears towards the attacker. Tang San, perceiving the oncoming threat, activated his Ghost Shadow Perplexing Step, a technique praised by Xiao Tian for its intricacy. The onlookers beheld Tang San's form multiply into several phantoms, rendering it impossible to discern the true body from the illusions. The assailant, in his bewilderment, lost his sense of direction. Then, a pained cry escaped his lips as he fell to the ground, clutching his head, unable to rise. It seemed as if an invisible arrow had struck at the core of his consciousness. Tang San and the others immediately understood that Yang Chen's mental attack had struck home. They were astonished to learn that Yang Chen's mental prowess had grown so formidable that he could incapacitate an 85-level soul power wielder with but a single blow. The anguish etched on the assailant's face indicated he was rendered utterly powerless. Yang Chen's sudden divine soul spear attack left everyone speechless. The legendary claims of his extraordinary mental strength were indeed true. Even a titled Douluo, specializing in mental attacks, could not have so swiftly dismantled an opponent of such caliber. What monstrous mental ability! This type of assault was overwhelmingly powerful and nearly impossible to defend against, without moving a foot or raising a hand. One could inflict severe damage. The gazes of the crowd toward Yang Chun transformed, brimming with awe and admiration. The 3 most formidable Starbucks Academy students had suffered one defeat, while the attacks of the remaining 2 fell short, indicating that Starbucks was destined for failure. It was unlikely they would last beyond 5 more exchanges. Should Yang Chun continue to rely on mental assaults, it was certain that these 2 would soon find themselves in a similar plight as their fallen comrade. At last, Yang Chun landed firmly on the ground and regarded the remaining 2 adversaries, asking, "Do you wish to continue?" Their faces turned pale as they glanced at their fallen companion, fear evident in their eyes. The principal referee, the platinum instructor, approached and addressed the 2 Starbucks Academy students. "Do you still wish to fight?" The notion of the Wuhuan Palace Academy being defeated by the Starbucks Academy was unbearable for all affiliated with Wuhuan Palace, including the platinum instructor, who hoped for a resounding triumph by Starbucks to salvage some dignity for Wuhuan Palace. At this point, the Wuhuan Palace had unknowingly aligned themselves with Shrek Academy. The 2 students, now ashen-faced, exchanged glances with the referee and Yang Chun, hesitating as they observed the team leader and students from Starbucks waiting outside the arena. The platinum instructor, recognizing their indecision, turned his gaze to the Starbucks group, noticing the team leader, an 89-level soul power wielder, engaged in hushed discussion with a student. Despite the student's youth, it was evident that the teacher was seeking guidance from him, his face betraying anxiety and concern. The revelation stunned the platinum instructor. He was not the only one taken aback, as the others also shared his astonishment. Who was this student, who appeared to be the true leader of Starbucks? At this moment, the individual disregarded the desperate pleas of the 89th level soul Douluo and suddenly bellowed at the stage, declaring, "Useless servants, what purpose do you serve? Even in death, we must secure victory for Xingba Ku Academy in this competition." Following this, he shouted, "Third layer of the seed demon technique, life blossoms." The crowd gasped in astonishment. How could this student utter such words, completely disregarding the lives of his fellow students? Was victory so paramount to them that they deemed these extraordinarily talented students as mere trifles? As the student's voice echoed, the 2 figures on the stage, a male and a female student, simultaneously cried out, "Third layer of the seed demon technique, activate." Their eyes suddenly became vacant, as if devoid of consciousness and life. An overwhelming surge of soul power emerged from their bodies, ascending to an astonishing level of 90 before finally halting. At this moment, both individuals possessed formidable combat strength equivalent to a level 90 soul power. The crowd erupted in commotion, exclaiming in unison, "What malevolent sorcery is this? Such a bizarre phenomenon. This competition should not continue. How could such evil practices be allowed to persist in Douluo continent?" Master Yu Xiaojiang also shouted from below, Chief Judge, Competition Committee. We at Shrek Academy request official intervention. Xingba Academy is clearly of dubious origin, employing dark arts incessantly. We must take action against them rather than proceed with the match. Bibi Dong, witnessing the scene spiraling out of control, was visibly alarmed and glanced towards Yang Chun, silently seeking his thoughts. At this juncture, Bibi Dong felt a surge of trepidation. If all students of Xingba Academy possessed such extraordinary abilities, the Douluo continent would soon find itself enslaved to them. The leading student clearly appeared to be a malevolent being. If Yang Chun was willing to continue the fight, it indicated his confidence. If not, she would halt the competition under a pretext, apprehending everyone from Xingba Academy to prevent future repercussions. A detailed plan had already been laid out, and once the competition concluded, it would be time for capture. However, when she looked at Yang Chun, she found him calm and composed, devoid of any signs of panic, even nodding slightly to her, and master you. This subtle gesture sent ripples through the crowd. It seemed that this young demon still wished to continue fighting, suggesting that he retained confidence in achieving victory. At that moment, the student let out a shrill laugh, taunting, "Shrek students, are you planning to concede? Afraid to continue? I knew you would inevitably lose." Yang Chun, observing the student's arrogance, countered with a powerful shout, "Fool, bring as many as you wish to fight. Otherwise, come up yourself." The challenger was merely a 53rd level Soul King. Yet upon hearing Yang Chen's words, he exclaimed, "Fine. If the committee agrees, I shall ascend and slay you." The legendary demon of slaughter. Yang Chun had already discerned the peculiarities of this individual through his spiritual perception. He was aware of the man's oddity, yet with his formidable mental attack, he was unperturbed as long as the challenger was not a title Douluo. Laughing heartily, he remarked, "As long as the committee consents, I have no qualms about adding another novice to the fray." He then turned to Bibi Dong, nodding in agreement. Upon seeing Yang Chen's nod, Bibi Dong recognized the challenger's exceptional nature and thought, "With me here, he cannot soar too high. In a critical moment, I shall intervene, ensuring that this little rascal does not encounter any mishap," and coldly stated, "Very well, I represent the committee in granting you permission." The challenger, hearing Bibi Dong's approval, soared onto the stage. Master Yu and the others were taken aback and attempted to protest to the committee, but Yang Chun shook his head at them. The crowd paused, understanding that Yang Chun was beyond conventional reasoning and must have his own insights, thus refraining from voicing further objections. The 53rd level Soul King, upon receiving Bibi Dong's consent, erupted into laughter and leaped onto the arena. Although he did not manifest his martial soul, it appeared as though he had invisible wings, allowing him to ascend to the competition arena effortlessly. This act sparked another wave of astonishment among the spectators. In Dalu continent, certain martial souls could facilitate flight post-manifestation, which was commonplace, utilizing soul beast flying abilities. However, this individual had not summoned any martial soul nor displayed any visible wings. Yet he ascended to the competition arena as if soaring through the air, defying the understanding of soul masters on the continent. Did he train in some form of invisible wings, allowing him to traverse the skies? If he had reached the level of title Douluo or a divine realm, it would be one thing, but he was merely a 53rd level Soul King, which was utterly bizarre. As he landed in the center of the arena, he coldly uttered a few derisive words, forcing the original participant to take the stage himself, declaring him worthless. The male and female students present displayed visible fear, their faces paling as they bowed in submission, rendered speechless. The student sprawled on the ground, still writhing in agony, was unceremoniously kicked out of the arena by the challenger. Landing far away, the individual's spirit had already been damaged by Yang Chun. Now, with this kick, blood spurted from his mouth, and he fell silent upon hitting the ground, leaving his fate uncertain. The crowd erupted in anger at the treatment of such a talented student who was treated with utter disregard, as if he were a mere dog tossed aside, indifferent to his life or death. Even a dog would not be subjected to such cruelty. How could one be so vicious and devoid of humanity? Moreover, who was this individual, despite appearing to be only 17 or 18 years of age? Why was he regarded as the leader of Xingba Academy, with everyone treating him as their master? He was merely a 53rd level Soul King. Why did he hold such a high position? Was it all a facade? As the crowd pondered these questions, they observed him coldly regarding Yang Chun, his aura suddenly intensifying. Transforming from a 53rd level Soul King, he rapidly ascended to the peak of an 89th level Soul, Douluo. overwhelming in presence. With his aura surging, his eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, as if he were poised to devour anyone in sight. The crowd was taken aback. While they could accept the elevation of 3 soul emperors to 89 or 90 levels, this individual had transitioned directly from a 53rd level soul king to the pinnacle of an 89th level soul Dalu, a feat beyond their comprehension. What manner of being was he? Had a true deity descended? Soul masters in Douluo continent trained their entire lives to reach such heights, yet he achieved it in the blink of an eye. What was the purpose of training for the other soul masters? This was a blow that they could scarcely accept. However, upon witnessing the transformation of his eyes, Bibi Dong felt an unsettling realization. This individual was far from ordinary. She wondered if Yang Chun, that little rascal, could contend with him. Sensing that his mental prowess was immensely formidable, surpassing even that of a 95th level title Dalu, perhaps explaining his fearlessness in the face of Yang Chun. Upon encountering the luxurious, blood-red eyes of this individual, Yang Chun was momentarily taken aback, a chill coursing through his heart as he nearly succumbed to the intimidation emanating from those eyes. He heard Xiao Tian berating him internally, admonishing him for being ineffective, for this was merely a minor figure from another realm. Yet he was still swayed by the other's imposing presence. In terms of spiritual power, who among the myriad worlds could rival him? With a jolt of realization, Yang Chun stirred his spiritual force, dispelling the oppressive influence of the man's gaze. He retaliated with a fierce glare of his own, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy. The man, under the impression that his spiritual power was formidable, believed that this insignificant 49th level soul master would be easily subdued by a mere glance, diminishing his courage. However, much to his astonishment, not only did Yang Chun remain unyielded, but he was also wounded by the intensity of Yang Chen's gaze. What shocked him further was the revelation that the mystical force emanating from Yang Chen's eyes was a potent spiritual power, far surpassing his own. This revelation was nothing short of staggering. He had dared to ascend the stage because of his unparalleled spiritual strength, which remained formidable even in his own world. He had assumed that with such extraordinary spiritual prowess and attack skills, unless faced with a title Douluo of level 99 or higher, he would easily dominate his opponents in this Douluo continent. Little did he realize that this legendary little demon, whose reputation for violence preceded him, possessed spiritual power that was not inferior to his own, and perhaps even greater. Chapter 212. One day, I will ascend to your continent nonetheless before departing. This defiant little demon must be exterminated, even if it required the use of secret methods. This little demon was exceptionally formidable, surpassing even the so-called saints of their world. Eliminating him would remove a significant obstacle to the impending invasion of his kin. After all, this little demon, at merely 14 or 15 years of age, had nearly attained the combat prowess of a title Dalu. If given another 3 to 5 years, he could potentially become an adversary even to deities of level 100. This was a latent threat that must be eradicated to clear the path for the future. If he were aware that Yang Chun had only been traversing this realm for just over a year and had cultivated his strength in that brief time, he would likely be even more apprehensive. Since entering the arena, he had wielded his formidable spiritual power to scrutinize the strongest individuals present, identifying the true threats as the so-called Sword Dalu, Chun Xin, and the Pope Bibi Dong. Yet, even if he unleashed a powerful spiritual attack on these two, he believed he could gracefully withdraw without needing to resort to the blood escape technique. This was the reason for his audacity to reveal his strength openly. With the failure of his plans, he resolved to eliminate this most extraordinary little demon of the Douluo continent, intending to send a warning and instill fear among these inferior cultivators. With his mind made up, despite knowing Yang Chen's spiritual strength matched his own, he felt no fear. After all, he possessed an abundance of secret techniques, and he had 2 living bombs at his disposal. A smirk crept across his face as he coldly proclaimed, "Indeed, it has exceeded my expectations. I did not anticipate finding such a genius in this inferior plane. If you were to align with my kin and return to a higher realm, I could provide you with abundant resources and techniques, ensuring you become a significant figure among the myriad worlds. Young man, either join me or forever remain in this desolate plane." The audience was taken aback by his brazen attempt to recruit talent from the Douluo continent. At this moment, it was clear to all that Yang Chun was the most outstanding genius of the Douluo continent in countless millennia, destined to become a deity. Yet this individual openly sought to poach him. However, The peculiar behavior of the Shrek Academy students, combined with the man's words, led everyone to realize that the world was far more complex than they had previously imagined, and that the Douluo continent was merely a low-tier realm. The continent from which this man hailed must be of a much higher caliber. If he were truly able to take Yang Chen away, it would undoubtedly open new horizons for him. From Yang Chen's perspective, aligning with this man would far exceed remaining in the Douluo continent, especially compared to his current situation at Shrek Academy, representing a significant opportunity for personal advancement. As the crowd fixated on Yang Chen, eager to witness his response to the proposition, Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and others were similarly anxious, fearing that Yang Chen might actually leave with this man, recognizing that he was evidently not from the Douluo continent. Yet, deep down, many believed Yang Chen would accept the offer, for it was indeed a grand opportunity. As the man had stated, the Douluo continent was far too small and inferior, hindering his potential growth. If he did choose to follow this man, perhaps years hence, he would indeed become a powerful figure among the myriad worlds. The decision to go or stay lay entirely in Yang Chen's hands, and the arena fell into a hushed silence as everyone awaited his thoughts. Although only a moment passed, it felt as though hours had elapsed. In the midst of the tension, Yang Chen suddenly laughed heartily, declaring, "You speak truthfully. You have indeed piqued my interest. I am genuinely curious about the realm you inhabit, and I will certainly explore it. However, not now, nor will I accompany you. Instead, I shall break through the confines of the Douluo continent and ascend to your realm. I will annihilate all of you who disregard the rules and invade our territory, uprooting you and your planet entirely." The crowd was taken aback by Yang Chen's bold proclamation. Not only did he refuse the man's offer, but he also announced his intention to invade their world and eradicate them, which was exhilarating and immensely satisfying. "Well spoken. We stand by you, and we shall always support you. Douluo Dalu is certainly not a place to be trampled upon. We shall drive these invaders from our land. Young Sir Yang, henceforth we shall follow your lead, eagerly anticipating your rise to eliminate these vile demons and ensure the peace of Douluo Dalu." Yang Chen's declaration ignited the entire arena, with the crowd erupting in fervent cheers. Bibi Dong let out a sigh of relief. This little rascal has finally recognized the gravity of the situation. However, witnessing the crowd regard Yang Chen as the savior of Douluo Dalu, she felt a pang of displeasure. "This realm belongs to my Wuhuan temple, to me, Bibi Dong. Is this little brat attempting to steal my thunder?" She glanced at Qian Renqiu, who was radiating joy and pride, as if she were Yang Chen herself, basking in his glory. Those present had expected Yang Chen to acquiesce, but to their astonishment, he not only declined, but boldly proclaimed his intent to strike at their realm and annihilate them. Angered, the adversary shouted, "You insolent brat! Since you refuse to recognize your place, do not blame me for being ruthless. This arena shall be your grave, and no one can save you." Chapter 213. The Great Battle Against Foreign Races. Do you truly believe Douluo Dalu is a lowly realm, subject to the whims of your demonic race? What a laughable jest. Douluo Dalu has thrived for millions of years, and its existence holds profound significance beyond your comprehension. Upon hearing Yang Chen's words, the crowd was invigorated. United in their battle cry, "Evil demons, let us unite and vanquish them." The atmosphere was charged with fervor. The adversary, witnessing the eager crowd, felt a twinge of fear. If they all surged forth, his demise would be certain. It seems Douluo Dalu is merely a swarm of ants that revels in overpowering the weak. If you wish to fight, then let it be so. I shall face you all alone. He laughed maniacally, inciting further ire. Upon hearing this, even Bibi Dong frowned deeply. She had intended to charge at him, but with such a declaration, would it not portray Douluo Dalu as utterly inept? Yang Chen, upon hearing this, raised 2 fingers, shaking them in the air, and with a smile, declared, "Ignorant fool, there is no need for all to join in. I alone am sufficient. Come forth in battle." With his soul power surging, an overwhelming aura of invincibility emanated from him, filling the arena with a palpable intensity. This aura had only been glimpsed within the Stardow forest, and having since lain dormant, it now surged forth with Yang Chen's enhanced strength, reaching great heights and enveloping the battleground. While the foreign adversary remained unfazed, the 2 students from Starbucks Academy could not withstand the onslaught of Yang Chen's formidable presence. Retreating in fright, their faces pale. As this imposing aura spread, countless soul masters gasped in astonishment, rising to their feet. Even the formidable Bibi Dong, known as the Sword Doll, was taken aback, her expression one of disbelief as she gazed at Yang Chun. The foreign adversary, who had previously dismissed Yang Chun, now felt a tremor of fear upon encountering his overwhelming aura. This little demon, what is his origin? How could a mere 40-level soul master, seemingly insignificant, exude such might? Even among the so-called holy sons and daughters of his own realm, none possessed such a presence. At this moment, all disdain vanished from his heart. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu looked on with wide eyes, filled with admiration, realizing that this godly brother was truly remarkable. As Yang Chun unleashed his invincible aura, the four black soul rings atop his god-smiting whip illuminated in brilliance. The sight of these rings drew gasps of awe from the crowd. With a swift motion, Yang Chun brandished his whip and declared, "Evil demons, prepare to face my wrath." He swung the whip, which extended nearly 20 meters, arcing through the air like a soaring dragon, unleashing its tremendous might. The impact seemed destined to shatter the earth itself, plunging the arena into chaos. The adversary, agile as lightning, narrowly evaded the strike, retaliating with a palm aimed directly at Yang Chun's face. In that fleeting moment, he abandoned his martial spirit in favor of a refined palm technique, engaging Yang Chun directly. With an impressive cultivation of 89 levels, Yang Chun dared not meet him head-on. Instead, he activated the phantom steps, evading the assault. In the blink of an eye, their figures crossed paths, and the adversary was astonished that this seemingly lowly soul master could possess such profound agility. Recognizing the technique as one of unparalleled mastery, he wondered where Yang Chun had acquired such skills. Could he possibly hail from a higher realm? Turning swiftly, he shouted, "What are you two doing? Charge together and subdue him." The two Starbucks students, roused by his command, fixed their gazes on Yang Chun and charged forth. With sword and spear, they aimed to cut off all avenues of retreat. With three powerful soul masters, nearly at the pinnacle of 90 levels, converging upon him, the crowd held its breath, anxious for Yang Chun's fate, silently praying for his victory. Yang Chun's previous reputation as a ruthless killer had transformed into that of a heroic savior, steadfast and unwavering. Regardless of the outcome, this confrontation would cement his illustrious image. Meanwhile, as Yang Chun faced the three attackers, the pressure mounted tremendously. Utilizing his phantom steps with grace, he flitted between them like a butterfly dancing among flowers. The immense god-smiting whip stirred up a tempest, sending clouds of dust swirling around the arena. In the heat of battle, the foreign adversary bellowed, a punch that can conquer the world. A colossal fist, shimmering with golden light, lunged toward Yang Chun. With a fierce shout, Yang Chun countered with his whip, employing his fourth soul rings technique. Dragon soars across the seas. This soul ring, derived from an ancient soul beast of nearly 80 to 90,000 years, pulsed with tremendous energy, mimicking the resurgence of a formidable serpent. Its tail sweeping toward the incoming fist with immense force. The collision reverberated through the arena, causing the ground to sink half a meter, enveloped in a cloud of dust. Yang Chun laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Wonderful, truly exhilarating. Bring it on." He struck again with his whip. The adversary, relentless in his assault, unleashed a barrage of attacks, shaking the arena like a sieve. Under the pressure of the onslaught, Yang Chun found himself at a disadvantage against the combined might of the two others, who wielded sword and spear with ferocity. In a moment of desperation, he unleashed two soul-penetrating strikes aimed at the Starbucks students. As they pressed forward, they suddenly sensed an overwhelming, invisible danger approaching. Instinctively, they concentrated their mental energy to defend against the impending attack. The next moment, they felt a jarring impact, their mental defenses shattering under the strain. Although the two individuals had significantly elevated their soul levels, their mental strength did not equate to their soul power and could not be enhanced through secret techniques. Their mental prowess remained at the level of a soul emperor, approximately 60. At that moment, the potency of Yang Chun's soul spear was overwhelming. How could they possibly withstand it? Although their consciousnesses were not shattered, they felt dizzy, akin to the intoxication of alcohol, swaying unsteadily. Yang Chun bellowed vigorously, evading the attacks of the otherworldly assailant, and swung his whip towards the two, intending to resolve them in a single strike before focusing on the fierce battle with the other individual. Upon observing the state of the two from Xingba, Ku, the adversary quickly realized that they were suffering from Yang Chun's soul force attack and were on the verge of collapse under the might of his divine whip. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a soul attack directed at Yang Chun. This soul assault had always been his pride, a technique he had employed to dispatch countless opponents of equal caliber throughout his continent, earning him great renown. This was also the reason he dared to accompany the other to the Douluo continent and lead a team to participate in the tournament. Confident that this ultimate move would ensure success, he believed that none below the rank of a 98-level title Dalu could evade it. At this moment, witnessing Yang Chen's initial mental assault, he immediately retaliated with a sudden soul attack aimed at Yang Chen's consciousness. His attack was markedly different from Yang Chen's. It resembled a massive club, striking forcefully and directly toward the consciousness. As he unleashed his soul attack, he simultaneously executed a fiery assault aimed at Yang Chen's back, forcing him to divert attention to rescue the two. This strategy resembled the ancient tactic of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao, attacking in a manner that left no choice but for Yang Chen to intervene. Before his palm could reach its target, the soul attack had already arrived. Yang Chen promptly countered with a soul spear to meet the incoming club. This was a pure exchange of soul power against soul power. In an invisible clash, the air around the arena stirred violently, and in silence, the two soul attacks collided, dissipating into nothingness and causing turbulent air currents. To his astonishment, the adversary found that his soul attack had been shattered by Yang Chen's, an unexpected turn of events. As he reeled from this revelation, he suddenly sensed Yang Chen's soul attack approaching once more. He had no choice but to strike again with his club to counter Yang Chen's soul spear. In the wake of the severe damage inflicted upon the consciousness of the two from Xing Baku, a battle of soul attacks ensued. Yang Chen's soul power was immensely superior, and he unleashed spear after spear without pause. The adversary quickly transitioned from offense to defense, and with each soul spear he deflected, he felt his own soul power deplete. After 10 consecutive strikes, his soul energy was severely diminished. Yet, Yang Chen's soul spears continued to flow relentlessly, leaving the adversary in a state of panic, questioning the strength of this little demon's soul power, which far exceeded his own, seemingly inexhaustible. From the first to the 10th spear, the force of each strike remained unweakened, powerful, and unyielding. In contrast, the adversary's soul power visibly waned with each encounter. If this continued for another 10 strikes, he would undoubtedly suffer catastrophic damage to his soul. Such an injury would be devastating, leaving him incapacitated. In this critical moment, he could no longer afford to hesitate. He struck out with his palm, unleashing a tremendous force, exclaiming, "Boundless demon sea!" Yang Chen, perceiving the immense power of this strike, swiftly evaded, momentarily halting his soul attacks. The adversary, relieved, then shouted, "Demon seed technique, body sacrifice, explode for me." At this command, the two injured students from Xing Baku, still reeling from Yang Chen's soul spear, suddenly snapped back to awareness. With a piercing cry, they lunged toward Yang Chen, their auras swelling and their bodies inflating like balloons. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, questioning what kind of magic this was, fearing they were about to self-destruct. The instructor from Xing Baku, who was at level 89, trembled and shouted no. Before he could finish, the two students detonated simultaneously like bombs, unleashing a torrent of soul power directed at Yang Chen. No one had anticipated that this demon would utilize magic to turn the two into soul bombs. Despite their original strength as soul emperors, even after being forcibly augmented to 90, the explosion's ferocity was overwhelming. Even a title Dalu at level 95 would struggle to endure the force of their self-detonation. The crowd stood in stunned silence, watching as dust enveloped the area, obscuring Yang Chen entirely. Fear gripped their hearts. They feared that this little demon would be obliterated. At that moment, Bai Dong soared into the air, while Master Tang San and Ning Rong cried out in despair. Qian Rinxue stood frozen, staring at the cloud of dust in confusion, questioning if this little sorcerer had truly left as promised to fetch her with a 9-dragon chariot. As the dust began to settle, revealing a figure amidst the haze, it was none other than Yang Chen himself. Covered in dust, his eyes were gently closed, and a faint smile graced his face, as if savoring an exquisite delicacy. The crowd was momentarily dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend what they were witnessing. Was this a mirage? A hallucination? How could this little demon emerge unscathed, seemingly reveling in the aftermath? Bai Dong, suspended in mid-air, hesitated momentarily before swiftly returning to her seat. As the former pope, she could not afford to lose her composure. Yet this little rascal was truly perplexing. Her formidable mental strength revealed that this little scoundrel had effortlessly withstood the self-detonation that had nearly caused her heart to leap from her chest, remaining vibrant and vigorous. Gritting her teeth, she resolved that this little rascal would eventually receive a thorough beating to relieve her frustrations, for he had nearly given her a heart attack. As Yang Chun emerged from the dust, Master Tang San and the others sighed in relief, while Ning Rong Rong and Xiao Wu collapsed onto the ground. Qianren Xue, elated, suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of self-reproach. This little sorcerer was clearly a reincarnation of a great deity, possessing extraordinary foresight. What could possibly elude him? What could he not resolve? Qianren Xue, oh Qianren Xue, where has your usual wisdom gone? Why do you lose your composure when confronted with this little sorcerer? Not only were the numerous soul masters present left in shock, but even the otherworldly assailant stood stupefied at the sight of Yang Chun. How could this be? Even if he utilized secret techniques, he should not have been able to withstand the force of the two's self-detonation. How had this little demon managed to evade such destruction? The Douluo continent had birthed an anomaly in the form of this little demon. With his potential, in another 10 or 8 years, what heights would he reach? Godhood would seem the minimum. Those self-proclaimed holy sons and daughters, with their lofty airs, paled in comparison to this little demon. How could they possibly compete? In reality, as the two students were about to self-destruct, Yang Chun was preparing to employ the ghostly shadow step to swiftly escape the explosion zone when he heard the voice of the little heavenly Tao within him. Take advantage of the self-detonation to devour their soul power. Your strength will surge, and you'll be able to absorb it. Stunned, Yang Chun realized he could no longer evade. He activated the devouring function, opening an invisible maw to consume the soul and mystical energy of both individuals in one fell swoop. Initially, he had anticipated that such immense power would inflict considerable injury upon him. Unexpectedly, upon swallowing, he remained completely unharmed. The impact of the soul force had no effect on him whatsoever. It had been quite some time since he had tasted the exquisite flavor of soul power. And with this sudden absorption, he felt a surge in his internal energy. His spirits lifted, and an expression of sheer comfort naturally graced his face. As the onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment, they could not help but lick their lips, casting him strange glances. The peculiar looks from the crowd sent a shiver down their spines. This murderous fiend was anything but ordinary, emanating an aura of eeriness and danger. Chapter 215. How Tiando, Law, the stranger from another realm, was momentarily stunned, gazing at Yang Chun with a look of trepidation in his eyes. With such a person present on the continent of Douluo, years would pass easily, and even if his kin were to open a portal, they would struggle to conquer this land and obtain the legendary great fortune. This continent, as ancient lore suggests, is the birthplace of the divine, where the supreme creator deity emerged and left behind his legacy. Whoever possesses it can once again become the creator deity, the supreme ruler of all realms, one who shares a lifespan with the heavens and commands all domains. The individual scrutinized Yang Chun, then glanced at Bibi Dong and other formidable beings, his brow furrowing in silence. He feared failure this time, contemplating a complete overhaul of his plans. He turned to Yang Chun with a cold smile, saying, "Kid, I did not foresee you wielding such a heaven-defying technique. Impressive, truly impressive. Now, receive my strike." With a thunderous shout, an endless sea of blood surged forth from him, aiming to engulf Yang Chun in a crimson ocean. His aura intensified once more, seemingly breaking through the constraints of the 89th level of Soul Douluo, directly ascending into the realm of the 90th level title Douluo. Strangely, his level bore no resemblance to the Soul Master ranks of Douluo, nor did it appear to align with that of a title Douluo. This man, it turned out, was an extraordinary talent in his realm. Not merely a youth in his teens, but rather a 20-year-old with exceptional prowess, comparable to a 92nd level title Douluo in Douluo. Once he unleashed his full aura, his domain ability manifested as the Sea of Blood. Within the confines of his powerful domain, he reigned supreme, an unrivaled existence capable of suppressing even those far beyond his level. He realized that Yang Chun was no ordinary opponent. The cultivation method he practiced was of a higher echelon, far exceeding the low-tier martial soul techniques of Douluo. Thus, he prepared to unleash his ultimate skill. However, such a technique demanded immense divine power, leaving him fatigued post-casting. He intended to eliminate Yang Chun with this strike, and then escape using his secret method. Bibi Dong and the other strong individuals, despite their vast abilities, had never encountered such a technique in Douluo, and were greatly shaken. Their attention fixated on Yang Chun. In the blink of an eye, Yang Chun found himself submerged in the blood-red sea. surrounded by mountains of corpses and torrents of vengeful spirits that rushed towards him, momentarily overwhelming his spirit. The man laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "Kid, this is my supreme technique. Come and meet your demise." Amidst the bloodied ocean, a glimmer of steel flashed as a dagger appeared in his hand, swiftly aimed at Yangshan. Standing within the crimson sea, Yangshan felt his spirit falter, but suddenly a voice thundered in his mind, "Kid, wake up. Counter with your soul power. Such a trivial trick should not ensnare you. What use is your soul power if you succumb?" At this reprimand, Yangshan unleashed his soul power, instantly regaining his clarity. The imagined mountains of corpses and blood were but illusions, and he had nearly fallen for the man's ruse. With a powerful shout, he leaped into the air, evading the dagger aimed at him, and wielded the divine whip down upon his foe. The man had not anticipated that Yangshan would break his technique in an instant. And under the influence of Yangshan's formidable soul power, he felt his own spirit tremble. Filled with dread, he questioned who this little demon was, as his soul power far surpassed his own. Despite having unleashed numerous soul attacks, Yangshan remained unfazed, like an endless ocean. Exerting all his strength, the man activated his sea of blood domain. Now severely weakened, he could no longer resist as Yangshan's divine whip descended upon him like a giant dragon, crushing him without mercy. In desperation, he shouted, "Blood escape!" As Yangshan's whip struck his body, he suddenly dissipated into nothingness, resembling a fleeting blood shadow that vanished from sight. Yangshan's whip crashed down upon the arena, carving a massive gash 10 meters long and 2 meters wide. A manic laugh echoed throughout the venue. "I shall return. Await my arrival." The spectators were left breathless. Had this otherworldly demon truly vanished, escaping? As Bibi Dong and the Sword-Daw, Douluo, and other powerful figures took to the skies, they stared in astonishment at Yangshan in the arena. At that moment, a thunderous roar resounded from above. "Demon from another realm, where do you think you are going?" A colossal golden hammer appeared in the sky, descending like a mountain, seemingly intent on sinking the entire martial soul city. The crowd was momentarily stunned. This was the Hao Tian hammer, belonging to the Hao Tian sect. How had it suddenly manifested in the air? Wasn't the Hao Tian sect in seclusion? Which member of the sect was this? With an overwhelming presence, the hammer exuded an air of supremacy, commanding the heavens. Someone cried out in disbelief, "Hao Tian Douluo, Tong Hao." Legend spoke of the Hao Tian sect's conflict with the martial soul palace due to Hao Tian Douluo forcing them into seclusion, with Tong Hao being expelled from the sect. Yet, among all the titled Douluos of the Hao Tian sect, only Tong Hao could wield the Hao Tian hammer with such might. In an instant, his mighty blow halted the fleeing figure from the other realm, intending to bring him crashing down from the sky. The man, having used his secret arts twice, was now devoid of the strength to resist. Realizing he could no longer evade, just as the colossal hammer was about to strike him, a cold snort echoed from the vast heavens. "You dare harm my kin." A hand, vast and boundless, materialized from thin air, grasping the gigantic Hao Tian hammer as if it were a mere toy. The hammer vanished without a trace, and a muffled grunt echoed as a disheveled middle-aged man descended from the sky, blood spilling from his mouth. At that moment, Tong San cried out in astonishment, "Father, how could it be you?" This man was none other than Tong Hao, Tong San's father, as they beheld the enormous hand attempt to capture the fleeing individual. Another hand suddenly emerged, striking the first hand and causing it to dissipate into motes of light. The blood-evasive man let out a mournful scream, transforming into a mist of blood that scattered in the air, leaving nothing behind. The clash of the two great hands unleashed an unfathomable force that shook the entirety of Martial Soul City. It was a battle between two supreme masters, the power so immense that it seemed to cave in the very sky. Bibi Dong and the other powerful beings hastily channeled their entire soul power to counter the shockwave and protect this realm. Simultaneously, several potent presences soared into the sky from within Martial Soul City, joining forces with Bibi Dong, the Sword-Daw, and others to fortify their defenses. As the elders of the Martial Soul Palace's title, Daw, joined the fray. Chapter 216. The alliance to vanquish demons. The formidable presence emanating from the Soul Master City was nothing short of terrifying, as if the very foundation of the city were on the verge of collapse. Each Soul Master trembled uncontrollably, succumbing to the overwhelming pressure that rendered them powerless to resist. Yangshan maintained his gaze skyward, channeling his spiritual energy to disperse that immense force, firmly grounding himself atop the ruins of the competition arena. Within the vast expanse of the arena, nearly 10,000 soul masters lay prostrate, save for a few titled Douluos like Bai Bai Dong and Yang Chun, who stood upright, seemingly unfazed by the oppressive might that had subdued their peers. Bai Bai Dong and Chen Xian exchanged astonished glances, unable to comprehend how a mere soul zone could exhibit such composure, even more at ease than the two of them. What manner of being is this little rascal? As the two colossal hands gradually faded from view, Yang Chun believed that the formidable demon had departed, and he was about to descend from the arena when an inexplicable sense of foreboding gripped his heart, as if a great peril were imminent. Suddenly, a loud cry echoed from the infinite void above, denouncing the villain for his treachery against the young. In that instant, a figure shot down like a meteor. Yang Chun was momentarily taken aback when he heard the voice of Xiao Tian booming within him, urging him to unleash his spiritual power and envelop his body. Before he could fully comprehend, he felt an intangible attack approaching, reminiscent of spiritual energy. A shudder coursed through his spirit as he sensed his body slipping from his control. Simultaneously, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted forth, forming an invisible shield that enveloped his entire being. With a resounding crack, the attack struck the shield, yet failed to breach its defenses. Although his body felt foreign to him, the force of the impact sent his heart racing. The intangible assault was alarmingly potent. Just as he was engulfed in fear, the attack surged towards him once more. At that moment, Yang Chun sensed that Xiao Tian had activated his devouring ability, intending to consume the force of this strike entirely. Panic surged within him. This attack was far too formidable for his frail body to absorb. Despite his trepidation and reluctance, his body had become an unwilling vessel, rendering his protests futile. In a fit of frustration, he cursed Xiao Tian for his audacity to attempt to swallow such divine power. He genuinely feared that this strike could shatter his consciousness, much like the countless times he had assaulted other soul masters and soul beasts. As the moment drew near, the attack reached its zenith. Yang Chun felt as if an unfathomable force surged into him, threatening to tear him apart, and then everything went dark. Meanwhile, a shadow descended from the sky, landing upon the arena. Dressed in black robes, a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, summoned Yang Chun's body to his side with a wave of his hand. Upon examination, he found that Yang Chun still had breath, and his heartbeat was not only strong but vigorous, suggesting he had not suffered grave injuries, leaving him momentarily astounded. He tapped Yang Chun's face, but when there was no response, he unleashed a torrent of powerful soul energy into Yang Chun, hoping to rouse him from his unconsciousness. However, to his shock, his unparalleled soul energy vanished without a trace upon entering Yang Chun's body, leaving him unable to retrieve it. In a state of alarm, he roughly tossed Yang Chun to the ground, muttering curses under his breath about the inexplicable little rascal. In an instant, he vanished from the arena, launching a strike towards the sky, proclaiming, "Demon of another realm, you shall not escape today. I will slay you in this world." A cacophony of maniacal laughter echoed through the air, reverberating across every corner of Douluo continent. Douluo continent is a sacred land. How dare you lowly races presume to claim it? We shall eradicate you and restore the glory of our ancestors. Every being on Douluo continent trembled at the laughter, their spirits shattered. At that moment, a colossal figure materialized over the distant seas, reminiscent of raging ocean tides, obscuring half the sky. A voice, seemingly feminine, echoed, "Douluo continent exists for a reason. How dare you foreign demon races attempt to encroach upon it?" Before her words could fade, a boundless dragon manifested above the Star Doe forest, unleashing a breath of dragon fire upon Douluo continent. Its roar resonating throughout. The human and beast races shall unite to eradicate the invaders from another realm, ensuring the peace and unity of Douluo continent. Countless beings across Douluo continent gazed up at the extraordinary sight in the sky. Suddenly, from beneath the earth, a magnificent hammer soared into the air. It was the Haotian hammer of Haotian sect. A frenzied voice thundered, "Who dares invade Douluo continent? They shall be met with annihilation." An overwhelming aura of death spread, enveloping the sky. With these cries, the Douluo continent was engulfed in a cataclysmic battle that raged from the ground to the heavens, as if the world were ending. At last, a piercing scream echoed, "Douluo continent, I shall return," and the cataclysmic conflict drew to a close. This day marked the grand finale of the 1808th Elite Soul Master Academy Tournament, as well as the day of demon slaughter on Douluo continent. This day would forever be etched in the annals of Douluo continent's history. As the battle subsided, a voice resonated throughout every corner of Douluo continent, clear to both soul masters and non-soul masters alike. Though the foreign demon race has been defeated, some have escaped Douluo continent and will return for a large-scale invasion. Our Douluo continent remains in constant peril. Thus, I declare that from this day forth, there shall be no more grievances between sects or individuals. No distinction between soul masters and soul beasts. All beings of Douluo continent shall unite as one, working together to resist the foreign demon race. Those who defy this decree shall face the collective wrath of all beings on Douluo continent. Upon hearing this resounding declaration, Yang Chun gradually awakened to find the members of Shrek Academy gathered closely around him. He blinked in confusion, asking what happened, what transpired. A solemn and grave expression adorned the faces of those surrounding him. Momentarily taken aback, he wondered why they appeared so serious when he felt perfectly fine. He looked around, filled with gratitude, only to find Tang Sin shaking his head, saying, "Brother Chun, it's good that you're awake. We all knew you would be fine." What? Yang Chun realized that the expressions on their faces were not for his sake, and he felt rather presumptuous. Yet, the gravity etched upon their features was unprecedented. He glanced at the others and noticed that, aside from those from Shrek Academy, many others had gathered, including teachers and students from various competing academies, as well as powerful figures from the Spirit Hall, including Ghost Dalu and Ju Dalu. Bibidong was notably absent. Chapter 217. Yang Chen's confusion. The two individuals he recognized from his past life in Douluo continent were not righteous characters, but rather antagonists who stood opposed to Tang San. Since his arrival in this world, Yang Chun had consistently aligned himself with Tang San, adopting his perspective, which led to his aversion towards these two titled Douluos. Now, observing the two of them, particularly the eerie gay Douluo, exuding an ominous aura, I instinctively shifted my body slightly backward. I smiled and said, "Everyone, I am fine now. You may disperse." Just then, a voice exclaimed, "Young Hero Yang, you have finally awakened." Turning to look, I saw it was Ning Fengji. It was at this moment I realized something was amiss. Aside from Bibi Dong, all the formidable beings had gathered around me. What transpired? I understood that their concern could not solely stem from my unconsciousness. There must be a deeper reason. I nodded towards Ning Fengji and inquired, "Ning Zhongzhu, is everything all right?" Ning Fengji chuckled, "It's nothing. Everyone was merely worried about your health." I was taken aback, secretly scoffing at the notion that my well-being was of such significance that these prominent figures from Dalu would be so concerned. With a gaze full of curiosity, I turned my attention to Tong San. Tong San, understanding my unspoken question, sighed and explained, "Brother Chin, you were unconscious for a time, struck down by that otherworldly demon using supreme powers. Everyone was quite worried." I responded with an "oh," expressing my gratitude. "Thank you all, but although that demon is formidable, I was fortunate to be protected by a strong guardian who prevented him from killing me." Tong San's expression darkened. Therein lay the complication. It was common knowledge that the otherworldly demon had perceived my extraordinary nature and had attempted to eliminate me using dark sorcery. Everyone believed that my life was in grave danger and that I would inevitably be slain by that demon. However, when the battle on Dalu concluded, and everyone rushed to check on me, they were astonished to find me merely in a deep slumber, my breath steady, showing no signs of weakness. Moreover, the guardian, the middle-aged man in a black cloak, known to the Wuhuan Dian members as Qiang, a titled Dalu of the 99th rank, was a revered figure, akin to a deity in the eyes of countless soul masters. He was the closest to divinity on Dalu. Yet, this unparalleled powerhouse had risked everything to safeguard me, underscoring the significance he placed on my existence. Everyone was now aware that during the previous pursuit by Wuhuan Dian, it was Qian Daoliu who had intervened, driving away Bibi Dong to protect me. Initially, the reasons behind his actions may have been unclear, but it was now evident that Qian Daoliu valued me highly due to my extraordinary talents, exceptional origins, and supreme abilities. At this moment, Dalu faced formidable enemies, with various otherworldly demons eager to open a spatial passage to seize control of the continent in pursuit of their so-called great fortunes. The cataclysmic events from countless years ago threatened to resurface, necessitating the emergence of a supreme being to guard this land. Within Dalu, The only one capable of swiftly ascending to the divine level and becoming the guardian deity was this young demon, Yangchen. Although his murderous intent was intense, he remained one of Daluo's own and had consistently targeted these invading factions, repeatedly urging unity to resist the foreign invaders and protect the continent. With Dalu's immense regard for him, it became apparent that in the years to come, when foreign forces launched their large-scale invasion, it would not be Dalu, nor the sea god, nor the Hao Tiandou or the soul beast that would defend this continent, but rather Yangchen. After all, those individuals had trained for countless years to achieve their current status, and further advancement to divinity was an arduous task. In contrast, Yangchen was merely 14 or 15 years old, yet possessed such strength. Given time, he would unquestionably ascend to the pinnacle of this world, potentially becoming the first to achieve divinity or even surpass it. Thus, everyone regarded Yangchen as the future savior and guardian of Dalu, which warranted great concern and attention towards him. While there had been intense animosity from Wu Huandian towards him in the past, it had long been forgotten. The invasion of foreign entities necessitated the setting aside of all grievances, forging a united front, which was the foremost task for all sects and empires on Dalu. Moreover, the news of the guardian deity had spread throughout the continent, and from this point onward, there would be no more personal grudges between sects, nor distinctions between soul masters and soul beasts. The multitude of beings on Dalu would unite, working together to combat the invading demonic forces from other realms. Anyone who contravened this would face the collective wrath of the continent's inhabitants. With a decree from the guardian deity, no sect or empire dared to engage in personal vendettas. All animosities would be set aside in preparation for the impending invasion. Furthermore, Yangchen, this young demon, bore the brunt of the enmity with Wu Huandian not due to his own actions, but because of the provocations initiated by Bibi Dong. Ning Fengji and Douluo regarded Yangchen with intrigue, pondering his origins. He seemed like an indomitable cockroach, having advanced several ranks since the battle in the Sunset Forest, and his current state suggested he was on the brink of entering the Soul King realm. Achieving the Soul King level would enable him to contend with titled Douluos, and should he reach that pinnacle, could he not truly engage in fierce combat with such powerful beings? Given his rapid progression, it would not be long, at most a year or two, before he ascended to the Soul Emperor realm. If he attained that stage, could not even titled Douluos stand against him? Even Dalu, that unparalleled title to law, might not be his match. If he further advanced to the Soul Sage realm, would he not be able to confront those of the divine tier? By this progression, should he achieve the title Douluo rank, even the deities would not be his adversaries. Indeed, if this young man were to ascend to the title Douluo level, he could potentially lead the soul masters of Dalu against the invading demonic forces, perhaps even slaying them all, much like the legendary guardian deity from many years past. The sword Douluo, Douluo Ning Fengji, and other formidable figures gazed at the youthful visage of Yangchen, feeling as though everything was a fantastical dream. These seemingly impossible feats might indeed be realized through Yangchen. At present, Yangchen had become a treasure of Dalu, a figure sought after by all major factions, each eager to befriend him, wishing to invite him to their sects and engage in meaningful exchanges to foster goodwill. With a supreme guardian watching over him, no one dared to harbor ill intentions toward Yangchen any longer. Ning Fengji and Douluo remained, clearly wishing to take Yangchen under their wing. They understood that he harbored great secrets, and if they could cultivate a relationship with him, perhaps he would, in his joy, reveal some of those secrets, which would be a source of immense fortune. At this juncture, no one dared to forcibly seize or coerce him. Rather, all intentions were directed towards building amicable relations. Chapter 218, Three Soul Bones. Dalu spoke in a chilling tone. This esteemed elder, Yangchen was taken aback by Douluo's invitation to the Wu Huandian, where Bibi Dong wished to see him, leaving him momentarily speechless. Yangchen, you're classmates with Rong and share a close bond. Let us return to Tiandou City together, and you can accompany Rong to our Chi Bao Liuli Zone for some leisure. Ning Fengji interjected, a broad smile on his face, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he gestured towards his daughter, Ning Rong, encouraging her to approach Yangchen. Ning Rong was oblivious to her father's intentions as she reached out with both hands and tightly clutched Yangchen's arm, swaying it gently. Ning Zongcu, are you attempting to take him from us? Our esteemed Pope has personally decreed that Yang must be brought forth. Given the Emperor's regard for him, His presence there would surely be of great benefit. Upon witnessing Ning Fengji's attempt to claim Yang Chun, Ghost Law promptly invoked the name of the Pope, Bibi Dong. The leaders of various sects and academies surrounded Yang Chun, their eyes brimming with anticipation. This was a future deity, and everyone yearned to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. Once allied with this future guardian of the Douluo continent, their academies and sects would surely thrive. However, with the Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School intervening, two of the most formidable forces, it was evident that they could not contest. The crowd fell silent. Yang Chun had just awakened and was still disoriented, questioning the motives behind these people's eagerness to befriend him, particularly the enigmatic Bibi Dong. Tang San, noticing Yang Chen's expression, interjected with a smile, "Esteemed seniors, Brother Chun has just recovered from severe injuries and is in no condition to engage in discussions. Perhaps we should allow him some time to rest and regain his strength." Ning Fengji and Ghost Law, however, recognized at a glance that Yang Chun was far from injured. He appeared even more formidable than before, and thus, the notion of resting was unwarranted. They shot a reproachful glance at Tang San. "You too, Tang San. Why not accompany us?" Tang San scratched his head, responding, "I think I will decline. I have matters to attend to, as I have just located my father." At that moment, Tang Hao lay heavily injured nearby. Yang Chun then rose and said, "Esteemed seniors, I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot accompany you at this time. Once I have completed my urgent tasks, I will certainly pay a visit to the Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, where I hope to seek your esteemed guidance for an extended period." Ghost Dalu exclaimed, "Young, whatever your urgent matters may be, the Spirit Hall can assist you. Come with me now." At that moment, Yang Chun noticed a pair of bright eyes fixed upon him, sparkling with interest. It was the enchanting Hulaina. He shook his head and replied, "Esteemed Ghost Dalu, I truly have urgent matters that cannot be delayed. If it were not for this tournament, I would have already departed from the Tiando Empire." Ning Fengji and Ghost Dalu exchanged glances, pondering if he was searching for a sister. Indeed, Yang Chen's mind conjured an image of his adorable little sister Mayer, her sweet, sleepy face causing pangs of heartache within him. During this time spent in the tournament, he had been unable to search for her and was genuinely unaware of her current state. A sorrowful expression crossed his face, as if she were his biological sister, generating a profound sense of anguish within him. Ning Fengji and Ghost Dalu, witnessing Yang Chen's demeanor, refrained from further discourse. Such a formidable being should not be provoked. Both vowed, "We possess a likeness of your sister and will search the entire continent for her. Even if we must turn the Douluo continent upside down, we will locate her." Upon hearing this, Yang Chen's heart surged with emotion as he bowed deeply, proclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed seniors. Should you succeed in finding my sister, I shall eternally remember this great favor and will ensure that I do not disappoint you." This was a solemn promise, and both were filled with joy. Even if they could not take Yang Chun with them, receiving the assurance from this future guardian of the Douluo continent was sufficient. Their foremost task now was to find Yang Chen's sister. Academies and sects from both the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire were shaken by Yang Chen's words and immediately dispatched secret orders to search for his sister. The little mayor, to find the sister of this future guardian deity, would grant them a significant favor in return, as Yang Chen's affection for her would surely lead to their reward. Thus, from this moment onward, wherever there were people on the Douluo continent, efforts to locate the little mayor and the golden lion commenced. The search for Yang Chen's sister became the continent's most pressing matter. The Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School hurriedly returned, and the various academies and sects soon dispersed. Yang Chun returned to his residence with the Shrek Academy, where Flanders presented the prizes they had received. Despite the commotion, Bibi Dong had honored her word, delivering the promised soul bones to Shrek Academy. In total, there were 3 soul bones, one of wisdom, one of the wind-chasing left leg, and one of the explosive burning flame right arm. Though these soul bones were awarded to Shrek Academy, all members understood that the championship had been secured solely through Yang Chen's prowess, with the others merely contributing to the qualification stages. Therefore, the master placed all 3 soul bones before Yang Chun. As the soul bones appeared, an immense surge of soul power emanated from them, and Yang Chun could not help but lick his lips. The small Tiandao within him remarked, "The energy contained within these soul bones is remarkable. If you were to absorb them, you could effortlessly surpass the Soul Master rank and ascend to the Soul King realm." Yang Chun was well aware of who would benefit most from these soul bones and had no intention of vying with Tang San and the others. He disregarded the small Tiandao's complaints. The master and Tang San, alongside the others, looked at Yang Chun, stating, "These are the rewards from this tournament. 3 soul bones from soul beasts over 10,000 years old. Without you, we would not have secured the championship or these prizes. They now rightfully belong to you." Yang Chun smiled gently, pushing the soul bones away, saying, "These soul bones hold no value for me. They should be given to those who are most suited, like Tang San and the others." Everyone was momentarily taken aback, their eyes filled with admiration. These were soul bones over 10,000 years old, particularly the wisdom soul bone, which was even more valuable, and Yang Chun chose not to take any. Tang San looked at Yang Chun and said, "Brother Chun, I understand your intentions, but they truly should belong to you. We are not worthy of them." Yang Chun laughed heartily, patting his shoulder. "Third brother, I'm not a part of Shrek?" "Of course I am." "That's good. Since you acknowledge me as part of Shrek Academy, do not push me away. I will always be a member of Shrek Academy, and these prizes belong to Shrek Academy, not just to me. They should go to those who need them most." The master, Flanders, and Lu Erlong, the 3 instructors, nodded in agreement. Despite now possessing the highest status on the Douluo continent, Yang Chun remained humble and unaffected by external influences, which was truly commendable. The 3 smiled in unison. "Yang, you will always be one of us at Shrek. The doors of Shrek Academy will forever be open to you. It will always be your home, and you are welcome to return at any time." Yang Chun replied, "Then I may not require these 3 soul bones, correct?" In the subsequent arrangements made by the master regarding the 3 soul bones, he allocated them as follows. The most valuable wisdom soul bone went to Tang San, the wind-chasing left leg to the agile attacker Zhu Zhuqing, and the explosive burning flame right arm to the strong attacker Ma Hongjun. Yang Chun observed the master's distribution with approval. These soul bones were indeed the most needed by the 3 individuals, and only they could maximize their effectiveness. He understood that these soul bones would significantly impact their future cultivation, especially the wisdom soul bone for Tang San, which would play a crucial role in his ascension to greatness. The allocation of soul bones has been completed, and Yang Chun is set to accompany Dai Mubai to the Xingluo Empire in search of the diminutive Mei. Following the conclusion of this grand competition, the Shrek's 7 monsters will each embark on their own paths, reuniting only after several years. Before departing, Yang Chun suddenly sensed something amiss. He had overlooked a crucial matter concerning Xiao Wu. In that previous life on the Douluo continent, after the competition, Bai Bai Dong had directly targeted Xiao Wu, for she was a 100,000-year-old soul beast of immense value to her. Could it be that in this life, circumstances have shifted, and Bai Bai Dong has not discovered Xiao Wu's true form, thus refraining from making a move against her? Or has that woman truly heeded the words of the great power, choosing coexistence over conflict between humans and beasts? In that life, Tang San's father did not suffer severe injuries. He displayed overwhelming might, shaking the entire spirit hall and nearly collapsing it, forcibly taking Tang San and Xiao Wu away. However, in this life, Tang Hao has been gravely wounded by invaders from another realm. If Bai Bai Dong were to harbor ill intentions again, Xiao Wu would be in peril. Contemplating this, he turned to Tang San and asked, "How is uncle's health?" Tang San had not seen Tang Hao for several years, and their father-son bond was profound. Upon witnessing Tang Hao's grievous condition inflicted by the otherworldly foe, Tang San felt a deep sense of despair. Tang Hao had already been nursing internal injuries, and now, compounded by this new trauma, his condition was dire. He was on the brink of becoming incapacitated, with little hope for recovery, leading to a heavy heart. Upon hearing Yang Chen's words, Tang San's eyes sparkled with hope. "Brother Chun, my father is gravely injured. I wonder if you can." He knew well that his father's injuries were nearly insurmountable, save for miraculous medical expertise. As he trailed off, he understood that despite Yang Chen's extraordinary abilities, it was unlikely he possessed unparalleled medical skills. The severity of Tang Hao's injuries was vastly different from that of Ma Hongjun in the past. Yang Chen nodded and replied, "There are some matters that concern me. I would like to examine uncle's condition myself, although I cannot guarantee success." Tang San was overjoyed to hear this. Believing that Yang Chan might indeed have the means to heal his father, he immediately bowed deeply to Yang Chun, expressing, regardless of the outcome, "Tang San is grateful to Brother Chun on behalf of my father." Yang Chun led Tang San towards Tang Hao's place of recuperation, laughing heartily, "Third brother, in this life, 2 brothers shall not forget each other. This minor issue is nothing to fret over. Let us see how it unfolds." After Tang Hao's severe injury, he felt his soul power chaotically coursing through his meridians, striking at various parts of his body. Additionally, within his soul power, there lingered a chilling force that relentlessly eroded his bodily functions, consuming his vitality. He recognized this as a form of mysterious energy from another world, distinct from the soul power of the Douluo continent. This energy was immensely powerful and destructive, beyond the capabilities of any human to counteract. As long as that chilling force remained, his life force would be gradually devoured, leading him towards death. Although he had witnessed Tang San grow stronger, he felt a deep regret for not seeing him ascend to the pinnacle of this world, feeling remorse towards his wife. At that moment, he noticed Tang San and Yang Chun entering. He had been secretly following the Shrek group, protecting Tang San from the shadows, and thus was quite familiar with the remarkable youth Yang Chun, deeply impressed by his extraordinary talents. Here stood a true future deity with limitless potential, despite his youth. Tang Hao instinctively felt compelled to greet him. Upon seeing them, Yang Chun quickly stepped forward, placing a hand on Tang Hao's shoulder, saying, "Uncle Tang, please do not stand on ceremony. Simply lie back while I check your condition." Tang Hao was taken aback, astonished that Yang Chun had come to heal him. "What a surprise, young man. I shall not be polite then. My body is fine, as strong as a bull. This minor injury is nothing. I shall recover in due time." Yang Chun gazed at Tang Hao's weathered face and hearty laughter, deeply impressed. Despite his disheveled hair and tattered clothing, his formidable aura was unmistakable. "Indeed, I know Uncle Tang is not one to be overly concerned with trivial injuries. However, with the invasion of foreign tribes, our Douluo continent desperately needs strong guardians like you. Thus, I must examine your condition, albeit with no guarantees." Tang Hao replied, "Very well, examine me. If you can heal, then heal. If not, then so be it. With you all here, even if I cannot be healed, there shall be no regrets." Tang San interjected, "Father, Brother Chun possesses immense powers. He will surely heal your wounds." As they spoke, Yang Chun had already grasped Tang Hao's wrist, gently channeling soul power through his meridians. At that moment, a voice from Shao Tian resonated. "This body harbors a chilling and sinister force that is disrupting his functions. You must absorb this force to restore him. However, this icy energy has fully integrated into his soul power. Extracting it with your current abilities is impossible. You must consume all of his soul power to eliminate that icy force completely." The implication was clear. Yang Chun would have to devour all of Tang Hao's soul power, rendering the famed Hao Yanluo an ordinary man, forever stripping him of his title. Yang Chun pondered for a moment. While this could heal Tang Hao, for a soul master, it was akin to death. "Shao Tian, is there no method to preserve his soul power?" "This is something I cannot do. Please devise a better plan." Shao Tian retorted, "Your compassion is misplaced. You are merely a minor soul master. What can you not accomplish? You are embarrassing me." Yang Chun spoke softly, "Shao Tian, this man is different. I must save him while preserving his entire cultivation. Consider this a debt I owe you." Hearing Yang Chen's humble tone, Shao Tian silently cursed. Recognizing Yang Chen's stubbornness for his own goals, but willing to relent for the sake of someone else, since he could humble himself, Shao Tian decided to take a step back to avoid a stalemate. After their prior fallout, they had communicated little, and Yang Chun had been indifferent to Shao Tian, causing the spirit great frustration. Finally, this young man had sought his help, and Shao Tian felt a sense of delight. Chapter 220, Supreme Healing Technique. Upon hearing this, Yang Chun was elated. As long as he could preserve Tang Hao's cultivation, even if it meant a slight reduction in level, it was acceptable. After all, with his cultivation intact, any loss could be regained through training. "Please tell me how to proceed." Shao Tian promptly explained the procedure, which was quite simple. Yang Chun would gradually consume all of Tang Hao's soul power, purifying through the system to eliminate the icy force, and then return the soul power to him. However, this had to be done incrementally, consuming and purifying bit by bit, which would be time-consuming. Yang Chun nodded, realizing that his system was indeed all-powerful. Suddenly, he recalled the omnipotent transformation ability, a function that promised to be even more extraordinary. He wondered when it would be unlocked. He sensed that once this ability was activated, his strength would soar like a rocket. "At present," I spoke up, "Uncle Tang, your body has been invaded by a sinister cold force from that fiend, which has seeped into your soul power, gradually gnawing away at your vitality. I possess a method of healing that can completely eradicate this cold force. However, I must not conceal one important fact from you. Your soul level will decrease from the original 94 to 93. Tang Hao initially believed that he was being consumed by that malicious cold force, and that his very life was at stake. He thought that if he could merely preserve his life, it would be a fortunate outcome. To his surprise, Yang Chun not only claimed he could expel it, but also preserve his cultivation, albeit at the cost of a single level in soul power. He could not help but gaze at Yang Chun with astonishment. Yang Chun, your Uncle Tang has long been a man destined to die. Having lived this many years is already a gain. Just do your best. No matter the outcome, I shall accept it, especially since it is merely a reduction of one level in soul power. Tang San, who had been listening nearby, was overjoyed, never expecting Yang Chun could indeed heal his father's injury and maintain his cultivation. He bowed deeply to Yang Chun, saying, Brother Chun, I thank you on behalf of my father. With that, tears welled in his eyes. Yang Chun patted his shoulder and smiled. We are brothers. There is no need for formalities. Your father is like my father. Rest assured, I will not let you down. Yang Chun, how should Uncle Tang cooperate? Please do tell. Tang Hao said, no longer trembling but laughing heartily. Uncle Tang, simply lie still and refrain from channeling your soul power. Act as if you do not exist. Regardless of any strange occurrences or anomalies in your soul power, do not resist, Yang Chun reminded him, for his devouring ability was truly extraordinary. This method of healing involved gradually absorbing Tang Hao's soul power, purifying it, and then returning it to him. During this process, after the system's purification, the quality of Tang Hao's soul power would inevitably enhance significantly. Given his status as a title Dalu, he would certainly surmise some aspects of Yang Chun's devouring system and might feel astonished, even skeptical of his abilities. Thus, it was imperative to give him a warning beforehand to avoid any unexpected reactions. Upon hearing this, Tang San understood that Yang Chun intended to purify Tang Hao's soul power during the treatment. He rejoiced and said, Father, Brother Chun possesses extraordinary abilities. Should anything unexpected occur, you must accept it calmly and not resist. You will gain tremendous benefits. Tang Hao, noticing Tang San's serious demeanor, glanced at Yang Chun with curiosity. He nodded earnestly, closed his eyes slightly, and said, Then I shall pretend to be dead and remain unaware. Yang Chun sat by the bedside, grasping one of Tang Hao's wrists. A surge of soul power flowed into his body while he secretly employed his devouring technique to absorb a portion of his soul power. After purifying the cold force through the system, it was reintroduced into Tang Hao's body. Although only the cold force was being purified, the system's powerful purifying function manifested, and many impurities were removed from Tang Hao's soul power. Naturally, Yang Chun dared not purify all of his soul power. Doing so would undoubtedly frighten Tang Hao and directly reduce his soul power below level 90. This treatment took time. Yang Chun dared not rush, proceeding slowly over the course of 2 to 3 hours until he had completely absorbed the cold force from Tang Hao's body and finally ceased. Although Tang Hao made every effort to maintain his thoughts and disregard his soul power, he could still feel it circulating between himself and Yang Chun. With each cycle, the cold force within him diminished significantly, and his soul power decreased as well. However, to his astonishment, the quality of his soul power was continuously improving. When Yang Chun released his grip, he asked, Uncle Tang, how do you feel now? Tang Hao sat up abruptly, feeling his soul power shift. His level had indeed dropped to 93, yet the quality of his soul power had evidently ascended to a higher tier, far surpassing its previous quality. As a prodigy of the Haotian sect, his soul power was exceptionally high, and under Yang Chun's further purification, it had reached an entirely new level. He sensed that although his soul level had decreased, his actual combat strength had significantly increased, allowing him to transcend 5 minor realms in battle instead of 3. Thus, as a title Dalu at level 93, he could now contend with a title Dalu at level 98. His heart surged with excitement. What kind of miraculous ability did Yang Chun possess, capable of enhancing a soul master's soul power tier? It was truly extraordinary. No wonder those top-tier powerhouses held him in high regard, viewing him as the savior of Douluo continent in this calamity. With such abilities, he would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of Douluo continent within 5 years. However, a part of him felt uneasy, sensing that Yang Chun's powers bore an unusual and perhaps sinister nature, as they seemed to consume a soul master's soul power. He recalled the encounter between Yang Chun and the Wuhuan temple. Though he had not witnessed it firsthand, he had heard that none of the victims had been left intact, their bodies utterly shattered. Reflecting on this, he gained a deeper understanding and gazed at Yang Chun with gratitude, saying, "Uncle Tang, thank you. I truly feel better." Not only has the cold force dissipated, but the old injuries accumulated over years seem to have healed significantly. With you on Douluo continent, I believe that given you more than 5 years, you will undoubtedly become the supreme guardian of Douluo continent. Uncle Tang looks forward to that. However, he added, "Yang Chun, I also hope that as you grow, you will steadfastly adhere to your principles, always keeping the welfare of the world in mind, and never succumb to arrogance or disregard for the populace." Tang Hao's earnest words were unmistakable to Yang Chun, who replied solemnly, "Uncle Tang, there is no need for such formality. Healing your injuries is a contribution to Douluo continent." Yang Chun vowed to remember his uncle's teachings, never forgetting his roots and ensuring not to act in ways that would harm Douluo continent. Tang Hao gazed into Yang Chun's clear eyes, nodded earnestly, and stood, bowing deeply to Yang Chun, saying, "Thank you on behalf of Douluo continent and its people." This gesture startled Yang Chun, who quickly stepped aside. Tang Xin was equally astonished, realizing that not only had his father's injuries been healed, but the long-standing ailments had also been resolved, leaving him profoundly grateful to Yang Chun. In this life, though injured, through his own treatment, Tang Hao had significantly improved the quality of his soul power, even with a decrease in soul level. Yang Chun recognized that Tang Hao's actual combat strength had not diminished but rather increased, making him even stronger than before. He was not fearful of Bibidong's hidden attacks. Given her treacherous nature, Yang Chun genuinely feared she might disregard the words of that supreme being and secretly harm Xiao Wu, which could lead to her demise. As the time to part approached, he reflected on the past events of Douluo continent, ensuring nothing was forgotten. After much contemplation, he recalled that Bibidong had indeed acted during Xiao Wu's sacrifice, marking a significant danger. However, that was a matter for several years hence. There was still much time before then. At that moment, the members of the Shrek 7 monsters dispersed, agreeing to reconvene in 5 years. Yang Chun naturally followed Dai Mu Bai to the Xingluo Empire, seeking the little one, Mei Er. Dai Mu Bai now holds an extraordinary status, having triumphed over his brother Davis to become the official heir of the Xingluo Empire, akin to the crown prince. Naturally, he is accompanied by the imperial army of the Xingluo Empire. During his journey to the Xingluo Empire, Yang Chun secretly met with Qianren Shui. As a crown prince of the Tiandou Empire, she could not accompany Yang Chun to the Xingluo Empire, as his role represented the Tiandou Empire, a matter too sensitive to overlook. Their meeting was filled with poignant emotions. At this moment, Qianren Shui held Yang Chun in immense admiration, fully convinced that he was a reincarnation of a deity, believing wholeheartedly in the truth of his words. With the invasion of the alien demon race, Qianren Shui became increasingly disillusioned with her identity as the crown prince of the Tiandou Empire, eager to escape that role. Her presence in the Tiandou Empire was a sinister plot orchestrated by the Wuhuan Temple, particularly by Bibidong, aiming to replace the Tiandou Empire and unify the entire Douluo continent under the Wuhuan Temple's dominion. For the original Wuhuan Temple, this was a grand vision of world domination, a monumental legacy. However, the invasion of the alien demon race has illuminated the reality for all soul masters of the Douluo continent. Their land is merely a low-level plane, overshadowed by countless superior realms. Without protection, the Douluo continent could easily fall prey to beings from these higher worlds. Thus, the Douluo continent is but a humble land. Even if one were to unify the entire Douluo continent and ascend as its sovereign, what pride could be taken in that, given the vastness and superiority of those greater worlds? Thus, someone as astute as Qianren Shui could not fail to recognize this truth. Moreover, with Yang Chun, a prodigy, the path to a more formidable realm is apparent, making it clear that the Douluo continent is not her destined abode. Nevertheless, having spent many years in the Tiandou Empire, it would not be easy for her to withdraw and revert to her former self. After all, her title as crown prince has been long established, and revealing her true identity would inevitably provoke conflict between the Wuhuan Temple and the Tiandou Empire. Although the Tiandou Empire Soul Masters may not rival the Wuhuan Temple in strength, it boasts a formidable army and millions of cavalry. Furthermore, the Wuhuan Temple has always existed within the Empire, and should war erupt, it would profoundly impact the entire Douluo continent's prosperity, marking her as a villain in the eyes of the realm. The influential figures would not overlook her association with the Wuhuan Temple. Currently, the paramount concern for the Douluo continent is stability, unity, and a collective front against external threats. The mere thought of this burdened Qian Rinxue, as she clung to Yang Chen's arm, imploring, "Little diviner, quickly tell me how I can extricate myself from the Tiandou Empire and cease masquerading as the crown prince. I long to accompany you and strengthen my cultivation." Yang Chen pondered that Qian Rinxue would not be able to leave the Tiandou Empire for another 5 years, largely due to the political upheaval instigated by Tang San. However, given the current trajectory of the Douluo continent, it seemed unlikely that the events leading to Qian Rinxue's political coup would repeat themselves. He found himself at a loss, uncertain of how this version of Qian Rinxue would manage to escape the Tiandou Empire. In response to her eager gaze, he gently brushed a loose strand of her hair and smiled. "In 2 or 3 years, I will personally come to escort you out of the Tiandou Empire. At that time, I shall announce to the world that you are Qian Rinxue, the esteemed young master of the Wuhuan Temple. However, you must remember this. Upon your return to the Empire, do not poison the Emperor Shuiyi again. You must find a way to cure him, leaving yourself a path for retreat. Otherwise, it will complicate matters for me as well." Qian Rinxue undoubtedly believed that in 2 or 3 years, with Yang Chen's extraordinary cultivation talent, he would likely ascend to become the foremost figure in the Douluo continent, enabling him to easily lead her out of the Tiandou Empire. Yet, if she continued to poison Emperor Shuiyi, leading to his demise, it would pose significant trouble, and even Yang Chen might not be able to shield her from the consequences. After all, he was the emperor of the greatest empire in the Douluo continent, and such a ruler could not easily perish. Nonetheless, the other transgressions she had committed during her time in the Tiandou Empire were long past, and no one would pursue them further. Resolutely, she nodded and said, "Little diviner, rest assured, upon my return, I will devise a means to gradually detoxify Emperor Shuiyi, ensuring he regains his health. In truth, he is quite commendable in many respects. He is undoubtedly a good monarch. Even if I were to become the emperor, I could not manage the vast Tiandou Empire as well as he does." Having bid farewell to Qian Rinxue, Yang Chen boarded the carriage destined for the Xing Luo Empire. Dai Bai, however, drew him into the royal carriage, the same vehicle that his brother Davis had used upon his arrival. At this point, Davis no longer harbored any aspirations to rival Dai Bai. Not only had Dai Bai surpassed him in strength, but Yang Chen, a figure akin to a brother to Dai Bai, was also a revered guardian of the Douluo continent, making him someone Davis dared not offend. His only concern now was for Dai Bai to spare him, to refrain from pursuing a vendetta. The troops escorting him recognized the shifting tides, with Davis's power waning. They were now more inclined to align themselves with Dai Bai and Yang Chen. Both Dai Bai and Yang Chen observed this change, sighing at the nature of human relationships. If Dai Bai had previously harbored ambitions to compete for the throne, he now focused solely on cultivation, wishing only to keep pace with Yang Chen, grateful not to be left behind. Zhu Zhuqing no longer held back her presence and joined them in the carriage, and the three of them shared light-hearted conversation, alleviating any sense of solitude. Chapter 222. The search for the little one. The news of Dai Bai and Zhu Zhuqing's victory over Davis had already reached the palace, as the ruthless elimination system of the Xing Luo Empire dictated that the victor takes all. The princes and ministers set forth in grand procession, traveling 50 miles outside the city to welcome them. Upon entering the palace, Dai Bai received preferential treatment, on par with that previously accorded to Davis, enjoying the formal privileges of crown prince. Yang Chen's name was already renowned far and wide, prompting the emperor of the Xing Luo Empire, Dai Bai's father, to host a grand banquet in honor of Yang Chen's arrival. The following day, Dai Bai informed the emperor of Yang Chen's quest to find his sister. The emperor readily agreed and actively prepared for the search, disseminating images of the little girl Mei Er and the nine-headed lion throughout all provinces of the Xing Luo Empire. Yang Chen was elated. Although the little girl might not be striking in appearance, the nine-headed lion was exceedingly peculiar, and once it appeared within the Xing Luo Empire, it would surely be discovered swiftly, with the full support of the Xing Luo Empire in the search. As long as the little one and the nine-headed lion were present within the empire, news would surely arrive soon. However, much to his dismay, the days turned into 1, 2, 3, and soon several days passed without any reports from the provinces regarding the lion or the little one. Yang Chen's initial hope began to wane, leading him to wonder if the little one had not fallen within the confines of the Xing Luo Empire after all. The emperor of the Luo Empire had not only circulated the images of Mei Er and the nine-headed lion to the directly governed provinces, but had also sent them to the affiliated principalities and kingdoms, commanding all provinces, principalities, and kingdoms to spare no effort in their search. Anyone who could locate the pair would be rewarded with a noble title, to be passed down through generations. Thus, in the end, no trace of them was discovered. In his disappointment, Yang Chen remained in the Luo Empire for 2 months before expressing his profound gratitude to the emperor of Luo and bidding farewell to Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. During his time in the Luo Empire, he had managed to procure a complete map of the entire Douluo continent and set forth into the unknown, guided by the map. Time flowed like water, and before he knew it, more than a year had passed. In this span, Yang Chen traversed every land and mountain on the Douluo continent, excluding the Tiando Empire and the Douluo Empire along with their vassals. He even combed through the Sunset Forest once more, yet he still found no information regarding the Little One, Mei Er, or the nine-headed lion. Night after night, he awoke from dreams, haunted by visions of the Little One, filthy and lost on the streets, being abducted by human traffickers. The pain in his heart grew increasingly intense. He was alarmed by the fact that, as time passed, his longing for her should have faded, yet the opposite occurred. His yearning intensified. It seemed as if a voice within urged him to hasten his search. Yang Chen recalled the exquisite beauty of the Little One's mother, the nine-tailed heavenly fox queen, and wondered if she had inadvertently planted a seed of obsession in his heart, compelling him to accompany the Little One throughout his life. Having scoured the land, his only remaining option was to search the vast ocean. The mere thought of the sea made him uneasy. If the Little One and the nine-headed lion had indeed fallen into its depths, they might be lost forever. Despite the lion's extraordinary abilities, being the king of the forest, it could not swim. The Little One, so small, would likely be devoured by the ferocious beasts lurking in the ocean. With no other plans or destinations, he began to walk eastward, eventually arriving at the shore of the boundless sea. Standing by the ocean, feeling the sea breeze and gazing at the endless expanse of water, he momentarily lost himself in thought. As he strolled along the shoreline, he soon spotted a fishing village with numerous boats anchored by the seaside, and he decided to venture inside. Upon leaving the Luo Empire, Dai Mubai, the prince, had generously provided him with ample provisions sufficient for many years. With no financial constraints, he intended to hire a large ship in the fishing village to explore the ocean in search of the Little One. Upon entering the village, he found the locals to be warm and welcoming, particularly the young girls who were drawn to his handsome appearance. At this time, Yang Chen was nearly 16, tall and robust, standing over 6 feet, with a well-defined physique and striking, radiant eyes, embodying a handsome visage. Naturally, such a figure coupled with wealth attracted the admiration of the young girls. Yang Chen inquired about the prices and engaged a fisherman, a man in his 30s reputed for his skills, and offered him a handsome sum to serve him for half a year, searching the entirety of the ocean. Thus, Yang Chen departed from the continent and embarked on his maritime journey. Over the course of a year or two, he had already surpassed the threshold of the 50-level Soul King, now standing at 58, a high-ranking Soul King. Although he had not engaged in battles during this time, his exceptional combat abilities allowed him to rival a titled Dalu as long as he faced opponents below the 95 level, who were no match for him. He was confident that upon reaching the 60th level of the Soul Emperor realm, he would face no rivals below the 100 level. According to Xiao Tian, upon entering the Soul Emperor realm, his combat capabilities would see a significant enhancement, far exceeding those of other realms. If he could surpass 70 levels of soul power, he would possess the capacity to contend with those formidable beings above the 100 level, to truly become the savior of the Douluo continent and possess the power to vanquish the invading foreign races. Xiao Tian had made it clear that he must elevate his soul power to at least 85, preferably 90 or above. Attaining a soul power level above 90 would grant him the genuine ability to confront those otherworldly powers, even overpowering them. Of course, Xiao Tian referred to the 3 factions of outsiders they had encountered. Remarkably, these 3 factions originated from 3 distinct worlds. However, Xiao Tian had explained that although these worlds were a tier above the Douluo continent, they were still considered low-level planes in the grand cosmos. The strong from these 3 worlds would be no match for Yang Chen if he could reach 85 levels or higher, and attaining 90 levels would be even better. Yet, the thought of the vast soul power required to achieve 90 level was daunting. After reaching the 50 level, Each subsequent level demanded 30 universal points. It was no wonder he had only managed to ascend by less than 10 levels over nearly 2 years. Now, as he ventured into the ocean to search for the little one, Xiao Tian had advised that the ocean harbored many more advanced soul beasts than the continent, providing opportunities to hunt and absorb their soul power to enhance his own. Otherwise, after reaching the 60th level, he would require 40 points to ascend each level, 50 points after 70, and 60 points after 80. Beyond 90, it appeared he would need 90 points for each level. With such an overwhelming demand for soul power, he pondered where he could possibly acquire it. Chapter 223. Terror of the Sea. He had once navigated this fishing boat alone for half a year, exploring every corner of the ocean. After spending a night resting in the fishing village, he and the fishermen gathered the necessary supplies, enough provisions for both of them for half a year, for which Yang Chun spent a considerable amount of money. Early the next morning, the two set sail into the sea. They first departed from a bay, gradually reaching the open waters, where the coastline receded until it vanished entirely, leaving only a vast expanse of white sea. Yang Chun sat at the stern of the boat, gazing at the endless ocean, feeling the increasing strength of the winds and the rising waves crashing upon the fishing vessel. He sighed, reflecting on the vastness of the ocean. Even if the little one and the nine-headed lion had fallen into its depths, they were likely lost to the world. The sea could be tranquil at times. It could also unleash torrential storms accompanied by thunder and lightning, resembling a tumultuous upheaval. The might of nature manifested ever more vividly upon the ocean. After several days of sailing without sighting a single island, they ventured deeper into the sea. One day, while the fishing boat was sailing, enormous waves suddenly surged up from the depths, crashing against the vessel. Though the boat was the largest in the fishing bay, it felt diminutive amid the towering waves. In a moment of violent turbulence, the fishing boat was lifted high into the air, soaring over 10 meters. A massive water column, 10 meters in diameter, erupted from the ocean floor, propelling the boat skyward. The fisherman shouted in alarm, his body thrown from the boat, tumbling through the air as he seemed destined to plunge into the sea. At that moment, a colossal form, resembling a small island, slowly surfaced from the depths, surrounding it with a thick, blue luminescence. Then a low, thunderous roar resonated, and a massive sound wave surged forth as the gigantic creature emerged from the ocean. Stretching over 100 meters in length, its body shimmering with a sapphire hue, its head adorned with two enormous eyes, a colossal shark soared into the air, poised to devour the man within its jaws. This was indeed a behemoth, a formidable soul beast with an age nearing 90,000 years. Yang Chun immediately wielded his soul whip, snatching the man from the brink of danger just as he was about to fall into the shark's maw. With a casual flick of his wrist, he tossed the man onto the deck of a fishing boat that had landed on the ocean surface. Seeing its meal snatched away, the giant shark let out a thunderous roar, its massive tail rising behind it, shimmering with a distorted blue light, crashing down upon the water surface. The impact sent countless droplets flying like arrows towards Yang Chun. Some struck the fishing boat, turning its sturdy hull into a sieve. Yang Chun leapt into the air, striking the great shark with his soul whip. The 5 soul rings flared to life, and the whip extended like a mighty dragon, nearly 50 zhang long, striking fiercely at the shark's body. This shark, an 85,000-year-old soul beast, possessed a true combat power equivalent to that of a level 90 title Douluo. It believed that this single blow would surely spell the end for Yang Chun. Little did it know that this seemingly insignificant human soul master wielded a weapon akin to a dragon, aimed directly at it. What struck fear into the beast was the realization that all 5 soul rings glimmered ominously black. If it had encountered a mere 50-something level soul king, it would have felt no fear. However, upon seeing the 5 black rings, it shuddered involuntarily. Was this truly a human soul king? How could the first soul ring be one exceeding 10,000 years in age? Before it could ponder further, the tremendous force of the soul whip descended upon it. As an 85,000-year-old soul beast, its natural resilience was formidable. Yet with a single strike, it felt as though thousands of pounds of force had slammed it deep into the ocean's abyss. Pain radiated throughout its entire body, like it had been shattered into pieces. It finally recognized that this diminutive human soul king was not to be underestimated, matching its own combat prowess. Realizing that one could not defeat him alone, it summoned its brethren to join forces against this little creature. A youth of merely 10 years, possessing such extraordinary strength, would undoubtedly offer immense benefits if consumed. Thus, it lurked in the depths of the ocean, stealthily tracking the fishing boat. Yang Chun, feeling a pang of regret for letting such a magnificent soul beast slip away, lamented the lost opportunity. One of his purposes for venturing into the sea was to hunt powerful soul beasts to elevate his soul rank. Indeed, the high-level soul beasts found in the ocean far surpassed those on land, with encounters often involving beasts aged 80 to 90,000 years. He and the man aboard the nearly shattered fishing boat worked to reinforce it and continued their journey forward. The man, still shaken from the experience, had never encountered a shark of such magnitude. He was greatly impressed by Yang Chen's extraordinary abilities, looking at him with admiration. Though the fishing boat had suffered damage, seasoned fishermen were prepared with various supplies for repairs and emergencies. Before long, the vessel was restored to its former state, while Yang Chun was still regretting the lost opportunity. The giant shark had already contacted its sibling, another colossal shark. Soon, the two sharks converged. Upon hearing about the extraordinary human soul master, the second shark was elated. The more gifted a human soul master, the greater the boon for soul beasts. Moreover, it was on the verge of breaking through a critical barrier. Consuming this human soul master would surely facilitate its ascension to the next realm. Soul beasts not only relied on age, but also faced various thresholds and bottlenecks in their cultivation. It was not always true that older soul beasts were more powerful. The two giant sharks stealthily followed the fishing boat. Yang Chun was regretting not deploying the soul spear immediately. He was exceptionally skilled at slaying soul beasts, having dispatched numerous foes in the Qingdao Great Forest. The soul power attack was the most effective against them, as soul beasts were particularly vulnerable in terms of mental strength. Sitting at the bow, gazing at the tranquil waters, he suddenly sensed an impending danger and instinctively unleashed his spiritual perception. His soul power had grown significantly stronger since reaching the soul sect realm, extending his perceptive range from 300 or 400 meters to 600 or 700. Upon releasing his perception, he noticed two giant sharks lurking directly beneath the fishing boat, rapidly ascending to launch a devastating attack. Yang Chun understood without question that the first shark, having suffered a setback, had returned seeking vengeance with its companion. This time, they had devised a plan to destroy the fishing boat, hoping to cast both men into the sea, rendering Yang Chun powerless amidst the vast ocean. After all, a soul beast nearly 100,000 years old possessed intellect comparable to that of a normal human. Chapter 224. Two 85,000-year-old giant sharks. It was imperative to thwart their assault. Otherwise, the destruction of the fishing boat would surely seal their fates. No matter how powerful he was, survival in this boundless ocean was not guaranteed. As the two giant sharks began their assault, they suddenly sensed an overwhelming wave of danger approaching. They paused, astonished, for they were still 200 to 300 meters away from the fishing vessel and had not even spotted the human. Why did they feel such an ominous presence? Before they could contemplate further, a thunderous sound reverberated in their minds as three powerful mental attacks struck their consciousness. Although the two sharks possessed combat power nearing that of a titled Dalu, their mental strength paled in comparison, lacking the prowess of even an 85-level soul Dalu. After all, soul beasts were inherently different from humans. Consequently, under the relentless assault of the three soul spears, the two giant sharks found themselves dazed, their vision blurring. Their charge towards the fishing boat veered off course, propelling them out of the water on either side, soaring dozens of meters into the air. Yang Chen Reijiched, launching two more soul spears toward the point of impact while directing the soul whip at the sharks' heads with furious strikes. Alas, these two sharks, having roamed the ocean for nearly 100,000 years, found their mental defenses shattered by Yang Chen's soul spears, rendering them mindless. And they succumbed under the relentless barrage of the soul whip. Yang Chun coiled the soul whip around their bodies and gradually pulled them towards the fishing boat. Simultaneously, he leaped onto the head of one giant shark, gazing at its nearly purple-black soul rings, and activated the devouring system with all his might. In no time, the soul power of both giant sharks was consumed by Yang Chun. The man, having never witnessed such a spectacle, regarded Yang Chun as a celestial being and bowed deeply in reverence. Yang Chun, aware that this exceeded the man's comprehension, merely smiled and said, "These two giant sharks are dead. See if they possess any valuable items that can fetch a good price. Feel free to retrieve them." With two sharks nearing 100,000 years old, their bodies were undoubtedly laden with treasures. The man, filled with excitement, grabbed a knife and fork and jumped into the water. After a couple of hours of relentless effort, he finally managed to collect all that could be taken. Yang Chun merely sat to the side, observing the points accumulated within him. The two formidable soul beasts, each over 85,000 years old, had granted him nearly 40 points in total. This was equivalent to the power of 3 powerful soul Douluos or 1.5 tidal Douluos at level 90. Yang Chun was overjoyed. He had some points remaining within him, bringing his total to over 40. Promptly, with a mere thought, he exchanged 30 points for soul power. A thunderous sound reverberated within him as his soul power ascended from level 58 to 59. Furthermore, he still had around 14 or 15 points left. If he could slay another giant shark aged 80 to 90,000 years, he would accumulate enough points to reach level 60 in soul power. According to Xiao Tian, once he attained the realm of Soul Emperor, his combat strength would significantly increase, allowing him to contend with tidal Douluos above level 90. Of course, he was still no match for those above level 98. However, tidal Douluos below level 98 would no longer pose a threat to him. Once he elevated his soul power beyond level 65, he could disregard tidal Douluos at level 98. Should he reach levels 68 or 69, even tidal Douluos at level 99, like Qian Dalu and Poseidon, would not stand a chance against him. At level 70, he would nearly possess the combat prowess of 100, capable of challenging so-called gods. Yang Chun felt the immense soul power surging within him, alongside the strengthening of his divine soul power, filling his heart with great delight. It was evident that he had long been meant to delve into the depths of the ocean, where infinite treasures lay hidden. No wonder in his past life, nations fiercely competed over every island and reef across the oceans, all vying for the boundless resources concealed within the ocean's depths. Once the man finally gathered all that could be taken, he slowly continued onward. As they sailed, Yang Chun smiled and inquired, "Dear sir, may I ask if there are many such giant sharks or equally formidable creatures lurking in the depths of this ocean? Are there any gathering places for them?" Upon hearing this, the man realized that Yang Chun had reaped substantial benefits from the two giant sharks and understood that soul masters like them sought resources for cultivation. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "In certain areas, there are indeed large congregations of sharks or whales. However, those places are exceedingly perilous. They do not gather in ones or twos, but in the thousands. My lord, those areas are truly beyond our reach. I acknowledge that you are a powerful soul master, but one must exercise caution. Moreover, my small fishing boat cannot withstand their onslaught." Yang Chun furrowed his brow upon hearing this, recognizing the validity of the man's words. The two giant sharks had nearly capsized this fishing boat. If there were hundreds or thousands, no matter how formidable his divine soul attack, he could not guarantee the safety of the vessel. In the vast expanse of the ocean, losing the boat would inevitably endanger their lives. Not to mention the threat of powerful soul beasts. Even the ocean itself could prove fatal. Thus, he smiled and said, "Dear sir, there are just the two of us on this boat. Please do not hesitate to call me Yang Chun. Just address me by my name. I am not yet 16 years old." Given Yang Chun's towering stature of 183 centimeters and his demeanor befitting someone in their 20s, he exuded an air of maturity that belied his age. Hence, everyone he encountered, including this man, consistently perceived him as a youth of 18 or 19, never suspecting he was still under 16. The man held Yang Chun in profound admiration. At such a tender age, possessing such divine strength, he marveled at what might come with a few more years. He repeatedly bowed, saying, "My lord, although you are young, your abilities are truly extraordinary. I am but a humble fisherman. How could I dare to address you by name?" Yang Chun, feeling somewhat helpless, understood that these were merely ordinary fishermen and smiled slightly, allowing him to address him as he wished. The man then remarked, "My lord, are you seeking powerful marine creatures?" Yang Chun nodded. "Indeed, the more powerful the creature, the more beneficial it will be for my cultivation." The man nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall guide you as close as possible to the habitats of these formidable beings. With your capabilities, I believe that as long as we do not venture into the heart of their gathering places, 1 or 2 powerful soul beasts should not pose much of concern for you." Yang Chun's spirits soared upon hearing this. "Then I must trouble you. Rest assured, I shall not claim anything of value from these creatures. All treasures will be yours." The man was elated, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. He had spent most of his life at sea, nearly 300 days a year, yet had never captured such powerful fish or acquired such treasures. Not to mention, The spoils from the two giant sharks alone would suffice to sustain him for the rest of his life. If he could further accompany Yang Chun in slaying such formidable beings, this voyage would be all he needed, allowing him to escape the hardships of the sea thereafter. Days passed quietly, and for over 10 days, they encountered no more formidable soul beasts. Yang Chun had only slain 2 soul beasts aged 20 to 30,000 years. For him, such creatures held little allure, providing merely 2 or 3 universal points. Finally, one day, they arrived at a certain body of water, and the man said, "My lord, ahead lies a region frequented by powerful fish." Yang Chun's heart leapt with joy as he observed the sea. The originally azure waters now exhibited peculiar hues, and the surface was no longer tranquil. He realized this was the convergence of cold and warm currents, the optimal breeding ground for fish. Here, various species mingled, naturally attracting some formidable carnivorous creatures seeking sustenance. Yang Chun unleashed his soul perception. As the fishing boat ventured deeper into this aquatic realm, he sensed an increasing number of fish, along with the occasional emergence of powerful soul beasts over 10,000 years old. Suddenly, within his perception, he spotted a colossal fish approaching. This enormous fish, measuring approximately 30 to 40 meters in length, was robust and exuded an aura of strength. Its body a dark gray hue. Its head was particularly large, and when it occasionally opened its mouth, it revealed terrifyingly large teeth akin to swords, with dark red eyes emanating a fierce aura. The creature moved swiftly, causing various fish to flee in terror. However, its immense, gaping maw ensnared some of the weaker fish that failed to escape, devouring them whole. Yang Chun observed this gigantic fish, resembling both a shark and a whale. Its exact species unknown. Regardless, it was undoubtedly a powerful soul beast exceeding 70,000 years in age. Excitement surged within him. Finally, a delectable feast awaited him. His dish had arrived. An eager expression crept onto his face, with an unusual gleam manifesting. The man, relying on his years of fishing experience, sensed the unrest beneath the ocean's surface. A formidable being was indeed present. Turning to glance at Yang Chun's expression, he was taken aback. What could have caused such a look? Had he not had enough to eat for lunch? Yang Chun instructed, "Head 200 meters to the left." The man was momentarily stunned. Since entering the sea, Yang Chun had never commanded him, allowing him to proceed freely. He nodded and steered left. After traveling a mere 100 meters, the water ahead began to surge violently, reminiscent of a rising tsunami as the sea surged skyward. Suddenly, a colossal fish head burst forth from the waves, accompanied by a resonant roar. The sturdy man, upon witnessing this, was taken aback. This was the most fearsome of sea creatures, the evil demon orca, known for its formidable attack power. Fishermen feared encountering such whales while at sea, as it often resulted in misfortune. He could not help but exclaim, "My lord, this is the demon orca. We must hastily evade." To his astonishment, Yang Chun laughed heartily, saying, "What a magnificent demon orca. I relish the challenge. Charge forth and slay it." The man was instantly drenched in cold sweat. At that moment, the demon orca had noticed their vessel and leapt from the water, hurtling towards the fishing boat. The man's face turned pale, and he thought to himself, "It's over. It's truly over." Yet, Yang Chun swiftly extended his hand, producing an enormous whip that arced through the air towards the orca. With that strike, a wave surged from the surface of the sea. Astonishingly, the powerful demon orca showed no reaction and sank back beneath the waves. Yang Chun then waved his hand once more, sending the whip deep into the water, coiling around the orca and dragging it alongside the fishing boat. When the man looked again, the demon orca had perished. He stared in disbelief. How could the fiercest tyrant of the ocean succumb to a single strike from this youth? Rubbing his eyes in astonishment, he confirmed that the orca lay motionless, devoid of any signs of life. Yang Chun leapt from the fishing boat, landing atop the massive head of the orca. As he descended, the black halo that formed around the orca's head gradually faded until it vanished completely within mere seconds. Though the man was not a soul master, he recognized that the dark ring was an energy form essential for soul masters. In awe, he observed Yang Chun return to the fishing boat, smiling as he said, "You may now descend and collect the valuable items from its body." The demon orca was a formidable creature that fishermen dared not hunt, making its market value exceedingly high due to its rarity. Overjoyed, the man repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Yang Chun, feeling as though he had ventured out to sea with a god of wealth. Just as the man began to cut away the valuable parts of the demon orca, the sea suddenly churned in the distance, a large-scale upheaval occurring. Yang Chun, sensing the danger with his spiritual awareness, shouted a warning, swiftly extending the divine whip to pull the man onto the fishing boat. The man, bewildered, watched as countless sharks pounced upon the orca as carcass, tearing and devouring it. His face turned ashen. Had Yang Chun been a moment late, he would have perished at the jaws of the sharks. Once the orca was dead, the blood that seeped into the sea attracted numerous nearby sharks, drawn by the scent of blood as they rushed to feast upon the carcass. Hundreds of sharks swarmed around the fishing boat, colliding against it, causing it to rock perilously, threatening to capsize at any moment. Yang Chun gazed at the throng of oceanic predators beneath the waves, his heart racing. The scale of the situation was truly alarming. Although the man had not managed to salvage any valuables from the orca, he felt no regret. Only a chilling realization that a moment's inattention could lead to a gruesome demise at the hands of these ferocious sharks, while following this master could lead to great wealth. One must have life to enjoy it. As the orca was completely consumed, the sharks remained, circling the fishing boat, occasionally ramming into it, producing a relentless cacophony of sounds. The man's complexion turned pale with fear, his gaze fixed anxiously on Yang Chun. Yang Chun, enraged by the audacity of these reckless creatures, took action. Guided by his spiritual awareness, he unleashed his spiritual spear, targeting the consciousness of the sharks. Though numerous, most of these sharks were merely a few thousand years old. One by one, they succumbed to Yang Chun's relentless assault, surfacing lifelessly, their awareness extinguished. Yang Chun rejoiced, plunging into the sea, stepping atop the fallen sharks while wielding the divine whip, claiming their lives one after another. The black soul rings manifested above him, a testament to his growing power. After a flurry of activity lasting over half an hour, he finally dispatched all the sharks surrounding the fishing boat. The tumultuous sea gradually returned to calm. The man, witnessing the multitude of shark corpses afloat, was utterly astounded, regarding Yang Chun as a celestial being. How could one so young, not yet 16, possess such power? With so many sharks perishing in this region, Yang Chun anticipated that more would come, enabling him to continue his hunt and further augment his soul power. However, only a few reckless sharks appeared intermittently, and after a couple of hours, none returned, leaving him perplexed. At this moment, he instructed the man to descend and harvest the useful materials from the sharks while he sat cross-legged at the boat's edge, inspecting his universal points. After 2 to 3 hours of busy consumption, he was overjoyed to discover that his universal points had surged by over 250, totaling 277 points. This unprecedented bounty thrilled him. With these points, he could advance to the mid-level of Soul Emperor, a state he eagerly anticipated. He recalled Xiao Tian's words, stating that once he reached level 65, even the title Douluo of 98 would pose no threat to him. He would then truly rank among the foremost experts in this world. After reveling in his good fortune for a while, he was jolted back to reality by Xiao Tian's admonition, urging him to recognize the imminent danger. Time was of the essence. Over 2 years had passed, and the otherworldly tribes would soon breach the sealed passage, launching a massive invasion of Douluo continent. Yang Chun, initially lost in blissful ignorance, was suddenly awakened by Xiao Tian's words. He realized the urgency of the situation and wasted no time, spending 30 points to elevate his soul power to level 60. As a wave of energy coursed through him, he felt a warm surge enveloping every pore, and the profound gates within him erupted with thunderous sounds. As if new pathways were being opened, simultaneously, an immeasurable and formidable power surged within him, prompting an earth-shattering howl that reverberated throughout the surroundings, causing the ocean's surface to heave and swell as if in the midst of a tempest. Startled, the man hastily retreated to the boat, staring blankly at Yang Chun. This howl persisted for a full 5 minutes before finally subsiding. Suddenly, Xiao Tian scolded him, "Ignorant youth. You have only just embarked on a journey of 100,000 miles. What is there to be proud of? Cease your incessant howling, akin to a wolf's wail." "Bah!" Yang Chun chuckled. "Xiao Tian, does this mean I can now be considered a true expert, no longer the weakling you once described? You foolish bumpkin. This is merely the beginning. You are far from being a match for the true strong. The foes you will face in the future are not even comparable to infants in their infancy." "Expert? Nonsense," Xiao Tian retorted. "Do not deceive me, Xiao Tian. Infants, you say? Are you jesting?" The boy scoffed. "You wouldn't believe it, but with your current strength, should you encounter a higher dimensional cultivator, A mere sneeze would obliterate you from existence. These individuals have been superior to you since birth. You're not even worthy of being compared to their infants. Really? I'm not even as capable as their infants? Yang Chun could hardly believe his ears. Are the cultivators from those grand realms truly that formidable? Starting from such a high point, were they equivalent to the title Douluo of this Douluo Dalu upon birth? Shaking his head, he found it absurd. If that were the case, then this Douluo Dalu is pathetically weak. Having traversed countless planets to be reborn here, he felt utterly inadequate. If he were reborn as a genius in those grand realms, would he not possess godly power upon his rebirth? Xiao Tian had never shown him kindness. And who could tell if he was just trying to deceive him? Regardless, he believed himself to be a strong individual now, with a voice in this world. Without further thought, he executed a universal exchange, converting all remaining points into soul power. He felt his aura continuously rising, his soul rank soaring to 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, and finally 66. It was only upon reaching the 66th rank that his ascent halted. He examined his universal points, now reduced to 7. At the Soul Emperor level, each rank advancement required 40 universal points. Yang Shan felt the turbulent waves of his 66th rank soul power surging within him, akin to a tempest filled with unrestrained force. By his own estimation, even if the sword Douluo from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Chen Xian, were to confront him now, he would not withstand a single punch. With a casual swing of his fist, he felt a destructive force emanate from him. In his elation, he struck the distant sea with a powerful punch. A resounding boom echoed, and a colossal wave nearly 100 meters high surged from the ocean surface, while beneath it, a deep pit formed in an area of 50 meters in diameter and 50 meters deep. This display not only left the man dumbfounded, but also astonished Yang Chen himself. Such a punch was truly terrifying. The man could sense that Yang Chen's aura had intensified significantly, and he regarded him with deep admiration. Subsequently, Yang Chen manifested his martial spirit, the Dogtail grass, which had grown considerably larger, leaping through the air like a majestic dragon, nearly 100 meters long. Observing the enormity of his martial spirit, he furrowed his brow, realizing that such size compromised its agility. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, the god-slaying whip suddenly shrank several times, transforming into a whip less than 5 meters long. Taken aback, he realized that his martial spirit could now expand and contract at will. Instantly, he began to manipulate the whip, making it fluctuate in size and length effortlessly, with no hindrances or time delays. With a mere thought, the whip transformed. This spectacle resembled a juggling act, leaving the man in awe and envious admiration. After examining his martial spirit, he turned his attention to his spiritual power points, which had unexpectedly increased by over 500 points. Spiritual power was notoriously difficult to enhance, achievable only through rare spiritual fruits or by consuming the spiritual power of soul masters. To experience such a natural increase of 500 points was indeed a delightful surprise. Consequently, he fully extended his spiritual perception, probing into the depths of the ocean. To his astonishment, his perception now reached an astounding distance of 1,000 meters. This expansion was an unexpected boon for him. He understood that the greater his spiritual perception range, the further his abilities could develop, consequently augmenting his offensive power. Previously, he could unleash 6 consecutive soul spears. Now, he could undoubtedly achieve 8 or even 9 consecutive strikes, with the power of his soul spear becoming even more formidable. Chapter 227, Soul Beasts of Nearly 10,000 Years. In every battle, his spiritual attacks had proven crucial. Now that his offensive capabilities had significantly improved, he was filled with joy. As everything fell into place, the fishing boat slowly moved forward. This location marked the convergence of cold and warm currents, leading to an increasing abundance of fish, though encounters with those over 10,000 years old were rare. Whenever he came across one of such age, Yang Chan would use his soul spear to strike it down, subsequently drawing it to the boat to absorb its soul power. After a span of over 10 days, having circled this sea region, he found no formidable whale sharks. He began to suspect that his previous slaughter of a couple of hundred whale sharks had nearly annihilated the local population of those over 10,000 years old. Reluctantly, he instructed the man to navigate to another sea area. By this time, the fishing boat was already brimming with bounty, and man had been gazing at the cargo with sparkling eyes for days, utterly exhilarated. He had not slept for several consecutive nights, feeling no fatigue. All he wished for was to leave the ocean behind and return home to live a peaceful life, find a wife, and have 2 children. Although being with Yang Chun brought continual surprises, the multitude of terrifying experiences left him anxious. Any misstep could cost him his life in the vast sea. Yang Chen, keenly aware of the man's sentiments, shook his head, recalling their agreement of 6 months. Yet, he understood the man's apprehensions. After all, following him into the sea was fraught with peril. He had initially only mentioned seeking someone, without disclosing the intent to slay sea beasts. One day, just as they exited the convergence of cold and warm currents, while the boat was gliding smoothly, the previously tranquil sea suddenly erupted with tumultuous waves. Reaching heights of over 100 meters, Yang Chan was taken aback, wondering what kind of formidable sea beast could produce such an uproar. Extending his spiritual perception, he discerned beneath the surface an enormous white creature, approximately 200 meters long, speeding toward them. This fish, spanning 20 to 30 meters in width, had a massive head and gaping jaws, capable of easily swallowing their fishing boat whole. Encountering such a colossal soul beast was a first for Yang Chun. Its weight must exceed several tens of thousands of jin. Even an aircraft carrier from his past life would pale in comparison to its size. Upon closer inspection, he realized this behemoth was a soul beast nearly 98,000 years old. It was almost 100,000 years old. Yang Chen's spirits soared. If he could defeat this giant, his universal points would increase by nearly 30 points, at least 20 more, which would allow him to accumulate enough for another rank advancement. Reaching the 67th level, this promised to be a bountiful harvest, filling him with excitement. For him, every advancement in rank now brings a 40% increase in strength, as opposed to the previous 30%. The thought of such an exhilarating gain in power is truly thrilling. However, upon seeing this colossal great white shark, his countenance turned pale as he silently lamented his fate. Such a massive creature surely spelled doom for him. The great white shark, sensing the aura of a soul master emanating from Yang Chun as it spotted the fishing boat, leaped from the depths of the ocean like an arrow released from a bow, charging forward with remarkable speed. At this moment, it had approached the age of 100,000 years, on the brink of transforming into a human form, its intelligence rivaling that of humans. Instinctively, it could detect the unique aura of soul power radiating from both the soul beast and the soul master. Especially, the soul power exuding from Yang Chun was irresistibly fragrant, a scent it had never encountered in its nearly 100,000 years of existence. From the essence of this soul power, it discerned that Yang Chun was undoubtedly a remarkably gifted soul master, possessing soul power of an unparalleled quality. Should it succeed in vanquishing and consuming this diminutive human soul master, it might very well break through its own limitations and ascend into the ranks of the true 100,000-year soul beasts. In truth, the great white shark's actual lifespan was 93,000 years. However, due to its high innate talent and early awakening, it had diligently cultivated its soul power, resulting in a current potency equivalent to that of a 98,000-year soul beast. With just another 2,000 years of soul power, it would achieve the transformation into a genuine 100,000-year soul beast. For soul beasts, merely reaching the age of 100,000 years does not inherently bestow immense power. Without continuous cultivation, even a soul beast with such longevity remains merely an ordinary creature. The designation of a 100,000-year soul beast primarily refers to those possessing 100,000 years of soul power. The great white shark quickly assessed that Yang Chun was merely a level 66 soul master, and with its combat prowess nearing that of a 100,000-year soul beast, slaying Yang Chun would be effortless. Thus, it charged eagerly toward him. The man, upon witnessing the immense form of the great white shark materializing above, was utterly terrified, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. Yang Chun was taken aback by the shark's sudden aggression. Since his ascension to Soul Emperor, he had yet to test his abilities. He promptly leaped into the air, delivering a powerful punch aimed at the great white shark's body. He refrained from striking from the boat, fearing the powerful recoil would capsize them into the depths of the sea. The great white shark, witnessing Yang Chen's approach, scoffed internally at the audacity of this oblivious human, a mere soul emperor daring to attack it. With a swift motion of its head, it unleashed a formidable force toward Yang Chun. Yang Chen's feast, as it traveled through the air, grew in size, and when it reached a distance of 100 meters, it resembled a mountain, carrying a force of several tens of thousands of pounds. The resulting impact produced a deafening roar, creating a trench in the ocean approximately 100 meters deep. The great white shark was violently thrown aside by the force of Yang Chen's punch, nearly spinning in the water as it was propelled away. Offer Juliet, Yang Chen Laogid Heartily. Little White, let's go again. He launched another aerial strike. The great white shark, recognizing the seriousness of Yang Chen's might, transformed into a diminutive shark just a few meters long, swiftly evading Yang Chen's punch and plunging into the depths of the sea. It moved with lightning speed, disappearing from the surface in the blink of an eye. Yang Chen was astonished that this great white shark could so easily manipulate its form. Realizing it was no ordinary soul beast, he immediately unleashed a spear of spiritual energy aimed at its head, exclaiming, "Little White, you cannot escape. Let us become good friends." It was a rare opportunity to encounter such a powerful soul beast. He could not allow it to flee. The great white shark felt a resounding impact, its mind reverberating as if its consciousness were on the verge of being shattered. Its awareness momentarily faltered, leaving it in a state of shock. This attack was so formidable that it could easily rival even a legendary rank 99 Soul Master. Not to mention others. Even the sea god Dalu on Sea God Island would lack such power. Chapter 228. I am willing to be your mount. Fear gripped its heart. How could this mere soul emperor be more fearsome than that unparalleled Douluo? Without a second thought, it plunged deeper into the ocean, eager to distance itself from this absolute threat. As it descended rapidly, it further shrank its form. Yang Chen noted that his spear only managed to momentarily halt the beast, inflicting no significant damage, while the shark accelerated away. He quickly launched 2 more spears of spiritual energy. His spiritual sensitivity had reached a distance of 1,000 meters, and the range of his spiritual spear attack extended to 1,000 meters as well. In the midst of its frantic escape, the great white shark suddenly sensed danger again, its spirit in turmoil. Gathering all its mental energy, it attempted to shield itself from the impending assault. However, with 2 thunderous impacts, its mental defenses crumbled, and the second spear penetrated deep into its sea of consciousness. Instantly, its awareness became clouded, and it could no longer react. Yang Chen burst into laughter. What do you think you can run? This nearly 100,000-year soul beast, comparable to a human rank 95 title Douluo, was easily subdued by him. Reflecting on this, he felt a shiver of realization. He had unwittingly grown so powerful that he could contend with title Douluos of rank 95 and above. With a flick of his hand, he summoned the divine whip, lifting the great white shark's body to the side of the fishing boat. The man, having regained consciousness, gazed at Yang Chen in awe as he vanquished the great white shark, filled with admiration. Meanwhile, the great white shark, still dazed, suddenly felt clarity return to its mind. It pleaded, "Esteemed sir, please spare my life. If you grant me mercy, I shall gladly serve as your humble servant." Yang Chen was taken aback, while the man gasped in disbelief, exclaiming that it was a monster. They had not anticipated that this great white shark could speak human language. Yang Chen was equally perplexed. How could this great white shark, seemingly vanquished in its sea of consciousness, regain awareness? Just as he prepared to launch another spear of spiritual energy, the great white shark transformed into a fully naked young woman, with delicate features and a pitiful demeanor, kneeling before Yang Chen and tearfully imploring, "Please, kind sir, grant me mercy. 10,000 years of cultivation is no easy feat. I only ask for your forgiveness, and I shall be eternally grateful." As she knelt on the ocean's surface, the man was left utterly dumbfounded. This was no great white shark. She was evidently a stunningly beautiful woman. After spending a considerable time at sea, encountering such a captivating beauty was overwhelming, igniting his desires and causing his eyes to gleam. Yang Chen, too, was caught off guard by this unexpected scene, momentarily at a loss for words as he gazed upon the pitiful girl, unable to unleash his spear of spiritual energy. Upon the sight of Yang Chen, the great white shark remained silent, trembling in fear. Its body began to take on a tantalizing pink hue due to its trepidation. Yang Chen heard the man beside him breathing heavily, repeatedly imploring, "My lord, this woman is quite pitiful. Please spare her." Yang Chen's vigilance heightened as he commanded, "Transform back to your original form and do not entertain thoughts of escape. Allow me to ponder this matter in due course." The great white shark, taken aback by Yang Chen's youthful vigor and unwavering composure, felt even greater fear. Reluctantly, it reverted to its original form, pleading, "My lord, please grant Shao by reprieve. In these vast waters, I am willing to serve you in any capacity, even as your steed. Yang Chen's heart stirred upon hearing this. It was evident that the man was reconsidering his stance, and the fishing vessel was far from secure. It could easily be breached by a whale shark and plunge into the depths, taking this man's life with it. In the boundless ocean, if anyone was most acquainted with its perils, it was undoubtedly this ancient great white shark, nearly 100,000 years old. Why not accept it as a mount? To traverse the seas in search of the little one and slay the soul beasts? Contemplating this, he mused, Xiao Bai, if you wish for me to spare you, it can be arranged, but you must serve me for half a year as my steed, guiding me through every corner of this ocean. Upon hearing this, the great white shark, Xiao Bai, was elated and eagerly responded, Yes, my lord, Xiao Bai will abide by your every command and serve you faithfully. Having lived for 100,000 years in the sea, Xiao Bai was intimately familiar with every nook and cranny, leaving no corner overlooked. Very well, I shall grant you your life, Yang Chun declared with delight. Thank you, my lord, for your mercy. However, after expressing her gratitude, Xiao Bai fell silent, seemingly fainting once more. Yang Chan was taken aback and was about to probe with his spiritual sense when Xiao Tian interjected, This little shark is an extraordinary species. You should keep it. There are many other powerful soul beasts like it in the ocean, so do not be overly concerned about this one. However, I worry about its condition. Although its consciousness was disrupted, it has managed to maintain awareness. This is its unique trait, an innate strength of spirit that allows it to remain conscious in life-threatening situations. But once it relaxes, it falls back into a stupor. I see. Yang Qian replied. If I were to let it go now, would it not still be a useless shark? Why not absorb its soul power? You are indeed in need of a mount from the sea. By this method, you can restore its spirit sea. The ocean is vast, and if you wish to hunt formidable soul beasts, having it as your steed would be most advantageous. As Xiao Tian spoke, he transmitted a technique to Yang Chun. Without hesitation, Yang Chun leaped from the boat onto the great white shark's back, beginning to restore its chaotic spirit sea. Before long, Xiao Bai's spirit sea was fully restored, and its mind was clear. Thank you, my lord, for your rescue. Xiao Bai will remain entirely loyal to you, without a trace of disloyalty, it exclaimed, transforming back into a young woman. Perhaps feeling that Yang Chun, in human form, deserved her respect, she reverted back. Yet, Yang Chun, still in his youthful form, had merely watched numerous action films. Upon seeing Xiao Bai's exquisite figure beside him, his heart raced, and he urged, Xiao Bai, return to your original form. It is more convenient for me to ride upon you. Understanding Yang Chen's intention to keep her as a mount, Xiao Bai transformed back into her shark form, albeit reduced in size to about 10 meters. Yang Chun perched upon her back, akin to a ship. Ecstatic, he waved to the man on the vessel, saying, You may return. Thank you. With a sweep of her powerful tail, the great white shark surged forward, swiftly covering a considerable distance. The man stood at the edge of the boat, watching the receding figure of Yang Chun, and knelt in reverence, realizing that this youth was no mere human, but a reincarnation of a celestial being. The speed of the great white shark in the ocean was unparalleled by that of the fishing vessel, and soon they had traveled several miles. As they journeyed, Yang Chun conversed with Xiao Bai, inquiring about the whereabouts of the little one. However, upon hearing Yang Chen's description, Xiao Bai shook her massive head and said, My lord, the little one you seek is certainly not in these waters. Otherwise, I would surely know. Unless she fell into the ocean alongside that nine-headed lion, she would be lost. Yang Chun, recognizing Xiao Bai's status as the ocean sovereign, felt a pang of despair. He contemplated, Then guide me in search of powerful sea beasts. Xiao Bai hesitated, asking, My lord, what purpose do you have in seeking these formidable sea beasts? Is it merely for quantity? Yang Chun, feeling a surge of frustration, declared, Do not concern yourself with my motives. The more, the better, especially those that have existed for 100,000 years. Xiao Bai sensed the ominous intent emanating from him and shuddered involuntarily. This master of hers was indeed unpredictable. His desire for powerful sea beasts could only spell trouble. She pondered how a mere 16 or 17-year-old human could possess such formidable strength and mental prowess. In the depths of her mind, the great white shark marveled at Yang Chen's extraordinary talent, recognizing him as a once-in-a-millennium prodigy destined for divinity. Suddenly, a realization struck her. Could this young man be the one regarded as the future guardian of Douluo Dalu by humanity? As a soul beast nearing 100,000 years, she held a lofty position among the countless soul beasts of the ocean and was privy to many secrets. She had long been aware of the demon race's impending invasion of Douluo Dalu and Yang Chen's involvement in it. A surge of excitement filled her heart. If this fortunate master were indeed that individual, she must seize this opportunity to follow him in pursuit of becoming a divine beast. While the great white shark was lost in contemplation, Yang Chen, disheartened, felt a growing restlessness. Standing upon the back of the great white shark, he faced the ocean breeze. Memories of the little one's adorable visage flashing in his mind, alongside the perfect countenance of the nine-tailed celestial fox queen. It seemed her gaze was filled with sorrow, causing Yang Chen's heart to flutter. He mused, could it be that the little one is suffering somewhere, and this is the celestial queen's reproach towards me? Yet, O great queen, I cannot ascertain whether you are truly gone or simply unscathed. Please, grant me some hint of her whereabouts, so that I may seek her. Having searched the entirety of Douluo Dalu, even the boundless ocean yielded no clues. After traversing the sea for over a day, he was uncertain of their current location when Xiao Bai spoke up. My lord, not far ahead resides a group of sharks, some of which are nearly 80 to 90,000 years old. Would you like to pay them a visit? Yang Chen was taken aback. It appeared that sharks had designated habitats for their breeding. With such ancient sharks available, his spirits lifted immensely. He currently possessed over 20 points of experience. If he could defeat one or two soul beasts of that age, he would accumulate enough points to reach level 67. Excellent, Xiao Bai. Let's charge forth and engage them in battle, he exclaimed. However, there are certain matters that, upon witnessing, you must vow to keep secret from me. They must never be divulged. Otherwise, Xiao Bai, do not blame my ruthlessness. The last statement was delivered with a fierce tone. Xiao Bai trembled in fear and immediately replied, Master, rest assured, Xiao Bai will see nothing and hear nothing. Yang Chen recalled his previous slaying of soul beasts and the absorption of their soul power. The fisherman was not a soul master and could not discern it, but this great white shark, being nearly 100,000 years old, would easily recognize it. If news of this spread in the vast ocean, it would surely incite a coalition of powerful soul beasts against him. No matter how formidable Yang Chen was, he could not protect his own life. The shark pot ahead and this great white shark were ancient enemies. Xiao Bai had always been solitary, with companions gradually perishing over the long years, leaving it without a single ally. Moreover, the others were social creatures. In one-on-one combat, none could match Xiao Bai. Yet the sheer number of adversaries was overwhelming. They would swarm in groups of 3 or 4, with both offense and defense. Every battle ended with Xiao Bai retreating in defeat. Thus, among the vast expanse of the ocean, this group of gray sharks represented one of its greatest foes. Therefore, it sought to eliminate them through Yang Chen's assistance. They found a mutual interest. Before long, 2 sharks, each over 10 meters long with dark gray backs, appeared ahead. Terrifyingly, they possessed enormous mouths, grotesquely disproportionate, shaped like gaping arcs, with wide and short snouts lined with sharp teeth. Upon seeing these 2 sharks, aged between 20 to 30,000 years, Xiao Bai exclaimed, Master, these 2 are merely 20 to 30,000 years old. Do you want them? If not, Xiao Bai shall consume them. Yang Chen was taken aback, saying, Are you implying that if I decline, you will directly devour them? Xiao Bai replied sweetly, Yes, master. Only by consuming them can I absorb the energy within. Yang Chen was astonished. Could Xiao Bai also possess the ability to absorb soul power? If you consume them, can you absorb all their soul power? Master, that's impossible. Soul power is a form of energy, and while it may reside within me after I swallow them, the true amount I can absorb is barely 1 in 100, if even that. Otherwise, after 100,000 years of devouring powerful foes, I would have long ascended to divinity. What a pity, thought Yang Chen, to only absorb less than 1%, such abundant soul power wasted. Master, my absorption of soul power is among the best in all oceanic soul beasts. Typically, being able to absorb 1 in 1,000 is already commendable. Oh, I see. Xiao Bai, how about this? You've battled them for tens of thousands of years and must be weary. Why not let me take the lead this time? Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai was delighted. These ferocious sharks had left it battered and bruised after each battle, requiring many years to recuperate. He responded, Master, you taking the lead makes me somewhat uneasy. Haha, Xiao Bai, do not be overly polite with me. I am naturally combative. If I go 2 days without fighting, I feel restless. Rest assured, I have no interest in the bodies of these small fish. I will not contend with you for them. They shall remain your sustenance. Yang Chen reassured with a cheerful demeanor. Xiao Bai, feeling elated, secretly plotted to use this opportunity to eliminate those who had bullied it over the years. The two gray sharks were pursuing a school of black fish when they suddenly spotted the great white shark ahead. Having battled its ancestors countless times, Xiaobai recognized them, causing them to turn tail and flee back to their lair, simultaneously relaying the news. At this moment, only 200 to 300 meters away from the two gray sharks, Yangchen witnessed their retreat and unleashed two soul spears. The two gray sharks froze in place. Yangchen let out a hearty laugh and struck with his divine whip, slaying them instantly. Two black soul rings materialized above the heads of the sharks. Yangchen leaped onto their heads, and with a thought, he absorbed the two soul rings completely. Xiao Bai, being a powerful soul beast of nearly 100,000 years, observed everything with clarity. Although Yangchen tried to conceal it, he could not evade Xiao Bai's keen perception. A sudden tremor of fear gripped Xiao Bai's heart as it realized the implications of its master's actions. No wonder he repeatedly inquired about soul power absorption. It was all too clear now. An inexplicable dread enveloped Xiao Bai. What if one day, in a fit of displeasure, its master decided to consume its own soul power? Chapter 230. The Ruthless Yangchen. Xiao Bai pondered. Its master, though still young, was already a soul emperor of over 60 levels. Such rapid ascension was unprecedented. It appeared that he relied on slaying soul beasts and absorbing their soul rings for his advancement rather than through diligent cultivation. In simpler terms, he was a thief, a beast slayer. Although Xiao Bai, as a shark, had also killed many of its kind and consumed countless soul beasts. That was merely the way of survival. Beasts perpetuate their existence through the law of the jungle. Yet this master slaughtered beasts purely for self-gain, using their death to enhance his own power, an act deserving of divine retribution. While Yangchen assisted it in defeating enemies, Xiao Bai felt no gratitude, only indignation. Yangchen, upon rising from the two gray sharks, watched as the soul rings representing their 30,000 years of soul power vanished. Xiao Bai was utterly astounded. Had he truly just robbed their soul power? This was utterly unfathomable. If he had sufficient soul beasts to devour, would he not swiftly ascend to the so-called soul Dalu, or even the divine realm? As Xiao Bai was still in shock, Yangchen leapt onto its back, seemingly satisfied, and cheerfully declared, Xiao Bai, go ahead and consume these two gray sharks. Replenish your strength. Seeing Yangchen's content expression, Xiao Bai felt a chill run down its spine and could not help but shout, demon, devil, beast slayer, cursed wretch. After Xiao Bai consumed the two gray sharks, both shark and human surged forward. Within minutes, a group of gray sharks of varying sizes, led by two massive gray sharks around 100 meters long, charged towards them. One gray shark let out a furious roar, seemingly accusing Xiao Bai of intruding into their territory and slaughtering their kin. Yangchen, unable to comprehend their beastly language, listened as Xiao Bai explained, these two gray sharks are 90,000 years old, a formidable couple. Moreover, they excel at teamwork and are not weaker than I. Behind them are 5 sharks over 80,000 years old and 8 over 70,000 years old. Once the battle commences, regardless of how many we are, they never adhere to rules and always engage in group assaults. Thus, master, you must be cautious. Do not allow yourself to be encircled, or escape will prove exceedingly difficult. Yangchen nodded, realizing the gravity of the situation. However, he had never intended to flee. Rather, his plan was to annihilate them entirely. This rare, grand battle presents a plethora of delectable delicacies, and it would be a grave mistake to let such an opportunity slip away easily. Thus, I laughed heartily and said, Xiao Bai, once again, you shall merely observe while I demonstrate how to vanquish these insignificant shrimp. Fear not, none shall escape. Upon hearing Yangchen's words, Xiao Bai felt a sudden pang of anxiety and regretted bringing him along. Though these gray sharks were sworn enemies, previous skirmishes had only resulted in the demise of one or two, merely satiating their hunger, without inflicting any significant harm. Now, contemplating Yangchen's ruthless demeanor, she feared that after today, not a single gray shark would remain. Overwhelmed by regret, she wished she had not invited Yangchen. Yangchen leapt into the air, delivering a powerful punch towards the leading shark. The force of his blow was akin to that of Mount Tai, descending with immense weight. The giant shark bellowed, swinging its tail towards Yangchen's fist, while internally astonished at the strength of this human, who appeared to be merely a level 60 soul emperor, yet struck with the might of a tidal Douluo of nearly level 98. As Yangchen's fist grew larger in the air, resembling a small mountain, The gray shark's tail strike proved insufficient to counter it. Its companions, recognizing the formidable power of Yang Chen's punch, also swung their tails to intercept him, attempting to confront him with their combined strength. A thunderous crash reverberated as their tails collided, sending massive waves surging nearly 100 meters high. Yang Chen was jolted back and landed on Xiaobai's back. The two gray sharks were propelled downwards by the force of his punch, sinking nearly 1,000 meters into the depths of the ocean. The following swarm of gray sharks swiftly circled around the man and shark, their jaws wide open, charging forth with ferocity, undeterred by the prospect of death. This time, Yang Chen refrained from using the Spear of Soul, wishing to test his true combat prowess, so as not to develop an over-reliance on his soul power. According to Xiao Tian, in this world, whether human or beast, soul power was significantly inferior to that of other realms. Utilizing soul power conferred certain advantages, but should he ascend to a higher plane in the future, his soul power would no longer hold sway, necessitating reliance on his genuine strength. Thus, he opted to forego the Spear of Soul for the time being, to avoid forming a dependency. As the hundreds of gray sharks surged forward, Yang Chen extended his hand, summoning the martial soul, the god-slaying whip, into his grasp. With a flick of his mind, 5 soul rings illuminated the whip, striking towards the ocean's surface like a dragon. At this moment, Yang Chen's combat power had reached the level of a tidal Douluo equivalent to a 100,000-year soul beast. Any soul beast under 80,000 years stood no chance against him. The ocean bore witness to a grisly scene, as gray sharks of varying sizes floated to the surface, their white bellies exposed, lifeless. Yang Chen nimbly soared above the water, asserting dominance over each gray shark that surfaced. In mere minutes, nearly 100 gray sharks lay slain. Xiaobai watched in horror, aghast at Yang Chen's brutal methods of extermination. Just then, the waters stirred violently. The 2 gray sharks that had sunk to the depths surged forth from either side of Yang Chen, their massive tails aimed directly at him. Yang Chen leapt into the air, delivering a fierce strike of the god-slaying whip against one shark's tail, eliciting a pained cry. The other shark emitted a more harrowing wail, momentarily frozen in place, staring blankly at the sea. The great white shark, Xiaobai, shuddered upon hearing the pitiful sound, instinctively retreating into the depths. She could not bear to witness the sorrow of these 2 gray sharks, whose kin and progeny had been annihilated by Yang Chen. The struck gray shark, upon hearing its mate's anguished cry, glanced around at the multitude of lifeless gray sharks drifting on the surface, momentarily paralyzed, oblivious to its own pain. These were its offspring. All perished at the hands of this human? It struggled to comprehend the scene before it, then looked to its mate, whose eyes were now void of life, causing its heart to tremble. In a sudden frenzy, it let out a long, anguished cry, opening its jaws to expel a spherical core, hurling it towards Yang Chen with all its might, while simultaneously calling out to its companion. Then, it lunged at Yang Chen in a desperate attempt to perish alongside him, determined to self-destruct with 9,000 years of soul power. However, it dared not release its core again. A voice echoed, "You vile beast, perish!" In an instant, the great gray shark's eyes glazed over, devoid of vitality. Subsequently, its black and red soul ring was devoured by Yang Chen's being. Thus, all the gray sharks had been eradicated, leaving not a single one alive. Yang Chen opened his eyes, surveying the multitude of gray shark corpses, shaking his head. Upon inspecting his universal points, he discovered they had reached 183. A surge of elation filled him, for this meant he could directly elevate his soul level to 70. For him, reaching 70 represented an existence akin to a deity in Douluo Dalu, rendering even titled Douluos of level 99, such as Qian Dalu and Poseidon, unable to contend with him. While gazing at the vast expanse of gray shark remains, he felt a twinge of reluctance, yet the rewards were immense. Xiao Tian remarked, "Kid, I never anticipated your luck would be so fortuitous, propelling you towards level 70 in such a short time, making you one of the most formidable beings in Douluo Dalu. Initially, I granted you 6 years, yet less than 3 have elapsed, and you have accomplished this splendid feat, which truly pleases me." Yang Chen, hearing this, scoffed. "Is it not true that countless talents in the endless ages were cast aside by you for their slow advancement, ultimately perishing at your merciless hands?" Xiao Tian retorted coldly, "This is the law of survival of the fittest. Without that fortune, even living to the end would be a wretched existence, hindering my grand endeavors. Thus, it is better to perish early and find liberation." Yang Chun let out a cold laugh and said, Xiao Tian, now you can finally reveal your scheme to me. What exactly do you seek by approaching me? The young man replied, it is still too early. As your strength continues to grow, I too am gradually recovering my own powers and memories. However, even now, I can only say that seeking you is part of a monumental task that has been deemed nearly impossible throughout the ages. As for the specifics of this task, I regret to say that I cannot recall at this moment. Xiao Tian smiled helplessly and continued, you should have started to remember some techniques and martial arts by now, including your universal transformation ability. Is it not available for use yet? Yang Chun smirked. I have indeed recollected certain techniques and martial arts. Once you successfully ascend to level 70, I will impart them to you. These techniques are primarily divine level, and only after reaching level 70 will you possess the capability to utilize them. However, the universal transformation ability remains inaccessible until you attain the so-called divine king status. This is an immensely powerful function, the strongest across all realms. Listening to Xiao Tian's voice, Yang Chun furrowed his brow, growing increasingly eager for the universal transformation ability. He then shouted, exchange. His aura surged, climbing from level 66 to 67, then to 68, and finally to 69. After lingering at level 69 for a while, a tremendous roar resonated as the entire ocean trembled, seemingly infused with boundless power, causing the waters to quiver. Simultaneously, a radiant light shot skyward, illuminating the entire Douluo continent in a brilliant glow. On the surface of the sea, before the sea god's palace, a blurred figure gazed into the distance, observing the magnificent radiance, and instinctively knelt down. All the creatures in the ocean were also shaken, bowing towards the luminous light. On a distant continent, in Wuhuan City, an elderly man clad in gray hovered in the air, his eyes welling with tears of excitement as he murmured, someone on Douluo continent is about to ascend to divinity. This is indeed a sign of divine power, and the continent is saved. In the depths of the Stardow forest, a boundless shadow also gazed toward the depths of the eastern sea, repeatedly exclaiming, he truly has become a god, so soon, in merely 3 years. Who is this young man? What can he bring to Douluo continent? Fortune or calamity? The Tiando Empire, the Xingluo Empire, and all-powerful factions trembled in unison, with countless individuals bowing towards the eastern sea. In the royal palace of the Tiando Empire, a handsome youth gazed at the radiant light, his eyes sparkling with infinite brilliance. Murmuring, little godstick, is that you? After more than 2 years, you have truly become a god? Have you found your sister? When will you return to take me away from this Tiando Empire? It was none other than Qianren Xue. At that moment, Qianren Xue was no longer the ruthless and decisive figure she once was. Instead, she appeared delicate and fragile, her eyes resembling those of a forlorn woman waiting in a secluded chamber. Over the past 2 years, she had inquired less and less about the affairs of the Tiando Empire, relinquishing nearly all her power back to the Snow Knight Emperor and the fourth prince, Xuebon. Now, she awaited Yang Chen's return, hoping he would lead her in pursuit of the ultimate path. As the radiant light ascended, a voice echoed in the depths of the boundless universe. Someone on Douluo continent is about to attain divinity, although this may not yet be the true manifestation of divinity. This individual undoubtedly possesses divine power and has ascended to a divine level. Another voice replied, what treasures lie hidden within the layers of protection surrounding Douluo continent? Why has no one discovered them despite the passage of countless ages? Those lower races, with their limited capabilities, could never uncover the treasures left behind by the ancient creator god. If they could, those treasures would be deemed worthless. Are you suggesting that Douluo continent harbors treasures bequeathed by the ancient creator god? Chapter 232, Divine Level 9 Realms. Unfortunately, it later fell into ruin for reasons unknown. However, Douluo continent is the birthplace of divinity, the very origin of gods, and it must hold the secrets of the creator god's ascension. Otherwise, the creator god would not have inexplicably emerged from there, nor would he have allowed powerful beings to establish layers of protection. My lord, since Douluo continent is the origin of the creator god, should we not fear calamity by forcefully opening the sealed passage and entering? It is said that countless years ago, a race attempted to breach Douluo continent, but was completely annihilated by its guardian, with no survivors. While this is indeed a legend, countless years have passed, and it is rumored that the guardian of Douluo continent was slain by a being from the 9 heavens. This implies that Douluo continent has now lost its protector. Is that so? Then, that is splendid news. Let us hasten to break through the passage and seize Douluo continent before the people of Sirius and Morningstar can overtake us. Just think, this is the birthplace of the Creator God. How exhilarating. You shall personally oversee this matter. Ensure that the passage is breached within a month. And then gather all the powerful beings of our Warwolf star to invade Douluo continent and annihilate all the lower races there. Yes, my lord, I shall obey. Similar conversations echoed across 2 other planets, all responding, yes, my lord, I shall obey. We will surely land on Douluo continent within a month. Yang Chun felt the surging power within him, sensing that his soul power had undergone a significant transformation, distinct from his previous abilities. Moreover, his supreme soul power had become exceedingly pure, flowing within him like golden rays. Unbeknownst to him, having successfully ascended to level 70 soul power meant that although he had not yet reached the divine level, he had already acquired divine strength. This not only caused a tremor across the whole continent, but also stirred the forces of Sirius, Morningstar, and Warwolf Star, hastening the pace of the invaders' incursion. As countless beings on Douluo continent celebrated Yang Chen's successful ascent to divinity, they remained oblivious to the impending calamity that was approaching. Yang Chun laughed heartily, declaring proudly, Shao Tian, can I now consider myself a god, capable of resisting the invasions of those foreign races? Shao Tian retorted with a dismissive sound, You foolish boy. I told you before that reaching level 70 only grants you what this world deems as divine power. You have not truly become a god. To withstand the invasion of those foreign races, you must possess the strength of a divine master or even a divine general, meaning you must reach level 85 or even 90, and ideally level 100. Only then can you genuinely protect Douluo continent. Yang Shan rubbed his head and said, Oh, I had forgotten. Are there many divine-level powerhouses among the 3 invading factions? And what exactly does the term Divine Master Realm refer to? That's a given. Do you think their planets are as feeble as this worn-out world, lacking in spiritual energy? From my intuition, beings on those 3 planets certainly possess entities above the Divine Master Realm, and they are eager to invade Douluo continent, for it must hold the treasures they seek. The 3 planets, their strongest beings must certainly be at the Shenshi realm. Once the passage opens, they will undoubtedly arrive at Dalu first, above the divine level. There are many tiers. You have now encountered the divine level, so allow me to enlighten you. Transitioning from the mortal to the divine is known as the Shenshi realm, which is the most basic form of divinity. The subsequent ranks are Shenshi, Shenjiang, Shenhouse, Shenwang, Shendi, Shenhuang, Shengrun, and Jizuan. There are 9 realms within the divine level, each further divided into 9 sublevels. The so-called 100 levels of becoming a deity in Dalu refers to a mortal cultivating to attain the divine level and becoming a Shinja. In contrast, the invading alien races from the other continents possess numerous beings above the divine level. They will not experience the millennia-long drought of divine warriors like Dalu. Their mightiest individuals are certainly at the Shenshi level, and perhaps some even at the 9th level of Shenshi, nearing the Xinjiang realm. This is a power far beyond what you, who have just attained the divine level, can compare to. Therefore, you must elevate your combat prowess to above the 9th level of Shenshi, or even reach the Xinjiang realm. Oh, I see. You have insisted that I must advance beyond level 85, ideally above level 90. However, I am curious what level 85 equates to in terms of combat strength, and what level 90 signifies. The Xuanli you cultivate, which you refer to as soul power, is one of the most formidable forces in existence, imbued with divine strength. Thus, it far surpasses the powers cultivated by ordinary individuals. For instance, your current level 70 is equivalent to the 100 levels of Dalu. Once you reach level 85, your combat strength will be comparable to that of a 9th level Shenshi, allowing you to engage in battle with a 9th level Shenshi without defeat. This is the realm you must attain before the invasion of these alien races. Only then can Dalu be safeguarded. Of course, if you can achieve level 90 or above, your combat strength will be akin to that of a 5th level Xinjiang, and no being from any of the 3 realms together would stand a chance against you. I understand now. It seems the path ahead is daunting, and I must strive diligently. However, I wonder if they will be able to open that passage within 3 years. If I were granted 3 more years, I am certain I could reach level 90 or even 100 levels. At that point, I would no longer fear their invasion. After all, I was born in Dalu, and it is my duty to protect its safety from foreign occupation and invasion. Ignorant boy, if you had not reached level 70, perhaps the three great races would have delayed their arrival. But now that you have attained level 70 and possess divine strength, they will undoubtedly take notice and hasten their invasion. Their Shenshur realm experts will constantly monitor Dalu with their great powers. There will be no further time granted to you. Upon hearing this, Yang Chun felt a wave of dizziness. How could this be? I have just ascended to level 70. If the strongest among these three races leads an assault, will I not be rendered powerless? Will Dalu not suffer devastation at their hands? Chapter 233. The difficulty of the chaotic divine power boy. Have you devised a strategy? If all else fails, just run. Impossible. I cannot abandon Douluo, nor can I disregard the millions of lives here, including Tang San and others. I must rescue the entire Douluo. Xiao Tian, stop the chatter and quickly impart some of your divine techniques to me. Then I will thoroughly absorb soul power to advance. Yang Chun grew anxious upon hearing this. If what Xiao Tian said were true, these alien races would soon launch a large-scale invasion. With his current cultivation, he truly could not withstand it. Before his words faded, he felt a surge of techniques entering his mind, including flying and teleportation techniques, the Shura Palm technique, and the Tiandao divine whip technique, among others. Among these various techniques, Yang Chun was most delighted with the flying and teleportation technique. What defines a deity is the ability to soar through the skies, traversing thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. A celestial being is one who can fly and evade the earth. Thus, he immediately began to study the flying and teleportation technique. With this skill, despite the vastness of Dalu, he could travel at will. Yet, he found it curious that the Tiandao divine whip technique seemed tailored to counter his divine whip, prompting him to ask, Xiao Tian, I only have 5 soul rings, and I am now a soul sage. Is there no need to absorb more soul rings? Xiao Tian chuckled. Now that you possess divine strength, your martial soul, Dogtail grass, has evolved from a martial soul into your divine weapon, so you do not need to absorb powerful soul beast rings and techniques for enhancement. The reason this world has the technique of absorbing soul beast rings is due to insufficient personal power. It is a means of borrowing strength to amplify one's abilities. Now, your soul power has reached its limit in this realm, and you no longer require the augmentation of soul beast rings. Moreover, your martial soul, under your exquisite soul power, has transformed into your divine weapon, and no soul beast rings can enhance you further. Just like in this world, beyond the 100 levels, there are only divine weapons and artifacts, not martial souls. Yang Chen nodded. Then it seems I no longer need to hunt soul beasts over 10,000 years old. Not quite. After you reach level 70, you already possess divine strength. Thus, each subsequent level requires more soul power. Originally, it should have been 50 universal points to advance a level, but now it requires 100 points. Xiao Tian's words left Yang Chun momentarily stunned, and after a while, he finally comprehended, becoming furious. Xiao Tian, wait a moment. You are deceiving me, right? You said that after level 70, it would be 50 points for advancement. So how has it changed to 100 points? Have you altered the advancement rules to trick me? I want the truth. Do not deceive me. You scoundrel. 100 points to advance a level? To reach level 80, would I not need 1,000 points? 1,000 points? What does that mean? How many 8 or 9,000-year soul beasts must I slay? And what if after level 80? How many points would it take to advance a level then? Yang Chun was nearly beside himself. Was this a game? Instinctively, he felt that it must be the system Xiao Tian playing tricks. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Tian was quietly laughing to himself. Little brat, always opposing me, refusing to heed my advice, and now I shall raise the difficulty to the maximum. Let us see how you fare when you disregard my counsel. Nevertheless, Xiao Tian secretly admired Yang Chun. This boy was indeed the most formidable parasite he had encountered in countless years, achieving divine level in such a low-tier realm within 2 to 3 years, far exceeding his expectations. Although the difficulty coefficient had been raised to the extreme, the benefits were substantial. His soul power could be compressed to its limit, becoming the purest divine strength across the myriad worlds, akin to the primordial chaotic power. Such divine strength bore no distinction from that of the Creator God. It was the most powerful divine force. Of course, this also resulted in exponentially increased advancement difficulty. I find it curious as well. This system operates smoothly for everyone else, incrementally increasing difficulty. Yet with you, it has doubled? It must be because of your poor character. Do not blame me. This is beyond my control. Nonsense. My character is not poor. who possesses good character? Speak the truth to me." Upon hearing this, Yang Chen's anger intensified further. "It may be that you, my lad, are excessively extraordinary, perhaps truly possessing unparalleled fortune, having developed the utmost difficulty level of this system. However, you should count your blessings and rejoice. Although your advancement may be gradual, the benefits you reap are substantial. Your divine power shall become the most formidable chaotic divine power within this universe, greatly aiding your ascension to higher realms in the future. For you, there will be no bottlenecks at any level. Once your divine power reaches a certain point, advancement will come effortlessly. You surpass many who have cultivated for tens of thousands of years, yet remain unable to break through to the level of a divine master. Simultaneously, your battle prowess will not diminish due to your rank. Correspondingly, your 71st level of soul power equates to the former 72nd level, which is not a disadvantage. Haha. My lad, chaotic divine power is a force that countless strong beings across the myriad realms yearn for, and here it manifests upon you. Even I find myself feeling a tinge of envy. I truly believe you surpass everyone I've sought over the years. You undoubtedly possess the potential to prevail, becoming the strongest being across the heavens and earth, ruling over all. I have faith in you, so keep striving." Xiao Tian showered praises upon him incessantly. Yang Chun felt a sense of helplessness. He could not discern the truth behind Xiao Tian's words. Nevertheless, he believed that as long as he continuously devoured soul power and transformed it into his so-called divine power, as long as his energy kept increasing regardless of the realm, his battle strength would perpetually rise. This aligns with the law of conservation of energy, which he had learned in middle school physics in his previous life. The conservation of energy applies not only to other forms of energy, but also to the transformation between soul power and divine power. Regardless of his divine power level, his battle strength must be on an upward trajectory. As long as his battle strength grows, that is not a negative outcome. Furthermore, with such a powerful devouring system, while there are not many formidable soul masters on Dalu, there are numerous soul beasts in the vast ocean. As he continues to slay, he will inevitably ascend beyond level 90. Once he possesses divine power exceeding level 90, he can protect Dalu. Realizing this, he ceased to be troubled by whether Xiao Tian was deceiving him and began to cultivate his technique of flight and teleportation. This flight technique is, in essence, an application of soul power, visualizing it like clouds in the sky, supporting his body and surrounding him, gradually lifting him off the ground. This marks the first step. Yang Chen suddenly recalled a myth he had heard in his past life, where deities would fly upon clouds. It seems that this notion is not merely a fabrication, but has some basis in reality. As his intent strengthened, his body felt significantly lighter. He exerted force with his legs, and in an instant he soared into the air, reaching a height of 4 or 5 zhang. Simultaneously, the cloud of soul power enveloping him continued to rise. He truly floated in the sky, lingering there for a while before descending. Elated, he realized that Xiao Tian's flight technique held considerable merit. At that moment, a great white shark emerged from the depths of the sea, surfacing to witness the sight of numerous gray sharks belly up in the water, stunned for a long while. It glanced at Yang Chun, who was continuously rising and falling in the air. Attempting to gauge Yang Chen's realm, it found it could no longer perceive his level. By instinct, it sensed that should Yang Chun wish to kill it, he could do so with a mere finger. Observing the lifeless gray sharks, it understood that Yang Chun had plundered the soul power of nearly 100 gray sharks for his own use. The thought sent a shiver down its spine. How many soul beasts would suffer at the hands of this calamity in the ocean? How many powerful beings would meet their demise? It was unimaginable. Following him, it truly did not know if it was right or wrong, but it understood that not following would mean death. Yang Chen looked at the great white shark and said, "Little Bai, this battle has been quite fruitful, and these gray sharks shall be your spoils. I owe you a great debt of gratitude, and I shall never treat you unfairly." The great white shark felt a surge of emotion, nearly brought to tears. "Young master, can we not kill anymore? I do not want this great achievement. If other sea beasts find out, they will surely devour me." It managed a bitter smile and said, "Thank you, young master. Little Bai, where shall we venture next? Where can we find more formidable sea creatures?" Yang Chen inquired. Little Bai, feeling anxious, initially considered leading Yang Chen to confront its long-standing enemies, with whom it had battled for tens of thousands of years. However, now it felt apprehensive. This master was too ruthless. Wherever he went, he brought annihilation. It forced a smile and said, Young master, let us not rush. We shall proceed slowly. Rest assured, there are plenty of such sea beasts. You will not exhaust them all. That's splendid. Little Bai, do not worry. I shall never forget your contributions, and I shall ensure you receive great fortune. Thus, the shark and the man continued onward. Yang Chun, upon the back of Little Bai, practiced the techniques Xiao Tian had imparted regarding whip techniques, palm techniques, and body techniques. After a day, the flight technique had progressed from the initial stage of soul power support to the second stage of growing wings. The so-called wings sprouted from his ribs, taking the form of two large wings that flapped continuously. In simpler terms, it resembled a great bird soaring in flight. In just 2 days, Yang Chun was indeed able to ascend into the air, gliding effortlessly for dozens of meters, reaching a height of nearly 100 meters. Overjoyed, he realized that this ability to traverse the skies was merely a manifestation of soul power, not some unfathomable divine skill. By the 3rd day, the ethereal wings at his sides grew increasingly agile, allowing him to maneuver with greater ease. With a mere flap, he could fly 100 meters without descending. At this point, his soul power was primarily dedicated to the wings, requiring only a small portion to transform into a colorful cloud for support. On the 4th day, he could fly 300 to 400 meters, adjusting his altitude freely, reaching heights of up to 500 meters. Thus, day by day, after about 10 days, Yang Chen's flying technique had reached a state of effortless flight, with speed adjustable to his desire. The martial techniques imparted by Xiao Tian, including body techniques, palm techniques, and whip techniques, also became increasingly refined. Once proficient in the flight technique, Yang Chun turned his attention to the technique of teleportation. In truth, the art of teleportation could be regarded as a form of divine power. Utilizing the flight technique, he spent several more days refining his teleportation abilities, which began to show signs of progress. Although he could only teleport a few meters at a time, it proved to be immensely beneficial in combat and escape situations. If he could not defeat a powerful enemy, he could teleport to safety, making it one of the most effective means of self-preservation. In moments of joy, he could not help but feel a sense of pride as he repeatedly teleported above the ocean, laughing heartily. This inevitably drew the displeasure of Xiao Tian, who sarcastically remarked, "Such a paltry ability, yet you are so arrogant." This teleportation skill is not merely for fleeing, but is a form of divine power that spans across countless realms. In essence, it is a spatial divine power, one of the most formidable types of divine abilities in existence. Among the two most powerful divine powers in the world, spatial and temporal powers are the most potent and the most challenging to cultivate. This sacred spatial power, in your hands, appears trivial. How laughable and tragic. In his previous life, Yang Chun had perused numerous works of fantasy, many of which spoke of the mystical powers of space and time, arguably the most enigmatic and challenging to cultivate among the formidable abilities in existence. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, he was filled with elation, laughing heartily. "Xiao Tian, are you suggesting that I possess a natural talent for cultivating the space power? Do not deny it." Xiao Tian was genuinely surprised that Yang Chun had such an innate gift, as this was indeed a divine ability with numerous applications. Nodding in acknowledgement, he refrained from discouraging him further. It seemed that Yang Chen's fortune was indeed remarkable. Individuals endowed with such talents were exceedingly rare, yet here he was. Do not underestimate the seemingly simple teleportation technique I taught you. It is fundamentally a manipulation of spatial arts, allowing one to shift through space. Only those with an affinity for spatial abilities can truly master it. Many individuals who teleport merely rely on their speed, enhanced by secret methods, rather than wielding genuine space powers. Regardless of how swift one might be, time remains a constraint. Conversely, teleportation through spatial arts transcends the concept of time itself. With but a thought, one can traverse to an entirely different realm. Regarding spatial powers, without a certain level of talent, even the most exalted of beings would struggle to cultivate them. To my astonishment, you possess the innate ability to cultivate spatial powers. Excellent. Once you have mastered these martial techniques, I shall impart to you the profound spells associated with spatial manipulation. Yang Chun, overjoyed, repeatedly practiced the teleportation technique, delving deeper into the mysteries of space. With Xiao Tian, his omniscient mentor, by his side to consult at any moment, his understanding of spatial concepts deepened considerably. Xiao Tian had not anticipated Yang Chen's fervent dedication. He was akin to a maniacal cultivator, showing no signs of respite. In just a few days, He made remarkable progress in his understanding of spatial arts. Consequently, Xiao Tian introduced him to the technique of spatial wind blades. This was a true manifestation of spatial power, distinct from mere teleportation. The spatial wind blade technique involves opening layers of space, akin to a blade of wind, instantaneously relocating a person or object to a different spatial dimension. That individual or object would naturally disintegrate into different components, entering disparate layers of space. Yang Chen was astonished to discover such a wondrous technique. He envisioned how, in a future battle, he could unleash this spatial ability against foes far more formidable than himself, potentially disassembling them without their awareness, with their bodies scattered across various realms. Even the mightiest of beings would struggle to retrieve their forms from disparate dimensions and reassemble them. During this period, he dedicated himself entirely to mastering these two divine abilities, losing track of time, until 15 days had swiftly passed. He could now soar through the skies at will, adjusting his speed as he pleased. At his swiftest, he could traverse 100 meters in a single breath, and his teleportation range expanded from a mere 2 or 3 meters to over 10. What pleased him most was the spatial wind blade technique, which, aside from his soul spear, became another formidable offensive spell within his arsenal of spatial powers. One day, standing atop the massive head of a great white shark, he spotted a surge in the ocean 100 meters away. His spiritual sense scanned the area and detected a 20-meter-long white whale, a 30,000-year-old soul beast. With a mere thought, he hovered above the whale, gesturing with his hand. Immediately, blood erupted from the water, and a large whale's head floated to the surface. Its eyes wide in disbelief. Its vast body, nearly 20 meters long, had vanished into thin air. Yang Chen laughed heartily as he absorbed its soul power. Unfortunately, despite the might of the spatial wind blade technique, this execution had banished most of the whale's mass to an unknown realm, leaving little behind. Truly, the art of space was unparalleled. Laughing towards the heavens, Yang Chen urged, "Xiao Bai, hasten to find your formidable adversaries. I wish to test my newly acquired spells." At that moment, the great white shark stared in astonishment. What sorcery was this? How could a mere gesture eradicate most of the whale's form, causing it to disappear from the ocean? Although a soul beast of nearly 100,000 years, the great white shark had never encountered anyone capable of such spatial manipulation. "Xiao Bai, have you been intimidated by my powers?" He chuckled. "Fear not. As long as you accompany me faithfully, I shall not treat you poorly. Now, take me to find your enemies." Yang Chen reveled in the shark's astonished gaze, feeling a swell of pride. The great white shark trembled inwardly. In just a few days, Yang Chen's combat prowess had undergone such a dramatic transformation that he resembled a deity. Even a soul beast nearing 100,000 years would stand no chance against him. As a day passed without encountering any powerful sea beasts, Yang Chen began to grow perplexed. 20 days had elapsed without a sighting of the formidable adversaries he sought. "Xiao Bai, why have we yet to encounter the mighty sea beasts you spoke of? Are you dissatisfied with me?" he demanded sternly. The great white shark quivered at his tone. "I would never dare, my lord. But why have we not yet found the sea beasts? Let me be frank. I must slay a powerful sea beast periodically to fuel my strength," he asserted. "You must have noticed that I am absorbing their energy and soul power. If I go too long without a worthy soul beast to draw from, my body will suffer. Do not blame me for what may happen if I am compelled to act against you." Yang Chen's tone was icy. At this juncture, he recognized that he could no longer conceal his intentions from the great white shark. It had likely already discerned his devouring technique. He opted for directness, using intimidation to ensure the shark would assist him diligently in locating soul beasts. The great white shark, upon hearing Yang Chen's words, broke into a cold sweat. This formidable being had laid bare his intentions, and it was clear he was genuinely incensed. The shark realized it could never escape his grasp. Such a significant secret had been revealed, and it would be foolish to expect leniency. Terrified and despondent, it resolved to comply, swiftly surging forward, exclaiming, "Master, I shall find you a powerful sea beast in the shortest time possible. Please be patient." Yang Chen watched as Xiao Bai hurriedly moved ahead, a smirk curling at his lips. Within 2 hours, they heard the resonant calls of 2 formidable seahorses, each a staggering 90,000 years old, echoing through the waters. This was their domain. Yang Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated such large sea creatures residing in the depths, beyond just sharks and whales. After a long period without consuming potent beasts or soul power, he could hardly contain his eagerness. With a swift motion, He soared into the air above the two sea-horses and struck down with his divine whip like a celestial rod. With a piercing cry, one of the immense sea-horses was impaled through the head, lifted out of the water by his strike. In but a single blow, he had vanquished a 90,000-year-old sea-horse, an equivalent to a level 91 title Douluo. With a swift motion, he approached the severed head of the sea-horse and absorbed the nearly crimson soul ring. In the depths of the ocean, the 900,000-year-old soul ring, brimming with boundless soul power, vanished in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Yang Chen's devouring ability, having significantly advanced with his cultivation, grew even more formidable. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the body of a seahorse before the great white shark and struck at another seahorse lurking at the far end of the sea. The second seahorse, witnessing the demise of its companion at the hands of Yang Chen, was struck by terror and dove deep into the ocean. For the bond of companionship could not outweigh the instinct for survival. After reaching the 70th level, Yang Chen's spiritual perception extended from over 1,000 meters to more than 10,000. He chuckled coldly to himself, thinking how a mere 900,000-year-old soul beast dared to flee from him, the young master, in its ignorance. A spear of spiritual energy was unleashed, striking the seahorse's head, rendering it unconscious in an instant. With a beckoning gesture, his original martial spirit, the divine whip, transformed into a long cord of several hundred meters, plunging into the ocean depths to ensnare the seahorse and bring it to the surface. The soul ring of this seahorse, even more crimson than the previous one, approached the 10,000-year mark. After devouring these two seahorses, Yang Chen inspected his system, noting that his devouring points had surpassed 60. After accounting for the previous totals, these two over 900,000-year-old seahorses contributed 55 points. If he could continuously slay such powerful sea beasts without pause, accumulating 1,000 points would not be an insurmountable challenge. The prospect of reaching the 80th level of soul power was becoming increasingly tangible. With newfound strength came an elevated perspective. 3,000 or 4,000-year-old soul beasts no longer held any allure for him, and 5,000-year-old ones were utterly insignificant. The great white shark behind him consumed the seahorse while shedding silent tears, lamenting, "Brother seahorse, I do not wish to harm you. I am compelled by circumstance. I too wish to survive." In chapter 236, The Infatuated Sword Shark, Yang Chen remarked, "Little Bai, these seahorses are indeed treasures. Being over 900,000 years old, they are rich in essence. You must consume them. It will greatly benefit your body." Yes, young master is right," the great white shark replied. "I shall feast upon them and gather strength for our continued search for formidable sea beasts." With a heavy heart, the great white shark swallowed both seahorses, feeling a profound sorrow as it did so. Subsequently, the duo surged forward, exuding confidence as Yang Chen's heart brimmed with boundless passion and anticipation, repeating in his mind, 80. 80. Once he reached the 80th level, the path to the 85th would follow swiftly. At that point, he could breathe a sigh of relief. The fear and worry would dissipate, and he would at least be able to contend with the powerful beings of other races. Within mere minutes, as they traversed 10 miles of the sea surface, turbulent waves heralded the emergence of a colossal figure rising from the depths, charging towards them. Yang Chen rejoiced. Another prize awaited. However, the great white shark felt a sense of dread, recognizing this formidable entity as a 990,000-year-old sword shark on the verge of reaching the 10,000-year threshold. This sword shark was a notable companion, having fought alongside the great white shark against blue whales, successfully vanquishing a group of them. Moreover, this sword shark harbored affections for the great white shark, seeking opportunities to draw closer. The great white shark, having lost its kin over countless years, found a semblance of familial connection with this sword shark, making the current situation all the more painful as it prepared to unleash its wrath. From afar, the sword shark called out, "Sister Bai, is that you?" The great white shark, indignant, retorted, "Who is your sister Bai? Leave at once, and do not disturb me." It hoped fervently that the sword shark would depart in sorrow, allowing it to protect itself from the impending menace. Yet, the sword shark, undeterred, approached with a hearty laugh. Leaping from the sea like a small mountain, its size more than double that of the great white shark. "Dear sister Bai, you know my heart. We have fought together against the blue whales. I have aided you. Will you not grant me a chance?" The great white shark, feeling a mix of shame and anger, thought, "Your life is about to end, and still, you think of such things. How can I express my despair? Leave me. We fought together once. There is no bond between us. I do not wish to see you. Disappear from my sight. Alas, the sword shark was oblivious to the great white shark's distress, its thick skin rendering it immune to rejection. My dear sister, I know you have a tender heart beneath your sharp tongue. The harsher your words, the softer your heart. I have finally found you again. I shall not leave your side, regardless of your acceptance. I will follow you to the ends of the earth. The sword shark's sweet nothings filled the air. Yang Chun observed the peculiar relationship between the great white shark and the sword shark with a cold gaze, contemplating whether he should eliminate it. Upon hearing the sword shark's honeyed words and witnessing its immense form, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Such declarations of affection from it were truly overwhelming. Suddenly, the sword shark noticed Yang Chun atop the great white shark. It paused, then bellowed, "Who are you? And why do you stand upon my sister by?" Yang Chun was momentarily taken aback until the great white shark shouted, "He is my master, a master of great power. Do not presume to be disrespectful. Quickly apologize to him, or I shall slay you." The great white shark's heart bled. This troublemaker had brought calamity upon itself. If this fiend chose not to kill it, it would be a divine intervention. Yet here it was, provoking him, courting disaster. "Your master? This diminutive human?" The sword shark approached, disbelief evident in its gaze fixed upon Yang Chun. Unable to contain itself any longer, the great white shark roared, lunging forward. "Get away from here. I will kill you for daring to disrespect my master." The sword shark dodged, skepticism etched across its face, harboring intense animosity towards Yang Chun. "My dear sister Bai, who has always been so gentle, suddenly turns against me. It must be because of this human. You cunning, shameless humans are always up to no good. I will kill you." The sword shark's frustration only grew as it worried for the great white shark, directing a powerful water arrow towards Yang Chun. Yang Chun had discerned the great white shark's intentions to drive away the sword shark and save its life. He contemplated whether to eliminate this sword shark, clearly a devoted suitor to Little Bai. To his astonishment, it was the creature that took the initiative to attack him. Instantly filled with rage, he bellowed, "You hairless beast dare to show disrespect to me? You shall pay with your life today." As he spoke, the Da Shun Bian in his hand sliced through the air towards the Jian Sha. This strike descended with the force of a mountain. The Jian Sha, having never noticed Yang Chun and provoked by the words of the Da Bai Sha, was blinded by anger and failed to assess Yang Chun's formidable cultivation. It was only when Yang Chun made his move that it realized this human far surpassed it in power, rendering it immobile beneath the pressure of the Da Shun Bian. At this moment, it suddenly understood why the Da Bai Sha had consistently spoken harshly to it, to save it and urge it to flee. Just as the Da Shun Bian was about to strike the Jian Sha's massive head, the Da Bai Sha suddenly cried out in distress, "Master, I beg you to spare its life. From this day forth, I will do anything you command, even offering my soul power to you at any time. I only ask that you spare it." Yang Chun was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a plea from the Da Bai Sha. It seemed that it held deep feelings for this Jian Sha. With a slight tremor of his hand, he retracted the Da Shun Bian. The Jian Sha, resigned to its fate, was astonished when Yang Chun chose to spare its life. Upon hearing the Da Bai Sha's words, it realized that it had been forcefully made a servant by this human. Suddenly, it transformed into a 30-year-old, rugged figure, kneeling on the ocean's surface, bowing its head to the water, and said, "My lord, I am eternally grateful for your mercy. Little Jian shall never forget this kindness. However, I have a request. I humbly ask you to grant it." "What is your request?" "I beseech you to spare my sister, Da Bai Sha. I, Little Jian, am willing to take her place as your servant, to serve you faithfully." Yang Chun was surprised by the Jian Sha's heartfelt declaration and nodded inwardly. Even beasts possess emotions. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Very well, I can only allow one of you to live. You must choose amongst yourselves." Both the Da Bai Sha and Jian Sha were taken aback by Yang Chun's unexpected proposal. They exchanged glances, and the Da Bai Sha erupted in fury. "You scoundrel! Who invited you here? What do we do now?" The Jian Sha's face turned pale, and suddenly a malicious thought arose within it. It shouted, "I will fight you. You bastard! If it comes to it, we shall perish together." With that, it transformed back into its original form and lunged at Yang Chun, expelling its inner core in an attempt to self-destruct. Yang Chun was taken aback by the Jian Sha's willingness to fight to the death, leaving him in shock. At that moment, he no longer harbored any intention of killing it. The Da Bai Sha cried out in despair, "Jian, no, you're worth more than this." Simultaneously, it transformed into human form, kneeling and bowing before Yang Chun. "Master, I implore you to spare Jian's life. I am willing to sacrifice mine in exchange. Seeing the inner core approaching rapidly, Yang Chun executed a swift teleportation, evading the blast. The Jiansha's inner core struck nothing but air, failing to detonate. The Jiansha was astonished that this human was so powerful, effortlessly moving away without even lifting a finger, far beyond its expectations. Even in self-destruction, it realized it could not harm him, leaving it momentarily stunned. At that moment, the Dabai Sha gingerly placed its inner core back within its body, weeping as it held the Jiansha, saying, "Why are you so foolish? You are worth more than this. There are countless beautiful sharks and whales in the sea. Why do you stubbornly pursue me?" The Jiansha, seeing the Dabai Sha's sincere emotions, chuckled foolishly. "Abai, you are crying for me. I am so happy. They say when a woman sheds tears, it is true emotion. As long as you weep for me, I would gladly die for you. I have no regrets." The Dabai Sha wept. "I beg you, master, spare us. If you do not, I shall die with you today, honoring your countless years of devotion. Abai, do not cry. If I die, everything will be fine. Your master will not harm you. No, I do not want you to die. If you die today, I will not live either." At this moment, both the Dabai Sha and Jian Sha had transformed into human form, tightly embracing one another, disregarding life and death. Yang Chun observed them from a distance, deeply moved. The essence of love transcends the boundaries between humans and beasts. He then exclaimed, "Enough of your sentimental display. Today, I shall show mercy and spare the Jian Sha." Upon hearing this, both creatures were overjoyed, particularly the Dabai Sha, who was well aware of Yang Chen's ferocity. It was astonishing that the Jian Sha had so brazenly provoked him, but was let off so easily. It could hardly believe its ears. Turning to Yang Chun, the Dabai Sha asked, "Master, do you truly spare Jian Sha and will not kill it?" "Indeed, I would not jest about such matters." Yang Chun replied with a chuckle. The Dabai Sha immediately pulled the Jian Sha down to kneel, saying, "Master, both Bai and a Jian thank you for your mercy. Whatever you command, we shall obey without question. I see that a Jian is truly devoted to you, willing to die rather than abandon you. Such sincerity is rare in this world. Hence, I shall spare it. However, a Jian cannot accompany us. You two may reunite once I depart from this ocean. One point must be made clear. My secrets are known only to you, Xiao Bai, and a Jian must never discover them. Should you divulge them, I shall take both your lives. Remember this well. Moreover, since your feelings are genuine, do not prolong your separation. If you wish to be together, do so as soon as possible. If anyone troubles you, seek me out, and I will stand for you. True love is hard to find in this world. A Jian, you may leave now." The Dabai Sha was astonished that Yang Chun truly spared the Jian Sha, pulling the Jian Sha to bow again, saying, "Thank you, master. Xiao Bai and a Jian will strictly adhere to your wishes. I will never reveal your matters to anyone, including a Jian." Yang Chun nodded. "Xiao Bai, let's be on our way." The Dabai Sha glanced back at the Jian Sha. "A Jian, wait for me." With that, she took Yang Chun and swiftly surged forward. In the depths of the ocean, the Dabai Sha was acutely aware of the presence of powerful sea beasts. During a previous period of inactivity, Yang Chun had encountered few formidable creatures. Now, filled with gratitude for Yang Chen's mercy, the Dabai Sha wasted no time, leading him directly to where powerful sea beasts roamed. In less than half a day, they encountered two 80,000-year-old black whales and a 90,000-year-old giant python. These three soul beasts provided Yang Chun with over 80 points of experience, with a total of more than 140 points of devouring experience within him. He decided to elevate his soul level by 1, reaching level 71. With this advancement, he felt an immense surge of soul power within him, akin to a boundless ocean. The vast reservoir of soul energy within him finally revealed a trickle of water at its base, no longer desiccated. At this level, his spiritual power also saw a significant enhancement, with his perception extending to over 12,000 meters. This meant that within a radius of 12,000 meters, any plant or creature would be crystal clear in his mind at the slightest movement of his spiritual awareness. After another day, he also vanquished a nameless ferocious beast of 99,000 years and a 70,000-year-old squid. With his points nearing 100, this rate of advancement was exhilarating. As the vessel sailed forward, an unexpected sensation enveloped the ocean before them, a surge of soul energy, as if myriad formidable sea beasts had congregated in a single location. Yang Chun immediately extended his spiritual perception and to his astonishment, he discerned numerous powerful sea creatures lurking beneath the surface, including several beasts over 90,000 years old and a multitude over 80,000 years old. Among them were turtles, whales, sharks, serpents, seahorses, sea lions, manatees, and walruses. A veritable menagerie. It became evident to Yang Chun that his exploits had spread throughout the ocean, marking him as a common adversary among these formidable beings. In a bid for self-preservation, these mighty sea beasts had allied to ambush him. Yang Chun felt a surge of exhilaration. Should he conquer these numerous creatures, he could amass no less than 500 to 600 points, an opportunity to elevate his soul power to the 76th or 77th level, nearing the coveted 80th. Despite their overwhelming numbers, none of these beasts were 10,000 years old, nor were any a match for him. Even without resorting to his spatial blade technique, his spiritual spear could easily incapacitate them. Of course, it was prudent to avoid using the spatial blade, for if any part of their bodies were inadvertently banished to another realm, he would be unable to absorb their soul energy. Chapter 238. Continuous hunting and devouring, he quickened his pace, proceeding stealthily. The great white shark, observing Yang Chen's enthusiasm, sensed the multitude of formidable sea beasts ahead and felt a pang of dismay. At this rate, if Yang Chun continued his slaughter, it would not take long, perhaps a month or two, before he had decimated all sea beasts over 70,000 years old in these waters. As they approached, although powerful, the sea beasts, lacking Yang Chen's spiritual sensitivity, remained oblivious to the impending danger. They gathered together, engaged in fervent discussions, resolved to unite and capture this human, ensuring he could not escape to wreak further havoc upon their kin. They had heard of this human's formidable prowess. His brother, with a cultivation level of 90,000 years, was no match for him, and his propensity for violence left no survivors among his foes. Could we truly subdue him? The tortoise brother questioned, betraying a hint of trepidation. This human, while powerful, is not a deity. The serpent brother interjected. With our collective strength, even a divine being would falter. Surely, we can vanquish a mere human. Indeed, the serpent brother spoke wisely. We are all sovereigns of this ocean, our nearly 10,000 years of cultivation, not to be dismissed lightly. With our numbers, we could easily entrap him. Yes, we must not let him escape this time, nor that traitorous great white shark, a disgrace to our kind. Should we succeed, it shall not be spared. Indeed, this great white shark, once renowned for its reputation, has committed an unforgivable act. The emergence of such a traitor within the Shark clan brings us deep shame. Fear not, we, the Shark clan, shall not allow such disgrace to persist. We will capture it and flay its skin from its bones. Now, everyone quiet down. This human is nearly upon us. Focus your attention and heed the commands of the whale brother and serpent brother. We must not act in disarray. Upon reaching this point, the sea beasts fell silent. Suddenly, a hearty laughter echoed across the waters. Yang Chen's voice. The sea beasts were taken aback, realizing their foe had arrived before they had sensed it. They beheld a figure appearing suddenly high above, a long whip descending towards the ocean, targeting a 95,000-year-old blue whale. The sea beasts cried in unison, "Blue brother duck." Yet, the blue whale remained oblivious, frozen in place. With a single strike, the whip cleaved its head. In the same motion, the whip's tail coiled around the massive blue whale, hoisting it above the surface. In the blink of an eye, Yang Chun stood atop the whale's head, casting it aside and directing his assault towards another sea lion. In a mere instant, two formidable sea creatures had fallen, their soul energy devoured before the others could even comprehend the loss. As the long whip aimed for the sea lion, it too remained motionless, awaiting its fate. The sea beasts, now alarmed, unleashed their abilities upon the whip in a desperate attempt to divert its course and save the sea lion. They were bewildered. What kind of technique was this human employing? Why did the blue whale and sea lion not react, as if entranced? Despite their efforts, Yang Chen's whip was deflected slightly, veering away from the sea lion. A seahorse darted forth, calling out, "Lion brother, what ails you?" But the sea lion was unresponsive, appearing as if in slumber. Suddenly, a voice whispered in its ear, "You are weary, rest." In an instant, Yang Chun appeared beside it, striking its head with a swift blow, ending its life. Yang Chun, having dispatched the sea lion, ascended once more into the air. With two sea beasts slain and their soul energy consumed in mere moments, the remaining sea creatures were gripped by dread. Their initial plans lay shattered, revealing the human's power and ferocity to exceed their wildest imaginations. This human was terrifying, possessing abilities beyond comprehension. In their panic, these once dominant figures of the ocean became disorganized. Yang Chen's spiritual sensitivity locked onto the remaining powerful sea beasts, and he reveled in his advantage, chuckling softly. Suddenly, two powerful streams of soul energy, one blue and one green, surged from the depths, attacking simultaneously from either side, seeking to overwhelm Yang Chen. The blue energy transformed into a massive blade, cloaking half the sky, while the green formed a long spear, as if to pierce a transparent hole through the heavens. The combined assault of these two nearly 10,000-year-old soul beasts threatened to crush Yang Chen beneath their might. The sea beasts rallied, cheering for their allies. Yet, even the mightiest of Yang Chen could not evade the onslaught of these two soul weapons, for the very skies had been ensnared by their power, rendering him immobile. As the blade and spear bore down upon him, the sea beasts observed in confusion as Yang Chen neither flinched nor countered, but instead wore an enigmatic smile. This human has been stunned into a foolish grin by the combined might of our two lords. One sea beast exclaimed, "No, that smile is not one of foolishness. Something is amiss." Another responded urgently. Just then, the blade and spear struck Yang Chen. His form shattered into fragments, scattering across the air. Had this human been slain? As they witnessed Yang Chen's form dissolve, the sea beasts felt an unsettling disquiet. This human, so powerful, could not have been vanquished so easily. In a moment of shock, suddenly, the soul, blade-wielding blue whale's head exploded with a deafening sound. Following this, the spear-wielding giant serpent, with vacant eyes, stared into the sky, its gaze devoid of life and clarity. A shadow appeared above the heads of these two colossal sea creatures, and with a mere movement, it vanished again. The assembled sea beasts gasped in unison. How could the human, who had just been slain, reappear here? The blue whale and the giant serpent were the most formidable of the dozens of sea beasts present, having been swiftly eliminated by Yang Chen. This shocking event left the remaining sea creatures in a state of terror, their spirits shattered. With their leaders slain in an instant, how could they hope to defeat this human? With a collective cry, the sea beasts scattered in panic. This human was no mere mortal. He was a devil. Chapter 239. A sudden ascension of 5 levels of soul power. Filled with immense satisfaction, Yang Chen felt his devouring points increasing at an observable rate within him. However, unexpectedly, the sea beasts ceased their assault and fled in all directions. He called out loudly, "Dear friends, do not flee. We can discuss matters. Let's sit down and converse." Yet, witnessing Yang Chen effortlessly slay a sea beast with a mere motion, the remaining creatures fled in desperation, unwilling to engage in conversation. Among these sea beasts, the weakest had existed for over 80,000 years, and within less than 10 seconds, not a single one remained. At this point, Yang Chen had only managed to eliminate 10 of them. As he saw the remaining sea beasts attempting to escape, his spear of consciousness shot forth like a barrage of arrows, relentlessly pursuing them. Having gathered such a formidable assembly of sea beasts, he could not allow any to escape. He was determined to leave none behind. His spear of consciousness could cover an area of 12,000 meters. And its formidable power was such that even a level 99 tidal Douluo could not withstand 2 strikes, let alone these sea beasts of 80 to 90,000 years. Each strike resulted in the dispersal of their consciousness, transforming them into mindless, plant-like sea creatures. Within half a minute, massive sea beasts began to rise from the depths of the ocean, each one with vacant eyes, devoid of awareness, unaware of their need to flee. Yang Chen felt a deep sense of satisfaction. After all, soul beasts were not like humans. Their innate spiritual power was weak, especially those under 100,000 years. Thus, he slowly hovered above the ocean's surface, systematically dispatching each foe and devouring their soul power. This process continued for a full 10 minutes before he finally eradicated all the sea beasts. With a hand on his abdomen, he felt a profound sense of pleasure. Upon inspecting his devouring points within the system, he found he had accumulated 568 points. Now, at level 71, this meant that after redemption, he would ascend to level 76. For him, reaching level 76 meant that even the 3-pinnacle title Dalu at level 99 would not stand a chance against him. Even the Guardian King, who had once thrown him out of the Stardow Forest, was far from being his opponent now. The great white shark had been quietly hiding 10,000 meters away, having heard only a few sounds of battle before silence fell. It cautiously emerged from the depths, only to find the surface of the ocean littered with the bodies of enormous sea beasts, all devoid of life. Yang Chun, with a triumphant expression, soared in the air. The great white shark trembled in fear, realizing the sheer brutality of the scene before it. There was no trace of humanity left in this massacre. In this encounter, a significant fraction of the ocean's powerful sea beasts had been eliminated. It observed the nearby dominators of the ocean, a total of 42 creatures. This meant that 42 territories had lost their rulers. In the past, this would have brought it joy, as it could have seized the opportunity to expand its influence. However, now, it dared not accept such territories. After this battle, it would become the ocean's pariah, unable to find refuge anywhere. It was merely an accomplice to the murderous fiend it had accompanied. Though the ocean was vast, the powerful sea beasts were not infinite. With Yang Chen's method of extermination, it would not be long before these powerful creatures truly vanished from the seas. Without dwelling on the great white shark's silent dread, let us return to Yang Chun, who was reveling in his triumph. With a mere thought, he converted all those points into soul power. His aura surged exponentially, levels 72, 73, 74, 75, 76. Finally, upon reaching level 76, he came to a halt. For him, surpassing level 70 meant that each level of soul power increase had reached a staggering 100%. Thus, the soul power at level 72 was double that of level 71, and so forth. This unprecedented rise of 5 levels resulted in a tenfold enhancement of his soul power. Within the vast reservoir of his energy, the strands of soul power began to flow like rivulets, penetrating the parched depths of his reservoir. Yang Chun gazed inward at his energy sea, pondering the immense amount of soul power, mystical energy, or divine power needed to fill it completely. He could hardly fathom the realm he would attain once it was full. As he contemplated his energy reservoir, he could not help but imagine the state of being a supreme being of the myriad realms. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the voice of Xiao Tian chuckled. "Young man, take a look at your energy sea. This is the result of my considerable effort to develop it for you. Without delving into other matters, regarding this energy sea alone, I, Xiao Tian, can assure you that it is the most formidable energy sea throughout the ages, without equal. It is indeed the largest. Therefore, young man, in terms of potential, your potential is also the greatest in history, all thanks to me, Xiao Tian. Should you ever fulfill your ambition of completely filling this energy sea with mystical energy, you, Yang Chun, will undoubtedly be the most powerful being since time immemorial, without exception." These past few days had yielded remarkable gains, and if this trend continued, he would soon reach level 80. At that point, he would stand on the threshold of the Divine Master level, capable of contending with the Divine Master. "Young man, press on. I am increasingly optimistic about your future." This lengthy discourse from Xiao Tian marked the first time he had generously bestowed such high praise upon Yang Chun. Yang Chun smiled. Although this system, Xiao Tian, resided within him and harbored secrets of its own, a grand conspiracy of sorts, it was undeniable that his cultivation was derived from it, all attributed to its gifts. Even amidst mutual animosity and the potential for enmity in the future, they still shared a mutually beneficial relationship, with his gains far exceeding his contributions. From the beginning until now, he had been the one to reap rewards. He could only hope to become the most powerful sovereign in history, as Xiao Tian had predicted. Once he reached that pinnacle, all so-called conspiracies would merely be illusions. Strength would dictate everything. In the distant horizon, 2 figures emerged. One possessed a dragon's body. They gathered before a grand mirror, observing everything upon the surface of the sea, including Yang Chun and the numerous corpses of marine creatures adrift. A woman's voice resonated, questioning the cruelty of allowing such slaughter to continue. Yet, a middle-aged man's voice countered, asserting that without this ruthlessness, the preservation of our Dalu would be unattainable. This youth, who had suddenly appeared in Dalu, arrived with a specific mission: to protect our realm. If he could successfully ascend to a higher divine power, safeguarding the myriad souls on our continent, then the sacrifice of these marine beasts would be deemed worthwhile. The dragon's voice buzzed, remarking that sacrificing a portion of the sea creatures was inconsequential. At a certain juncture, even we, the old ones, might share the same fate as these sea beasts to enhance his divine strength. We must bestow upon him all that Dalu possesses to elevate his power to that level. Lord Qinglong, one of them addressed, having traversed countless years, your experience and strength in Douluo surpass all. Are you truly incapable of contending with the beings from other realms? The dragon responded, revealing the gradual nature of soul beast ascension. Although I have lived for nearly 1,000,000 years, my power only reaches above the divine level, which, while superior to those newly attaining divine status, is insufficient against those of higher planes. The divine realm is stratified into numerous levels and stages, akin to the ranks of your human soul masters. The three invading factions undoubtedly possess formidable divine beings. I am far from their match. Taking the youth as an example, his rate and method of ascension are beyond our comprehension, his potential immeasurable. Within a mere 2 to 3 years, he has attained power beyond the divine. However, individuals of such talent are not unique in higher realms. Many exist. Thus, we must elevate this youth's soul power to the highest possible level, sacrificing all that Dalu has to offer. Once he reaches the 90th level, none from those 3 realms shall rival him. Lord Qinglong, you propose we elevate his soul level beyond 90? Will that ensure our Dalu's safety? Indeed. However, given his ascension's energy requirements, how can Dalu meet them? The powerful sea beasts within the ocean may not suffice to elevate his soul level to 90. We must consider how many soul beasts exist that are over 10,000 years old. If necessary, we shall have them contribute as well. My intuition tells me time is of the essence. The anomalies surrounding this youth will surely attract the attention of the mighty from the 3 realms. They will not allow him to grow unchecked and will soon breach the planes to eliminate him. Meanwhile, Yang Chun, feeling the immense soul power within him, suddenly glanced into the infinite distance, sensing that someone was watching him. The trio, a dragon and 2 figures, shivered at his gaze, feeling as if he had seen through them. They immediately dispersed. Yang Chun was filled with confusion. Was everything he had done under the watchful eyes of someone? Who could it be? Was it the sea god Douluo Saishi, or perhaps Dalu, or that guardian beast from the Star Do forest? The mere thought of the guardian beast that had unceremoniously cast him out from the Star Do forest ignited his anger. If not for its meddling, he would not have encountered these troubles, nor would he have lost track of the little one. Once I am free from the ocean, I shall ascend to the Star Do forest and confront that beast, delivering a deserved reprimand. The dragon shadow had just submerged deep into the Star Do forest when it felt a chill, sensing someone cursing it. Yang Chen smiled at the great white shark, saying, "Little Bai, isn't it delightful to follow your master? You enjoy a feast, indulging in whatever marine creature, regardless of age." However, the great white shark gazed upon the deceased sea beasts, its former formidable rivals, and felt no appetite, wishing only to distance itself from their carcasses. "Master," it said with a chuckle, "Little Bai feels a bit uneasy in the stomach. Perhaps I overindulged last time. I can't eat now, but perhaps next time." Yang Chun eyed it skeptically, lamenting the potential waste. "No regrets. Following me has made your appetite insatiable, and there are mightier sea beasts awaiting." Upon hearing this, Yang Chen's spirits lifted. "Then what are we waiting for? Let us depart immediately." He stood atop the great white shark's head. The shark, filled with regret, wished it could slap itself for speaking so carelessly about stronger sea creatures. Thus, they traversed the ocean for several hundred nautical miles, slaying 2 9,000-year-old sea beasts. Yang Chun began to harbor doubts, recalling that Tang Sen had mentioned during his trials in the ocean that powerful sea beasts were countless, with many exceeding 10,000 years, including a deep-sea demon whale, king nearing 1,000,000 years of age. Yet, after days of exploration with the great white shark, they had encountered no beasts over 10,000 years old. Was this due to their scarcity in this world, or was it the fault of the great white shark? With a cold huff, he inquired, "Little Bai, why have we not encountered a single soul beast over 10,000 years during our journey?" Startled, the great white shark replied, "Master, it is not that I do not wish to take you. Those ancient sea beasts are far more powerful, residing in the depths of the ocean. As I have not reached 10,000 years, I dare not approach those waters for fear of becoming their prey. After all, beasts of 10,000 years are several times stronger than those below that threshold." Yang Chen nodded in understanding. "With me present, what do you fear? Let us advance into the deep sea and hunt those exceeding 10,000 years." The great white shark felt a shiver of trepidation, but dared not disobey. It thus altered course toward the deeper waters of the ocean. To Yang Chen, the vast ocean appeared as an endless expanse, indistinguishable between the near and the deep sea. Within half a day, the great white shark trembled, stating, "Master, we have reached the deep sea. 10,000-year-old sea beasts may appear at any moment." Seeing the shark's fearful demeanor, Yang Chen frowned. Little Bai, do not stray more than 5,000 meters from me to avoid any powerful sea beast that might target you. He understood that the great white shark had become the enemy of all sea creatures. Every beast sought to eliminate it. Just as they proceeded, the entire ocean began to tremble violently, as if the very heavens were about to shatter. A powerful surge of soul energy surged forth, seemingly intent on obliterating all creatures within the ocean's depths. The great white shark trembled in fear, exclaiming that it was a soul beast no less than 200,000 years old. Chapter 241. Finally breaking through the level 80 barrier. The soul perception extended outward, and within a radius of nearly 20,000 meters, everything materialized vividly in his mind. At a distance of nearly 10,000 meters, a figure indeed emerged, a slender silhouette. Suddenly, the figure transformed into an enormous python, its eyes glowing a fierce crimson, fixated intently on this expanse of ocean. Although it could not see Yang Chun, it sensed the presence of a formidable adversary encroaching upon its territory. With a massive body, it lunged forward, its nearly 500-meter length propelling it rapidly toward Yang Chun. Indeed, it shot forth like a gigantic arrow released from a bow. In mere moments, the distance of 10,000 meters was traversed. As it charged, its mouth opened wide like a cavern, drawing in the water from Yang Chun's vicinity with an overwhelming force. The great white shark cried out in alarm, its body following the current toward the beast's gaping maw. Yang Chun swiftly reached out, conjuring a hand of soul energy that grasped the great white shark and pulled it back, bellowing, "Bold creature, how dare you? Prepare to meet your end." Faced with such a powerful soul beast for the first time, he held nothing back. 3 formidable soul spears shot toward the massive serpent. The serpent abruptly swung its colossal head, attempting to evade the oncoming attack while exclaiming in shock at the nature of this mental weapon. Yet, Yang Chen's soul spears, akin to precision-guided missiles, remained unwavering in their trajectory, striking true despite the serpent's evasive maneuvers. With a sharp turn of its great head, one of the spears struck its consciousness directly. The impact shattered its mental defenses, and the serpent let out a mournful cry before falling silent, floating motionless in the water. Yang Chun laughed heartily, declaring that even a 200,000-year-old sea beast was no match for him. He could slay it as easily as one would a chicken. Without hesitation, he struck down upon its massive head. Despite the serpent's formidable age, its skull crumbled beneath the force of Yang Chen's Shura palm, extinguishing its life force. As he beheld the serpent, a crimson soul ring manifested above its head, distinctly different from any he had encountered before, pulsating with a torrent of soul energy. He leaped atop the serpent's head, activating his devouring ability, and within the blink of an eye, he consumed all the soul energy within the ring. Upon inspecting his internal system, he noted an increase of 48 points in his devouring score, nearing 50 points. Truly, soul beasts over 100,000 years old were invaluable. Slaying just one could yield significant rewards. With 400 to 500 points, he could ascend beyond level 80. Achieving level 80, as Xiao Tian indicated, would place him near the realm of divine soul masters, transcending the lower echelons of divine power. He summoned Xiao Bai to handle the remains of the 200,000-year-old giant python. The great white shark was astonished to witness its master dispatch the ancient serpent with such ease, and its admiration for Yang Chen deepened. He was no mere human, but a true deity, one whom even the sea god Douluo and the million-year-old deep-sea demon whale king could not rival. Thus, they continued their journey into the depths of the ocean. After half a day, they encountered a 12,000-year-old gray shark, which was swiftly defeated and devoured. This gray shark contributed 33 points to his score. Another day passed, and in the deep sea, they faced 2 15,000-year-old deep-sea demon whales. Upon hearing the great white shark mention these creatures, Yang Chun was reminded of the deep-sea demon whale king slain by Tang San in his previous life, which was nearly 1,000,000 years old. If he could locate that whale king and eliminate it, would it not yield 100 points in devouring score, propelling him to the next level? The deep-sea demon whale king possessed the soul power of a 99-level peerless Douluo, a being that even sea god Douluo Poseidon might struggle to overcome. It was said that it had only been defeated by the true sea god, who had even blinded one of its eyes. Now, with a soul power of 77, Yang Chun found it easy to eliminate the 2 15,000-year-old demon whales, dispatching them with a mere gesture. They provided him with 67 points. Thus, his score surged past 100 points, enabling him to reach 78 in soul power. He had not anticipated that although the points required for advancement were substantial, the strength of the beast he had slain far exceeded those he had faced before, allowing for a much swifter ascent. As Yang Chun delved deeper into the ocean, he continued to slay sea dominators over 100,000 years old. Over several days, he approached the threshold of level 80 in soul power, which would signify his ascension to a soul Douluo. However, this soul Douluo would be a divine-level powerhouse. Reaching level 80 would elevate him to the rank of Divine Master. On this day, he finally vanquished a 300,000-year-old great white shark, which provided him with 65 points. His system score had now reached 132 points. At this moment, Xiao Tian remarked, "My boy, you have performed admirably. Your achievements in battle have been remarkable, and you're on the verge of reaching level 80. It seems that the sea beasts here can easily support your ascension to level 85. Thus, he resolved to attain level 85 within the ocean. Upon reaching this milestone, he could proceed with confidence. With a declaration, Yang Chun exchanged his points, and in an instant, they transformed into soul power within him. A resounding roar reverberated through his body, as if something had been unleashed. Within the reservoir of his energy sea, he finally glimpsed the bottom, revealing a crystalline spring. As he focused his soul power, his perception extended outward to a staggering radius of 100,000 meters. 100,000 meters, a distance of over 200 miles. Every detail within that expanse was vividly etched in his mind. Indeed, level 80 was vastly different from level 70. It was not merely an exponential increase, but a multiplicative one. He had learned to gauge his strength by observing the expansion of his soul perception. The greater the range of his perception, the more formidable his power. Simultaneously, he activated his flight technique, and in the blink of an eye, he traversed 10 miles as if propelled by lightning. At this juncture, whether he retained the great white shark was of little consequence. He was now free to roam the vast ocean. This boundless sea could no longer confine him. Testing his spatial teleportation technique, he found himself 20 meters away in an instant. This teleportation was instantaneous and direct, a seamless transition through space. Yang Chen's heart soared with joy, and he let out a triumphant roar that echoed throughout the ocean, causing the surface to churn violently, as if the very sea were on the verge of upheaval. Chapter 242, The Frustrating System. The great white shark dove deep into the ocean's abyss, its ears ringing with the resounding echoes. The depths of the ocean were alarmed by his roar, sending countless soul beasts into a state of confusion. In the profound depths of the ocean, a colossal magic whale listened intently to a resounding howl, its heart racing uncontrollably. Such a cry could not possibly be emitted by an ordinary deity. What realm had this young man ascended to? And how formidable had he become? When would he depart from the ocean? Would he fix his gaze upon himself? Furthermore, was the being from another world poised to invade this continent in a grand manner, with only this youth capable of standing against it? Was it truly fate that decreed I could not genuinely attain the divine level and transform into a divine beast, destined only to serve him? Mianwile, Yang Jian, after a long howl, felt a profound sense of relief. Reaching level 80, his strength was evidently 5 times that of a level 79. The disparity between these levels was not merely a factor of 1, but rather 5. Could it be that beyond level 80, each subsequent level would yield a 5-fold increase? A sudden jolt of realization struck him. Might the difficulty of advancement after level 80 also escalate 5-fold? Would it require 500 points of devoured essence to ascend 1 level? If 500 points were indeed required for a single level up, that would be a catastrophic hurdle for him. Even with the might of the ocean, he could not hope to reach level 85. That level demanded 2,500 points, which meant he would need 80 spirit beasts of 10,000 years each to accumulate enough points. Despite the abundance of powerful spirit beasts in this ocean, they were not infinite. According to Xiao Bai, he had already slain nearly 1/3 of them. Where could he find the equivalent of 80 10,000-year spirit beasts? Even across the entirety of Douluo Dalu, could there possibly be 80 spirit beasts of that age? The combined tally of all titled law on the continent, if converted into spirit beasts, would not even amount to 80. Realizing this, he hastily urged Xiao Tian, "Quickly check how many points I need to level up." Cough, cough. Young man, brace yourself. The difficulty has increased significantly. Stop stammering. Just tell me, it's not 500 points. Is it 500 points? Not quite. Cough, cough. Oh, that a relief. It's not 500, but seems to be 300. Thus, reaching level 85 is still attainable soon. Upon hearing this, Yang Chun let out a sigh of relief and patted his chest. Boy, don't be too optimistic. I haven't disclosed how many points yet. Why are you so delighted? Xiao Tian's voice dripped with sarcasm. A sudden chill coursed through Yang Chun's heart. Why did Xiao Tian's laughter seem so ominous? A sense of foreboding arose within him. Just speak plainly. How many points are required? I need to know. Apologies, you little rascal. It's not that I'm unwilling to help, but it's automatically adjusted. It's now 800 points to level up. What? Yang Chen exclaimed, disbelief ringing in his voice. 800 points for a single level? Why not just rob a bank? Yes, you heard correctly. It's indeed 800 points of devoured essence to advance one level. However, similarly, the increase has also risen significantly, now sixfold for each level. Yang Chun was momentarily stunned. 800 points. The implications were staggering. To ascend to the next level, a soul sage would need to vanquish 60 opponents to gather enough points. For a 10,000-year spirit beast, he would need to defeat 25. Even the deep-sea magic whale king, with a million-year lifespan, would require him to conquer 8 to suffice. The question loomed. Where could he find so many spirit beasts and spirit masters to devour? 1/3 of the powerful spirit beasts in this ocean had already been eliminated, yielding less than 13 or 1,400 points. Gathering 3,000 points from the remaining formidable spirit beasts would be a noteworthy feat, and it was impossible to annihilate them all without preserving some remnants. The remaining 1,000 points seemed unattainable. It appeared that his dream of advancing to level 85 in the ocean was shattered. Yet, what lay beyond the ocean? Shaking his head, he cursed. This wretched system is designed to ruin me. Why not require 10,000 points for a level up? Stop your complaining. The increased difficulty, as I mentioned, may not necessarily be a bad thing. It could provide boundless benefits for your future ascension to higher realms. Many aspire to reach such heights, but fail to do so. Focus on the pressing matters. I sense movement in the sealed passage. The 3 foreign worlds may soon breach it and invade. Didn't you say they would invade within 3 months? It has barely been 25 days. Perhaps your commotion has accelerated their timeline. Beyond that, I cannot dictate their actions. Who knows when they will invade? Stop blaming me for everything. Strength is the undeniable truth. Yang Chun was alarmed by Xiao Tian's words. The time was too tight. The time frame had shrunk from 3 months to 1. He had always placed utmost trust in Xiao Tian's words. They were never in vain. With a swift motion, he summoned the great white shark from the ocean depths. Xiao Bai, time is of the essence, and the task is daunting. Quickly guide me to the lairs of the powerful sea beasts. The sooner, the better. I cannot hide the truth from you. You know of the impending invasion. The 3 foreign realms are poised to breach this planet's sealed passage and invade on a grand scale. I must significantly enhance my strength before they arrive. My current power is woefully insufficient against them. If I fail to acquire substantial spirit beast energy, the entire Dalu will face calamity, and no living soul will remain. As a formidable spirit beast of nearly 10,000 years, the great white shark had heard of the impending invasion. It understood that once the foreign realms invaded, countless lives would be extinguished. Upon hearing Yang Chun's words, it realized why its master was so fervently intent on slaying and devouring sea beasts. He sought to rapidly elevate his power to confront the impending threat and protect Dalu. His intentions were for the entire continent, not merely for his own selfish gain. Its prejudices against him began to shift. Without hesitation, it surged through the ocean with newfound vigor. Despite its speed, the vastness of the ocean was overwhelming. In his eagerness, Yang Chun commanded, Xiao Bai, transform into human form and lighten your weight. The great white shark paused, bewildered, but complied, transforming into a strikingly beautiful woman. Her body ethereal, and her eyes wide with allure as she gazed at Yang Chun. In her heart, she mused, Master, you must not have seen a woman for too long, causing your primal instincts to awaken. Though Xiao Bai was his servant, she was not his woman. Even as a spirit beast, she wished to preserve her purity for her beloved, Xiaolon. Chapter 243. The transformation of Qian Rinxue. Yang Chun was taken aback. He never anticipated her to harbor such thoughts. He swiftly enveloped her in his soul power and soared into the air, urging her to guide him. Only then did the great white shark realize she had misinterpreted the situation. Her master merely found her too slow. Her face flushed crimson. Feeling the rush of wind in her ears, propelled by Yang Chun, they shot through the ocean like lightning, covering dozens of nautical miles in an instant. This speed was incomparable to her own swiftness in the water. Thus, with the guidance of the great white shark, Yang Chun traversed one ocean domain after another. Soon, the rulers of the ocean, who had dominated for over 100,000 years, became the souls under Yang Chen's command, one by one. Countless years of cultivation transformed into Yang Chen's soul power. The points within Yang Chen's body were rapidly increasing. 30, 50, 100, 150, 300. Yet, he was still far from the coveted 800. At this moment, Yang Chun had ceased to be picky. Even soul beasts over 50,000 years old fell under his blade, effortlessly summoned and slain from the depths of the sea. Each of these beasts could provide around 8 or 9 points. Above the ocean, powerful sea creatures vanished, and numerous formidable soul beasts made their contributions. Yang Chun continued his slaughter until his hands grew weary. After all, this was akin to killing the hen that lays the golden eggs. These mighty sea beasts, having lived for so many years, had only reached such cultivation with great difficulty. Silently, he pondered whether a great resurrection technique existed in this world. When he reached a certain realm, he would surely request it from Shao Tian to resurrect all those soul beasts that had sacrificed themselves for him. While Yang Chun was tirelessly upgrading in the ocean, let us turn our attention to the Tiando Empire. Over the past 2 years, Qian Rinxue had been continuously relinquishing her power, transferring authority to the emperor of the Tiando Empire, the Snow Knight Emperor. Even the prince, Xue Peng, now wielded far more power than she did. It turned out that some ministers who had followed her, hoping to become significant figures in the empire after her ascension, were utterly baffled. They could not comprehend why the once enthusiastic prince Xue Xinghe had undergone such a drastic change in temperament following the great competition among the academies. Losing all interest in power and seemingly transforming into an entirely different person. Like a woman, she became reclusive. Clearly, this prince no longer harbored any desire for the throne. As the saying goes, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The connections Qian Rinxue had painstakingly built over more than a decade quickly dissipated as her loyal ministers went their separate ways. The peculiar behavior of Qian Rinxue did not go unnoticed by the court. The struggles within the palace were more intense than those on the battlefield. Outsiders remained oblivious to the issues arising within the inner palace. They assumed the prince had fallen out of favor and that the Snow Knight Emperor intended to appoint a new heir. Consequently, the once bustling East Palace soon became desolate and sparsely populated. Even the Emperor, Snow Knight, had sought Qian Rinxue for discussions on 2 occasions, for in his eyes, she was the ideal candidate for succession, decisive, ruthless, and adept at utilizing talent. However, to his surprise, during their conversations, his beloved prince displayed no interest in state affairs, focusing solely on her cultivation. Even towards her father, the Snow Knight Emperor, she remained as distant as a stranger, as if rejecting him from miles away. The Snow Knight Emperor shook his head in disappointment at his most promising heir. Yet, none of this could be forced. There was another matter that puzzled the Snow Knight Emperor. Although he was not particularly old, his health had been poor for the past 2 years, seemingly afflicted by an undisclosed ailment that remained elusive to diagnosis. Strangely, since that great competition among the academies, his condition seemed to have gradually improved, and his vitality returned. He even took 2 more concubines, both of whom were now pregnant with his heirs. Thus, he no longer felt urgency regarding the succession, as he was still relatively young and had at least 2 or 3 decades ahead of him. Perhaps the children of these 2 concubines would be princes, making them even more suitable heirs. As for the third prince, Xue Peng, the Snow Knight Emperor had never favored him, viewing him as a frivolous youth lacking in capability. Although Xue Peng had recently amassed considerable power through cunning means, the Snow Knight Emperor remained indifferent towards him. That evening, Qian Rinxue sat alone in the courtyard of the East Palace, gazing at the bright moon above, and was suddenly reminded of the moment 3 years ago when Yang Chun first entered the palace and they were together. On that night, they had held hands and cuddled, watching the moonlight. At that time, Yang Chun was merely a child under 1.60 meters, still not resembling an adult. Unconsciously, 3 years had passed, and now Yang Chun had turned 16. Time truly flies. Since the grand competition among the continent's high-level Soul Master Academies, 3 years, 1 month, and 5 days had elapsed. Throughout these 3 years, Qian Rinxue had been consumed by thoughts of Yang Chun, almost to the point of obsession. She had sought information about him through various channels, learning that he had been tirelessly searching for his younger sister, that adorable little girl. From a Xingluo empire to the entire continent, and finally to the seaside, he had searched in vain. Unfortunately, she was certain that the little girl must have perished, likely devoured by a soul beast. Otherwise, in the Douluo continent, it would be impossible not to find her trace, along with that peculiar nine-headed lion. Moreover, given Yang Chen's current fame as the guardian of the Douluo continent, if that little girl were still alive, she would undoubtedly seek him out. No one would dare to hide her. As thoughts of Yang Chen filled her mind, a surge of tenderness arose within her heart. This little trickster, she wondered if he had grown taller over the past 3 years. Reaching a height of over 1 meter 80, standing at 1 meter 75 herself, she hoped he had not surpassed her. Surely, he must have become exceptionally handsome, a dashing young man of great charm. Furthermore, she pondered what level of cultivation he had attained. Had he reached the realm of soul Douluo? Just a few days ago, a celestial phenomenon had captured the attention of the entire continent, signaling someone's ascension to the god level. She wondered if this commotion was caused by him. He must have reached the god level. Otherwise, in the context of the Douluo continent, no one else could achieve such a feat, not even her grandfather, Qian Dalu, or that woman, Bibi Dong. Little trickster, Shuer truly misses you, eagerly anticipating your ascension to godhood so that you might arrive in a grand chariot of 9 dragons to take her away. I have grown weary of this imperial palace in the Tiando Empire. Moreover, Xue Peng and Prince Xue Xing are constantly vying for power, attempting to usurp my position as the crown prince. Xue Peng had been patient, but he turned out to be a formidable character. Years ago, he had even deceived me. However, Xue Peng's patience is excessive, his scheming too profound. If the Douluo Empire were to fall into his hands, one cannot help but question whether it would be right or wrong. He is certainly not as capable as the Snow Knight Emperor. Yet, the Snow Knight Emperor, having resolved his ailments, still has at least 20 to 30 years ahead of him. If Xue Peng truly wishes to be the crown prince, it would not be an easy path. Who knows what events could unfold in the next 2 or 3 decades. Chapter 244. The Tiando coup, Qianren Xue goes missing suddenly. A fragrant aroma filled her nostrils. It resembled the scent of osmanthus, yet was distinctly different. The unexpected fragrance caused Qianren Xue to glance towards a distant osmanthus tree. There were no blossoms on the tree. From where did this scent originate? Just as she hesitated, a wave of drowsiness washed over her, threatening to pull her into slumber. Alarmed, she bit her tongue to awaken herself. Who had administered this drug? She had already relinquished power and distanced herself from the center of conflict. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to rise, but her body felt weak, devoid of any strength. To her astonishment, her once mighty 87th level soul power had completely vanished, leaving her insides hollow. This startling revelation was far from trivial. It left her momentarily stunned. Someone was plotting against her, intent on taking her life. Who could this person be? Xue Xing, Xue Beng, or the Emperor Xue Ye? At that moment, a distant cry echoed. Something terrible has happened. His Majesty has passed away. The shock deepened within her. Since Xue Ye Dadi ceased using poison and secretly neutralized the toxins within his body, he had been growing increasingly robust. How could he suddenly have died? Who was responsible for this? Was it Xue Beng and Prince Buxing? As her heart raced, she attempted to rise, but her body grew weaker and her head heavier. Eventually, she collapsed, faintly perceiving several figures appearing before her. One of them coldly remarked, "Your Highness is weakening, ha ha ha," and then everything went black. The following day, the Tiando Empire abruptly issued an announcement. Xue Dadi had suddenly succumbed to poisoning in the dead of night, and a new emperor had ascended the throne. The new emperor was not Prince Weaking, but rather the royal son Xue Beng, with Xue Xing serving as the prime minister. This news sent shockwaves throughout the Tiando Empire, affecting billions of subjects. Within the imperial court, blood flowed like a river. 60% of the former officials were executed under suspicions of treason, their families facing annihilation. In a single day, more than 10,000 were slain on charges of conspiracy. Meanwhile, the former crown prince, Zwiking, was secretly imprisoned in a clan jail on allegations of treason. Originally, countless subjects of Douluo Dalu were preparing for impending calamities, unaware that the largest empire within Douluo Dalu was undergoing such a brutal coup. All attention turned to the Tiando Empire. No one anticipated that the notorious wastrel, Prince Xue Beng, would ascend to power and inherit the throne, leaving everyone astounded. Various factions sought information about the whereabouts of the former crown prince, Zwiking. After all, Zwiking was the rightful heir with the highest claims to the throne, having served as crown prince for over a decade. Once the coup occurred, his life was undoubtedly in peril. At the Pope's Hall in Wuhuan City, Bibi Dong exclaimed, "What did you say? A coup has taken place in the Tiando Empire?" The Crown Prince Zwiking is missing? Enraged, her immense soul power surged, nearly overturning the entire Pope's Hall. Dalu was thrown out by the force. He quickly rose and congratulated. Congratulations, Your Majesty. You have broken through to level 99 soul power, nearing the divine level. To everyone's astonishment, Bibi Dong had already reached the pinnacle of level 99. Just one step away from godhood. Congratulations? Hurry and take people to the Tiando Empire to search for Prince Zwiking. Bibi Dong shouted. Search for Prince Zwiking? Why? Dalu was momentarily stunned. A coup in the Tiando Empire could only bring benefits to Wuhuan Palace. Why should they interfere and seek out that Zwiking? I told you to take people to search. Why all the unnecessary chatter? Bibi Dong's expression turned cold, causing Dalu to tremble, fearing she might strike him down at any moment. Yes, Your Majesty. He hurriedly left, drenched in cold sweat. He sensed that if he continued to be obstinate, the Pope would truly execute him. Once outside, Bibi Dong's complexion changed dramatically, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. The recent forced breakthrough to level 99 had left hidden dangers. Her anger had triggered an internal ailment, causing her qi and blood to surge backward, injuring her meridians, resulting in numbness in her legs. While others may not be aware, she knew all too well that Qianren Shui was her daughter, infiltrating the Tiando Empire for Wuhuan Palace. Now, due to the coup, she had lost contact. Although the mother and daughter were at odds and harbored mutual hatred, they were still bound by blood. If Qianren Shui's life was in danger, Bibi Dong couldn't help but feel anxious. She thought angrily, in this time of crisis, what madness is occurring in the Tiando Empire? How could a coup arise so suddenly, leading to the inexplicable death of Shui Adadi? If anything happens to Qianren Shui, I will raise the entire Tiando Empire to the ground. Moreover, that old man had been secretly protecting Qianren Shui. How could he allow her to encounter misfortune? She bellowed, "Bring the grand offering to me. I have urgent matters to discuss." Before long, a figure flashed into the Pope's hall, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. "I am at a critical juncture. What do you seek?" It was Dalu, the grand offering and guardian of Wuhuan Palace. Grand offering? A coup occurred in the Tiando Empire yesterday, and Qianren Shui is missing. What did you say? Shui is missing. A coup has taken place in the Tiando Empire? Dalu exclaimed in shock upon hearing Bibi Dong's words. Indeed, it is unknown what madness has befallen the Tiando Empire. Prince Xuebing has become emperor, and Xuexing is the prime minister. Yet Shui Adadi has died suddenly from poisoning in the night. What are you still doing here? Hurry to the Tiando Empire. Dalu roared. I recently forced my breakthrough to level 99 and encountered complications. I can only request the grand offering to visit the Tiando Empire, Bibi Dong responded. Dalu scrutinized her and nodded before taking flight. Meanwhile, deep within a palace in the Tiando Empire's royal palace, a dimly lit hall exuded a sinister aura. Within the hall stood 3 figures. Among them were the newly crowned Emperor Xuebing and the Prime Minister Xuexing. The 2 men, wielding the highest power in the Tiando Empire, stood with bowed heads, trembling in reverence. My lord, we have taken control of the entire palace, as per your instructions. The figure nodded. You both have done well. Your contributions to our divine clan are significant. Soon, our divine clan will descend upon Dalu through this realm. Rest assured, I promise you both will be preserved and brought into my divine clan, where you will be taught higher-level cultivation methods. Upon hearing this, Xuexing and Xuebing joyfully replied, Thank you, my lord. We shall remain loyal to the divine clan, even if it means sacrificing our lives. Chapter 245. The Revelation of Qianren Shui's Identity 3 years prior. Several unparalleled experts from Douluo had united to eradicate the invading forces. However, a few remnants had evaded capture, hiding and establishing contact with powerful beings from their world. This individual was one among them, a person from Sirius. Years ago, the master of Sirius forcibly brought 5 of them to Dalu using secret methods. The other 4 were killed, while he survived by not participating in the establishment of a force. Subsequently, he made contact with the master of Sirius, who assigned him a new mission to gain control over the Douluo Empire. The Sirius would use the Douluo Empire's palace as a coordinate to open a passage between Sirius and Dalu. Once the passage was opened, the inhabitants of Sirius would descend directly upon the Tiando Imperial Palace, making it a temporary base for Sirius. Thus, this individual found Xuebing enticing and threatening him, and cast a spell to control Xuebing. Through Xuebing, he further manipulated Xuexing. Both sought to usurp the throne, and this individual had already gathered sufficient intelligence. After a series of promises, Xu Eshing and Xu Ebong commenced their sinister plot to seize imperial power. Originally, with Qianren Xue's astuteness, she should have quickly detected any movements from these two. After all, if they intended to claim the throne, they must usurp her authority. However, unexpectedly, Qianren Xue voluntarily relinquished her power, choosing to distance herself from political affairs. With Xu Eshing being favored by the Emperor Xue, the two swiftly gained control over crucial sectors of the Tiando Empire. Within less than 3 years, nearly half of the influential figures within the empire had aligned themselves with their cause, including almost half of Qianren Xue's former associates. Although they had acquired substantial power, they were still impeded by the formidable presence of Emperor Xue. Recently, the emergence of divine phenomena on the Douluo continent, with the legendary guardian deity, Yangshan, having ascended to divinity, sent shockwaves throughout the realm and among the leaders of Tianlongxing. With time pressing and Yangshan proving to be exceedingly formidable, they feared that given another 2 years, he might reach an unattainable height. Thus, they conspired with the individual from Tianlongxing to swiftly resolve the matters of the Tiando Imperial Palace and establish dominion over the Tiando Empire. This person administered a lethal poison to Xu Ebong, which was then slipped into Emperor Xue's tea. The emperor perished from the poison, allowing Xu Ebong and Xu Eshing to seamlessly seize control of the entire palace. Among all in the palace, they were most wary of the crown prince Xu Qinghe, the legitimate heir to the throne. Following Emperor Xue's demise, the throne rightfully belonged to Xu Qinghe. Given Xu Qinghe's keen intellect, should he ascend as emperor, their plans would inevitably falter, for his cleverness far surpassed that of the late emperor. The individual from Tianlongxing decided to take matters into his own hands, using a sedative to incapacitate Xu Qinghe, who was, in fact, Qianren Xue. He initially intended to kill her on the spot, but to his astonishment, just as he was about to strike, he heard her softly uttering Yangshan's name in a voice filled with yearning. Like others, he assumed that this prince was entangled in a romantic affair with Yangshan. However, upon hearing her voice, which unmistakably belonged to a young woman, he was taken aback. This realization struck him. How could the crown prince Xu Qinghe be a woman? To orchestrate the downfall of Emperor Xue and Crown Prince Xu Qinghe, he had gathered extensive knowledge from Xu Ebong and Xu Eshing, including even Xu Qinghe's preferences and birthday. Furthermore, Xu Qinghe was clearly the biological offspring of Emperor Xu. Known throughout the nation for over 20 years, how could she suddenly be a woman? There had to be some underlying issue. This prince must be an imposter. He then recalled the various rumors surrounding Qianren Xue and Yangshan and deduced that the public had been misled. Their relationship was not a twisted romance between men, but rather a genuine love affair between a man and a woman. In other words, the crown prince Xu Qinghe was Yangshan's beloved. This revelation filled him with unanticipated joy. The foremost concern for Tianlongxing was the unpredictable element that was Yangshan, and the success of their conquest of the Douluo continent hinged upon Yangshan's level of cultivation. The other inhabitants of the Douluo continent were not a match for the Tianlongxing, as there was a vast disparity in strength. Without Yangshan, the Tianlongxing could easily subjugate the Douluo continent. Yet, Yangshan was remarkably peculiar, constantly defying their expectations. Particularly alarming was the rapidity of his cultivation, which was almost unimaginable. If they could capture his woman, this false prince, even if Yangshan possessed unparalleled abilities, he would be rendered cautious and restrained. Therefore, instead of killing Qianren Xue, he sealed her powers and concealed her in a hidden chamber beneath the Tiando Imperial Palace, known only to Xu Ebong and Emperor Xue. With Yangshan's woman secured, this individual felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. However, he was utterly unaware that this false prince, Qianren Xue, was the daughter of the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple and the beloved granddaughter of the unparalleled Qinoli, renowned for her exceptional prowess. After Xu Ebong ascended to the throne and consolidated control over the palace and court, he discreetly communicated with the master of Tianlongxing. The master had been eagerly awaiting news from him and, upon receiving it, was ecstatic. He immediately gathered the elite warriors of Tianlongxing, uniting all their strength to finally breach the last segment of the passageway and descend directly. Meanwhile, far across the vast ocean, Yangshan had slain innumerable soul beasts over the past 2 days, finally elevating his soul power to level 82. On this day, he ventured into the depths of the ocean and finally located the deep-sea demon whale king. He gazed at the massive creature, which appeared to be more than twice the size described in the legends of the Douluo continent. measuring over 400 meters in length and 30 to 40 meters in width, resembling a colossal aircraft carrier from his past life. Yangchen was momentarily stunned. Was this truly the legendary million-year-old deep-sea demon whale king, a soul beast with 99% divine-level power? The very entity that had once fought against the sea god and had nearly attained divinity, only to have one eye blinded in the battle? It was said that its entire being was composed of energy. As Yangchen observed the immense form of the deep-sea demon whale king, he sensed an intoxicating aroma of soul power emanating from it. Its body was primarily composed of energy, and the taste must be exquisite. Crucially, devouring its energy would surely yield over 100 points of experience. 100 points, which would require the defeat of numerous soul beasts to attain. Chapter 246. The Deep-Sea Demon Whale King. Even the great white shark beneath him had remarked multiple times that the number of powerful soul beasts in the ocean had dwindled significantly. Those few remaining soul beasts had received word of Yangchen's approach and had long since hidden themselves away. The deep-sea demon whale king had also been aware of Yangchen's existence and had been evading him from a distance. Despite its immense confidence, believing that even the returning sea god might struggle against it, it felt it was best to avoid this crazed human. After all, this human was exceedingly peculiar and had risen too rapidly. Even after 1,000,000 years of existence and encounters with countless human soul masters, it had never encountered anyone as extraordinary as him. Such a being had never even been heard of before. It was striving to surpass the human who had once achieved the status of sea god, having come within a hair's breadth of divinity after 1,000,000 years of effort. Therefore, it had continuously sought to track Yangchen's whereabouts, remaining at a safe distance. Yet, despite its utmost caution and repeated concealment in the deep sea, it was still discovered by Yangchen. "Ha, my dearest deep-sea demon whale king, we finally meet." The younger brother has long admired the esteemed title of the brother of the deep-sea magic whale king, constantly yearning for this rare encounter. As Yangchen gazed at the majestic deep-sea magic whale king, he could not help but burst into hearty laughter. The sheer magnitude of its soul power was astounding, and upon closer inspection, it could undoubtedly provide him with nearly 200 points of devouring credits. "Human, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. It would be wise for you to refrain from provoking me, since you are aware of my formidable reputation as the deep-sea magic whale king. Do not dare to cross paths with me in these vast waters. I am fully aware of your actions, hunting our sea soul beasts to elevate your own soul power. I will not expose you, nor will I oppose you, and I certainly will not hinder your path. Therefore, I advise you to depart at once and keep your distance from me. This way, we shall all be well." The deep-sea magic whale king spoke coldly. "How could that be, my lord? I have searched for you for quite some time. Given my efforts, let us engage in a meaningful discussion and spar together. Human, do you truly wish to challenge me? Do you consider yourself superior to the last sea god? Let's not speak so formally. This is merely a friendly exchange of skills, devoid of life and death matters or emotional turmoil. I am aware that you are at 99% of the divine level, merely a step away. Perhaps, through our sparring, you might attain true divinity, becoming a genuine divine beast. Since you have brought this up, let us engage in battle." The deep-sea magic whale king declared. "Having lived for nearly 1,000,000 years, perhaps I can indeed achieve divinity through your assistance. Recognizing Yangchen's ferocity." The deep-sea magic whale king understood that escaping this encounter would be improbable. While conversing with Yangchen, it began compressing the vast energy within its colossal form, layering it with remarkable precision. Only by completely compressing its internal energy could it unleash an even greater combat prowess. The more it compressed, the purer the energy became. To Yangchen's astonishment, in an instant, the immense deep-sea magic whale king transformed into a human form. This figure stood over 10 meters tall with long, deep black hair cascading down its back. Most strikingly, it was clad in deep purple armor, crystalline in appearance, composed of chest, shoulder, abdomen, battle robe, and limb armor. The entirety of its being was seamless, with no visible joints, and a high neck guard enveloped its neck. Particularly notable was the dark helmet it wore, enveloping its entire head, its thickness nearly 10 centimeters. This helmet flickered with points of light, akin to manifestations of psychic energy. These luminous points undoubtedly constituted a formidable psychic defense. Clearly, the deep-sea magic whale king had discerned Yangchen's enigmatic psychic attack weapon, which rendered all sea soul beasts incapable of defense against psychic onslaughts. The primary distinction between soul beasts and humans lies in their inherent psychic weaknesses. Observing the thick helmet atop the giant's head, Yang Chun could not help but frown. His most powerful weapon, the Spear of Soul, might prove ineffective against it, necessitating a more strategic approach. My esteemed brother, your attire is quite formidable. I truly envy you. Sly human, cease your flattering words and come forth. I await your arrival. The giant boomed. Ha ha, brother, since you are so generous, I shall not hold back. Prepare to receive the Spear of Soul, regardless of the outcome. It was imperative to test whether this weapon had any effect on the Magic Whale King. Should it prove effective, victory would be significantly easier. As the words escaped his lips, 7 Spear of Souls were unleashed in a swift succession, striking forcefully at the giant's head. The Magic Whale King, being a near-divine soul beast, possessed a psychic prowess that far surpassed that of ordinary soul beasts, even if it fell short of divine rank. Moreover, it had fortified itself with that thick helmet. In silence, the 7 Spear of Souls struck heavily against its helmet. The impact was resounding, yet the thick armor remained unbreached. Yang Chun shook his head, realizing this approach would not suffice. Unbeknownst to him, the Magic Whale King was inwardly lamenting. The potency of this human's psychic assault was overwhelming. Its specially crafted helmet's defensive capabilities had significantly diminished under the 7 strikes. If this human continued to strike relentlessly, it would only take fewer than 20 blows before the helmet would be pierced and its psychic core shattered. It could not afford to grant the human another opportunity to strike. Without further thought, it launched a powerful punch towards Yang Chun. The force of this blow seemed capable of submerging the entire ocean. Even before the fist arrived, the soul power surged forth. Just as Yang Chun prepared to counter with his divine whip, a sudden inspiration struck him. Why not directly absorb its soul power using his devouring ability? That massive fist was undoubtedly pure soul energy. Thus, without evasion, he activated the devouring function. In the blink of an eye, the enormous fist reached Yang Chun. The Magic Whale King, seeing Yang Chun remain still, laughed derisively. Foolish child, do you truly believe your body can withstand a blow from the soul power I have cultivated over 1,000,000 years? Since you so disdainfully regard me, prepare to meet your demise. It had never anticipated that Yang Chun would not evade. As the giant fist neared, an ominous premonition washed over the Magic Whale King. Could this human have a hidden agenda? Before it could fully comprehend, a wave of intense pain surged through it. The colossal energy of its soul power fist suddenly vanished without a trace. The loss of that concentrated soul power was staggering. How could such a phenomenon occur? The energy it had gathered in that punch took nearly 10,000 years to cultivate. Would it simply dissipate without cause? In shock, it hastily retreated,